You just said that wildflowers are the most fragrant. The next moment, you went from being a forever single loser to being reborn in the body of a total scumbag. He was a deadbeat from a once wealthy family, yet he had somehow married a famous chart-topping pop star. She had even given him a sweet, adorable daughter. But ever since they got married, he had been unexpectedly fired. He blamed everything on his jinx of a wife, believing she was the reason he had lost his career. You couldn't help but curse yourself for being such a piece of work. Right then, the mother and daughter who had just been abused were trembling on the sofa in absolute terror. Vanessa, clutching the child in her arms, saw you staring at them. Instinctively, she pulled Lily even tighter against her chest. Her eyes were brimming with tears. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking Lily and leaving, but she was an orphan herself, and all the family's money was in the hands of this monster. Seeing the sheer fear in their eyes, you let out a deep, heavy sigh of self-reproach. Then, you slowly stood up and flipped the light switch. A warm orange glow filled the room, just illuminating the entire space. Looking at the cluttered mess before you, you scratched your head, speechless at the state of the house. First, you opened a window to let in some fresh air. Then, you silently began picking up the empty beer bottles. Vanessa still held Lily tight, sitting motionless on the sofa. However, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. You didn't bother the mother and daughter. Instead, you grabbed a towel from the kitchen and started wiping down the table. By the time you had cleaned the house until it was spotless, you were drenched in sweat. You grabbed some clean clothes from the bedroom and headed into the bathroom. Vanessa watched the closed bathroom door. Her tense body finally relaxed slightly. She looked around at the clean room. Her eyes were filled with pure disbelief. What game was this monster playing now? Mommy, I'm hungry. Lily looked at her mother with wide, round eyes. Be good, Lily. Mommy will cook for you in a bit. Vanessa stroked Lily's hair. She whispered softly. She had to wait until the monster went to sleep. Only then could she cook a meal for herself and the child. Just then, the bathroom door opened. You walked out. The mother and daughter on the worn-out sofa flinched back simultaneously. You shook your head. Ignoring them, you pushed open the front door and walked out. Vanessa froze. Despair flooded her gaze. Had he gone out to buy more alcohol? Hadn't he had enough to drink tonight? She and Lily were going to go hungry for another night. Vanessa bit her lip. Her face turned pale. Tears fell uncontrollably. Mommy, don't cry. Lily isn't hungry anymore. Lily thought her mother was crying because she was hungry. That she was the reason her mother was upset. She reached out with her small, tender hand, clumsily wiping away Vanessa's tears. Vanessa bit her lip harder. Her tears fell even faster. After a long moment, she spoke in a trembling, gentle voice. Be good, Lily. Let Mommy tuck you into bed. You won't feel hungry once you're asleep. Mommy will wake up early tomorrow and make you something delicious. Okay? Okay? Mommy, don't cry. Vanessa softly hummed a lullaby, soothing Lily to sleep. Watching Lily slowly close her eyes, Vanessa thought about the last 2 years since they married. Her heart was filled with immense bitterness. She finally decided she was leaving tomorrow. She was escaping this hell. Even if she died out there, it would be better than being tortured to death by this monster. Suddenly, the sound of the front door lock clicking echoed. Still lost in her thoughts, Vanessa couldn't help but tremble again. Instinctively, she covered Lily's ears, listening intently to the movement outside. You pushed open the door. You instinctively looked toward the sofa. You were momentarily stunned. Did they go back to the bedroom? But they hadn't eaten yet. You stared blankly at the food in your hands. After thinking for a moment, you set the food on the table and walked toward the bedroom. Vanessa's body remained rigid. She heard your footsteps slowly approaching the door. She prayed that you wouldn't come in. But a moment later, a knock sounded at the door. I bought some food for you guys. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'm sleeping in the guest room tonight. Hearing this, Vanessa's eyes snapped open. Then she heard your footsteps gradually fading away. The room fell silent once again. Only the sound of Vanessa's tense, heavy breathing echoed in the bedroom. Lily had opened her eyes at some point. She had clearly heard your voice. She was staring curiously at the closed door. Today, that stinky daddy hadn't come back to the room to sleep, and he even seemed to say he bought food for her. At the thought of food, she felt hungry again. She swallowed hard. She looked at her mother expectantly. Vanessa looked down, and seeing her daughter's hopeful eyes, she gathered her courage. She tiptoed quietly to the bedroom door. She opened it. The aroma of the food on the table hit her instantly. Vanessa's eyes immediately welled up with tears. He really had bought food for them. Facing this sudden kindness from the monster, Vanessa didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a deep, bone-chilling fear. Why was he doing this? What else did he want to take from her? Barefoot, Lily ran over on her short little legs. She peered through the crack in the door. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Drool escaped the corners of her mouth. But she didn't move on her own. Instead, she looked up, staring at her mother with wide, unblinking eyes. Vanessa closed her eyes helplessly. She took a deep breath. Then, forcing a small smile, she picked up Lily. Be good, Lily. Let's eat quietly. Lily nodded her little head frantically. In the other room, you heard everything. You let out another deep sigh. After sighing, you began to think. After buying the food, you realized something. In this house, there was only about 1,800 left in savings. You needed to make some money. A moment later, you sat bolt upright, your eyes shining. Why hadn't you realized it sooner? This was a parallel world. Your heart raced with excitement. You grabbed your phone and started scrolling. A while later, a smile spread across your face. This world really was just like your memories. Cultural heritage and the entertainment industry were completely different from your original world. Some of the generic pop songs that made you cringe were actually dominating the top of the charts. You gripped your phone, your mind racing. Masterpiece after masterpiece began to surface in your mind. As you thought, exhaustion finally took over. You could only drag your tired body, all, slowly into the world of dreams. At 6:30 a.m. sharp the next morning, you quietly opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom. The dining table and the kitchen had already been cleaned until they were spotless. It must have been Vanessa. After she finished eating last night, you stood there for a moment, lost in thought. Then you slipped into the bathroom to wash up. You knew that Vanessa usually didn't wake up until 8:30 a.m. to start making breakfast, because the old you always slept until after 10:30 a.m. Only after he woke up and finished his morning drink, best, were they allowed to eat his leftovers. You instinctively sighed again. Then you finished washing up quickly. In the bedroom, Vanessa was actually already awake, but she didn't dare go out. The sound of washing up outside stopped. The door clicked open and then shut. Vanessa bit her lip, her eyes fixed on the bedroom door. She was curious about what he had gone out for again. Even after a long while, there was still no sound from outside. Vanessa glanced at Lily, who was still fast asleep beside her. After a moment's thought, she found the courage to slip quietly out of bed. She opened the bedroom door and stepped out. The stench of alcohol in the room had finally thinned out. The scent of fresh air wafting in through the window. It smelled wonderful. The situation felt strangely surreal to Vanessa. It had been a long time. A very long time since she had smelled anything so fresh. Vanessa walked over to the window and looked out at the world. She stood there, momentarily dazed. It wasn't until this very moment that she suddenly remembered she was only 24 years old. She didn't know how much time had passed before the sound of the front door echoed again. Vanessa was instantly jolted back to reality. Her entire body tensed up instinctively. She turned around with mechanical stiffness. You froze in place, feeling equally awkward. You hadn't expected Vanessa to be awake already. After washing up, you had noticed there was no food in the house. So, you had gone out to buy some meat, vegetables, and rice. Both of you stood there in stunned silence. Only now did you truly get a good look at her. Your wife's appearance, she was beautiful. Far more stunning than any of those influencers or celebrities. But she was painfully thin. Her face was unnervingly pale, likely from a lack of sunlight and long-term malnutrition. Seeing this filled your heart with a mix of pain, self-loathing, and shame. What a complete scumbag, he thought. How could anyone abuse such a beautiful wife like this? He really deserved to rot. Morning, I'm going to go get started on breakfast. You were the first to break the awkward silence. Carrying the groceries, you hurried into the kitchen. Vanessa simply couldn't believe her own eyes and ears. He had actually greeted her, and since when did he know how to cook? Vanessa watched in silence, staring at your busy silhouette in the kitchen. An overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her. She bit her lips so hard it hurt. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Was this him pitying her? Or a sudden flash of conscience? Mommy, Lily was awake. Maybe because she couldn't find her mother. She had come running out of the room barefoot. As soon as she stepped down, her little nose caught the delicious aroma of food. She turned her wide eyes toward the kitchen. From the kitchen, you naturally spotted the little girl. You flashed a wide grin at the little girl, but unexpectedly, Lily shrank back behind Vanessa in terror. You rubbed your nose, feeling helpless. Before long, breakfast was ready. You looked at the two of them, still standing cautiously in the distance. Go wash up and come eat. Lily was clearly salivating at the smell, but she still didn't budge. Vanessa was also watching the scene, with a sense of sheer dread. You had been feeling somewhat hopeful, but seeing them so guarded, Your hope sank to the bottom of the ocean. After a silence, you sighed. You two eat first. With that, you walked into the guest room. Vanessa didn't move. She watched as the guest room door closed. Then she looked down at the longing in her daughter's eyes. She let out a silent sigh. Lily, let's wash our hands and eat. On the dining table sat the millet porridge you had prepared. It was golden and looked incredibly appetizing. There were also 2 side dishes and a small bowl of steamed eggs. The moment she saw the steamed eggs, Lily's eyes instantly lit up. Mommy, did Daddy make this for me? Vanessa was at a loss for words for a moment. She couldn't bring herself to speak. She looked into her daughter's expectant eyes and finally gave a small nod. Lily's eyes shone even brighter. She couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of the egg custard and put it into her mouth. This was the first time her father had ever cooked for her. It was so delicious. Vanessa just ate her meal in silence. Her heart was filled with conflict and confusion. Her gaze drifted unconsciously, toward that closed door of the guest room. You sat at the desk in the guest room. Honestly, you were starving. But you knew that those 2 out there weren't ready to sit at the same table and eat with you. You shook your head to clear those thoughts. Then, you pulled out your phone. You opened up this world's version of TikTok. You deleted the old account that had a few thousand remaining followers. You registered a brand new account. Habitually, you opened the trending charts on TikTok. A moment later, your brow furrowed. What kind of garbage is this? Since when? Could a low-effort, trashy song like Last Minute Pig's Feet dominate the trending page? You had a plan in mind. You dug out a few sheets of long-forgotten music manuscript paper from the desk. These were all things Vanessa had left behind. You smoothed the manuscript paper out on the desk. The pen in your hand flew across the paper, writing out the 6th line. Tablature. In your past life, you were a master songwriter. Copying music across space and time was a trivial task that couldn't possibly stump you. In just a short while, a complete musical score lay right in front of you. Eagerly, you reached into the wardrobe and pulled out a guitar. You sat upright at the desk, cradling the guitar. You took a moment to build up the right emotion. Then, you closed your eyes. Your fingers lightly strummed the strings. The sound of the guitar began to drift out from the room. Vanessa, who was eating in silence, suddenly froze. He knows how to play the guitar? That's impossible. That guitar was hers. Vanessa knew full well that he couldn't play. At least, not before. But what was happening now? Along with the guitar notes, your singing voice also drifted out slowly. Vanessa was even more stunned. Her eyes were filled with absolute disbelief. Even Lily, who was happily eating, was captivated by the singing. She stopped her spoon mid-air. She looked toward the closed door of the guest room. Lily's big eyes blinked. She tilted her head as she watched. She knew that this voice belonged to the daddy who had cooked for her. It was so gentle. Even though Vanessa had never heard this song before, she could sense how incredible it was. Such a beautiful melody. She found it hard to believe it was coming from the mouth of a monster. She listened until the next line of the song began. At that point, Vanessa couldn't take it anymore. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly. Tears began to fall, one by one. 2 years. It had been 2 whole years. Every day spent in fear and trepidation. She hadn't listened to music for 2 years. She hadn't stepped outside the house for 2 years. Every single day, she faced nothing but chores and a house in ruins. And him, who had slowly turned into a monster. She had finally gathered the courage to run away. So what did he mean by singing this now? What did this sudden change mean? Vanessa was on the verge of a breakdown. She was lost once again, afraid of the road ahead, and afraid of this man's sudden transformation. She was terrified that this was all just a fleeting dream. The singing stopped at that exact moment. Lily also noticed her mother's tears. Panicked, she scrambled onto Vanessa's lap. She reached out with her tiny hands to wipe away her mother's tears. Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. Lily will blow on it for you. Lily thought her mother was in pain again. While wiping away Vanessa's tears, she lifted her little face, pulled back Vanessa's collar and began to blow on her. There, beneath the collar, Vanessa's back was covered in rows of scars. Naturally, you had no idea of what was happening to the mother and daughter outside, because of your song. At that moment, you were opening TikTok and hitting record. You didn't show your face in the video. Instead, you only showed the area from your nose down. You cleared your throat while holding the guitar. This time, you were clearly much more focused. You played and sang the entire song through once more. Once the song was finished, you saved the recording. Then, you trimmed off the silence at the beginning and the end. Finally, you extracted the audio, added the lyrics and music credits, and submitted the copyright registration online. With everything settled, You typed out the title, A Lifetime with You, an original song, dedicated to everyone. I hope you all like it. Please give it a like and support me. The video uploaded successfully. You let out a soft breath. It was finally done. Now, all that was left was to wait for the public's reaction. In this era, this song was a total game changer. You put the guitar back in the wardrobe. Then, you rubbed your growling stomach. You scratched your head, wondering if the two of them had finished eating. Man, you were starving. This was rough. Rubbing your belly, you finally couldn't wait any longer. You gently pushed the door open, leaving just a small crack, and peered out like a thief. You happened to see Vanessa, carrying Lily away from the dining table. Her eyes were red, as if she had just been crying. She obviously saw you, too. After freezing for a moment, she hurried back into the master bedroom with the child. You breathed a sigh of relief. You pushed the door open and walked to the table. Finally, you could eat. You saw that they had clearly left some food for you, which made you feel a bit happy. Then, you picked up the millet porridge and started scarfing it down in huge gulps. You cleared every plate on the table. After cleaning the dishes, you wandered around the apartment with nothing to do. You took a look at the layout of the home. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. It was only about 500 square feet. They had pooled their money to buy it when they got married. Everything in the house had been set up back then. Now, those things looked quite worn and old. Shaking your head, you sat down heavily on the sofa. It was hard to imagine how Vanessa had lived in this environment. With a child for 2 years, hardly ever leaving the house. It must have felt like being in prison. You knew. You couldn't change everything overnight. All you could do was curl up on the small sofa and fiddle with your phone. You searched for how to maintain a household, how to make a child happy, and how to be a good father. The answers online were all over the place, leaving you scratching your head in confusion. Just then, the master bedroom door suddenly opened again. Following the sound, you saw a little head peeking out. It was Lily. She tilted her head, staring with almond-shaped eyes just like her mother's. She was eyeing you with curiosity. The innocence and clarity in those sparkling eyes made your heart absolutely melt. But Lily's little face was far too thin, just like her mother. She would definitely look even cuter if she were a bit chubbier. It made sense. Before, this mother and daughter could only eat leftovers once a day, and the little one couldn't even eat dishes that had been sitting too long. The original owner of this body never gave them any money. They had to live meal to meal, never knowing when the next one was coming. Seeing Lily, you instinctively wanted to smile, but before your lips could even curl up, Lily was so frightened that she slammed the door shut and scurried back inside. Vanessa's crisp voice echoed from inside the room. She was soothing the child. Your smile froze on your face. You rubbed your nose, feeling quite innocent. Time ticked by. By noon, you put down your phone and stood up. It was time to make lunch. At that exact moment, the bedroom door opened. An expressionless Vanessa walked out, carrying a pile of laundry. She acted as if she didn't see you standing by the sofa. She walked straight toward the bathroom. You clearly saw that when she came out, her body stiffened for a second. Was she going to do the laundry? You suddenly remembered that your own dirty clothes from yesterday were still in the washing machine. Thinking of this, you quickly headed toward the bathroom as well. Vanessa was incredibly nervous. She hadn't expected you to still be at home. Usually at this time, you would have been out long ago, drinking with your deadbeat friends. She heard your footsteps, approaching her. Immediately, her heart pounded with even more anxiety. Her body began to tremble slightly. My clothes are still in the washing machine. Can I take them out to hang them up first? Your familiar voice sounded from behind her. Vanessa, who was bending over to open the washer door, was startled. She stumbled slightly and shrank back into the corner of the bathroom. Be careful, you couldn't help but say. Only then did Vanessa realize that you were actually asking for her permission. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at you. You take them out first. You clenched your fists. Your hands were also shaking slightly. Your eyes couldn't hide the anger and heartache. You had just seen it clearly. Below Vanessa's neckline, there were rows of purplish red welts. You gathered your clothes from the machine, trying not to stare at her anymore. I'll make lunch in a bit. Remember to call Lily out to eat. Oh, Lily is asleep. I'll wake her up in a while. Vanessa shrank back a little more. She seemed utterly frantic. You knew that being there only pressured her. Helplessly, you rubbed your nose, took your clothes, and quickly went to the balcony to hang them up. Then, you walked into the kitchen. Inside the bathroom, Vanessa stood frozen, still clutching the laundry. It wasn't until the sounds of cooking started that she snapped out of it. She tremblingly put her clothes into the washing machine, but her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the kitchen. What exactly was wrong with him? Vanessa instinctively rubbed her own nose. Then, she suddenly froze again. Since when did he have that habit? Vanessa just stayed there in front of the washing machine, listening to the sound of the drum spinning. Her heart was incredibly conflicted. Once the laundry was done, she took the clothes to the balcony to hang them up. That man had been busily working away in the kitchen the entire time. Lily didn't wait for Vanessa to call her. She woke up on her own. As before, she pushed the door open with her little bare feet. Her 2 small hands were busy, rubbing her big, sleepy eyes. A moment later, she saw the delicious food being prepared in the kitchen. Those beautiful big eyes clearly lit up. Then, she curiously leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching your silhouette. Vanessa finished hanging the clothes and turned around to see this scene. Little Lily was full of expectation. And you were working hard in the kitchen. Vanessa's composure suddenly broke. She spun around quickly, leaning her back against the wall. She covered her face with both hands and slowly slid down to a crouch. Tears fell silently. This was a scene that, a long, long time ago, she only saw in her dreams. As before, you didn't eat at the table with the 2 of them. After bringing the food to the table, you hurriedly walked out of the house. Hearing the front door close, Vanessa haphazardly wiped away the tears on her face. She bit her lip, stood up, and carried Lily to the dining table. No one knew how complicated her feelings were right now. Even she didn't know what she was thinking. The food was just as delicious as breakfast. The little one was already happily eating the egg custard. But the mother and daughter's peaceful lunch was soon interrupted by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively looked up to see you carrying a large bag of things. As you pushed the door and walked in, Lily huddled a bit closer to Vanessa. With the small spoon used for the egg custard still in her mouth, her big eyes followed your every move. You kept your eyes lowered, not daring to look at the terrified mother and daughter. You simply walked to the sofa, set the bag down, and spoke. Your voice was a bit muffled. I bought you some ointment. Make sure to use it. Also, I bought a toy for the kid. I don't know if she'll like it. I saw other little girls had them, so she should have one too. Vanessa didn't respond to you. After finishing, you fell silent for a moment. I know you won't believe me, but there are some things I still need to say. From now on, I won't drink anymore. I won't hit you 2 again. You and Lily don't need to be so afraid at home. The child is still small. This kind of environment isn't good for her. You said it all in one breath, and the suffocating weight in your chest eased considerably. Without waiting for Vanessa's reaction, you silently walked back into the guest room. Vanessa watched your silhouette disappear. Seeing the bedroom door tightly shut, she was even more at a loss for words. In just a single day, faced with this man's sudden transformation, she found it impossible to let her guard down. Back in your room, you felt even worse. Your eyes were red. You had clearly been crying while you were out. If it were possible, you would rather not have traveled to this world at all, knowing everything that had happened here, especially when you thought of the rows of scars on Vanessa's body. Your heart felt so suppressed it was on the verge of breaking. You truly couldn't understand how someone could treat their own family with such immense cruelty. After Vanessa finished eating, she still left some food for you. She looked at the bag on the table and thought for a moment, eventually leading Lily back into the master bedroom. You heard the door close next door and knew the mother and daughter had finished their meal. Only then did you stand up and walk out of your room. Then, you saw that the bag on the coffee table remained unopened, sitting exactly where you had left it. You bit your lip and sighed, not knowing what to do, so you just sat down and ate your meal in silence. Unexpectedly, the master bedroom door opened once again. Lily peeked her little head out, staring curiously at you while you ate. You tried once more to flash a wide grin at her. This time, you finally got your wish. The little one wasn't scared off. She continued to eye you with curiosity as you ate. You relaxed a little. A heart that had been weighed down was significantly healed by this sweet, soft little girl. You put down your chopsticks, and in the gentlest voice you could muster, you called out to her. Lily, your sudden words made the little girl's body tremble slightly. However, she still didn't shrink back. Instead, she looked back into the master bedroom, and, as if she had received some kind of encouragement, she looked at you again. A tender, soft, childish voice came from her mouth. Daddy. Hearing that sound, your whole body shuddered. Your eyes instantly welled up with tears. Since your arrival in this world, this was the most beautiful melody you had heard. Lily tilted her little head, looking confusedly at this, Daddy who was both crying and laughing. She seemed puzzled as to why someone would shed tears while smiling. You gave a soft, in response to the little one. Then you stood up, went to the sofa, and pulled the doll you had just bought out of the bag. Holding it in your hand, you gently waved it at Lily. Lily blinked her big eyes, seemingly understanding a little. She looked at the doll in your hand, then turned to look back into the master bedroom. It took quite a while before she slowly shuffled toward you. In this moment, your heart was pounding like a drum against your ribs, terrified of scaring her away. This little girl who was finally taking a step toward you. Lily only knew that Daddy would make her delicious food, and now he was holding a toy she liked. It seemed he wouldn't be mean to her and Mommy anymore. She walked up to your side, lifted her face, and gave a sharp sniff. Then, she let out a happy smile. Daddy doesn't smell stinky anymore. Lily, is the doll in Daddy's hand pretty? You spoke to Lily with as much tenderness and sincerity as possible. Lily's small hand twitched, appearing as though she wanted to take the doll from your hand, but she still couldn't find the courage to reach out. She just stared intently with her pitch black, sparkling eyes. Your gaze was fixed on Lily, so you naturally saw her hesitation. Thus, you slowly knelt down until you were at eye level with her and gently placed the toy into her hands. Lily finally held the toy she loved. Her gaze shifted from you to the doll. Her little fingers stroked the doll's soft, long dress, and her eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Watching the joy on the little one's face as she held the toy, your heart was filled with a mix of emotions, especially seeing Lily's thin face up close, along with the clothes she was wearing, washed until they were faded and clearly far too small for her. In that instant, your heart felt a sharp, stabbing pain. She was only 3 years old. This was an age when she should have been pampered like a princess, yet here she was, overjoyed by a simple little toy. You gritted your teeth, quickly wiped your eyes, and forced a smile. And so, you sat there quietly, watching Lily play by your side. In this moment, in your eyes, there was nothing else. Inside the bedroom, Vanessa was even more tense. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing, but she agreed with what you had said earlier. The child was still young. She shouldn't grow up in such an atmosphere. Allowing the child to get close to you was the absolute limit of what she could manage right now. Outside, Lily's bell-like laughter rang out from time to time. Hearing it, Vanessa couldn't stop the tears from falling. She just sat silently on the bed, quietly wiping her tears away. Before long, Lily seemed to grow tired from playing. Clutching the doll tightly, she glanced at her daddy, who was still smiling foolishly at her. A look of hesitation crossed her little face, and then she turned and ran back to the bedroom. He just stood there blankly, watching the little one's silhouette disappear. You rubbed your nose and let out a silent laugh. It seemed you would have to buy the little one a pair of proper slippers. Always running around barefoot wasn't a good habit. What you didn't know was that, in just a single night, the song A Lifetime with You had gone absolutely viral on TikTok. By 10:00 p.m. that night, the video had successfully stormed the TikTok trending charts. At TikTok headquarters, the director of operations, Sienna Yang, heard a knock on her office door. Having just finished her day's work, she looked up at the newcomer with a frown, her expression serious. The technician, Leo, who had pushed the door open, held a tablet in his hand, looking at the woman who was normally known as a fierce tiger in the workplace. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Director Yang, I have an urgent situation to report. A video was just posted on the platform, and it took only 2 hours to hit the trending list. It's currently sitting at number 5. Sienna Yang didn't think much of it. Still frowning, she waved her hand to take the tablet from him. What's the panic? It's not the first time this has happened. So, which big influencer messed up this time? It's not a big influencer. It's a brand new account registered today. Moreover, this video didn't go through our algorithmic promotion. The content is just a song. Leo spoke cautiously, while watching Director Yang's expression. He knew full well that Director Yang hated being disturbed during her personal time. He was gambling on the value of this video. Hearing Leo's words, Sienna Yang's expression turned to surprise. A new account, a single song, and it hit number 5 on the trending list without any promotion. As she spoke, she sat back down in her office chair and opened the TikTok trending page. The shock in her eyes deepened even further. It's already number 4. I have to see what kind of song this is. After the song finished, Sienna Yang fell silent. In all her time working at TikTok, this was the first time she had heard such a beautiful song on the platform. Sienna clicked on the creator's profile. She checked the name, Starry Radiance. A very pleasant name. Leo, you did a great job. Help me boost the reach of this video. Make sure more people see it. Ensure this video hits the top of the trending list by tomorrow. Leo nodded vigorously. He knew his gamble had paid off. After Leo left, Sienna Yang listened to it one more time from beginning to end. The song was just as good the second time. She tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, appearing to be deep in thought. A moment later, she picked up her phone. She drafted a private message. Meanwhile, you woke up at 5:30 a.m. You had no idea that your song was already going viral across the country. After a quick wash, you walked out of the house to start your morning workout. This body was in even worse shape than you thought. After running for just a bit, you were already panting for breath. Running and stopping like that for an hour? You finally managed to cover 3 miles. This was the exercise plan you had set for yourself. By the time you got home, it was already 7:40 a.m. Just as you pushed the door open, you ran right into Vanessa, who was coming out of the bathroom after washing up. Droplets of water clung to the strands of hair on Vanessa's forehead. She was drying herself with a towel. She jumped when she saw you, her expression full of panic. I didn't know you went out. I'll go make breakfast right now. You were stunned for a moment, feeling a bit awkward in this situation. But you quickly replied, Lily is still sleeping. Vanessa bit her lip. She lowered her head and gave a soft, okay? Her heart began to race. After your workout, the healthy, energetic aura about you made her very uncomfortable. She was used to seeing your decadent, slovenly side. Seeing you so vibrant all of a sudden made her feel flustered. She instinctively avoided you. Walking quickly toward the kitchen, go look after Lily. I'll cook after I take a shower. Is there anything specific you want to eat? Your slightly pleading voice sounded from behind her. Vanessa's footsteps faltered for a long moment. A soft, trembling sound finally came from her. No, just make whatever you want. I'll go check on the child. After saying that, Vanessa picked up her pace and practically fled into the bedroom. You looked at the closed bedroom door and shrugged your shoulders helplessly. After your shower, you felt so hungry you were lightheaded. On top of that, the original body's alcohol withdrawal was kicking in. You felt miserable. Your mouth kept salivating uncontrollably. All you could do was cook, while chugging hot water to ease the discomfort. Lily was up by then. After Vanessa helped her wash up, she leaned against the kitchen door frame to watch you cook. She was still clutching the doll you gave her yesterday. You turned around and saw the little one. You grinned, giving Lily a warm, affectionate smile. Lily, what do you want for breakfast this morning? Daddy will make it for you. The 2 pigtails on Lily's head swayed slightly. She tilted her head and thought seriously for a long time. Then her big eyes curved into crescents. Steamed eggs. Lily loves steamed eggs. Okay, then steamed eggs it is, you replied dotingly. You reached out, wanting to pat Lily's little head, but quietly pulled your hand back. You were afraid of scaring this little angel. Take it slow, you thought. Lily was clearly starting to accept you, which gave you a glimmer of hope. Your mood instantly improved. You felt much better. Right now, even the withdrawal and hunger seemed to fade away. After setting the breakfast on the table, you returned to your small bedroom as usual, to let the mother and daughter eat first. However, what was better than before was that as the 2 of them ate outside, there were clearly more sounds of laughter. In the guest room, you lay on the bed and picked up your phone, which was set to silent. You wanted to see the results of the video. The moment you unlocked the phone, you were shocked. Holy crap. How many notifications is this? You swallowed hard and clicked on TikTok to open your profile page. The follower count of over 1 million nearly blinded you. With a racing heart, you clicked on the video. Over 2 million likes and nearly 1 million comments brought an unstoppable smile to your face. Fame with just 1 song. Moreover, the comments were overwhelmingly positive. It was nothing but praise. Many people were even calling for you to release more great songs like this. Now, it was time to see the earnings. You opened the creator dashboard. The balance on the screen made your jaw drop. Without even taking on any sponsorships, in just 1 day, the revenue generated by traffic alone had reached a staggering 320,000. And that was the amount after taxes. You finally breathed a sigh of relief. You were rich. Life wouldn't have to be so pinched anymore. Back when you only had the family's total savings of about 150, even buying groceries had been a stressful task. After transferring the earnings to your bank card, you waited for the 2 outside to finish their meal. Only after hearing the bedroom door close did you rush out for breakfast. After finishing all the food on the table and washing the dishes, you grabbed your phone and hurried out of the house. The apartment complex you lived in was located in the old district of Riverside. This neighborhood was quite aged and dilapidated now. The only reason they had bought a place here was that it was cheap. Back then, Vanessa and the original owner had gotten married not long after starting work. Neither of them had much money. When they got married, they still dreamed of moving to a nicer house in the future. Unfortunately, in the 2 years since the wedding, the original owner had not only stopped looking for work, but had also gambled away all their savings. He had even taken Vanessa's phone and sold it off, just to buy more alcohol. Leaving the rundown complex, you walked straight toward the mall in your memory. As soon as you walked in, you saw a flagship store for a top-tier domestic mobile brand called Apex, likely because most people were currently at work. There weren't many customers in the store. A young female clerk was boredly painting her nails behind the counter. When she saw you enter, her eyes clearly lit up. She greeted you with a bright smile. Looking for a new phone, handsome? Yeah. You nodded and scanned the counter. You picked out a sky blue model. The clerk quickly brought out the phone you selected, her smile widening. Great taste. The model you picked is our latest flagship. Not only is it ahead of the competition, but this phone has a 100x zoom and is the world's first to support satellite calls. You nodded. After a moment's thought, you asked, do you sell SIM cards here? Of course. Is it for yourself? If it's for you, we can set it up right here. It's not for me. It's for my wife. The clerk was stunned for a moment and looked at you again, feeling a strange sense of disappointment in her heart. Such a young guy. Why did he step into the graveyard of marriage so early? Truly, all the good men are already taken. A phone worth several $1,000s, and he bought it for his wife without even blinking, the clerk thought to herself. But her professional smile didn't falter. She continued, your wife is so lucky, sir. I'm sure she's going to love this phone. However, if you want to set up the SIM card, she'll need to bring her own ID and come in person to handle the registration. All right then. Just go ahead and pack the phone for me, please. You scratched your head. You didn't realize that in this world, buying a SIM card also required real name verification. You could only have the clerk wrap the phone up first. Soon, the phone was packaged. After scanning the code to pay, you quickly left the phone store. There were still many things to buy, and you had already wasted quite a bit of time here. After you left the house, Vanessa cleaned the place from top to bottom. Afterward, she sat on the sofa, looking out at the clear blue sky through the window. After 2 days of ventilation, the smell of alcohol was completely gone. Fresh air drifted through the window from time to time, making her feel incredibly comfortable. This was something Vanessa hadn't dared to even dream of before. Watching Lily playing happily, the corners of Vanessa's mouth unconsciously curled into a small smile. This kind of life was truly wonderful. The sudden sound of the door lock turning startled Vanessa out of her reverie. Lily also scrambled up quickly, clutching her doll as she dove into Vanessa's arms. Noises came from outside. Your familiar voice followed soon after. Careful, careful! Don't scratch it. Stand it upright and move it in. Vanessa was a bit frantic. She quickly picked up Lily, wanting to retreat into the bedroom, but she couldn't help but peek curiously at the door. The silhouettes of you and a stranger were the first things to enter her field of vision. They were carrying a cream-colored, cloud-style sofa into the room. Your eyes lit up when you saw Vanessa. Your face was filled with a bright, happy expression. Could you help me pour a few glasses of warm water? I want the movers to have a rest once they're done. Okay, I'll get some right now. Vanessa, who hadn't interacted with outsiders in a long time, was a bit flustered, but she reacted quickly, carrying Lily as she hurried into the kitchen. The smile on your face widened. Even though you were drenched in sweat, you were full of energy. You and the movers brought the new sofa into the house. Then you moved the old, worn-out sofa out. Next came the TV, the refrigerator, and some green plants. As each piece of new furniture arrived, the home was instantly transformed. The old, dingy appearance was suddenly refreshed, radiating a sense of vibrant life once again. The old furniture that had been replaced was finally sold off by you for $800. You managed to get rid of it all. Vanessa felt a pang of regret. Although that furniture was a bit old, it was all still in good shape. $800 felt like such a loss, but what she was more curious about now was where you had gotten all this money. Based on her calculations, they should have been on the verge of starving by now. After seeing the movers off, you returned to the living room carrying a large bag. You looked over the results of your hard work with satisfaction. The small living room suddenly felt full and vibrant. Now this feels like a home. You wiped the sweat from your face with a towel. You set the bag on the new coffee table and plopped down onto the soft sofa. The mother and daughter were still standing dazed in the kitchen. By now, Vanessa had put Lily down, clutching her mother's leg. Lily looked around like a curious little kitten, clearly investigating the new things in the house. Seeing the little one like this, a smile spread across your face, your eyes crinkling into narrow slits. You suddenly felt a great sense of achievement from the large bag. On the coffee table, you pulled out a big pink toy. You set it on the table, but your eyes remained on Lily. Sure enough, upon seeing the toy, Lily's attention was instantly captured. She stared at the toy, unable to look away. One of her little hands still clutched her doll, while the other gripped the hem of Vanessa's shirt. She leaned her head forward slightly, wanting to see what kind of toy you were holding. You reached out and beckoned Lily over. You looked at her dotingly and said, Lily, come quick and see what Daddy bought for you. Lily didn't run over immediately. First, she looked up at her mother. Seeing Vanessa's lips move without saying anything, she finally shuffled over step by step. You had already torn open the packaging, revealing the toy inside. It was a princess house. The princess house is a mess. Does Lily want to help Daddy decorate the little princess's home? At your words, Lily's big, sparkling eyes were clearly filled with longing. Her little body edged closer to the sofa, right up to your leg. You smiled gently. You picked up the little princess from the house and waved her in front of Lily. You let out a soft, playful sigh. The little princess isn't dressed up yet. Daddy doesn't know how. Lily, can you help Daddy make the little princess look pretty? Pretty, please? As you spoke, you held the little princess out to Lily. Lily blinked her big eyes and looked at you. Then, she tentatively raised her small hand until she touched the doll in your hand. You kept smiling. You placed the doll into Lily's hand, then tried using your large hand to hold Lily's tiny one. When you felt her warm little hand in your palm, the corners of your mouth tilted up slightly. You picked up a tiny pink dress for the doll. With one hand holding Lily's, you offered the dress with the other. You spoke softly again. Let's dress up the princess. I'll have to count on you, Lily. Can you teach Daddy how? Daddy's hand was so warm, even warmer than Mommy's. Lily looked at the little princess, then looked at your helpless face. She suddenly giggled. Daddy is so silly. Lily will teach Daddy. The little girl smiled, showing her tiny white teeth. She leaned against your thigh, took the little dress from you, and clumsily began putting it on the doll. You laughed along with her, humbly accepting the little one's guidance. You learned how to dress the little princess together. In that moment, the small room suddenly felt bright and cheerful. Nearby, Vanessa leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching this beautiful scene. Her eyes grew misty. The father and daughter didn't play for long. Lily was still decorating the princess under your guidance. You looked up and saw Vanessa, dazed, still leaning against the kitchen doorframe. Her faded light blue shirt was particularly jarring at that moment. You couldn't help but squint your eyes. A memory suddenly flashed in your mind. It was a parent-child set. Vanessa had secretly bought it behind his back for Lily's second birthday. Later, when the original owner found out, he beat Vanessa, and he sold her phone. Recalling this, you fell silent. The next second, you stumbled to your feet. You covered your mouth and rushed into the bathroom, retching violently. You finally understood. When a person with a conscience looks back on such behavior from a first-person perspective, it creates such a sickening sense of fury. This sudden change scared the mother and daughter outside half to death. Vanessa, in particular, gave a frightened shudder. She hurried to the sofa and scooped Lily into her arms. Lily huddled deeply into Vanessa's embrace, terrified that if she was a second too late, her father would suddenly burst out from the bathroom after he finished vomiting and beat or scold her and her mother just like before. In the past, every time her father made noises like that, he became as terrifying as a man-eating tiger. A long while later, you walked out of the bathroom looking a mess. Your eyes shot through with red, completely bloodshot. Looking at the startled Vanessa and Lily, your heart felt even heavier, and your stomach wouldn't stop churning. But you still forced yourself through the discomfort and spoke to them weakly. I'm sorry for scaring you. I'm just not feeling very well. At the thought that you were now occupying this body, it felt as if your entire body was covered in tens of thousands of crawling ants. Seeing that Vanessa and Lily were still watching you warily, you let out a heavy sigh, walked around Vanessa and the child, and went silently into the kitchen. You picked up the vegetables and started washing them. Lily probably isn't done playing yet. Go play with her for a bit longer. I'll make lunch. Vanessa took a close look at your profile. This face was so familiar, yet so incredibly strange. Finally, she nodded and sat down where you had been sitting earlier, holding Lily. Lily peeked her little head out from her mother's arms. When she saw that Daddy was still that gentle version of himself, a smile finally spread across her little face again. By the time lunch was ready, the aroma of food drifted through the living room. Vanessa saw you set the dishes on the table, and then silently retreat to the guest room once more. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, but she couldn't say a single word as she ate. Lily sat with the small spoon in her mouth. Suddenly turning to look at her mother, she furrowed her little brows, her face full of confusion. Mommy, why doesn't Daddy eat with us anymore? Vanessa was nibbling on a piece of stir-fried pork. This was her favorite dish, whether before or after they got married. She rarely got to eat it, because the old you couldn't handle spicy food. Hearing her daughter's question, Vanessa unconsciously looked toward the guest room, then turned back to look at her bewildered daughter. She suddenly gave a small smile. The smile was like a spring flower in bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. That's because mommy and daddy aren't ready yet. The little one didn't understand. Her little brows furrowed even tighter. Her tiny mind couldn't grasp what her mother meant. Inside the bedroom, you were staring blankly. You knew your sudden vomiting was a psychological reaction, but there was nothing you could do about it. Subconsciously, you kept telling yourself that none of it was your fault. But it didn't change the fact that he was you now. Feeling helpless, you could only pull out your phone and scroll through TikTok videos to distract yourself. Your video was still at the top of the trending list. Many of the comments were urging you to release a new song. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed drifted in. You put down your phone and walked out of the bedroom. There was still food left for you on the table. Vanessa was washing the dishes in the kitchen, while Lily had run back to the sofa to play with her new toy. Seeing her father come out, Lily wasn't as scared as she used to be. You gave her a smile, stepped forward, and gently patted her little head. Then you turned toward the kitchen. Vanessa had just come out of the kitchen and saw you staring at her. She couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness, and she didn't know what to do with her hands. She could only wring the hem of her shirt helplessly. Seeing Vanessa's submissive and timid demeanor, you couldn't help but frown, letting out a silent sigh. It was precisely because of her gentle and reserved nature that the previous monster had been so bold and heartless in bullying her. With that thought, you relaxed your brow. You picked up the newly purchased phone from the coffee table, set it on the dining table, and kept your eyes on Vanessa. Your voice was soft. I bought a phone for you. See if you like it. There's also something I want to discuss with you. Can you come sit down? Vanessa had been keeping her head down, but she looked up at you after hearing your words. First, she met your clear, honest eyes, and then she saw the brand new phone box on the table. Vanessa flinched slightly. A moment later, she gave a soft, okay, and walked slowly to the sofa to sit down. Is there something you want to talk about? Her voice was so quiet that you had to strain your ears to hear her. You didn't answer immediately. Instead, you picked up the phone and began to unbox it yourself. You pulled out the sky blue phone. After a simple setup, you handed it to Vanessa. This is for you. You'll need to go handle the SIM card registration yourself. I've already saved my number in there. In the future, if I'm not at home and something happens, you can call me. As he spoke, you pulled a stack of cash from your pocket and placed it in front of her. This is some cash I just withdrew. If you're free this afternoon, take the kid out for a walk. It's not good to stay cooped up inside all the time. Buy whatever you feel like buying, especially clothes. I notice both of your clothes are getting a bit small. Also, you should open a bank account. Carrying cash around isn't safe or convenient. You kept rambling on, saying everything on your mind in one go. Vanessa looked up, staring intently at the man before her, listening to his constant nagging. Her eyes slowly began to redden. Seeing that Vanessa hadn't reached for the phone, you rubbed your nose helplessly. Do you not like this phone? I thought the color was nice, and I only bought it because it's the latest model. If you don't like it, you can go pick out another one. Vanessa shook her head, looking at you deeply. No, I really like it. Thank you. Her voice was still very soft, choked with emotion, and carried a slight tremble. Your eyes suddenly met. You looked away awkwardly, but felt a sense of relief in your heart. As long as you like it. You're welcome. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat now. With that, you stood up, walked quickly to the table, and started eating heartily. Deep down, Vanessa was still wondering where you had gotten so much money to buy all this. But since you didn't say, she naturally wouldn't ask. She picked up the new phone and took a look. The sky blue casing felt very high quality. Beside her, Lily had also put down her toys and leaned her little head in, curiously eyeing the new phone in her mother's hand. Taking the opportunity, Vanessa stroked the little one's head. The two of them stared at the phone and began exploring it together. Because you had sweated quite a bit throughout the morning, you wanted to take a hot shower after finishing the dishes. But since the two of them had stayed in the living room all day, you felt too embarrassed to go shower just then, so you could only retreat back to the guest room in frustration. By 5:30 p.m., it was finally no longer so hot outside. Vanessa sat on the sofa, hesitating for a while. Finally, she picked up the money from the table and led Lily out of the house. It had been a very, very long time since Lily had been outside. She really loved going out to play, but her mother had never taken her out before, and her father had never allowed them to go out, so this time she seemed exceptionally happy to be out. The little one held her doll in one hand and her mother's hand in the other, skipping all the way. Her big, round eyes were wide as she looked at everything around her. Everything outside, for her, was filled with a sense of wonder and novelty. However, Vanessa was a bit tense. She unconsciously quickened her pace as she walked. Watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street, She felt a strange sense of self-consciousness, especially regarding the clothes she and Lily were wearing, these ill-fitting garments. They made her feel as if the eyes of others, them, were inadvertently lingering on her for a few extra seconds. The mall wasn't far. She vaguely remembered it was just 2 blocks away. The mall had changed quite a bit from her memory. In just 2 short years, the place seemed to have been renovated quite exquisitely. As soon as she entered, she spotted a phone store. Inside, there was a counter for setting up SIM cards. Vanessa hesitated for a moment, then led the child inside. There were quite a few people in the store. The clerks all seemed very busy. Vanessa, who hadn't interacted with anyone in a long time, stood there a bit lost. Fortunately, a female clerk noticed her and Lily. She took the initiative to come over and patted Lily's head. Then, with a smile, she said, "What a good little girl. Are you looking to buy a phone, miss?" Hearing someone praise Lily, a smile also spread across Vanessa's face. She shook her head. "No, I already have a phone. I want to get a SIM card. Can I do that now?" The female clerk kept a friendly smile on her face. While talking, she guided Vanessa toward the counter. "Of course, right this way, please. We have several plans here for you to choose from. But may I ask what brand of phone you have? If it's our store's brand, there is a discount on the SIM card activation." Hearing the word discount, Vanessa's eyes lit up. She quickly pulled the phone out of her pocket and handed it to the clerk. "Is this one okay?" she asked softly. "I think it's your brand, and it was just bought this morning." The clerk was stunned for a moment. She took another careful look at Vanessa. Hardly any of the newest flagship models had been sold today, and now someone was here to get a SIM card for one. "The clerk naturally thought of you from this morning. So, this mother and daughter were the wife and child of that handsome guy? But why were they both so thin, and their clothes were so clearly ill-fitting? That handsome guy didn't look like the type of person who would treat his family poorly." The clerk was a bit puzzled, but she didn't ask any further. Keeping the smile on her face, she exclaimed, "Wait, so the handsome guy who came to buy a phone this morning is your husband? Oh, you are so lucky. This is the latest model we have in the store. With this phone, you can sign up for this special plan. Top up $100 and get 100 free, plus 600 minutes of free talk time." It was the same enthusiastic service as before, except this time, the customer had changed from you to Vanessa. Vanessa, dazed by the sales pitch, handed over the money. She successfully set up the card, all the way until she walked out of the store. Inside her head, the clerk's enthusiastic voice was still echoing. It was overwhelming. But she had actually called you a good man. Vanessa really wanted to tell her, "If he's such a good man, why don't you take him home yourself?" After buying the SIM card, Vanessa went to get a bank card and deposited all the cash she had. After the SIM card cost, she had $4,900 left. You had given her exactly $5,000 this time. Walking out of the bank with the phone and bank card, Vanessa looked at the skyscrapers all around. Suddenly, she felt alive. Now, she could take the child and leave. With this money in her hands, she could find a job to support herself and the child. She could even pursue her dreams once again. This sudden freedom, made Vanessa stand frozen in place for a long time, until a tender young voice rang in her ear. "Mommy, can Lily have an ice cream?" She snapped back to reality instantly. Beside her, Lily was still pulling her hand. Her big, round eyes were staring fixedly at the ice cream stand nearby. Drool was practically escaping from the corners of her mouth. Vanessa laughed. Her smile was so bright and radiant. "You can, but only one bite. Otherwise your tummy will hurt, okay?" Lily loves Mommy the most. The mother and daughter were finally out. Took a nice, refreshing shower, totally unaware that Vanessa might potentially never come back. After your shower, you started preparing dinner. The usual 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a staple. You planned to make noodle soup tonight. But since you didn't know when they would be back, you were afraid the noodles would get soggy and lose their texture. So you didn't cook them right away. You set the other dishes on the table. The noodles were sliced and ready on the cutting board. Then you went back to the living room and flopped onto the sofa. You picked up your phone and started browsing parenting tips. What to do if your child won't eat? Just give them a spanking. Wait, that's definitely not the way. Swipe, swipe. Lily was such a good girl. How could she ever refuse to eat? Besides, for such a cute little thing, you couldn't bear to even lay a finger on her, until you scrolled so much she got a bit drowsy. You let out a yawn and checked the time in the top right corner. It was already 7:30 p.m. Why weren't they back yet? You suddenly sat bolt upright. No way. They couldn't have. Had something happened to them, right? You were a little nervous. You hurriedly stood up. You put on your shoes, prepared to go out and look for them. But just as you opened the door, You happened to run into them coming home. A soft, fragrant breeze wafted in from the doorway. You were completely stunned. At this moment, Vanessa was humming an unknown little tune. Her steps were light. The curve of her lips showed that she was in a very good mood. She was holding several shopping bags in her hands. Lily had one hand clutching the hem of her mother's shirt, and in her other hand, she still held that doll you gave her. The main reason you were so stunned was that both of them were now wearing well-fitting new clothes. 2 pairs of bright, cute almond eyes saw you, and clearly froze for a second as well. A moment later, Lily's sweetie leaned in toward you. "Daddy," she called out. Clearly, after having gone out for a while and changing into new clothes, Lily was in a fantastic mood. That one, Daddy, almost made your soul leave your body. You managed an okay, your voice even trembling a bit. Then you knelt down and ruffled Lily's hair. You scooped up the adorable little thing and led the way into the house. "Shall Daddy make you some noodles today? The kind with 2 eggs in it? Okay." Lily loves eggs. Lily likes Daddy the most. Vanessa was left standing at the door, completely floored. The little one just said she loved Mommy most. And in the blink of an eye, she'd defected. Lily didn't have to wait long. The noodles with eggs were ready in no time. You brought the noodles over to her and playfully flicked her little nose. Then, out of habit, you turned to head toward your bedroom. Just as you turned around, unexpectedly, the little one suddenly grabbed the hem of your shirt. "Daddy, can you eat with Lily?" That soft, sweet voice rang out again. You turned around and met Lily's expectant gaze, feeling a bit hesitant. You stole a quick glance at Vanessa, who was sitting nearby. Vanessa didn't say a word or even look up. It was as if she hadn't heard Lily at all. She just kept slurping the noodles in front of her. You were a bit speechless. This kind of situation was incredibly difficult to handle. Either kill me or let me go. Just give it to me straight. What exactly did this silence mean? All you could do was try to test the waters. "Then I'll stay here and eat with Lily." "Daddy, sit next to Lily." The response came from Lily, who was happily patting the empty spot beside her. You rubbed your nose. With an awkward expression, you brought another bowl of noodles from the kitchen and sat down next to Lily. Mommy sat on the left. Daddy sat on the right. Sandwiched in the middle, it was the first time Lily was surrounded by both parents. The smile never left her face. She even put extra effort into eating. She finished the entire bowl of noodles, cleaning it out completely. In the end, Vanessa was worried the little one would overeat and wouldn't let her have any more. Only then did the little girl stop. But after dinner, Lily's wish. It's all so and I. To have Mommy and Daddy play with the princess house together fell through. In the end, you were the only one playing with Lily. Vanessa, having finished her dinner, went back to the master bedroom alone. You could understand her choice, allowing you to sit at the same table. Vanessa must have gone through a massive internal struggle. You put yourself in Vanessa's shoes. If it were you, after suffering that kind of treatment in the past, and being asked to live peacefully with your enemy, you definitely couldn't do it. Wait, that's not right. If it were you, the old you would probably be missing a body by now. The kind that's chopped up and fed to the dogs. You played with Lily until 9:30 p.m. Lily was so tired she was nodding off, but she still refused to go to sleep. During this time, you also noticed a very serious problem. Lily was already 3 years old, but the little girl still couldn't take off her own shoes. You had to realize that a normal 3-year-old should be at the age for kindergarten. You knew this was caused by the broken family environment. It couldn't be fixed overnight, but it still broke your heart. Vanessa walked out of the bedroom at that moment. She didn't say a word, just silently watched you and Lily on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was crystal clear. You got the message instantly and picked Lily up. After giving her a kiss on her little cheek, you smiled and said, "Lily, it's bedtime. Daddy will play with you tomorrow, okay?" Lily's half-closed eyes fluttered open. She looked at your face, then turned her head to look at Vanessa. Then she suddenly buried her little head in your neck. "Lily wants to sleep with Daddy tonight." The sudden request left you a bit flustered. It made Vanessa's face turn a shade darker. The sudden silence was the most awkward part. You looked at Vanessa with an innocent expression. This was the little one's own idea. It really wasn't your doing. Vanessa secretly clenched her fists. This little ungrateful brat, she had spent so much time raising her. It had only been 2 days, and she was already corrupted by the enemy's charm. In the end, the little one got her way. Vanessa gave her a quick wash, and the little girl happily crawled into your bed. Lily was like a little koala, clinging to your neck and refusing to let go. You let her hold you like that. This was your first time putting a child to bed. Recalling the parenting tips from online, you gently told Lily a bedtime story. Once upon a time, in a beautiful kingdom, The king had two very lovely daughters. One of them was named Elsa. Lily felt completely content and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, while Lily was still sleeping, you got up early as usual. You tiptoed out of the bedroom and into the living room, preparing to go for a morning run. The next moment, as if in disbelief, you rubbed your eyes. The ointment on the coffee table was gone. Your eyes gradually lit up, and a broad, knowing smile broke across your face. You left the house today in high spirits. Morning run, shower, and cooking took over 2 hours in total. After finishing breakfast, you had another task, waking up your daughter. Lily was woken up by your gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw you, an adorable, sweet smile gradually bloomed on her face. The little one reached out her soft little arms, wanting a hug from Daddy. You immediately reached out and gently picked her up, dressing her in the new clothes from yesterday. Then you carried her out to wash up. You had watched videos on how to take care of children, but theory is just theory. Now that you were putting it into practice, you realized how difficult it actually was. The little girl's body was so delicate, you were afraid to use any force. So the whole process was very clumsy, especially when you were tying her hair. It felt totally beyond your skill. After struggling for a long time, it ended up looking crooked and messy. Daddy is a big dummy. Lily saw her messy hair in the mirror and pouted while teasing you. You pinched her little nose, making Lily burst into giggles. She reached out her tiny hand to pinch your nose back. Vanessa came out of the bedroom and saw this heartwarming scene. She didn't say anything, just silently went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Maybe she didn't even notice it herself, but a tiny smile had already formed on her lips. After the family of 3 had a simple breakfast, you didn't give Lily back to Vanessa. Instead, you took her over to the sofa and started playing with the princess house again. But this time, while playing with Lily, you, subtly, introduced some simple numbers into her mind. The numbers 1, 2, 10. After discovering Lily's problem, you had quietly made a plan to nurture the little one's learning through their daily play. Starting with simple numbers and moving to life skills, you would slowly teach Lily. Clearly, this wouldn't be a success overnight, but luckily, Lily was very bright. Before, there was simply no one to teach her. Now, with your casual guidance, she was quickly absorbing the information, and you noticed that since Vanessa returned yesterday, she seemed like a completely different person. She clearly had more spirit than before. This was a good sign, and it made you feel much better. Vanessa was downloading Instagram and other apps while watching the interaction between father and daughter. At this moment, she also noticed that you were subtly teaching Lily. She watched quietly, and a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. She had wanted to teach the child for a long time, but with their previous family situation, even survival had been difficult. How could she have the energy to be a normal mother and teach Lily? Vanessa looked away and checked her phone screen. As expected of the latest model, the apps downloaded very quickly. In just seconds, several apps were finished. The moment Vanessa logged into her Instagram, unread messages started popping up. It was from her former assistant of 2 years, Shenlele. She only had a few people on her Instagram contacts. Besides you, there were only a few from her old company. Shenlele's messages had been coming in since she got married. Right up until 2 days ago, sent continuously without a break. Most of them were asking how she was doing, but she hadn't been able to reply to any of them. Looking at this long string of messages, Vanessa felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She immediately replied, "I'm so sorry, Lily. I haven't been able to reply to your messages until now. I'm doing really well now. Don't worry about me." Scarcely 2 seconds after she sent it, an instant reply popped up. "Vanessa, you finally replied. I thought that after you got married, you didn't want anything to do with us anymore. Vanessa, you have no idea. Ever since you disappeared, the company has been full of nasty rumors, especially that annoying Zhang Qian. She's been so incredibly arrogant these past 2 years. She badmouths you to everyone she meets. She says you got what you deserved. It makes me so angry." Seeing Lele's message, Vanessa pursed her lips slightly. Zhang Qian wasn't wrong. She really did get what she deserved. Back when she was still at the company, she had always outshone Zhang Qian. It was only natural for Zhang Qian to act like this after she retired. "Lily, how have you been lately? Is everything going okay with you?" Vanessa didn't address Lele's comments about Zhang Qian. Instead, she just asked how her life was going. "I'm doing great, Vanessa, so don't you worry. I'm like a cockroach, you can't kill me. I just really miss you, though." "Vanessa, will you ever make a comeback?" Vanessa froze for a second. A flicker of longing appeared in her eyes. Would she ever make a comeback? She turned her head to look around the room. Then she looked over at Lily. After a moment, the longing in her eyes slowly faded away. I probably won't. But if you miss me, Lily, we can find some time to meet up and see each other. Meanwhile, in the Sky Beauty Entertainment Building in downtown Riverside, a young woman about 5'3" set down the heavy equipment on her shoulders. She held her phone excitedly with both hands, typing away as fast as she could. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing female voice jolted her out of her happiness. Lele, are you slacking off? Get back to work. Do you still think you're still the assistant to a top-tier star? If you don't want to do the job, then get the hell out of here. The owner of the voice was a woman with a sharp, fox-like face. Her chin was tilted up, and her thin, arched eyebrows were narrowed with utter disdain. What are you looking at? Take the equipment to the recording studio already. Can you afford to pay for my time if my recording is delayed? Lele rolled her eyes at the woman. She let out a quiet, muttered curse, but she still hoisted the equipment off the floor and headed toward the recording studio. Sounds good, Vanessa. I'm off this Saturday. Let's get in touch then. Vanessa looked at the message, and a genuine smile finally appeared on her face. She scrolled through her phone a bit more. Seeing that there were no other messages, she switched over to Twitter. Her last update on Twitter was still the one from 2 years ago. It was the official statement announcing her retirement. Her follower count, which used to be in the hundreds of thousands, had now dwindled down to a few thousand. Besides the bot accounts, there were actually quite a few old fans, who still regularly left comments checking in on her. She casually scrolled to the trending topics on Twitter. It was mostly just recent celebrity gossip, but among them, there were a few posts talking about a song that had recently gone viral, A Lifetime with You, a heavenly masterpiece, a divine singer, 1 million followers overnight from just one video. Who exactly is Starry Radiance? In-depth analysis, reviewing the latest musical treasure. Vanessa was quite curious about what this viral song sounded like. So, she clicked on the link in the post. The screen automatically jumped to a video player. The familiar guitar melody began to play. The living room suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of the singing echoed in their ears. You awkwardly turned your head away. Lily's big eyes blinked as she dove into Vanessa's arms. She looked at the phone screen. Vanessa was completely stunned. This familiar voice, wasn't it the song coming from the room the other day? So he had been recording a video that day. Lily was the first one to speak up. She pointed her tiny finger at the phone screen, then looked up at Vanessa. It's Daddy, she said, her eyes full of curiosity. Daddy is inside the phone. Yes, it's Daddy. Vanessa patted the little girl's head. She finally understood why you had so much money to replace all the furniture. With millions of likes, of course he'd have money. She looked at your sharp profile from the side, her gaze unreadably complex. Having heard her mother, Lily happily dove back into your arms. Her 2 short little arms cupped your face, her big eyes sparkling with light. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, Daddy is so gentle. Lily wants to sing too. I want to be inside the phone too. Feeling those 2 soft little hands on your face, your heart gradually melted. You cupped your daughter's face in your large hands. Does Lily like singing too? I do. Lily crinkled her eyes and answered without hesitation. Her smile was more radiant than ever. All right then, Daddy will teach you how to sing. Once you learn, you can sing in the phone, okay? Lily kept nodding her little head eagerly. Then she leaned in and happily gave your cheek a big, loud kiss. You beamed with joy at your reward. Under the little one's adoring gaze, you hurried to the guest room and brought out the guitar. Back on the sofa, you tuned the strings while cradling the guitar. You looked up and saw Vanessa and Lily, both staring at you without even blinking. Your face actually turned a bit red for once. Then, stroking the strings, you spoke. Today, Daddy's going to write a song just for Lily. I'll sing it through once for you first. Then, Daddy will sing a line, and you follow along, okay? Lily nodded happily. Her little face was full of anticipation. This song is called The Courage Explosion. Listen closely, Lily. With that, you lightly strummed the strings. A cheerful melody filled the living room. Lily's sense of rhythm was surprisingly good. She swayed her head and body gently to the melody. You couldn't help but follow her lead, swaying your body in time with hers. Looking at the father and daughter moving in perfect sync, Vanessa's gaze gradually softened. A faint smile crept onto her face. She actually joined in, swaying along to the rhythm. The whole family, for the first time ever, was immersed in a sea of joy. In that moment, even the living room felt brighter. As the song went on, Lily balled up her tiny fist and made a soaring Superman pose. You put down the guitar and joined her, making the same gesture together. Then you reached out your finger and lightly tapped the tip of Lily's nose. Lily dove into your arms. her short little arms hugging your neck tight. Daddy! Lily likes this, Daddy. Please don't change back to the old way, okay? Lily's soft, sweet voice echoed in your ear. Your mouth fell open slightly, and your eyes suddenly welled up with tears. You held Lily tightly in your arms, burying your face deep against her shoulder. Daddy will never be like that again. Your voice was raspy, but full of firm resolve. Vanessa couldn't see your face right then, but she was already covered in tears herself. Yet, she had a genuine smile on her face. She knew those old days would never return, never again. You were the first to pull your emotions back together. You set the guitar down beside you, and sat Lily on your lap. Lily, we're going to learn the song now. I'll sing a line, and you sing along with Daddy, okay? Okay, Lily quickly agreed. For the rest of the time, it became a private lesson between the father and daughter. Throughout the entire morning, the sound of their singing echoed through the living room. Seeing them completely immersed in the song, Vanessa silently started making lunch. It was just that her cooking clearly wasn't as good as yours. This caused Lily to keep clamoring throughout the meal that she only wanted to eat Daddy's cooking from now on. This made a jealous Vanessa roll her eyes at the little girl. She felt indignant, you little heartless brat. It's only been 2 days, and he's already bought you over. This family atmosphere made you feel very content. This was what a real family was supposed to look like. Lily learned very quickly. In just 3 days, she was able to sing The Courage Explosion perfectly from start to finish. At Lily's strong request, you also filmed a video of her and posted it to TikTok. In the video, Lily wore her pink princess dress with a bow on her head. Her little body swayed back and forth to the music. She was incredibly adorable. While you were filming, your face was beaming with joy. Your whole expression screamed, "This is my daughter," with a proud and smug look on your face. Vanessa, watching the excitement from the side, caught a glimpse of your expression and almost choked trying to hold back her laughter. This was the first time she had seen you look like this. Over these 3 days, due to your good behavior, the relationship between you and Vanessa had softened a lot. At the very least, Vanessa would now take the initiative to say a few words to you. No one expected that the second video on the Lily Ding account would also be a song. The song was still an original, and it was still just as beautiful. At TikTok headquarters, Leo noticed the video immediately. After watching the whole thing, he gave it the maximum algorithmic boost without a second thought. Such an adorable little munchkin, and such a catchy song. Leo had a doting smile on his face. His grin stretched from ear to ear. Following that, the TikTok trending page exploded again. Before the wave of a lifetime with you had even settled, the storm of The Courage Explosion had already begun. This time, the heat gathered even faster. In just one afternoon, it reached 5 million likes. The number of comments was even more absurd. This also meant that by the evening, you had to put your phone on silent again. You sat on the sofa holding Lily, tirelessly scrolling through the comment section. The people in the comments were all so talented. You couldn't stop reading them. If I had a daughter like this, I wouldn't allow any punks within 100 miles of her. This was the most liked comment. Like father, like daughter. The father starts with a masterpiece like A Lifetime with You. Then the daughter follows up with The Courage Explosion. Is it mommy's turn for the next video? This was the comment with the most replies. Then came Saturday. You had just finished your morning run and pushed the door open while wiping your sweat. You saw Vanessa wearing her newly bought slit nightgown, coming out of the bathroom. She had clearly just finished showering, and she was currently blow-drying her hair. Her pretty face was slightly flushed from the steam. The two of you stood there, staring at each other. A line of poetry suddenly popped into your head. Natural beauty needs no adornment. Like a hibiscus emerging from the water, it described Vanessa at this moment perfectly. Seeing you staring at her like a complete idiot, Vanessa instinctively covered her chest. Blood rushed to her face, and even her earlobes began to turn red. Even though they had been married for over 2 years, this feeling felt like they were a young couple who had just started dating. Morning. Vanessa tried her best to calm herself down, as she gave you a greeting. However, her pace toward the bedroom involuntarily quickened. Morning, you simply replied. Vanessa didn't say anything else. As she practically fled back into the bedroom, you let out a helpless laugh. You brushed the stray thoughts from your mind, and hummed a song as you walked into the bathroom, showering, cooking, and waking up Lily, the daily routine. When you pushed the bedroom door open, Lily was still fast asleep. Her little mouth was slightly open, as she lay sprawled out on your large bed. After a few days of normal eating and sleeping, Lily's complexion had become much more vibrant. Although she was still quite thin, her overall energy was visibly much better. You sat by the bed and watched her for a while. You lean down and gently pimps the little girl's nose. Lily, time to wake up and eat. The little munchkin on the bed puckered her lips. She slowly opened her eyes. When she saw you, her smile stretched from ear to ear. Then she lazily reached out her short arms and hugged your neck. Daddy! Her sweet voice was full of affection. You smiled. You reached out to pick her up and walked out of the room. You placed her on the stool in front of the sink. The little girl had been washing her face and brushing her teeth herself for the past 2 days. You stayed by her side to support her, squeezing her toothpaste and handing her towels. Lily was very smart. It only took 2 days for her to master this skill. Vanessa also stepped out of the bedroom at this time. Her long hair was tied up high, into a small bun. Seeing Vanessa like this made your eyes light up involuntarily. You nodded secretly to yourself. This was the vibrancy someone in their 20s should have, except she was still too thin. She would definitely look even better if she were a bit chubbier. Vanessa still felt a bit nervous, her cheeks slightly flushed. This was the first time she had dressed up like this at home. She didn't know if she looked good. She looked up at you while you were still taking care of Lily, then quietly walked to the table and sat down. His eyes seemed to light up just now. So that means I look good, right? Wait, why do I care about his opinion? Vanessa puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Her chopsticks inadvertently stirred the bowl twice. She was angry at her own lack of resolve. At that moment, you took your seat with the freshly cleaned Lily. Lily gave a sweet, "Mommy." Then she picked up her special small spoon and scooped up the golden millet porridge in front of her. Can you go out with us today? You were looking down, enjoying your meal, when you suddenly heard Vanessa's words. You looked up at Vanessa with a look of confusion. Vanessa nodded, not looking at you, but her earlobes were already a deep crimson. Sure, you agreed very readily. On the street, you hailed a taxi. You were heading to Yida Plaza in the city center today. Vanessa and her former assistant, Lele Shen, had arranged to meet at a milk tea shop there. The reason for bringing you and Lily along was entirely because Lele wanted to see the little one, and because Lily had become your little shadow over the last few days, she was inseparable from you. So, you were purely riding on the little one's coattails. After 2 years, she was finally going to see Vanessa again. Lele was feeling very excited. She had bought several milk teas in advance and sat in her seat staring at the entrance of the shop. Lily had worked with Vanessa for 1.5 years. The two were practically sisters. Vanessa had been really good to her. It was just a pity that Vanessa had ended up with you. She didn't understand either why Vanessa insisted on being with that good-for-nothing man. She couldn't figure it out, and she had tried to persuade the old Vanessa. But Vanessa seemed dead set on it and wouldn't listen to any advice. Lele's mind was wandering through these thoughts when she suddenly saw that familiar figure holding a bouncing little munchkin's hand, walking in through the shop door. Her eyes lit up. She suddenly stood up and waved her hand. Vanessa! Vanessa heard the voice. She looked up and saw Lele Shen. Seeing that waving hand, a smile couldn't help but spread across her face. Lily really hadn't changed. She was still so lively and cheerful. Walking up to her, both of their eyes were brimming with tears of joy. Two sisters meeting after a long separation. Neither could quite suppress their emotions. Lele looked closely at Vanessa. Her eyes turned even redder. She grabbed Vanessa's hand. Her lip began to tremble. Vanessa, you've lost so much weight. Is that man treating you badly? Where is he? I'll teach him a lesson. Vanessa bit her lip and shook her head. She sat down with Lele. She pulled Lily close to sit beside her. Only then did she speak. Don't worry, Lele. He's treating me quite well now. What about you? How has work been since I left? I'm doing okay. Vanessa, you have no idea how much I missed you. The two asked each other about their lives. After chatting for a while, Lele finally shifted her gaze to the little one. The little girl had been sitting quietly by their side. Lele had been too busy catching up with Vanessa. She hadn't taken a close look at her until now. Looking at her now, Lele's eyes lit up instantly. She looks so much like you, Vanessa. She's practically your mini-me, especially those big, bright eyes. One look was enough to make anyone fall in love with her. Vanessa, is this Lily? She's your twin. She's so adorable. While Lily spoke, she left her seat and squatted in front of the little one. She reached out to stroke Lily's cheek. Then her brow furrowed slightly. The little girl was just as thin as Vanessa. Lele felt a surge of fury. She was certain that good-for-nothing man must be treating Vanessa and the child poorly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She wanted to confront the man right then and there. She looked up at Vanessa. Vanessa, didn't you say he was coming too? Where is he? Vanessa could sense Lele's hostility toward you. She didn't know how to explain it. She could only give an awkward smile. Lily wanted ice cream. He's waiting in line to get some for her. Naturally, Laylee noticed the expression on Vanessa's face. Her heart ached for her even more. Her Vanessa had always been gentle and reserved. But now, within that gentleness, there was a hint of timidity. She could feel it. Fearing she would scare the child, Laylee just let out a cold snort and returned to her seat. Secretly, she was gritting her teeth, wanting to kill you. Vanessa? Laylee started to speak, but she suddenly stopped. Her gaze gradually sharpened. She looked toward the entrance of the milk tea shop. Vanessa was startled. Her expression became even more awkward. She thought you had arrived, causing Laylee's hostility. Just as she was about to turn around and look, a sharp, shrill voice rang out from behind her. Laylee Shen, you have time for milk tea? Did you finish the work I assigned you? Crystal, are you ever going to stop? Today is my day off. Laylee's face looked terrible. Like a bristling kitten, she glared at the person who had spoken. Vanessa turned around. Only then did she see that it was Crystal Zhang. Vanessa was momentarily dazed. She was a rising star from her former company, who also marketed herself as a talented singer. Well, if it isn't Vanessa, shouldn't you be at home being a good little housewife? Why are you out here looking for Laylee? Crystal had a smile in her eyes, but the words coming out of her mouth were pure mockery. Before Vanessa could say anything, Laylee exploded. Crystal! Mind your own business. It's not a work day. Stop with the snide remarks. Vanessa, let's go. There's a stray dog barking here. It's only going to ruin our mood. After Laylee finished speaking, she picked up Lily and grabbed Vanessa's hand to leave. But Crystal stepped in front of them, blocking their way. Her eyes were filled with gloom. She looked at Vanessa, her eyebrows arching as she laughed. Oh! Vanessa, why are you so thin? Is life that hard for you? If it is, just tell me. I can spare a little charity. After all, I'm just too kind-hearted. Look at Laylee. She's just a gopher for me now. Isn't life great, right, Laylee? Laylee's face turned pale. She stared at Crystal without saying a word. Vanessa snapped her head around to look at Laylee. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Doing odd jobs was just manual labor. How could the company let Laylee do that? But now clearly wasn't the time to ask. Vanessa turned back, and her gaze toward Crystal was now filled with anger. But just as she was about to speak, Laylee spoke up first. My contract with the company expires at the end of the month. I'll be resigning then. I just hope certain people don't climb too high, only to have a harder fall. If Vanessa makes a comeback, certain people will probably wake up screaming. Crystal was stunned for a moment. She did indeed have a bit of a complex regarding Vanessa. After all, in the past, Vanessa had completely overshadowed her for a year and a half. Who even knew who she was when Vanessa was around? But Crystal soon laughed it off. She looked at Vanessa with a look of pure contempt. A comeback? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Which company would dare to sign a washed-up artist with a kid? Speaking of kids, Vanessa, your kid is actually quite pretty. You should consider grooming her to be the next child star. As Crystal spoke, her face was full of disdain. She even reached out, completely forgetting herself, trying to pinch Lily's little cheek. Stop. Get your filthy hand away from her. I promise, if you dare touch her, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Two voices rang out at the same time. One was Vanessa's. The other, a deep male voice, came from you. Your gaze was cold and sharp. You walked quickly over to Vanessa. You handed the ice creams to the three of them. Then you faced Crystal, shielding Vanessa and Lily behind your back. Crystal was startled. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When you were angry, you were incredibly intimidating. But once she regained her composure and looked at you closely, she suddenly laughed. Oh, it's just this useless pretty boy. I wondered who it was. So, it's you. What, do you want to hit someone in public? You frowned. You turned back to Vanessa, with a questioning look in your eyes. You were clearly asking Vanessa where this shrew had come from. She's a singer for my old company. I didn't expect to run into her here either. Others might not be afraid of your anger, but Vanessa was a little bit scared. Seeing you looking at her, she lowered her head slightly. Seeing Vanessa like this, your frown deepened. You let out a silent sigh. Without asking anything more, you turned back and looked down at Crystal. A singer? I'm sorry. But I've never heard of you, and I don't know you. All I know is that a good dog doesn't block the path. Please move. You spoke very seriously. Crystal's voice became even more shrill. You need to learn your place. Did you think I didn't know? You spend all your time sucking up to Marcus and Ben from Flowery. You're always buying them drinks. So don't you dare act like a big shot with me. Marcus, Ben, you thought carefully about those names. You finally remembered who they were. They were members of the group the original owner had been in. After he retired, he had wanted to make a comeback. So, he had indeed bought them drinks and sucked up to them, except they didn't give him the time of day. I'm not familiar with the two people he mentioned either. If you keep harassing us, don't be surprised when I call security. Crystal glared at you venomously, but she still stepped aside obediently. You pulled Vanessa up beside you. Laylee followed along closely. The group walked straight outside. Just as they brushed past Crystal, however, Crystal suddenly spoke to Vanessa again. Such a pity. Some people will never be able to sing again. Vanessa, my new song drops at the end of this month. After saying that, Crystal actually let out a delighted laugh. How could someone like you ever compete with me? Crystal's shrill voice echoed in their ears. Lily Shen wanted nothing more than to rush up and slap her. She knew full well how much Vanessa loved singing, and she knew she couldn't sing anymore. Saying that was a deliberate twist of the knife. Your footsteps faltered for a moment. You gave Crystal a deep, searching look. Then, expressionless, you continued walking toward the exit. Vanessa didn't say a word. She only pursed her lips slightly. However, a tender, childish voice suddenly rang out. The voice was crisp and firm. My mommy sings better than you. You're a mean lady. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the little one to speak up for her mother at a time like this. You were stunned for just a second. Then, with a smile, you ruffled the little one's head. Impressive. She really was your daughter. You had originally been a bit angry, but the moment Lily spoke up, the anger in your heart vanished into thin air. Ignoring Crystal's reaction, the group left that place of drama behind. The group arrived at a restaurant. Vanessa and Lele started chatting together. While they were walking earlier, there were things Vanessa was worried about but didn't ask. Now that they were finally seated and no outsiders were around, she took Lele's hand. She finally asked the question she'd been dying to ask. Lily, how did you end up doing odd jobs for Crystal? And what about Sister Yoon? What is she doing now? Sister Yoon was Vanessa's former manager. She was nearly 40 and had always treated Vanessa well, almost like her own daughter. Hearing Vanessa's questions, Lily couldn't hide her dejection. After you left, Sister Yoon was fired not long after. She looked for a job for a long time but couldn't find anything. Later, her mother got sick and was hospitalized. She had to stay at the hospital to take care of her. She ended up having to take a job as a nanny. Vanessa didn't expect Sister Yoon to have fallen into such a state. Her vision grew a bit blurry. She could vaguely recall how Sister Yoon used to be, so sharp and efficient when she worked. The two of them fell silent. Vanessa pursed her lips. She knew all of this was her own fault. If not for her selfishness, Sister Yoon wouldn't be in this position. She had defied the company so many times. For Vanessa's sake, when she was successful, the company naturally said nothing. But after she just up and walked away, it was easy to imagine what kind of treatment Sister Yoon would have faced. The atmosphere grew a bit heavy. After the group finished their meal quickly, Lily talked with Vanessa for a bit longer, before hurrying away. Vanessa's mood remained very low. The family of 3 had planned to take Lily to the amusement park this afternoon, but now she didn't even have the heart for it. You could naturally sense her mood. You wanted to say something, but in the end, the words didn't come out. Actually, you didn't understand either. Why Vanessa had originally seemed so spellbound that she insisted on marrying you. The original owner didn't know, and you knew even less. Vanessa wanted to go home. She wanted to be alone in peace, but when she saw the look of hope in Lily's eyes, she couldn't bear to let her down. To avoid disappointing Lily, the family of 3 eventually arrived at the amusement park. The little one was very happy. It was her first time ever at an amusement park. Pulling your hand, she wanted to rush inside. Vanessa forced herself to cheer up at this point. She didn't want Lily to look back on her first trip to an amusement park and remember her family being sad. The family first went on the carousel. After that, they went on a few more rides. The sky gradually darkened without them realizing it. The park lit up with colorful, glowing lights. The last ride was the Ferris wheel. By the time you were carrying Lily and sat inside the cabin with Vanessa, Lily had already fallen fast asleep in your arms. The Ferris wheel slowly rose. The buildings on the ground, glowing with colorful lights, gradually grew smaller. What you didn't know was that this was also Vanessa's first time at an amusement park, and her first time on a Ferris wheel. Her almond eyes looked curiously out of the cabin. Her eyes were sparkling with light. She looked out the window, and you looked at her. Perhaps, sensing your gaze, her earlobes slowly turned red. She shot you a bashful look. It was the first time you had ever seen such a look. It was a bit much to take in. The lights from the Ferris wheel illuminated her thin face. You suddenly felt she was quite dazzling. The Ferris wheel continued to rise slowly. In the next moment, from various spots around the castle, almost at the same instant, fireworks were launched into the air. The moment the fireworks exploded, you saw clearly A breathtaking smile appeared on Vanessa's face. It was a smile that came from the heart. You were left a bit dazed by the sight. The Ferris wheel reached its highest point. The fireworks were even clearer now. Vanessa's smiling face was even more enchanting. You don't have to be afraid like you were before. Your voice was soft amid the sound of the fireworks. Vanessa didn't hear you clearly. She turned her face to look at you, with a questioning look. You didn't look back at her, continuing to watch the dazzling fireworks in the sky. She's too gentle. That's not good. She'll get bullied. You don't have to be afraid like before. I know you want to sing. I know there are many things you want to do. Go ahead and do them. I'll take care of Lily. Vanessa didn't respond. You turned your head, only to see 2 crystal-clear tracks of tears on her face. She pursed her lips, staring at you without blinking. The intensity in her eyes, filled with grievance and complexity, felt like it was going to drown you. You immediately grew nervous, not understanding why she'd suddenly started crying out of nowhere. Who are you? Vanessa kept her almond eyes fixed on yours. Her vision was a misty blur of tears. Her voice was crisp but not loud, yet it rang so clearly in your heart. You were silent. The air grew still. It seemed even the sound of the fireworks had vanished. After a long time, you gave her a gentle smile. Then you spoke, your voice suddenly a bit raspy. I'm Huo Tingyao. Vanessa continued to watch you. Your smile made her feel as if her heart had suddenly skipped a beat, thumping like a trapped deer in her chest. Your answer was even more unexpected to her. She looked into your eyes, clear and shining. Her tears suddenly fell even faster. She hugged her knees and buried her head, sobbing softly. Then she spoke. Right. You are Hui Tingyao. Who else could you be but him? Let me tell you a cliché story. Once there was a little girl in an orphanage. She was very timid. But in the orphanage, there was always a boy, a year older, who protected her. One day, she was being bullied by a group of boys. That older brother shielded her behind him. He never let her get hurt a bit, even though he himself was covered in wounds. At that time, in her eyes, that boy who was a year older was her entire world. But after that, the brother disappeared. Until much later, when she grew up, she met that brother again. She got her wish and married him. You were left speechless after hearing her story. Everything finally started to make sense. Vanessa looked up. Her vision was blurred by tears. She looked so lonely and pitiful. She had finally voiced the secret buried in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone thought she was throwing her life away. But she alone believed it was worth it. Yet the outcome had been so tragic. She had regretted it countless times, until the you of now appeared. She had asked who you were. You said you were Tingyao Huo, and that was enough. A gentle warmth filled your gaze. You could finally understand Vanessa's heart. Seeing the tenderness and affection in your eyes, Vanessa could no longer restrain herself. She threw herself directly into your arms. Jostling with Lily for a spot in your embrace, she sobbed softly. Lily was jolted awake. Her eyes were groggy. She watched in confusion as her mother took over her spot. The little one was only stunned for a second. Then, overjoyed, she wrapped one arm around Daddy and the other around Mommy. She planted 2 loud, wet kisses on their cheeks. Today was the best day of Lily's life. You looked at the 2 beauties in your arms, big and small, and couldn't help but chuckle. Life was finally heading in the right direction. That was enough. However, some plans needed to be adjusted. The fireworks display slowly came to an end. The Ferris wheel gradually descended back to the ground. Vanessa walked ahead, carrying Lily. You followed from behind. You rubbed your nose as you watched Vanessa practically sprint away. After they got off the Ferris wheel, Vanessa immediately pulled away from your embrace. It was as if, in an instant, she had reverted to her usual coldness toward you. Her attitude masked her inner turmoil. Even her grip on Lily was tense. She felt her earlobes and cheeks burning. She had actually stayed in your arms for that long. She had acted like a little girl, snuggling and nuzzling against your chest. How embarrassing. He must be laughing at me in his head. When they exited the Ferris wheel cabin, she had seen the suppressed smile on your face. At the thought of this, Vanessa's pace became even more frantic. It was as if she were in a power walking competition. You had no idea why she was suddenly so full of energy. You had to jog just to keep up with her. Not until they reached the park exit, and you saw she had no intention of slowing down. Did you finally have to call out to her? Wait, are you planning to walk all the way home? Let's just call a ride from here. Vanessa stopped and stood by the curb, still refusing to look at you. She was even more convinced that you were mocking her behind her back. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. It took a while before you finally hailed a taxi. For the first time, you considered buying a car. The cab came to a smooth stop at the complex entrance. You paid the fare, and stepped out quietly with Lily in your arms. You arrived back home. You carried Lily back to her room and tucked her in. Then you headed quickly toward your own room. You fell asleep almost as soon as your head hit the pillow. Unlike your peaceful slumber, Vanessa was tossing and turning. The moment she closed her eyes in bed, scenes from today at the amusement park unconsciously flooded her mind. Frustrated, Vanessa pulled the quilt and covered her face. She tried to force herself to sleep, but her fluttering eyelashes betrayed her. Her mind was far from being at peace. 6 a.m. You woke up as usual, right on time. Run, shower, breakfast. Waking Lily up, you completed the whole routine. But Vanessa was nowhere to be seen. Staring at the closed master bedroom door, you scratched your head. They really did get back quite late last night. She was actually still asleep. You didn't plan on waking her. You would just leave some breakfast for her. After eating, you washed the dishes and put them away. As you were stepping out of the kitchen, Vanessa finally emerged. With a slightly flushed face, she crossed the living room to the bathroom. Do you still want to sing? At the sound of your voice, Vanessa froze for a moment. She didn't respond for quite a while. You held your phone, leaning against the bathroom door frame. You waited silently for her answer. A moment later, her soft voice reached your ears. Yes, just one word, nothing more. In Vanessa's mind, the life she was living now was already beyond her wildest dreams from the last 2 years. Singing felt like a distant, unreachable dream. It was something she kept buried deep inside. You didn't press her further. You just nodded and went back to the guest room with your phone. You opened your TikTok DMs and started scrolling. Your inbox had exploded long ago. Ever since that first video, you had only skimmed through a few. You hadn't checked them since. It was a struggle to find anything specific now. But you kept silently swiping through the screen. You patiently filtered through the messages one by one. Finally, your eyes lit up. You opened a specific message. As you read the message, your fingers drummed rhythmically against the screen. You were weighing your options. Originally, your only goal had been to make money. Once you had enough, and ensured Lily and Vanessa were taken care of, you would have bowed out. But after everything that happened yesterday, you had a change of heart. The message was straightforward. Soundwave Entertainment would like to invite you to join us. With your musical talent, we can quickly turn you into a top-tier superstar. At the end of the message was a contact number. Soundwave Entertainment, one of the big 3 entertainment giants in the country. In this world, the TikTok platform was actually a subsidiary of Soundwave. After only a moment's thought, you stopped hesitating. You dialed the number for Soundwave. You hit call. It only rang a few times before someone picked up. A sophisticated female voice came through. Hello? Hello? Who is calling, please? Hello, my name is Starry Radiance on TikTok. I received a private message from your company. Is now a good time to talk? Meanwhile, at the TikTok headquarters in the city, Sienna Yang took the call. She was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected the creator known as Starry Radiance to actually call her. After all, it had been a few days since she had sent the invitation. She had assumed he had no interest in the industry. Hello? Are you still there? Came the pleasant male voice. Sienna Yang suddenly snapped out of it. Then, an irrepressible look of joy appeared on her face. You have to understand, the hottest thing on the internet right now was undoubtedly this mysterious guy, Mr. Starry Radiance. I am from Sound Wave Entertainment. I'm Sienna Yang, the Vice Director of HR. Are you interested in joining Soundwave? Hello, Director Yang. I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to enter the industry myself right now. However, I would like to recommend a singer to you. I was wondering if your company would be interested. Sienna Yang couldn't hide her disappointment. She shook her head with a wry smile. It was Starry Radiance she wanted. Mr. Starry Radiance. Here's the thing. I'm only the Vice Director. If it were you, given your current popularity, I could have made the decision myself. But for anyone else, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to give you a direct yes. Despite her reluctance, Sienna Yang still explained the situation to you earnestly. I can give you my word that she is a very talented singer. Plus, I'll be writing the songs for her. Furthermore, Vast Mott, if your company needs songs in the future, I can work as a musician for Soundwave Entertainment. However, there will be conditions. Don't just have anyone come to me for a song. I won't write for someone I don't respect. If you agree to that, we can discuss the specific details later. What do you think? You spoke calmly over the phone. Sienna Yang fell silent on the other end. At that moment, her mind was racing, weighing the potential benefits. A moment later, Sienna admitted she was tempted. But the company wasn't a one-woman show. She still had to report to her superiors, Mr. Starry Radiance. This isn't something I can decide on my own. I'll discuss it with the company and get back to you. Regardless of the outcome, I'll respond to you as soon as possible. Alright, then I'll look forward to your reply. The call ended. Sienna Yang didn't hesitate. She grabbed her phone and hurried out the door. You put down your phone and thought for a bit, deciding to wait for the other party's response. After all, Soundwave was one of the big three in the country. Starting there would put you ahead of the competition. If this didn't work out, you'd just find another way with a different company. Having checked another task off your list, you let out a sigh of relief. You opened the door and walked out of the guest room. Lily was playing nicely with her toys, muttering something to herself from time to time. Vanessa had finished washing up and was sitting at the table eating breakfast. Hearing the door open, she looked up for a second, then looked back down at her food, pretending to be unbothered. But the shy look on her face caught your eye immediately, not to mention her dark circles. Heaven only knew what she was thinking about last night. To end up with insomnia. You were more confused than ever, wondering what exactly she was blushing about. You didn't tell Vanessa about the entertainment company. There was no point in mentioning it until things were settled. Without looking at her again, there was suddenly a knock at the door. You looked at Vanessa in confusion, only to see that Vanessa was looking back at you with the same bewildered expression. This made you even more puzzled. Both you and Vanessa were orphans. No one had visited this home in ages. Who could it be? The knocking continued, getting louder and louder. Clearly, the person outside wasn't getting an answer, and started using more force. You frowned. This person was incredibly rude. Just because no one answered right away, they had to bang that hard? You didn't wait any longer. With a cold expression, you stood up and walked toward the door. To your surprise, the person outside started shouting, "Ting Yao, open up. I know you're in there. It's Marcus and Ben. Aren't you messaging us every day to buy us drinks?" Hearing those two annoying voices, your face went completely dark. Vanessa's face also paled. She frowned and looked at the door with disgust. Lily had already put down her toys and run into Vanessa's arms. The violent knocking had terrified her. You turned around just in time to see this. Your face darkened even further, even carrying a hint of a murderous aura. Damn it, it took you so many days to finally get your little girl to open up, and these two dared to scare her like that. Unforgivable. You opened the door. Standing right there were Marcus and Ben from your former group. They had mocking smirks on their faces and tried to look past you into the house. However, you blocked the view of the interior completely. Ting Yao, why'd it take you so long to open the door? Are we not welcome? Seeing their smug faces, you really wanted to shove a fist into them. Back when you were in the group together, these two would call you Brother Hua every day, all because the original owner was the visual center of the group. He was the most popular back then, and he was the one who carried the group's debut. When you started dating Vanessa, they were all incredibly jealous. But once the original owner retired and became a nobody, their attitudes flipped, calling you names and mocking you at every turn. And yet, the original owners still tried to suck up to them. Truly ridiculous. You weren't that big idiot anymore, so you weren't about to give them the time of day. You already know the answer, so why ask? You're not welcome here. Go back to wherever you came from. Marcus, however, had the nerve to take a step forward. Ting Yao, are you in a bad mood today? Haven't you been dying to see us? We're here now, so what's with the attitude? Oh, I get it. Haven't had a drink yet? Come on, let Marcus have a couple of rounds with you first. If it were the old you would have happily welcomed them in to go drinking. But you weren't him. You pulled the door partially shut, sidestepping Marcus's reaching hand. Your expression remained cold. I quit drinking. I'm never drinking again. Also, I don't want to see you. Don't come looking for me ever again. Marcus's forward step faltered. He stared at you, then turned to exchange a look with Ben. They both laughed. Ben! Did I hear that right? He said he doesn't want to see us. Marcus dug into his ear, pretending to be in disbelief. Ben laughed along. You heard right, Marcus. He's kicking us out. Impressive. Crystal was right after all. Someone's lost his mind. He still thinks he's a big star like before. Marcus's face instantly twisted, his expression turning cold. Who do you think you are? Forgotten how you used to beg us already? Looking at the two clowns before you, you were speechless. Were they performing a theater act out here, finishing each other's sentences? You instinctively turned to look at the closed door. Thinking that Lily and Vanessa were inside, you knew arguing here would scare them. You reached out and patted Marcus on the shoulder, making a shooing motion. Let's go. If you have something to say it outside. Before Marcus and Ben could react, you grabbed each of them by the arm and started walking out. By the time Marcus and Ben realized what was happening and tried to break free in annoyance, they found that your strength was surprisingly immense. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break your grip. You didn't let go until you were outside the building, Go back to where you came from. I won't say it a second time. Marcus and Ben's faces were flushed with anger. They had made a guarantee to Crystal, and they didn't expect to get shut down like this. But your strength earlier had spooked them. For a moment, they were afraid to make a move. Don't you want to know why we're here? Marcus asked. Fearing you would refuse again, Ben quickly followed up on Marcus's words. We're here to invite you back to the group. Haven't you always wanted to come back? You looked at them sideways, waiting to hear what kind of garbage they were spewing. Marcus and Ben, seeing that you seemed interested, had looks of smugness in their eyes. Didn't you always want to come back? You even said Vanessa ruined your career. Now we can help you get back in. But you have to divorce Vanessa. How about it? Simple, right? You kept your sidelong glance, wondering if these two took you for a complete fool. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Don't make me lose my patience. You're the ones being disrespectful. You weren't intimidated at all, and fired back directly, looking at their red faces, appearing as if they wanted to move but didn't dare. You reached out and patted Marcus on the shoulder again. He flinched at the touch. I know why you're here. Go back and tell your boss to stop using Vanessa for clout. Otherwise, you didn't finish, ignoring the two idiots, as you turned and walked back inside, watching your retreating back. Marcus and Ben's faces were mottled with red and purple. They stared at you with death in their eyes. Ben was still unwilling to let it go. Marcus, are we really just letting him leave like this? Marcus grimaced as he rubbed the shoulder you had patted until it hurt. What else am I supposed to do? He snapped back. It's so weird. It's like he suddenly became a completely different person. His strength is so immense. Let's go. Since we didn't get the job done, we'll just have to think of another way later. Ben let out a dejected grunt. The two of them turned and left. You, on the other hand, walked home with light steps. Vanessa hadn't finished her meal yet. She looked at you from the dining table with a questioning expression. Are they gone? Yeah, they won't be coming back again, he said nonchalantly. You reached out to pick up Lily and sat down on the sofa, watching you as if nothing had happened, playing with Lily and her toys. Only then did Vanessa turn back and lower her head to continue eating. The home returned to its previous warmth. Unlike your side, Marcus and Ben were feeling absolutely miserable. Right after being humiliated by you, they were ruthlessly humiliated by Crystal. They had given Crystal a guarantee that they could convince you, but they didn't expect to be kicked out directly, which only made them hate you even more. As evening approached, Vanessa went out with Lily to buy groceries. Alone at home, you picked up your phone, ready to scroll through TikTok. And just then, you received a call from Sienna Yang. Mr. Starry Radiance? Is that you? It's me. After you replied, a voice immediately came through the receiver. Mr. Starry Radiance, we've discussed it. We can let the person you recommended join the company, but the higher-ups have a condition. You currently only have 2 songs out, and one of them is a children's song. Don't get the wrong idea. Both of these songs are excellent, but the higher-ups still want to see more of your songwriting abilities. I don't know if that's convenient. As expected, with just 2 songs, the other party doesn't trust my abilities. Songwriting, right? Sure. Your answer was short and to the point. Sienna Yang had been feeling quite nervous, but hearing Starry Radiance agree so readily, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. She had spent a lot of time today working on this. She believed in Starry Radiance's talent, but the higher-ups were still a bit skeptical. In the end, though, the company agreed to give Starry Radiance a chance. It just so happens that recently, Huaying gave several entertainment companies a difficult challenge. Because of this challenge, they've invited many songwriters, but unfortunately, nothing has caught their eye. Everything ended up being rejected. If Starry Radiance can solve this problem, the company will never doubt him again. Mr. Starry Radiance, can we meet in person to discuss the details? We still need you to come over, to write the lyrics and music on the spot, Sienna Yang said very sincerely. She also wanted to meet this mysterious fellow, to see what he actually looked like. You thought for a moment, other than taking care of the kid, you didn't have much else to do at home, so you agreed readily. Sure, what time? And where? Shanghai. If possible, coming tomorrow would be best. The earlier, the better for you. It will help demonstrate your value even more. Alright then, tomorrow afternoon it is. After the call ended, you booked a flight for 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Before long, you had fallen into a deep sleep. When Vanessa returned with Lily, she saw you fast asleep. Lily walked to the sofa and gently snuggled into your arms. In your dream, you only felt as if a kitten were constantly rubbing against your face. You felt a bit smothered and suddenly jolted awake. Lily's cheerful laughter echoed in your ears. You looked down, only to realize it was your precious daughter, pinching your nose with her warm little hand. Daddy, it's time to eat. You gave a knowing smile, suddenly feeling that these days were quite wonderful. The aroma of food drifted over from the dining area, making you realize how hungry you were. Vanessa's silhouette emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice. She glanced at you and whispered, I saw you were still sleeping, so I just went ahead and made dinner. You scooped up Lily and stood up. The look and smell are perfect. I'm starving just looking at it. Hearing your praise, Vanessa felt a bit shy. She nodded and went back to the kitchen to bring another bowl of rice to the table. The family ate together. You put a piece of crispy fried pork into Lily's bowl. You turned to Vanessa and said, Oh, by the way, I have to go out for a trip tomorrow. I'm not sure yet how many days I'll be gone. Vanessa was sipping some soup. When she heard your words, she was suddenly choked and couldn't stop coughing. You hurriedly handed her a tissue with a worried expression. Vanessa took the tissue and turned away to wipe her mouth. Hearing that you were suddenly leaving, she truly felt a bit flustered. She didn't know if she should ask where you were going. She, who just a week ago had been desperate to escape, now, hearing that you were going out, unexpectedly felt a trace of reluctance. It was Lily who finally asked, Where is Daddy going? Ruffling her little head, Daddy is going to find Mommy a job. Then you looked at Vanessa. I'm sorry for making a decision for you without asking first. But Lily said you like to sing, and I thought you probably still love it. I didn't mention it before because things weren't settled yet. But now a company has invited me over to talk. If it goes well, you can make a proper comeback and go back to singing. Soundwave Entertainment should be a good fit. He's letting me sing? Vanessa instinctively looked at you. You were very serious. The two of you locked eyes. A watery mist suddenly clouded Vanessa's almond eyes. Her eyes grew slightly red. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became as soft as water. This was a bit much for you to handle. You lowered your head and shoveled some rice into your mouth. Vanessa hadn't expected that she would truly be able to sing again one day, and that it was this man who had chosen this for her of his own accord. Thank you. I love singing. I love it so much, Vanessa said softly. Her voice grew firmer. She loved to sing, and she also wanted to make things better for Lele and Sister Yoon, so they wouldn't be bullied anymore. Ever since she met with Lele Shen, she had been worried about them. Don't mention it. Knowing you like it is enough. You looked up with a gentle smile. Early one morning. You guys should head back now. I expect I'll be back in a day or two at most. I'll be home before you know it. Don't worry. You hailed a taxi headed for the airport and turned to say to Vanessa. Vanessa nodded. There was actually a look of reluctance in her eyes. She, who just a while ago couldn't wait to escape you, unexpectedly, in just a few short days, actually felt reluctant to see you go. It's just 2 days away. Why are we acting like it's a final goodbye? You hardened your heart and looked away, and turned to get into the taxi. The car drove off. The two figures in the rearview mirror gradually grew smaller. You closed your eyes, unsure of exactly what you were feeling. 3 hours later, you felt Shanghai's enthusiasm as soon as you stepped off the plane. Compared to Riverside, there were just too many people here. Following the surging crowd, you struggled to move along. Only after reaching exit 5 did you finally breathe a sigh of relief. Standing in front of the exit, you looked out at the swarm of people holding signs, looking for your own name. Before coming, you had arranged a time with Sienna Yang. She was supposed to meet you right here at the exit. There were too many people holding signs. Most of them were fans meeting their idols. This caused you to search for quite a while, before you finally spotted it. A tall woman wearing a professional business suit. The sign she was holding remarkably bore the name Starry Radiance. You walked quickly toward her and waved your hand. Hello, are you Director Yang? I'm Starry Radiance. My real name is Ting Yao Huo. Sorry for making you wait. Sienna Yang looked at the man before her, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. But she masked it well. She knew you were young, but she hadn't expected you to be this young. You looked like a fresh college graduate, and what's more, you had a face that was perfectly suited for a star. Sienna couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. How wonderful it would be if she could sign you. Hello, I'm Sienna Yang. It's too crowded here. My car is in the underground parking lot. It's just about lunchtime, so let's find a place to eat and talk in detail. Sure. You nodded, and walked side by side with Sienna toward the exit. Sienna was clearly a seasoned professional in the corporate world. As she walked, she found topics to chat with you about. She had assumed that a young man like you wouldn't be much of a conversationalist, but as you interacted, she found that you could actually keep up with her. You spoke eloquently and at ease, not shy at all like other young people. This made Sienna think even more highly of you. Truly, talented people can thrive anywhere. You had no idea that Sienna's respect for you had increased once again. If you knew, you would have been speechless. With the memories of 2 lifetimes, you were technically over 50 years old. If you didn't even have this much social intelligence, you might as well just find a rope and end it. The two of you got into the car. You looked out at the bustling cityscape of Shanghai. Sienna occasionally introduced the local highlights to you. Before long, they arrived at a specialty restaurant. While waiting for the food to be served, Sienna finally got down to business. I'll call you Mr. Huo. I'm curious about the person you're recommending. Are they an amateur or a professional singer? I wonder if you've heard of Vanessa Liu, Director Yang? She used to be a singer. She retired later though. Think of this as her comeback. Speaking of business, your expression turned serious as well. Sienna Yang frowned. She had heard Vanessa's songs. As a top star 2 years ago, her vocal skills were indeed excellent. However, the reason she frowned was that back then, Vanessa was forced to retire after her relationship was exposed, and her boyfriend was supposedly a useless pretty boy. This made things very difficult to handle. Sienna thought for a moment, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She then looked at you intently. I know her. What is your relationship with her, Mr. Huo? Do you know why she retired back then? You looked into Sienna's eyes and said flatly, spouses. She's my wife. Even for a battle-hardened veteran like Sienna, her eyes widened in shock at your answer. Spouses? He was the legendary useless pretty boy? Are you kidding me? Did Vanessa divorce that guy? And find a new one? Seeing Sienna's expression, you guessed what she was thinking. You couldn't help but smile wryly. You're right. I'm the one who had his relationship exposed with her, and retired at the same time. Sienna suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of Vanessa, but she didn't know exactly who she was with. She naturally wouldn't have followed an idol boy band that relied on looks like yours used to. She was now beginning to doubt whether you had actually written those 2 songs. You didn't give her much time to overthink. In seeing the conflict on her face, you continued, is it that hard to have her join your company? If it's truly problematic, I'll find another way. Furthermore, my request isn't just for her to join your company. I also expect her to have top-tier resources and freedom within the company. The contract can't be restrictive either. In the end, it's about mutual interest. I believe that with my help, Soundwave Entertainment will reach new heights. I hope you'll consider this carefully. You said it all in one breath, then picked up your glass and took a calm sip of water. Sienna's face was grave. She was clearly struggling with the decision. She spoke up. Ultimately, we haven't worked together. Those 2 songs you posted on TikTok aren't valuable enough on their own. I acknowledge Vanessa's vocal skills, but the entertainment industry is about more than just singing. I'm sure you understand. A comeback isn't hard, but the top-tier resources and contractual freedom you're asking for, we've basically never signed a deal like that. Allow us to discuss this further. This is no small matter. Although Sienna didn't explicitly refuse, her tone and choice of words suggested that it was practically impossible. You can discuss it. I'm also here to state my position, not just regarding the problem you're currently facing, but in the future, if you need songs or even scripts, no matter the genre, I can provide them if you ask. I truly hope our collaboration will be a success. Didn't you ask me here to see what I'm capable of? Now that I'm here, why not decide after seeing the results? You said flatly, looking completely composed. Sienna Yang took a long look at you. This was the first time she had met someone so confident. This was the legendary, useless pretty boy. People are truly blind. Ultimately, after finishing the meal, Sienna Yang left in a hurry. She had to discuss things with the company. As she left, she gave you a keycard. Wait for my word. Those were her last words before leaving. You went to your hotel room. After a quick wash, you lay on the bed and thought. If Soundwave didn't work out, you'd go to another company. If none of them worked, at worst you'd just make more money. Work a bit harder to open your own firm, and help Vanessa grow her career quietly. Somehow, you hadn't noticed that your mindset had shifted without you even realizing it, from just wanting to be a slacker at the beginning, to now running around for Vanessa's sake. In your brief time together, you were caring for them more and more. You had unconsciously integrated into this little family. Sienna Yang's call came at 3:30 p.m. She was already downstairs, indicating that you needed to go to the Soundwave Tower with her. You didn't say anything more. You went downstairs and met up with Sienna. The Soundwave Entertainment offices were located in the most prosperous part of Shanghai. An entire skyscraper was owned by Soundwave Entertainment. Currently, on the 18th floor of the Soundwave Tower, Chairman Yang Xian, HR Director Zhang Chao, and several other Soundwave managers were present. Zhang Chao's face looked terrible. Chairman, I have no complaints about Vice Director Yang's professional ability, but this time, I feel she's giving too much importance to this Ting Yahuo. He was just a D-list artist with no real talent, and now he's making such ridiculous demands of us. I think we're just wasting our time. Regarding Zhang Chao's complaints, Yang Xian waved his hand, a kind smile on his face. Shouldn't we give the youth a few opportunities? Let's see his talent first. If it doesn't work out, I'm sure Sienna won't have anything to say. Looking at the chairman's amiable demeanor, Zhang Chao could only swallow his anger. But in his mind, he was constantly grumbling. It's only because she's your daughter. Just keep playing favorites then. Yang Xian saw Zhang Chao's frustrated look and smiled again. As the chairman of the company, he naturally wouldn't just do whatever his daughter said. In fact, he had also listened to those 2 songs. They could only be described as perfect. However, he didn't feel the need to explain anything to Zhang Chao. As for whether those 2 songs were actually written by him, we'll know for sure once we put him to the test. Sienna Yang led you into the conference room at that moment. From the moment you walked through the door, you saw a number of celebrities who were currently viral. Each of them was a leader in their respective field. They were truly one of the big 3. The level of luxury here gave off an air of high-class sophistication. As soon as you entered the room, you felt the eyes of everyone present fixed upon you. Various expressions flickered in their gazes. You naturally took your seat in the guest chair, one man facing a crowd, yet your expression remained calm. Yang Xian couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. Such a young man, yet he could remain so poised in a situation like this. It was a good first impression. Alright, since our main guest is here, let's get started. Mr. Huo, is it? We've had a meeting to discuss your requests. Signing Vanessa is fine, and we can provide the highest tier of resources. However, we cannot grant her contractual freedom. That is something we simply cannot do. No one signs contracts like that. I'm sure you understand what I mean. You nodded, naturally understanding the point. So, what is the term of the contract? Yang Xian smiled and looked directly at you. 5 years. We will cultivate her with our top-tier resources, and we won't restrict what songs she wants to release, or what events she wants to attend. Your brow furrowed slightly. You didn't shrink from his gaze at all, looking right back at him. 5 years is too long. I believe in my own abilities. With your resources and my talent, she will be an A-list star within a year. In fact, it might not even take a full year, so the most I can agree to is 2 years. Within 1 year, she will bring your company massive profits. That should be enough. You won't have to worry about Vanessa's songs for these 2 years. Furthermore, I can write songs for Soundwave for free, though the quantity will be limited. Anyone can talk big. An A-list star within a year? Are you dreaming? As soon as you finished speaking, a balding man sitting next to Sienna Yang let out a mocking laugh. He looked at you with disdain as he spoke. You only gave him a passing glance. You ignored him completely. You continued to stare at Yang Xian. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and the smile on his face grew more evident. Confidence is good in a young man. 2 years isn't out of the question, but it all depends on your strength. We invited you here today, partly to discuss a partnership, and partly because China Music has launched a nationwide event. Every company is required to participate, but only one song will be selected. I want to win that spot. I wonder if you have the ability to make that happen. He gave a slight nod. Didn't I come here specifically for this event? As for the specific details, have Vice Director Yang go over them with you. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. As soon as your song is approved, I can sign the contract immediately. Yang Xian made the final decision with a light smile. With the initial terms settled, you relaxed a bit. You stood up to shake Yang Xian's hand before leaving the room with Sienna Yang. Sienna Yang felt a bit emotional. She hadn't expected her father to agree to such outrageous conditions. But this event truly was important. It was an officially organized government event. The company whose song was selected would naturally gain the favor of the authorities. The benefits of that went without saying. Sienna Yang's gaze was a bit complex as she looked at you. She really hoped you would take the world by storm. That would prove her judgment was correct. At that point, the gossip within the company would naturally fall silent. Take a look. These are the details for the event. You only have 3 days to compose it. I hope you get what you want. I also hope our collaboration is a success. Sienna Yang pulled a folder from her drawer and handed it to you. You opened the folder. What met your eyes was a large title, Ordinary Heroes. Seeing those words, your expression immediately turned solemn. You continued reading. The office was quiet. There was only the sound of you flipping through the pages. Your expression was the most serious it had been since you transmigrated. You turned the pages. There were several photos underneath. The first was a group of doctors and nurses wearing protective gear. The second was 3 firefighters standing before a fire they had just extinguished. The third was of several soldiers seen only from behind. Their faces were not visible. The fourth was a classroom on the verge of collapse. A teacher was holding a child and handing them to someone outside, but there was no one left behind him. He was the last one. After looking through all the documents, you organized the papers and put them away. You took a deep breath. Sienna Yang finally broke the silence in the office. Well, can you do it? You only have 3 days. In 3 days, China Music will end the selection process. You nodded. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Within 3 days, I'll give you the answer they're looking for. With that, you tucked the documents away. You stood up. That's that then. Prepare some manuscript paper for me. I'll head back to the hotel to work on it. I'll see you out. Sienna Yang didn't waste time. She knew that 3 days was a very short time to create a great song. That night in the hotel, you showered and went to the desk. You laid the manuscript paper flat on the table. You picked up your pen and thought in silence. After a long time, you made your decision. This was the one. Only ordinary. The next day, you had a simple breakfast. Without notifying Sienna Yang, you took a taxi to Soundwave Entertainment alone. Sienna Yang was still busy working in her office. She was incredibly surprised to see you visit. You have time to come here? You only have 3 days, man. Shouldn't you be busy writing the song? It's finished. You smiled and, while Sienna Yang was still in shock, handed her the manuscript paper. Take a look. I think this one should do it. Sienna Yang looked at you like you were a monster. For once, the capable career woman lost her composure. Are you kidding me? 1 night? What kind of quality could a song written in 1 night have? Surely he wasn't just phoning it in. Sienna Yang frowned as she took the manuscript. Yesterday, she thought this young man was steady and exceptional. Today, he was proving her wrong. She wanted to see for herself what he had managed to write in a single night. Sienna Yang focused her eyes on the paper. She was calm when she saw the title, but as she slowly read through the lyrics, she was completely stunned. What kind of divine lyrics were these? Every line spoke of the ordinary, yet every line revealed the extraordinary. Not a single mention of hero in the whole thing, yet every sentence described one. These lyrics hit the mark perfectly. Then Sienna Yang eagerly looked at the music. A moment later, she suddenly looked up at you, her eyes shining with light. Did you really write this in 1 night? You rubbed your nose. Well, obviously. I stayed up all night to finish it. So, does it work? Sienna Yang's eyes grew even more radiant. She stared intently at you. You are truly amazing. My choice was definitely right. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear how it sounds. Sure. You nodded and closed your eyes to build up the emotion. Then you began to sing softly. It here. No one leaves. The song ended. Sienna Yang was still immersed in the music, unable to pull herself away. Not until you coughed lightly twice did she finally snap back to her senses. She hurriedly wiped the tear stains from her face. Her eyes sparkled with even more brilliance. They were so radiant that you felt embarrassed to say anything more to her. It works, right? It's more than okay, my young friend. I truly didn't expect this. You've given us such a massive surprise. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Young Shin walked in, clapping his hands as he entered. His face was lit up with a look of genuine surprise. As he spoke, HR Director Zhang Chao followed close behind him. At that moment, Zhang Chao was visibly reeling from shock. He couldn't believe how quickly you'd done it. You've actually produced a song already, and such a perfect song at that. Dad, why did you just barge in without knocking? Seeing who it was, Sienna looked flustered. She quickly wiped at her tear stains again, shouting at Yang Xian with a look of annoyance. Yang Xian, however, didn't seem sorry at all. He was still beaming. However, the way he looked at his precious daughter was a little bit strange. It had been so long since he had last seen his daughter act like such a vulnerable young woman. If I hadn't come in, how would I have known that my young friend Huo had written such an incredible song? You were speechless. He went from Mr. Huo to young friend Huo just like that. He really was a businessman through and through. Anyone who brought him profit was practically family. You flatter me, Chairman Yang. I'm just glad you're satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Huo, now that we have the song, as long as China Music selects it, we will immediately sign the contract with Vanessa. For now, let's sign a cooperation agreement first, so you don't have to worry about us backing out. Yang Xian nodded with a smile. You finally breathed a sigh of relief. You knew the deal was as good as done. The group signed the cooperation agreement on the spot. As long as the song was chosen, the partnership you discussed with Soundwave Entertainment would begin immediately. Once the signing was complete, you excused yourself to Yang Xian. Chairman Yang, since everything is settled, I'll be taking my leave now. All right, I look forward to a successful partnership. You nodded slightly. Holding the agreement, you turned and walked out of the office. I'll see you out, Sienna said suddenly, seeing that you were about to leave. She hadn't quite dared to look at you just now. The fact that she'd been staring at you like a fangirl earlier was deeply embarrassing for a professional woman like her. But now that you were leaving, she felt a strange, inexplicable sense of reluctance. Sienna, don't you still have work to finish? Ting Yao isn't a child. He doesn't need you to escort him everywhere. You turned around, but before you could speak, Yang Xian spoke up before you could. Seeing this, you gave Sienna a grateful smile. Thank you for the offer, Director Yang, but I can just take a taxi back myself. With that, you turned and walked out of the office, closing the door gently behind you. Then, you strode away. Inside the office, Sienna looked like a bristling kitten. Dad, she suddenly flared up. What do you mean by that? He just delivered the song, and you immediately kick him out? How can you be like this? Zhang Chao, still in the room, watched the scene unfold. A chill ran down his spine. He swallowed hard. Oh! I still have some work to take care of, he said hurriedly. I'll take my leave now. Excuse me. Without waiting for Yang Xian to speak, Zhang Chao scrambled out like a rabbit. He made sure to pull the door shut behind him. Only after he was out did he wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Yang Xian didn't get angry at his daughter's outburst. He just spoke with an earnest tone. Sienna, you're not a little girl anymore. It's time you found someone. Ting Yao is a decent kid, but don't forget that he's married. And from what I know, he even has a daughter. Sienna fell silent for a long moment. I know that, she said coldly. I was only seeing him out because I was the one who invited him. It's as simple as that. The cool professional director had returned. Her cold demeanor made even her father, Yang Xian, sigh. Fine, fine, as long as you know. I just remembered I have some work to do too. With that, Yang Xian turned to leave. But just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly poked his head back inside. I'm serious, honey. You're already 26. You really need to find a boyfriend. Get out. Fine, fine, I'm going. You had just returned to the hotel. You hadn't even picked out a flight yet when Sienna's call came through. Mr. Huo, I am so sorry. My father was being a bit rude. I want to apologize on his behalf. Sienna's voice was full of apology on the line, but her tone was still a bit cold, as if she were still fuming at someone. You were a bit surprised, but you didn't take it to heart. Besides, Yang Xian had actually been quite tactful. For a powerful tycoon, he had been very respectful. As for whether he was trying to discard the tool after use, having seen all sorts of people in the business world, you were already well aware of such things. It's fine, really. I didn't think anything of it. Don't worry about it. But, hearing you say that, Sienna's tone softened slightly. I'm glad you don't mind. Anyway, are you on your way back to the hotel? I'm already here. I'm about to pack my things. Once I book a flight, I'll be heading back to Riverside. The other end of the line went silent for a moment. Then, Sienna's voice came through again. Well, here's the thing. Mr. Huo, it would be best if you waited another 2 days. If your song is selected, China Music will likely need your assistance. After all, you wrote both the lyrics and the music. You have the deepest understanding of the track. Hearing Sienna's words, your plan to head home was dashed. A wave of disappointment washed over you. All right, I understand. I'll stay for a few more days then. Thanks for letting me know. You hung up the phone. You set the phone down with a sigh. You turned to look at the scenery flashing past the window. You found yourself missing the little one back home. Thinking of Lily, you didn't even realize that a smile had spread across your face. As if there were some kind of telepathy between you, Vanessa's call came in at that exact moment. You answered the call. Lily's voice immediately rang out from the other end. Wow! Is that you, Daddy? It's me. Even though you couldn't see her face, a doting smile broke out on your face. It's Daddy. Does Lily miss me? I do. Mommy wants to know when you're coming home. Back at home, Lily was holding the phone with both hands, nestled in Vanessa's arms as she spoke sweetly. A blush immediately crept onto Vanessa's face. She gave the little one a helpless look. She was clearly the one clamoring to call Daddy. So how was she getting blamed now? She had never asked any such thing. Well, you tell Mommy that Daddy has a few more days before he can come home. You were laughing to yourself. You could guess that it was definitely the little one who wanted you back, but she was using Vanessa as a cover. Lily was clearly unhappy to hear that. She started whining over the phone. The corners of your mouth curled up. You shifted into a comfortable position on the bed. Lily, today, did you eat all your food? When Lily heard this, she immediately looked up at her mother. Then, looking a bit guilty, she lowered her head and whispered, Yes. But Lily wants to eat Daddy's cooking more. The little one's tone was incredibly serious. So serious, in fact, that it made the eavesdropping Vanessa laugh in spite of herself. Complaining at such a young age, are we? She was basically saying my cooking tasted bad. Then, Vanessa, heard your boisterous laughter from the other end of the line. Vanessa's face turned even redder in an instant. She snatched the phone away. All right, that's enough. That's enough chatting with Daddy for today. I wasn't the one asking anyway. I know. Is everything okay at home? Hearing your reply made Vanessa feel it even more strongly. Was he holding back a laugh? Just fine. You've only been gone for a day. What could possibly happen? Anyway, that's enough for now. I'm hanging up. I have to go make lunch. You can't do that. I haven't talked enough with the little one yet. Goodbye. Vanessa didn't give you the chance. She hung up the phone immediately. Her face was burning hot. She was afraid she'd want to punch someone if they kept talking. Seeing Lily staring at the phone with a disappointed face, Vanessa decided that today she would make the green vegetables Lily hated most for lunch. Right? Children shouldn't be picky eaters. You heard the dial tone from the receiver. Though disappointed, a smile remained on your face. This was the first time you'd seen Vanessa show such a little temper. Before, she always gave off an indescribable sense of repression. How should I put it? You would have called her someone lacking their own soul. But now, that was slowly improving. She was becoming herself again. And that was a good thing. The wait was long. August would arrive in just a few days. You had already spent 2 days in Shanghai. During this time, you spoke with Sienna Yang several times. The two of you were no longer so formal with each other. At least now, Sienna wouldn't call you Mr. Huo in every sentence. Hearing that had made you feel very awkward. You still woke up early for morning runs these past 2 days. Everything seemed calm. No news had come from China Music yet. All you could do was wait patiently. On the evening of the third day, you received a phone call from someone both strange and familiar, asking, "Is this Ting Yao?" "It's me, Chen Feng." Hearing Chen Feng's name, you quickly combed through the original owner's memories. This was the original owner's best friend from college. Feng, long time no see. Thinking about Chen Feng's character and personality from the memories, you spoke with a smile. Having a true friend seemed like a pretty good thing. Ting Yao, what's up with you since you got married? You don't pick up my calls, and you don't reply to my messages. Are you looking down on your brother now? Chen Feng's reproachful voice came through the phone, but the faint tone of concern in his voice warmed your heart. It was only the original owner's fault that, after marriage, he always wanted to suck up to Marcus and Ben. He hadn't even had time to bother with his best friend. I'm sorry for how I was before. Be the bigger man and forgive me. Let it slide this time. Next time we meet, I'll take you out for dinner to make it up to you, okay? You apologized. While speaking, you cursed the original owner again in your heart. A guy who couldn't tell the difference between a friend and a snake. You're a disgrace to the name Ting Yao Huo. Haha, you said it. We'll talk more next time we meet. Bye! After saying that, Chen Feng hung up. Right after you hung up, Sienna Yang called. Your song was chosen by China Music. According to Sienna, with just one look, the people over there picked your song out of thousands of submissions. Sienna's voice was very excited. When she called you, she was already downstairs at your hotel. China Music is preparing to film a music video. They want the songwriter to go to the site and give some guidance. You went downstairs. When Sienna saw you, she brushed back a stray lock of hair. Her eyes were shining. You rubbed your nose, automatically ignoring Sienna's gaze. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's finish early so we can pack up early. Maybe we can even make it in time for lunch. Without a word, you slipped into the back seat. Sienna rolled her eyes. Is the front passenger seat not big enough for you? Sienna spoke while she drove. The director in charge of the music video called. He hasn't stopped praising the song. So, do you have any ideas for the MV or the lead singer? Don't drop the ball once you get there. Sienna was clearly quite worried. You were young and hadn't experienced a production of this scale. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You didn't show a hint of nervousness. Sienna caught your eye in the rearview mirror. Seeing that you really weren't nervous, she stopped talking. Soon after, the car pulled into a parking lot in front of a skyscraper. The two of you walked into the building side by side. Sienna must have made an appointment beforehand. As soon as you entered the building, a group of people immediately came forward to meet you. Grandpa Lin, why did you come down in person? If my dad finds out, he'll lecture me to death. Sienna walked up quickly and took the old man's hand, acting like a spoiled granddaughter. This move gave you a bit of a shock. The Ice Queen acting cute? Even an immortal wouldn't be able to handle that. The old man at the front broke into a smile, looking completely doting. Cut that out, Sienna. Your dad wouldn't dare lecture you. He'd be lucky if you didn't give him a hard time instead. Haha, Grandpa Lin. The director blushed for once. She said shyly, all right. Let's get down to business. Is this our young friend, Huo? Truly, a hero comes from the youth. A very impressive young man. Hello, sir. Thank you for the compliment. I'm Tingyao Huo. You nodded politely to the old man. Talented and polite. I'd expect nothing less from the person who wrote this song. I'm the director for this MV, Lin Guoqi. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Lin, just like Sienna does. Grandpa Lin, then I won't stand on ceremony. You kept a faint smile on your face throughout. Good, young Huo. Then let's head upstairs. Lin Guoqi was very happy, and his way of addressing you had already changed. He took your hand and led you straight toward the elevator. He didn't seem to have any intention of introducing the others standing behind him. You were forced to follow along, but you still nodded to the middle-aged people. As a gesture of greeting, the elevator went straight up to the 20th floor. As soon as you stepped out of the elevator, Lin Guoqi pulled you into the recording studio. Young Huo, Sienna said, you sing very well. Could you give it a try for us first? We've had the song, but we haven't actually heard it yet. The lead singer hasn't been decided yet either. All right, you nodded in agreement. A cappella? Or with the piano? Piano accompaniment is fine for this song. You started to play. As you started for real, Lin Guoqi became visibly more serious. He left you alone in the recording booth and led everyone else outside. As the staff turned on the microphone, the group of middle-aged professionals watched with anticipation. They watched as you sat down in the studio and built up the right emotion. Once in work mode, you were incredibly focused. To the people outside, inside the recording studio, your expression had visibly transformed. Seeing this, Lin Guoqi nodded. Now, this is a true musician. Inside, you began to play the piano. The intro to Only Ordinary began to play. The crowd outside held their breath instantly. Listening to the piano notes, they stared inside without even blinking. As the song ended, you took a deep breath, composed yourself, and stood up to walk out of the studio. The group outside was still staring at you, dazed. A second later, everyone burst into spontaneous applause for you. Lin Guoqi stepped forward excitedly and took your hand. With a fervent look, he said, Young Huo, that's exactly the feeling. I don't think we need to find another lead singer. You're the one. I have a premonition that this song will set off a massive storm online, bringing awareness to our ordinary heroes. This is exactly the impact we wanted to achieve. Those heroes who sacrifice in silence every day, they deserve this. Hearing such praise from the old man, even someone as seasoned, as you couldn't help but blush a little. But you still shook your head. You looked at Lin Guoqi with sincerity and said, Grandpa Lin, I'm not going to be the lead singer for this. I have a better idea. Would you like to hear it? Lin Guoqi frowned. Was there really a better lead singer than the man who wrote the song himself? Seeing that Lin Guoqi was clearly hesitant, you stopped beating around the bush. You quickly explained your thoughts. It's like this. Grandpa Lin, I think this song is much better suited for children to sing. For one, children's voices are more crisp and ethereal. On the other hand, having the children of our future sing about our unsung heroes will touch people's hearts even more deeply. Hearing your explanation, Lin Guoqi couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. My God, is this kid a genius? Why hadn't he thought of that? Children naturally possessed a quality that people found relatable and heartwarming. Having them sing it, combined with the footage he had already filmed, would absolutely resonate with people. It was brilliant. He truly lived up to the potential Lin had seen in him. Now, Lin Guoqi looked at you with even more enthusiasm. Even the middle-aged executives behind him felt as if they'd had a sudden epiphany. They all looked at you in sheer disbelief. They had sifted through thousands of clips to find this footage, matching the vibe of this song perfectly, but they simply couldn't settle on a lead singer. To think you had solved it with just one sentence. Young Huo, you really are a prodigy. Are you interested in coming to work for us at National Arts? Rest assured, your talent definitely won't go to waste at National Arts. Lin Guoqi felt a deep appreciation for your talent. He wanted to bring you under his wing. A talent like this was simply too valuable to be left wandering. No, Grandpa Lin. I'm just a slacker. I'm already satisfied enough just being able to help you out this time. You waved your hands repeatedly in refusal. Lin Guoqi was speechless. Were slackers really this capable nowadays? However, he didn't press the matter. You weren't going anywhere after all. If another opportunity like this arose, he would just look for you then. By the time you walked out of the National Arts Tower, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Your head was absolutely spinning right now. Once those guys started talking about work, they became incredibly intense. They were practically a bunch of workaholics. Ugh, finally. It took Sienna acting cute and saying she wanted lunch for the two of you to finally escape. Tingyao, don't you think you should treat me to a meal? After all, you're collaborating with National Arts. You're going to be rich. Sienna showed a rare, playful side of her personality. She stuck her tongue out and teased you. This professional ice queen was acting less and less like herself. You raised an eyebrow. You're a high-ranking executive from a big company, and you still want to fleece a common citizen like me? Have you no shame, little Chi? Sienna rolled her eyes at you. She pouted and hopped into the car first. You chuckled and quickly followed after her. The more you got to know this career woman, the more you realized that she actually had a very pleasant personality. The intimidating pressure from your first meeting had completely vanished. She was a textbook example of someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In the end, you still couldn't escape treating her to that meal. Sienna happily enjoyed a lavish feast on your dime. After lunch, Sienna drove you back to Soundwave Entertainment. Your primary goal for this visit was to finally get the contract. Vanessa's signing contract. The two of you got into the elevator. For some reason, you suddenly got the feeling that Sienna's mood wasn't exactly great. She seemed a bit listless, even though she had just treated herself to a huge feast. You didn't understand, a woman's mind was simply too difficult to read. Leaving the elevator, you went straight to Yang Xian's office. He was already waiting there for you. The contract was already prepared and laid out on the desk. He wore his usual, perpetual smile as he watched you walk in. Young friend Huo, I look forward to a successful partnership. The contract is right here. Take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to add. You nodded and sat down at the desk. He began to review the contract. The contract was very professional. It would take effect immediately as soon as Vanessa signed it. The contents were exactly as previously discussed. Soundwave Entertainment would provide Vanessa with top-tier resources and a maximum amount of freedom. In short, Vanessa could do whatever she wanted to do. No one would be able to force her into anything. This was exactly what you had hoped for. The term of the contract was 2 years. Whether or not to renew after that would be entirely up to Vanessa. Once you finished reading the entire document, you gathered it up, you stood up, reached out, and shook hands with Yang Xian. Thank you, Chairman Yang. I look forward to our partnership. Being willing to offer a contract like this made you think much more highly of him. At the very least, he wasn't like those other heartless capitalists who filled their contracts with traps at every turn. Don't mention it. I value your talent, and you value our company's resources. It's simply a mutually beneficial arrangement. Also, about your promise to write songs for our company. I won't bother with a separate contract for that. I trust your character, young friend Huo. Yang Xian also stood up and spoke while shaking your hand. You naturally wouldn't turn that down. However, you still made your own position clear. Don't worry, but I want to make one thing clear up front. I only write title tracks, and who I write for will be entirely at my discretion. Don't have every random nobody come and ask me for songs. I don't have the time. You had a bit of a temper, but you had the talent to back it up. Yang Xian's impression of you was getting better and better, but when he saw the look on his daughter's face, he let out a secret sigh in his heart. What a pity. Why did he have to get married so young? With your talent, young friend Huo, if they aren't a top-tier singer in the company, even I wouldn't dare ask you for a song. After all, I know that anything written under your name in the future is bound to be a masterpiece. Ordinary people simply aren't qualified. A successful partnership was established between both parties. Yang Xian suddenly changed the subject. Now that you have the contract, when are you planning to head back, young friend Huo? You didn't know what he meant by that question, but you answered immediately. I'm planning to head back to the hotel now. Pack my things and book a flight. I'll be leaving shortly. After all, my business here is finished. Chairman Yang, is there anything else you'd like to say? No. Then I wish you a safe and pleasant trip back. Yang Xian said quickly with a smile. But in your eyes, that smile looked a bit off. Why, upon hearing that you were leaving, did he seem so suddenly delighted? He didn't think too much about it. You stood up and took your leave. Sienna walked you all the way to the hotel entrance. She didn't follow you inside. Ever since entering Soundwave Entertainment, she had seemed to be in a bit of a low mood. Tingyao, I won't be driving you to the airport. You can make your own way there. I have some things to take care of. I'm heading out now. You turned and waved. All right. Drive safe. Then you turned and walked into the hotel. Sienna watched you retreating back, feeling inexplicably annoyed for some reason. She stepped on the gas and sped away. Finally, you could go home. You missed your little girl. That was the only thought in your heart right now. You quickly packed your luggage. Booking the flight, checking out, and hailing a taxi all happened in one smooth sequence. 6 p.m., Riverside. You were carrying bags full of gifts in your hands. As you walked into your familiar, run-down apartment complex, your steps were lighter than ever. Finally, you pushed open the door to your home. The living room was deathly quiet. It seemed like Vanessa and Lily weren't at home. Not seeing the people you wanted to see right away gave you a faint sense of disappointment. However, in the next moment, The door to the master bedroom suddenly swung open. Vanessa walked out, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and looking a bit dazed. The moment she saw you, she was jolted wide awake. Her eyes widened involuntarily as she stared at you. She was currently wearing a camisole nightgown. One of the straps had slipped down to her arm. Her hair was a messy nest from her nap, and her mouth was slightly agape. She looked exactly like a sleeping beauty who had just woken up. The two of you stood there, frozen on the spot. Under the fading glow of the sunset, the two of them just stood there, staring at each other in silence. Then your face gradually lit up, breaking into a wide, radiant smile. "I'm home." A soft blush slowly crept across Vanessa's face. She stood there, frozen, not knowing what to do with herself. Her heart was racing with panic, yet a faint, sweet warmth flooded her soul. She looked down and murmured a soft reply, instinctively reaching up to pull the pajama strap that had slipped down her arm back onto her shoulder. "Oh, right, this is for you. I happened to see someone selling them on the way back. They smelled wonderful, so I picked up a bouquet." You suddenly pulled a bunch of lavender from behind your back. Vanessa bit her lip. She stepped forward and gently took the lavender from your hand. Her face was now completely flushed, a deep crimson. This was the very first bouquet he had ever given her. Lavender. In the language of flowers, it meant redemption and hope. She loved it. "Thank you." Vanessa gathered her courage and looked up, staring directly into your eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered as she asked, "Have you eaten yet?" He suddenly broke into a grin. "Not yet. I bet you two haven't eaten either, right? I'll make dinner. Why don't you go wake Lily up?" Vanessa had intended to cook herself. After all, he must be exhausted after traveling all day. But seeing the determination in your eyes, and knowing that your cooking was indeed much better than hers, she finally nodded. "I'll go get Lily. She'll be so happy to know you're back. She's been asking about you for the last 2 days. Vanessa turned and headed back into the master bedroom. This time she didn't close the door. She left it wide open. You peeked inside. Lily was sprawled out, sleeping soundly on the bed. Vanessa picked her up with gentle hands, but the little one didn't even react. It wasn't until Vanessa brought the child before you, kissed her little cheek, and whispered softly in her ear, "Lily, wake up. Daddy's home." Lily suddenly stirred. She slowly opened those adorable almond eyes, looking around in a daze. Then her eyes suddenly sparkled with life. She reached out her short little arms, waving them at you. "It's Daddy. Daddy, hold me. Lily missed you so much." The little girl was like a baby koala. Once he scooped her up, she wrapped her arms around your neck and refused to let go. She stayed latched onto you. Even when you went into the kitchen to cook, she simply wouldn't climb down. In the end, Vanessa had to put on a stern face and use the new toys you'd bought as a bribe to finally peel the little one off you and get her onto the sofa. While Lily played with her toys, her big eyes kept drifting back toward the kitchen, as if she were afraid you might disappear again. After a while, dinner was served. The family sat down at the table in perfect harmony. Vanessa looked over. Lily had already grabbed her small chopsticks and was slurping away. A whole noodle vanished into her belly in an instant. Her eyes were crinkled into happy little crescents. The way she was eating made it look as if Vanessa had been starving her for days. It left Vanessa feeling both annoyed and helpless. Her cooking simply didn't compare. What else was there to say? This prompted Vanessa to speed up her own eating. For some reason, she and the child didn't seem to have this kind of appetite when they were alone. The moment you returned, they both seemed to relax completely. Vanessa ate while her mind wandered through stray thoughts. It was a scary thought, really. Not long ago, they wanted nothing more than to be far away from this man. But in such a short time, your influence had completely softened them. The only sound at the table was the slurping of noodles. By the time Vanessa finished, she realized you and Lily had finished long ago. The two of you were staring at her in perfect unison. Vanessa's pretty face flushed red once again. She hurriedly wiped her mouth and stood up to hide her embarrassment. She gathered the dishes from the table. "I'll do the dishes. You go spend some time with Lily." She stacked her bowl on top of hers and carried them toward the kitchen. Watching Vanessa fly into the kitchen like a gust of wind, you shook your head. You really hadn't intended to fight her for the chore. What was she so panicked about? "Daddy, come play blocks with Lily." Lily hopped down from her stool and pulled your hand toward the sofa. With your help, Lily worked on her blocks, carefully building the shape of a little house, while giggling in her sweet, childish voice. You took the opportunity to ask about how things had been at home. The little one told you everything without holding back, especially when it came to Vanessa. The little girl sold her mother out completely. "Mommy missed Daddy too. I saw it." Mommy kept watching the videos of Daddy singing. She was smiling to herself. You hadn't meant to pry like this. The problem was, Lily said it very loudly. She didn't notice at all that Vanessa had already marched out of the kitchen. At that moment, Vanessa's face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were full of a dangerous glint as she looked down at this little traitor who had so happily sold her out. Lily noticed her daddy had suddenly stopped talking. She looked up in confusion, only to see her mother's bright red face. With a squeak of alarm, she dove into your arms, muttering that she couldn't see Mommy, so Mommy couldn't see her. Vanessa couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and gave the little girl's bottom a playful pat where it peeked out from your arms. Her eyes, however, were fixed on your smirking face. Don't listen to her nonsense, she explained. I didn't do any such thing. You did. Mommy's a liar. Liars are bad girls. Her tiny face was buried deep in your chest as she shouted in a muffled voice. Vanessa looked ready to explode. You immediately raised both hands in surrender, leaving the little one completely exposed. No, I believe you. A wise man knows when to give in. Unfortunately for Lily, she was immediately scooped up by Vanessa and tickled mercilessly. The little girl's eyes sparkled with mischief. As she reached out toward her daddy, who was now sitting primly and properly, she never expected that her daddy would sell her out to Mommy the second he looked at her. You kept your eyes on the floor, minding your own business, to keep Vanessa happy, and for the sake of peace in this household, your little darling would just have to suffer a little bit. The family played and joked around for a while. In the end, poor Lily bore the brunt of it all by herself, sitting there pouting while she built her blocks. You ruffled her little head, and finally stood up. You pulled a paper folder from your suitcase and placed it in front of Vanessa. Mission accomplished. Take a look. This is the contract. From Soundwave Entertainment. Vanessa looked at your serious expression. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, betraying the turmoil in her heart. He'd only been gone for a few days, and he had actually brought back a contract for her. Vanessa looked down, opened the folder, and began flipping through the contract. By the time she reached the final page, her hands had begun to tremble. This was a contract she hadn't dared to even dream of. Top-tier treatment, and an incredible level of freedom. Even if she had never retired and kept singing until now, she likely wouldn't have been offered a contract like this. Vanessa didn't know how he had done it. In just a few days, what had he gone through? How much had he sacrificed to secure a deal that most people wouldn't even imagine? Vanessa looked up and stared at you blankly, her eyes brimming with tears. She bit her lip and just sat there, locking eyes with you. Your face still wore that same gentle smile, as if all of this were perfectly effortless. After a long silence, Vanessa finally spoke softly. Tingyao, actually, I don't really have to sing. Her voice was small, but there wasn't a hint of hesitation in it. She didn't want him to pay too high a price for her sake. She was very firm. Only then did you frown slightly in confusion. She clearly loved singing. She wanted to sing. So what did she mean by this? It was a bit bizarre. You didn't get it. What was going on in this woman's head? Why? Haven't you always wanted to sing? Now that you have the chance, why are you backing down? Your tone sharpened a bit. This was the first time since you'd arrived here that you had spoken to her like this, having been a bachelor your whole life. Naturally, you wouldn't understand. Vanessa's heart was in a total mess. She suddenly felt that living like this was quite nice. If she really went back to singing, she was afraid of what might change. She was afraid that life would never be like it was right now. Vanessa bit her lip again. She looked straight at you as tears began to fall. After a moment, she finally said softly, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that something will change for the worse. This was the first time Vanessa had been so direct with you, voicing the fear deep in her heart. You were stunned for a second. Then your furrowed brow smoothed out, and you suddenly laughed. It was a very warm smile. You grabbed a tissue, reaching out to gently wipe away the tears that were rolling down Vanessa's face. Vanessa, what kind of man do you take me for? I'm telling you this with complete sincerity. Go ahead and do it, no matter what happens. None of this is going to change. After all, I've already prepared myself to be a full-time, stay-at-home dad. Vanessa never expected you to say something like that, let alone reach out and wipe her tears away. Having not experienced this level of intimacy in so long, Vanessa immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Her slightly flushed face turned beet red in an instant. She didn't even have time to worry about her previous chaotic thoughts. You thought she was, still afraid of all that nonsense. But now you understood. You realized that Vanessa was probably just afraid of making a change. After all, someone who'd been cooped up at home for so long would naturally have that kind of mindset. So you spoke up again. I'm serious. You can leave Lily to me. I'll take good care of her. And you've seen the contract. It offers a lot of freedom. You can come home whenever you want. Don't worry about the house. Just take care of yourself out there. As you were talking, crowed and time as Af. Vanessa didn't absorb a single word. Inside her head, she was still replaying the moment you gently brushed your hand across her face. On the sofa, Lily had long since begun peeking at her parents' interaction. She clearly saw that on her mother's lowered face, the corners of her mouth were already curling up into a tiny smile. Meanwhile, Daddy was still over there rambling on and on. At her age, she didn't know what was happening. She only knew that Mommy seemed happy right now, and Daddy was still worrying about her. So she lunged onto your lap, looking up with her big, blinking eyes. On a sudden whim, she said, "Daddy, Lily wants to sleep with Mommy and Daddy tonight." The moment she said that, you were instantly petrified. Vanessa snapped her head up, looking at the little girl in pure shock. Her heart started pounding so hard, it felt like it would jump out of her chest. "Please, Daddy?" Seeing you didn't answer, Lily pulled out her ultimate move, acting cute. She started rolling around on your lap. You swallowed hard. You turned your head to look at Vanessa, whose neck was now flushed deep red. Your eyes darted around. "Lily, you should ask your mommy if she agrees." How was he supposed to answer that? Vanessa was so embarrassed, she was on the verge of a meltdown. She stood up frantically and headed for the bathroom. I'm tired. I'm going to go wash up and get ready for bed." Vanessa fled in a panic. Only you and Lily were left in the living room, staring at each other. You were completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. Lily, on the other hand, hopped up from your lap and hugged your neck. "Mommy said that as long as Daddy is ready, it's okay." Did Vanessa really say that? You turned to look at the closed bathroom door. You could faintly hear the sound of washing up inside. "Well, all right then." You took a deep breath of the little one's milky scent, trying to bolster your courage. You were doing this entirely for Lily, not for any other reason. After a long while, Vanessa finally emerged from the bathroom. Without a word, she retreated to the bedroom. As she passed through the living room, she didn't even glance toward the sofa once. Only then did you stand up with Lily in your arms and head to the bathroom. After helping the little one wash up, you gave yourself a quick wash as well. Then you carried the little one out. Until this moment, your heart began to race. From the living room to the master bedroom, it felt like that short distance took you ages to walk. By the time you stepped into the room, your mind had gone completely blank. You hadn't experienced anything like this in 2 lifetimes. You really wanted to ask for help right now. What were you supposed to do? Do what? Vanessa had already slipped under the covers. She was lying on her side, pretending to be asleep, facing away from you. You couldn't see her face clearly, but her glowing red earlobes gave away her current state. You closed the door gently. The sound of the door closing made Vanessa's body give a tiny shudder, but she still didn't get up. You had completely given up now. Since it had come to this, there was no point in being nervous. Might as well just lie down. With that thought, your mindset actually relaxed a lot. You placed Lily in the middle. You sat down on the other side of the bed. You pulled Lily close and began to tell her a bedtime story. Today, Daddy is going to tell Lily the story of Snow White. A long time ago, there was a little princess who was as cute as Lily. Her skin was as white and tender as snow. Your gentle voice echoed through the room. Vanessa's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her racing heart slowly began to calm down as the story unfolded. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. Just like her, Lily also slowly fell asleep to your story. The night grew deep. Seeing that their breathing had evened out, you finally turned off the light and slipped under the covers. The pillow was filled with that familiar faint fragrance. This was the first time you realized that a girl's pillow could smell so good. You put an arm around Lily. Wrapped in that fragrance, he soon fell into a deep sleep as well. The night passed in silence. The next morning, your internal clock was as punctual as ever. You woke up at 6:00 a.m. Instinctively, you pulled the soft, delicate body in your arms closer. Then you suddenly froze. Since when did Lily get this big? Gulp. You swallowed hard. You peeked under the covers. There was no sign of Lily in your arms. It wasn't the little one. It was Vanessa. You were completely dumbfounded. When did this happen? How did she end up in your arms? A faint scent lingered at the tip of your nose. The delicate body in your arms was soft and warm. Your mental composure shattered in an instant. Unconsciously, you leaned down until you were close to Vanessa's pretty face. You stayed there like that, locked in an intense mental struggle. Then you saw her long eyelashes flutter slightly. Panicked, you immediately sat back up. Upright. You quietly pulled back the arm she was using as a pillow. Hunched over, you carefully got out of bed. You scurried out of the bedroom. By the time you reached the bathroom to wash up, you were full of frustration. This was way too much torture for first thing in the morning. What you didn't know was that the moment you walked out of the bedroom, Vanessa opened her beautiful almond eyes. She let out a small sigh of relief. She covered her burning face and shrank back into the quilt, looking like she was too embarrassed to face the world. The moment you had sat up, Vanessa was already awake. She didn't know when. She had rolled into your arms. She had even used your arm as a pillow. It was incredibly embarrassing. Not until she felt your breath on her face did a wave of panic surge through her heart. What did he want to do? Was he going to try and sneak a kiss? What should she do? Vanessa was scared to death at that moment. She didn't dare to open her eyes, so she could only keep pretending to sleep. Fortunately, you stopped yourself in time. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have known how to face you. Yet, when you actually pulled away and left, she felt a faint sense of disappointment. Vanessa didn't know if she was ready yet. She only knew that her heart was in a total mess. After a long while, Vanessa, still tucked under the covers, finally let out a long, deep breath. Just let nature take its course. She stayed huddled there until 8:30 a.m. Only when Vanessa heard the sound of the door opening again did she finally crawl out of bed. She tidied herself up and walked out of the room. You were already in the kitchen getting ready to cook. Seeing Vanessa come out, you gave an awkward greeting. Morning. Vanessa's expression was just as strained. She didn't even look up to meet your gaze. She simply gave a soft morning in response. With that, she walked into the bathroom to wash up. You didn't overthink it, and turned back to continue making breakfast. To your surprise, Vanessa finished washing up quickly, and came straight into the kitchen. Let me help you. Vanessa's expression was natural now. She skillfully took the bowl from your hands to help you wash the rice. You were momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped out of it, gladly accepting her help. You stepped to the side to start washing the vegetables. The two of you moved in perfect sync, like a couple who had lived together for years. 20 minutes later, the golden millet porridge and 2 side dishes were successfully prepared. You took off your apron and washed your hands. You walked naturally into the master bedroom to wake up Lily, who had rolled to the corner of the bed. After the family enjoyed a pleasant breakfast, you looked at Vanessa and said, "Oh, by the way, are you reporting to Soundwave Entertainment in early August?" Hearing this, Vanessa sat on the sofa. Her beautiful eyes blinked softly. "Yeah. Before that, I need to go get Lele back. Then I'll go look for Sister Yun. If they knew I could make a comeback, they would definitely be so happy." Vanessa spoke, with a heartfelt smile on her face. When she abruptly retired before, the ones she felt most sorry for were those two. Now, even if it wasn't just for her own dreams, for their sake, she knew she had to work hard. You nodded, ruffling Lily's hair. But in your heart, you were wondering what kind of song you should write for Vanessa. This would be her first battle in her comeback, so it had to be a stunning victory. Vanessa's tone was excellent. Whether it was a sweet pop song or a melancholy ballad, she could handle them all. Because there were too many options, you were temporarily undecided. After thinking for a while with no result, you thought of something else. Right. Let's go buy a car in a few days. Actually, let's buy 2. In another month, Lily will be starting kindergarten. It'll be easier for pickups and drop-offs. Besides, even though Soundwave will give you a company van, during your downtime, you'll still need a car for when you're out. Vanessa pondered this for a moment. She also agreed that they could buy a car. She used to stay home all the time, so it didn't matter if they had one or not. Now that she would be going out frequently, not having a car would indeed be inconvenient. But she was worried about whether you had enough money. After all, the earnings from your first 2 videos had been spent on a lot of new furniture. You had just taken another trip, so she didn't know how much was left. Lily was starting kindergarten soon, which would be another big expense. After some consideration, Vanessa looked up, her voice laced with worry. Let's just buy one for now. It'll be easier for you to pick up the kid. The company will provide a car for me anyway, so I shouldn't really need one. We can think about getting another car once I start earning money. Vanessa thought that. Once she released songs and albums and saw some profit, she could worry about those things. At that thought, Vanessa felt a bit troubled again. She wasn't even sure when she would actually have a song to sing. Although her contract with Soundwave offered top-tier resources, it included a clause that she had to provide her own songs. She didn't know how you had negotiated with the company. They gave her the best resources, but why didn't they help her commission any songs? She was a bit confused. After all, she didn't know many songwriters. Thinking about songwriters, Vanessa suddenly froze. She looked at your calm face. It seemed you knew how to write, although she didn't know when you had learned. Regarding those 2 songs on TikTok, one was even a melody you taught Lily on the spot. You naturally knew Vanessa's worry about the money, You calmly waved your hand. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about the money at home. Just give it a little time. We'll have plenty of money in a few days. Sunday, July 30th. The music video for Only Ordinary went live sharp at 8:30 a.m. It was a collaboration between China Music and Starry Radiance. Central News and several other departments shared it simultaneously. The lineup was unprecedentedly star-studded. Of course, no matter how star-studded the lineup was, what the audience wanted to see was quality. Only if the quality was there would people support it and pay attention to the story behind the MV. However, there was a saying going around online. Anything Starry Radiance produces is a masterpiece. Seeing that Starry Radiance wrote the lyrics and music for this MV, everyone's interest was piqued instantly. This mysterious guy rarely made a move, but when he did, it was always breathtaking. So, viewers flocked to the MV, wanting to witness the spectacle for themselves. Until the music and the final frame faded out, Starry Radiance's face never appeared. You were still as mysterious as ever, but everyone was satisfied with the footage. Every single face in that video was deeply engraved into the hearts of the audience. Even a long while after the video was posted, not a single person had liked it. Not a single person had commented. It was as if everyone had disappeared collectively. At this moment, in the conference room of China Music, Lin Guoqi was staring at the real-time data online. He didn't understand. There were over 100 million people watching simultaneously, yet not a single like. Did the public not approve of the video? Lin Guoqi felt a bit dejected. He wiped his reddened eyes, finding it hard to accept the situation. But in the next moment, the video's data suddenly skyrocketed. Likes and comments exploded like a floodgate opening, becoming completely unstoppable. This was the first time in TikTok's history that in such a short amount of time, data had risen in such a vertical explosion. In just a few breaths, the likes soared from 100,000 to 5 million. Then 10 million, 20 million. The TikTok platform experienced its first ever comment lag in history. Even so, it seemed that nothing could stop the wave of likes and comments from the netizens. They went from being curious about the MV released by China Music to having high expectations. Once they saw Starry Radiance was the songwriter, but now that they had watched it completely, they were moved to their very core. Pure emotion was the most direct feeling in everyone's heart. The video shot up from the bottom of the list and firmly seized the #1 spot on the trending page. In the China Music conference room, a sudden burst of cheering erupted. Lin Guoqi gripped his fists in excitement, staring wordlessly at the rapidly climbing numbers. It turned out people weren't unmoved after all. Before everyone could even process the emotion, another half hour passed. The craze didn't just stay on TikTok. It even spread over to Twitter. The trending topics on Twitter were dominated by the music video. Netizens were engaged in a non-stop discussion. It was unclear which user was the first to notice that the China Music platform had uploaded the high-quality audio. Only Ordinary was out, and it was set to free. At that moment, everyone who had seen the music video rushed to the China Music platform to rate, download, and favorite it, the ultimate triple threat. Within that single day, the entire Chinese entertainment industry was sent into a state of shock. Every entertainment company and individual artist, without exception, shared the video after watching it. They were incredibly envious of this kind of viral traction, yet it was something they couldn't simply replicate. All they could do was silently ride the wave of hype and try to boost their own public image. Meanwhile, Vanessa was nestled in your arms, sobbing quietly. She was clutching the hem of your shirt, wiping her tears and her nose right on the fabric. Seeing her looking like such a pitiful, aggrieved soul made your heart ache with sympathy. It's just a video, you thought. Crying is one thing. But why do you look so heartbroken? Vanessa finally knew what you had been busy with these past few days. Composing a song like this, collaborating with China Music, and helping her secure that impossible contract. She had no idea what kind of ordeal you had gone through to make it happen. She felt guilty that you had done so much for her behind the scenes, without saying a single word about it after you returned. Had you been mistreated while you were out there? Had anyone looked down on you? And just how much energy did it cost you to create a masterpiece like that? Simultaneously, at the Sky Beauty Entertainment branch in the city, Crystal's face was so dark it looked like a storm cloud. Her manager, Brenda, looked just as miserable. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. Only Lei Shen, standing a short distance away, was trying to hide a smirk. She looked like she was thoroughly enjoying their misfortune. Crystal glanced at her manager. She was starting to feel that this aging, washed-up woman was completely useless. Brenda, wasn't my song scheduled to drop on China Music at the end of July? What the hell happened? My track got pulled and pushed to early August. The company has already put all the promotion out there. I just paid for those trending spots, and then this happens. They delayed my release without even a word. And now those other guys are hogging every single trending topic. Brenda, you're the one in charge of this. I want an explanation. Brenda's expression grew even more grim. With a disaster like this happening, she was already in a foul mood. Now that Crystal was shouting at her. A surge of anger flared up in her heart. You want an explanation from me? If you're so brave, go talk to China Music yourself. Why are you taking it out on me? Who could have predicted that this fool, Starry Radiance, would drop a song out of nowhere? China Music literally moved up their MB release just for him. If she didn't rely on Crystal for her paycheck, Brenda wouldn't have given her the time of day. So what do we do now? Crystal's tone remained demanding. Brenda frowned. They were currently in the same boat. She couldn't afford to burn bridges just yet. She let out a sinister laugh. Here's what we'll do. Hearing the plan, Crystal knew she had no other choice. In her heart, she cursed Starry Radiance 1,000 times. It was his fault her spotlight had been stolen. When Crystal turned her head and saw Lele Shen snickering in the corner, her temper flared up again. Lele Shen, can't you see what a mess it is in here? Get over here and clean this up right now. Her voice was shrill and piercing, making Lele Shen instinctively pick at her ear. Oh geez, I'm so sorry. My contract happens to expire today, and I've already handed in my resignation. I'm done being your maid. Lele Shen burst into a loud laugh. She sat back in her chair, legs crossed, casually sipping her tea. Crystal stood up with a start. She pointed a finger at Lele, her face turning from red to white. She couldn't get a single word out for a long time. Meanwhile, after you finished lunch, the family of three happily caught a taxi to go out. You arrived at the dealership right on time that afternoon. Welcome. Sir, ma'am, is there a specific model you're interested in? The salesperson's eyes lit up. With years of sales experience, he knew there was an 80% chance of a sale with a family like this. You nodded. While at home, you and Vanessa had done some research beforehand. You had already picked the model before arriving. Do you have the Sovereign H9, the top trim? We do. Hearing that you already had a specific model in mind, the salesperson's eyes shone even brighter. The H9 top trim, even the cheapest one, would be at least $60,000. Sir, we actually have the H9 top trim in stock right now. 2 of them, in fact. One in Sans Gold and one in Gentian Purple. Which one would you like to see first? The salesperson kept talking, as he led the 3 of you deeper into the showroom. Let's see the Gentian Purple. It looks more sophisticated. This was what you had already agreed on at home. The purple finish felt more elegant. It would give Vanessa more face when she was out. You have excellent taste, sir. Gentian Purple definitely suits your wife's elegant aura. The salesperson continued his pitch, as he led you to the vehicle and introduced it. This is the Sovereign H9 top trim in Gentian Purple. Would you like to sit inside and try it, sir? You shook your head with a laugh. I'm good. Vanessa, let me hold Lily. You give it a try. You saw that when Vanessa looked at the car, her eyes lit up significantly. Clearly, she was very satisfied with it. Vanessa felt a bit shy, her cheeks turning slightly pink. But she gathered her courage, handed the little girl to you, and sat in the driver's seat. She had fantasized before about having a car of her own. She hadn't expected it to happen today. The car was beautiful. It had elegant lines without losing its powerful presence. Seeing that Vanessa couldn't take her eyes off it, he felt even happier. You grandly pulled out your bank card and driver's license, handing them to the salesperson. We'll take this one. Full payment. Swipe it. The salesperson's smile was so wide, it practically reached his ears. Certainly, sir. I'll make sure you get the best deal possible. Give me a moment to prepare the paperwork. You didn't have to wait long. The salesperson returned with the sales contract and various other documents. He led you to the lounge table and sat down. Sir, for a full cash payment, we can offer you a total price of $58,500. That includes insurance and registration fees. Plus, we'll throw in a full set of seat covers and a car cover. You can pick it up as soon as tomorrow. You nodded. Without a word, you entered your PIN and swiped the card for the payment. Once the paperwork was finalized, you arranged with the salesperson to come by tomorrow morning. Then, you left the dealership in high spirits. By the time you got home, it was already 5:30 p.m. As soon as you walked through the door, you received a call from Sienna Yang. Hello? Congratulations, my genius friend. The internet is absolutely saturated with that music video and news about you right now. You've officially gone viral. Congrats to you too. I wasn't looking to be famous, but I'm sure your company gained quite a bit of benefit from this, right? You laughed. Well, that's all thanks to you, Mr. Superstar. On a serious note, when is Vanessa reporting for work? Sienna teased you over the phone, then asked with a smile. You looked over at Vanessa on the sofa, her ears practically perked up, as she tried to eavesdrop on your conversation. You smiled. In a couple of days. August 3rd at the latest. There's still some things at home that we need to take care of first. Alright, then I'll be here awaiting her arrival. Sienna was quite curious. What kind of woman could inspire you? To work this hard for her? The dealership was incredibly efficient. At 10:00 a.m. the next morning, the salesperson called to notify you. The car already had its plates on, and the insurance was all settled. It was ready for pickup at any time. The task of picking up the car was left to Vanessa. You didn't go with her, instead staying home to look after Lily. After driving all the way to the dealership, Vanessa successfully picked up the vehicle. After a quick test drive, she headed toward the city center. She was going to find Lele and Sister Yun to bring them along to Soundwave Entertainment. Vanessa had already made up her mind to report to Soundwave tomorrow. Even though you said she could go a bit later, she didn't want to wait. She had her own little motives as well. Besides singing being her lifelong dream, she didn't want to be like a decorative vase who only knew how to rely on you. At this moment, Vanessa didn't know that Lele Shen had already resigned. She drove to a spot near the Sky Beauty Entertainment building before giving Lele a call. She wanted to surprise her. The call was answered quickly. Vanessa had a smile on her face, and even her voice sounded much brighter. Lele, guess where I am? Lele Shen was currently packing her things in her rented apartment. After resigning, she planned to head back to her hometown. She had already made her decision. Right at that moment, she received Vanessa's call. Vanessa? If you're not at home, where else could you be? Silly, I'm downstairs at your office. Come down, I have something to tell you. Oh, then wait a second, Vanessa. I'll be right there. Lele felt a sudden wave of panic. Why had Vanessa come down to her office? For a moment, she didn't know how to tell Vanessa about her resignation and her plan to move back home. Fortunately, the apartment Lele rented wasn't far from the Sky Beauty building. Before long, she ran downstairs, panting for breath, and began looking around until she heard a voice. Lele, over here. She turned to look. She saw Vanessa stepping out of a brand new car, waving her hand. Vanessa, you bought a car. Lily's eyes crinkled into a beautiful curve. She walked quickly up to Vanessa, staring at the brand new vehicle beside her with a look of pure disbelief. That man actually bought Vanessa a car? Wasn't he supposed to be treating her badly? Vanessa nodded with a smile. She took Lele's hand. Yeah, I just bought it. I came today because I have something to discuss with you. Are you free? Lele only then noticed that this time, Vanessa seemed a bit different from when they last met. Her skin looked much healthier. Her face had filled out a little, and her overall complexion was visibly better. Most importantly, the aura of confidence seemed to have returned. Seeing Vanessa like this, Lele's eyes sparkled. Her Vanessa was finally back. Vanessa, I have all the time in the world. What is it? Just say the word. Lily, come back and be my assistant again. Let's get Sister Yun too. I'm making my comeback. Vanessa held Lele's hands, her eyes shining with hope. Lele froze. She couldn't believe her ears. It took a long while for her to snap out of it. I knew the universe wouldn't abandon me. Vanessa, what a coincidence. I just resigned. We can be together again. She had dreamed of continuing to fight side by side with her dear Vanessa. Vanessa paused for a moment. Only then did she realize Lele had already quit. Lily, I'm so sorry. I was too selfish back then. I won't be like that anymore. It was all her fault that Lele and Sister Yun ended up like this. The thought made Vanessa feel both guilty and sad. Even her previous joy faded a little. Vanessa, everyone has the right to choose, right? I don't blame you. I'm sure Sister Yun doesn't blame you either. Besides, you're making a comeback now. We need to look toward the future. Seeing Vanessa sinking into guilt again, Lele quickly stepped forward and hugged her for comfort. Lele, do you know where Sister Yun is? Let's go find her right now. I do. She's definitely at the Qingpu District People's Hospital, taking care of her mother. Every day, except for the 4 hours she works, Sister Yun is always there. Then let's go now. Vanessa didn't waste any time. She told Lele to get in the car. The two of them hurried to the hospital. Inside the car, Lele curiously looked at the interior. It was a brand new interior. She looked at Vanessa, who was focused on driving. Vanessa, does he know you're making a comeback? Vanessa nodded. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. He knows. This comeback. He was actually the one who negotiated the contract for me. And he bought this car for me too. Lele's mouth dropped open in shock. She blurted out in disbelief. He negotiated the contract for you? How is that possible? Vanessa, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Vanessa shook her head. It's true. He negotiated a deal for me with Soundwave Entertainment, and it's a top-tier one. Lele didn't know what to say. She simply couldn't figure out how a guy like you could land a top-tier contract. Seeing Lele's silence, Vanessa continued, he's really treating me well now. So don't treat him like that anymore. Ooh, Vanessa is playing the protective wife. I'm jealous, and nothing's gonna fix it. Lele pouted her lips, drawing out the last word, to tease Vanessa. A flush of red suddenly crept onto Vanessa's face, but she didn't object. As they chatted, the car soon arrived at the hospital. They went all the way to room 302 in the inpatient department. With a heart full of anxiety, Vanessa knocked on the door. The moment she saw Sister Yoon, she almost burst into tears. Sister Yoon, who once had luscious black hair, now had strands of gray. Her resilient face was now marked by the hardships she had endured. She wore plain clothes that had been washed until they were faded. She looked exactly the way Vanessa used to look. It was clear that her life was also very difficult. When she saw Vanessa, Sister Yoon was completely stunned. She stared blankly at her. Vanessa didn't know what to say. The two of them locked eyes in silence for a moment. It was Lele who ran in first, taking Sister Yoon's hand. Sister Yoon, Vanessa and I came to see you. How is your mother doing? Sister Yoon finally snapped out of it. She seemed a bit flustered, her hands wringing together. You're here. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? Look at the state I'm in. Vanessa, come in and sit down. I just got my mother to sleep. She's doing okay. She can eat and drink. One more surgery and she'll be fully recovered. Speaking of her mother, a faint smile finally appeared on Sister Yoon's face. But that smile hid a trace of bitterness. She was at the end of her rope. She was over 100,000 in debt. She had borrowed from every relative and friend she had. How was she going to pay for the next surgery? Vanessa walked into the ward and sat down. She kept her head down and bit her lip, like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't dare look Sister Yoon in the eye. Sister Yoon looked at Vanessa, studying her closely. A moment later, a gratified smile appeared on her face. She walked over and sat beside her, taking her hand. Vanessa, I'm so happy you came to see me. And I'm even happier to see you like this. It means you're doing well. I only tried to stop you back then for your own good. Don't take it to heart. Sister Yoon, I'm sorry. Vanessa couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into Sister Yoon's arms, her tears falling like raindrops. Sister Yoon gently patted Vanessa's back, saying softly, There's no need to apologize. What mother would blame her own child? I truly treat you like my own daughter. There, stop crying. If you cry any more, you'll turn into an ugly duckling. Vanessa only cried harder. Sister Yoon had watched her grow up every step of the way. Truly, it was just like a mother protecting her own child. So when she selfishly retired back then, the one who was hurt the most wasn't her, but Sister Yoon. Sister Yoon just gently patted Vanessa like that, until she finally stopped crying. When she lifted her red and swollen eyes to look at her, only then did Sister Yoon give her a gentle smile. Vanessa bit her lip. Sister Yoon, I'm making a comeback. Will you come back and be my manager? Hearing Vanessa say this, Sister Yoon was taken aback. Then she furrowed her elegant brows, putting the comeback aside for a moment. What about your child? Are you really okay with that kid looking after her? Compared to Lele, Sister Yoon was much more rational. She remembered clearly that the guy didn't look like an honest type. He didn't look like someone who could take care of a child. But Vanessa nodded. Ting Yao is Lily's father. He'll take good care of Lily. I trust him. Sister Yoon rubbed her temples. She didn't know what had happened between them, but she could see that Vanessa was very firm. Even if he can look after the child, you have to know that a comeback isn't easy. Do you even have a company to sign with right now? And even if you did sign, what kind of resources would the company even give you? Sister Yoon, look. This is the contract from Soundwave Entertainment. Vanessa hurried to pull the contract from her bag, handing it to Sister Yoon. She was afraid that any delay would make her lose her trust. Sure enough, upon seeing the contract, Sister Yoon was stunned. It was actually Soundwave Entertainment, one of the big three. Alright, let me see. With that, Sister Yoon took the contract and read it carefully. Then her shock grew as she read. By the time she reached the end, her hands had started to tremble. What kind of miracle contract was this? Did Vanessa kidnap the boss of Soundwave Entertainment? This was a completely unbalanced contract. For an entertainment company, many of these clauses were practically bullying terms Vanessa had imposed on them. For example, the top-tier resources. For example, the unrestricted freedom. For example, the 2-year term. Sister Yoon suddenly looked up. Is this for real? It's real. Sister Yoon, look, it has the official Soundwave seal right there. How could it possibly be fake? Vanessa explained quickly. Sister Yoon was completely shell-shocked. She stared blankly at Vanessa. The clauses in this contract. As a manager, she had never seen anything like them in her life. This is absurd. Soundwave must be insane. Sister Yoon, it's real. I'm supposed to report to Soundwave tomorrow. Seeing that Sister Yoon still had some doubts, Vanessa hurried to continue explaining. Only then did Sister Yoon believe her, though her face was still filled with shock. Vanessa, tell me the truth. How did you manage to sign this contract? Seeing that Sister Yoon finally believed her, Vanessa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her face turned a bit red. Tin Yao went to Shanghai to get it for me. He wrote a song for Soundwave. Sister Yoon almost doubted her own ears. Tin Yao Huo negotiated a contract and wrote a song for Vanessa? Wasn't that just a fairy tale? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Vanessa, don't blame Sister Yun for not believing him. He can write songs, right, even if he can. What kind of song would be worth a contract like this? Don't let him fool you. Sister Yoon, he really did write it. Seeing that Sister Yoon didn't believe in you, Vanessa quickly took out her phone and opened TikTok. She pulled up Starry Radiance's account and held it out to her. Sister Yoon took the phone skeptically. Even Lei Shen leaned in from the side. She also didn't believe that man could write songs. However, in the next second, my God, over 100 million likes. Lei Shen shouted out in exaggeration. Then she suddenly ducked her head, giving a sheepish smile. This was a hospital ward. Shouting like that would disturb the patients. Sister Yoon was also stunned. What kind of video has over 100 million likes? Then she saw the account name, Starry Radiance, followed by co-created with China Music. Starry Radiance, China Music. So that was it. Sister Yoon didn't even click on the video, because they had all already seen it. Sister Yoon looked up blankly. Starry Radiance is Tin Yao Huo? Lei Shen also exclaimed from the side, though she kept her voice hushed this time. Starry Radiance? The most viral and mysterious guy on the internet right now? Their shocked expressions made Vanessa's face flush once more. She was also very happy that Ting Yao was being recognized. She said matter-of-factly, yes. Starry Radiance. It's named after my daughter. Lily Huo, that's her formal name. Sister Yoon also finally came to her senses. She looked up and handed the phone back to Vanessa, a complex look in her eyes. She was naturally happy that Vanessa could live a good life and had a bright future ahead of her. But Vanessa, with your current standing, you could definitely find a better manager. You should just forget about me. No, Sister Yoon, why? Are you abandoning me? Lele and Vanessa spoke at the same time. Vanessa looked especially heartbroken. Sister Yoon sighed and looked around the ward. You can see my current situation. My mother needs care. I really can't leave. You can hire a nanny. Technology is so advanced these days. You can check in on things here remotely at any time, Layla said directly. Vanessa also looked at Sister Yoon with hope. Sister Yun looked troubled. How could she not know that she could hire a nanny? But her current financial situation, how could she possibly allow herself to do that? Besides, following Vanessa like this would only be a burden to her. Vanessa, you don't need to try and convince me. I want to stay by my mother's side. You guys go back. Vanessa, you must cherish such a good opportunity. Don't be so selfish ever again. Sister Yoon ruffled Vanessa's hair, then steeled herself and turned away, refusing to look at her. Vanessa bit her lip. She didn't understand why Sister Yoon was unwilling to come with her. She had arrived with hope and was returning in disappointment. The entire way back, both Vanessa and Lele remained silent. Vanessa dropped Lele off and drove home alone. The door opened. You were playing games with Lily. You were taken aback when you saw Vanessa. She had been crying. What's going on? You're back. Did everything go smoothly? You asked her directly. Vanessa pouted as she sat on the sofa. The moment she saw you, she felt like she had found someone to lean on, and she felt like crying again. Sister Yoon doesn't want to come with me. Why? You scratched your head. In your memories? That strict woman was supposed to dote on Vanessa. Why would she be unwilling? Vanessa told you everything she had seen and heard at the hospital today. She spoke with grievance, while you listened in silence until you had heard the whole story. You nodded thoughtfully. I see. You're just a dummy. You stay home with Lily. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? Vanessa pouted, looking unhappy. Unclear if she was unhappy because you called her a dummy or because you weren't staying to comfort her. I'm going to go get the person who's so important to you back, dummy. You first found a domestic service agency, then drove to the hospital Vanessa mentioned. You didn't go straight to Sister Yun. You found the doctor first. You learned the details. Of Sister Yoon's mother's condition from the doctor, then you went to the inpatient department and stopped at room 302. In front of the ward, you composed yourself, putting on the coldest expression possible. You knocked lightly on the door. The sound of footsteps came from inside. A moment later, the door opened. Sister Yoon appeared before you with red-rimmed eyes. When she saw you, she was momentarily dazed, having no idea what you were doing there. Sister Yoon, aren't you going to let me in first? Your voice was calm. Standing a full head taller than Sister Yoon, you looked quite imposing. Sister Yoon's face went blank, but she still stepped aside to let you into the room. Sienna, is this a friend of yours? As soon as you entered the ward, you saw an elderly woman with graying hair and gaunt, hollow cheeks. She was sitting up in bed, looking toward you. Before Sister Yoon could even answer, you walked quickly to the bedside and took her mother's hand. Ma'am, my wife is a friend of Sister Yoon's. She came by earlier, but you were sleeping, so she didn't want to disturb you. Oh, so you're a friend of my Sienna. Young man, that's very kind of you. For my Sienna to have friends like you all, it's a real blessing for her. Sister Yoon's mother patted your hand, her face full of kindness, but her skeletal, thin frame was a heartbreaking sight to behold. Ma'am, please, don't say that. We're the lucky ones to have Sister Yoon as a friend. My wife talks about how great she is every single day at home. Honestly, I've heard it so many times my ears have grown calluses. It's just a shame. My wife really wanted Sister Yoon to go with her for this next job, but she's so worried about your health that she refused to go. You have no idea. My wife came home so upset she hasn't stopped nagging me about it. Behind you, Sister Yoon's face suddenly paled. You guy, was he actually sent by Vanessa to act as a lobbyist? What job? Sienna, what's this all about? Sister Yoon's mother didn't know the specifics of her work. Now, hearing you say this, her graying eyebrows immediately furrowed. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. There is no job. My work is going just fine. Sister Yoon shot you a glare, then hurriedly tried to explain to her mother. Even though the mother was nearly 70 years old, she wasn't a fool. She knew her daughter was definitely compromising for her sake, and that it was affecting her career. Immediately, she reached out and took your hands in hers. She asked, Young ma'am, my Sienna is causing you all far too much trouble. That's just how this girl is. Tell me, what kind of job is it? You put on a conflicted expression and glanced at Sister Yoon, then said, Ma'am, I'm sorry, I really have a big mouth. The main thing is that this job requires travel. We originally wanted to hire a nanny to look after you, but Sister Yoon couldn't set her mind at ease. She wanted to take care of you personally. Sienna, you silly girl. Why wouldn't you tell me something like this? If the job needs you to travel, then you go. Hearing your words, the mother turned to look at her daughter. Mom, Sister Yoon was frantic, and she absolutely hated you in that moment. She did want to stay and care for her mother, but the root cause was that she simply couldn't afford to leave. Where would she get the money for a nanny? Even the money for the next surgery was currently an exhausting struggle for her. Sister Yoon, let's step outside to chat. Your face remained calm, as if you were completely unbothered by her furious gaze. You squeezed her mother's hand and said kindly, Ma'am, don't worry. Sister Yoon and I will just have a quick talk about it. With that, you stood up and left the ward. Sister Yoon gritted her teeth, looked at her mother, and followed you out. In the hallway, Sister Yoon looked up and glared at you. What exactly are you trying to do? Think of me as the bad guy if you want. I just don't want Vanessa to be sad. I know her. If you don't go with her, she'll be constantly worried about you. At that point, her performance will be lucky to hit 50% of her potential. By the way, I've already paid for your mother's next surgery. I've also contacted a nursing agency. Here's the number. You can pick the person yourself. You replied flatly. The height difference between the two of you gave you a somewhat unintended air of looking down on her. Are you giving me charity? Sister Yoon let out a frustrated laugh. You're overthinking it. You're going to pay me back. It'll be deducted from the salary Vanessa pays you later. This time, Vanessa is bringing you and Lele along herself. It has nothing to do with Soundwave Entertainment. I don't care how much she pays you, but this was my money, so you owe me. You put on the persona of a stubborn rogue, shrugging your shoulders. Anyway, the surgery and the nanny fees. I've already paid them in full, and they don't offer refunds. What you do next is none of my business. Without giving Sister Yoon time to react, you turned and strode toward the exit. Ting Yao, just don't tell Vanessa. As you were almost at the door, Sister Yoon's voice drifted over. You didn't even turn your head. You just gave a dismissive wave of your hand. Sister Yoon just watched your silhouette disappear outside the door, her gaze unreadably complex. Only after a long while did she return to the ward. Sienna, did that young man head home? Her mother, seeing her enter alone, patted the side of the bed. motioning for Sister Yun to sit. Don't blame him, that young man is a good person. I've seen many people in my time. Just from looking at his eyes, I could tell what kind of man he is. I know you're a devoted daughter, but a person's life has many paths. If you choose the wrong one now, you'll regret it later. Isn't my health doing pretty well now? One more surgery and I'll be completely cured. And the doctor said the risk isn't that high. So don't worry about me. Go on. If I'm the reason you end up with regrets, that would be the only thing that truly breaks my heart. Sister Yun kept her head down, silently listening to her mother's words. After a long silence, she finally gave a small, gentle nod. The moment you arrived back home, Vanessa hurried over to you, her face practically overflowing with curiosity. You deliberately avoided looking at her, cheerfully picking up Lily instead. Lily, what do you want for dinner tonight? Vanessa's expression completely froze. She stared in disbelief as you walked right past her. I love whatever Daddy makes. The little one replied enthusiastically, not noticing her mother at all, whose face had now completely fallen. All right, then Daddy will go get started right now. With that, you gave the little one a kiss on the cheek and headed toward the kitchen. Tingyao, I'm mad now. Vanessa pouted, her face full of grievance. This man was actually just ignoring her. Didn't he know she'd been waiting anxiously at home? Oh? What's the matter? You turned around, putting on a perfectly innocent expression. This only made Vanessa even angrier. When he left the house, he was all dummy this and dummy that with a gentle smile. Now he comes back and plays dumb. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she got. Vanessa plopped down onto the sofa, crossed her arms, and turned her face away, refusing to look at you. You smiled, deciding to stop teasing her. When you leave tomorrow, remember to take those 2 loyal guardians of yours with you. With that temper of yours. If you go out without them, people will bully you to death. Vanessa snapped her head around, her eyes sparkling with light. Her speed at changing her mood even left you impressed. Sister Yun agreed. Go on now, I have to cook. Please don't disturb the chef. In the end, Vanessa didn't manage to ask how you had pulled it off. Every time she asked, you just played dumb. But that didn't stop her from looking at you with literal stars in her eyes. Ever since you changed, it felt like there was nothing you couldn't do. You unabashedly enjoyed Vanessa's adoring gaze. You were a big spender now. Any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. The revenue from your collaboration with China Music had left your wallet fat. You were feeling incredibly confident. As for the situation with Sister Yun, after Vanessa told you about it, you had already guessed the reason. The woman could barely afford to eat. How was she supposed to go chasing dreams with you? This also made you reflect. The way men and women perceive things and handle problems is truly vastly different. Women are mostly emotional, while men are mostly rational. Early the next morning, Vanessa crawled out of bed. For once, you didn't go out for your morning run today. The 2 of you stayed in the kitchen in perfect harmony, making breakfast together. Vanessa's luggage was already packed and sitting in the living room. Lily was still asleep. She didn't plan on waiting for the little one to wake up before leaving. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to bring herself to go. Breakfast was ready in no time. Vanessa Liu ate her breakfast in silence. You sat beside her, chatting about this and that. You looked just like any ordinary family. The wife was heading out to work, and the husband was nagging her with reminders. Remember to call often once you get there, otherwise Lily will really miss you. I've already told them you're coming today. Shanghai isn't that far away, so come back whenever you're free. If anything happens while you're out, tell me. Don't be a fool and keep it all bottled up inside. Vanessa Liu listened to you talk while she ate her porridge. A sudden sense of longing washed over her. She almost didn't want to leave home anymore. Vanessa Liu ate this meal very, very slowly. Her phone rang just as her bowl was nearly empty. She was still lost in a daze. It wasn't until you nudged her that she snapped out of it and answered. Hello? Vanessa, I'm ready. Sister Yun is with me. When are you coming over? I'll be there in a bit. Just wait for me for a few more minutes, okay? Got it. See you downstairs at my place soon. The call ended. Vanessa Liu looked up at you. The look in her almond eyes made your heart skip a beat. Vanessa Liu really was incredibly beautiful. At least among everyone you had seen in 2 lifetimes. Few could ever hope to rival her. You glanced at the luggage. Time to head out then. Don't keep them waiting too long. Yeah, let me go take one last look at Lily before I go. Vanessa Liu averted her gaze and spoke softly. You gave a soft, okay, and walked with her to the bedroom. Lily was still sprawled out in a deep sleep. She had no idea her mother was about to leave her side. Vanessa Liu leaned in and gave her little face a tender kiss. She buried her face against the little one's neck, nuzzling her before reluctantly standing up. She stepped out of the bedroom, looking back every second. You followed her and helped load her luggage into the car. You watched her sit in the driver's seat. Only after she was settled did you close the door. You stepped to the side of the car. I'm leaving. Vanessa Liu turned to look at you. Remember to come home often, or the little one is definitely going to cry. I know. After saying that, she started the engine. Suddenly, Vanessa Liu turned back toward you. Her expression was serious. Ting Yao Huo, I love you. Without waiting for your reply, the car pulled away. The car drove all the way to the city center. Lei Shen had been waiting anxiously for a long time, standing downstairs. Beside her, Sister Yun shook her head, after working for so long. This girl's personality was still so impatient. Vanessa's here. Vanessa Liu's car slowly pulled up. Lei Shen waved frantically. Lei, Sister Yun. Have you guys been waiting long? Vanessa Liu took Lei Shen's hand and looked at Sister Yun. Not that long, she said apologetically. It's just that Lei is a bit of a fireball. A smile played on Sister Yun's face. She never thought the three of them would ever reunite, to work together again. Thinking of this, Sister Yun thought of that man, who looked like a useless pretty boy. To think that today was only possible because of him. Sister Yun, thank you for coming. Vanessa Liu walked up to Sister Yun, took her hands, and gave them a playful shake. Without you, Lei and I wouldn't know what to do. All right. You're a mother now, yet you're still acting like a child. You should be thanking your husband, not me. Anyway, let's get the luggage. In work mode, Sister Yun was as sharp as ever, but her words made Vanessa Liu blush a deep red. She still didn't know how you had managed to convince Sister Yun. The three of them didn't have much luggage, just some basic daily necessities. The car easily fit everything they had. The three of them got in. Lei Shen waved a hand. The road to a bright future awaits. Here we come. The car headed straight toward Shanghai. Soundwave Entertainment Building, Shanghai. Sienna Yang arrived at her office early. However, she was distracted all day during work. She finally made it to noon. Calculating the time, Sienna Yang went downstairs to the main entrance. That guy's wife was supposed to arrive today. She wanted to see for herself exactly what kind of woman was being so spoiled by him. After waiting for only a short while, Sienna Yang saw a car with Riverside license plates enter the parking lot in front of the building. Sienna Yang narrowed her eyes slightly. Looking closely, three people stepped out of the car. One was a chattering girl bursting with youthful energy. The other was older, with some gray in her hair. She watched the other two, with a doting smile on her face the entire time. Seeing Vanessa Liu's two friends, she knew that Vanessa Liu must have a very pleasant personality. She shifted her gaze to the woman walking in the middle. Her oval face had a healthy glow. Her almond eyes were as bright as clear water. A gentle smile rested on her face, making one feel an instinctive urge to protect her. No wonder that guy Ting Yao Huo was so devoted. Sienna Yang composed herself and stepped forward. Hello, you must be Vanessa Liu. I'm Sienna Yang, the Vice Director of HR here at Soundwave. On behalf of Soundwave Entertainment, welcome to the team. Hello, I'm Vanessa Liu. Vanessa Liu's voice was soft and sweet. She spoke gently. She was also observing this professional woman. She admired the sophisticated aura Sienna Yang projected. Her voice was unexpectedly pleasant, and she seemed remarkably clean and pure. How did a woman like this ever get swept off her feet by a jerk like Ting Yao Huo in the past? Sienna thought to herself, a trace of complexity flickering in her eyes. And these two are? Sienna was the first to look away. She shifted her gaze to Lei Shen and Sister Yun. Lei Shen, my assistant. And this is Sister Yun, my manager. Vanessa Liu answered earnestly. This career woman was being very polite to her, but her reaction seemed a bit strange. Vanessa Liu tilted her head in confusion. Then, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to her, the light in her eyes dimmed slightly, so she brought her own team with her. Well, that's fine. It saves us some trouble. Sienna Yang bowed slightly, to Lei Shen and Sister Yun respectively. Then she turned back to Vanessa. Let me show you around the place first. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. The sooner you get familiar with it, the better. Once the tour is over, I'll take you to the artist apartments. Okay, thank you. Vanessa Liu nodded in gratitude. The group followed Sienna Yang into the building. Along the way, Lei Shen was absolutely blown away. This place was far more luxurious than the Sky Beauty branch in Riverside. And you could see famous stars who were constantly trending on social media at any given moment. It was simply on a different level than the Sky Beauty branch. Back in Riverside, a B-list singer like Crystal Zhang could act like a queen. Sienna Yang led them into the elevator. They went all the way up to the 11th floor. She gave them a warm introduction. This entire floor is dedicated to recording studios. They're all equipped with professional-grade gear. As she spoke, she pushed open an empty studio. for Vanessa Liu and the others to see. We primarily use 3 floors for our singers. The 11th floor is entirely recording studios. Next, let's head to the 12th floor. That's where the singers' lounges are. Generally, they spend most of their time there, whether they're composing or waiting for notifications. Each room is a private, dedicated space. Exiting the recording studio, Sienna Yang led Vanessa Liu up to the 12th floor. Many people greeted Sienna Yang along the way. They all had strange looks of flattery on their faces. Vanessa Liu was quite curious because when they looked at her, their eyes were clearly filled with envy. She didn't understand. Wasn't Sienna Yang just a vice director of HR? Why was everyone looking at her with that kind of gaze? And what Vanessa Liu found even stranger was that she saw a middle-aged, balding man wearing a tag that identified him as the HR director. He stopped on his own to greet Sienna Yang. He even took the initiative to greet her as well. Vanessa Liu replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention. This director named Zhang Chao had such a good temper. He was actually so polite to her. Back at the Sky Beauty branch, no matter what level the manager was, they always looked at people with their noses in the air. At that moment, Sienna Yang stopped at the end of the hallway. She pointed to the lounge in front of them and said to Vanessa Liu, "This will be your exclusive lounge from now on. When you don't have any announcements or aren't busy, you can stay here and rest whenever you like." Vanessa Liu looked up. The door to the lounge was tightly closed, secured with a digital keypad lock. Her name was indeed written on the door plate. As Sienna Yang entered the code, she introduced the lock to Vanessa Liu. The initial code is 6 6s. You can change the password later to whatever you like. Now, let's take a look at your lounge. The door opened. The group entered the room. Layla Shen was the first to let out a wow. This lounge was huge. The decor was incredibly luxurious. While Sister Yoon remained relatively calm, even Vanessa Liu was shocked. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge before. Layla Shen felt so happy she was practically about to faint. Thinking back to her time at Sky Beauty, even a dog wouldn't want to stay in that place. Comparison really is the thief of joy. If there hadn't been an outsider present, Layla Shen would have even wanted to roll around on the sofa. Sienna Yang looked at their pleasantly surprised faces and smiled. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. Top-tier resources, right? Then the lounge naturally had to be top-tier as well. Hearing this, Layla Shen suddenly felt that Ting Yao Huo wasn't so detestable after all. Even after they left the lounge, Layla Shen was still immersed in her happiness. Just then, a nearby door suddenly opened. A graceful and elegant woman in high heels walked out from inside. Following behind her was a small assistant wearing glasses. When the woman saw them coming out of the adjacent room, a flash of surprise crossed her face. She immediately greeted Sienna Yang. "Director Yang, are you personally showing someone the rooms?" "Yes." "Lena, are you heading out?" Sienna Yang replied with a neutral expression. "Yes, I have a meeting to attend this afternoon." "I'll let you get back to it, Director Yang. I'll be going now." After Lena finished speaking, she glanced at Vanessa Liu and the others. She didn't bother to greet them. She walked away elegantly in her high heels. "Let's go as well. It's already noon. The floors above are all meeting rooms. Generally, unless there's a company meeting, they are rarely used. I won't bother taking you on a tour there. Let's head straight to the artist apartments. You can drop off your luggage, and then we'll go grab lunch." "It's on me." Sienna Yang turned around, smiling as she spoke to Vanessa Liu. Vanessa Liu only felt that she was being a bit too enthusiastic. Her impression of the company today was quite good, but things were a bit strange. Some people were clearly being much more welcoming to her. Once they were in the elevator, Vanessa Liu suddenly asked softly, "Director Yang, are you and Ting Yao Huo very close?" As soon as she asked this, she clearly saw the smile on Sienna Yang's face falter for a moment. "Is that really how it is?" Vanessa Liu's eyes narrowed slightly. An unidentifiable feeling of bitterness welled up in her heart. "Well, I was the one who received him when he came over. I've been following the collaboration closely, so we've become somewhat familiar." Sienna Yang quickly explained. "I see," Vanessa Liu replied softly. She didn't say anything more. The group went downstairs. Sienna Yang continued to lead the way in her gray Mercedes. Vanessa Liu followed slowly behind her. As soon as Layla Shen got into the car, she started mindlessly gushing about how great this place was. It wasn't until Sister Yoon shot her a look that she suddenly realized Vanessa Liu seemed to be in a bit of a bad mood, even though she had been quite happy just a moment ago. "Vanessa, what's wrong?" Layla Shen leaned over the front seat and asked curiously. "Oh, it's nothing. Keep going, Layla." This was considered nothing? Layla Shen was bewildered. She turned to Sister Yoon for help. Sister Yoon just smiled and said nothing. She could tell at a glance that someone was feeling very jealous right now. Meanwhile, at home, your head felt like it was about to explode. "Lily, honey, Daddy will sing Little Tiger for you. Can we please stop crying? Ever since the little munchkin woke up, she had been clamoring for her mommy. No matter what you said, Lily only cried even harder. Yesterday, you had promised Vanessa Lou that you would take good care of Lily. Now, you just wanted to say, I really can't do this. When Vanessa Lou was home before, the little girl had been clinging to you without any tears. What was going on now? You sang Little Tiger with a pained expression. Lily's little pearls were still falling one by one. Daddy is mean. He hid mommy. I want mommy. Wah! The little munchkin sat on the sofa, kicking her legs. She looked like she wasn't going to give up, until she saw her mommy today. You knelt in front of the sofa and scratched your head. What should you do? Vanessa Lou had only been gone for half a day. You couldn't possibly call her back now, could you? She would laugh at you forever. Oh no, you were caught in a struggle. Just then, the phone on the table rang. You gave it a casual glance. In the next second, a spark of joy lit up your eyes. A lifesaver had arrived. You quickly grabbed the phone. It was a message from Vanessa Lou. It was just 2 simple words. You there? You frantically typed back. I am. I definitely am. Aren't you busy? Vanessa Lou, who had finished lunch and was resting in the apartment, looked at the message on her phone. Her expression was neutral, though it seemed to carry a hint of a chill. I had lunch with Director Yang today. What kind of irrelevant answer was that? If she had lunch with Director Yang, then she had lunch. Did she really need to tell you? You scratched your head, not having time to overthink it. You immediately started a video call. Vanessa Lou's cool, pretty face appeared on the screen. You gave a sheepish smile and pointed the phone at Lily. Hey. Lily missed you. Ting Yao Huo, is this what you meant by taking good care of her? You pretended not to hear her and looked innocent. The little girl was crying her heart out. Now that she finally saw her mommy on the phone, she used her tiny hands to wipe away her tears. She said pitifully, Mommy, did Daddy hide you away? Don't you want Lily anymore? Be a good girl, Lily. Mommy is just away for work. I'll be home very soon. Don't cry, honey. Vanessa Lou soothed the little one gently from her end. The tears gradually stopped. Lily held the phone with both hands, trying to get closer to Vanessa Lou. At that moment, you felt like your heart had suffered 10,000 tons of damage. I've been trying to soothe her for ages, making faces and singing songs. It still wasn't as effective as a single word from Vanessa Lou. Vanessa Lou cooed a few more lines, and little Lily finally stopped crying completely. You let out a long sigh of relief. Having calmed the little one down, you turned the phone toward yourself. Your eyes darted around shiftily like a thief, just not daring to look at Vanessa Lou. Can you really take care of a child properly? Vanessa Lou's questioning voice came through the phone. You immediately got defensive. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I were the one gone, you wouldn't be able to soothe Lily either. You looked completely indignant. Vanessa Lou gave you a long, deep look. Did this guy have no self-awareness at all? No, that's not why she called. This man was changing the subject. Vanessa Lou's gaze turned slightly cold. Pretending not to care, she asked, Are you and Director Yang pretty close? We're all right, you answered casually, completely unaware that you were already on the edge of death, testing the waters dangerously. All right, Vanessa Lou repeated, looking at you with a hollow gaze. She said it again. You felt a mysterious chill come over you. You wrapped your clothes tighter. Strange. It's so hot out. Could I have a cold? All right. Are you getting used to it over there? If not, I have things to do, so I'm hanging up. Vanessa Lou rolled her eyes at you. She decided to stop talking to you. The video call was abruptly cut off. Only then did you belatedly realize she was angry. That was weird. Caught in the crossfire for no reason, you put the phone down. You looked at your daughter huddled on the sofa, who had stopped fussing and become Lily again, and gave a silly little laugh. For the next 2 days, Vanessa Lou called home every single day. This made things much easier for you. But what you found strange was that every time this woman called, she only talked to her daughter. As soon as it was your turn, she acted like you owed her $8 million. She didn't give you a single kind look. You could only comfort yourself. Women have a few days like that every month. Just endure it and it'll pass. Vanessa Lou was very idle these past 2 days. If she wasn't at the apartment, she was in the lounge. The company hadn't given her any bookings. Sister Yoon kept contacting outside songwriters, but they hadn't had any luck. This caused Lele Shen to sigh all day with nothing to do. For example, right now, she was sprawled on the sofa, clutching a pillow and complaining, Vanessa, what do you think Soundwave Entertainment is playing at? They aren't giving you any events, and they haven't even announced your comeback. What's the difference between this and not making a comeback at all? Sister Yoon also looked worried. Over these 2 days, She had contacted many of her old songwriter connections. But as soon as they heard Vanessa Liu wanted to come back, they all politely declined. After all, no one was a fool, someone who had been out of the industry for over 2 years, with no popularity left, and no resources to speak of. Writing a song for her was like throwing money into the ocean. Let's just wait patiently a bit longer. There's bound to be a way. Vanessa Liu comforted Lele Shen. She'd also been trying to compose music these past 2 days. It was just that she was always lacking that bit of inspiration. Being stuck like this naturally made her think of you. If it were you, you could definitely write a song much better than this, right? Thinking of this, Vanessa Liu couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. It seemed she was inferior to you in every way now. Why don't you go ask Ting Yao Huo? Lele Shen suddenly sat up and blurted out. Vanessa Liu hesitated. Her original intention in leaving was to not be so dependent on him. After thinking for a while, she said, "Let's wait 2 more days. If it still doesn't work, I'll call him, okay?" Lele Shen squeezed the pillow in her arms. Her expression was a bit dejected. She didn't understand. That guy was Vanessa's husband, so why couldn't Vanessa Liu just ask him for a song? What Vanessa Liu didn't know was that in the Soundwave Entertainment conference room, Yang Xian and a group of executives were holding a meeting. An invitation document lay on the table before them. Yang Xian gestured with his hands for silence. The noisy conference room immediately fell quiet. Everyone has seen it, right? The New Song Gala, the most famous star-making program in the country. Singers who stood out in the New Song Gala before are now basically all A-list stars. Their program is about to begin, and we have 2 spots available. Everyone, let's discuss which 2 people we should send. After Yang Xian finished speaking, the conference room immediately buzzed with whispers again. Before long, a sophisticated-looking man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looking very refined, was the first to speak. "I think Chung Dai would be a good choice. She has a sweet look, decent popularity, and her singing is quite good too. She's currently a B-list singer. If she can place in the New Song Gala, there's a high chance she'll be promoted to the A-list." As soon as the man finished speaking, most of the people present began to nod in approval. Seeing this, Yang Xian made the decision. "That's the first one. We still have 1 more spot. Who else do you think would be appropriate?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Chao stood up and said, "Chairman, I think Vanessa Liu would be good as well." Vanessa Liu? Yang Xian suddenly remembered. Isn't that the person recommended by that kid Ting Yao Huo? She's already at the company. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about her. Just as Zhang Chao finished speaking, the refined man spoke up again. "Director Zhang, I don't think Vanessa Liu will work. Even a total newcomer would be better than her. Setting aside the fact that she has 0 popularity and no recent work, the fact that she retired because of her marriage won't leave a very good impression on the audience." Zhang Chao dismissively waved his hand and argued, "It is precisely because of that we should choose her even more, since she is making her comeback at our company. We need to give her a stage. I've heard Vanessa Liu's old songs. She sings very well. Besides, Vanessa Liu's looks are second to none. Under these circumstances, why shouldn't we choose her?" The refined man, Director Yin Ping, frowned. "Director Zhang, you're in charge of HR. I'm in charge of operations. I know better than you that what a singer needs most is popularity. We aren't a charity. Do we have to give her a stage just because she's with us?" "Director Yin, you want to talk about popularity? Then surely you know who recommended Vanessa Liu, right? Tell me, Director Yin, how is Starry Radiance's popularity? What if he is the one writing songs for Vanessa Liu?" Facing Yin Ping's argument, Zhang Chao continued to respond forcefully. However, his face was now full of smugness. "Trying to pick a fight with me, kid? You've got a lot to learn." Zhang Chao had never liked Yin Ping. Normally, he acted like a tyrant in the company. Just because he was the director of operations, he would even hit on female singers. Many of the young singers Zhang Chao had recruited had complained that he was basically a refined scumbag. Zhang Chao absolutely loathed him. Starry Radiance? Even Yinping was a bit speechless. Upon hearing Starry Radiance's name, did he dare say Starry Radiance wasn't popular? He didn't dare. That MV co-created with China Music had over 100 million likes. Word was that his follower count had reached 50 million. Yinping adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, glaring gloomily at the triumphant Zhang Chao. "And you're sure Starry Radiance will write for Vanessa Liu? Alright, stop arguing. I can confirm that part." Yang Xian gestured for them to stop. He motioned for silence. "In that case, the selections will be Cheng Di and Vanessa Liu. Go ahead and notify everyone." Seeing the chairman give the word, Yinping could only nod in unwilling agreement. He had another candidate in mind, but the decision was made before he had a chance to speak. The meeting adjourned. Zhang Chao rubbed his smooth, bald head, walking out with a joyful chuckle. This was the first time he had outmaneuvered Yinping in such a matter. He felt incredibly satisfied. At the same time, at Prime Entertainment, Sky Beauty Entertainment, and other smaller entertainment firms, the exact same scene was playing out. At the Riverside branch of Sky Beauty Entertainment, Brenda ran all the way. Arriving at the lounge out of breath, Crystal Zhang was at her vanity, messing with her red fingernails. Crystal, good news. This time, it's truly a blessing in disguise. Crystal Zhang frowned. Because of Brenda's sudden shouting, she had smudged one of her nails. What good news? Speaking in a complaining tone, Crystal Zhang wiped the nail polish clean and began reapplying it with meticulous care. Faced with such a cold reception, Brenda's excitement was instantly dampened. She looked at Crystal Zhang and felt more annoyed by the second. The two of them truly couldn't stand the sight of each other now. However, as long as Crystal Zhang hadn't fallen from grace, she still had to serve this little diva. The company decided to let you go to the new song gala, and they've hired a famous songwriter to write for you. Consider this the company's way of making up for your recent loss. The new song gala? Crystal Zhang froze. She immediately smudged her nail again, but this time she didn't care. Instead, she turned to look at Brenda. She confirmed once more, is it the one we're placing? Can launch you straight into being an A-list singer? Yes. Do you think there are 2 new song galas? Crystal, this is your chance. You must make the most of it. I went to a lot of trouble to help you get this opportunity. Seeing Crystal Zhang get serious, Brenda relaxed slightly, even changing the way she addressed her. The new song gala? I'm going to be a superstar. Crystal Zhang finally processed the news. She jumped up from her chair, her joy completely plain to see. She didn't hear Brenda taking credit at all. She only heard the news that she was about to blow up. Crystal, we still have 3 days before it starts. Let's stay steady. This time, the famous songwriter Wu Fan is writing for you. You have to sing your heart out. Brenda advised her, hoping Crystal wouldn't get too carried away. After all, Brenda would only make more money if Crystal got famous. Brenda truly hoped she would get a good ranking this time. But Crystal Zhang didn't take her warnings to heart. She got even more excited upon hearing the name Wu Fan. Is it that Wu Fan known as the godfather of music? Then isn't it a guaranteed win? What is there to worry about? He and I together, that's a power duo. Haha, Brenda let out a sigh, but on second thought, it was true. Though Crystal Zhang's character wasn't great, her vocal talent was undeniable. With a song from the godfather of music, Wu Fan, she could definitely break into the top 3. In the artist departments in Shanghai, Vanessa Liu received a call from the operations department, notifying her to prepare for the new song gala in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Vanessa Liu was completely dazed. While they were still discussing what strategy to use, she hadn't expected the company to hand her this on a silver platter. Seeing Vanessa Liu hang up the phone, with such a blank, adorable expression, Layla Shen couldn't help but ask curiously, Vanessa, who was it? The operations department notified me. I'm participating in the new song gala in 3 days. The new song gala? Really? Vanessa, are you for real? Layla Shen was stunned for a mere second. The next second, she scrambled up and grabbed Vanessa Liu's shoulders, shaking her back and forth. She was beyond excited. Lily, you're going to shake me until I'm dizzy. Vanessa Liu pushed Layla Shen's chubby hands away, looking completely exasperated. Vanessa, did the company really let you enter the new song gala? Sister Yun sat nearby and asked carefully. The operations department just sent down the notice. Vanessa Liu nodded in confirmation. Sister Yun couldn't hide her joy either. Using the new song gala as a stage to announce a powerful return was perfect. It was just that, right now, the most urgent task was to find a suitable songwriter. I'll contact some of the songwriters I used to know. Vanessa, you try writing something yourself too. Over the next 3 days, we absolutely must find a great song to fire the opening shot of your comeback. Okay? Vanessa Liu nodded earnestly. Layla Shen raised her hand. I'll handle the nutritional meals, following our old routine. I'll get Vanessa filled out and healthy as soon as possible. The 3 of them had a clear division of labor. Layla Shen started picking out ingredients for today's lunch. Sister Yun picked up her phone to contact songwriters. Vanessa Liu picked up some manuscript paper, laid it flat on the table, and sank into thought. Meanwhile, you were teaching Lily her second children's song. Lily had been very good these past 2 days, though this was likely because Vanessa Liu called back every single day. You felt your own contribution was significant too. At least now you were fully familiar with the childcare routine. Lily clapped her tiny hands to provide the rhythm. You were wearing a big bad wolf headpiece, acting all fierce and scary, while singing the lyrics for Lily. In the evening, after finishing dinner, Lily, who had played all day, couldn't stop her sleepiness. Her little head kept nodding downward. Even so, she forced herself to stay awake, insisting on hearing your bedtime story. Only then did she fall into a deep sleep. You smiled and tucked the little one under the covers, kissing her on the forehead. You tiptoed out to the living room. It was just 7:30 p.m. You had been thinking for the last 2 days about what kind of song to prepare for Vanessa Liu. But so far, you didn't have a clue. There were too many songs from your old world. It was all a tangled mess in your mind. Moreover, on Vanessa Liu's side, ever since she arrived at Soundwave Entertainment, no news had really filtered back. You thought for a while, but still had no lead. So, you opened TikTok, intending to scroll through some videos before going to bed. Only Ordinary hadn't lost its online heat yet. For every 3 or 4 videos you scrolled, you would basically find one related to it. Many netizens lamented that after hearing Starry Radiance's song, their ears couldn't tolerate any other music. They'd even spontaneously formed a Starry Radiance fan support club. Their avatars were all Lily's facial expressions. From when she sang The Courage Explosion, you only just realized that at some point, they had actually turned Lily's expressions into memes, and were using them with great enthusiasm. Fortunately, the focus of most netizens was on Starry Radiance himself. Only a small portion of mommy fans and kid fans were fans of Lily. Otherwise, the little one would have to wear a mask every time she went out, which would be a hassle. Besides the hype for Only Ordinary, the hottest topic on the internet now was the upcoming New Song Gala. The annual New Song Gala produced 1 or 2 viral singers every time, which gave people plenty to talk about. The fans of the singers participating in this New Song Gala were actively campaigning for their idols. After all, the New Song Gala was conducted entirely as a live broadcast. There were 4 famous veteran mentors who would vote. In the event of a tie, there was one final vote. That would be determined by the netizens' real-time voting. This allowed for maximum audience engagement. Sometimes, a single vote in the hands of the audience will directly decide whether a contestant stays or goes. The schedule for the New Song Gala is also quite simple. A total of 16 contestants will participate, competing in pairs. Opponents are decided by drawing lots. There are no revival rounds. Winners advance, while losers are eliminated. It's worth mentioning that guests can be invited for the second round of the finals. This doesn't just test the contestants' own performances, but also the ability of the songwriters behind them, as well as their personal networks and connections. So, every time the New Song Gala ends, many popular original songs appear online. This greatly satisfies the ears of the netizens. You just glanced at it briefly and swiped past. You are very interested in it. You then continued to swipe down many times. You found that the algorithm was truly absurd. You had only paused for a moment earlier, and now the feed was pushing nothing but New Song Gala videos. Fed up with the feed, you had no choice but to turn off your phone. You tiptoed back to the bedroom to sleep. Tomorrow, you still had to take the kid out. Early the next morning, you were awakened by a phone call. The caller ID showed it was actually Lele Shen. That little girl, hello? What are you doing so early in the morning? You yawned. Quick, do something about Vanessa Liu. She's lost it. She hasn't slept since last night. Lele Shen spoke in a low voice, like a thief. She was calling you behind Vanessa Liu's back. What happened? You frowned. Why was she so careless with her own health? You had put in so much effort to get her a bit filled out. You didn't want her to lose it all again. Vanessa Liu is participating in the New Song Gala, but we don't have any songs to try and compose a song. Vanessa Liu has become completely obsessed. You scratched her head. You didn't expect Vanessa Liu to enter a competition after having been there for only a few days. In the original partnership agreement with Soundwave Entertainment, you were supposed to be the one writing her songs. This was indeed an oversight on your part. You were over here thinking about a song for so long, while over there, the situation was already at a boiling point. Got it. I'll give her a call. Lily, thank you for looking after her for me. Who's helping you? Taking care of Vanessa Liu is only natural for me. Alright, I'm hanging up. Vanessa Liu is coming out. Lele Shen hurriedly hung up the phone. She stole a guilty glance at Vanessa Liu. Fortunately, Vanessa Liu hadn't slept all night. Her spirit was very low right now, so she didn't notice Lele's little movements. Vanessa Liu was very frustrated right now. She felt like she was just about to grasp the melody, but every time it was just slightly out of reach. She didn't understand what was missing, so her mood naturally wasn't very good. Right then, your call came through. Vanessa Liu quickly composed herself and answered. Hello? Does Lily miss me? Can't I call you even if Lily doesn't miss you? I am your husband after all. Your voice came through the phone. Vanessa Liu's face flushed slightly. This was the first time you had called yourself her husband. Vanessa Liu didn't answer. For a moment, both of you were silent. After a while, the sound of your sigh came through the phone. Why didn't you tell me you were entering the new song gala? It's something that could be easily solved. Why push yourself so hard? Lily would be so sad if you actually ruined your health, you said helplessly. In your view, this was clearly something that could be done with ease. Vanessa Liu could have just told you directly, but she hadn't. Vanessa Liu had stayed up all night, and her nerves were already on edge. Now, hearing you say this so late, Vanessa Liu felt like you were interrogating her. She suddenly felt a massive wave of grievance flood her heart. She instinctively bit her lip, a trace of stubbornness flashing across her face. Tears gradually filled her eyes. Vanessa Liu didn't speak. She was afraid her voice would betray her current state. She didn't want you to see her in such an embarrassing state. You couldn't see her expression. You instinctively frowned. A moment later, you suddenly heard sobbing on the other end. She was crying? What happened? You felt it was totally absurd. It wasn't as if you had said anything harsh. Relationships were such a headache to deal with. Why are you crying all of a sudden? She still couldn't hold it back. Vanessa Liu felt so useless. Ting Yao Huo, Vanessa Liu blurted out with a sob. Her voice was very loud. To you, she sounded a bit like she was lashing out in shame. You were stunned. This was the first time you'd heard Vanessa Liu talk to you like this, with a trembling voice full of grievance. You could imagine the expression she must have right now. Vanessa Liu pursed her lips, her eyes shimmering with tears. She also realized her own sensitivity, but if she didn't say these things out loud, she would feel so miserable inside. Ting Yao Huo, do you think I'm completely useless? That all I can do is depend on you? I don't want it to be like this. I'm sorry. I wasn't blaming you. I'm just worried about your health. Forgetting to write the song was definitely my oversight. So that was what she was thinking. Your words earlier had indeed been a bit problematic. You realized it belatedly. You hurriedly said with a placating smile. Vanessa Liu's words were cut off by you before she could finish. On the other end, you were laughing. You were actually laughing quite cheerfully. I'm already feeling so wronged, and you're laughing even though you can't see it. Vanessa Liu felt even more aggrieved. Ever since meeting the sophisticated woman, Sienna Yang, she suddenly felt that compared to her, she was good for nothing. That woman had the perfect figure, the elegance, and the intelligence. Moreover, from the way Sienna looked at you, Vanessa Liu could see the admiration she had for you. Vanessa Liu was lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, your voice continued to come through the phone. But Vanessa Liu, I really want to crack open that little head of yours, to see what's actually inside it. As far as I'm concerned, you and Lily are the greatest gifts heaven has ever given me. Don't overthink things. I'm telling you this with complete sincerity. Vanessa Liu is my wife. You are one of a kind. No one can ever replace you, you said loudly. Your voice was incredibly firm. From the moment you came into this home and were accepted by Vanessa Liu and Lily, you had become a family. Vanessa Liu was stunned by your words. She didn't expect you to say something like that. My wife. One of a kind. These words caused Vanessa Liu's already rosy face to flush deep red instantly. A crystal light sparkled in her watery eyes. Such bossy, romantic words. This was the first time she'd heard you say them. Vanessa Liu let out a soft snort. Her mood was clearly improving. Her bashful look made Lele Shen, who was peeking from the side, want to rush over and tease her. Vanessa Liu like this was simply unbeatable. She had no idea how you had pulled it off on your end. A single phone call had Vanessa Liu completely under your spell. All right. I don't want you having any more of those crazy thoughts. I'll send the song to you tonight. Use these next 2 days to practice it. If you fall before the battle has even begun, that will be a total embarrassment to me. Your voice continued to come through the receiver. Vanessa Liu, hearing these incredibly arrogant words, couldn't help but burst out laughing, referring to yourself as this Mr. Huo, yes, was. And anyone who didn't know better would think you're some historical figure. But that dying before the task is done line was actually really good. I have no idea why you've suddenly become so poetic. Then I'll just have to see exactly what kind of song this Mr. Huo can produce. Vanessa Liu, having been convinced by you, decided to just relax. She pulled herself out of that mental dead end she'd been in. She stopped obsessing over who was depending on whom. Once her tightly wound nerves relaxed, Vanessa Liu immediately felt sleepy. Right now, she sounded like a lazy little kitten. Her voice was bashful and had a mysteriously playful charm. That voice was absolutely lethal. It made your scalp tingle just listening to it. Hey, go get some sleep. You need your energy to practice the song properly. You couldn't handle it. You just wanted her to hang up the phone quickly. Vanessa Liu let out a soft huff. She finally yawned and walked into the bedroom. She said goodbye and hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone in the receiver, you finally let out a sigh of relief. Soothing a wife felt even harder than soothing a kid, but fortunately you managed to pull it off. Mr. Huo glanced toward the living room. Lily was still watching her favorite cartoons. She didn't need your company for the moment. So, it was time to get to work on the song. You took a pen and some manuscript paper from the drawer. You started struggling with which song would be most suitable. If anyone else knew about your current struggle, they would probably cough up blood and anger. Others have to exhaust their minds just to create one song. Yet you didn't know which one to pick. Out of thousands of masterpieces, one can only say that cheats like you deserve to be erased. After agonizing for a long time, you still couldn't make up your mind. There were too many good songs in your heart. For a moment, they were all crowding into your head. Vying for attention, they left your thoughts in a complete jumble. Feeling a bit frustrated, you pushed the window open. A cool breeze blew in, easing the irritability in your heart. Downstairs in the complex, a young couple was saying goodbye. The boy dragged a large suitcase, his face full of reluctance. The girl's eyes were misty as they shared a tender farewell. Seeing this scene, you suddenly thought of a saying, love rises with the wind. But even when the wind stops, the heart remains restless. They were parting now. When the boy returned, would they still be together? It was an unknown, but the boy still had to go out into the wider world to make his mark, to see what was out there. At this thought, you froze for a moment. Then you walked quickly to the desk. You picked up the pen and wrote, "The wind rises," on the paper. Bit by bit, you began writing down the various musical notes. Slowly, you became completely immersed in the beautiful music. You even began to hum along unconsciously. Who knows how much time passed? But eventually, Lily's childish voice rang out. You suddenly snapped back to your senses. "Daddy, hungry, wungry." You didn't know where Lily had picked it up, but lately she'd been using a lot of baby talk. It was enough to make your heart melt, especially with that tender voice saying those repetitive words. Even a saint wouldn't be able to resist that. You immediately broke into a doting smile. "My little darling, are you hungry? Daddy will have lunch ready in no time." A daughter's word was law. As a devoted daughter slave, you didn't dare delay for a second. You tossed the pen aside and headed for the kitchen. As for the song, it had been finished long ago. 2 hours later, the well-fed father and daughter were sprawled on the sofa, big and small, in perfect unison. Both were lounging in a lazy pose. You let out a burp. Lily giggled, not forgetting to help massage her daddy's belly. Then she let out a burp herself. The two of them immediately started playing around together. Right on cue, Vanessa Liu's video call came through. She still had dark circles under her eyes. She clearly hadn't had enough sleep. Seeing the lazy posture of the father and daughter, Vanessa Liu felt incredibly envious. Someone is out here working her tail off, while you two are at home enjoying yourselves. Both of you are just heartless. Vanessa Liu made a rare, pitiful face, her almond eyes watery with accusation. That one phone call earlier seemed to have completely lowered her guard. It let her return to being a vulnerable woman. It also brought the two of them much closer. You were in no position to withstand this kind of test. You immediately threw up your hands in surrender. "I wasn't just slacking off. The song is already finished. I'll send it to you later." Lily leaned in as well, mimicking you by raising her little hands. Her matching almond eyes were just as watery. She seemed to be competing with Vanessa Liu to see who looked more pitiful. Lily wasn't slacking either. Lily watched 2 fewer cartoons today and learned 5 more numbers. Vanessa Liu couldn't keep a straight face anymore. She immediately broke character. She admitted she was no match for this little imp. "All right, our Lily is the hardest worker. Come here and give mommy a big kiss. Mwah." The little one happily offered her mouth to the screen. She rewarded Vanessa Liu with a big "wah" as well. Hey, don't I get a reward too?" You cleared your throat. You shamelessly leaned your face toward the phone. This caused Vanessa Liu's pretty face to turn red at a visible speed. Most importantly, the little one was cheering from the side. She was urging mommy to reward daddy with one too. In the end, Vanessa Liu really couldn't resist the little one's enthusiasm. Nor could she withstand your thick-skinned persistence. She puckered her lips and gave a symbolic kiss to the screen. She just didn't make the mwah sound. Having received your reward, your face beamed with joy. You ran quickly to the bedroom, holding the completed manuscript up to the phone camera. "See, I wasn't lying to you. The song really is finished. Your kiss didn't go to waste." Vanessa Liu gave you a flirtatious roll of her eyes, but in her heart she was beyond shocked. It's only been a few hours and you've already written a song? She felt a bit demoralized. She'd been thinking for so many days, yet she couldn't even grasp a single melody. But in just a few hours, you had produced a complete song. This man was simply a monster. The family of 3 chatted for a bit longer before hanging up. He took a clear photo of the entire score and lyrics and sent it to Vanessa Liu. Then you tossed the phone onto the table. You went back to lounging like a couch potato with Lily. Vanessa Liu received the message. With a look of anticipation, she clicked on the image. A large title caught her eye. The Wind Rises. What kind of divine song was this? After reading the lyrics and the score, Vanessa Liu felt her heart rate pick up slightly. She finally understood the weight behind those comments online. This is what Masterpiece by Starry Radiance meant. This was it. And the most terrifying thing was, he had only used a few short hours to create a song like this. Vanessa Liu was dying to ask just how many things he was hiding from her in that head of his. At this thought, Vanessa Liu took a deep breath. She picked up the phone. You had just finished changing Lily's clothes and were getting ready to take her out. Then you saw Vanessa Liu's video call coming in again. Is there something else? You were confused. Didn't they just hang up a moment ago? Why was she calling back? In the video, Vanessa Liu's eyes were burning with intensity. She was staring straight at you. It was a bit much to handle. What's up? Your voice started to stammer. Your eyes darted away. What was this woman's deal? Was she just trying to show off how pretty her eyes were? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Wow, look at her, learning from the best. You had just used that same excuse on her earlier, and she threw it right back at you immediately. This woman wasn't just beautiful. She held a grudge, you thought to yourself. But out loud, you just played it off. Oh, definitely. Of course you can. Just what exactly are you hiding from me in there? What do you mean by that? How could she not understand that? You scratched your head, frowning in confusion. Seeing you like this, Vanessa Liu's face turned bright red. She felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Her voice grew louder without her realizing it. These songs of yours? Oh, these? What if I told you I just had a sudden moment of clarity one day? Would you believe me? Haha, it was just a very sudden stroke of luck. You didn't know how to explain it. So you just rubbed your nose and tried to muddle through. Vanessa Liu gave you a long, deep look and didn't press the matter further. Instead, she looked down at the lyrics. After a long silence, she suddenly spoke up, her voice soft and sweet. Thank you. You were completely caught off guard by her sudden gratitude. You could only nod. Just practice hard. Lily and I will definitely be cheering for you. Okay, Vanessa Liu replied in a small voice. When she looked up, she had a smile on her face. I won't let this song of yours go to waste. You nodded. You took Lily's hand and waved it in front of the camera. Lily and I are heading out now. The video call ended. Vanessa Liu picked up her phone and knocked on Lei Shen's door. Lily, get ready. We're going to the office. Vanessa, we're going to the office? Lei Shen walked out of her room. She didn't understand why Vanessa Liu suddenly wanted to go to the office. Vanessa Liu waved her phone. A smile broke out on her face. To practice, we have a song. We have a song. Really? Did Ting Yao Hui give it to you? I knew he wouldn't just leave things be. Lei Shen was overjoyed, grabbing Vanessa Liu's hand and shaking it, completely failing to realize she had let the secret slip. Vanessa Liu's face flushed slightly. She glanced at Lei Shen. Only then did she realize that this girl had sold her out. Next, Sister Yoon was also called back by Vanessa Liu. She was still out contacting songwriters. Upon hearing that Vanessa Liu had a song, her voice was filled with excitement. She had been hitting dead ends everywhere these past few days. Now she finally didn't have to deal with people's cold shoulders. Naturally, she was very happy. The 3 of them drove to Soundwave and went to the 11th floor. There were specialized recording studios here. Vanessa Liu planned to spend most of her time here for the next 2 days, until she could sing the song perfectly. Time slipped away, and soon it was afternoon. Lei Shen went to contact the company's recording team to record the backing track for the song and register the copyright. After Lei Shen returned, Vanessa Liu finally emerged from the recording studio. She planned to continue practicing after dinner. She was set to participate in the new song gala the day after tomorrow. Time was tight. She wouldn't allow your song to have even the slightest flaw when she sang it. As the 3 of them left the studio, the door to the room opposite them happened to open. A cute girl with a baby face just happened to walk out from inside. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Vanessa Liu, but she still gave her a friendly nod. Vanessa Liu smiled back. When faced with kindness, she always responded with even greater kindness. However, the man standing behind the girl, the one wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had his nose in the air. He didn't give Vanessa Liu a single kind look. Vanessa Liu didn't know him either. so she naturally didn't bother to greet him. She turned and left with Lei Shen and Sister Yoon. After Vanessa Liu left, the man snorted coldly. She really has no sense at all. She doesn't even know to greet her superiors. I don't know how the company even picked her. Uncle. She just joined the company. It'd be weird if she knew who you were. Chengdi, you have to sing your best this time, okay? I'm the one who chose you. Don't embarrass your uncle. I know. This girl was the one who would participate in the gala with Vanessa Liu. Chengdi and her uncle was none other than director Yinping. After Chengdi finished speaking, she glanced at the closed elevator, looking thoughtful. She had naturally heard from Yinping how Vanessa Liu had been selected, so she was also very curious as to what kind of song Vanessa Liu would actually present. After all, it was written by Starry Radiance. It shouldn't be bad, right? She was a fan of Starry Radiance herself. As for what kind of person her uncle was, Chengdi knew only too well. If Yinping hadn't been her own uncle, she wouldn't have wanted anything to do with him. Over the next few days, Vanessa Liu left early and returned late every day. She was practicing incredibly hard. Her dedication made Lei Shen's heart ache for her. As a result, she made even more elaborate nutritional meals. Sister Yoon wasn't idle either. She picked up Vanessa Liu's Twitter account again, posting a comeback statement. Hello everyone, I am Vanessa Liu. On August 7th, I'll be starting a new journey at the New Song Gala. Soundwave singer Vanessa Liu is back on the road. I hope you'll all support me from now on. I also hope that you'll interact with me more in the comments. Thank you all. The statement was very short. Vanessa Liu only had a few thousand followers left. Most of them were bot accounts. So after the statement was posted, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't cause any waves at all. Only a small number of old fans and some minor marketing accounts noticed the announcement. Even though Vanessa Liu had been retired for over 2 years, they couldn't ignore the high traffic of the New Song Gala. So these small marketing accounts began to write about it. Through their promotion, quite a few people vaguely remembered this former rising star. But they didn't take it seriously. It was ancient history. Who cared about that anymore? On August 7th, the New Song Gala officially began at the Shanghai Stadium. However, the director of the gala, Ren Chao, was feeling very troubled. Because a song by Starry Radiance was still dominating the trends, their event's traffic simply couldn't compare to previous years. But the annual New Song Gala couldn't be postponed just because of one person. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and start this session of the gala anyway. It was a pity he couldn't contact Starry Radiance. If he could have him as a mentor at the gala, their traffic would have absolutely exploded. Ren Chao had sent multiple private messages to Starry Radiance's account. Unfortunately, they were all like stones sinking into the sea. There wasn't a single response. But fortunately, Starry Radiance hadn't posted any new work during this time. The impact of his last work had faded significantly. Other than his videos, the highest online traffic was now centered on the New Song Gala. At this moment, you knew absolutely nothing about this. You were with Lily, standing in a long line to enter the stadium. Yes, after finishing lunch at noon, you had secretly flown to Shanghai without telling Vanessa Liu. Since you were going to cheer for her, it had to be done in person. Little Lily was also very excited in your arms. She had flown here in a big airplane today, and she heard Daddy say she would see Mommy soon. She missed her Mommy so much. The atmosphere of the venue was electric. You looked around. Almost everyone had glow sticks in their hands. Some people were even waving support placards for the singers they supported. The cheers were non-stop. Next to them, you were an oddity. Only you were acting like a thief, holding nothing but a lily in your arms. As you quietly looked for your seat in the venue, you were very lucky. Your seat was relatively close to the front. It was the live broadcast room for the New Song Gala. The comments in the live stream were also appearing in real time, conveying the viewers' own opinions. You took a quick look at them. Not a single person in the comments seemed to support Vanessa Liu. There were 4 heavy favorites to win the title. They were Chen Di, Crystal Zhang, Xiao Fei, Bai Miao, and Anyun. You only recognize one, Crystal Zhang, the woman who dared to reach her claws toward Lily. You haven't heard of the other 3? So you didn't pay them much attention. The competition was about to start, but the backstage area was far from peaceful. Vanessa Liu, what are you doing here? Crystal's face was ashen. She could hardly believe her eyes. She actually saw Vanessa Liu backstage. If you can be here, why can't our Vanessa be here? Lei Shen rolled her eyes and fired back directly. Her look of disdain made Crystal even more furious. Crystal's eyes shifted unpredictably. She never expected Vanessa Liu to show up, especially with Lei Shen and Sister Yoon by her side. This feeling reminded her of how Vanessa Liu used to always stay one step ahead of her. It was like the old Vanessa Liu was back. particularly with the way Vanessa Liu was dressed today, making her face turn even uglier with envy. She felt like a clown in front of her, unable to compare in any way. Losing before the battle starts described Crystal's mood perfectly. Vanessa Liu had her hair pulled up, and with a touch of light makeup on her pretty face, she exuded a youthful charm. She only had to look up at Crystal to make Crystal feel the pressure immediately. Seeing this, Brenda pulled Crystal aside. Glancing at the looks from the other contestants, she whispered words of advice in Crystal's ear. "This is backstage. Don't make a scene. It's just Vanessa Liu. She has nothing now. She's not worth lowering your status for." After hearing Brenda's words, Crystal looked much better. Right. Vanessa Liu today isn't the rising star she used to be. What does she have to compete with me? Besides, I have a song from the godfather of music, Wu Fan. There's no reason to be afraid. Thinking this, Crystal regained her composure. She gave Vanessa Liu a disdainful glance. What's the point of being a good singer? What's the point of looking good? You're a married woman. What kind of good song could you possibly produce? The production crew naturally didn't know what was happening backstage. Out on the stage, the host had already entered with a microphone. After a few brief words, he invited the 4 judges to their seats. To thunderous applause from the crowd, 4 spotlights shone down from the ceiling. Several veteran mentors with years in the industry entered the stage. They waved to the audience and took their places at the judges' table. The competition officially began. The rules of the new song gala were very bold. Photos of the 16 contestants appeared on the screen. In a scrolling rotation, the audience would call "stop" to determine the contestants' numbers, number 1 versus number 2, and so on for 8 matches. This eliminated the possibility of cheating beforehand, because no one knew when the audience would call out to stop. This was the segment the audience loved most. Since they were the ones creating the matchups, the completely unknown results made them even more excited. Before long, the 8 pairs of opponents were successfully chosen. Looking at the list of matchups on the big screen, you smiled. Just then, the host's voice rang through the venue. Let's welcome with a round of applause the 2 contestants for the first match. One is Vanessa Liu from Soundwave Entertainment, and the other is Crystal Zhang from Sky Beauty Entertainment. 2 spotlights appeared at the back of the stage. Vanessa Liu and Crystal Zhang, followed by the lights, slowly stepped out onto the stage. One could see that Vanessa Liu was somewhat nervous. For someone who hadn't been on stage for years, she felt a bit apprehensive about her first performance back. Meanwhile, Crystal had a dark expression. She also hadn't expected the first round to be so dramatic as to pair her with Vanessa Liu. The audience below gasped in surprise. Many of them didn't recognize Vanessa Liu. A beauty like this? How had they never heard of her? So, they began asking the people around them. You could also sense Vanessa Liu's nervousness. When she's nervous, her eyelashes flutter slightly. So, you held Lily up high and waved. In that moment, Lily became a human support placard. On her chubby little face, her big eyes crinkled into 2 crescents. She kept shouting, "Go, mommy, go." On stage, Vanessa Liu suddenly saw these familiar figures. She instinctively covered her mouth, looking at that spot in the crowd in disbelief. Those 2 lively figures instantly dispelled the nervousness in her heart. In the next moment, an unprecedented brilliance blossomed in her eyes. Then her eyes curved into a smile, matching the same crescent shape as Lily's. The tenderness she showed in that instant was enough to melt the hearts of everyone in the audience. "Daddy, Daddy, Mommy sees us." Lily locked eyes with Vanessa Liu. Her short little arms waved even faster. You also looked at Vanessa Liu, your face full of a gentle smile. "Yeah, does Mommy see Lily?" First match, Vanessa Liu versus Crystal Zhang. Vanessa Liu will sing first. Let's give the stage to her. The host's voice rang out through the arena again. Then, he walked backstage with Crystal Zhang. The lights gradually dimmed. Only a single spotlight remained on the stage, shining down on Vanessa Liu. The melody of the song began to play, like a warm breeze blowing against the face, gently brushing past the ears of the audience. The venue grew quiet without them realizing it. Their mouths were slightly open as they listened in silence. At that moment, on the big screen, the name of the song appeared. The Wind Rises. It was a simple name, but the name of the songwriter below it made everyone's eyes sharpen slightly in focus. Starry Radiance. This unfamiliar singer was actually able to get the mysterious Starry Radiance to write for her. Everyone pricked up their ears in unison. They were desperate to hear exactly what Starry Radiance's new song sounded like. Backstage, Crystal Zhang was already dumbfounded. If one looked closely, they could see her hands were trembling non-stop. The intro was simple, yet it firmly grabbed everyone's attention. Vanessa Liu's voice followed. The arena remained so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Following the music, they seemed to see their past, the footsteps of their youth that never stopped. Yet, having walked through half of their lives, when they saw their familiar hometown, that bone-deep nostalgia and trepidation made them feel a surge of hidden excitement. Vanessa Liu was now completely immersed in her singing. She had practiced this song countless times, but this was the most invested she had ever been. It was an investment that came from opening her heart. Her shimmering gaze looked toward the crowd, where the two most important people to her were. They were both there. It was another divine masterpiece. Whether it was the live audience or those watching the stream, everyone was now completely infected by the song. Memories flashed in their minds like slides, surging up. They all collectively recalled the past. Countless faces, both familiar and strange, finally settled on the smiling face of one person. That was the most unforgettable person from their youth. So this was The Wind Rises. It blew up a wind named youth that had long been buried in their hearts. Starry radiance. This guy was here to tug at their heartstrings again. In the massive stadium, there was a deafening silence. Backstage, Crystal Zhang slumped to the floor. Her face was deathly pale. The corners of her mouth wouldn't stop trembling. She had lost the courage to perform. Vanessa Liu, with her most dazzling debut and her most perfect vocal performance, along with this nearly invincible song, had completely torn Crystal's courage to shreds. Brenda stood not far from Crystal. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Who exactly was the true godfather of music? She had heard the song that Wu Fan wrote for Crystal, but hearing Starry Radiance's song now, she felt that other song wasn't even worthy of holding a candle to this one. Brenda gave a wry smile. In the end, a lack of skill is just a lack of skill. Crystal had been completely overshadowed in the past. Now, with Vanessa Liu's powerful return, she was still being completely overshadowed. It wasn't just the case backstage. Even the mentors at the judges' table were deeply affected by the song at this moment. As mentors and veteran singers themselves, they all felt a faint sense of envy toward Vanessa Liu. If they'd had a song like this to pave their way back then, there's no telling how much earlier they would have achieved superstar status. Unfortunately, there was no second Starry Radiance in this world. The music faded out. The lights came back on. Vanessa Liu slowly emerged from the song's lingering charm and snapped back to her senses. She looked at the audience nervously. The silence from the crowd left her feeling a bit lost. You slowly opened your eyes. You chuckled, seeing Vanessa Liu's nervous expression. Vanessa Liu had sung beautifully. Lily Huo looked curiously at the adults around her. She didn't understand why they all had tears in their eyes. Mommy's singing was clearly very pretty. At her young age, she had no idea they were reminiscing about the past, but none of that affected Lily Huo. She reached out her little hands and clapped as hard as she could for her mommy. In the next moment, as if a chain reaction had occurred, thunderous applause echoed throughout the arena. With tears in their eyes, they all offered Vanessa Liu on the stage their full support. The live stream for the gala was flooded with comments. As expected, a Starry Radiance masterpiece doesn't disappoint. So good, I'm crying. This isn't just a breeze. This is a total tornado. It completely unearthed the memories buried deep in my heart. You also can't deny that. Vanessa Liu perfectly captured the emotion within the song. From today on, I'm a fan of this singer. Vanessa Liu and Starry Radiance. There must be a story between them, right? Upstairs, stop daydreaming. Starry Radiance is mine. I've been his die-hard fan since his first song. The Wind Rises successfully won everyone over. In this moment, no one remembered that no one had faith in Vanessa Liu before. They thought she was just there to make up the numbers, but she started the game with an absolute winner. Just like the lyrics sang, she had charged into everyone's hearts unexpectedly. This also put immense pressure on the contestants following her. You start with a winning hand. How are we supposed to compete with that? Vanessa Liu, on the stage, now, bowed toward the audience below. Then, she gave a reluctant look at Yu and Lily Huo, and retreated backstage. The competition continued. Next up was Crystal Zhang's performance. Crystal Zhang had managed to pick herself up from the floor. As she watched Vanessa Liu brush past her, an inexplicable sense of deep powerlessness rose in her heart. She didn't even know how she walked out onto the stage, even when the music started playing. It took her a moment to snap out of it, but unfortunately she was still half a beat slow. The performance was off to a bad start. The audience below let out a collective boo. This made her feel even more panicked. Her singing began to drift out of tune. She finished the song in a complete daze. The scattered, thin applause from the crowd made her want to hide her face and run away. Backstage, the director, Ren Xiao, looked at the real-time viewership and couldn't help but frown. What on earth was Crystal Zhang doing? He knew her vocal skill used to be very good. How had it turned into this today? But Ren Xiao was only frustrated for a moment, and then stopped dwelling on it. She was going to lose anyway, so there was nothing to think about. The ratings had already exploded today, and that was enough. Without a doubt, the final vote was a 5-0 crushing victory. A message from Vanessa Liu arrived right then, arranging to meet you at the backstage exit. After seeing the results, you didn't pay any more attention to the matches. Carrying Lily Huo, you left the arena ahead of schedule. As soon as Vanessa Liu arrived backstage, she was greeted with a massive hug from Lele Shen. Lele Shen's eyes were red, and tears were welling up in them. Behind her, Sister Yun's eyes were also a bit red. Looking at Vanessa Liu, the two of them shared a gentle smile. After so long, seeing Vanessa Liu standing on stage in all her glory once again, they felt an indescribable excitement in their hearts. Alright, stop crying. Things will only get better from now on. Vanessa Liu took Lele Shen's hand and spoke very seriously. Lele Shen sniffled heavily and finally managed to smile through her tears. Today, Vanessa had wiped the floor with Crystal Zhang. She should be happy. Let's go. Ting Yahuo is waiting for us at the door. Vanessa Liu didn't want to waste any more time. She was dying to see you right now. She wanted to hold Lily in her arms and shower her with affection. This was the first time she'd been away from the little one for so long. It wasn't just the little one who missed her. She missed Lily Huo just as much. Ting Yahuo is here? Lele Shen's eyes widened in surprise. She had no idea what kind of attitude she should have when meeting you. She used to hate him to death, but now she felt he was actually quite decent. She was very conflicted. Vanessa Liu didn't give her a chance to overthink it and pulled her along toward the exit. Outside, the sky was already dark. The streetlights on both sides were already lit. As soon as Vanessa Liu stepped out, she saw you from a distance holding Lily. You were standing tall right under a streetlight. A sudden wave of happiness washed over Vanessa Liu's heart. It was the happiness of a husband leading a child and waiting under the lights for his wife to come home from work. It was simple, yet incredibly warm. Mommy, Lily Huo couldn't wait to scramble out of your arms. She ran toward Vanessa Liu with her tiny, pattering steps. Vanessa Liu immediately squatted down. A bright smile blossomed on her face. She pulled the rushing Lily into her arms. You also walked closer, greeting Lele Shen and Sister Yun with a smile. Sister Yun nodded slightly in response, but there was a trace of gratitude in her eyes. Lele Shen's eyes darted away, but she also gave a small nod in greeting. Ever since she found out that you were Starry Radiance, she suddenly felt that you weren't such a bad person after all. After all, anyone who could write A Lifetime with You and Only Ordinary couldn't be that bad at heart. Vanessa Liu stood up now, still holding Lily. Lily was snuggling into her chest, nuzzling against her. She didn't even want to lift her little face. You smiled at Vanessa Liu. So, how was this surprise? A blush crept onto Vanessa Liu's face, but she still looked you straight in the eye. Her almond eyes crinkled into a smile. Vanessa Liu answered softly. Then, she looked back down at Lily in her arms, and replied again, it was a great surprise. But what you didn't know was, that all your actions at this moment were being watched by Crystal Zhang and Brenda, who had just come out from backstage. Crystal Zhang was currently holding her phone, watching Vanessa Liu's retreating back. A hateful glint flickered in her eyes. She suddenly thought of a great idea, an idea to completely ruin Vanessa Liu's reputation. Since she had already lost everything, she was going to drag Vanessa Liu down with her. Why should Vanessa Liu have things that she herself couldn't have? Although the news song gala wasn't over yet, the internet was already exploding. People across the country were curious about where Starry Radiance found a singer who was not only stunningly beautiful, but also had such incredible vocal skills. Starry Radiance's music combined with Vanessa Liu's voice was a match made in heaven. But as they followed the trail and clicked on Vanessa Liu's Twitter, they only saw one single comeback announcement. Only then did everyone realize that this singer had actually existed before. The internet usually has no memory, but once you appear in their sight, its memory becomes incredibly powerful. Vanessa Liu's past experiences began to be dug up by the public and posted all over Twitter. Rising Star retired 2 years ago after Romance Exposed. As soon as this hot topic surfaced, unscrupulous media outlets immediately caught the scent. They began to exploit the topic for mindless hype. Soon, the buzz around Vanessa Liu grew hotter and hotter, even overshadowing the gala itself. Online opinion became polarized. Some felt that, since Vanessa Liu retired due to her relationship, she shouldn't be making a comeback. They couldn't bring themselves to fan a married singer. Others felt that as long as the singing is good, her relationship status is her own business. Who said singers aren't allowed to fall in love? Talented singers don't need all that superficial flash. Both sides were arguing fiercely online. Finally, the group that felt talented singers didn't need hype delivered the ultimate comeback. I'm just asking, is the song good or not? The moment that question was asked, the looks-only fans were silenced. Is the song good? If it weren't, why would they even be arguing here? But they still felt uncomfortable, so they could only fire back with, if Starry Radiance gave this song to someone else, it would definitely sound just as good. Just then, Soundwave Entertainment finally joined the conversation. Congrats to our Vanessa Liu for successfully advancing. We hope everyone will continue to support her. We hereby declare that for the next round, Vanessa Liu will perform another song by Starry Radiance. In addition, for this new song gala, Vanessa Liu's tracks will be compiled into a single album to be released after the competition ends. Lossless quality on China Music. Please look forward to it. As soon as Soundwave Entertainment issued this notice, the internet went into a total frenzy. Starry Radiance wrote for Vanessa Liu again, and more than one song? This was ridiculous. Instantly, Soundwave's announcement and Starry Radiance topics shot straight to the #1 trending spot. Even The Wind Rises could only take second place, while the new song gala could only sit pitifully in third place on the trending list, shaking in fear. Meanwhile, a post regarding Vanessa Liu was slowly climbing up the rankings. By the next morning, the post had reached number 10. Vanessa Liu, cheating on husband with Starry Radiance. The post made bold, confident claims. It mainly detailed how Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo were already married and had a daughter together, but their relationship had always been rocky. Supposedly, Vanessa Liu used her looks to seduce Starry Radiance, just to get him to write songs for her comeback. The post was written very convincingly. Many marketing accounts shared it with a flood of comments. Netizens who saw it were skeptical at first, but they couldn't resist the landslide of negative comments. With more marketing accounts sharing and promoting it, they went from doubt to belief, and finally to attacking Vanessa Liu in writing. I wondered how she got Starry Radiance's songs. Turns out she sold her body for them. Starry Radiance is no better. They're just two birds of a feather. I don't believe Starry Radiance could do this. Just wait for the truth to hit you. I don't know much about Vanessa Liu, but I believe in Starry Radiance. Could someone who writes those songs really have an affair with a married woman? Use your brains, people. Then how do you explain him only writing for her? And have you noticed? Starry Radiance co-created Only Ordinary for Soundwave, and Vanessa Liu joined Soundwave right after. It's definitely Vanessa Liu's fault. My Starry Radiance must have been tricked. All sorts of eye-catching comments appeared under Vanessa Liu's latest Twitter post in just a single hour. By 9:30 a.m., this post and Vanessa Liu's Twitter were suddenly boosted to the top 2 trending spots. At this moment, you had just finished your morning run, completely unaware of any of this. Vanessa Liu had suffered from insomnia last night. As soon as she closed her eyes, her head was full of the scene in the hotel where you had held her hand. By the time she got up in the morning, Sister Yun and Lele Shen were already awake. Lily was eating the breakfast Lele Shen had made for her. Vanessa Liu yawned, looking listless with 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Sister Yun and Lele Shen exchanged a look, their eyes filled with concern. They thought Vanessa Liu had seen the trending topics, and that was why she hadn't slept all night. Lele Shen, with anxiety in her eyes, walked over to Vanessa Liu as she sat at the table. Vanessa, what did Ting Yaohuo say? Does he not plan to come out and clarify things? For a matter like this, it would be best for Ting Yaohuo to clarify it himself. If Vanessa Liu issued a statement, it would likely only backfire. Vanessa Liu's mind was currently a fog. Hearing Lele Shen's words, she was momentarily dazed. She didn't understand what those words meant. Clarify what? Did something happen to Ting Yaohuo again? Lele Shen was speechless. Only then did she realize that Vanessa Liu had no idea what was going on. She felt even more annoyed. He still hadn't come out to support Vanessa Liu. The rumors and gossip online were about to bury Vanessa Liu's Twitter account. Vanessa, you're still thinking about him? He's fine, but you're in real trouble. You should go check your Twitter. Vanessa Liu finally realized from Lele Shen's tone of voice that things were seriously wrong. She took out her phone and opened Twitter. What met her eyes was a dense wall of private messages and comments. Vanessa Liu clicked on them, and after seeing those malicious messages, her hand shook involuntarily. She took a deep breath and continued to scroll down. Basically, 9 out of 10 messages were DMs cursing at her. Closing the DMs, she finally saw that post. and the updates from several marketing accounts. After a moment, Vanessa Liu set her phone down and went back to her breakfast. Her expression was calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Seeing Vanessa Liu like this, Lele Shen grew even more worried. With such a huge scandal online, would Vanessa Liu be able to handle it? Vanessa, what should we do? Are we just going to ignore it? Vanessa Liu patted Lele Shen's hand. Instead, she comforted her. Lele, the innocent need no defense. As long as we know the truth, it's fine. Seeing Vanessa Liu's reaction, Lele Shen let out a silent sigh. She said the innocent need no defense. But public opinion never cares about whether you live or die. Vanessa Liu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. In reality, her heart was far from being at peace. But since you've always released your songs anonymously, that proves you don't want others to know. Since that's the case, then she cannot expose your identity. At this moment, the vast number of netizens were still waiting for the person involved to come out and explain. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw an update on Vanessa Liu's Twitter. They couldn't wait to click on it, and then everyone was stunned. They thought this would be a long-winded public relations statement, but they didn't expect it to be just 6 simple words. The innocent need no defense. What was this supposed to be? Did she really think she could brush them off with just that? Consequently, the comments online instantly became even more aggressive. At the Sky Beauty Entertainment Building in Riverside, Crystal Zhang was laughing happily. Although she had been lectured by the company after returning from Shanghai, it couldn't stop her current joyful mood. She had successfully dragged Vanessa Liu into the mud. This felt incredibly satisfying. Looking at the uniform comments online, she was now beyond happy, even though she knew that most of these were trolls she had paid for, and that those few marketing accounts were also posts she had paid people to make. As long as she could mess with Vanessa Liu, she felt the money was well spent. Brenda stood to the side. Watching Crystal Zhang laugh so arrogantly, she only felt that the woman before her had gone insane. She'd only found out about this news this morning as well. To think Crystal Zhang had done these things, while keeping even her own manager in the dark. Crystal, do you have any idea what you're doing? This is framing someone. If Starry Radiance really decides to pursue this, you will be completely finished. Hearing Brenda's words, Crystal Zhang just gave an unsatisfied glance. In her heart, she scoffed at those words. How am I framing them? Who knows if something is actually going on between them or not? Tell me, if nothing was going on, how could a woman like Vanessa Liu, who has absolutely nothing going for her, get Starry Radiance to write songs for her? I'd say it's more than likely they have a guilty conscience. Look, there's not even an explanation. Haha, the innocent need no defense? What a fake, noble act. Brenda still had a dark face and didn't speak. Watching the crazed Crystal Zhang, she could only hope that everything Crystal said was true. Otherwise, she could only abandon Crystal Zhang. Rather you die than me, I suppose. Maybe the next one will be even better. In the hotel, you were leisurely taking a shower, not expecting the phone outside to ring like a death knell, sounding nonstop. You could only finish up quickly, wrapping a bath towel around you and drying your hair as you rushed out. Seeing the name of the caller, you were a bit surprised. Why was she calling you? Hello, Director Yang. What brings you to call an idler like me today? Idler? You actually have the nerve to call yourself an idler? Do you have any idea that since you appeared, the trending topics have almost been monopolized by you? Sienna Yang said crossly on the other end of the line. You scratched your head and thought it seemed to be true. Ever since you released A Lifetime with You, it seemed the trending topics were all related to you. They hadn't stopped. Sigh. Who told me to be so attractive? Hey, let's talk business. Why did you call me, exactly? You shamelessly praised yourself. Before getting serious, Sienna Yang bit her teeth. She really wanted to beat this man to death. What did he mean by, why did you call me, exactly? Could she not call him if there was nothing wrong? Weren't they friends? She was very angry, and Sienna Yang's tone became even worse. Do you think I wanted to call you? Isn't it because of your wife? I'm telling you, what's wrong with you? Vanessa Liu has been smeared like that, and you can still sit still? Vanessa Liu is being smeared? You immediately became serious. Tell me, what happened to Vanessa Liu? Your tone was more serious than ever before. Hearing it made Sienna Yang feel a bit bitter. It seemed whenever Vanessa Liu's affairs were involved, this man would become incredibly serious. Go see the trending topics for yourself. Goodbye. The call was hung up immediately. You frowned, not understanding what was wrong with this woman. But now was not the time to think about that. You hurriedly opened Twitter. At first glance, you saw the posts in the top few trending spots. The moment you saw the titles, your face darkened. After finishing all the content of the posts and looking through the messages, and comments on Vanessa Liu's Twitter, your expression had turned completely black. You laughed out of sheer anger. Did you really think my woman was that easy to bully? And that silly woman. Why didn't she tell me about such a big matter? Oh, she thinking, trying to carry it all herself. You just wanted to. Go and question that dummy right now, and ask if she actually considered you her husband. But before questioning her, you still had some things to do. Since someone wants to play, then let's have a good time playing. Crystal Zhang could never have imagined that the face slapping would come so quickly, and so fiercely, so much so that before she could be happy for long, she fell into a state of panic. She never expected that Starry Radiance would turn out to be that former pretty boy at 10:30 a.m., while people were still talking with great interest about Vanessa Liu's reputation collapsing. Starry Radiance's short video on TikTok was seen by someone as the other protagonist of the incident and a mysterious figure commanding tens of millions of fans. The video he just posted was seen by countless people. The fans spontaneously pushed this video up without even needing TikTok's specialized algorithm. Starry Radiance showing his face to prove himself was a major event. No one expected that the mysterious Starry Radiance would step forward without hesitation at this time to post a video. He could have chosen not to speak. After all, the main target everyone was attacking wasn't him. But when everyone clicked on the video, they found that this wasn't some self-defense video at all. This was clearly a display of romantic bragging combined with a crusade. In the video, you wore a decent set of casual clothes. Even though your expression was very grim, it still made people's eyes light up. No one expected the mysterious Starry Radiance to be so handsome. In love, but the words that followed made the netizens feel as if they had suffered 10,000 tons of damage. Hello everyone, I'm Starry Radiance. I just woke up and saw some very bad comments online. Many people are questioning why I write songs for Vanessa Liu, and some even made up rumors about her having an affair. I only want to ask one question loudly here. What the hell is wrong with me writing a song for my own wife? What's wrong with that? My wife doesn't want to bother with you, but I'm not going to indulge you. What, the innocent need no defense? That doesn't exist. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but in exchange, I only received alienation. I'm sorry, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm showing my hand. My name is Ting Yaohuo. I'm sure you can search for me online. Back then, Vanessa Liu and I both retired because we were in a relationship. We've been married ever since. As for why I chose the name Starry Radiance, it's because our daughter's name is Lily Huo. Now you know the result. Are you happy now? Here, I also want to say to the person who posted that thread, and to those marketing accounts, I'm sorry, but I have already collected the relevant evidence. None of you will escape. Oh, and as for those trolls, every single one of the teams behind you can all wait to receive lawyer letters. Alright, that's all I have to say for today. I advise those people to behave themselves. Everyone who saw this video was instantly shocked beyond measure. They had been arguing for so long. Turns out the two were a damn married couple all along. Everyone already knew Starry Radiance should have been married. After all, little Lily Huo appeared on his TikTok back then, and she looked quite a bit like him. But no one expected Starry Radiance to be Ting Yaohuo. This is absolutely insane. Your video began to spread like wildfire at this moment. The fans who had always believed in you, or like they had gone crazy with excitement, sharing the video to Twitter. Damn it, I'm standing right here to see who still dares to spread rumors. I told you Starry Radiance couldn't be that kind of person. See, they were a match made in heaven all along. Where are the haters from this morning? Open your damn eyes and look. While everyone was still discussing the video you posted, Soundwave Entertainment's Twitter immediately followed suit. They published a notice. Hello everyone. This is the Soundwave Entertainment Legal Department, commissioned by Mr. Huo, regarding the false statements and rumors online. We will continue to follow up on this matter. We have now sent lawyers' letters to the posters of the previous threads and the companies behind several marketing accounts. Regarding the trolls online, we will verify their identities with the official Twitter platform. All related accounts will be banned. If any profit-seeking entities are found behind them, we will also send lawyers' letters according to the law. As soon as this notice was released, Twitter instantly erupted in a frenzy. The netizens watching suddenly discovered that several threads that were just on the trending list had been completely cleared away. Even the people who posted them had deleted their accounts. Not long after, official Twitter stepped forward. Dear users, good morning. After our verification, we have currently banned 1,500 accounts that published false information. We hereby warn certain people the internet is not a lawless place. Spreading rumors will lead to lifelong regret. With the official Twitter notice out, The video you posted was pushed to #1 trending. Vanessa Liu's latest Twitter post also instantly took second place. In a very short time, the hot terms, wife-doting demon and innocent need no defense, appeared one after another. The gossip-loving crowds now loved to quote your words, "My wife doesn't want to deal with you, but as a wife-doting demon, I won't spoil you. What the innocent need no defense? That doesn't exist." In the artist apartment in Shanghai, Vanessa Liu was still holding Lily Huo while watching cartoons. Lele Shen ran over like the wind holding her phone, her face beaming with a bright smile. She seemed incredibly excited. "Vanessa, look, he posted a video." Vanessa Liu looked up at Lele Shen in confusion. Lele Shen, seeing Vanessa like this, looked completely exasperated. She shoved the phone right in Vanessa Liu's face. "Vanessa, you're so gentle. What will we do with you? You should really learn from Ting Yahuo. Look at him going head-to-head with them. It's so satisfying to see him stand his ground." Vanessa Liu took the phone and tapped the video. Your voice came out of the speaker, and Vanessa Liu watched the whole video to the end. Her mouth was slightly agape. She was clearly very surprised. Lele Shen kept talking on the side. "Vanessa, do you know what people are calling Ting Yahuo now? Ting Yahuo is a wife-doting demon. Haha, it's so funny." Hearing Lele Shen's words, Vanessa Liu's face quietly turned rosy, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. Who wouldn't want to be doted on? Thinking of this, Vanessa Liu just dropped Lily Huo and walked quickly back to her room. Lele Shen and Lily Huo were left in the living room, staring at each other in silence. They had no idea what was wrong with Vanessa Liu. Back in her room, Vanessa Liu looked at the dial screen, suddenly feeling a bit hesitant. She didn't know what to say if she called you. Why did you have to say those embarrassing things? But wouldn't that be indirectly admitting she was shy? Or should she say, "Well done, you've won my heart"? No. Would he then think she was a petty person who sought revenge for every grievance? Vanessa Liu collapsed onto the soft bed, her face buried deep in the quilt. She kicked her legs like a little girl. Finally, she summoned her courage, picked up her phone, and made a voice call. It was answered instantly after one ring. Your pleasant voice came from the other side. "Hello?" Vanessa Liu's face was still buried in the quilt, turning red. She said in a muffled voice, "Hello? What are you doing right now?" Vanessa Liu didn't get your answer, but heard your laughter first. "What are you doing? Performing an act of suffocating yourself with the quilt?" Vanessa Liu cried out in surprise, hurriedly lifting her flushed face in panic. She was startled, having no idea how you knew exactly what she was doing until she looked at the phone screen and realized she had accidentally started the video call. Social death was written large across her face. Vanessa Liu's mouth was slightly agape, standing as still as if in a trance, staring blankly at you on the video. You rubbed your nose. Vanessa Liu was unexpectedly cute like this. The next moment, Vanessa Liu's reputation of a lifetime vanished as she buried her face in the quilt like an ostrich. She didn't want to come up ever again. "This is so embarrassing. You're not allowed to laugh." A muffled voice came from inside the quilt. You finally tactfully stopped laughing. All right, I won't laugh. I was just about to head to the apartment. Are you coming to pick me up? Then wait for me there." Only then did Vanessa Liu look up, a pair of almond eyes as clear as water, staring at you on the video. Her small face was still flawless and rosy, but her voice was no longer muffled. She still didn't ask why you posted that video. Some things really don't need asking, but although she didn't ask, you were the first to bring up the subject. However, there are still some things I need to say. "Vanessa, you're being smeared so badly. Why didn't you tell me? What exactly do you take me for?" Vanessa Liu bit her lip and stayed silent for a moment. What did she take you for? Actually, Vanessa Liu was also a bit at a loss. "Do I like you?" Vanessa Liu asked herself in her heart, but she quickly got the answer. "Yes, I do." She liked the version of you after the change, the you who carefully looked after her and the child. Those aspects of life, those thoughtful gestures made her happy. When you looked at her, the heartache and purity in your eyes couldn't be faked. It was hard not to like someone like that, but past experiences made Vanessa Liu a bit afraid to open her heart. After waiting a long time, you still didn't get an answer from Vanessa Liu. Then you also stayed silent for a long while. Your voice only rang out again then. But this time, your voice clearly carried a sense of disappointment. "It's fine if you don't say it. I'm downstairs. Come and pick me up." The video call hung up. Only then did Vanessa Liu come back to her senses. Recalling your tone just now, her heart suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle prick. Did she disappoint him? Vanessa Liu hurriedly scrambled out of bed, suddenly wanting to see you as soon as possible. With that thought, Her pace quickened as she ran out the door. The car pulled up beside you. You got in, showing almost no emotional fluctuation. After getting in, you just stared quietly out the window. Vanessa Liu didn't start the car, but turned her body around to stare intently at your profile. She took several deep breaths and finally spoke. Tingyahuo, I'm sorry. Tingyahuo, I'm sorry. Only then did you turn to look at Vanessa Liu. Your eyes were full of tenderness. Her aggrieved yet stubborn gaze made you want to pull her into your arms, but you controlled yourself. At this moment, you had to let her know. You are the pillar of this family. You aren't someone who can be summoned and dismissed at will like a pretty boy. Vanessa Liu, I didn't actually blame you. I just don't want you to be like before, carrying everything on your own. You still have me, Ain and Lily. We're family. You reached out and gently stroked Vanessa Liu's hair. Vanessa Liu didn't pull away. Instead, she just looked at you quietly. Her gaze was a bit dreamy. In the next moment, Vanessa Liu suddenly threw herself into your arms, tightly wrapping her arms around your neck. She whispered in your ear, Ting Yao Huo, I understand now. I'll try to depend on you from now on, and I'll try to love you. At this moment, you felt like the whole world went quiet. The delicate body in your arms was warm and soft, with a faint, sweet fragrance. Your hands also tightened instinctively, holding this figure that had haunted his dreams for 2 lifetimes. At this moment, you felt all the suffering you'd endured was all worth it. After a long while, Vanessa Liu blushed and broke from your embrace. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at you. Let's go. It's time to head back, Vanessa Liu said softly. This time, she didn't act like she had before, keeping people 1,000 miles away. Instead, she proactively started the car and drove toward the apartment. Returning to the apartment, Lele Shen and Lily were staring at each other. Seeing you return, Lily immediately lunged forward. Daddy, Mommy, you're finally back. Lily missed you so much. You scooped up Lily and laughed out loud. Daddy missed Lily too. The family of 3 was full of joy. Only Lele Shen said sourly from the side, Wow, you 3 are a really happy family. It makes me feel like a total outsider. Vanessa Liu blushed and glared at Lele Shen. Lily, what are you saying? Lele Shen gave a little giggle. She hid behind Sister Yun and stuck her tongue out. Sister Yun watched this scene from the side. A gratified smile also rested on her face. This is how life should be, instead of being lifeless like it was before. For the next few days, you guys had a great time playing in Shanghai. This was the first time since you came to this world that you'd been so relaxed. No pressure, no baggage, only the company of family. However, happy times are always short. Vanessa Liu had to start getting busy again, because the second match of the new song gala was about to begin. This match will determine the top 8. The competition will be even fiercer. Vanessa Liu had been practicing songs like crazy these past few days. Even though you'd already told her the song was fine, she still didn't dare to slack off at all, because she didn't want to let you down. The night before the competition, you were writing something in the study. Vanessa Liu pushed the door and walked in. Seeing you were still busy, she said with some heartache, Ting Yao Huo, take a rest. Don't get too tired. You stopped your pen and looked up at Vanessa Liu. With a confident smile, you said, It's nothing. I'm preparing for the match after the next one. The one after that? Vanessa Liu was stunned. She hadn't even made it into the top 8 yet. But you were already thinking about the semifinals? Do you have that much confidence in me? Vanessa Liu blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. It's not just confidence in you. It's confidence in my songs. And in your hard work these past few days. Trust me, tomorrow you will stun the entire audience. You stood up and said, holding Vanessa Liu's hand. Vanessa Liu nodded heavily. I will definitely work hard. The next day, at the new Song Gala venue, the atmosphere was even more electric than the first match. The spotlight hit the stage once again. Vanessa Liu was in a white dress, looking like a fairy descending to earth. As the intro began to play, the entire venue went silent instantly. This was a new song, still written and composed by Starry Radiance. The song title was Later. The moment Vanessa Liu started singing, that ethereal voice instantly captured everyone's ears. Later, I finally learned how to love. Sadly, you had already drifted far away into the crowd. The lyrics were beautiful and the melody was pleasant. Many people in the audience were moved to tears. They thought of their own youth, thought of the person they once loved but lost. On the judges panel, several mentors were also nodding frequently. There was no suspense in this match. Vanessa Liu once again advanced with a unanimous vote, successfully making it into the top 8. Vanessa Liu went viral on stage once again. This time, it wasn't just because of her looks. But because of her talent and those two divine songs, the online topics about Vanessa Liu and Starry Radiance continued to ferment. But this time, most were positive reviews. Some even called Starry Radiance a god of composition, and called Vanessa Liu the successor to the diva. Just as Vanessa Liu's career was flourishing, an uninvited guest came to the apartment. It was Crystal Zhang. She looked haggard at this moment. The arrogance she had before was gone. "Vanessa Liu, you won," Crystal Zhang said, gritting her teeth. Vanessa Liu looked at her without speaking. There was no ripple in her gaze. "I came to tell you, not to be happy too soon. The entertainment industry's waters are deep. With you and Ting Yaohuo being two hicks, you won't get far." Crystal Zhang snorted coldly and turned to leave. Vanessa Liu frowned. This kind of threat didn't have much of an effect on her, because she was full of confidence now. However, Crystal Zhang's words weren't wrong. The entertainment industry's waters are indeed deep. Just as Vanessa Liu was preparing to break into the top 4, an accident occurred. Her voice suddenly went hoarse. The doctor said it was acute laryngitis. She needed to rest for a while. This was a bolt from the blue for Vanessa Liu. Because the battle for the top 4 was tomorrow, if she withdrew, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Vanessa Liu was so anxious she cried in her room. "Ting Yaohuo, what should we do? My voice can't sing anymore." Vanessa Liu said, holding your hand in despair. Looking at her swollen eyes, your heart ached. "Don't worry, I'm here." You comforted her softly. "Tomorrow's match. We won't back down." "Won't back down? But my voice?" Vanessa Liu asked in confusion. "Who said tomorrow's match has to rely on your voice?" You gave a mysterious smile. "I've already prepared a special song for you." "A special song?" Vanessa Liu was stunned again. "That's right," you nodded. "This song doesn't need high-level technique. It just needs genuine emotion. Even with a hoarse voice, it can be sung with another charm." The next day, at the New Song Gala venue, Vanessa Liu took the stage. The entire audience noticed something was wrong. Her voice was very hoarse. Many people thought she was going to withdraw. However, Vanessa Liu didn't. She picked up the microphone. Accompanied by a sad melody, she slowly began to sing. This song was called "One Meat, One Vegetable." Vanessa Liu used her hoarse voice, and he even personally fed her with his chopsticks. Vanessa Liu felt like this man was acting completely abnormal. Ever since they had gotten out of the car, he had suddenly become abnormal, but he didn't feel like there was anything wrong with your behavior. Back in the car just now, Vanessa Liu had actually admitted that you were her husband. As someone who had never been in a relationship, the only way of showing intimacy you could think of was personally feeding her food. Was that wrong? There's nothing wrong with that, right? Vanessa Liu finally couldn't stand the looks everyone was giving them. She felt like her pretty face was just like these crawfish, completely cooked through. "Can you please stop doing this? I can just do it myself." After speaking, she looked up, her eyes shyly glancing at you with a look of coy irritation. You were left completely dazed by the look, so being stared at with a bashful gaze by a girl is such a satisfying thing. You felt like you had completely attained enlightenment. Before, you always thought even dogs wouldn't bother with love. Now you just wanted to say, "How sweet." Fine, then do it yourself. You stopped feeding your wife. You gave up on that and started feeding little Lily Kuo instead. Vanessa Liu gave you a helpless roll of her eyes. It seemed this person wasn't going to let anyone eat properly today. The old you wasn't like this. Fortunately, you finally became normal after the meal. You plopped down on the sofa and started thinking about what song to write for the next match. The interval between each match is only 3 days. The rules of the New Song Gala have always been this cruel. Vanessa Liu won the top 16 to 8 match very easily. The next match, going from top 8 to 4, might not be so simple. As the eliminations progress, the remaining contestants will only get stronger. Their vocal skills are no less than Vanessa Liu's. It's a competition of songwriting and on-stage performance. Coming up with an original great song in 3 days is not easy for anyone. Even you started to worry. Again, you struggled over what kind of song to choose this time. To ensure a victory, Vanessa Liu wasn't idle either. She sat right next to you. With several sheets of manuscript paper spread out on the table, she was perfecting the song she'd been thinking about these past few days. The one that was always missing just a bit of melody. But now, slowly, she seemed to have caught the tail end of that melody. Vanessa Liu knitted her brows tightly, constantly humming this melody in her heart, like a kitten's claws scratching at one's heart. Whenever Vanessa Liu tried to catch it, it would playfully shrink back, until late at night when you had already left. She still hadn't completely finished the song. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Vanessa Liu was so anxious she scratched her smooth hair into a complete bird's nest. Finally, in the dead of night, While little Lily Huo was long asleep, Vanessa Liu finally put down the semi-finished score and lyrics and lay down on the bed helplessly. Sometimes inspiration can't be forced. A tiny miss leads to a huge error. All she could do was wait. Once she reached enlightenment, it would be a total epiphany. After all, not everyone is like you, directly bringing cheat codes into the game. The next morning, Vanessa Liu had just woken up and hadn't even washed her face yet, when she discovered a major incident regarding you was back on the trending list. These past few days, the trending topics about you and her hadn't stopped. Vanessa Liu didn't take it seriously at first, but as she saw the title of the post, her pupils instantly constricted. In this moment, her heart was thrown into complete chaos. The netizens seemed to have gotten used to it. Ever since the Starry Radiance account appeared in the public eye, they saw topics about you every day. Today was no exception. When the gossip-hungry crowd saw another title containing your name in a post, they weren't surprised at all. They naturally clicked in. Practice makes perfect for this sort of thing. Now, if they didn't see Starry Radiance's name for a day, they'd feel uncomfortable all over. But this time was different. When the gossip crowds opened the post, they collectively froze in place. They rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Starry Radiance is a domestic abuser? It was a joke. Yesterday they were all posting about him being a wife-doting demon, and today you tell us he's a domestic abuser? If you're going to make things up, at least find a better reason. Who would believe this? After freezing in shock, the gossip crowds couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. They urgently clicked the video in the post, wanting to see what on earth this guy was talking about. Two men appeared in the video. They had serious expressions. Someone recognized them. They were former members of the boy band you were in, one named Gao Cheng and one named Shu Bin. When they saw this, the gossip netizens smiled knowingly. Are these two coming out to seek attention? They just can't stand seeing others succeed. Then Gao Cheng spoke. Hello everyone, I'm Gao Cheng from the Flower Boy Band. Some people should recognize me. That's right, I'm a friend of the now famous songwriter Starry Radiance, also known as Ting Yao Huo from back in the day. Why do I say former? Because later I felt it was a disgrace to be associated with such a person. I'm sure when everyone hears this, you won't believe what I'm saying. He's so famous now. Why would I still hate him so much? Please listen until I finish, and you'll know what I mean. Ever since he got married, he's been constantly calling the members of our boy band. He wanted to make a comeback. Initially, we were considering his request. After all, we were friends before. But when he called, we learned something, so we decisively rejected him. And that is, Ting Yao Hui is a domestic abuser. I have a phone recording here as evidence. It's quite a coincidence. Back then, when he called to say he wanted to make a comeback, it was to me. And because I happened to record it then, I never expected that it would now be vital evidence to expose his hypocrisy. I don't know how he managed to let Vanessa Liu come back out, or how he had the power to make Vanessa Liu not accuse him, but I guarantee that everything I've said is the truth, since I, Gao Cheng, dare to show my face. I'm not afraid to confront him in person. When the gossip netizens heard this, they grew somewhat silent. Although they believed in Starry Radiance's character, Gao Cheng spoke so confidently, using both his real name and providing evidence, that it left them momentarily shaken. Then Shubin in the video spoke up as well. He picked up his phone and waved it in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Shubin. I can testify that everything Gao Cheng said is true. What I have in my hand right now is Gao Cheng's phone. Now, let's all listen to that recording from back then. After speaking, Shubin unlocked the phone. On the phone screen was a clear recording of a phone call. With a smile on his face, he casually taps the recording. The netizens all pricked up their ears at this moment, wanting to listen carefully to the content. Hello, is this Brother Gao? It's me. Are you free tonight? I'd like to take you out for drinks. It was Ting Yao Huo's voice. Netizens immediately lost their cool and continued to listen. Gao Cheng's indifferent tone followed. Hello? Little Huo, forget about the drinks. If there's something, just say it directly, alright? I thought you'd be free, Brother Gao. It's like this. Do you think I can still return to the company? Little Huo, it's not that I want to lecture you, but you've already married a top rising star. What more could you want? Hey, Brother Gao, thou. You don't know that woman Vanessa Liu. She usually looks so noble and aloof, but she's actually incredibly arrogant behind the scenes. If I don't give her a beating once in a while, she won't even know who calls the shots in this family. That chuckling sound in the recording made the listening netizen's skin crawl. How could this possibly be Starry Radiance? This is way too despicable. Right after that, the recording continued. Little Huo, don't say things like that so carelessly in the future. And as for your return to the company, I'll think about it. After all, I can't make the final call on this matter. Alright. Then thank you, Brother Gao. I'll definitely treat you to a huge meal another day. The recording ended there. Gao Cheng looked at the camera with a sinister smirk. Everyone heard that, right? This is the wife-doting demons you've all been talking about. This is that talented Starry Radiance, a man who wouldn't hesitate to commit domestic violence just for a comeback. Do you really think he's worthy of being your idol? At the end of the video, Shubin also stepped forward to add, "That's right, I can also testify. Back then, Little Huo's character was known to be poor in the industry. He often hit and scolded Vanessa Liu. We only did this because we couldn't stand it anymore." As soon as this video was posted, it instantly caused a massive uproar online. Those fans who were originally supporting Starry Radiance all went silent at this moment. The evidence was conclusive. They couldn't find a single reason to argue back. Did I really misjudge him? The person who can write such divine songs is actually really a domestic abuser? At this moment, the online attacks against Starry Radiance escalated once again. This time, it wasn't just targeting Vanessa Liu, it was mostly directed at Starry Radiance, and those who were originally bashing Vanessa Liu actually changed their tune and started pitying Vanessa Liu instead. She's truly a pitiful woman, retiring for a man like this, only to be subjected to domestic violence. I finally understand now why that song, The Wind Rises, was sung so mournfully by Vanessa Liu. Turns out those were her true feelings. Starry Radiance, get out of the entertainment industry. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be in the public eye. Ban him. He must be banned. Looking at these comments online, you were so angry you slammed your phone on the table. It's those two bastards Gao Cheng and Xu Bin again. It seems the lesson I gave them before wasn't enough. They actually dared to come out and bite back at a time like this. As for that recording, you knew it was a mess left behind by the original owner. Although the original owner's character was indeed questionable, when it came to domestic violence against Vanessa Liu, he really didn't have the guts. That recording was clearly Gao Cheng and Xu Bin inducing the original owner into bragging and talking big. He never expected they would use it now as a weapon to attack you. Since you're looking for a death wish, then I'll grant it to you. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in your eyes. You picked up the phone and called Lei Shen. Lei, protect Vanessa Liu well. No matter what happens outside, do not let her look at her phone. Leave the rest for me to handle. Your voice was low and firm, carrying a reassuring strength. Lei Shen was currently with Sister Yin. They had also just seen the trending topics and were shaking with rage. Don't worry, Ting Yahuo. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let anyone hurt Vanessa Liu. You have to crush those two bastards. Lei Shen said through gritted teeth. After hanging up the phone, you sank into deep thought. To strike back, just explaining wouldn't be enough. You had to produce even more concrete evidence. Then, you suddenly thought of someone. That man who used to help you with chores, Leo. As a veteran employee of Soundwave Entertainment, he must know plenty of industry secrets. Perhaps he had some dirt on Gao Cheng and Xu Bin. You immediately gave Leo a call. As soon as Leo answered the phone, his voice sounded a bit rushed. Mr. Huo, I know about what's happening online. I was just about to call you. Cut the crap. Do you have any dirt on Gao Cheng and Xu Bin? The more explosive, the better. You asked directly, getting straight to the point. Mr. Huo, you've really come to the right person. Those two guys' reputations in the industry have long been trash. It's just that usually no one wants to cross them. I have a video here of Gao Cheng fooling around with some models in a karaoke booth, and evidence of Xu Bin privately withholding trainees' wages. Leo said, lowering his voice. Excellent. Send it all to me. Also, that recording, help me find a professional audio appraisal agency to check if there are any signs of editing. No problem, Mr. Huo. Give me an hour. Leo was very efficient. In less than an hour, everything you wanted was sent via Instagram. You looked through the materials on your phone, the corners of your mouth curling up slightly. Since you want to play dirty, then don't blame me for being ruthless. At exactly 12:30 p.m., right when online traffic was peaking, Starry Radiance's account updated once again. This time, it wasn't just a video. There was a long written narrative, along with a professional appraisal report. In the video, you sat in front of the camera, still looking perfectly calm, but your gaze was incredibly sharp. Hello everyone, I'm Ting Yahuo. Regarding the rumors online, I originally didn't want to dignify them with a response, but some people have gone too far. Since you want to see evidence, then I'll give you evidence. First, regarding that phone recording, a professional appraisal agency has verified that there are multiple cuts and splices. I've posted the full version below. You can all listen for yourselves to see who was actually leading whom on. Then the recording played again. But this time, it was the full version. In the recording, Gao Cheng was mocking and ridiculing, even hinting that only by hitting Vanessa Liu could the original owner prove his dominance. The original owner was simply trying to suck up to them at the time, so he just talked along with them. He never actually laid a finger on her. He then added in the video. As for the character of Gao Cheng and Xu Bin, I think after everyone sees these next clips, you'll be able to judge for yourselves. Subsequently, several explicit videos and screenshots of withheld wage accounts flashed across the screen one by one. This wave of counterattacks could only be described as thunderous. Public opinion online flipped again instantly. Holy crap, what a plot twist. Gao Cheng and Xu Bin are the real animals here. They actually maliciously edited the recording, and they're living such a degenerate life. I feel bad that Starry Radiance got scammed by people like them. Where are the people who were just cursing at Starry Radiance? Get out here and apologize right now. Vanessa Liu really did marry the wrong man. Luckily, Starry Radiance has changed for the better now. Otherwise, Vanessa Liu's life would be ruined. Sky Beauty Entertainment Building, Riverside. Gao Cheng and Xu Bin stared at their phones, completely shell-shocked. How could this happen? How did he get these things? Gao Cheng slumped into his chair, his face deathly pale. He knew that he was truly finished this time. Not only was his career ruined, but he likely wouldn't even be able to avoid prison time. Xu Bin had it even worse. Those trainees whose wages he had withheld had already begun to organize themselves spontaneously. Vanessa Liu really did say that things are now even between you. From the moment you crossed over until now, you have always been walking on eggshells because you felt a deep sense of debt to them. Although you could say it wasn't really you in the past, but who else would know that it wasn't you? So, you could never bring yourself to forgive yourself. Yet now, someone has finally told you that things are even. It's so good that your tears won't stop falling. Not only were you trying to save them, but you were also constantly trying to save yourself. The two of you held each other like fools, sobbing together. Don't ever do this again. Lily and I will worry about you. Slowly, Vanessa Liu was the first to stop. Her voice drifted out from against your chest. You nodded, your voice still sounding a bit raspy. I won't. In fact, besides the two of you, no one can shake my inner resolve. Always the talker, Vanessa Liu said as she looked up. Her tender red face and slightly bloodshot eyes made her look incredibly watery and delicate. She looked as if she had suddenly thought of something, with an irrepressible spark of excitement in her eyes. Right, I think I've finally figured out that melody. What melody? Looking at Vanessa Liu's bird-like petite appearance in your arms, you couldn't help but reach out and rub her head as you asked. This sense of reality gave you immense satisfaction. Vanessa Liu struggled slightly, giving you a playful roll of her eyes. The way you're doing that makes it feel like you're rubbing a dog's head. It's that song I've been trying to compose myself. I was always lacking a bit of inspiration before, but it just came to me suddenly. Vanessa Liu still managed to break free from your embrace. She wanted to strike while the iron was hot and the inspiration was there, to finish this song as quickly as possible. As that warm, delicate body left you, you felt a bit of regret that you hadn't held her long enough. Scratching your head, you stood up, took some manuscript paper from your bag, and handed it to her. I originally planned to write a song tonight, but since you already have one in mind, then you should be the one to write it. You set out the paper and pen for her, standing by the bedside watching Vanessa Liu. You also wanted to see what kind of song it was. That had been troubling Vanessa Liu for so long. Vanessa Liu nodded vigorously, her face flushed. After a brief thought, she sat cross-legged on the bed and took the paper and pen. Ever since arriving in Shanghai, most of the melody for this song had been echoing in her mind. She had been working on it the whole time, but she could never quite grasp that specific part of the tune. Now that she had caught it, the rest of the composition naturally fell into place. Writing down notes and humming a little tune, Vanessa Liu wrote very quickly. In just a few moments, a complete piece of music appeared vividly on the paper. She looked up directly at you under the light, her eyes shimmering with joy. She had finally finished it. So she wasn't just a decorative vase after all. Do you want to take a look? Vanessa Liu asked. With a smile on your face, you shook your head gently. I'd rather you sing it for me. Vanessa Liu lowered her head, her face turning even redder. She felt a little embarrassed. This tune was written entirely based on her own state of mind, so it was almost like a different kind of confession. Go on, sing. You've never actually sung for me alone before. You urged her. Vanessa Liu blushed and whispered, There aren't any lyrics yet. Humming it is fine too. You chuckled. Unable to resist your request, Vanessa Liu gave a shy nod. There was no accompaniment, and everything felt so natural. Vanessa Liu's soft humming began to ring out, serving as a perfect reflection of her current feelings. Both she and he needed a little bit of courage. The moment the melody began, you were instantly frozen on the spot. You looked at Vanessa Liu with focused eyes. The reason was simple. You had heard this melody before, and it was from your original world. It was just that you weren't entirely sure yet. You continued to listen intently, until a segment of Vanessa Liu's humming ended. You suddenly interrupted. Wait a second. After saying that, you hurriedly grabbed a pen and began writing rapidly on the paper. Vanessa Liu was a bit stunned. She didn't know why you interrupted her when it was going so well, but when she leaned her head over and saw what you were writing, a sudden light ignited in her eyes. On the paper was written the large title, Courage. These were the lyrics. You had written the lyrics just by hearing her hum a little bit. Vanessa Liu continued reading. The two of you leaned your heads close together, looking like a perfect couple in the reflection of the light. Seeing the lyrics, Vanessa Liu was even more delighted. These were exactly the kind of lyrics she'd always wanted. They were even better than what she'd imagined. She had tried writing some, but they were far inferior to these. Vanessa Liu's face was red as she shifted her gaze to your serious profile. You really did look very handsome when you were focused. And these lyrics? He really did understand her thoughts. At this thought, Vanessa Liu felt a bit dazed for a moment. She couldn't help but give your cheek a gentle kiss. The hand you were using to write the lyrics suddenly jerked. The ink smudged across the page. You froze, your eyes staring blankly without focus. You were like a statue. You could clearly feel the moisture on your right cheek, from where that soft touch had just been. You looked down at the lyrics on the paper, and your heart felt like it was bursting with joy. You felt as if the whole world were spinning. This must be the courage Vanessa Liu wanted to express. After kissing you, Vanessa Liu immediately panicked. She lowered her face, wishing there was a hole she could crawl into right now. She didn't know what had come over her just then. She had just kissed him as if possessed. Fortunately, you didn't have much of a reaction. Otherwise, Vanessa Liu felt she would have had to flee in embarrassment. At this moment, you were struggling to contain yourself. Knowing that Vanessa Liu was thin-skinned, you suppressed the fluttering in your heart and continued writing. You only let out a breath of relief once you finished. Turning your face back, you pretended nothing had happened and handed the lyrics to her. Take a look. Can you sing the whole thing for me this time? After the song finished, you nodded to Vanessa Liu with a smile. It sounds great. The next match is in the bag. A hint of shyness appeared on Vanessa Liu's face. She looked down and toyed with the manuscript in her hands. It's because your lyrics are so good. If my dear wife hadn't written the tune, I wouldn't have been able to think of a song like this. The two of them began a round of mutual flattery, but Vanessa Liu clearly wasn't as thick-skinned as a certain someone. Upon hearing the words, dear wife, she was completely defeated. Like an ostrich, she buried her face in her chest and refused to come out. This was the first time you had called her wife to her face. Vanessa Liu felt very shy, but also a little bit delighted. However, before you could finish admiring the beautiful sight, your phone suddenly began to ring. It broke the delicate atmosphere in the room. You picked up the phone. The screen showed the contact, Director Yang. You raised an eyebrow. It seemed Sienna Yang had also seen the post. What you didn't know was that Sienna Yang hadn't just seen the post. She was practically going insane. She hadn't believed it when she first saw it. But then your TikTok was being torn apart by trolls, to the point that the technical department had to intervene. And yet, you still hadn't come out to clarify anything. This made a fire start to burn in Sienna Yang's heart. Was everything the internet was saying actually true? Sienna Yang couldn't believe it. Whenever she thought of you, she pictured a gentle, refined, and incredibly talented man. Could someone like that really be a domestic abuser? She waited a long time, but still hadn't seen a clarification video from you, so she finally couldn't help but make this call. The call was connected. Your same gentle voice came through. Hello, is there something wrong? Sienna Yang was stunned. Did he really not know about this? It's nothing. Just some people online who don't like you asking. If you're going to clarify things. You scratched your head. You instinctively looked at Vanessa Liu. At this time, Vanessa Liu was fidgeting with the manuscript paper, pretending to look serious. However, her occasional stealthy glances and clearly distracted manner proved that her attention right now wasn't on the song at all. You winked at her. Vanessa Liu's small face instantly flushed red. She hurriedly looked away guiltily. No need to clarify. It's all true. You answered Sienna Yang. The phone fell into silence. After a long while, Sienna Yang's voice finally came through. Why? I don't believe it. In my impression, I'm sorry. Director Yang, let me interrupt you. What I want to say is, how much do you actually know about me? What's online is true. There's nothing to clarify. If you do something wrong, you have to accept the punishment. As for those comments online, let them say what they want. As long as the people I care about understand me, that's enough. Your gaze remained fixed on Vanessa Liu. You didn't care what others thought. You never expected to be liked by so many people anyway. As long as the person in front of you liked you, it was enough. The phone fell into silence again. Hearing your words, Sienna Yang felt a surge of bitterness. He only cared that the people he cared about understood him. Then what about her? Okay, I was just asking. I didn't mean anything else. It's nothing. I'm hanging up. Sienna Yang's voice was clearly off. You didn't think much of it. After a brief grunt, the call ended. You're too cold. That's not good. You had just put down the phone. When Vanessa Liu's voice came from beside you, you were confused. Was you cold? It seemed pretty normal, didn't it? You was just stating facts, and you was being quite polite. That executive should like you. Vanessa Liu spoke again, but this time her eyes dimmed slightly. Sienna Yang liked you? No way. You scratched your head, feeling a headache coming on. You only thought of her as an ordinary friend. Hey, how do you know? It's just a feeling. I trust my intuition. Vanessa Liu looked up and stared at you. Her tone was firm. Your intuition is wrong. Besides, everyone knows I'm a man with a wife and a child. I won't develop feelings for anyone else. That would be very disrespectful. You continued to scratch your head and explained. Love in one's heart should be serious and exclusive. Otherwise, it's disrespectful to everyone, looking at your sincere gaze. Vanessa Liu let out a soft huff, but she still felt a sense of urgency in her heart. You might not like her, but that didn't mean she wouldn't like you. That executive was very outstanding, much better than her. She knew that. Vanessa Liu continued to fidget with the paper in her hand, as if there were treasure hidden there. You looked at Vanessa Liu in confusion. You carefully thought back to the conversation you just had. Then you suddenly realized something. With a smile in your eyes, you nudged Vanessa Liu's arm. Are you jealous? Vanessa Liu panicked. Her face turned red. And no! Her voice was quite loud. But this reaction made it even more obvious. She was jealous. You continued to look at her with a smile. A jealous Vanessa Liu was also very pretty. The more Vanessa Liu tried to hide it, the more flustered she became. She could feel you were laughing at her. This feeling made her both ashamed and annoyed. Finally, she could no longer withstand your gaze. She tossed the manuscript paper onto the bed in frustration. Fine, I am jealous. Who told such a beautiful woman to like you? Your smile grew wider. You suddenly leaned down and got close to her. Your voice was full of allure. How about I give you a seal of approval? That way you won't be jealous anymore, right? Your face was very close. Vanessa Liu could even feel your breath hitting her face. This feeling made her heart beat like a drum, faster and faster, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Her small mouth puckered slightly. Actually, you were also incredibly nervous. Seeing Vanessa Liu close her eyes, you felt a surge of joy. You secretly pinched your own palm. You closed your eyes and slowly leaned in. Far ahead, far ahead. At this critical moment, Ting Yaohuo's phone began to ring once again. Both of them were startled. Vanessa Liu directly dove onto the bed, covering her face with the quilt. She didn't dare to come out again. Ting Yaohuo's eyelids twitched. He answered the phone with a murderous intent. Hello? Lei, if you don't have something major to tell me today, don't blame me for making something major happen to you. Ting Yaohuo wanted nothing more than to kill the person calling right now. No voice came from the phone. Ting Yaohuo frowned and checked the caller ID. It was Chen Feng. Feng, what are you doing? Say something. Ting Yaohuo thought he'd better have a good reason, or he wouldn't hesitate to take him out. After waiting a little longer, Chen Feng's voice finally sounded. His tone was full of exhaustion. Old Huo, what's going on with the stuff online? Did you bully my sister-in-law? God damn it, is that why you called? No, I haven't even had the chance to bully her yet. And then your call came in. Ting Yaohuo's voice was full of resentment. He glanced at Vanessa Liu hiding under the quilt again. He let out another sigh. His face was full of regret. Forget that for a second. What's wrong with your voice? I got a harsh lesson from society. Chen Feng's voice was clearly not right. After Ting Yaohuo's anger cooled, he also realized something was wrong. After waiting for another moment, Chen Feng's voice continued. I guess you could say that. I got a really harsh lesson. Are you free now? Can you come over and have a couple of drinks with me? You don't have to drink. Just be there. You're the only friend I have left here. Ting Yaohuo's eyes narrowed. Last time, he had a faint feeling that something was wrong. He didn't expect Chen Feng to actually be in trouble now. He didn't hesitate. He spoke directly to Chen Feng on the phone. Okay. Send me your location. I'm in Shanghai right now. I'll be there in 3 hours. Good. Chen Feng grunted in response. The call hung up. After Ting Yaohuo hung up the phone, he helplessly and gently patted Vanessa Liu, who was still hiding under the quilt. Honey, get up for a second. Take me to the high-speed rail station. Vanessa Liu had been listening to Ting Yaohuo's call. She naturally knew he had to leave for something. Although she didn't know the specifics, she could hear that Ting Yaohuo was being very serious. She didn't dally. She scrambled out of the quilt. Her flushed face reappeared. Okay. Do you need to pack? I only have one backpack, but I don't know how long I'll be gone this time. I'll have to leave Lily with you for now. Ting Yaohuo put his belongings into his backpack and picked it up. He spoke to Vanessa Liu. Vanessa Liu nodded. She had sister Yoon and Lele here. When she was on the show, they could help look after Lily. It was very convenient. Once everything was ready, Ting Yaohuo checked out of the room. The two of them got into the car. Since it was a sudden departure, he had to take the high-speed rail. But at this distance, the high-speed rail wasn't much slower than a plane. On the way to the station, Vanessa Liu focused intently on the road ahead while driving. Ting Yaohuo sat in the passenger seat, looking at the serious Vanessa Liu. I'm going to see Chen Feng this time. You've met him before. He's my best friend from college. He seems to have run into some trouble. He asked me to go over and stay with him for a bit. You told Vanessa Liu directly? To save her from worrying. Vanessa Liu gave a soft hum in response. Her heart relaxed. She had an impression of that Chen Feng, a very honest and simple man. His personality was quite decent. It took less than 20 minutes to get from the hotel to the station. It was just noon. The high-speed rail station was very crowded. You put on a mask. You didn't let Vanessa Liu get out of the car to see you off. The two of you were currently a hot topic. Especially you, with your surging fame and infamy. Wearing a mask would prevent you from being recognized. I'm off. No need to see me off. I'll go in myself. Be careful on the road. If there's enough time, I'll go to the venue to watch your competition. After you finished speaking, you smiled and ruffled Vanessa Liu's head. You had suddenly developed a liking for ruffling her head. Vanessa Liu's face turned a bit red. She still wasn't used to the emotions of parting. Alright, go back now. You got out of the car and closed the door. You watched Vanessa Liu slowly drive away from the station. 3:30 p.m. Half an hour later than you had estimated. Mainly because the wait for the train had caused a delay. You arrived in Riverside. While you were still on the high-speed rail, Vanessa Liu had called to let you know she was home safe. She also told you to come back early. Lily missed you. You chuckled when you saw the message. You didn't know if it was really Lily who missed you, or if it was her. You hailed a taxi. You headed straight for the location Chen Feng sent. It took another 10 minutes for the car to arrive. The destination was a commercial building with over a dozen floors. Chen Feng's studio was on the 6th floor. When you reached the studio, the main door was unlocked. You walked in naturally. The windows were tightly shut. The whole room reeked of alcohol. Beer cans were everywhere, just like when you first crossed over. The scene was very similar. Chen Feng was slumped on the floor. He was just sitting there, drinking a can of beer straight. You first threw open the window to let some fresh air circulate inside. Then you walked over and sat down beside him. You took off your mask. Chen Feng let out a drunken burp. His face was pale and bloodless. When he saw you, he raised the beer can in his hand as a greeting. His gaze was decadent and dazed. You're here, brother. You're the only one who won't abandon me. You waved your hand in front of your nose in disgust. The smell of alcohol was repulsive, and it brought back bad memories. Tell me, what kind of massive blow makes an optimistic guy? Like you fall into such a slump? Chen Feng was silent for a moment. He drained the beer in the can. Then he crushed it with force and threw it on the ground. I really can't figure it out. Where did I go wrong? Why would they treat me like this? Chen Feng said through gritted teeth. He casually grabbed another can of beer. You didn't stop him. You knew Chen Feng needed an outlet right now, being double backstabbed. Chen Feng took another large gulp of beer. He nodded. That couple, Old Huo, I really didn't expect it. I just can't figure it out. Wait, Old Huo, did you guess it a long time ago? Chen Feng suddenly remembered when they last met, what you had said to him, telling him to pay more attention to things in the future. He shrugged. Then he patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Back then, I only had my suspicions. In the middle of the night, whose girlfriend calls another man, and your business partner doesn't call you, but calls her instead? But that was your personal relationship matter. I couldn't just interfere without being asked. Chen Feng's expression froze. After a long time, he gave a bitter smile. Yeah. If you had said it bluntly back then, he might have even gotten angry at you. So, what's the situation now? You continued to ask. As you can see, the whole studio is just an empty shell now. They hollowed out the studio together from the inside. My designs are gone. My shares are gone. Haha, and of course, my girlfriend is gone too. Chen Feng became despondent again. His body went completely limp. He tilted his head back to drink again. You frowned upon hearing this. I understand the girlfriend being gone. But how did your shares get swindled? I transferred the shares to Ruanqing. Chen Feng gave a sheepish smile. This kind of thing was indeed a bit stupid. But Ruanqing's acting was just too good. He was momentarily blinded by her. You let out a sigh in your heart. You could only stay with him in silence. In this state, nothing you said would have any effect. You had to wait until he was sober. After Chen Feng downed 2 more cans, he suddenly turned his head. Right, I haven't asked you yet. What's going on with you? That post online? Oh, it's a long story. So, let's not talk about it. All you need to know is that the old me was just a total jerk. Right, because of those things. I've completely cut off all those old messy affairs. You didn't want to bring it up again. You brushed it off simply. Chen Feng nodded and didn't pry. Instead, he patted you back on the shoulder. Then we're both in the same boat now. Nonsense. You immediately got defensive. I'm not like you. Your sister-in-law and I are fine, and I have a precious daughter. Life couldn't be more comfortable. Damn it. Are you here to comfort me or to kick me while I'm down? Chen Feng felt the sting of your words. He hung his head and took another sip. But because you were there by his side, his state of mind was clearly a bit better than before. Old Huo, if I had your talent, and were as handsome as you, maybe she wouldn't have abandoned me, and she wouldn't have put on an act for so long. Thinking about it now, sometimes I really want to laugh. Good thing she could stand me for so long. Looking at Chen Feng's dejected state, he didn't quite understand. Feng, is it really necessary to be this sad? Chen Feng glanced at you sideways. He suddenly asked, what do you think? We've known each other for 2 years. We dated for almost 1.5 years. I truly loved her. Old Huo, let me ask you. If Vanessa Liu left you one day, wouldn't you be heartbroken? You frowned. You had never thought about that question. You thought about it carefully. You replied somewhat uncertainly, I probably would. After all, ever since you crossed over, you had been living for them. Chen Feng saw your frowning, hesitant look. He suddenly punched you in the shoulder. Damn it. Is that even something you need to hesitate about? Old Huo, do you even understand what love is? You suddenly fell into a daze, lost in thought. You had always been a bachelor in your past life. How could you understand what love is? What is love? Do I really love Vanessa Liu? You asked yourself silently in your heart. Damn it, does that even require thinking? Just think about love for a second. Who is the first person who pops into your head? Well, there's your answer. Chen Feng slapped your shoulder again. He was completely speechless. He had asked you to comfort him, but now it was him trying to enlighten you. Snapping out of it from that slap, you suddenly realized, damn, you really were overthinking it. You were someone who had never been in love. Faced with this kind of question for the first time, you couldn't help but ponder on it. Did you love Vanessa Liu? You did. From the start, you only wanted to make it up to her and the child, but later you felt that living like this was actually pretty good. Then to the later physical attraction, and finally to the small interactions in daily life, it all made him slowly fall in love with her. Ting Yaohuo was an earnest person by nature. What could truly move him were never those grand, earth-shattering events, but rather the simple, ordinary things. Just as Chen Feng had said, when you think of the word love, who is the first person who pops into your head? That's the person. Ting Yaohuo grinned and let out a silly laugh. Chen Feng felt a sharp sting in his heart. He had somehow been force-fed a mouthful of PDA out of nowhere, and at his most miserable moment, no less. Truly, a best friend knows exactly how to get under your skin. Chen Feng only felt that the depression in his heart was instantly diluted by a lot. He just wanted to jump up and beat this guy to a pulp. But I'm guessing Ruanqing doesn't know about your background, right? Ting Yaohuo quickly changed the subject. However, this topic clearly made Chen Feng even more despondent. He shook his head. No. I always thought she was a good girl. Who wouldn't care about those things? I just didn't expect. Ting Yaohuo's mouth twitched involuntarily. What good girl would act like this? Isn't this that domestic abuser from the internet? Chen Feng, Ruanqing was right to leave you. To think you'd keep this kind of company. Just as Ting Yaohuo was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from the studio entrance. Chen Feng's expression instantly darkened. Ting Yaohuo turned to look. The newcomer was a fair-skinned, handsome man, but his face was so pale and delicate that Ting Yaohuo felt those people who used to call him a pretty boy were just committing complete slander. This guy was the true definition of a pretty boy. The woman beside him was naturally Ruanqing, whom Ting Yaohuo had met once before. She was still dressed in her anime style, but this time her makeup was much heavier than before. and she seemed a bit more seductive. Haha, who I make friends with is none of your damn business. Wang Jun, Ruan Qing. You actually have the nerve to come here? Is there anything left in this empty studio you haven't swindled yet? Chen Feng said angrily. Ting Yaohui finally realized that this pretty boy was Wang Jun. Chen Feng, don't be like this. We're doing this for your own good. Hearing Chen Feng's words, before Wang Jun could speak, Ruan Qing beside him spoke first. She put on an act of, I'm only thinking of you. Fuck, for my own good? You're fucking hilarious. I guess cheating on me is for my own good now? Chen Feng. Wang Jun and I have always liked each other. We had feelings for each other even before you came along. We just hadn't realized it then. Chen Feng. We didn't come here to argue with you today. It hurts me to see you giving up on yourself like this. Why don't you join our studio? With your talent, you'll definitely have a better future. Wang Jun, beside her, chimed in at this moment. That's right. At least we understand each other. You've pursued your anime dream for so long. You can't just let it go to waste like this, can you? Even if you and Qing Qing can't be together. Can't you still be friends? Ting Yaohuo couldn't help but want to laugh hearing this. If they put it that way, then who was cheating on whom? It was quite the show. He finally knew what two birds of a feather really meant. What a nest of snakes and rats looked like. What it meant to be a total slut while acting like a saint. These two people really brought those phrases to life perfectly. Chen Feng grew even more furious hearing their words. He pointed a finger at Wang Jun. Be friends with your damn mother. What else do you have besides that face of yours? The designs are mine. The money is mine. Even that woman beside you used to be mine. What the hell are you thinking? Asking me to join you again and be your friend? I, Chen Feng, don't have a habit of being a doormat. Wang Jun, opposite him, frowned. Clearly, Chen Feng's words hit a nerve. But he composed himself, still speaking with a smile. Don't get so worked up. All of those things belong to me now. His smile was smug beyond words. Seeing Chen Feng scramble up from the ground to attack, he was stopped by Ting Yaohuo. All right. If you can talk it out, try not to get physical. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing, right? Do you know who I am? Ting Yaohuo asked with a chuckle. His expression was incredibly gentle. Wang Jun sneered. Even though he wasn't in the industry, he still knew Ting Yaohuo's name. He was a regular on the trending lists, except that name was currently synonymous with trash. Yeah, I know, so what? The infamous domestic abuser? You, Chen Feng was about to lung forward again, but was once more stopped by Ting Yaohuo. Ting Yaohuo nodded, still wearing a smile. This made Chen Feng feel quite frustrated. Ting Yaohuo stood in front of Chen Feng, and continued. Then you should also know that I'm a songwriter. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing both scoffed simultaneously. What did being a songwriter have to do with their anime world? In their field, Ting Yaohuo's status didn't mean a thing. Chen Feng also thought Ting Yaohuo was talking nonsense. Who here cares if you're a songwriter? Wang Jun looked at Ting Yaohuo playfully. What if I do? So what? Oh, then you definitely don't know that I know a bit about anime too, just like how I only know a bit about songwriting. Hearing this, Wang Jun suddenly had a bad feeling. He frowned, looking at the man with a confident smile, with a sharp gaze. But then he laughed and shook, his head tossing the stray thought aside. These were two completely different fields. Unless Ting Yaohuo was some kind of freak of nature, how could he possibly threaten him? Are you threatening me? Knowing a bit won't cut it. Ting Yaohuo suddenly stopped smiling. He looked at the other person with pity. Knowing a bit is enough. My bit of knowledge plus Chen Feng's professional expertise, will be more than enough to crush you two rookies. It won't be a problem at all. Wang Jun suddenly didn't want to talk to Ting Yaohuo anymore. This guy's words were always soft yet carried a sting. He was nothing like Chen Feng, who only knew how to work hard, and the thing he feared least was someone else working hard. So he decided to ignore Ting Yaohuo, and shifted his gaze back to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, have you thought it over? Are you going to join us? Or do you actually believe his nonsense? Ruan Qing also tried to persuade him from the side. Her eyes even showed a fake look of concern. That's right, Chen Feng. This really is a chance to fulfill your anime dream. Join us. And tomorrow will be even better. Chen Feng had calmed down by now. He took a step forward, standing beside Ting Yaohuo with a cold laugh. He ignored Wang Jun and looked straight at Ruan Qing. Ruan Qing, we were together for a year and a half. I never did anything to wrong you. I never even crossed the line in my behavior once. Since you've said all this today, fine, let me tell you about that friends thing. I'm not interested in being friends with dogs. Chen Feng then shifted his gaze to Wang Jun. And you, listen carefully. Ting Yaohuo is my brother. I believe in him. Are you even worthy of being compared to him? Chen Feng's words were sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jun and Ruan Qing's faces darkened. They glared at Ting Yaohuo and Chen Feng. They turned around to leave. But Ting Yaohuo and Chen Feng's voices still drifted after them from behind. Leaving so soon? I still have one more thing to say. There's an old saying back where I'm from, listen up. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never look down on a poor young man. Now get lost. I'm not poor. I'm a rich kid. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing, who hadn't walked far yet, instantly had their faces turn bright red, particularly when you added that last line, making Ruan Qing's face look even more ghastly. Did you hear that? I'm a rich kid. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing left. They left in a very pathetic state. As soon as their figures disappeared, Chen Feng could no longer maintain his front. He slumped onto the ground, his expression filled with immense pain. Tears unconsciously streamed down his face. You knew he had been forcing himself to endure. After all, she was the girlfriend he'd been with for a year and a half. What happened just now was his absolute limit. Old Huo, I really loved her. Chen Feng cried out with a sob. You didn't know how to comfort him. Comforting people was truly a difficult task for you. You only knew how to use actions to support him. Seeing Chen Feng like this, you could only pat him on the shoulder and hand him a can of beer. Cry it out, let's get wasted tonight and start over tomorrow. Show them that they're absolutely nothing without you. Chen Feng took the beer and downed another gulp. His face didn't turn red when he drank. He only turned paler and paler. Old Huo, it's not that easy to start over. It took me nearly 2 years to design that domestic animation. It's gone, swindled away. How can I come up with another good concept in such a short time? The domestic animation market is struggling as it is. With the animation they took from me, even a pair of pigs could become a hit. You nodded. You knew Chen Feng's talent for creating animation was indeed very high. One could tell by how desperately those two tried to keep him. But when you said you knew a bit about animation earlier, you weren't just bragging. However, Chen Feng was clearly drunk now, and in no mood to think about such things. You decided to wait until tomorrow to talk about it. After speaking, Chen Feng went silent. He was just immersed in his sorrow, drinking beer can after can. You stayed by his side in silence, watching as even his hand holding the beer began to tremble. By the time Chen Feng was completely wasted, the city lights were already beginning to glow. You didn't know where he lived, so you could only drag him to the nearest hotel. Chen Feng was fairly cooperative, but he kept muttering about having loved, about liars and things like that. This made the hotel receptionist keep looking at the two of you with a strange gaze. It gave you quite a headache. You booked a twin room, threw Chen Feng onto the bed, and covered him with a quilt. You wiped the sweat from your forehead. One bad thing about this guy gaining weight is that it's all solid meat. He's heavy. You went to the bathroom to take a shower. You felt refreshed when you came out. Chen Feng was still muttering. You rolled your eyes at him and ignored him. You went back to your bed and took out your phone. There was a message on Instagram. It was from Vanessa Liu, sent earlier that afternoon. You hadn't seen it until now. How are things going? You gave a knowing smile. Nothing major. Almost done. Vanessa Liu should be asleep by this time, right? You were mistaken. The notification sound chimed in the next second. An instant reply? Was she constantly looking at her phone? Or had she been waiting for your message? In the Shanghai apartment, Vanessa Liu was holding Lily, who was already asleep. She looked at the message on her phone, her lips pursed slightly. She wondered what you had been busy with today. Only replying to her message now. Is my dear wife worried about me and staying up all this time? You quickly sent a reply. The smile on your face widening. I wasn't. I just happened to wake up and saw your message. Ha! Women always have such stubborn mouths. They're soft everywhere else. You smiled and said nothing more. Then my dear wife should go back to sleep. Barring any accidents, I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. A smile unconsciously appeared on Vanessa Liu's face as she typed the word. Right. Good night. Your message came through again. Vanessa Liu blinked her beautiful almond eyes. Good night. Vanessa Liu put down her phone. She finally slid into the quilt contentedly. She happily fell asleep while holding the sweet-smelling Lily. You also put down your phone and glanced at Chen Feng, who was sleeping like a log. Then you sighed. Found some paper and a pen and stayed up late to write. Early the next morning, you finished your morning run. When you returned with some buns and deep-fried dough sticks, Chen Feng finally woke up with swollen eyes. You shooed him off to wash up, and then the two of you ate breakfast. Chen Feng stuffed a bun into his mouth, looking at your large dark circles. He was a bit surprised. How could his eyes look even worse than his own swollen eyes after drinking? Did you go out and do something shady last night? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. You gritted your teeth and glared at Chen Feng. It was all because of you. Chen Feng was shocked. He hurriedly checked his own body. Feeling that nothing was out of the ordinary, he relaxed a bit, and then looked at you with a suspicious gaze. He even backed away slightly. Hey, old Huo, I like women. Go to hell. It was for your sake. Believe it or not, I'll tear up this animation script right now. This time, Chen Feng was even more shocked. His eyes widened, looking at the notebook in your hand. In disbelief. What animation? You mean, you wrote an animation concept overnight? Your expression remained unfriendly. Last night, for the sake of his animation, you had racked your brain until your head hurt. Partly it was for Chen Feng's sake, and partly, you wanted to go back sooner to be with Vanessa Liu and Lily. Take a guess. What else would I have been doing? Hey, don't be mad. Was everything you said yesterday true? Chen Feng still looked at you in surprise. You had said yesterday that, just like songwriting, you knew a bit about animation too. He had thought you were just saying it to annoy Wang Jun and Ruan Jing. He didn't expect that you would actually produce an animation script in one night. Of course, I never lie. This is just a rough outline, along with character descriptions. Once I get back, I'll slowly flesh it out for you. Actually, you had wanted to write it all out last night, but you didn't know the specifics of how animation screenplays worked, so you could only write down the rough outline and the personalities and designs of the main characters. Once you got back, you would search online to learn about animation scripts, and then give Chen Feng a complete one. You spoke while tossing the notebook into Chen Feng's lap. Chen Feng stared blankly at your dark circles. Feeling deeply moved, this was his brother. Although he didn't say much, he used his actual actions to show his heart. Chen Feng opened his mouth, but couldn't get a single word out. Then he lowered his head and opened the notebook, beginning to read it seriously. On the first page, a large title was written, Under One Person. Chen Feng was stunned. The domestic animation he designed was called Above All Beings. The one you gave him was called Under One Person. Was this a coincidence? He then turned to the second page. It told a story about a world of inhumans. Then Zhang Chulan appeared. He had always hidden himself carefully, until one day Sister Bauer appeared. From then on, he was chased by zombies, attacked by monsters, and caught up in troubles he had never seen before. Shameless Zhang Chulan, digging pits to bury people, Sister Bao, just as you had said. This was just a rough outline of character personalities and designs. But the more Chen Feng read, the more shocked he became. This was so much better than the one he had designed. Even just the rough outline had Chen Feng completely enthralled. This gripping plot with its twists and turns, these deeply memorable characters. He really wanted to crack open Ting Yaohui's skull right now, to see exactly how this guy's brain was put together. Chen Feng's hands began to tremble as he held the notebook. This was a damn goldmine. Chen Feng suddenly looked up at Ting Yaohui. His voice was shaking slightly. Oh, old Huo, did you really write this for me? Who else would I write it for? Ting Yaohui nodded calmly. In this world, he was the one who wrote Under One Person. In his original world, this smash hit, domestic animation was created by Mi Air, a legendary existence that once took the anime world by storm. He believed that, in this world, it could still radiate its own unique brilliance. Old Huo, do you know how much this is worth? And you're just giving it to me like this? A smile played on Ting Yaohui's face. Some things don't need to be said between brothers, just like Chen Feng. He obviously knew Ting Yaohui's starry radiance from the internet, but he had never brought it up once. He didn't care how famous Ting Yao had become. He only cared about the nasty rumors surrounding him online. What's up, Feng? Don't tell me you look down on it. If you don't want it, give it back. I'll just tear it up. Ting Yaohuo glanced at Chen Feng, speaking with a deliberate chuckle. He made a move as if to snatch the notebook back. No way. Once it's mine, it's mine. Chen Feng hurriedly shielded the notebook in his arms. Like a mother hen protecting her chick, Ting Yaohui burst out laughing. He patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. All right. A man's gotta look forward. We have an old saying, a blessing in disguise. You never know when bad luck will turn out to be good. Feng, what do you plan to do next? Chen Feng looked at the smiling Ting Yaohuo, and he suddenly smiled too, although he didn't know why Ting Yaohuo had changed so much so suddenly. With all these profound sayings, writing songs and now writing animation scripts, he didn't really care about any of that. What he cared about was that with one phone call, Ting Yaohuo would rush over no matter the distance. That was the kind of friendship that mattered. Old Huo, I won't let this animation go to waste. I plan to find some people and get this studio up and running again. I'll make the name Under One Person echo through the anime world. Hearing Chen Feng's words, a look of gratification appeared in Ting Yaohuo's eyes. He didn't care what Chen Feng actually made of this animation. Seeing Chen Feng regain his confidence was enough for him. Then you better keep your eyes peeled when you hire people this time. Haha, Ting Yaohuo teased. Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I won't make that mistake again. There's no way I'm falling into the same trap twice. Trust me, the people I find this time will be real professionals. I won't nag you anymore then. Wait for me to get back, and I'll finish the full design and send it to you. Go for it, young man. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. After that, Ting Yaohuo didn't linger in Riverside. Chen Feng also began to busy himself. He was going to swallow his pride and ask his family for investment, then start headhunting talent. At 1:30 p.m., Ting Yaohuo arrived back in Shanghai right on time. Tomorrow, Vanessa Liu would compete in the top 8-4 match. She had been busy practicing her new song these past 2 days. When Ting Yaohuo arrived at the apartment, only Sister Yun was home with little Lily. Little Lily hadn't seen her father for 2 days. Seeing him so suddenly now, she lunged into Ting Yaohuo's arms at lightning speed. Ting Yaohuo scooped her up, then nodded to Sister Yun in greeting. Sister Yun, is your mother doing okay? Sister Yun looked at Ting Yaohuo with a complex expression, nodding back. The final surgery was very successful. She's currently in recovery. The nanny is also taking good care of her. Regarding this matter, Sister Yun felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Ting Yaohuo. Moreover, Vanessa Liu was also very good to her. Vanessa Liu had decided that for all future events, she would give Sister Yun 10% of the song royalties. Lily was also given 10%. Therefore, Sister Yun's feelings toward Ting Yaohuo were quite complicated. He had helped her, and he was being very good to Vanessa Liu now. Yet he had bullied Vanessa Liu in the past. Ting Yaohuo, however, didn't think too much about it. He nodded at Sister Yun's words. That's good. Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yun, to look after Vanessa Liu more in the future. That's only natural. Sister Yun waved her hand. Even without this help, she would still have taken good care of Vanessa Liu, but Sister Yun could understand. After all, since Ting Yaohuo was Vanessa Liu's husband, it was only right for him to say this. After a moment of thought, Sister Yun continued, Vanessa is at the company practicing her song right now. Why don't you go take a look? If she knew you were back, she'd definitely be happy. Sister Yun had noticed long ago that since Ting Yaohuo left yesterday, Vanessa Liu had been staring at her phone from time to time. Ting Yaohuo's eyes lit up at the suggestion. A surprise visit? He liked that. Besides, he could take the chance to hear his dear wife's heavenly voice again. Ting Yaohuo agreed without hesitation. The three of them headed toward Soundwave Entertainment. Meanwhile, online, the netizens were still waiting in vain for any news from Ting Yaohuo. Even the victim, Vanessa Liu, had remained silent. Everyone began to speculate whether Vanessa Liu was currently discussing divorce with Ting Yaohuo. After all, given the current exposure and public pressure, things were very much in Vanessa Liu's favor. Whether she was being controlled or whatever, she could use this incident to rid herself of Ting Yaohuo. Some busybody netizens had even specifically formed a condemnation group to denounce Ting Yaohuo and support Vanessa Liu. The group was updated every day with the latest developments. The latest news in the group was that someone had seen Vanessa Liu at Soundwave Entertainment with only a small assistant by her side. Ting Yaohuo's TikTok comments were still a sea of insults. And right at that moment, Vanessa Liu's Twitter suddenly updated with a pinned post. The first netizen to notice this Twitter post jumped in surprise. He was a member of the condemnation group. Without even having time to read it himself, he immediately rushed back to the group to report the latest news. Guys, big news. Vanessa Liu's Twitter just updated. There should finally be a result. This news acted like a giant wave crashing onto the shore. Everyone got excited and started calling out to their friends. Some even started spamming Ting Yaohuo's TikTok. Various entertainment media hiding in the group also sensed that this would be another hot topic. They immediately began publishing all sorts of news reports. After waiting more than a day for information, one of the parties involved had finally spoken. In an instant, countless people flocked to Vanessa Liu's Twitter account. However, when they clicked on the pinned post, the two formal-sounding sentences inside left them completely dumbfounded. To have met a good man in this life. How truly fortunate I am. When a gentleman corrects his mistakes, I'll respect him. My heart feels the same. At this, the netizens realized that they recognized every single word. But when put together, they were completely lost. They had been denouncing him for so long only for the victim to hit them with this. In an instant, the netizens' hearts began to ache. It felt as if they had been backstabbed. They couldn't even believe that Vanessa Liu was the one who sent this. They naturally understood the meaning of those two sentences, which was exactly why their minds were collectively blown. In an instant, a tidal wave of comments flooded the bottom of the Twitter post. Almost everyone was starting to suspect that this might be Ting Yaohuo controlling Vanessa Liu's Twitter account. However, they had no way of getting an answer right now, so they could only keep posting under the tweet. I don't believe it. The netizens were at their wits' end. They could only wait for tomorrow's new song gala. By then, the truth would finally come to light. They intended to ask Vanessa Liu personally at the venue whether all of this was true. Ting Yaohuo and Sister Yoon brought Lily along, and when they arrived at Soundwave Entertainment, it hadn't been long since Vanessa Liu had posted on Twitter. She was currently practicing her song in the recording studio. She had spent a long time thinking about that tweet before posting it. Originally, she hadn't planned on paying attention to the online drama, but when she saw those people constantly hurling insults at Ting Yaohuo, she couldn't control her urge to defend him. Her face had stayed flushed for a long time after posting. Those bold words were the greatest display of her loyalty, but once it was sent out, her mood had clearly improved a lot. Even her singing felt much more natural. Ting Yaohuo carried little Lily, and Sister Yoon guided them to the elevator, heading straight for the 11th floor. This entire floor was dedicated to recording studios, and there was a high probability Vanessa Liu was here. They didn't call to tell Vanessa Liu beforehand, because they wanted to give her a surprise. Upon arriving on the 11th floor, before Ting Yaohuo and the others could find Vanessa Liu, they happened to bump into Chengdi as she was exiting a studio. When she saw Ting Yaohuo and little Lily, her eyes visibly lit up. This was the first time Chengdi had seen Ting Yaohuo in person. Her first impression was that he looked very kind, nothing like the malicious person described online. She was one of the very first fans of Starry Radiance, back when his account wasn't completely famous yet, and she heard the song A Lifetime With You, that mysterious vibe of Starry Radiance holding a guitar, without showing his face, had deeply attracted her. Furthermore, she particularly longed for the kind of love in that song. How many people have adored your youthful face, but who is willing to endure the merciless changes of time? Chengdi had always felt that whoever could write and sing a song like that must be an incredibly romantic person. From then on, she had been quietly following Starry Radiance. Although she never believed the rumors exposed online this time, she had still been keeping a close eye on everything. As for the Twitter post Vanessa Liu had sent, she saw it immediately and felt so envious. She envied the two of them for having the kind of love people could only dream of. One had revealed his talent for his wife and come to Shanghai alone, and the other was so fortunate to have met a good man, bravely speaking up for love. She wanted a sweet romance like that too. Ting Yaohuo also noticed the girl who had suddenly stopped, a girl with a sweet appearance. He recognized her as well. Chengdi, one of the favorites to win this new song gala. He gave her a friendly smile and a nod. Then he prepared to keep walking while carrying Lily. You're here to see Vanessa Liu, aren't you? She's in the second studio on the left just ahead. Chengdi suddenly spoke up at that moment. Ting Yaohuo turned back toward Chengdi with curiosity. This young girl, whom he had never officially met, was wearing a long, light yellow dress, and she exuded a vibrant, lively aura. Thank you, Ting Yaohuo said in gratitude. He was about to turn and keep going, but unexpectedly, Chengdi spoke again. Starry Radiance. Could I have your autograph? I'm a fan of yours. Chengdi was a bit shy, and her voice even began to stammer. The way she acted was exactly like a young girl meeting her idol. Ting Yaohuo was a bit surprised. His current reputation on the internet could only be described as terrible. He hadn't expected this famous young girl to openly admit to being his fan. Ting Yaohuo couldn't help but have a slightly better impression of Chengdi. He smiled as he sat little Lily down, taking her tiny hand as he walked up to Chengdi. Sure, I didn't think I'd still have fans at a time like this, especially a great singer like you. Hearing Ting Yaohuo say that, Chengdi's face turned a rosy pink. She stuck out her tongue adorably, and then actually produced a notebook from her bag, handing it to Ting Yaohuo. Hello, Starry Radiance. My name is Chengdi. Please sign in this notebook. I really love those songs of yours. Alright, Chengdi, and thank you for the support. As Ting Yaohuo took the notebook, he saw that everything recorded in it was actually the songs he had written. Ting Yaohuo rubbed his nose awkwardly, then signed his stage name, Starry Radiance. He handed the notebook back to Chengdi. He hadn't expected Chengdi to be such a dedicated fan. Ting Yaohuo felt a bit out of his element. Hee, you can just call me Dai. Chengdi happily took back her notebook. looking at the signature on it, with pure joy. Dai, what are you doing? Suddenly, a male voice came from the direction of the elevator. Ting Yaohuo's gaze shifted past Chengdi to see a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who was walking over with a frown. Nothing, Chengdi said, hurriedly putting away her notebook. She spoke obediently to the refined man. Uncle, what are you doing here? The newcomer was Yin Ping. Yin Ping walked up to the group, and naturally he saw Ting Yaohua as well. His expression turned cold. He grabbed Chengdi's arm, leading her toward the elevator. As they walked, he continued, to lecture Chengdi, your mom asked me to bring you some things. Also, don't just go running up to anyone you run into. Do you hear me? I know. Chengdi nodded repeatedly to humor her uncle, while secretly turning back to stick her tongue out at Ting Yaohuo. Ting Yaohuo was completely baffled. He had no idea how he had offended this man. However, it was only a minor interlude. Ting Yaohuo shook his head without making a sound, turning to walk toward the studio where Vanessa Liu was. Ting Yaohui knocked on the door, and Lei Shen was the one who opened it. She was visibly surprised when she saw Ting Yaohuo. She was just about to shout to Vanessa Liu practicing inside, but Ting Yaohuo signaled her to be quiet. Lei Shen understood instantly, and immediately shut her mouth. Ting Yaohuo led little Lily quietly inside. Sister Yun closed the door behind them, standing at the entrance with Lei Shen, looking inside. This wasn't the first time Ting Yaohuo had heard Vanessa Liu sing, but no matter how many times he watched her, Ting Yaohuo felt she was incredibly earnest toward her music. That serious, focused look of hers was breathtaking. Vanessa Liu was so concentrated on her singing that she hadn't noticed at all that Ting Yaohuo and little Lily were standing outside. A smile curved on Ting Yaohuo's lips. Didn't this song with the backing track sound even better coming from Vanessa Liu? Little Lily leaned against Ting Yaohuo's leg, her big eyes fixed intently on her mother. In her childish innocence, she also really loved her mother's confident appearance. When Vanessa Liu was singing, she was like a different person. That charm radiating from her very core made it impossible not to be captivated. When Vanessa Liu finished the song and habitually turned her head to look outside, she saw the figures of Ting Yaohuo and little Lily. Her eyes couldn't help but widen, and she was frozen in sheer shock. Ting Yaohuo had a gentle smile on his face. Little Lily's almond eyes curved into crescents. That smile was so bright that it seemed to light up the entire room. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Vanessa Liu suddenly smiled, standing there like a blossoming flower as she walked over. She said softly, "You're back." Beads of sweat dotted the tip of Vanessa Liu's nose, making her look especially playful and lively. This was how a woman in her 20s should look. Ting Yaohuo nodded, with an irrepressible smile in his eyes. "Yeah, are you surprised, my dear wife?" Vanessa Liu's face instantly turned a rosy red. She saw Lei Shen and Sister Yun by the door, giggling behind their hands. How could he be like this? With other people around, calling her dear wife like that. Vanessa Liu lowered her head and stopped looking at him, instead picking up little Lily. But her translucent, reddened earlobes and the lingering smile on her face betrayed her true thoughts. Ting Yaohuo suddenly appearing before her was indeed a wonderful surprise. The next day, the highly anticipated second episode of the New Song Gala arrived as scheduled. The height from the first episode of the New Song Gala had already reached incredible heights because of Vanessa Liu's The Wind Rises, reaching an astronomical level. And this episode, because of the incident involving Ting Yaohuo, resulted in several more platforms partnering with the New Song Gala to live stream the competition. Sure enough, starting from early morning, countless netizens were camped out in the various live stream rooms, waiting for the competition to begin. In front of the Shanghai Stadium, a massive crowd had long since gathered. Most of them were just there for the drama, including many members of the Vanessa Liu support group. Others were mainstream entertainment media outlets, all wanting to get the first-hand scoop, so they arrived at the venue early. From this, it was clear that this session of the New Song Gala was a grand event brought about by one man's controversy. By 8:30 p.m., when the official livestream room opened and the various platform broadcasts went live, countless comments flooded the screens of every livestream. The director of the New Song Gala, Ren Chao, seeing the dense wall of comments, couldn't stop grinning. No matter if Ting Yaohuo's fame was good or bad, the buzz he generated was real. For Ren Chao, this was fantastic news, but at the same time he desperately hoped that nothing would go wrong. Between Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Liu, it would be so much better if they stayed a happy couple. As long as there were no issues between them, then for the next episode and the one after that, Vanessa Liu's presence would mean Ting Yaohui was involved, and Ting Yaohui's involvement meant guaranteed traffic. After all, the difference between a one-time feast and being fed every day was something Ren Chao understood perfectly, so he was truly praying that Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohui would stay on good terms. Inside the Shanghai Stadium, the stage was much more grand than last time. The production team had made money, so they were more willing to invest in the venue. Ting Yaohui and Little Lily were both wearing masks this time, quietly entering the venue with the crowd. The ceiling of the stadium had been turned into a starry sky, with a galaxy falling from the heavens, straight onto the stage. It was like a deep, starry sky on a summer night, hanging right over their heads. It was mysterious and mesmerizing, and the host for this episode was the famous presenter Cheryl Chen. Dressed in formal attire, she slowly walked onto the stage as if stepping through the stars. Welcome everyone to the New Song Gala. I am your host, Cheryl Chen. I am very happy to meet everyone on this grand program. Our competition has now reached its second episode. Of the original 16 contestants, only 8 remain on this stage. And today, another 4 singers will be leaving us. Such is the cruelty of competition, but also its charm. At this very moment, I believe the audience here and those in the live stream are all feeling incredibly nervous. Everyone is hoping that their favorite contestant will successfully advance. So, without further ado, let's take a look at the big screen, at the profiles of our 8 contestants. As Cheryl Chen finished speaking, she turned her graceful figure toward the big screen. The profiles of the 8 contestants appeared one by one. Once the final profile was shown, Cheryl Chen turned back and spoke into the microphone. All right, we have finished viewing the profiles of our 8 contestants. Now, please welcome our 4 mentors to the stage. The galaxy on stage suddenly split into 4 paths. The 4 mentors, bathed in the light of the galaxy, appeared one after another. As they made their entrance, each sang their most famous song. After the last mentor finished singing, they all waved to the audience. Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd, along with applause and whistles. Amidst the audience's cheers, the 4 mentors walked to the judging panel one by one and took their seats. Cheryl Chen looked at the mentors with a smile, and then raised the microphone again. Backstage, Vanessa Liu was already in position. She was wearing a mask, and had slipped in quietly through the staff entrance. There were simply too many people out front, and many were holding up signs with her name. She felt a bit overwhelmed, especially when she saw that some people were holding signs against Ting Yaohui, signs protesting domestic violence. It was painful for her to see. She didn't know if Ting Yaohui could see them, and she worried he would be sad if he did. Ting Yaohui, of course, saw them. He wasn't blind. Those massive signs were a real eyesore. But instead of being upset, he felt nothing. It didn't matter as long as it wasn't Vanessa Liu or Lily. No one else could get under his skin. Besides, those were things the old Ting Yaohui had done. What did they have to do with the current him? After making peace with Vanessa Liu, he had long since moved past it. Ting Yaohui shifted his gaze to the stage. The matchups for today's competition had already been randomly assigned by the audience. Vanessa Liu was scheduled for the second match today. Her opponent was Xiao Feibai from Prime Entertainment, who was also a favorite to win. It was as if destiny had deliberately arranged for Vanessa Liu to have to overcome every obstacle and defeat every champion to win. She had faced formidable opponents 2 matches in a row. In the last match, if Crystal Zhang's spirit hadn't broken, meaning she only performed at 40% of her true ability, she wouldn't have lost so miserably. Backstage, Xiao Feibai had also received the news. His face looked sickly, and he was incredibly surprised. Among all these contestants, the one he least wanted to face was Vanessa Liu. There was a bug behind this woman, a man who was a walking trending topic. Fortunately, that man's image had collapsed this time. Plus, no one knew what was going on. Between Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohui, he wondered if Ting Yaohui had written the song again. Thinking about this made Xiao Feibai feel much better. He acknowledged Vanessa Liu's vocal skill, but his own singing wasn't inferior to hers. Unless Ting Yaohui stepped in again to write another masterpiece, Xiao Feibai believed he still had a fighting chance. The first match was between Chengdi and her opponent, the last remaining singer from Sky Beauty Entertainment. Chengdi's voice was very different from Vanessa Liu's. Her voice was naturally sweet, which, combined with her petite frame and her cute baby face, was perfect for singing sweet pop songs, melting the hearts of the audience below. This was also the first time Ting Yaohui had heard her sing. In the last match, Vanessa Liu had been the first to perform. Ting Yaohui had left the venue as soon as she finished. This time, however, he got to hear Chengdi's song. He nodded. The song was indeed quite good. It suited Changdi perfectly. His little fan's vocal skills were certainly impressive. No wonder she was a favorite to win, and her opponent's skill wasn't even as good as Crystal Zhang's. Naturally, the opponent lost to Changdi in this round. For the second match, Vanessa Liu once again took the stage first. Today, she was wearing a crisp white shirt, paired with a floral skirt. It was simple and clean. Her hair was styled in a cute, simple bun. Compared to her look last time, this outfit made her look even more youthful and radiant. As she stood gracefully on the stage, it was as if everyone was looking at a young girl brimming with vitality. Vanessa Liu immediately used her eyes to search for Ting Yaohuo and Little Lily. When she saw them waving their hands, the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. The spotlight hit her face, and her smile was absolutely breathtaking. She looked stunning enough to stop a heart, leaving Ting Yaohuo staring in a daze. Before the song could even start, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Vanessa Liu, was that Twitter post really from you? Vanessa, do you really love Ting Yaohuo? Or is he coercing you?" In an instant, a wave of commotion rose through the venue. Vanessa Liu gripped the microphone, looking at Ting Yaohuo below. She suddenly thought of the first time she saw him after his change. The purity in his eyes, the clarity, and that hint of tenderness. At that thought, Vanessa Liu's almond eyes grew even brighter. Then, with a smile in her eyes, she raised the microphone and announced loudly to the audience below, and to the viewers in the live stream, "I love him. I love Ting Yaohuo. He's wonderful." For some people, some kinds of love are simply destiny. Amidst the shimmering galaxy on stage, her gaze pierced through the crowd. To lock on to Ting Yaohuo's eyes, Ting Yaohuo felt a bit dazed, as if he were seeing an ethereal goddess across a celestial river, looking back at him from afar. Destiny, and how could it be anything else? Ting Yaohuo felt this most deeply of all. It was destiny that he had crossed over to meet her, and to fall in love with her. Because of Vanessa Liu's words, the venue suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. She said it was destiny. The smile and happiness in her eyes were things that simply couldn't be faked. She truly loved him, and she truly felt happy. That was the only reason she could say such things. Whether it was the audience in the stadium or the viewers in the live stream, everyone fell silent at that moment. This kind of joy overflowing from the screen wasn't something a long-term victim of domestic abuse could ever pretend to have. Just then, the music began to play softly. On the big screen behind the stage, the title of the song, Courage, slowly appeared. Lyrics by Ting Yaohuo, music by Vanessa Liu, performed by Vanessa Liu, a song they had created together. As the intro to Courage played, people instinctively sank into the music, slowly feeling the melody's resonance. Vanessa Liu raised the microphone, her eyes still fixed on Ting Yaohuo. This song was her way of telling Ting Yaohuo, "I finally have the courage to love you now." The intro ended, and Vanessa Liu's voice rang out softly, as if she were telling a simple, everyday story. "I finally made this decision, ignoring whatever others might say. As long as you are just as willing, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it hasn't been easy. My heart keeps rehearsing to convince itself. What I fear most is you suddenly giving up." Man, whether it was the audience at the venue or the viewers in the live stream, everyone was completely floored at this moment. This was a blatant, naked confession, wasn't it? They were literally rubbing the PDA in everyone's faces. And after all that, people still said she was miserable, victim of abuse? Give me a break. If this is what misery looks like, then, as a single guy, I'd like a taste of that misery too. At that moment, Gao Chang and Shubin were also watching the stream. Their faces were ashen, looking as miserable as if they had swallowed 100 dead rats. Why? They just wanted to know why. Ting Yaohuo treated you like that in the past. Yet you aren't even angry? And you're out here confessing your love? Fortunately, Crystal Zhang is already away now, and couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, she would have had a total breakdown and died on the spot. The next moment, something even more mind-blowing came. It really takes courage to face the gossip and rumors. Just one look of certainty from you makes my love meaningful. Listen to that. Is that even fair? The netizens were collectively coughing up blood. So basically, we're all just the creators of gossip and rumors. Fine, you're very courageous. We give up. We won't bash him anymore. She only needs one look to be certain of her love. The actual person involved has come out to support Ting Yaohuo unconditionally. Why are we, the random bystanders even, worrying about it? Backstage in the control room, Ren Chao's grin had practically reached his ears. Another classic masterpiece. And most importantly, the relationship between Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo was still solid. Ren Chao was relieved. In fact, he was over the moon. To him, Vanessa Liu was a total goldmine, and a big treasure with a heavy hitter behind her at that. On stage, Vanessa Liu's voice continued to soar. The unwavering courage in her singing made everyone finally understand exactly what she meant. We both need courage to believe we'll be together. In a crowded world, I can feel your heart in the palm of my hand. Your true heart. Got it, we get it. Please stop the show-off. We were wrong. We thought today would be a roast session, but it turned into a PDA night. I'm so done. But this song is seriously good. Ugh, I'm totally in love with it. What do? I want to forgive Starry Radiance too. If I don't have his songs to listen to, how will I live? Forgive him. We have to forgive him. Vanessa Liu herself has stood up and spoken out. What are we still hung up on? You guys are just going to forgive someone like him? No way, right? No way? What's with the person above? Why are you still popping off? Are you the one involved? Who gave you the courage? Vanessa Liu? Haha, I'm dying. Vanessa Liu gave him the courage. But seriously, this song is beautiful. It really makes me think of the past. It's a shame back then. If I could have been as courageous as Vanessa Liu, the ending might have been different. Love is so hard to express. To have that kind of courage is such a rare and precious thing. May those who bravely pursue love be happy forever. The comments online gradually began to calm down as Vanessa Liu sang the song. The netizens still felt a bit awkward, but the woman herself was head over heels in love, even rubbing the PDA in their faces. What else could they, the bystanders, say? Is the audience supposed to get more worked up than the person involved? They didn't have that kind of weird hobby. Vanessa Liu's declaration of love and the song Courage completely won the audience over. It wasn't just because of the great song, but also because of her fearless bravery. Backstage, Xiao Feibai's face was the color of a wet rag. He didn't have an ounce of courage left in his heart right now. Truly, whatever you fear most is what happens. He had been praying that Ting Yaohuo hadn't written a song for her. Now look at this. They collaborated on a song together. If it were just that the song was good, he could accept it. That way, he might have stood a chance. But the issue now is not just a good song. It's that this song is way too fitting for the moment. It's a track clearly composed for this exact situation. It perfectly matches Vanessa Liu's current emotions. One song, a lifelong declaration. It directly transformed tonight's competition arena into a night of romantic PDA. How are you supposed to win against that? Xiao Feibai gave a wry smile and shook his head. The song he prepared was slightly weaker than Courage, and the atmosphere at the venue was even worse. His emotional delivery couldn't be more focused than Vanessa's. Only his vocal technique could even hope to rival hers. Even before the match concluded, Xiao Feibai already knew the result. By now, Vanessa Liu had finished her performance. She bowed to the audience and the mentors before slowly making her way off stage. It wasn't until the music ended that everyone realized the song was over. They had just been completely lost in the feelings the song evoked and hadn't yet snapped out of it. Vanessa Liu's figure had already vanished from the stage. When a sudden explosion of warm applause erupted, they all admired Vanessa Liu. A person who has the courage to pursue love deserves their support. It was Xiao Feibai's turn to perform. He quickly composed his feelings. No matter what, he had to give it his all. This was independent of everything else. It was the professional integrity a singer owes to a song. Xiao Feibai truly proved why he was a top contender. The moment the music began, he entered the zone immediately. His voice was excellent, crisp and bright. He sang a cheerful song. The atmosphere at the venue naturally heated up as audience members waved their glow sticks, swaying rhythmically to the upbeat tempo. The mentors on stage all looked on with approval. Although this song couldn't compare to Courage, the fact that he could perform so brilliantly right after Vanessa Liu's act was already quite impressive. At least compared to the other favorite, Crystal Zhang, who competed in the last round, it was significantly better. Xiao Feibai's fans felt a slight tinge of regret. They knew their idol had done his best. After all, there was only one Starry Radiance in the world. Not everyone can produce such high-quality work in such a short amount of time. Ting Yaohuo, in the stands, was also listening intently to his performance. Even though he was an opponent, music has no boundaries. Good music should be treated with the seriousness it deserves. The results were no surprise. While it wasn't a total shutout, like in the first round, where the opponent received 0 votes, Vanessa Liu still won easily this time, with a 4-1 score. Xiao Feibai's lone vote was a courtesy vote from a mentor who favored his voice and his serious attitude. It was a sympathy vote. Xiao Feibai accepted this gracefully. He had long anticipated this outcome. It simply came down to a gap in skill. He would just have to work harder in the future. The second episode of the new song Gala drew to a close at 11:30 p.m. Vanessa Liu, Cheng Di, Miao Anyun, and a contestant named Wang Chen from a small label all successfully advanced to the top 4. Besides the two dark horses, Vanessa Liu and Wang Chen, the other two were previous favorites to win. This caused the audience's enthusiasm for the gala to surge. After all, matches with dark horses are more fun. The battle for the championship would be full of surprises. Now, the online clamor for Vanessa Liu to win was growing louder. 2 consecutive songs had proven her individual talent and demonstrated Starry Radiance's insane composition skills. If these two weren't a couple, the netizens wouldn't buy it for a second. Originally, netizens had felt that Vanessa Liu wasn't worthy of Ting Yaohuo. He was Starry Radiance after all. How did Vanessa Liu deserve to be favored by him and have him write songs for her? But gradually, everyone realized that things were not as simple as they thought. Especially after this session of the new song gala ended, netizens suddenly felt that they had been completely wrong before. It wasn't that Vanessa Liu didn't deserve Ting Yaohuo. It was that Ting Yaohuo didn't deserve Vanessa Liu. Anyone would treasure a goddess like her. So, after the new song gala concluded, a post regarding this topic once again shot up to the top of the trending list. Ting Yaohuo's self-redemption comes from the courage given by Vanessa Liu. The point of the post was simple. Ting Yaohuo, the only reason we've forgiven you is entirely because you have such a good wife. Be grateful. Right at this moment, Soundwave Entertainment didn't want to miss out and jumped on the trending topic, posting a tweet and tagging Vanessa Liu. Congrats to our Vanessa Liu and Cheng Di for making the top 4. Also, we'd like to clarify to everyone that Ting Yaohuo is not as terrible as rumored. His relationship with Vanessa Liu is a mutual effort. The reason Vanessa Liu was able to sign with us is entirely due to Ting Yaohuo's efforts. When he came to Shanghai alone to work on her behalf, only then did the netizens realize that the two of them were actually a mutually supportive power couple, totally shipping this. This kind of relationship is too perfect. Everyone expressed their envy. A mutual love is naturally heartwarming, and as a match made in heaven, everyone loved them even more. Before, the admin of the Vanessa Liu support group and the Ting Yaohui group had, after the match, silently changed the group name to the Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo CP group. People in the group began chatting unconsciously. Those two better stay together forever. I'm shipping this so hard. Don't worry. I don't think Starry Radiance is the type to be ungrateful. If they ever dare to break up, I'll be the first to raid Ting Yao's TikTok. Actually, I'm a fan of Lily Huo. Haha. I really want a daughter like her too. Right, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Compared to Ting Yaohuo, Lily is our favorite little princess. Paha, you fake fan. You just said you forgot. The group admin lurked silently, watching the members chat enthusiastically, and then smack their forehead. The group name was changed again. Vanessa and Lily and Ting Yao. Family support group. Don't ask why Ting Yao was listed last. In this family, he's clearly the ugliest one by comparison. Oh, right. And he's totally asking for it. When Vanessa Liu came out from backstage, only Ting Yaohuo was outside waiting for her. Vanessa Liu blinked, wondering where Lele and the others had gone. Even Lily had been taken away. And Ting Yaohuo's intense gaze made her feel a bit warm. However bold she had been on stage earlier, Vanessa Liu was just as shy now. She lowered her head, a small smile playing on her pursed lips, her rosy face turning even more crimson. Vanessa Liu stared at her toes, not daring to look at him again. This man had no shame, even on the street. Who stares at a girl like that? Ting Yaohuo didn't sense anything improper at all. Looking at his own wife, not even a god could stop him. He just felt that. What Vanessa Liu said today about destiny had touched his very soul. It was destiny that he crossed over to love her. Vanessa Liu couldn't handle Ting Yaohuo's fiery gaze any longer. She looked up and glared at him. With that one look, Ting Yaohui hurriedly took a step back, awkwardly rubbing his nose. That one charming look was absolutely lethal. Seeing Ting Yaohuo like this, Vanessa Liu burst into a fit of giggles. She rolled her eyes and asked, "Where's Lily?" Lily and Sister Yun took her back home. Ting Yaohuo gave an embarrassed smile. He didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted some alone time with Vanessa Liu. When he was alone with her, his heart felt incredibly at peace. Vanessa Liu gave a soft, The blush on her cheeks hadn't faded at all. She clearly understood Ting Yaohuo's intentions. This shy, young womanly look of hers was beyond enticing. Either way, Ting Yaohuo was completely smitten. Ting Yaohuo took a deep breath. Finally managing to calm his racing heart, he took the initiative to step forward, taking Vanessa Liu's warm little hand as they walked ahead. The two of them walked quietly under the streetlights like that. Their shadows stretched long on the pavement as they strolled. In this moment, their hearts felt exceptionally close. Grr! As they walked along, the quiet atmosphere between them was suddenly broken by a sound. Vanessa Liu's slightly pursed lips parted in surprise. She looked down at her stomach in disbelief. Her stomach had chosen this exact moment to grumble, making Vanessa Liu wish she could find a hole to crawl into. This was so embarrassing. Vanessa Liu lowered her head, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Ting Yaohuo burst out laughing. His laughter echoed loudly through the night air. Not until Vanessa Liu began squeezing his hand harder and harder did Ting Yaohuo finally stifle his laughter. He looked at Vanessa Liu with bright eyes. A Vanessa Liu like this was her most authentic self. Hee, I'm hungry too. Let's go grab some late-night snacks. Vanessa Liu didn't say a word. She simply gave a gentle nod. And then, with Ting Yaohuo still holding her hand, they headed toward a nearby snack street. At the end of summer, the night markets are very lively, especially a snack street like this one. The narrow street was packed with people. The aromas of various snacks wafted through the air, making both their mouths water. Vanessa Liu hadn't eaten much at lunch. It was past 11:40 p.m. She had been hungry for a while. Smelling so many delicious snacks now, she couldn't help but swallow hard. This scene naturally didn't escape Ting Yaohuo's notice. He chuckled secretly to himself. He hadn't realized Vanessa Liu was such a little foodie. It must have been hard on her in the past. How long had it been since she last tasted these street snacks? Following the flow of the crowd, the two of them entered the snack street. In this moment, they were just like a typical, ordinary young couple in the city. Ting Yaohuo bought all kinds of snacks, feeding the little foodie by his side. Whether in his previous life or here, Ting Yao rarely went shopping. And the times Vanessa Liu went shopping were even fewer. She was an orphan before. She worked her way through school. After graduation, she became a singer, leaving her even less time for shopping. She'd almost forgotten the last time she visited a night market, like this. But right now, she had truly fallen in love with this snack street. Mostly because the food was so good. For instance, she didn't even have to speak. Her almond eyes would simply light up as she looked at a grilled chicken leg stall. Ting Yaohuo would immediately walk over to it. By the time he returned, he would always have 2 skewers of freshly grilled, savory chicken legs in his hand. From just a simple gesture like that, Vanessa Liu knew that happiness had finally found its way to her. This feeling kept the corners of her mouth turned up, and her heart felt incredibly warm. Ting Yaohuo was also enjoying this time immensely. This is what being in love was supposed to feel like. In the eyes of others, they were a long married couple, who even had a child together. But in reality, they were like a new couple who had just started dating. Many things were a first-time experience for them. The two of them strolled through the snack street with confidence. This was the most Vanessa Liu had ever eaten in one go. She tried all sorts of different snacks. Whatever she couldn't finish ended up in Ting Yaohuo's stomach. Vanessa Liu? Ting Yaohuo? Where are they? Just then, on the originally noisy snack street, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. The people nearby immediately started asking around. Suddenly, more than half the people on the street were looking around, until they spotted those 2 familiar faces. They fixed their gazes instantly. Holy crap, it really is Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo. Vanessa Liu is just as pretty as she is on TV. That face of hers is just perfection. How much good karma did Ting Yaohuo earn in his past life? In an instant, most people recognized them, even those who didn't know them, were asking what was going on. The entire snack street immediately became a frenzy. Many people began to swarm toward the two of them. It was their first time in a chaotic place like this. Seeing real-life celebrities, they weren't even wearing masks, nor did they have any kind of disguise. Didn't they know how famous they were right now? Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Liu were also caught in a state of confusion. They had completely forgotten about that part, primarily because neither of them had been famous before. How could they have expected this? Now the two of them belatedly realized that the trending topics had been nothing but them lately. It would be a miracle if they weren't recognized. Once they were identified, the entire snack street fell into chaos. Absolute chaos. Whether they knew them or were just there for the spectacle, everyone crowded toward them in an instant. Holy crap. Having snapped out of it, Ting Yaohuo cursed under his breath. He grabbed Vanessa Liu, who was still naively holding her snacks, and made a run for it. Fortunately, the layout of the snack street was intricate, and the crowd was massive. Ting Yaohuo ducked and weaved through the turns, and before long, he shook off the pursuit of the main crowd. By then, the two of them had moved from the center to the very edge of the snack street. They put on their masks like thieves. Ting Yaohuo even went so far as to buy a baseball cap and pulled it down over Vanessa Lu's head. Once they were safe, Ting Yaohui wiped his sweat. He looked speechlessly at Vanessa Lu, who still hadn't completely processed what happened. Being a celebrity is such a hassle. That was terrifying. Vanessa Lu blinked her eyes from under the baseball cap. She touched the mask on her face, then held up the snacks in her hand. I can't eat them like this. Her voice sounded a bit pitiful. Ting Yaohuo let out a sigh. Why did it feel like this woman was getting sillier by the day? Even now, all she could think about was eating. I'll pack them up for you. Let's find somewhere quiet to eat. Vanessa Lu looked at the snacks in her hand. She thought about it for a moment, and then, with some reluctance, handed the snacks over to Ting Yaohuo. Her eyes stayed glued to them, looking as though she were afraid that if she looked away for a second, Ting Yaohuo would sneak a bite. Ting Yaohuo was speechless. He packed up the few remaining snacks. Then he pulled a napkin from his pocket, naturally taking Vanessa Lu's small hand, and gently wiped away the grease stains on her fingers. Don't worry, they're all yours. Ting Yaohuo spoke softly as he wiped her hand. Vanessa Lu stared blankly at the gentle Ting Yaohuo. Her eyes grew misty involuntarily, but deep within her gaze, a light emerged that was hard to conceal. Let's go, Ting Yaohui said, checking his work. Seeing that her delicate little hand had been wiped perfectly clean, he finally let go of her hand. A smile rose to his face as he spoke. Vanessa Lu kept her head down, following Ting Yaohui blindly as they walked forward, until they eventually arrived at a plaza in front of a shopping mall. Ting Yaohuo finally pulled Vanessa Lu down onto a bench. He handed her the snacks, which were still warm. Now you can eat in peace. Vanessa Lu nodded. She took the snacks from Ting Yaohuo. She pulled off her mask and began to take small, delicate bites. Ting Yaohuo tilted his head back. He rested his hands behind his head and looked up at the stars. The starry sky in this world was breathtaking. The stars were sparse around the brilliant moon. Even though it was already the middle of the night, the moon in the sky still illuminated the earth with a bright silvery glow. In just a short while, Vanessa Lu had completely finished the snacks. Ting Yaohuo handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth. Vanessa Lu pursed her lips and took the tissue. She always felt as if Ting Yaohuo was taking care of her, just like he took care of Lily. After wiping her mouth, she looked up, and happened to see a large cinema sign, perched atop the shopping mall. Vanessa Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go see a movie. Is it okay? Ting Yaohuo scratched his head. Wouldn't it be bad to stay out even later? But seeing the expectant light in Vanessa Lu's eyes, Ting Yaohuo's heart instantly softened. He stood up, pointed toward the cinema, and said, Let's go. Vanessa Lu's face immediately broke into a joyful smile. A long time ago, she had wanted to go to the cinema to watch a movie, but she never had the chance. Now, she could finally go, and she was with him. When the two arrived at the cinema, the final screening was just about to start. Vanessa Lu felt a wave of relief. If they had been any later, they wouldn't have made it today. The two quickly bought tickets and entered the theater. Perhaps because it was so late, there weren't many people in the theater. Only a few couples scattered about, sitting in the more secluded corners. Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Lu naturally bought seats, right in the middle, facing the screen. Since there weren't many people, the two of them naturally took off their masks. Then, the lights dimmed. The movie began. It was a youth romance film. Ting Yaohuo found it rather boring. He almost never watched these types of movies. Vanessa Lu, however, was watching very intently. Ting Yaohuo preferred to watch Vanessa Lu's serious profile, especially when the movie reached the middle, where the male and female leads were flirting. Ting Yaohuo could clearly see Vanessa Lu's pretty face, gradually turning a rosy red. Her eyelashes fluttered unnaturally. She suddenly turned her head to look at Ting Yaohuo, only to catch him stealing glances at her. Vanessa Lu panicked for a second. Her face turned even redder. Why was this man looking at her instead of the movie? Ting Yaohuo smiled. As expected, these movies were better suited for girls. They were more easily moved by the plot. Vanessa Lu was no exception. Domestic youth romance movies rarely had happy endings. Sure enough, the leads ended up separating. The movie ended. The theater lights came back on. Ting Yaohuo could clearly see that Vanessa Lu's eyes were a bit red. Women were so sentimental. For Ting Yaohuo, this kind of movie wasn't half as impactful as a single look from Vanessa Lu. As Ting Yaohuo led Vanessa Lu out of their seats, they saw the couple in the corner, still tangled up in each other's arms. Seeing this scene, Vanessa Lu's face flushed instantly. Ting Yaohuo shamelessly even took an extra look. He quite envied the fiery passion of these young kids. The two walked out of the cinema. He could faintly feel that Vanessa Liu's hand was a bit sweaty. She was nervous. He quietly observed her profile. Sure enough, even her ears were red. The two of them strolled under the moonlight like that. Neither of them spoke first. Ting Yaohuo was busy admiring Vanessa Liu's bashful appearance. Vanessa Liu was simply too shy to speak. Eventually, Ting Yaohuo squeezed the soft, delicate hand in his. He was the first to speak. Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you. Vanessa Liu became even more nervous upon hearing that. What did he mean by eater? What did he want to do? She tilted her head up. Her eyelashes fluttered. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. She was over-anxious. Seeing her like this, Ting Yaohuo suddenly wanted to tease her. He acted on his impulse. Ting Yaohuo suddenly stopped. He pulled the walking Vanessa Liu toward him. Vanessa Liu stumbled slightly from the sudden pull. In her panic, she rested both hands on Ting Yaohuo's chest. She looked up at him in confusion. In the next moment, Ting Yaohuo's face suddenly leaned in close. Vanessa Liu could feel his hot breath puffing against her face. Her eyes widened in shock. For a second, even her heart seemed to stop. Ting Yaohuo saw her fair, rosy face turn a deep crimson instantly. He saw the sudden shock in her eyes, then the blank daze. He saw her lips move slightly, and she even swallowed hard. She was too cute. It was practically cheating. Ting Yaohuo had originally just wanted to tease her, but his resolve crumbled in an instant. He couldn't hold back anymore. So he chose to follow his heart. He lowered his head and planted a soft kiss on her face. Vanessa Liu had already closed her eyes by then. Then she felt a warm sensation on her cheek, but after waiting for a while, nothing else happened. Vanessa Liu peeked one eye open. Ting Yaohuo was looking at her with a mischievous grin. So mean, this bad man. Vanessa Liu, whose hands were still resting on Ting Yaohuo's chest, gave him a forceful shove. She turned around huffily and walked away. Ting Yaohuo stumbled from the push. He scratched his head and quickly followed. Vanessa Liu walked ahead. Her small steps were quite fast. It took Ting Yaohuo several long strides to catch up. She was genuinely angry. Teasing the wife is fun for a second, but the pursuit is absolute hell. Vanessa Liu ignored him. Haha, I really just couldn't help myself. I didn't mean to tease you. Ting Yaohuo hurriedly explained. He really had just kissed her because he couldn't resist. He wasn't trying to be mean. Vanessa Liu still ignored him. She only started walking even faster. Ting Yaohuo could only pull a long face. As he continued to trail behind her, the two walked one after the other for a long time. Vanessa Liu didn't see Ting Yaohuo catch up and grab her. Then she got even angrier. How had she not realized he was this stupid before? He was absolutely brainless. They walked all the way to the parking lot outside the stadium. Vanessa Liu pulled open the door and got into the car. Ting Yaohuo quickly followed in 3 steps. He sat in the passenger seat. Vanessa Liu's face remained cold. Release handbrake, ignition, and start. She did it all in one smooth motion. The car pulled away. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the apartment. Ting Yaohuo watched helplessly as Vanessa Liu walked into the apartment and shut him out. Lei Shen walked out of the apartment in confusion. She saw that Vanessa Liu's face was flushed, and she had stormed into the bedroom in a huff. As soon as Lei Shen stepped out, she saw Ting Yaohuo wearing a look of pure despair. Lei Shen frowned. Did you bully Vanessa again? Ting Yaohuo's eyes darted away. And no. Seeing Ting Yaohuo's guilty look, Lei Shen was even more certain. Oh, come on. Vanessa just confessed to you in front of everyone, and then you go and bully her? Are you even human? Lei Shen was clearly furious. Her Vanessa had defended him so much. Why was Ting Yaohuo still bullying her? It's not what you think. Ting Yaohuo quickly waved his hands and explained. He scratched his head and gave her a brief rundown of what happened. Lei Shen's eyes widened as she listened. She had a look of total disbelief on her face. But Ting Yaohuo's expression didn't look like he was faking it. Lei Shen recalled the blush on Vanessa Liu's face, and finally believed Ting Yaohuo's words. Then she looked at Ting Yaohuo with a complex expression. You're hopeless, even when given the perfect chance. You don't even know why Vanessa was actually mad. You're beyond help. Now that Lei knew the truth, she was a bit speechless. She decided not to bother with this man who was as dumb as a pig. She turned around, closed the door, and went inside. Ting Yaohuo looked at the closed door in front of him and sighed. If he'd known, he wouldn't have teased her. Now he'd done it. Frustrated, Ting Yaohuo turned around and smacked his head. He was about to leave with a look of disappointment. Just then, the apartment door behind him opened again, and a set of car keys was shoved into Ting Yaohuo's hand. The keys still carried a bit of warmth. Ting Yaohuo turned his head. and saw Vanessa Liu's pretty face with a slight pout. Idiot, were you planning to walk back? Ting Yaohuo smiled. He felt a sense of relief that she was willing to talk to him. Then he asked cautiously, not mad anymore? Vanessa Liu saw Ting Yaohuo like this, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was actually quite cute in a clumsy way, even if he was a bit of a blockhead when it came to romance. I wasn't even mad to begin with. Vanessa Liu pouted, giving Ting Yaohuo a roll of her eyes. He thought, are all women this fickle? Then was it a ghost who was just mad and ignoring me? No matter how dumb Ting Yaohuo was, he wouldn't say those words out loud right now. He tactfully nodded. Right. You weren't mad. I must have seen it wrong. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Vanessa Liu glanced at him, turned around, and went back into the apartment. Ting Yaohuo gave a silly grin, and walked away swaggering with the car keys. Back at the hotel, Ting Yaohuo took a shower. Just as he lay down on the bed, he received an Instagram message from Vanessa. Good night. The corners of Ting Yaohuo's mouth curled up. He replied, Good night, dear wife. Nothing more was said that night. Early the next morning, Ting Yaohuo drove to the apartment. He was taking little Lily back to Riverside today. The return ticket he booked when he came was for today. His life as a stay-at-home dad was about to resume. Ting Yaohuo was actually looking forward to it. So, after finishing breakfast, the group headed to the airport. Vanessa Liu spent some sweet moments with little Lily. She waited until the very last moment to hand the little girl over to Ting Yaohuo. Her eyes were full of reluctance. Ting Yaohuo felt the same way, but he still took Vanessa Liu's hand and said softly, Go on back. Remember to call often. And tell me if anything happens no matter what it is. Don't bottle it up, okay? Vanessa Liu nodded. Ting Yaohuo squeezed her small hand before reluctantly letting go. All right then, Ting Yaohuo said. He carried Lily and turned toward the gate. Wait! A sudden scent of perfume wafted over, just as Ting Yaohuo turned around. Both he and little Lily received a kiss on the cheek from Vanessa Liu. Then Vanessa Liu took 2 steps back, pursed her lips, and said, Now go. Ting Yaohuo gave a soft chuckle, looking at Vanessa Liu's lovely face. He waved a hand. From now on, amidst the smoke of the human world and the vastness of the mountains and rivers, nothing is you, yet everything is you. Riverside and the sea for the rest of my life, and the rest of my life is all you. The plane arrived in Riverside at 11:07 a.m. Returning to the home he hadn't seen in a while, Ting Yaohuo first gave the house a thorough cleaning from top to bottom. He made lunch, and only then did he take a break. After they were well fed, father and daughter naturally did as they always did, lounged on the sofa like lazy couch potatoes. Like father, like daughter. Ting Yaohuo didn't even know when. Little Lily had learned this lounging posture of his, but she had perfectly replicated it. Watching little Lily mimic him, Ting Yaohuo sat up straight. He suddenly remembered something very important. Little Lily was 3 years old now. It was time for her to start preschool. And preschool would start in September. There was only 1 month left. Ting Yaohuo had to find a preschool and get her enrolled in advance. At this thought, Ting Yaohuo looked at little Lily, who had also sat up on the sofa. Lily, do you know what preschool is? Lily blinked her big eyes, thought carefully for a moment, and then nodded at Ting Yaohuo. I know. Preschool is the place where there are lots and lots of kids. Lily saw it on TV. Ting Yaohuo smiled and rubbed the little one's head. Lily, you're so smart. Does Lily want to go to preschool? This time, Lily didn't answer right away. She furrowed her tiny brows and thought for a long time, her big eyes staring intently at Ting Yaohuo. Just as Ting Yaohuo thought the little one was resisting the idea of preschool, she finally spoke. Lily wants to go, but Lily doesn't want to leave Daddy. Ting Yaohuo looked at little Lily earnestly and pulled her into his arms. You'll still see Daddy every day if you go. Daddy will take Lily to school every morning and pick Lily up every afternoon. In preschool, there are also many other children to play with, and teachers who will teach Lily how to sing. If you're a good girl, you can even get little gold stars. Ting Yaohuo spoke patiently. Lily's current personality and habits mostly came from the examples set by him and Vanessa Liu, but Ting Yaohuo knew that he hadn't received any systematic pedagogical training and couldn't compare to professional teachers. Hearing Ting Yaohuo's words, Lily finally nodded her little head. Then Lily wants to go to preschool. Good. Then Daddy will help Lily find a really great preschool, okay? Ting Yaohuo smiled and rubbed little Lily's head, set her back on the sofa, and then picked up his phone to search for nearby preschools. That's when Ting Yaohuo discovered that enrollment for preschools had already ended. They had stopped taking applications in July. Ting Yaohuo scratched his head. What now? He hadn't even crossed over yet back then, and that animal who used to inhabit. This body had never considered these things. There was no other way. Ting Yaohuo could only continue searching online, for which preschools in the area were better. Finally, Ting Yaohuo chose a nearby one called Riverside Blossom Preschool. This preschool had very high ratings online, and a great reputation. Parents particularly spoke very highly of it. With some trepidation, Ting Yaohuo gathered various documents, and took Lily to Riverside Blossom Preschool. It really wasn't far from where they lived. It only took about 10 minutes by car. As soon as he got out of the car, Ting Yaohui hurried over, and checked with the security guard at the gate, and successfully reached the admissions office. In the office, there were only 2 female staff members, roughly in their 40s, who were chatting. Ting Yaohuo knocked on the door. Both of them turned their heads simultaneously to look at Ting Yaohuo at the door. One of them immediately stood up and asked politely, "Hello, how can I help you?" The other one stared at Ting Yaohuo's face and frowned slightly. She felt like she had seen this man somewhere before. He always felt this man looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Little Lily was still a bit shy right now. She hugged Ting Yaohuo's thigh, hiding behind him. Ting Yaohuo also responded politely. His face carried a slightly embarrassed expression. "Hello, it's like this. Due to a moment of oversight, back in June, I forgot to enroll my child in preschool. She's 3 years old this year. I was wondering if your school still has any spots left." The woman who stood up shook her head. She had seen plenty of careless parents like this, let alone Riverside Blossom Preschool, a preschool with such a great reputation. At this time, she was afraid even an average preschool wouldn't have any spots available, although every preschool would keep a few specific slots reserved. For unexpected needs, she could see that Ting Yaohuo clearly didn't fit into that category. "I'm sorry, sir. Our spots here are already full," she said to Ting Yaohuo with a look of regret. Ting Yaohuo felt a bit disappointed upon hearing that. Behind him, little Lily also poked her small head out at this moment. Her big eyes looked around innocently. She had only ever seen this place on TV. She felt very curious about everything here. "Starry Radiance? You're the little princess Starry Radiance, aren't you?" The staff member who was sitting suddenly spoke up when she saw little Lily. The excitement in her voice was palpable. She had thought Ting Yaohui looked familiar just now, but she couldn't place him. But when she saw Lily, she recognized her immediately. She had a son. Both she and her son were Lily's fans. She was one of Lily's mommy fans. The standing staff member froze. For a moment upon hearing this, she murmured, Starry Radiance?" Then she turned her gaze toward tiny Lily. Her eyes also suddenly lit up. As mothers, they weren't familiar with Ting Yaohuo, but they were very familiar with Lily Huo. It really is the little princess Lily. My goodness. Wow, she looks just like she does online. She's so cute. Ting Yaohuo was also startled by the sudden reaction from the two of them. He scratched his head. So, it turned out these two were both Lily's fans. Regarding Lily's mommy fans online, Ting Yaohuo was actually quite knowledgeable. They all called Lily Little Princess Starry Radiance. Lily saw the two of them looking at her with glowing eyes, and they even called out her name. First, she looked timidly at Ting Yaohuo. After receiving an encouraging look from Ting Yaohuo, she finally stepped out from behind him. Hi, aunties. This was what Ting Yaohuo usually taught her, to greet people when she sees them. Hello, quick, let me touch her. Wow. I actually got to meet the real Little Princess Starry Radiance. I'm so happy. Both of them squatted down. One touched Lily's hair, and the other pinched Lily's little cheek, making Lily furrow her pretty little brows. At that moment, one of them suddenly looked up. Hello, Mr. Huo, could you wait here for a moment? I'll call our principal and ask. I think our principal would also be very happy to accept Lily Huo to come to our school. There's actually such a good thing? Ting Yaohuo hurriedly nodded. He couldn't help but feel amazed that Lily was actually this influential. Her mommy fans were even more enthusiastic than the fans of normal stars. And so, one staff member quickly walked to the side to call the principal. The other continued to dote on Lily. She simply couldn't get enough of her. Ting Yaohuo had become a complete outsider. After a while, the staff member finished the call and walked over with a joyful expression. Mr. Huo, did you bring all the documents? I'll enter her into the enrollment list right now. Thank you, I appreciate it. Ting Yaohui hurriedly nodded and thanked her. He handed over all the documents in his hand. Before he came, he had searched online for exactly which documents were needed. The spot was successfully registered very quickly. The staff member returned all the documents to Ting Yaohuo. Then she rubbed little Lily's small head and said, All right, the enrollment is successful. Mr. Huo, please make sure to keep your phone reachable. Our teachers will find a time to do a home visit, to get to know the child, and to understand the child's situation. Mr. Huo, just wait patiently. Also, our school starts on September 1st. Sir, please don't forget this time. Ting Yao Hui took the documents. He hurriedly shook hands with her. Okay. Thank you so much for the trouble. I'll keep that in mind. Once everything was handled, Ting Yao Hui finally left with Lily, under the lingering, reluctant gazes of the two staff members. After exiting the preschool's gate, Ting Yao Hui finally let out a long breath of relief. His intention in coming was just to give it a try. He didn't expect it to actually work. And it turned out there was even a home visit before starting preschool. Was this something Ting Yao Hui didn't know before? At that thought, Ting Yao Hui felt a bit nervous. As a new father, the child's first teacher was coming for a home visit. He was a bit flustered. But this was a path every parent must take. Ting Yao Hui could only force down the nervousness in his heart. He took Lily back home. Now, Ting Yao Hui had many tasks. The things Lily needed for preschool, the song for Vanessa's next round of the competition, the complete animation concept Chen Feng needed. He had to prepare all of these. Even as a transmigrator, Ting Yao Hui found it a bit overwhelming. Ting Yao Hui was working like a whirlwind. But fortunately, everything was going smoothly. Meanwhile, a light drizzle was falling over Shanghai. In the Moon Over Sea Hotel, Yinping was having a meal with a stylishly dressed woman. This woman had long, wavy hair. Right now, she swirled the red wine in her glass very gracefully. She took a small sip and placed it gently on the table. Director Yin, I was able to become famous thanks to your promotion. But this matter you're talking about now isn't exactly easy to handle. Although she was around 30 years old, her voice had a sweetness that was almost sickeningly cloying. However, Yinping clearly liked her high-pitched, coy voice. Even the look in his eyes as he watched her was full of admiration. Stella, don't worry. I've already spoken with Ben Wang. If Vanessa Liu's opponent in the next match really turns out to be Cheng Di, he will cast his vote for Cheng Di. With your vote as well, we'll be in the clear. Yinping had a look of total confidence. He even felt a bit smug in his heart. Employees will always just be employees. How can they compete with capital like him? There are a total of 4 judges for the new song gala. He had already convinced 2. Now, as long as Stels agreed, Vanessa Liu would definitely lose her next match. Seeing Yinping's posture, Stella pursed her lips. Oh, even if you convinced Ben Wang, adding my vote only makes 2 votes. How can you say we're in the clear? Yinping still had a smile on his face. He adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. What if we add Xiao Qianshui's vote too? Xiao Qianshui. How is that possible for such an upright person? Stella Ran frowned. If he had mentioned anyone else, she might have believed it. But when it came to Xiao Qianshui, she didn't believe it for a second. Yinping gave a mysterious smile. He poured another glass of wine for Stella Ran. He gave a casual laugh. Nothing is impossible. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me whether you'll help me or not. Stella Ran thought for a moment. Seeing Yinping's look of absolute certainty, she picked up her glass again. After taking a small sip, she said to Yinping, Cheers. Yinping's face immediately broke into a wide grin. Cheers. After the meal was over, Yinping reluctantly saw Stella Ran into her car. He watched as she drove away. She was a popular star now. He couldn't order her around as easily as before. This left Yinping feeling slightly disappointed, but he quickly masked his disappointment. A smile spread across his face once again. Out of the 4 mentors on the new song gala, he'd already gotten through to 3. If Vanessa Liu faced Cheng Di, what could she possibly use? To win? Did she really think the entertainment industry was that clean? How naive. Besides, he'd also hired Chris, the music godfather, to write a song for Cheng Di with everything he had. He wasn't worried about the audience not buying it. As for Chris losing to Ting Yao Hui last time, he didn't care about that at all. Chris had personally promised him that the song this time would be amazing. Plus, last time was purely because Crystal Zhang was useless. It didn't have much to do with Chris. With everyone and everything successfully settled, Yinping got into his car triumphantly. He drove towards Soundwave Entertainment. Ting Yao Hui, of course, had no idea about any of this. Right now, he was researching how to write a comic script online. While writing the plot for under one person, in a thick notebook, he had deep memories of this anime, but it was still difficult when he actually started writing. The hardest parts were the scene descriptions and transitions, as well as the character personalities and dialogue. He had to rack his brain to squeeze it out bit by bit. This was incredibly tough for someone who wasn't a writing pro. Even for a minor supporting character, he had to think for a long time before he could use words to depict them. However, he was still much faster than the average person. Usually, if you asked an average person to write a concept, it would take years of accumulation, starting from scratch. And standing on the shoulders of giants were two completely different things. Besides, this wasn't very urgent. Once he wrote it, he'd need to hire a manga artist to draw it, and then it could be turned into an anime. At his current speed, he believed that in a month at the latest, he could lay out the first season of Under One Person in its entirety. As for Vanessa Liu's song, he already had an idea. It was a song that suddenly came to mind today, while he was on a video call with Vanessa, a song specifically written for long-distance relationships. Ting Yao knew that as the competition progressed, it would only get harder and harder. If he didn't pull out a heavy hitter, she would lose badly. The main issue was Vanessa Liu's lack of background. Unlike other established singers, their fan bases were already formed and would only keep growing. Compared to other singers, Vanessa Liu's rise to fame was short. She had more controversy and fewer die-hard fans. This was her weakness. Only by constantly releasing great works could he make up for this disadvantage. He worked until nightfall. Only after coaxing little Lily to sleep did he return to the living room. Sitting at the table, he spread out the manuscript paper. He didn't start writing immediately. Instead, he silently beat the tempo and hummed the song softly once. This song wasn't just invincible in terms of lyrics. The most important part was the melody and its intro. After humming it once, Ting Yao finally picked up his pen and wrote down the complete score. Then he noted all the instruments to be used in it. His pen stopped as the composition was finished. Ting Yao Huo picked up the manuscript and read it again. Only then did a smile appear on his face. This intro is absolutely godly. 3 days quickly passed by. During these past few days, Ting Yao Huo spent all his time immersed in creating Under One Person. Aside from writing that song for Vanessa Liu, he felt like he must have owed Chen Feng in his past life. Otherwise, why was writing this anime script even more exhausting than writing a song for Vanessa? But fortunately, Ting Yao got more and more proficient as he wrote. Now he didn't even have to focus specifically on the layout to get the formatting exactly right. It really lived up to the saying, where there's a will, there's a way. There's no problem that hard work and effort can't solve. At 8:30 p.m., Ting Yao Huo sat on the sofa, on time with little Lily. He cast his phone screen to watch the live stream. Today was the third episode of the new song Gala, the top 4 to 2. He was already eager to hear how stunning that song would sound, coming from Vanessa Liu. At the Shanghai Stadium, Vanessa Liu had already taken the stage. It was time for the drawing stage, but this time, before the draw, the show added the segment for contestant interaction. The host was still Cheryl Chen, who was dressed in formal attire. She seemed to have mastered the viral formula, starting off by interacting with Vanessa Liu. Contestant Vanessa Liu, may I ask if your song this time is still written and composed by Ting Yao Huo? Vanessa Liu had a smile on her face. She gave a slight nod and answered clearly, yes. Cheryl Chen gave a small smile, looking as if it was exactly what she expected. Then she followed up with another question. Can you tell us the title of the song this time? Also, regarding the draw, who are you most hoping to face? That was a trap. When Ting Yao Huo saw this, he thought this woman was being malicious to ask Vanessa Liu like that. No matter how she answered, the opponent would feel slighted. At this time, even the live stream comments started to complain. Holy crap, the host is trying to start drama. What's there to be afraid of? If you've got skill, drama doesn't matter. I trust that guy Ting Yao Hui's songs. When have they not been classics? Exactly. I've listened to all his songs. The melodies and lyrics are just too good. I feel like Vanessa Liu wouldn't be worried about facing anyone. The songs are hits, but I just don't know when they'll be on Spotify. I've been listening to them on low-quality recordings over and over. It's so rough. Didn't they say the album would drop after the competition? Her first album? I'm definitely going to buy the hell out of it. Stop talking. Stop talking. Let's just see how Vanessa Liu answers. On stage, Vanessa Liu still had a smile on her face. She just thought for a brief moment. Before directly answering, I won't say the title yet. You can see it for yourselves in a bit. As for who I want to draw, I haven't really thought about it. I think they are all very strong. No matter who I draw, I will give it my all. In front of the TV, Ting Yao Huo also smiled when he heard Vanessa Liu's answer. Vanessa Liu's reply was subtle and clever. That way, she wouldn't offend anyone, and stated she would work hard. Cheryl Chen didn't get the answer she wanted, and a look of disappointment crossed her face, but she quickly adjusted her expression, and continued asking some minor questions. After Vanessa Liu answered them one by one, Cheryl Chen interacted with the other contestants for a while, and then the official drawing began. Backstage, Ren Zhao looked at the real-time traffic data on the web and was absolutely overjoyed. For competitions like this, traffic usually starts to decline after several episodes, mainly because every episode is essentially the same, with no innovation, relying entirely on the singer's performances to stay afloat. Over time, the audience naturally drifts away. But the new song gala was now in its third episode, and the data traffic was actually getting higher every time. This was all thanks to the buzz brought by Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Liu. With a hit song every episode, not even a god could handle that kind of pressure. By this time, the drawing on stage had finished. Vanessa Liu's opponent for today's match was finally determined. It was indeed Cheng Di. Cheng Di looked at Vanessa Liu's stunning side profile, feeling both nervous and excited. She didn't know what song Ting Yaohuo had written for Vanessa Liu this time, but she could guess that a song written by her idol was definitely better than the one she had in her hand. However, she would still give it her absolute all. Being able to compete on the same stage as Vanessa Liu, even if she lost, she would still be happy. Losing to Ting Yaohuo's song was no disgrace. Besides, getting to hear another great song was wonderful. Next, the four mentors, Gao Yu, Stella Ron, Xiaoqian Shui, and Ben Wang, sang each other's famous hits and took the stage one by one under the spotlight. The atmosphere in the venue ignited because of this. After all, these veteran singers had countless fans of their own. In this episode's competition, Vanessa Liu and Cheng Di were in the second match. The first match was Onion Miao versus Wang Chen. Onion Miao sang a passionate, fiery love song, and she sang while dancing. It was incredibly intense from the very start. She truly was a rising star of the new generation. Her strength even made Ting Yaohuo click his tongue in secret. These four contestants who had fought their way through were indeed not just for show. Although Onion Miao sang very well, Ting Yaohuo still felt that his own Vanessa Liu was the eternal goddess. Next was Wang Chen. He brought a rock song to the stage with heart-wrenching music, and Wang Chen's unique, raspy voice. He was another tough contender. Even the audience on site was moved to sway their bodies. When the first match ended, Gao Yu and Ben Wang both cast their votes for Wang Chen. Meanwhile, Stella Ran and Xiaoqian Shui cast their votes for Onion Miao. Both songs were great, and they performed them perfectly. It was just that the mentors liked different styles, and everyone had their own interpretation, so the votes were tied. The final vote was decided by the audience. In the end, Onion Miao was slightly superior, and took the audience's final vote. On one hand, Onion Miao had a larger fan base, and on the other, the audience for rock music is truly small. For the average audience member, love songs really are easier to connect with. Onion Miao and Wang Chen slowly walked off the stage. Host Cheryl Chen followed up, taking the mic onto the stage. Next, it's time for our final group of contestants today. The match featuring the biggest popularity king of this year's new song gala. Let's first welcome contestant Vanessa Liu, Cheryl Chen said enthusiastically. Vanessa Liu slowly walked out from backstage. Today, she was dressed very normally, like a white-collar worker who had just finished work. A white t-shirt paired with blue jeans, wearing light makeup. Yet this simple outfit made her look more authentic than the previous two times. It gave the audience the feeling that she had stepped into the mundane world of reality. Simple and plain is the true essence of life, and it felt much more approachable. In this round, Vanessa Liu was still the first to go on stage to sing. The host stepped down at this time, and the stage lights dimmed. Only a single beam of light hit Vanessa Liu. The music began, and the song title slowly appeared on the big screen behind her. Flower Sea. Lyrics and music by Ting Yaohuo. Vocals by Vanessa Liu. Before the audience could even see the song title clearly, they were drawn in by the intro. In front of the TV, Ting Yaohuo had a look of pure intoxication on his face. This intro was indeed invincible. After all, this was a song by Old Joe. As everyone knows, the intros to Old Joe's songs are basically godly. As soon as the intro starts, it can completely pull a person into the world of music. On stage, the production team rarely used special effects, but a sea of flowers bloomed. Vanessa Liu was bathed in the flower sea like that, slowly walking forward. Seeing this scene, the audience closed their eyes at that moment. Following the music, they felt as if they were standing in a sea of flowers under the sun, their bodies and minds relaxing. Everyone in their hearts was amazed. This guy, Ting Yaohuo, the intro to this song alone made them lose themselves. They didn't even need to think about the upcoming lyrics anymore. With just this intro, it had already completely surpassed the two songs from the previous match. Vanessa Liu's eyelashes blinked gently, her hand holding the mic a bit nervous. This song was harder than all the previous ones. She had practiced for a long, long time, and in her heart, this song was better than the ones before. She didn't even know how Ting Yaohua's brain was wired. To be able to write a song like this, she could only do her absolute best to not let this song down. Vanessa Liu steadied her heart and softly began to sing, "Stillness for every flower that blooms. Distancing a clear love. The sky is gloomy, but I still love it. Back then, I didn't understand that this was love." Her voice was gentle. Every audience member who had their eyes closed, the moment the lyrics sounded, fell into an even deeper world of music. Their hearts felt soft, filled with a faint, sorrowful joy. The sorrow was the melody, and the joy was the memory. It was contradictory, yet not. You like standing on that balcony. You haven't been back in a long time. Colorful time has been dyed white. It's the tears you shed that spread out. When the audience heard this part, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. The sea of flowers in their hearts suddenly turned blank. In the haze, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, and everyone was bathed in this fine rain, waiting for the conclusion to arrive. On stage, Vanessa Liu's eyes suddenly became firm. She picked up the mic, her gaze seeming to pierce through time and space, seeing Ting Yaohua's figure. Her singing followed accordingly. "I don't want you to leave. Distance can't separate us. Longing turns into a sea. Outside the window it can't come in. Forgiveness was said too fast. Love has become an obstacle. The kite in my hand was let go too fast to return." With every line Vanessa Liu sang, she took a gentle step forward. Her voice seemed to penetrate through time and space, entering the hearts of the audience, and even more so, the heart of Ting Yaohua. Ting Yaohua watched her take step after step. Vanessa Liu, as she reached the very front of the stage, his eyes were filled with tenderness. The mentors were also holding their breath, not even daring to breathe loudly. Especially Stella Ran. She wondered if she was in the wrong. If she didn't vote for this song, she would be criticized to death. This kind of ethereal song was the best she had heard so far, bar none. Vanessa Liu was still singing. Her hands were slowly reaching out and waving. The audience's eyes were open now, waving along with her. They were shocked into opening their eyes. Opening their eyes. Their eyes were full of Vanessa Liu waving her hands on stage. Backstage, Ren Chao was clutching his heart, fearing it might suddenly jump out. Good grief, is this a competition? This is a solo concert, a pure one-woman show. I don't want you to leave. Memories cannot be erased. The doting I owe you? I'm waiting to start over. The sky is still bright. It loves the sea. Love songs are defeated. Love no longer exists. A perfect ending. Vanessa Liu gave this song a soul in this world. Ting Yaohua couldn't help but lift little Lily's hands to clap along. Vanessa Liu's singing was fantastic. Now old Joe could find peace too. He hadn't let his song be buried in this world. The accompaniment and singing gradually ended. Vanessa Liu let out a soft breath. Her face was slightly flushed. Without realizing it, she had also been pulled into the song. She actually waved her hands. She felt very shy. The venue erupted in thunderous applause, wave after wave, like it would never stop. It was more passionate and long-lasting than any previous performance. This was the audience's affirmation of the song Flower Sea. Especially in the live stream, Ting Yaohua wanted to turn off the comments, but he couldn't bear to miss those guys, praising him and his life. I've never heard such a beautiful song, especially the intro. Absolutely legendary. As soon as the intro started, I was pulled in. First time I've ever felt this way. It's magical. The lyrics are great too. Just speechless. Are we stuck on a loop of low-quality recordings again? Wow, when is the copyrighted version going to be released? God damn, Vanessa's songs are just getting more soul-stirring one by one. I'm sold. We have to wait until the end of the gala for an album. I can hardly wait. Let the new song gala end quickly. Hey you above, you can't say that. Think about it. How many more songs will Starry Radiance produce next? Just endure it. Damn, that actually makes sense. The mentors on stage, especially Xiao Qian Sui, were also clutching their chests. He couldn't cast his vote for this song. His heart ached. Unfortunately, he came with a mission. Why did this kind of unconscionable task fall on him? It feels terrible. I want to cry. Backstage, Chengdi's eyes had already turned into stars, as expected of Ting Yaohua. This song was too amazing. Yes, and Vanessa Liu, she sang so well. Now both of them are her idols. One song successfully conquered Chengdi's ears. Chengdi already loved Ting Yaohua's songs. Now she was even a fan of Vanessa Liu. She felt that her own song wasn't even half as good as Flower Sea. And yet some guy still calls himself a music godfather? Zheng Di didn't like Chris's songs before. If Yinping hadn't strongly insisted, she wouldn't have chosen this song originally. Vanessa Liu had already walked off the stage. She and Cheng Di approached each other. They gave each other a friendly nod. Vanessa Liu even raised a small fist in a gesture of encouragement. Cheng Di liked Vanessa Liu even more now. They smiled at each other. The host's voice rang out on stage again. It was Cheng Di's turn to perform. Cheng Di sang another sweet pop song. Combined with her sweet voice, it washed away some of the faint sorrow brought by Vanessa Liu's previous song. This kind of sweetheart girl was deeply loved by the male netizens. The song finished. The audience clapped enthusiastically, but the applause was clearly not as passionate as when Vanessa Liu sang Flower Sea. This kind of song for the audience was already somewhat mediocre, primarily because that guy Ting Yaohuo had raised their appreciation level. He even raised the level of the entire Chinese music industry by more than a notch. If this were in the past, this song could have been a national hit. Too bad it's just average now. It was time for the voting. The first mentor to vote was Gao Yu. He first commented on both songs. Then, as expected, he cast his vote for Vanessa Liu. Then it was Xiao Qianshui's turn. Xiao Qianshui had a difficult expression. He praised Vanessa Liu's song very highly, but when it came to voting, he cast it for Cheng Di. All the viewers gave a knowing smile. This was clearly a friendship vote. Just like last time, Shaofeibai also received a friendship vote, but what happened next was completely beyond their expectations, and beyond Xiao Qianshui's expectations, and even more beyond Cheng Di's expectations. No one expected that Ben Wang would also cast his vote for Cheng Di. Xiao Qianshui's face turned even grimmer. Cheng Di's eyes involuntarily widened. At this point, the venue instantly fell silent. Everyone was looking at the last mentor. Stella Ran, her vote, had become the decisive one. Stella Ran instantly became the focus of the whole place. In her heart, she had already cursed Yinping 1,000 times. If the songs really weren't that different, she could have made an excuse. But in this situation, she was undoubtedly being pushed onto the fire. She hesitated for a moment. Her heart was struggling immensely. If she took a wrong step here, she might face the collapse of her public image and various controversies. She was quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. The audience was already holding their breath. The venue became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one expected things to develop this way. As for the viewers in the livestream, they were not holding back at all. Comments were already flying across the screen. What the hell? What's going on? I can still understand Xiao Qianshui's vote as a friendship vote. But what's with Ben Wang? Is he blind? No. Is he deaf? Can't he tell good from bad? And he's supposed to be a veteran top-tier singer? Rigged. It's rigged. Damn, is the judge's brain fried? Or do they think we're stupid? There's clearly something wrong with these votes. Look, don't worry yet. Isn't there still one vote left? If it's a tie, the audience vote will definitely go to Vanessa Liu. She can still win. I feel like even I would be better than these judges. If Vanessa Liu really gets eliminated, I'll go full keyboard warrior on them. Damn it. I'm still waiting for Starry Radiance's next few songs. Not only were the netizens in an uproar, but Ting Yaohuo in front of the TV was also narrowing his eyes. He no longer cared about how the votes were going. Even a fool could see there was a problem. Right now, he only cared about Vanessa Liu. Just then, the camera happened to pan to the two people on stage. Cheng Di's eyes were wide open. She had a look of utter disbelief on her face. As for Vanessa Liu, Ting Yaohuo saw that she didn't seem to feel dejected because of the judges' vote count. Only then did Ting Yaohuo breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, Vanessa Liu did feel a bit dejected deep down, but the reason for her dejection was because she felt Ting Yaohuo's Flower Sea was truly wonderful, and she felt like she was letting the song down. Meanwhile, in the backstage control room, the show's director, Ren Chao, was already so angry he slammed the table and slumped into his chair. What do they think they're doing? How dare they? He asked the assistant beside him. The assistant gave a bitter smile and remained silent. He didn't know either. Ren Chao's eyes were filled with rage. This was someone trying to destroy his livelihood. Something this abnormal happened on the show, and he, the director, actually had no idea. The audience certainly wouldn't see it that way. The audience would only assume it was a fix by the production team. By then, wouldn't he, the director, be blasted as a total moron? The more Ren Chao thought about it, the angrier he got. He had to drag out the mastermind behind this to pull a stunt on his show. They must have had a death wish. But for now, he could only pin his hopes on Stella Ran. The center of attention, that's what this moment was. Stella Ran vaguely felt like she had returned to her peak days years ago. On and off the stage, the audience back then looked at her just like this. Seeing this scene, her heart swelled with emotion. She already had an idea in mind. If she could become famous again because of this, even if it was through infamy, it was still traffic. Anyway, even if things were exposed later, she could push all the blame onto Yinping. And besides, it wasn't just her. Didn't Xiao Qianshui and Ben Wang also cast the same votes? Having made up her mind, Stella Ran opened her mouth slightly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was deafening. I'm sorry, Vanessa Liu. I prefer Chung Di's song. Therefore, I'm casting my vote for Chung Di. Damn it. In the control room, director Ren Chao, after hearing Stella Ran's words, felt his vision go dark. He slammed the water glass in his hand onto the floor. The water in the glass splashed everywhere. The assistant beside him trembled in fear. The entire control room fell into a dead silence. Host Cheryl Chen was also a bit stunned at this moment. She had no idea how to continue hosting. The votes were settled. Did the following audience vote even matter? Furthermore, the audience at the venue was clearly becoming restless. The curses online intensified instantly. The comments completely covered the livestream screen. I'm laughing. This is freaking unbelievable. It's an obvious fix. No one can do anything to you guys. Trash production, trash show, trash mentors. They're all freaking trash. Rigged. Rigged. If this isn't rigged, I'll eat 10 pounds of shit. Don't just look for an excuse to eat and drink, you above. Even an idiot can see this is a fix. What a waste of time following this show. These votes are just freaking speechless. I actually liked Stella Ran before. I never expected this. I really didn't. Why only talk about our Stella? Didn't Xiao Qianshui and Ben Wang give their votes too? This is truly intense. These votes made my heart feel like it's on a roller coaster, and in the end, it freaking crashed. The internet was in an absolute uproar. It was either cursing or questioning. The venue was also in a state of commotion. Many people were shouting rigged and refunds. On stage, Cheryl Chen let out a sigh. Since the facts were as they were, she could only announce it. Cheryl Chen picked up the microphone. Her professional smile returned to her face, but the smile was somewhat forced. Now that the 4 mentors have given their votes. Now Cheng Di. Wait a minute. Cheryl Chen's words were suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked toward Xiao Qianshui and Cheng Di, who had spoken. Xiao Qianshui's face was dark. Cheng Di looked extremely anxious. The director tactfully panned the camera to the two of them. Seeing that Xiao Qianshui had also spoken, Cheng Di nodded, signaling the mentor to speak first. Xiao Qianshui picked up the microphone. His expression was heavy. I'm sorry. Host, let me interrupt. There's a problem with these votes. Here, I want to apologize to Vanessa Liu and the audience. I'm sorry. I previously received a message from Soundwave Entertainment's operations director, Yin Ping. He told me that Cheng Di and Vanessa Liu are both with Soundwave Entertainment. He said if the gap between them was too large, to have me cast a friendship vote for Cheng Di, so she wouldn't lose too badly. But now, it actually made Cheng Di advance. I feel that I have a responsibility. Because of me today, Vanessa Liu was eliminated. I will resign from the new song gala to take responsibility. Xiao Qianshui's words echoed powerfully through the stadium. The audience below erupted. They never expected that it wasn't the production team, but Soundwave Entertainment itself. They didn't expect Xiao Qianshui to be so courageous as to expose such an incident himself. In front of the TV, Ting Yao Huo saw this familiar scene and raised an eyebrow. This Xiao Qianshui is quite interesting. His character is comparable to the old Shui from my original world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yinping, seeing this scene, viciously pushed away the heavily made-up woman in his arms. His hands were trembling slightly. His face was full of terror. He couldn't believe it. How did Xiao Qianshui dare? Wasn't he afraid of being infamous? But right now, he couldn't worry about Xiao Qianshui anymore. He knew that this time, he was finished. The woman beside him also realized that something was wrong. Her voice trembled slightly. Brother Yin, get lost. It's all because of you. If you hadn't kept saying that Vanessa Liu stole your spot and that we needed to teach her a lesson, would this have happened? It's over. It's all over now. Yinping roared, pushing all the blame onto the woman beside him. He still couldn't believe that even though the vote results were out, Xiao Qianshui would actually jump out and admit it. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Yinping still wanted to struggle a bit more. But just then, his phone rang sharply. The name of Chairman Yang Xian appeared on the screen. Yinping's eyes instantly went dull. He picked up the phone with a trembling hand. Yang Xian's roar erupted from the phone. Yinping, get your ass over here right now and explain everything. Changdi on the stage was dumbfounded. Although she didn't know the specific details, she could sense that these votes were wrong. She originally wanted to shout that she was withdrawing, but Xiao Shen Shui's words left her completely shell-shocked. She never expected that the perpetrator behind this whole thing actually turned out to be her own uncle. Her lips trembled twice, but she still couldn't make a sound. What the facts were now no longer mattered. What her uncle did. How was that any different from what she did? Even if she tried to explain, it's likely no one would believe her. At this moment, the internet had already exploded. Just as Xiao Qian Shui finished saying those words, Twitter and TikTok were flooded with trending topics about this incident. Ren Chao could never have imagined that the traffic explosion he anticipated would happen in this way. Countless people flooded into the major livestream rooms like a tidal wave. Most of them had rushed over after seeing the trending topics. In an instant, the volume of comments in the livestream multiplied several times over compared to before. Came here because of the trending topics. I heard there was a fix. Xiao Qian Shui's character can still be trusted. Who knows what kind of trash those other two are? Vanessa, let's stop competing. Just have Ting Yahua write a few more songs for you, and we'll just do our own thing. Release an album on Spotify and we'll buy every copy. Daring to pull a stunt like this in broad daylight, do they take us viewers for fools? Let me just say something quietly. Chengdi actually sang quite well. No one is saying she sang poorly. The point is, the comparison. No comparison, no harm, you know. I just want to know if Chengdi knew about this. I really liked her sweetheart girl persona before. How the hell could she not know? The rigging was specifically to make her win. If the person involved didn't know, I'll eat 10 pounds of shit on stream. Here comes another one looking for a free meal. Didn't Chengdi also just shout, wait a minute? I don't understand. I truly don't. They're both from the same company. Why would they do this? The netizens were in the middle of a heated discussion. Even the venue had become noisy. People were also discussing in hushed tones how well Vanessa Liu had sung, and just how good the song was. They all knew the truth in their hearts. No one expected this situation to occur. It was too much. The only calm person on site was Gao Yu. He watched with interest as Ben Wang, whose face had turned ashen, and Stella Ran reacted. He let out a sneer. These two really have fried brains. Doing such a stupid thing just for someone like Yinping. He had no idea what they were thinking. Ben Wang was cursing Yinping and Stella Ran to death in his mind. He had accepted favors from Yinping to cast a vote for Chengdi. He had hesitated when it was time to vote just now, but he couldn't bear to let go of those benefits. Besides, Stella Ran was still behind him. He thought that even if he voted for Chengdi, as long as Stella Ran voted for Vanessa, Vanessa would still end up winning. Everything would have been fine. After all, under those circumstances, he didn't believe Stella Ran would also vote for Chengdi, but no one expected that Stella Ran would suddenly be blinded by greed and actually cast another vote for Chengdi. Stella Ran was now completely panicking. She originally wanted to use this to gain some attention and buzz, and then act pitiful afterward, to shift all the blame onto Yinping. But after Xiao Qian Shui's stunt, not only was the traffic gone because she was the last to vote, but her reputation was also completely ruined. Xiao Qian Shui could still claim his was a friendship vote, but as the final voter, she had no way to clear her name. Stella Ran's mental state completely collapsed. Host Cheryl Chen stood there in total embarrassment. In all her years of hosting, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Despite her wealth of experience, she didn't know how to smooth things over at this moment. Ren Chao was also dealing with a massive headache. The votes were already cast. What was he supposed to do now? Could he really void the previous ones and hold a revote? But it seemed that was the only option left. This is a mess. This kind of broadcasting mishap was a real nightmare. If Yinping were here right now, Ren Chao would have wanted to strangle him personally. Ren Chao could only let out a helpless sigh, preparing to step in and handle the matter himself. He didn't expect that at this moment, Chengdi would suddenly speak up. She held the microphone with dull eyes, but her voice was loud. I withdraw. She knew the production team must be struggling right now. Only if she stepped forward herself would there be a proper solution, whether it's Vanessa Liu's performance or the song Flower Sea. Both are far superior to mine. I also don't accept the voting results. So, I choose to withdraw. The one advancing this time should be Vanessa Liu. She truly deserves it, Chengdi said. She didn't explain anything about Yinping. She only expressed her own thoughts. The audience in the venue began whispering to each other again. The netizens online were also starting to discuss this. They didn't know if Chengdi's words were sincere, or simply due to the pressure. For a while, the internet was a chaotic mess of arguments. Various trending topics continued to surface. Within these 10-odd minutes, The previous events had already hit the top 10 trending topics. Now Changdi's statement immediately followed onto the trending list. When there were 5 trending topics, almost all of them were about this new song gala. Right at that moment, Vanessa Liu moved. She had been very calm since the voting began, but now she pursed her lips and walked to Changdi's side, taking her small hand in hers. "You're very good." Her voice wasn't loud, only Changdi could hear it. But her actions made everyone understand that Vanessa Liu and Changdi had a good relationship. Therefore, Changdi likely had no knowledge of this matter either. Otherwise, how could Vanessa Liu have such an attitude? Netizens thought about it carefully and realized it made sense. After the voting ended, Changdi had stepped forward together with Xiao Chen Shui. Before she even had a chance to speak, she had let Xiao Chen Shui go first. She probably intended to say she was withdrawing back then. The online clamor also quieted down because of Vanessa Liu's actions. Holding Vanessa Liu's warm hand, Changdi turned her head and saw Vanessa Liu's sincere gaze. At this moment, she suddenly felt like crying. It wasn't out of guilt, but because she was happy she could like such a person. She really does know, Changdi thought. She decided that when she got back, she would have her mom give her uncle a good talking to, and then ground him at home. Having such a troublesome uncle made things too difficult for her. Ren Chao stepped onto the stage at this time. He was quite grateful to Changdi, as her proactive withdrawal had saved him a lot of trouble. He took the microphone from the host. "Hello everyone. I am Ren Chao, the General Director of the New Song Gala. Regarding the occurrence of such an incident on our New Song Gala stage, I feel deeply pained, and also blame myself. Vanessa Liu's talent is obvious to everyone. I also will not allow her to leave the stage due to such an occurrence." Fortunately, however, mentor Xiao Chen Shui and contestant Changdi stepped forward at the end, giving us the truth. "Now, I announce once again that the votes from Ben Wang and Stella Ran are disqualified. Simultaneously, we are terminating our contracts with them, and they will never be hired again. In addition, voting for this match will now restart from the beginning. Our new song gala absolutely permits no injustice to exist." After Ren Chao finished speaking, he gave a deep bow to the audience, and then stepped down from the stage. The host took over the subject. The voting began again, only this time, Ben Wang and Stella Ran sat in their mentor seats, as if sitting on a bed of nails. The result of the revote was very clear. Vanessa Liu successfully advanced. Ren Chao let out a sigh of relief. Next, he would have to invite 2 more mentors. Fortunately, Ben Wang and Stella Ran, since it was their own breach of contract, he naturally didn't need to worry much more about it. The match, with all its twists and turns, came to an end, but the verbal onslaught online had just begun. Angry netizens went straight to the Twitter accounts of the entertainment companies Stella Ran and Ben Wang belonged to, questioning them on how to handle such unethical artists. As for the instigator, Yin Ping, Soundwave Entertainment's Twitter had already been blasted long ago. Finally, shortly after the match ended, Soundwave Entertainment's official Twitter formally responded to the incident and released an apology statement, a letter of apology to the general public. And to Vanessa Liu, due to problems in our company's management system, our employee, Operations Director Yin Ping, took advantage of his position to subject our company's singer, Vanessa Liu, during the New Song Gala competition, to severe unfair treatment, which also provided the general public with a terrible viewing experience. The company's board has now met and decided to dismiss Yin Ping from his post, and he shall never be reemployed. Finally, we state that Soundwave Entertainment has always upheld the principles of fairness and justice in all our dealings, and we will never show mercy to those who resort to fraud. We hope for the supervision and continued support of the public to jointly create a harmonious and stable entertainment environment. Shortly after Soundwave Entertainment's statement was released, the companies where Stella Ran and Ben Wang were signed also followed suit with their own announcements. The outcome for the 2 of them was an apology to the public and Vanessa Liu, along with a guarantee that similar incidents would never happen again. Once these statements were issued, everyone knew that their professional careers were effectively over. Because of these declarations, the intensity of the incident slowly began to subside. The netizens only wanted an outcome. Now that everyone was satisfied, they naturally dispersed. However, after this whole affair, Flower C became a total phenomenon. Even people who didn't usually pay attention to the New Song Gala had heard about it. In just a single night, the stream count for Flower C surpassed all previous songs. Even The Wind Rises could only settle for second place. On the internet today, Ting Yao Hua's songs stood in a class of their own. Their play counts left all other tracks in the dust. One had to remember that these songs hadn't even been released on streaming platforms yet. They were still low-quality recordings. It was easy to imagine that once the new song gala concluded and Vanessa Liu released her official album, how much of a craze these songs would ignite. Currently, Ting Yaohuo only had one song. That had been frequently uploaded to Spotify, and it sat firmly at the top of the Spotify new song chart, leaving other singers unable to even catch up. They were all lamenting that a man who wasn't even part of the industry had single-handedly elevated the US entertainment scene to a height it had never seen before. Regarding the storm on the web, Ting Yaohuo didn't care at all right now, because he was facing a much more important matter to him. Little Lily's preschool teacher was coming for a home visit. Early the next morning, Ting Yaohuo got up early, tidied the house until it was immaculate, and set out fresh fruit on the coffee table. For the next 3 years, little Lily would be under the guidance of these two teachers. Ting Yaohuo took this home visit very seriously. At 9:30 a.m., Ting Yaohuo took little Lily downstairs right on time to wait for the teachers to arrive. Before long, 2 female teachers wearing matching uniforms walked toward them. With a single glance, they recognized little Lily waiting at the bottom of the building. With a smile on his face, Ting Yaohuo quickly walked up to shake their hands. Hello, hello. Thank you for the hard work. Of the 2 female teachers, one was young, roughly 20 years old, and the other was older, about 40. Consistently, their demeanor was very proper, and both wore very gentle smiles. Looking at those smiles made one feel an immediate sense of warmth and kinship. Hello, Mr. Huo. I'm Su Ling. I'm the teacher for Class 3 at Riverside Blossom Preschool, and I happen to be a fan of yours. Su Ling was quite young, and 2 small dimples appeared on her cheeks when she smiled, introducing herself to Ting Yaohuo with a look of delight. The older teacher, after Su Ling finished speaking, also chimed in. Hello, I'm Lu Dan. I'm also a teacher for Class 3 at Riverside Blossom Preschool. I'm different from Su Ling. I'm a fan of little Lily. After Lu Dan spoke, she squatted down to ruffle little Lily's hair, looking very maternal and kind. Little Lily was unusually comfortable with the strangers, raising her small face to look at this teacher who seemed very nice. Ting Yaohuo scratched his head with a simple, honest smile. How did this happen? It's like a fan meet and greet. Teachers, it's hot out here. Let's head inside. As he spoke, Ting Yaohuo led little Lily, guiding the way for the 2 teachers. The group arrived in the apartment. After inviting them to sit on the sofa, Su Ling and Lu Dan took out their portable notebooks and pens and began to ask about some basic details regarding little Lily. Ting Yaohuo sat across from them, answering every question like a diligent student. Mr. Huo, I wonder who usually takes care of the child, and who will be responsible for the school commute. Su Ling smiled secretly as she watched the formal Ting Yaohuo. She didn't expect that the famous Ting Yaohuo would be so down-to-earth. For the first 2 years, Lily was with her mother. Lately, her mother's work has been busy, so I've been with her. When she starts school, I'll be the one dropping her off and picking her up. Ting Yaohuo replied a bit bashfully. He was a full-time stay-at-home dad. He wondered what the 2 teachers thought about that. Su Ling nodded. Ja, taking notes while continuing her inquiry. A huge pile of questions followed. What does the child usually like to eat? Does she have any allergies? What's her favorite cartoon? What's her favorite toy? Her daily routine, personality, and a whole string of other questions. Ting Yaohuo answered every single one in detail. He now had immense admiration for these teachers. They really had considered everything one could possibly think of, and recorded it all clearly. Considering they had to take care of so many kids, this was truly commendable. After finishing their questions for Ting Yaohuo, the 2 teachers miraculously pulled out small gifts they had prepared from their pockets to give to Lily. Lily glanced at Ting Yaohuo, and only after he nodded did she accept the gifts from the teachers and say thank you. Su Ling and Lu Dan clearly adored little Lily. They squatted down to talk to her. In their eyes, Lily was well-behaved, polite, and beautiful. She was practically melting their hearts. Su Ling and Lu Dan interacted with Lily for a while, before sitting back on the sofa with bright smiles. Mr. Huo, does Lily have any specific hobbies or interests? After interacting with Lily for a while, they also found out Lily's nickname. She likes to sing. Lily takes after her mom and has a real talent for music. Ting Yaohuo said without even thinking. Lily loves to sing, and her sense of music is excellent. This was something he had noticed quite early on. Hearing Ting Yaohuo's words, a hint of joy flashed in Su Ling's and Lu Dan's eyes. They already knew that little Lily's singing sounded beautiful. They hadn't expected that the child's actual hobby would also be singing. Children whose interests and talents align are always the easiest to nurture. Then Lily, could you sing a song for the teachers right now? Suling squatted down and looked at little Lily, asking with a warm smile. Little Lily had spent some time interacting with the two teachers, and had already become comfortable with them. Now, hearing that the teachers wanted to hear her sing, she hurriedly nodded her little head with enthusiasm. She really liked singing. Whether it was Daddy or Mommy, they both looked so cool when they were singing. She wanted to look as good as Daddy and Mommy too. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three adults, Lily used her youthful, innocent voice to sing the Little White Rabbit song Ting Yao Huo had taught her. The three adults cooperatively swayed along, keeping the beat for Lily. Lily sang it very well, and this brand new nursery rhyme also made Suling and Lu Dan's eyes light up. As preschool teachers, their instincts for nursery rhymes were incredibly sharp, while the song Lily sang online before, Sudden Burst of Courage, might not have been suitable for a 3-year-old. This Little White Rabbit song was undoubtedly easy for children to remember. The song was very short, and Lily quickly finished. The three of them clapped together for Lily's performance. Lily was so happy that her big eyes narrowed into little crescent moons. She liked preschool even more now. Teacher Sue and Teacher Lu were both such warm, kind-hearted people. Afterward, Su Ling and Lu Dan chatted with Ting Yaohui for a bit longer. They gave Ting Yaohui an introduction to the educational philosophy and curriculum of Riverside Blossom Preschool. Ting Yaohui listened intently, nodding from time to time. After the chat, Lu Dan produced a home visit record sheet and asked Ting Yaohui to fill it out before putting it away. This home visit was just about wrapping up. Su Ling and Lu Dan tucked away the record sheet, but they didn't seem ready to leave just yet. Instead, they looked at Ting Yaohui with a bit of embarrassment. Ting Yaohui scratched his head, not sure why they suddenly had that look on their faces. It was Lu Dan who finally spoke up. Mr. Huo, it's like this. Doesn't school start on September 1st? Our school is preparing a welcome ceremony. At that time, all the parents and new students will be attending. The principal requested that the teachers of every class prepare 2 songs for the welcome ceremony. We have to teach the children the songs and dances on the spot. In previous years, it was always the same thing. We just taught those 2 standard nursery rhymes. Not only are those 2 songs not very catchy, but they're also a bit difficult for the kids. And it's awkward for us when so many of them can't learn them. This year, Teacher Sue and I heard that your child is entering our class. So, we were hoping to prepare 2 more innovative songs and dances. We were wondering if you, Mr. Huo, could try composing 2 songs for us? Of course, this is just a personal request from us. If it's too much of a bother, then please don't worry about it. Lu Dan said it all in one breath, looking very apologetic. It was clear that she was just mentioning it with a see-if-it-works attitude. Su Ling blinked on the side, her eyes fixed on Ting Yaohui with expectation. I see. Of course I can. No need to be so formal with me, Teacher Lu. After all, it's all for the sake of the kids. Ting Yaohui agreed very readily after hearing the request. He thought it was some kind of major issue. This task was incredibly easy for him. Seeing Ting Yaohui agree, Su Ling and Lu Dan both sighed in relief at the same time, happy smiles returning to their faces. One had to realize that the 2 of them were completely acting on their own here. There was no such requirement in the home visit protocols. And, if the administration found out, they wouldn't allow teachers to make requests of the parents. But the 2 of them really couldn't find any better nursery rhymes. So they decided to ask Ting Yaohui. After all, Ting Yaohui was the one who had created a song like Sudden Burst of Courage. Thank you so much, Mr. Huo. Both of them thanked Ting Yaohui simultaneously. Then, Mr. Huo, when you finish the songs, please send them to us on Instagram, and we'll figure out how to choreograph the dances. They had already added each other on Instagram earlier. This way, Ting Yaohui could check on Lily's status at preschool whenever he wanted. What they didn't expect, however, was Ting Yaohui waving a hand dismissively. No need to be so troublesome. Just give me 2 minutes, and I'll come up with 2 songs right now to see if they'll work for you. After speaking, Ting Yaohui walked quickly back to the bedroom, took out some manuscript paper, and started composing right in front of them. The melodies of nursery rhymes are generally very simple. It was just 2 songs. Ting Yaohui could write them out with his eyes closed. Su Ling and Lu Dan, however, were completely shell-shocked. What did he mean by just 2 songs? Was he for real? They knew Ting Yaohui was amazing at songwriting, but they hadn't expected him to be this incredible, composing songs on the fly without a second thought. Was this man really a carbon-based life form found on this planet? He couldn't be a mysterious visitor from another world, could he? What Su Ling and Lu Dan didn't know was that their thoughts were already very close to the truth. If he wasn't afraid of being too revolutionary, Ting Yaohui could, in a matter of minutes, utterly dominate everyone in the songwriting industry, especially that guy who called himself the music godfather, Chris. If Ting Yaohui really wanted to test him, he could pin him to the ground and crush him. It took only 10 short minutes. Under Su Ling's and Lu Dan's stunned gazes, Ting Yaohui stopped his pen, picked up the score and lyrics, and handed them over. Ow, already done? Su Ling was so shocked she stammered. Ting Yaohui nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. Take a look at the lyrics first. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Su Ling and Lu Dan looked at each other, then turned their attention to the lyrics and score in their hands. They couldn't quite grasp the musical score, only seeing the general structure. But they could read the lyrics. The lyrics to both songs were very simple, clear and easy to understand. Su Ling looked up while holding the paper, saying bashfully, I can't quite read the music. Could you sing it once for us to hear? Lu Dan also looked up at Ting Yaohui. She also wanted to hear how these two seemingly very simple songs sounded when they were actually sung. This time, it was Ting Yaohui's turn to feel self-conscious. If he were just teaching Lily how to sing by himself, he could manage just fine. But in front of two beautiful teachers, he really found it a bit hard to open his mouth. Still, if I had to sing, I had to sing. Ting Yaohui rubbed his nose. He took the sheet of paper back from Su Ling. Then I'll sing. Please bear with me if it's not very good. This is a children's song. It might not sound right coming from me. Su Ling quickly waved her hands. She was a fan of Ting Yaohui. She knew Ting Yaohui sang very well, too. It's fine, it's fine. Mr. Huo, we sing all the time ourselves. Ting Yaohui nodded. Then he put the paper down. He cleared his throat and began to sing cheerfully. The song in Su Ling's hand was titled Two Tigers. The cheerful melody came from Ting Yaohui's mouth, making Su Ling and Lu Dan's eyes light up. They both pricked up their ears, listening intently. Two tigers, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. How strange, how strange. Simple lyrics, a catchy melody. Little Lily had only heard it once, but she started swaying her head and singing with Ting Yaohui. Su Ling and Lu Dan felt like they had discovered a treasure. This simple, clear melody and repetitive lyrics were perfect for children to learn. They would definitely be able to sing this song with ease. And as soon as they heard this song, the basic concept for a dance formed in their minds. Ting Yaohui and Lily's duet ended. Father and daughter high-fived in perfect sync. Su Ling and Lu Dan couldn't help but clap. Ting Yaohui scratched his head, singing such childish nursery rhymes. As a grown man, especially in front of two teachers, felt a bit out of place. Fortunately, little Lily was there to sing with him. Otherwise, it would have been truly awkward. After the song was finished, Ting Yaohui handed the manuscript back to Su Ling. Su Ling took the manuscript Ting Yaohui handed her. The smile on her face was too bright to hide. This is great! Mr. Huo, this song is fantastic. It's completely suitable for children of this age group to learn. Lu Dan also nodded in agreement. These simple songs are best for kids. Once we get back, we just need to choreograph some simple, easy-to-learn dance moves. Pair them with hand gestures, and the kids will definitely pick it up easily. I'm glad I could help you. Ting Yaohui was also beaming. He could already imagine crowds of kids singing Two Tigers at the welcome ceremony. Su Ling carefully put away the score. Then Lu Dan handed her own sheet to Ting Yaohui. The expectant look in her eyes was unmistakable. Ting Yaohui was dumbfounded. Again, Lu Dan's meaning was clear. You sang Two Tigers, now sing this one too. All right. Faced with the teachers who would look after Lily for 3 years, Ting Yaohui compromised. Having already sung the first, for the second one, Ting Yaohui was much more composed. He even started doing the movements. This song was also a very simple nursery rhyme. In his original world, it had once gone viral on TikTok. It was titled Planting Flowers in the Garden. Ting Yaohui cleared his throat and raised his hands. He didn't notice at all that the front door was being opened from the outside at that moment. A familiar figure froze at the door like that, watching Ting Yaohui perform inside. In the tiny little garden, dig and dig and dig. Plant tiny little seeds and grow tiny little flowers. While singing, Ting Yaohui gestured with his hands in the air. First, he drew the shape of a garden. Then he mimicked planting seeds. Finally, he brought his hands together in front of his face to mimic a flower blooming. The 6 people in the house didn't disturb him. They just let him immerse himself in the performance. In front of the door, Someone even took out a phone and started recording. In the big, big garden, dig and dig and dig. Plant big, big seeds and grow big, big flowers. This time, the garden Ting Yaohuo gestured was bigger. He continued to act shamelessly cute. After finishing that verse, he gestured an even larger garden in front of him. In the huge, huge garden, dig and dig and dig. Plant huge, huge seeds and grow huge, huge flowers. An irrepressible laugh came from behind him. Ting Yaohuo suddenly froze. He turned his body mechanically. The figures of Vanessa Liu, Sister Yun, and Lei Shen appeared clearly before him. The culprit who couldn't help but laugh out loud was Lei Shen. She was still covering her mouth and giggling, while her other hand stealthily hit her phone. Ting Yaohuo was in a daze. When did they get back? This was total social death for him. Ting Yaohuo was silent for a moment. He blinked at Vanessa Liu's beautiful face. Why are you back? Vanessa Liu, who originally had a happy smile on her face, saw it vanish upon hearing Ting Yaohuo's words. What did this guy mean? Did he not want her to come back? She had planned to give him a surprise. Now she was really annoyed. She pursed her lips. This is my home too. After saying that, Vanessa Liu felt it sounded a bit harsh, so she added, I missed Lily. After speaking, Vanessa Liu walked into the room. Sister Yun and Lei Shen followed her in, giggling secretly. Ting Yaohuo really deserved it. They knew very well how eager Vanessa Liu was to return. She had even dragged them out of bed early in the morning. Seeing her mother back, little Lily joyfully threw herself into her arms. Ting Yaohuo rubbed his nose and quickly stood up to introduce them. Right, these two are teachers from Lily's preschool, Teacher Su and Teacher Liu. They're here for a home visit. Su Ling and Lu Dan had already stood up with smiles. They had recognized this stunningly beautiful woman long ago. Vanessa Liu, the singer currently viral online. She was also little Lily's mother. And regarding the previous controversy of Ting Yaohuo's domestic abuse, they were also aware of it. But looking at the scene now, how could Ting Yaohuo look like an abuser? It was clear that a single look from Vanessa Liu could keep him completely in check. Hearing Ting Yaohuo's introduction, Vanessa Liu's smile returned. She shook hands with Su Ling and Lu Dan respectively. Hello, thank you for the hard work, teachers. Su Ling and Lu Dan quickly waved their hands. No trouble at all. This is our duty. Actually, Mr. Huo has been a huge help to us. If it weren't for the 2 songs he gave us, we would have been worried sick. Vanessa Liu glanced at Ting Yaohuo. So the song he was just singing was prepared for the preschool. However, he hadn't even told her that Lily was starting preschool, much less an important event like a teacher's home visit. Did this man want to seize total control over household affairs? Ting Yaohuo was once again met with Vanessa Liu's unfriendly gaze. Ting Yaohuo blinked his eyes again, feeling so wronged in his heart. Didn't we agree I'd be a full-time stay-at-home dad? Didn't we agree that living off my wife would be great? Didn't we agree that you'd handle the outside world while I handle the house? Sure enough, women really are just jerk faces. The way the 2 of them were flirting with their eyes fell into the sight of Lei Shen and Sister Yun, and they simply couldn't bear to watch. Lei Shen even rolled a cute eye roll. Oh my god, there are still so many people here. Flirting in public like this, where's the decorum? Su Ling and Lu Dan also put away the manuscript papers on the table at this time, smiling as they said to Ting Yaohuo, Mr. Huo, today's home visit has concluded successfully. We'll take our leave now. Ting Yaohuo hurriedly tried to get them to stay. Why don't you 2 teachers stay for lunch before you go? Su Ling and Lu Dan quickly waved their hands, their bodies already moving toward the door. No, that's all right. We've already taken up a lot of your time here. There are other children whose parents are waiting for our home visits. Mr. Huo, no need to see us out. Go back inside. After Su Ling and Lu Dan finished speaking, under the escort of Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Liu, they left the residential complex. This home visit could be considered a pleasant experience for all. Ting Yaohuo also finally let out a sigh of relief. Being a full-time stay-at-home dad is no easy task. Returning inside the house, Ting Yaohuo watched as Vanessa Liu carried Lily and sat down on the sofa. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Ting Yaohuo always felt that she seemed a bit chubbier than a few days ago, and her pretty face had unknowingly become so fair and supple. Ting Yaohuo vaguely remembered, when he first arrived in this world, the faces of this mother and daughter that greeted him when he opened his eyes. Back then their complexions were so pale and helpless. This sense of a sharp cut between shifting times and spaces left Ting Yaohuo momentarily dazed. Vanessa Liu's beautiful eyes glanced at Ting Yaohuo, only to see him standing there like a fool, staring at her and little Lily without moving. What a dork. Vanessa Liu gave him an embarrassed and annoyed look, signaling that Lily and Sister Yun were still here. Ting Yaohuo was struck by the charm of that one glance, snapping out of his daydream. Only then did he rub his nose and ask, "Isn't the new song gala finale in a couple of days? How did you find the time to come back now?" Vanessa Liu hadn't spoken yet, when Lei Shen spoke up loudly first. "Ting Yaohui, it's clear you don't care about our Vanessa at all. The finale isn't for another week." Vanessa just started her break, and she rushed back home without a moment's rest. "Lily, I did not. I just missed Lily." When Vanessa Liu heard Lei Shen say that, a blush rose on her face, and she immediately explained herself. Lei Shen blinked her eyes and looked at Vanessa Liu. Her expression meant, "I didn't say you missed him. You just gave yourself away." This made Vanessa Liu's face turn even redder. "A whole week, huh?" Ting Yaohuo scratched his head. He really hadn't checked the schedule. As soon as the revote had ended, he had received the call from the preschool, so how could he find the mind to watch the rest of the show? Vanessa Liu gave a soft, as an answer to Ting Yaohuo's words. Ting Yaohuo nodded. He was smart enough not to ask how many days she'd be staying. Asking more would be impolite. He was afraid Vanessa Liu might actually finish him off. "Ting Yaohuo, we've delivered Vanessa back to you, so we'll be going now. Since she's finally back for a bit, Layli and I are going to the hospital to see her mother." Sister Yun walked over at this time, and said as she looked at Ting Yaohuo, "Sister Yun, Vanessa and I will see you off." "No need. It wasn't easy for Vanessa to get back, so let her stay at home more. We can head over by ourselves." As Sister Yun spoke, she pulled Lei toward the door. Vanessa Liu still stood up while holding Lily, and saw Sister Yun and the others off downstairs. Ting Yaohuo didn't follow them. He was ordered to stay home and cook. On the way, Lei Shen happily took out her phone and opened the video she had just recorded. She watched as Sister Yun and Vanessa Liu also leaned in curiously. Seeing Ting Yaohuo's appearance from just now again, they still couldn't stop themselves from laughing. Even Vanessa Liu had rarely seen Ting Yaohuo looking so childish. Sister Yun suddenly spoke up then. "Vanessa, can we upload this video? Since you made your comeback, your Twitter has only had those 2 updates. This is such good material, we should upload it. Let the fans see your daily life at home. It would be great, and it can completely change the way they see Ting Yaohuo." Since the last incident ended, Ting Yaohuo's image online has improved quite a lot, but people's impression of him is still stuck on him being mysterious, a talented songwriter with a dark history. Netizens don't know what kind of person Ting Yaohuo is in his daily life. Vanessa's fans leave comments on her Twitter, mostly asking about new songs, or when the album will be released. And then there's the question of whether her daily life with Ting Yaohuo is going well. Regarding these topics, Vanessa's Twitter account has always been managed by Sister Yun. Sister Yun is very sensitive to these things. Upon hearing Sister Yun's words, Vanessa thought about it but still shook her head. "I have to ask for his opinion first. If he's unwilling, then we won't post it." Hearing this, Lei put away her phone. She couldn't quite understand what was going on between Vanessa and Ting Yaohuo right now. Logically, they were a long-married couple. For a small decision like this, did Vanessa still need to ask for Ting Yaohuo's consent? In Lei Shen's heart, a married couple should be a single entity, not like Vanessa, who seemed to walk on eggshells with everything she did. What she didn't know was that Vanessa, compared to before, was already doing so much better. At least she has her own little temper now, and many times she has her own opinions and decisions. By the time Vanessa Liu returned to the apartment, Ting Yaohuo was busy in the kitchen. The aroma of food drifted from the kitchen into the living room. Vanessa Liu placed Lily on the sofa and quietly watched his back from the kitchen door frame. His shoulders were much sturdier than before, and he wasn't as thin and gaunt as he used to be. His whole being radiated youthful vitality. Compared to these physical changes, the biggest change was his personality. He had become extremely patient with everything, become composed, and become incredibly good to both her and the child, especially when it came to the trivial matters of daily life. The delicateness he displayed made her unconsciously drown in his tenderness. This man was her treasure. When Ting Yaohui turned around, he saw Vanessa Liu staring at him blankly. The tenderness reflected in her almond-shaped eyes seemed like it would melt him. He scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit shy, but he still looked her straight in the eye. "What's wrong?" Seeing Ting Yaohuo's dazed and foolish look, Vanessa Liu smiled. her smile as radiant as peach blossoms. Ting Yaohua looking even more dazed as she watched. It's nothing, Sister Yun just asked you if she can take the video of you singing just now and post it on Twitter. Ting Yaohua's eyes suddenly widened. Even his hand holding the spoon trembled. What? She recorded it? Vanessa Liu pursed her lips and smiled. She nodded. Lele recorded it. Sister Yun said posting it on Twitter could help solidify your image. Ting Yaohua had a face full of questions. Is this ruining my image or what? Vanessa Liu saw Ting Yaohua's expression and knew he wasn't very willing. So she added, it hasn't been uploaded yet. I felt I should ask for your opinion. If you don't want to, we won't upload it. Ting Yaohua saw Vanessa Liu's expression and suddenly asked, then do you want to upload it? Vanessa Liu froze for a moment. She just looked at the serious Ting Yaohua like that, the smile on her face growing wider. Then she nodded. I think your wanting it is no use though. We have to ask Teacher Sue and the others first. Ha ha! Ting Yaohua laughed out loud. It was as if a prank had been successful. I gave those 2 songs to Teacher Sue and the others. Since I gave them to them, I still have to ask for their opinion. After realizing she was being tricked by Ting Yaohua, Vanessa Liu was stunned, and a flash of bashful annoyance crossed her eyes. Even her voice got a bit louder. Inside Ting Yaohua's small kitchen, the sound of the 2 laughing and playing immediately rang out. Little Lily, playing with toys on the sofa, looked toward the kitchen curiously. It was so strange this time. It looked like Mommy was hitting Daddy. And then, Lily heard Daddy's exclamation from the kitchen. Ah, stop it. The food is burning. Another bout of chaos ensued in the kitchen. After a lot of fussing, the meal was finally served. However, today's meal smelled more or less a bit burnt. Maybe it was because they were all in such a great mood. Just like that, little Lily and Vanessa Liu still ate with great appetite. This made Ting Yaohua feel somewhat emotional. Sometimes what matters isn't how good the food tastes, but how happy the family is together. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa. Only then did Ting Yaohua take out his phone. He sent a message to Su Ling on Instagram. He asked her about the nursery rhymes. A moment later, the Instagram notification sounded. Mr. Huo, these songs are your creations after all. We will only use them for the preschool welcome ceremony. We won't use them elsewhere. Whatever use you have for them, you don't need to ask us. It was clear that Su Ling was also in a good mood. Ting Yaohui smiled. Dealing with these lovely people was truly worry-free. There was no scheming at all. Having received Su Ling's reply, Ting Yaohuo talked it over with Vanessa Liu. Even though it was a scene of total social death for him, at worst he'd just look away and keep his peace. He just wouldn't watch it. But the way things developed didn't go according to Ting Yaohuo's wishes. After Sister Yun received Vanessa Liu's message, she and Lele Shen edited and touched up the video. They uploaded it to Vanessa Liu's Twitter. At this moment, the vast number of netizens were still in the middle of a heated discussion about the upcoming new song gala finale, having no idea at all that they were about to welcome another big scoop. Hong was a housewife. Her husband was a 9-to-5 company manager, so she had a lot of free time every day. For instance, right now, she was holding half a watermelon and half lounging on the sofa while scrolling through her phone. She also had another identity, admin of the Vanessa, Lily, and Ting Yao family support group. She was a fan of Vanessa Liu. She had been one since a long time ago. Her phone was full of Vanessa Liu's songs, not just those since Vanessa's comeback that Ting Yaohuo wrote, but also some from 3 years ago. When Vanessa Liu retired 3 years ago, she had also gone from an innocent girl to someone's wife. After seeing Vanessa make her comeback, she still liked her as consistently as always. Hong's finger slid gently across the screen. There were many topics about Vanessa Liu and the group lately, but Hong had seen them all. Hong felt slightly disappointed. She switched her phone screen to Twitter. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. Vanessa Liu, who usually didn't like updating Twitter, actually updated her feed today. She hurriedly clicked on the update via her following list. The post contained a video. There were already quite a few comments below. Hong had a joyful look on her face, thinking to herself, this woman finally updated a video. Her finger quickly tapped on the video. The result disappointed her. The person appearing in it was Ting Yaohuo. Why is it him? Hong muttered to herself, but she still continued watching. Love me, love my dog. Now she could be considered a fan of Vanessa Liu's whole family. In the video, Ting Yaohuo was making childish movements, gesturing with his hands in front of him, while singing a refreshing nursery rhyme. Ting Yaohuo's movements and singing made Hong burst into an involuntary laugh. She really hadn't expected that Ting Yaohuo, whose name was usually synonymous with mystery, would be this childish and cute in his daily life. In a family like this, Vanessa Liu must be very happy, right? Hong listened to it once, and then clicked the video to listen again. She suddenly realized that this song was becoming more addictive with each listen. So she hurriedly rushed into the group chat, edited a message, and sent it out. Everyone, go to Vanessa's Twitter quickly. There's something good to see. The group went silent for a moment before instantly exploding. The admin, who usually lurked in silence, actually came out to speak. Something good? Is it a photo shoot of Vanessa? Drooling emoji. You're dreaming. From Vanessa's debut until now, she hasn't even posted a candid photo. I'm curious, going to look right now. What's the good stuff? The admin is really teasing us, making me go and check it out myself. Only a fool would still be chatting here right now. Don't you see most people in the group have stopped talking? The excitement in the group was just one corner. At this moment, the excitement online had just begun. Many sharp-eyed people had seen this video. After listening to it over and over, they frantically recommended it to family and friends. Quick, look at Vanessa Liu's Twitter. Ting Yaohuo is performing live. What it means to go dig and dig and dig, holy crap! I can't stop watching it. One stone cost 1,000 waves. After an afternoon of fermenting, everyone knew Vanessa Liu had posted on Twitter. And it was a video of Ting Yaohui performing a childish nursery rhyme. Many people joyfully flocked to Vanessa Liu's Twitter to witness the grand occasion. Was that last song really the last one? That sudden burst of courage was truly nice to listen to. By 8:30 p.m., this Twitter post from Vanessa Liu had successfully been pushed to the trending topics. As everyone knows, the comments from those silly netizens. The comment section is the best part. The comments under this Twitter post are even more exciting than the video itself. First listen, what is this? Second, listen. In the tiny little garden, dig and dig and dig. Haha, I'm dying. You're telling me this is Ting Yaohuo? The persona is dead, man. I can't take it, I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. I want to plant flowers too. Planting such big seeds, growing such big flowers. Ting Yaohuo dance meme. In the tiny little company, crawl and crawl and crawl. Earn a tiny little salary and don't dare to spend it. Help, my daughter is already singing along. Now my head is full of dig and dig and dig, haha. I'm different. As a 500-month-old baby, I'm listening with great interest. Sure enough, the joy of having kids is something us single dogs can't experience, provided they aren't bratty kids. Who the hell is saying Ting Yaohuo is a violent guy? I'll fight them. What kind of violent man acts like this? Dig and dig and dig, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Let me laugh while you guys keep digging. It was clearly just a simple nursery rhyme, yet it suddenly became a source of joy for netizens. By 9:30 p.m., this song officially topped the trending list. Poor Ting Yaohuo still didn't know about any of this. He was busy enjoying the happy moments of being together with his family, and just as this Twitter post hit the top, inside a luxury mansion in Shanghai, Yinping was piteously drinking some wine, watching this viral Twitter post. Not only had he lost his job, but he had also been lectured by Chengdi. And it wasn't just Chengdi. Even his sister, Chengdi's mother, had scolded him mercilessly. Yinping believed he wasn't wrong. Wasn't the entertainment industry always like this? How was he wrong this time? And wasn't he doing it all for Chengdi's own good? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Yinping could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. But at that moment, he saw Vanessa Liu's Twitter was trending again. The comments were all blaming Chris. The more he read, the angrier he got, and Yinping smashed the wine bottle on the floor. He believed that if Chris's songwriting hadn't been so bad, none of this would have happened. And that was the truth. If Chris could have written a song that rivaled Flower C, the mentor's votes wouldn't have been questioned. None of this would have happened. Yinping blamed the source of every mistake entirely on Chris. So he immediately picked up his phone and called Chris. The call was answered quickly. Before Chris could even speak, Yinping started screaming at him and unloading his rage. You trash, it's all your fault. You still call yourself the music godfather? You even personally guaranteed there wouldn't be a problem with the song. I think you're just a show-off with no substance. You're just an attractive but useless hack. Pah. Chris, on his end, was just about to go to sleep. When he received Yinping's call, before he could even speak, he was left completely bewildered by Yinping's verbal abuse. It wasn't until Yinping stopped talking that he snapped out of it. He, the great music godfather, was being scolded by someone who didn't know anything. Someone who was just a discarded wreck of a man. Chris couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Without saying a word in explanation, he decisively hung up and blocked Yinping's number. With someone like that, Saying even one more word would be a waste of breath. Sitting up in bed, Chris stared at his phone. Now he couldn't fall asleep at all. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He wasn't angry about being scolded, but because since Ting Yaohua appeared, his songs had lost to him twice in a row. Now, even the people asking him for songs were far fewer than before, especially since many singers, when mentioning Chris now, would always think of Ting Yaohua first. This made Chris very anxious. His resentment toward Ting Yaohua grew more and more. He didn't deny that Ting Yaohua's songs were good, but his own weren't bad either. He believed their abilities were neck and neck. The reason for the failure was entirely the singer's fault. Feeling agitated, Chris opened his phone again, wanting to see the recent state of the entertainment industry. Then he saw the #1 spot on the trending list, the Twitter post sent by Vanessa Liu. Chris narrowed his eyes. Vanessa Liu again. He didn't know when it had started, but the entertainment industry he knew had vanished. In its place were daily trending news about Ting Yaohua and Vanessa Liu. Chris suppressed his anger and clicked on Twitter. There was a video inside. In the video was the very source of all his pent-up resentment. Ting Yaohua. Chris silently listened to the nursery rhyme Ting Yaohua sang. His frown deepened. He listened to it twice in a row. He angrily threw his phone on the bed. Damn it. He only knows how to pander to the public. He actually has the nerve to post a song like this? Chris felt this was an insult to him. Just a simple nursery rhyme like that hit #1 on the trending list. He could compose songs like that with his eyes closed, especially since many people online were now saying that after hearing Ting Yaohua's songs, they couldn't listen to any other music anymore. Chris felt this was the ultimate insult to him. Thinking of this, the gloom in Chris's eyes grew darker. After a moment, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He picked up his phone again and sent a tweet, and tagged Vanessa Liu. You actually have the nerve to post this? Everyone says your songwriting is great, Ting Yaohua, but I think it's just mediocre at best. After posting the tweet calling him a panderer, Chris immediately felt much better, especially when he saw his own fans supporting him. He felt even more at ease. As expected, there were still people in this world who understood music. Chris looked at his fans' comments and felt like he had found his soulmates, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because just then, many netizens still on Vanessa Liu's Twitter also discovered this tweet. They were instantly in an uproar. More so, were the fans of Ting Yaohua and Vanessa Liu. They were having a good time minding their own business, only to be suddenly attacked. Their mood soured immediately. Consequently, both the general public and fans from both sides all swarmed to Chris's Twitter to argue. Mind your own business at home, yet trouble comes looking for you. Vanessa was just filming her daily life, yet someone is so jealous they had to speak up. They even had to tag her. He really thinks he's still the music godfather. To be fair, Chris's songs are actually pretty good. It's just that he and Ting Yaohua focus on different genres. His songs are a bit more alternative. Calling funeral music alternative? Well, I certainly can't appreciate it. There's no need to put one down to lift the other up. The horror songs Chris creates actually have a nice vibe. At least they make me feel a bit scared. No one cares if you put one down to lift the other. He just jumped out to look for a fight. I think he just can't take losing 2 songs in a row. He's so bitter he started biting everyone. The songs my brother Chris creates are simply better than Ting Yaohua's. How many songs does Ting Yaohua even have? Don't they know how many hits my boy has? Chris's tweet, amidst the arguments of the netizens, began to slowly climb its way up. Before long, it actually made the trending list. Chris had also been watching the real-time updates when he saw his tweet trending, and realized he had a decent amount of support. The gloomy resentment he'd been harboring dissipated quite a bit. Much of his old confidence returned. As for those who questioned him, he would use his talent to shut them up. The reason he dared to post that tweet was because the first round of the new Song Gala finals has a tragedy and horror theme. That was his specialty. Chris smiled. He wasn't a fool. Since he dared to pick this fight, he was already prepared. Immediately after, Chris opened Twitter again and posted another update while the heat was on. I know many people will question me for saying this, but I can't just stand by. A good song is a good song, not something proven by someone pandering for attention. If you doubt me, I will let my talent answer you. In the first round of the new Song Gala finals, I'm asking if Ting Yaohua dares to accept my challenge. If I lose, I will voluntarily renounce the title of Music Godfather and apologize to Vanessa Liu. If I win, I only want Ting Yaohua to come out and admit personally that he isn't as good as me. Chris's tweet went out. Chris smiled. He didn't keep following the updates. Instead, he tossed his phone on the nightstand and lay down contentedly, because he knew This was essentially a declaration of war. He didn't even have to check. To know this tweet would definitely skyrocket to the top. Things played out exactly as Chris expected. As soon as his second tweet was posted, it immediately caused a massive uproar. A veteran songwriter formally declaring war on a rising star. This was a major event rarely seen in the industry. Numerous media outlets were buzzing. They immediately churned out all sorts of headlines, focusing on being the fastest to report. Will it be the coronation of a new king, or will the veteran continue his legend? As soon as this explosive headline appeared, it was quickly pushed onto the trending list. Whether it was Ting Yaohuo's fans, Chris's fans, or just the casual bystanders looking for drama, practically everyone was now looking forward to the first round of the new Song Gala finals. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, inside a celebrity apartment, Anyun Miao's assistant, Ran Yu, held her phone and knocked on Anyun Miao's bedroom door with a gasp. Anyun Miao rubbed her temples and sat up, clutching the duvet to her chest. She was getting a headache from her assistant's constant fussing. She had just practiced singing all day and was about to get some sleep. Ran, what's going on? Why the rush? When Ran Yu saw her boss's bare-shouldered, pretty look, she swallowed hard. To her, in terms of pure beauty, only Vanessa Liu could really compare with her own boss, except their styles were completely different. Vanessa Liu seemed as gentle as water, while her boss was as passionate as fire. Both of them fascinated her. Anyun Miao saw Ran Yu's dazed expression and felt her headache worsening. Her assistant was great in every way, except she was always ogling her. Ran. Anyun Miao raised her voice. Ran Yu suddenly snapped out of it, remembering she had serious business to report. Anyun, big news. Look. Ran Yu shoved the phone screen in front of Anyun Miao. Anyun Miao helplessly took the phone and started reading. A moment later, her brows furrowed. She pointed at the screen and said, "Did I ever promise to use his song in the finals? I don't remember that at all." Early the next morning, Ting Yaohuo woke up, feeling sore and numb all over. His entire arm, in particular, had completely lost all sensation. He blearily opened his eyes, only to discover that Vanessa Liu had, at some point, crawled back into his arms. She was clinging to him, like an octopus, and little Lily, for her part, was sleeping sprawled out sideways at the foot of the bed. Ting Yaohui was speechless. The mother and daughter's sleeping habits were identical. Both were terrible sleepers. Ting Yaohui had been sleeping soundly, and was even having a nice dream. But the dream had taken a sudden turn in the middle of the night. He felt like he was being pinned down by a ghost. Now, seeing this, the mystery was finally solved. Ting Yaohuo used his only free hand to scratch his head. He gently shifted his body to sit halfway up. His sore, numb body felt a bit better. This movement seemed to bother Vanessa Liu. Her fair, tender face wrinkled slightly, and she pouted her lips. She let out a soft mumble and snuggled even closer to Ting Yaohuo, wrapping her arms around him tightly again. Ting Yaohuo's whole body immediately froze up. "This is a bit much for first thing in the morning. I can't handle this. I really can't handle this." Ting Yaohuo felt like he was in a real bind. He glanced at little Lily, who was sleeping soundly, and his expression became a mask of pure agony. Ting Yaohuo touched his nose, thinking to himself that Lily was 3 now. She's not a baby anymore. It's time for her to have her own room. With that in mind, Ting Yaohuo tried to gently slide his arm out from under Vanessa's head. His arm felt like it didn't even belong to him anymore. He even had to use his other hand to help pull it out, perhaps sensing her pillow had vanished. Vanessa Liu's eyelashes fluttered. A second later, she slowly opened her eyes. She blearily raised her head, looking at Ting Yaohuo with a hint of confusion. She looked absolutely adorable in her daze. Their eyes met. Vanessa Liu snapped awake instantly. Ting Yaohuo didn't move. Vanessa Liu also froze. Her leg and arm were still draped over Ting Yaohuo. This posture sent a rush of red to her face. In an instant, even her earlobes were beet red. She looked like a shrimp that had just been dropped into a fryer. Ting Yaohuo blinked. Vanessa Liu scrambled off him in a panic. She turned her back to him, not daring to look. Her heart was racing a mile a minute. "Oh no. He wouldn't think I did that on purpose, would he?" Vanessa Liu bit her lip, curling up like an ostrich. She even heard Ting Yaohuo swallow hard behind her. Ting Yaohuo felt like he was struggling. He desperately needed to wash his face with cold water to calm down. Anyone would find it hard to resist. Seeing such a lovely beauty first thing in the morning, it was pure torture. Ting Yaohuo quickly scrambled out of bed. With his body stiff, he bolted out of the bedroom in a flash. The sound of the bedroom door clicking shut echoed. Vanessa Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gently patted her burning cheeks. A strange look crossed her eyes. It seemed like, ever since Ting Yaohuo moved into the master bedroom, whenever she fell asleep, she would unconsciously snuggle into his arms. Even though, before sleeping, she clearly remembered sleeping perfectly well on the other side. Besides, Lily was supposed to be in the middle. Thinking of Lily, Vanessa Liu suddenly froze. She quickly sat up, and then she saw her sprawled out. Lily, sleeping all alone at the corner of the bed. Vanessa pursed her lips. She carefully scooped Lily into her arms, and placed her back where she belonged. She kissed Lily's little cheek. Vanessa Liu smiled. It looked like it was time for Lily to have her own room. It had to be said, the couple's thoughts on this were surprisingly in sync. By the time Ting Yaohuo finished washing up and came out, Vanessa Liu happened to be stepping out of the bedroom. Her loose pajamas completely concealed her graceful figure. Ting Yaohuo rubbed his nose, feeling a bit of regret in his heart. He was her husband after all. Should he have taken a longer look just now? But soon, Ting Yaohuo wiped those lecherous thoughts right out of his mind. If he was going to look, it had to be in broad daylight. Sensing Ting Yaohuo's strange gaze, Vanessa Liu shot him a look and quietly went to wash up. It was still early. Normally, this would be the time for Ting Yaohuo's morning run, but he didn't plan on going out today. Vanessa Liu had finally returned. He wanted to spend more time with her. Plopping down on the sofa, Ting Yaohuo took out his phone. He wanted to see the keywords for the first round of the new Song Gala finals. Vanessa never brought these things up herself, so he had to be proactive. But when Ting Yao found the keywords for the first round, he immediately lost his cool. What the hell is this? Tragedy and horror? Are you kidding me? Are these keywords for a legitimate show? Ting Yaohuo's mouth twitched. He never imagined that the keywords for the first round would be like this. Just then, Vanessa Liu finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. Ting Yaohuo looked up, a look of disbelief on his face. The keywords for your new Song Gala finals are tragedy and horror? Who came up with these keywords? Hearing Ting Yaohuo mention this, Vanessa Liu walked to the sofa and sat down. She nodded. The keywords for each round are set by the director. No one knows what they'll be. Ting Yaohuo frowned. He thought the director must be out of his mind. If Ren Xiao knew what Ting Yaohuo was thinking, he would be devastated. He didn't want to do this either. He was in a tough spot too, but his mentor had insisted on it repeatedly, and his mentor was a veteran horror film director. A mentor's command was the hardest to refuse, especially in the eyes of the older generation. A mentor is like a father. Ren Xiao didn't want to disappoint his master. Besides, while these songs aren't mainstream, couldn't they test the songwriter's skills from a different angle? Ting Yaohuo, of course, didn't know any of this. Since the keywords were already set, he could only rack his brain to think. Honestly, when it came to these types of songs, Ting Yaohuo had heard very few. This was the first time. Vanessa Liu had seen Ting Yaohuo frown while he was creating, so he could find things difficult too. With the previous songs, it seemed like he could just pull them out of thin air. Seeing him like this made him feel much more real to her. Vanessa Liu reached out and gently smoothed his furrowed brow. Don't worry, no matter what. We'll work through it together. As long as we have no regrets, it'll be fine. As her warm fingers brushed his brow, Ting Yaohuo felt a warm current flow through his heart. He looked up and saw Vanessa Liu, looking at him with earnest tenderness. Vanessa, having just washed her face, was completely makeup-free. Yet Ting Yaohuo felt that she looked more beautiful now than ever before. Being stared at so intently by Ting Yaohuo, Vanessa Liu's face grew warm. She didn't understand why he was looking at her like this, just because she had said one sentence. Beyond admiration, that look in his eyes made it seem like he wanted to devour her. Ting Yaohuo was being so strange, but in the next moment, it didn't seem strange at all, because, in her sight, Ting Yaohuo's face suddenly drew near, until a warm sensation pressed against her lips. Vanessa Liu's eyes suddenly widened. She even blinked twice in disbelief. Was she just ambushed? Ting Yaohuo now understood perfectly. In front of a beautiful wife, that whole cold water to cool down thing was nonsense. After a long time, their lips parted. Vanessa leaned back against the sofa, her body feeling a bit weak. She still hadn't quite processed what happened. Ting Yaohuo had actually ambushed her, and he kissed her for so long, it wasn't until she saw Ting Yaohuo staring at her as if he wanted more, that she quickly covered her face with both hands. She was so embarrassed, she wanted to run away. Fling, taw, dash, in most in the operates and records. This was the first time Ting Yaohuo had tasted such sweetness. He couldn't even describe how happy he felt. Seeing Vanessa Liu's bashful look now made him even more delighted. He couldn't help but lean a bit closer to her until they were pressed against each other. But we're a married couple. Kissing is a very important way to express affection between spouses. Ting Yaohuo tried to make Vanessa Liu less shy, or at least get her to move her hands from her face. Unexpectedly, Vanessa Liu's reaction was even stronger. She scurried back 2 steps, still unwilling to lower her hands. His attempts proving fruitless, Ting Yaohuo could only stare at Vanessa longingly. He felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't had enough. If it hadn't been his first time and he lacked experience, not knowing how to breathe properly, there was no way he would have let her go so easily. Ting Yaohuo shamelessly edged closer again. Fine, I'll just look at my phone then. I definitely won't do anything else. Ting Yaohuo picked up his phone and waved it in front of Vanessa Liu. He pretended to be busy looking at his phone. Vanessa Liu peeked at him through the gaps in her fingers. When she saw the smirk on his face, she felt even more flustered. Then she gave Ting Yaohuo a forceful shove, stood up, and bolted back into the bedroom like a fugitive. Ting Yaohuo watched her, as she even made sure to shut the bedroom door tight. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only then did he actually start looking at his phone. He still needed to put some thought into the song. With nothing else to do right now, he might as well check Vanessa Liu's Twitter. He remembered Vanessa saying she was going to post that video Lele secretly recorded on Twitter. As soon as he opened Twitter, Ting Yaohuo saw his familiar name on the trending list. The handsome guy sighs. IGS. Ting Yaohuo felt sure it was that video causing all the discussion. His image was about to be completely ruined. He clicked on one of the trending topics at random. Then Ting Yaohuo's brow gradually furrowed. It seemed things weren't as simple as he thought. Come to think of it, the ordinary Twitter post sent by Vanessa Liu indeed made the trending list, but now this trending topic was about a declaration of war, a challenge that even dragged him into it. Ting Yaohuo's finger continued to slide, looking through the trending topics one by one. Only then did he gradually understand the whole story. It all started with the song in his video, being criticized by someone, and after all the arguing, it turned into this. But did this guy Chris have some kind of mental illness? Had he ever provoked him? Ting Yaohuo couldn't figure it out. He hadn't even met this Chris before. How did he end up getting targeted? The key was, it would have been fine if it was just him. But he actually had the nerve to tag Vanessa Liu. This made Ting Yaohuo, as a wife-doting maniac, unable to tolerate it at all. Ting Yaohuo had his own Twitter account too, but even he had forgotten about it, let alone his fans. Previously, he had only used TikTok. This was his first time using this platform. Usually, his fans were all active under Vanessa Liu's Twitter posts. Opening his Twitter homepage, Ting Yaohuo took all those messy old dancing videos he had posted before and deleted them all. He cleared it out until it was a blank slate. Only then did he compose a new tweet and hit send. He casually tagged Chris. If you want to fight, then fight, music godfather. Heh, it was just a few simple words, but he wasn't indulging him at all between the lines. Once Ting Yaohuo sent it, he nodded with satisfaction. What do you call professional? This is what you call professional. Did he really think he was a pushover? It was concise and to the point, and the sarcasm level was maxed out. The final, hey, was a perfect finishing touch. It was very nice. After doing all this, Ting Yaohuo stretched his back and put the matter out of his mind. It was still early. Many netizens were still sound asleep, so they naturally didn't know about this news. Even Chris, because he went to bed so late last night, didn't know that Ting Yaohuo had already responded. Not until 9:30 a.m., while Ting Yaohuo's family was eating breakfast. Most people had basically woken up by now. Today was the weekend. They habitually sat in bed fumbling with their phones, checking the trending topics from last night. Then they discovered this tweet responding to the challenge from Ting Yaohuo. At this, their groggy eyes instantly lit up. There was more drama to follow. Netizens couldn't wait to click on this tweet, only to see that simple response. In an instant, they were completely awake. Oh ho, this Ting Yaohuo has got some attitude. They expressed their approval. Subsequently, netizens scrambled to join in, commenting below one after another, especially some of Ting Yaohuo's and Vanessa Liu's fans. After seeing Ting Yaohuo's dismissive tone and words, they all cheered him on and supported him, until 11:30 a.m. Chris, who had just woken up, saw this tweet. When he reached for his phone, it had already been pushed to the top of the trending list. Looking at Ting Yaohuo's arrogant words, Chris let out a sneer. The song genre for this round was his specialty. He was very confident he could crush Ting Yaohuo under his feet. At the thought of this, Chris even felt a bit of secret joy. Fortunately, Ting Yaohuo accepted the challenge. If he hadn't, Chris wouldn't have been able to do anything. Now, everything was perfect. After this, all of Ting Yaohuo's hype would be snatched away by him. By then, he would once again be the high and mighty music godfather he once was. Chris was in a great mood. He hurriedly started making calls to coordinate the operation. Now, he only needed Prime Entertainment's approval. As for whether they would agree to use his song, Chris was 100% certain. They definitely would. After all, his skill was right there. Before, entertainment companies were the ones asking him for songs. Now that he was offering a song of his own accord, and it was a genre he was familiar with, it would be a miracle if the other party didn't agree. If Ting Yaohuo knew what Chris was thinking right now, he would definitely laugh out loud. This poor kid had no idea what he was facing. At 1:00 p.m., Prime Entertainment replied to the message. They indeed agreed to Chris's self-recommendation. A veteran songwriting master offering a free song? Only someone with a broken brain would refuse. Of course, this was also based on the fact that Ting Yaohuo would never write a song for them. If Ting Yaohuo were willing to write a song for Anyun Miao, they would have kicked Chris out without hesitation. After all, no one is a fool. Currently, Ting Yaohuo's popularity was at its peak. It would be a waste not to write his coattails. And facts had proven that every one of Ting Yaohuo's songs became a hit. When Anyun Miao received the notice from the company, she was in the middle of practicing. About to face Vanessa Liu, she was also under immense pressure. When she heard the company had accepted Chris's song, she furrowed her brow slightly. Because she already had a song now, and she had already practiced for a whole day yesterday. Anyun Miao went to the company in a bit of a huff, wanting an explanation. After all, without her consent, choosing a song for her arbitrarily was something she couldn't accept. But the reason the company gave her was something she couldn't refute. First, the song Chris provided was indeed better than the one she was currently practicing. Second, the online hype was exploding right now. This match wasn't just a competition between Vanessa Liu and Anyun Miao, but also a battle between the songwriters behind them, Chris and Ting Yaohuo. The first match of the new Song Gala finals could already be described as the focus of universal attention. Prime Entertainment would naturally not miss out on this great opportunity. By using Chris's song, the benefits they could harvest would be even greater. As a result, Anyun Miao's personal opinion didn't matter. Anyun Miao understood that, of course, but she was still a little dejected. It wasn't that she looked down on Chris's song. It was just that she simply didn't want to be used as a tool for others' profit. This made her unable to help but envy Vanessa Liu. It seemed that ever since Vanessa Liu's comeback, she had always used songs from Ting Yaohuo or herself. And she had never heard of Soundwave Entertainment. Forcing her hand, Anyun Miao only thought about it for a bit before she figured it out. This was the result of having someone back you up. It's so nice. You and Chris accepted a battle? Until evening, Vanessa Liu finally saw the trending topics on Twitter. She usually paid very little attention to these things. This time, it was only after she had a phone call with Sister Yun that she found out someone had actually sent Ting Yaohuo a challenge. Seeing Vanessa Liu's anxious look, Ting Yaohuo said with a relaxed face, "Yeah, someone already came knocking on our door. It wouldn't be right if I didn't accept it, would it? But you haven't even written the song yet. What are we going to do?" Unlike Ting Yaohuo's relaxed manner, Vanessa Liu was full of worry. She also knew that Chris was actually quite good at composing in this genre, and this afternoon, Ting Yaohuo had been frowning over the song choice. Ting Yaohuo, who was still writing the script for Under One Person, stopped what he was doing. He waved his hand to soothe Vanessa Liu. "It's fine. Don't you trust your husband?" Even though Ting Yaohuo said that, Vanessa Liu was still a bit worried. If it was just about her own competition, she wouldn't care about winning or losing. But now the internet was in an uproar. This match was entirely about Ting Yaohuo's reputation. Vanessa Liu pursed her lips and pondered for a moment. Suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of a good idea. Ting Yaohuo saw that Vanessa Liu had calmed down. He continued writing, Under One Person. In reality, he was also a bit troubled. Exactly what kind of song should he use to win this battle? Until 9:30 p.m., Little Lily, listening to Ting Yaohuo's fairy tales, slowly fell asleep. Ting Yaohuo was just about to lie down when he saw Vanessa Liu, sleeping on the other side, cautiously sit up. Like a thief, she beckoned to him with her finger, then pointed outside the bedroom. After a moment of confusion, Ting Yaohuo's eyes suddenly lit up. He was incredibly excited. Could it be? Ting Yaohuo didn't dare think further, but the look of pleasant surprise on his face wouldn't go away. He hurriedly crawled out of the blankets on tiptoe, following her out like a sneaky shadow. He gently pulled the bedroom door shut. Ting Yaohuo saw that Vanessa Liu was already sitting on the sofa, waving him over. Ting Yaohuo jogged over to the sofa. He sat down next to Vanessa Liu, turning his head to look at her. His heart was pounding. Then, he boldly put his arm around her slender waist. Vanessa Liu was stunned. What was he doing? A blush crept onto her cheeks. Vanessa Liu acted coyly, slapping Ting Yaohuo's mischievous hand. What are you doing? Ting Yaohuo was also stunned. Didn't you ask me to come out? What else would I be doing? Vanessa Liu rolled her eyes at Ting Yaohuo, but she didn't bother to move his hand that was still around her waist. Instead, she whispered, I asked you to come out, to find inspiration for you. What are you thinking about? Inspiration? Ting Yaohuo was embarrassed to death right now. It seemed he really had misunderstood, because he saw Vanessa Liu using her phone to search for a horror movie and was turning on a TV to cast it, so she brought him out to watch a horror movie. Alright then. Ting Yaohuo's energy suddenly deflated. He thought his lucky break had finally arrived. Vanessa Liu turned the volume down. Then she saw Ting Yaohuo's dejected look. She burst into a giggle. She pinched the skin at Ting Yaohuo's waist, but her body leaned closer into Ting Yaohuo's embrace. Ting Yaohuo scratched his head. This actually seemed pretty nice too. And so, he sat there with his arm around Vanessa Liu, starting to watch the horror movie. This movie was indeed quite terrifying. It was clear Vanessa Liu had carefully selected it. Ting Yaohuo had a strong stomach, so he didn't feel much, but when Vanessa Liu reached the halfway point, she was practically curled into a ball. She clung to Ting Yaohuo and wouldn't let go, especially on the screen. At the moment the ghost in red suddenly appeared, the creepy music blared, scaring Vanessa Liu so much. She buried her face directly into Ting Yaohuo's chest. She didn't dare look anymore. Ting Yaohuo patted her back. He comforted her. It's fake. It's all fake. If you're too scared to watch, let's turn it off, okay? Vanessa Liu nuzzled into his chest. She shook her head. Her voice was almost tearful. No, I have to watch this part. It's just scary for a bit, then it'll be fine. Ting Yaohuo smiled. He didn't try to persuade her anymore, but continued watching the TV. He really did seem to have some ideas forming. On the TV, the ghost woman in red was shedding tears of blood, laughing miserably. Her figure suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, it was a close-up of her face. The next moment, she was covered by a red bridal veil, but bloodstains were flowing from under her feet. Vanessa Liu took another peek at this moment. Then, her whole body went limp, collapsing directly into Ting Yaohuo's arms. Her body was trembling slightly. This time, she was truly terrified. Ting Yaohuo, do you have inspiration yet? Her voice was tiny, carrying a tremor. Ting Yaohuo felt a warmth in his heart. He held the soft beauty in his arms tightly, reaching out to turn off the TV. The room immediately fell silent. I've got it. No need to be afraid anymore. I've already turned the TV off. Ting Yaohuo gently patted Vanessa Liu's back. His voice was gentle, as if afraid of scaring his lovely wife even more. Did you really think of something? Don't lie to me. Ting Yaohuo smiled, stroking Vanessa Liu's loose hair. I really did. I'm a puppy if I'm lying. Vanessa Liu finally looked up. Her almond eyes were misty with moisture. Clearly, she had been quite frightened. She looked at Ting Yaohuo's clean-cut face. She asked once more, Really? Ting Yaohuo nodded. He looked at her rosy, lovely lips close by, but his heart didn't waver. Really? Tomorrow morning, my dear wife will see a complete new song. It'll have both the horror atmosphere and the tragic elements. Seeing Ting Yaohuo's gentle and firm gaze, Vanessa Liu finally believed him. She gave a soft, burying her face in Ting Yaohuo's chest and nuzzling again. Only then did she crawl out of his arms. Ting Yaohuo looked at the wet patch on his chest. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. This woman was becoming more and more like a child. All right. Go to sleep. I'm going to change out of my pajamas. Ting Yaohuo rubbed Vanessa Liu's hair again. This time, his voice was a bit helpless. As soon as Vanessa Liu heard Ting Yaohuo was leaving, she immediately crowded close to him again. She looped both arms through his, holding him firmly. Don't. The nervousness hidden in her eyes. Fear, shyness, all kinds of emotions. Left Ting Yaohuo completely stunned. But none of that was the most important thing. What mattered was the soft sensation against his arm, making Ting Yaohuo's heart skip a beat. Ting Yaohuo gave a soft cough. When she was in his arms earlier, he hadn't noticed. He hadn't expected to feel it now. One could only say Lily was truly lucky. But I have to change my pajamas. It'll be quick. Before Vanessa Liu went to Shanghai, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They changed clothes with their backs turned to each other, or separately in the bathroom. This time, since Vanessa Liu returned, it was still the same. Vanessa Liu's face turned even redder, but she still didn't let go of her hand. She looked at Ting Yaohuo stubbornly. All right, Ting Yaohuo started but stopped. He took Vanessa Liu back into the bedroom. This time, Ting Yaohuo changed into his pajamas in the bedroom. Under the hazy nightlight, he saw Vanessa Liu's eyes were clear and bright. That night, Ting Yaohuo fell asleep holding Vanessa Liu. They both slept soundly. When Vanessa Liu woke up, the sky was already bright. Ting Yaohuo had already gotten up at some unknown time. In her arms, only the soft and tender little Lily remained. She clearly remembered when they went to sleep last night. She was sleeping in Ting Yaohuo's embrace. Most likely, after Ting Yaohuo got up, he had placed Lily in her arms. Thinking of the scene last night, Vanessa Liu's face turned a bit red. She could hardly believe that the person who was clinging to Ting Yaohuo yesterday was herself. When did she become so bold? The corners of Vanessa Liu's mouth curled up slightly. This feeling seemed quite nice too. Kissing Lily's little cheek, Vanessa Liu got out of bed. She stepped lightly out of the bedroom. Just as she pushed open the door, the aroma of food wafted over from the kitchen. Vanessa Liu sniffed. She smelled the scent of steamed eggs. Awake? Go wash your face first. I'll call Lily to get up and eat in a bit. Ting Yaohuo happened to be walking out of the kitchen with a dish. Seeing that Vanessa Liu had already gotten up, he smiled and said, Vanessa Liu nodded in response. Her eyes were bright. This kind of plain and warm daily routine made her feel very fulfilled. For breakfast, there were indeed little Lily's favorite steamed eggs. Lily held her exclusive little spoon, eating big mouthfuls. It seemed that no matter how many times she ate steamed eggs, her eyes would always curve into beautiful crescents. Vanessa Liu still clearly remembered the first time Lily ate the steamed eggs Ting Yaohuo made for her, and the joy that was beyond words. Thinking of this, Vanessa Liu felt like crying. It was the kind of crying from being overjoyed. She looked at Ting Yaohuo, who was gently feeding Lily. That faint sense of happiness surged in her heart. After the meal, Ting Yaohuo was in the kitchen washing dishes. Vanessa Liu was beside him helping out. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Ting Yaohuo. She felt that Ting Yaohuo was looking more and more like a stay-at-home dad. Oh, right, wait for me a second. I almost forgot the important business. Ting Yaohuo had just put the dishes and chopsticks back. He looked up and saw Vanessa Liu's doting gaze. Then he suddenly spoke. Vanessa Liu's thoughts were pulled back by Ting Yaohuo's words. She watched as Ting Yaohuo put down the chopsticks in his hand and jogged into the side bedroom. That place had already been turned into a study by him. When Ting Yaohuo came out again, he had 2 sheets of manuscript paper in his hand. His face was full of smiles. Here, this is what I promised you last night. Walking into the kitchen, Ting Yaohuo handed the manuscript paper to Vanessa Liu. The horror movie last night wasn't watched in vain. And my dear wife's efforts weren't for nothing either. This song, I suddenly thought of it when I saw that movie. Vanessa Liu's pretty face turned slightly red. With Ting Yaohuo mentioning it, she remembered the scenes from last night again. She took the manuscript and looked down. The top page was the lyrics. The song title had only one word, joy. Vanessa Liu was stunned. She didn't understand how the title, Joy, could have anything to do with tragic elements and a horror atmosphere. Then she continued reading further down. The 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day for the zodiac. High on the stage, a foot of red makeup. One regret in a hurry, she only read the first part, and goosebumps crawled all over Vanessa Liu's body. The 18th of the first lunar month, an auspicious day? You can't get married on the 18th of the first lunar month. Everyone knows that's a day for funerals and mourning. But the lyric said it was an auspicious day. Vanessa Liu swallowed hard. Suddenly, she remembered the ghost woman in red she saw last night. So this is a ghost wedding. Vanessa Liu looked past the lyrics to the musical score. After looking for just a moment, her body suddenly trembled. She looked up at Ting Yaohuo. I'm afraid I can't sing this. Her voice sounded a bit pitiful. Ting Yaohuo cleared his throat twice. He hurriedly comforted her. It's fine. If it really doesn't work, we won't sing this song. It's okay. In Ting Yaohuo's heart, nothing could compare. To Vanessa Liu and little Lily, even the competition had to step aside. Seeing Ting Yaohuo say this, Vanessa Liu calmed her emotions. She said softly, That's not what I meant. It's just that I'm a little scared. But it'll be much better if you're by my side. Ting Yaohuo only then realized that it wasn't that Vanessa Liu couldn't sing this kind of song, but that she was still affected by the horror movie from last night. It seemed she was really afraid of watching horror movies. Thinking of this, Ting Yaohuo felt even more moved. Vanessa Liu was so scared, yet she still took the initiative to drag him to watch it, just so he could find inspiration. Ting Yaohuo rubbed Vanessa Liu's head. "Then I'll stay with you until the competition is over." Vanessa Liu responded softly with her head lowered. A smile appeared on her face. Ting Yaohuo suddenly felt, whether this woman just wanted him to stay with her, so she said that on purpose. That afternoon, the family packed their luggage. After contacting Sister Yun and Lei Shen, they headed to Shanghai. In the days after arriving in Shanghai, Ting Yaohuo wondered if he had guessed wrong, because after Vanessa Liu returned to Shanghai, he could barely see her twice a day. Because Vanessa Liu basically spent every single day in Soundwave Entertainment's recording studio. The reason Vanessa Liu acted this way was entirely because the moment she thought about Ting Yaohuo's battle with someone else, she couldn't help but want to practice the song a little better, and then a little better still. She didn't want Ting Yaohuo to lose. Ting Yaohuo could only stay there and continue writing the script for under one person. Time passed quickly. The first round of the new Song Gala finals arrived in the blink of an eye. This final had much higher buzz than usual, because for this final, they not only replaced two very famous veteran mentors, but also had the battle between music godfather Chris and Ting Yaohuo. There was no shortage of topics to talk about. If not for the buzz brought by this traffic, based solely on the keywords of this round, the finals would likely have flocked. Ren Chao was also incredibly grateful that he had simply followed his teacher's advice, not expecting to reap such an unexpected surprise, and have Chris and Ting Yaohuo face off. As for who he was rooting for, he definitely hoped Ting Yaohuo would win, but he was also a bit worried, mainly because Ting Yaohuo had never created this type of song before. At 8:00 p.m., the Shanghai Stadium opened. Several streams of people formed long lines. Everyone had a look of expectation on their face, filing into the stadium one after another. Ting Yaohuo was among those long lines. He kept his head down and wore a mask, not even daring to look up, because he saw many audience members actually holding fan signs with his name on them. Little Lily didn't come with him this time. She stayed in the apartment with Sister Yun until 9:30 p.m. All the audience had entered. The competition officially opened its curtains. On the stage, a throne belonging to the champions slowly rose. Beside the throne stood a crystal-clear microphone. Host Cheryl Chen stepped on the red carpet and slowly walked onto the stage. She picked up the microphone and looked toward the audience with a beaming smile. "Welcome everyone to the new Song Gala final stage. I am your host, Cheryl Chen. After the previous rounds of brutal eliminations, today, the new Song Gala finally welcomes its first final match. Let us first congratulate our contestants, Vanessa Liu and Anyun Miao. These two contestants have gone through layers of selection and finally stepped onto the stage belonging to champions," Cheryl Chen said loudly. On the big screen behind her, images of Vanessa Liu appeared, along with photos of Anyun Miao and the profiles of the songs they sang in previous matches. Pausing for a moment to give the audience time to look at the screen, Cheryl Chen continued, "But the competition is brutal. There is only one champion. Only one person can sit on this throne. Will Vanessa Liu take the title, or will Anyun Miao reach the summit? Let's wait and see. Next, let's welcome the mentors to the stage with a round of applause." As her voice fell, the four mentors slowly rose from below the stage, accompanied by lights. Ting Yaohuo also looked up, watching the introductions of the mentors on the screen. The two familiar mentors, Gao Yu and Xiaoqian Xue, were still there. The other two were Ethan Chan and Renee Liu. This made Ting Yaohuo marvel at how wealthy the new Song Gala had become. To be able to invite such veteran famous singers, it was truly impressive. The whole venue cheered as the mentors took the stage. The audience was even more thrilled. The finale they had long awaited was finally here. To them, this match was full of highlights. Two beautiful singers competing on the same stage, and the two songwriters behind them adding to the tension. It was a perfect storm of hype. Now even the audience seating below seemed like a battlefield split down the middle, divided clearly. On the right were all the fans supporting Vanessa Liu. They held up banners to cheer her on. On the left side of the stadium were Anyun Miao's fans. They weren't to be outdone either, waving their fan lightboards frantically. Their shouting was nonstop. Ting Yaohui turned his head to look, and couldn't help but curl his lip. In the corner of that banner, there was, actually, his own name, but it was just, why was his name written so small? It was ridiculous. You couldn't even see it without looking closely. What Ting Yaohuo didn't know was that his name wasn't originally on this banner. This banner was personally made by Vanessa Liu's #1 fan, Hong. leading the army of fans. But during the production of the banner, one college student fan strongly requested to add Ting Yaohuo's name. Ong had no choice but to yield to this fan named Kevin, adding Ting Yaohuo's name in the corner. Besides the live audience, the various livestream rooms were even more packed. The new Song Gala official livestream even experienced lag for a time. Ren Chao immediately ordered the technicians to add several more dedicated traffic channels. Only then did the situation finally stabilize. Ren Chao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He remembered the last time something like this happened in streaming was when the previous entertainment industry superstar started his first broadcast. But at this time, unlike the heat in the livestream and the venue, behind the stage was an eerie silence. Even as the staff busied themselves, their movements became involuntarily quiet. The reason for this bizarre atmosphere was Vanessa Liu sitting at the vanity table, being prepared by a makeup artist. On the other side of the vanity, Onion Miao was wearing a black evening gown, and looking at Vanessa Liu with a complex expression. She didn't understand how today's theme, which was clearly tragedy and horror, led Vanessa Liu to wear this bright, vivid red bridal gown. Not just Onion Miao, but everyone present didn't understand either. How could such festive attire have anything to do with today's keywords? Vanessa Liu sat quietly in front of the mirror, her mind calm as still water. She was trying to find the right state of mind. Tin Yaohui taught her that when seeing this, her expression must be solemn, and her eyes should be hollow yet filled with sorrow. Right, Ting Yaohuo also said that while seeing this, it was best not to blink. Vanessa Liu remembered it all, even though it was difficult. But as long as it was something he said, she would do her absolute best to achieve it. On the front stage, the host had already called both contestants to come out. The staff also notified the two in a low voice at this time. Vanessa Liu steadied her emotions and stood up. She and Anyun Miao stepped slowly onto the stage together. All the lights on the stage dimmed at that moment, with only 2 spotlights shining down on them. The moment they appeared, a collective gasp immediately erupted from the audience. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Vanessa Liu in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes, their faces full of shock. The reason for their outcry was Vanessa Liu, wearing a traditional phoenix crown and jewelry and a red bridal gown. Under the spotlights, she was simply breathtakingly beautiful. This was the complete opposite of today's theme. On the contrary, Anyun Miao in her black dress looked dignified and solemn, which was more in line with today's keywords. They couldn't understand why Vanessa Liu was dressed like this. In the livestream room, after a brief moment of silence, comments began to fly frantically. No way. Am I seeing things? What is Vanessa Liu doing? I just don't get it. I really don't. Did Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo just give up? Are they going to sing a wedding march? Heh, Chris was right after all. Ting Yaohuo is just a shallow attention seeker. See, he's being exposed already. The match hasn't even started. What are you people barking about? Maybe there'll be a twist in a bit. Twist? If there's a twist, I'll eat 10 pounds of it. Here comes another one looking for a free meal. But Vanessa Liu really is beautiful in that bridal gown. That thief, Ting Yaohuo, is ruining my mental stability. On the stage, host Cheryl Chen asked them the usual questions, but no matter what she asked, Vanessa Liu only answered her with one word: secret. This left Cheryl Chen feeling quite helpless. She also really wanted to know what Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohui were hiding. In the audience seating below the stage, Chris had naturally arrived early as well. When he saw Vanessa Liu's outfit, he almost laughed out loud. She's just given up.
Even just giving up won't work. Chris Wu had a mocking smirk in his eyes. He had painstakingly polished a song with a horrific and tragic melody. It was designed specifically for this competition. On stage, the pre-match interview segment had ended. Anyun Miao was scheduled to perform first in this round. Cheryl Chen and Xia Xiao nodded to the audience in greeting. Then they slowly exited as the stage lights dimmed once more. The next moment, the music began to rise. A single spotlight slammed onto Anyun Miao. Her expression was one of profound bitterness and sorrow. She lifted one hand gently, as if reaching out for some kind of hope. A melodious piano piece began to play, accompanied by the deep, low resonance of a violin. Paired with Anyun Miao's facial expression, the audience was instantly pulled into the music. It felt as if they could actually feel the pain spreading through their own bodies. On the big screen, detailed information about the song appeared at the appropriate time. Metastasis. A moment later, Anyun Miao's voice began to sing softly. It turned out, this was a song describing the tragic life of a cancer patient. The utter misery of the moment they learn of their diagnosis was expressed perfectly through the lyrics. Anyun Miao's vocals, combined with her stage performance, made the audience's experience even more profound. The song reached its middle section. The music suddenly shifted. It became low, heavy, and eerie. The lyrics at this point perfectly depicted the horrific images appearing in the patient's mind. As they reached a total mental breakdown, Gu Xinyi was also listening quietly from below the stage. He had to admit, Chris Wu actually did have some skill. The title of Music Godfather he held previously was well-deserved. Furthermore, Anyun Miao did a fantastic job of bringing out the hidden meaning of this song. Both the lyrics and her expressions were flawless. Then, the music changed once more. Gu Xinyi's expression suddenly became quite peculiar. Isn't this a bit too highbrow? It's a real question whether normal people can even understand this. On the stage, the lyrics suddenly vanished. As the Western-style music progressed, the entire melody became even more oppressive. It was as if it were silently telling a story, but the words were gone. Only Anyun Miao was left to act it out. In the audience, many people began to frown at this point. The lyrics had disappeared. They suddenly couldn't understand what was happening. The live stream had been completely solemn, but when this oppressive music began to play, the chat section suddenly exploded. It was going so well. Why did it suddenly turn into this? Poor Anyun Miao, this is just silly. What a bunch of uncultured peasants. You don't even understand this. This is the soul of the entire song. It expresses the pain, horror, and depression of cancer. Chris Wu is the best. My scalp is tingling. Well, it achieved its goal at least. It could at least be a theme song for a horror movie. This is the charm of Western-style music. How can you understand it without an education? Sure, whatever you say. I'm just an unrefined dog. I'm not worthy. Chris Wu, in the audience, had already closed his eyes by now. He was fully immersed in the music. He loved this section way too much. He felt this part was simply a stroke of genius. Now this is art. Until the music finally came to an end. Anyun Miao slowly exited the stage. The controversy online remained massive. Some said the end of the song was a failure. Others said the ending was where it truly ascended. In short, opinions were completely divided. No one in the audience could convince anyone else, but they all agreed that this was a rare and excellent song. Especially the music and lyrics of the first half. They were indeed very impressive. There was also the background music. It pushed the use of Western instruments to the limit. Many who understood Western music came out to praise Chris Wu's professionalism. Regardless of the audience's reaction, the competition was still ongoing. The stage lights had dimmed completely. Under a single beam of a spotlight, Xia Xiao slowly walked onto the stage. Under the light, her expression and her outfit were a total mismatch. She was clearly wearing a festive red bridal gown, but her facial expression showed a hollow, deathly, and desolate sorrow. Especially her almond eyes, which were usually watery and bright. Now they were staring forward, lifeless and hollow. On the dim stage, she just stood there quietly. Eerie, an indescribable sense of unease rose from the depths of the audience's hearts. No music, no intro. The audience held their breath as well. Total silence. On the big screen behind her, the title of this song slowly appeared. Joy. Performed by Xia Xiao. Lyrics and composition by Gu Xinyi. Seeing this song title, both the live stream and the audience on site were completely lost. This was the word for joy. Why did it suddenly seem so foreign to them? It wasn't that they didn't know the word. It was that they couldn't believe that the title, Joy, would appear at this exact moment. Only Gu Xinyi watched Xia Xiao on stage. He took a deep breath. Xia Xiao's expression was just too perfect right now. It made the hair on his arms stand up. This was Joy by Gadonchi from his original world. When it first appeared, it sparked heated discussions across the entire internet. It was a song that made countless people's scalps tingle. Organ manner. Xia Xiao had captured the atmosphere of the first half and presented it flawlessly. Then the music began. The audience's eyes suddenly lit up. Even the mentors on stage showed looks of surprise in their eyes. It was an erhu. A pipa and an erhu. The erhu played the sorrow, while the pipa played the tune. As soon as the music started, a sense of tragedy was established. Everyone stared unblinkingly at Xia Xiao on the stage. They still didn't understand why a song titled Joy would start off so mournfully. Then, The sound of a gukin joined in, followed by the rapid beat of woodclappers. Xiaoxiao lifted her hollow eyes. She scanned the audience below. Her voice rose. The 18th day of the first month. An auspicious day. High on the stage, a foot of red makeup. One regret in a hurry. Why hasn't the beloved returned? Forcing a smile, wanting to speak of the red carpet with cheer. It's truly hard to guess. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. However, this was a fusion of opera vocals and pop music. And that 18th day of the first month, auspicious day. A foot of makeup, one regret. Forcing a smile. The audience only felt a chill travel from their feet to their heads. Goosebumps covered their entire bodies. This, Joy, was about an ancient ghost wedding. Every line avoided mentioning grief. Every line avoided mentioning horror. Yet between the lines was a soul-piercing tragic terror. This was a horror only those who knew the culture could understand. The folk music paired with the local traditions, combined with the concept of a ghost wedding. It was absolutely chilling. The livestream chat exploded instantly. They were different from the audience on site. The audience there had to hold it in. But the chat could say whatever they wanted. Holy crap. As soon as the singing started, I felt like the closet behind me moved. Don't do this to me in the middle of the night. This is the deepest fear in our cultural DNA. I'm already hiding under my blanket listening to this. I silently pulled my feet back inside the covers. You call this horror? You basically sent me straight to the underworld. Can we still be friends after this? The song is great, but I don't know if the songwriter is a good person anymore. My back is freezing listening to this. My whole body is numb. My legs are weak. My joints are aching. My scalp is crawling. My vision is going dark. The guy above really has a way of describing a condition elegantly. You're something else, kid. It's so good, yet so terrifying to listen to. What do I do? The reaction in the live stream. Xiao had no idea. She was completely immersed in the song. She slowly raised her hands, gesturing delicately while mourning in secret. She still firmly remembered Gu Xinyi's words. She couldn't blink. In the next second, the music shifted. The rhythmic beat rose. The entire arrangement suddenly became frantic. Xiao jerked her head up, her gaze fixed directly on the audience. Her voice rang out urgently as well. Listen, something's stirring 3 miles away at dawn. The splashing sound of hoofbeats, cutting through the sorrow. That official starts to laugh. Every audience member below the stage couldn't help but swallow hard. They were terrified. Even Gu Xinyi couldn't stop himself from shivering. He truly hadn't expected that Xiaoxiao's performance would evoke such a chilling sensation. It was as terrifying as if she had experienced it firsthand. The pipa sounded once more. Xiaoxiao's expression was one of tragic elegance. It was as if she were reminiscing, or perhaps slowly telling a story. That official mused happily for a long while, only humming a few lines about a parting traveler's sorrow. The singing became frantic again. Once more, she couldn't seem to keep up with the words. He was laughing while crying. Can you guess how he laughed while crying? While crying, look at how he cried while laughing. While laughing, the next moment, the suona blared. The high-pitched, festive music exploded in everyone's ears with a bang. Paired with the traditional wedding vows in the background, everyone's hearts were shocked beyond measure. When the suona sounds, it's worth 10,000 pieces of gold. You're either going to heaven or the wedding hall. The moment the suona rang out, Chris widened his eyes to the absolute limit in disbelief. How did Gu Xinyi dare to use such a rogue instrument? Why would he use such a rogue instrument? Chris panicked. He panicked completely. Yet everyone knows, there's no person in air who can't escort away. And no soul, a suona can't blow away. This song has both the erhu and the suona, Western instruments, can never hope to replicate the unique sound of a suona. It's over. Chris's nails dug deep into his palms. Not only were the lyrics exceptional, but the arrangement was also invincible. Various folk elements were blended in perfectly, and the fusion of opera vocals with pop music was simply mind-blowing. The title says joy, but it sings of tragedy, and hidden within the lyrics is a deep sense of horror. Not only was Chris panicking, but so were all the viewers in the live stream. Hey, Xiaoxiao, blink your eyes. Please. Ha, she doesn't even need to blink. The guy above is crazy, and I'm getting there. Gu Xinyi is such a troll. Art can be soulful, but it shouldn't be a funeral parlor. No, it's a wedding hall. It's beautiful to the core, But why is it so creepy? Look, my hair is standing up straighter than steel needles. Oh my god, Xia Xiao, why aren't you blinking? Please, I'm begging you. Don't make me suspect that you came up from the underworld to do promotions. I suddenly don't envy Gu Xingye anymore. I'm all alone right now at 10,000 p.m. with the lights off and under the covers. Can you guys feel me? However, no matter how much the viewers pleaded, Xia Xiao's singing continued. It crawled under their blankets and drifted into their ears. It felt like the whole room was filled with Xia Xiao's voice. Xia Xiao had forgotten her fear by now. She had truly integrated herself into the song. He said words from the heart, but they weren't right. How can a promise be so carefree? The 18th of the first month, an auspicious day. The 18th of the first month, an auspicious day. Xia Xiao's singing slowly came to an end. The high-pitched suona gradually faded away. The festive music sounded like it was coming from the horizon, but the audience knew that this wasn't a festive occasion at all. The audience fell silent. A faint sadness rose from the depths of their hearts, washing over them. If the earlier suona moments were still a bit terrifying, this ending with the festive music made people feel a profound sense of tragedy. It was the sorrow of ancient ignorance, the living scaring the dead, and all during the prime of her youth, especially the micro-expressions on Xia Xiao's face. Her slightly furrowed brow, eye of injust stand-side, helpless aura surrounding her, and those eyes that haven't blinked once until now. All these sensory inputs made the audience feel as if they were standing right in that wedding hall, witnessing this horrific tragedy with their own eyes. The comments in the live stream slowly began to decrease along with the music. Only a few people were expressing the feelings in their hearts. The most beautiful ghost bride, nothing less. Every frown and smile is full of sorrow. Every breath and sigh is a cycle of reincarnation. This is the correct way to open a good song. It's immersive and leaves a lasting impression. The moment the suona came out, I knew this song was special. Xia Xiao is truly amazing. She performed this song to its absolute limit. Cover your ears. The soul-locking melody is here. Marrying a bride on the 18th of the first month, friends and family are heartbroken. Wearing only the bridal gown on her body, the queen will never see her lover again. The auspicious time has arrived. Seeing the bride off. You guys are devils. It's the middle of the night and I'm home alone. The ethereal music finally died down. The lights dimmed accordingly. Xia Xiao, in her red gown, vanished into the darkness, slowly fading away. This feast of a performance left everyone entranced. Director Ryan let out a long sigh and wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. This aspect of old traditional culture is something only his generation truly understands. It was a kind of helpless tragedy. Backstage, Arya was a bit dazed. She stared blankly at Xia Xiao in her red bridal gown as she slowly walked away. At this moment, Xia Xiao hadn't yet completely snapped out of the music. The sorrowful aura around her made Arya involuntarily shiver. She was confident her looks were on par with Xia Xiao's own, but the temperament Xia Xiao possessed now far surpassed hers. This is the soul a good song bestows upon a singer. For a pure artist, this is the highest honor. Arya gave a bitter smile. She had lost this round. She didn't just lose on the song itself, but also in the emotional investment in the performance. However, Arya quickly adjusted her mindset. She clenched her fists. A Xia Xiao like this was even more worth her giving her absolute all. She believed in her own strength, and she believed she could sing even better. Xia Xiao had now reached Arya's side. The two women looked at each other. Arya gave Xia Xiao a thumbs up. Amazing. Xia Xiao was dazed for a moment, before she finally began to snap out of the psalm's influence. She blinked her eyes rapidly several times. Whew, my eyes are a bit dry. Then she gave Arya a faint smile as well. You sang wonderfully too. Arya was stunned. Xia Xiao's personality was even better than she had imagined. That man Gu Xingye is truly lucky. He had completely slumped into his chair. He had lost, even though the voting segment hadn't started yet. He knew he had lost. As a famous songwriter, just by looking at the reactions of the mentors and the audience, he knew the atmosphere created by his own song had been completely crushed by the atmosphere of Xia Xiao's song. Who would even remember his song now? Even Chris himself still had it echoing in his mind. That sound of the suona and the festive music. Among all instruments, the suona is king. You're either meeting your maker or a spouse. 1,000 years of Pippa, 10,000 years of zither, and the sound of an erhu being played. This damn song basically had them all. How was he supposed to compete with that? Chris curled his body even further into his chair. Being crushed in the field, he excelled in most. He felt both dejected and frustrated. Dejected because he truly seemed inferior to Gu Xinyi, and frustrated because he felt Gu Xinyi was cheating. Using a suana was basically cheating. At this moment, the stage lights had turned on. The bright lights pulled everyone back to reality from that dreamlike wedding. The host, Cheryl, was dressed in a white gown. She slowly made her entrance. She held the microphone and looked down at the audience, who were still somewhat dazed. She paused for a moment before saying loudly, "I never imagined that on this stage I would hear two such distinct songs. The brilliant sparks between Western and Eastern music. Two different songs presenting the same charm. Let us give a round of applause to welcome our two contestants to the stage, shall we?" The audience below finally seemed to wake up from a deep dream. They clapped their hands vigorously. It was so beautiful and so soul-stirring. They expected the finals to be exciting, but they hadn't expected them to be this incredible. At this moment, they felt that buying a ticket to be there in person was completely worth it. On the stage, Xiaoxiao and Arya, who had been waiting behind the scenes, also walked out at the host's invitation. They slowly stepped onto the stage amidst the applause. Just seeing the two of them standing side by side made the audience's eyes light up. Everyone marveled in their hearts. What a pair of stunning sisters. Standing together with them, even Cheryl, who was standing nearby, felt a bit of pressure. Next is the mentor voting segment. "Let us invite the mentors to give their comments and votes," Cheryl said quickly. The audience's attention was drawn to the mentors. The camera also reluctantly shifted toward them. The new Song Gala finals were much more formal than the previous matches. Plus, a mentor comment segment had been added. Each mentor had to comment before casting their vote. The camera panned to Gao Yu. Looking at Xia Xiaowei and Arya on stage, a difficult expression appeared on his face. To be honest, voting in the finals is truly difficult. In my opinion, both of their songs were performed exceptionally well. Unfortunately, this is a competition. If this weren't a match, I would definitely vote for both of you. Let me share my personal feelings. First, I must say, Arya, you sang beautifully. Whether it's vocal technique or stage presence, you are top-notch. Now about the song itself. Toward the end of this song, many people might not have understood it. But as a professional singer, the music at the end is where the sublimation happens. It perfectly portrays the oppressive heart of someone suffering through illness. Next, let's talk about Xiaoxiao. As for Xiaoxiao's performance, I can only describe it with one word: perfect. The vocals were perfect. The stage interpretation was perfect. It pulled people directly into the song's artistic conception, leaving them wanting more, especially when the suona and vocals coexisted. I got goosebumps. I am truly curious now. What kind of monster is Gu Xinyi to be able to write a song like this? Therefore, I'm casting my vote for Xiaoxiao. As for Arya, I can only say, it's not your fault. The songs themselves were inherently different. One is a song that the whole nation can love. The other is a song that, toward the end, only professionals can appreciate. A gap exists right there. Gao Yu gave a very professional critique of their performances, and cast his vote for Xiaoxiao. A burst of applause erupted from the stage. Clearly, they agreed with Gao Yu's assessment. Both Xiaoxiao and Arya remained composed. They bowed simultaneously in thanks. Chris, below the stage, looked a bit pale. As a professional songwriter, he naturally understood that he had lost this round. The following three mentors gave critiques no different from Gao Yu's, especially after the previous incident. There weren't even any friendship votes in the finals. This led to the score becoming 4-0. Chris's face had turned white. Now, even without the final audience vote, a crushing defeat was already certain. The song he was so proud of had lost completely in this most crucial match, leaving him utterly defeated. The results of the audience vote appeared on the big screen at that moment, making it even harder for the already dejected Chris to bear. 88% of the audience voted for Xiaoxiao's song, while his song had a pathetic support rate of only 12%. To make matters worse, this was the final straw that broke the camel's back. A sense of regret filled Chris's eyes. He regretted it. He regretted his earlier Impulsive decision to provoke that monster, Gu Xinyi. Now, in Chris's eyes, Gu Xinyi was simply not human. What normal human could be so versatile? Love songs, nursery rhymes, and even this type of alternative song. It was as if he could produce them with ease. If that wasn't non-human, then what was? Chris still couldn't understand it. Since you, Gu Xinyi, are so incredible, why did you stay low profile for so long? Was playing a wolf in sheep's clothing that fun? On the stage, the host was announcing the keyword for the next song. Chris didn't hear a single word of it. He staggered to his feet and walked toward the exit. He knew he wouldn't be the music godfather anymore. The remaining matches had nothing to do with him. The first round of the finals concluded. Although the match was over, the online discussion had only just begun. After a week's wait, the audience had been treated to another great song. They were smiling so much their faces hurt. Just as before, on the TikTok trending page, clips of Xia Xiao singing were already trending at the top, and unlike before, everyone seemed to have reached a consensus this time. The trending titles were all, "The Most Beautiful Ghost Bride." Clicking on any video at random, the real-time comments below were incredibly lively. I definitely have to go to the venue next time. Xia Xiao is so beautiful. Recommended to watch under the covers. The effect is much better that way. Meme, you and I had no fate. All thanks to a troll saying, "Don't blink." I just want to ask, aren't your eyes dry? Hey above, dry eyes aren't the issue here. The Most Beautiful Ghost Bride is one of a kind, and it can only be Xia Xiao. Fine, I just want to know. When Gu Xinyi holds Xia Xiao at night, isn't he scared? Her gaze shatters my composure. Compared to the harmony on TikTok, Twitter was even more lively at this time. The words were even more heated. Countless viewers tagged Chris one after another. They were rubbing salt into his wounds. Where are you? Where are you? Weren't you talking a big game before? Gu Xinyi is the real music godfather. I'm on Gu Xinyi's side this time. I'm speaking up for the ghost wedding. Godfather Chris, don't play dead. Come out and play. Ha ha ha, you people are crazy. Is Chris's song not good? Anyone who can bring us good music deserves respect. No one said his song wasn't good. He was the one who issued the challenge. He was the one who went looking for trouble. Why is it okay for your Chris to diss others? But we can't say anything? He needs to own his mistakes. If you take the swing, you have to be ready for the hit. A loss is a loss. Amidst the waves of condemnation online, Chris's Twitter finally updated. It was just one simple sentence. My skills are not up to par. I admit total defeat. I am giving up the title of Music Godfather. And I apologize to Xia Xiao. I am sorry. I was blind before. Once this tweet came out, many people stopped their verbal attacks. Since he kept his word, there was no need to keep hounding him. It had to be said. Chris was quite smart in this regard. If he had kept being stubborn, worse consequences would have surely followed. The moonlight was thick. When Xia Xiao came out from backstage, she saw Gu Xinyi standing by the roadside with his phone, quietly waiting for her. Layli, standing beside her, saw this, chuckled behind her hand, and consciously took her leave first. Gu Xinyi was looking at his phone in the distance. He didn't even notice. Until Xia Xiao walked up behind him. What are you looking at? The sudden voice interrupted Gu Xinyi's thoughts. Gu Xinyi turned his head and saw Xia Xiao, standing prettily behind him, with both hands behind her back. She looked playful and cute, with none of the sorrow from the stage earlier. I'm looking at the comments online. Right now, everyone online is calling you the most beautiful ghost bride. Gu Xinyi smiled, waving the phone in his hand. Xia Xiao gave a soft huff. Her face turned slightly red. The most beautiful ghost bride? It sounded like she had actually turned into a ghost. Really, it's what they're all saying. Though I think it's a perfect description. Gu Xinyi thought Xia Xiao didn't believe him, so he hurriedly held the phone up to her eyes, for her to see for herself. Then he earned an eye roll from Xia Xiao. Isn't it fitting? Gu Xinyi scratched his head. He really did think it was very fitting. Xia Xiao didn't want to bother with this dork anymore. She turned and headed toward the parking lot. Seeing this, Gu Xinyi quickly followed. The two of them walked one after another, 2 or 3 steps apart. After walking for a bit, Xia Xiao suddenly stamped her foot. Her cheeks were puffed out in annoyance. She turned to look at Gu Xinyi. Now, what's wrong now? A woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. Gu Xinyi felt this saying was completely true at this moment. He had no clue what Xiaoxiao meant. Seeing Gu Xinyi's bewildered expression, Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip. "Dork," she whispered. In her heart, Gu Xinyi was becoming more and more of a dork. Before Gu Xinyi could hear clearly what she said, Xiaoxiao approached him, a faint scent following her. Then she grabbed onto his arm with all her might. The soft sensation returned to his arm once more. Gu Xinyi froze up a bit. "We should be walking arm in arm." Xiaoxiao's face was slightly red. She said softly, then hooked her arm through Gu Xinyi's. Gu Xinyi nodded mechanically. He stepped forward to walk, but his steps were more or less unnatural. He was like a robot. Feeling Gu Xinyi's tension, Xiaoxiao couldn't help but giggle secretly. It was perfectly normal for a married couple to walk arm in arm, but for some reason, Xiaoxiao felt that this gesture with Gu Xinyi seemed very awkward. It was as if she were a kidnapper, and he were a hostage being coerced. It was somewhat comical and a little cute. Gu Xinyi was currently in a state of happy pain. The happiness was the feeling he had now. The pain was that he couldn't do anything else. Xiaoxiao's earlier gesture of taking his arm was quite a shock for Gu Xinyi, who had spent decades as a single dog. If it hadn't been for the fact that he and Xiaoxiao had already had some physical intimacy, he suspected he would have run away in panic. The two of them walked all the way to the parking lot, but Lele was nowhere to be seen. Xiaoxiao called her and found out that Lele had already taken a taxi home. Moreover, Lele had quietly asked her on the phone if she was still returning to the apartment tonight. Xiaoxiao's face was flushed red. She glanced at Gu Xinyi, who was sitting in the passenger seat like a dork. "I'm not coming back tonight, Lele," she replied softly. Unlike the last time, the hotel Gu Xinyi was staying in this time was very close to Xiaoxiao's apartment. Even without a car, it only took a few minutes to walk there. The car drove straight to the hotel parking lot. Gu Xinyi was a bit confused. He didn't understand why she didn't drive directly to the apartment building. He had specifically picked this hotel for convenience, so that Xiaoxiao wouldn't have to rush back late at night. After dropping him off, he wouldn't feel easy if she were alone. Seeing that the car showed no signs of turning, Gu Xinyi turned to look at Xiaoxiao. "Let's just go back to the apartment. I can walk over myself." Xiaoxiao's face was flushed. She stared straight ahead, not answering Gu Xinyi's words. It wasn't until the car was safely parked in the spot that Gu Xinyi heard Xiaoxiao's voice. It was very soft, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. "I didn't bring my keys." "I didn't bring my keys." Don't Sister Yoon and Lele live in the apartment too? While Gu Xinyi was still in doubt, he saw Xiaoxiao open the car door and get out first. She kept her head down. Her expression was hidden in the night. Gu Xinyi quickly got out of the car. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaoxiao had already started walking toward the hotel. 5 minutes later, the two of them entered the hotel room together. Xiaoxiao just took a brief look around the room's layout and sat down on the bed. There wasn't much in the room. It was just a standard king-size room. "Aren't you going to call Sister Yoon or the others?" Gu Xinyi closed the door, still mumbling to himself. Sitting on the bed, Xiaoxiao's face turned beet red. She quickly looked down. Her soft, sweet voice drifted into Gu Xinyi's ears. "They're all asleep. I don't want to disturb them." Gu Xinyi gave an "oh." Then he suddenly realized what was happening. Didn't that mean it would just be him and Xiaoxiao in one room tonight? And no Lily? Gu Xinyi instinctively shivered and looked at Xiaoxiao sitting on the bed. Xiaoxiao didn't say anything more. She kept her head down. Her fingers were interlaced, her eyes not daring to look at him. The room fell silent. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Although the two were a married couple, there were almost no times where they stayed alone in a room like this. Besides, for Gu Xinyi, he only had a bit of theoretical knowledge. He was a pure romance novice. He didn't even know what to do next. The silence stretched on, heavy with unspoken things. Although he and Xiaoxiao had been physically intimate once or twice before, it had always stopped at the basics. In this current situation, he was truly at a loss. "Well, I'm going to go take a shower then." Gu Xinyi couldn't quite handle the atmosphere, so he spoke up first. Xiaoxiao only gave a small nod. She was also deathly nervous in her heart. When they arrived, she thought she was ready, but now that she was actually here, her mind was in a complete jumble. It wasn't until the sound of the bathroom door closing, followed by the pitter-patter of water from inside, that Xiaoxiao's eyelashes fluttered gently. and a dazed look appeared in her almond eyes. No one knew what she was thinking about right now. Inside the bathroom, Gu Xinyi's heart was equally restless. He used the water again and again to rinse his body. A shower that originally would have taken 5 minutes took him a full 10 minutes or more this time. After drying the water droplets off his body, Gu Xinyi tightened the bath towel around himself, took a deep breath, pushed open the bathroom door, and walked out. The mist spread out from the bathroom. Amidst the hazy fog, Gu Xinyi suddenly froze in place, because he saw Xiao still sitting on the bed, with her head lowered, but her shoulders were trembling slightly. Glistening tears were continuously falling from her face onto the floor. She was crying. Unintentionally, his originally restless heart instantly calmed down, and a wave of heartache rose from the depths of his soul. He slowly walked to the front of Xiao, squatted down, and reached out with both hands to lift her small face. His gaze was gentle, and his voice was even gentler. "Why are you crying like a little kid?" With her small face held in his palms, a glint of glistening light shimmered in Xiao's almond eyes. Tears were like raindrops from a broken thread, dripping onto Gu Xinyi's hands. They felt somewhat warm. She started, her voice carrying a sob. She only said the word "I" and couldn't say anything more. However, the bit of guilt and hope hidden within those eyes was seen clearly by Gu Xinyi. Gu Xinyi was stunned for a moment. What does my dear wife want to say? Gu Xinyi gently wiped away the tear stains on Xiao's face with his fingers. But in the next second, new teardrops once again rolled down her fair, tender cheeks, tracing a fresh, shallow tear stain. Xiao suddenly didn't quite dare to look Gu Xinyi in his gentle eyes. She wanted to lower her head, but her small face was firmly held by Gu Xinyi. I feel like I don't deserve you," Xiao suddenly shouted with a sob. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at Gu Xinyi's pure and clean black eyes anymore. Her tears flowed even more fiercely. I know you aren't him, but I still harbored selfish thoughts. But I still fell in love with you. But I still wanted to keep you by my side. The closer I get to you, the more afraid I am. I've already tried my absolute best." Why, she just closed her eyes like that, with a sob, continuously telling the secrets hidden in her heart. Tears dropped one by one onto Gu Xinyi's hands. That small, tear-streaked face in his palms made Gu Xinyi's heart constrict slightly. He gently supported Xiao's small face and softly interrupted her words. "Dear wife, you're wrong, and I know too. But I am honored to be liked by the you that is like this. You don't know, right? From when I was little until now, I have never been firmly chosen by anyone like this before. Actually, I was just like my dear wife, a person with very low self-esteem before. Maybe this is a common trait among shut-ins. Never having felt my heart flutter for someone, and never having had anyone's heart flutter for me." Gu Xinyi's gentle voice echoed in her ears. Xiao slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at Gu Xinyi's face just inches away. The warmth deep within his eyes seemed like it would melt her. It wasn't until I met you two that I realized that I could also feel my heart flutter for someone. Actually, being able to hear these words from my dear wife makes me really happy, because I clearly know now that Xiao likes me. I have always felt that what you said before was very right. Some encounters and some feelings of liking are destined by fate. Heaven's letting me come to my dear wife's side. This is a marriage arranged by fate. There's no other way. Isn't fate's arrangement the ultimate authority? Is that true? Xiao's misty eyes blinked, quietly looking at Gu Xinyi's handsome face, listening to the words he said. Seeing Gu Xinyi pause, she spoke with a sob, her voice so soft and sweet that Gu Xinyi stroked Xiao's small face again, acting with exaggeration. Of course it's true. Think about it. Isn't an arrangement by the heavens big enough? Then he continued. Actually, how can there be anyone who doesn't deserve someone else? When I'm with my dear wife, I am also very nervous. The most beautiful ghost bride. I'm just an ordinary person. Since my wife is so good, I also have to work hard. As for why I like you, I think besides fate's arrangement, there are all the little bits and pieces of being with my dear wife. The love I longed for has never been something grand and explosive, but rather something as gentle as water like my dear wife, plain and peaceful. Gu Xinyi said, a smile appearing on his face as he locked eyes with Xiao. Xiao looked at this gentle smile before her, pursed her small lips, and in the next second, she suddenly reached out with both hands to wrap around Gu Xinyi's neck. The soft touch hit him again. At this moment, the two of them completely understood each other's feelings. A fine occasion and beautiful scenery, spending the rest of their lives together until their hair turns white, the deep and romantic long kiss made Xiao Xiao feel like she was about to suffocate. In the end, she still pushed at Gu Xinyi's chest, and only then did the two separate. Xiao Xiao covered her face, feeling as if she were about to catch fire. Otherwise, why would her face be so scalding hot? Even Gu Xinyi's gaze had turned from warm to burning, making her lower her head, not daring to look at him anymore. Gu Xinyi looked at Xiao Xiao's appearance, let out a soft breath, and when he spoke, his voice was somewhat raspy. My dear wife's kiss was truly so passionate, it caught me off guard. Xiao Xiao's face turned even redder. She slightly pursed her lips, feeling that the Gu Xinyi before her was becoming more and more annoying. A typical case of acting coy after getting a good deal. Move aside. Gu Xinyi was squatted in place and didn't move. Xiao Xiao Yao lifted her small face and stared with her almond eyes, pouting her small lips, looking just like a bunny that had been bullied. I want to go shower. My legs are numb. Gu Xinyi gave a bitter smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was just that he had squatted for too long and his legs were numb. Xiao Xiao burst out laughing. She looked at Gu Xinyi and blinked her eyes. Oh! He wasn't annoying. He was just a dork. Gu Xinyi scratched his head, feeling as if his stamina points had been severely questioned. He plopped down on the floor to relax for a bit, then quickly scrambled up and moved to the side. He truly didn't understand why his legs went numb after only squatting for a while, considering he exercised every day. Could it be that he hadn't exercised enough? Gu Xinyi only then took off the bath towel wrapped around himself. He hadn't brought pajamas. After thinking for a moment, he crawled into the blanket wearing only his boxers. The wait lasted for half an hour. Gu Xinyi waited until he started yawning. Gu Xinyi couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. Why do girls take so long to shower? In that amount of time, he could have showered 8 or 10 times. He grabbed his phone and set an alarm. He had to go back to River City tomorrow morning. School starts in a couple of days. The preschool's welcome ceremony was also about to be held. After waiting a bit longer, Gu Xinyi was already feeling a bit dazed. The bathroom door finally opened. Xiao Xiao walked out with small steps. Her cheeks were flushed bright red, either from the steam or from sheer embarrassment. While wiping her hair, which she had just finished drying with a hairdryer, she took a cautious glance at Gu Xinyi on the bed. Their eyes happened to meet. Gu Xinyi's gaze gradually cleared. Xiao Xiao instinctively tightened the bath towel around her. You're not asleep yet? Listen to that. Is that a serious question? Gu Xinyi was a little speechless, but he said with a straight face, I was afraid my dear wife might pass out from the steam in the bathroom. Xiao Xiao looked at the amusement in Gu Xinyi's eyes and pursed her lips. His hidden motives were practically out in the open, yet he was still acting so serious. She paused where she stood, not knowing what to do for a moment. What are you standing there for? Let's go to sleep. Seeing Xiao Xiao's bewildered look, Gu Xinyi wanted to chuckle. Xiao Xiao replied. She forced herself to stay calm and walked over to sit on the edge of the bed. The next second, there was a click, and she turned off the room lights. The room was enveloped in darkness. Before Gu Xinyi could react, the blanket over him was lifted, and a soft, lithe body slipped into his arms. Feeling the warmth and smoothness in his arms, Gu Xinyi didn't move. Both of them were barely covered right now. It was truly skin-to-skin contact. In the darkness, Gu Xinyi could even hear her slightly rapid breathing. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and they both froze. Hold me, she finally said after a long while. Xiao Xiao's muffled voice came from under the blanket. Oh! Gu Xinyi swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao also wrapped her arms around his neck, poking her head out from under the blanket. At this moment, Gu Xinyi truly felt it. The previous sensation against his arm hadn't lied. It really was that big. Dork. Seeing Gu Xinyi act like a robot, only doing things according to instructions, Xiao Xiao whispered something. Her voice was very soft, so Gu Xinyi didn't hear it clearly. I said you're a dork, Gu Xinyi. Inside the dark room, their eyes gradually adjusted to the environment. Xiao Xiao's cheeks were flushed red, but she looked up fearlessly at Gu Xinyi's face, which was inches away. Gu Xinyi lowered his head and saw Xia Xiao's watery almond eyes in the darkness. The two locked eyes. Even if I'm a dork, then you're the dork's wife. With Xia Xiao's words, Gu Xinyi finally felt less constrained. He had a smile in his eyes, and he pulled Xia Xiao a little closer. Xia Xiao seemed to see the smile in his eyes. She pouted her lips for a moment, leaned in quickly, pecked Gu Xinyi's lips, and then pulled back just as fast. Gu Xinyi, actually, I was really scared tonight. I've been afraid of the dark and ghosts since I was little. While I was singing tonight, I was terrified inside, but when I thought about you being down there, I wasn't so scared anymore. I thought, even if I'm a ghost bride, then I'm still your bride. Thinking that made me feel a bit happy, after I came back here with you. I got scared again, Xia Xiao murmured softly. Gu Xinyi listened quietly. After Xia Xiao finished speaking, she looked up at Gu Xinyi again, as if she didn't want to look away from him for a single second. That's why I'm saying you're a silly girl. Gu Xinyi smiled. He lowered his head and kissed Xia Xiao's forehead. But a silly girl and a dork are a perfect match. All right, don't be afraid. I'll use the rest of my life to prove that I will always be by your side. So, good night. Hearing Gu Xinyi's good night and seeing his smiling eyes, Xia Xiao was stunned. She felt like crying again. Gu Xinyi's warmth was with her every single moment. Xia Xiao buried her small face in the crook of Gu Xinyi's neck, unwilling to come out ever again. Good night. This was the last thing Gu Xinyi heard Xia Xiao say tonight, and it was also the one that made him feel most at peace. Too much had happened tonight. From the competition to the hotel room, Xia Xiao's nerves had been tightly strung. Not long after she closed her eyes, she quickly fell asleep. This was absolute torture for Gu Xinyi. The hot, lithe body in his arms meant he had no desire to sleep at all, but he didn't regret not doing anything. Something should be done at the most appropriate time. Xia Xiao's emotions were clearly not quite right tonight. Her being ready wasn't a true readiness in every sense. In this bittersweet torture, Gu Xinyi struggled until past 3 a.m. before finally drifting off. Early the next morning, Gu Xinyi's internal clock failed him for once. He was woken up by his set alarm. Blearily, Gu Xinyi turned off the alarm. When he pulled his hand back under the blanket, he felt something soft in his palm, and one hand wasn't nearly enough to hold it all. Gu Xinyi instinctively gave it a squeeze, and then he was suddenly wide awake. He opened his eyes and saw that Xia Xiao's face was already completely red. Her almond eyes were looking at him with a watery gaze. Good grief, he really hadn't done it on purpose. Gu Xinyi felt like he'd never be able to explain himself. If I say I didn't mean to, would you believe me? Gu Xinyi blinked innocently, looking at Xiao Xiao's bright red face. Aren't you going to let go? Xia Xiao's eyes were like water, filled to the brim with embarrassment. Her voice was soft and sweet. Gu Xinyi awkwardly pulled his hand back. He felt a bit of regret in his heart. That feeling was just too good. Well, let's get up. Speaking of getting up, Gu Xinyi was still a bit reluctant to leave. The soft body in his arms made him want to stay in bed forever. The spring night is too short. The sun is already high. From now on, the king will skip the morning court. Now, he finally understood the profound meaning of that poem. With such a beauty in his arms, even an emperor would have to yield. You get up first, Xia Xiao said. She had already buried her head back into the blanket out of shame. Her muffled voice came from under the covers. Her actions last night had used up all of her courage. Now that it was broad daylight, she no longer had the nerve to interact with Gu Xinyi so naturally. Oh! Gu Xinyi scratched his head. He finally crawled out of the warm bed. He dashed into the bathroom in a flash. To be honest, it was their first time being so open with each other, and he was shy too. Once Gu Xinyi had entered the bathroom, Xia Xiao poked her head out and looked toward the bathroom. Her face was filled with a bright smile, but soon her smile vanished. Her pretty face quickly flushed. She suddenly remembered that her clothes were still in the bathroom. Gu Xinyi finished dressing very quickly. She walked out of the bathroom. In her hands, she carried several pieces of neatly folded clothes. Walking to the bedside, she looked at Lily, whose little face was peeking out from under the covers. She leaned over and placed the clothes on the nightstand. With a smile, she said, I brought your clothes over. I'm going to go wash up first. Wait, just as Gu Xinyi was about to get up, Xia Xiao suddenly spoke. Then, a slender arm reached out from under the covers and grabbed him. Gu Xinyi felt the soft, fair presence leaning in close, and then Xia Xiao's lips pressed against his. She gave him a quick kiss and pulled away just as fast. Your reward. Xia Xiao's muffled voice came from under the covers again. Gu Xinyi licked his lips and gave a helpless, bitter smile. This woman, Xia Xiao, did she really not know how charming she was? Seducing him like this so early in the morning, wasn't she afraid he'd lose his self-control? He was completely wrapped around her finger now. Just wait. He'd get her back later. Gu Xinyi thought to himself fiercely, then turned and went back into the bathroom. Time for another cold shower. It wasn't until half an hour later that the two of them finished washing up and left the hotel. They drove to her apartment, and then Gu Xinyi watched as Xia Xiao took her apartment keys out of her bag and opened the front door. Xia Xiao seemed completely unaware that anything was wrong. As she walked right in, she turned around and saw Gu Xinyi dazed at the door, looking at her with a peculiar expression. Why are you just standing there? Xia Xiao blinked, a bit confused. Is something wrong? Gu Xinyi had a smirk on his face as he raised an eyebrow. He remembered a joke from his original world. A lightweight before marriage? A heavy drinker after. It really was true. Xia Xiao looked down somewhat blankly at the keys in her hand. The next second, she suddenly realized what he meant, and a blush quickly rushed to her cheeks. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment. Fortunately, at that time, Lilei walked out of the bedroom with Lily. When she saw Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, an ambiguous smile appeared on Lily's face. Morning, Xia Xiao. Hee, little Lily. Also quickly struggled out of Lily's arms and flew to Xia Xiao's side. She hugged her leg, looking up at Xia Xiao with a pitiful, pouting expression. The little one hadn't seen her parents all night, and it had taken Lele a long time to coax her to sleep last night. Mommy, where did you and Daddy go? Their appearance broke the previous awkward atmosphere. Xia Xiao quickly picked Lily up. We didn't go anywhere. Aren't Mommy and Daddy both right here? Xia Xiao pinched the little one's nose to soothe her, but Auntie Lily said that you and Daddy went for some couple time and didn't want Lily anymore. Xia Xiao froze again, and then her gaze turned murderous as she looked at Lele. Lily hurriedly gave a nervous laugh, her eyes darting around guiltily. Xia Xiao, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I've already made it. I'll go bring it over right now. As she spoke, Lele quickly slipped away. She felt that if she didn't leave now, Xia Xiao would probably end her right then and there. A few moments later, Lele brought the delicious food to the table. The group sat down, and Gu Xinyi picked up a spoon to feed Lily. Xia Xiao looked around and asked Lele, where's Brenda? Why haven't I seen her? It was already 9:30 a.m., and Brenda would usually be up by this time. Brenda went to the office early this morning. Aren't all the handovers at the company handled by Brenda? Hearing this, Xia Xiao felt even warmer inside. Since joining Soundwave Entertainment, Lile and Brenda had been working tirelessly for her. Whether in her personal life or her work, the two of them always handled everything perfectly. In fact, in Lile's and Brenda's hearts, they also felt very happy being Xia Xiao's manager and assistant. With other artists, their managers and assistants would be much busier, finding gigs, handling business negotiations, managing PR, packing, food, housing, and travel. The manager and assistant had to do it all. But with Xia Xiao, they basically didn't have to worry about those things too much, because behind Xia Xiao was Gu Xinyi, who brought his own viral hits and trending topics. Plus, the commission Xia Xiao gave them was much higher than what anyone else received. Who wouldn't be happy working for a star like that? After breakfast, Xia Xiao held Lily. Gu Xinyi drove, and the whole family together embarked on the journey back home. Today was the day Lily was starting preschool. Such an important moment. Xia Xiao wouldn't miss it for anything. So while only two had come, the whole family was returning. Fortunately, Gu Xinyi had signed a top-tier freelance contract at the beginning. Otherwise, like other stars, how could he be so free to do whatever he wanted? While Gu Xinyi's family was happily driving, on the road back to Riverdale, a haggard-looking woman had just stepped out of the gates of the detention center. Crystal looked at the empty suburban road, her eyes full of gloom. Because of the last incident, she had been detained for a full 15 days. Now that she was out, not a single person had come to pick her up. The company had already terminated her contract. She had nothing left now. Crystal just stood there by the roadside, and took her phone, which had just been returned to her, out of her file bag. She pressed the power button firmly. She couldn't wait to find out if Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao had broken up because of the last incident. She believed that once they broke up, Xia Xiao, without Zhu Xinyi, wouldn't be able to make any splash in the murky waters of the entertainment industry. Since she was already ruined, she definitely wasn't going to let Xia Xiao have it easy. Early the next morning, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao both got up very early. Like any other parent sending their child to school for the first time, they were in a complete state of chaos. "Hey dear, let's not pack the princess house. It's too big. Lily won't be able to carry it. Take that doll instead, honey. Lily will be back from school this afternoon. We don't need to pack so many snacks. They're for the other kids." Alright then. Yesterday, the two of them had specifically prepared a small cartoon backpack for little Lily. Now, the little backpack was already stuffed full by Xia Xiao. Even so, Xia Xiao wasn't satisfied and was still frowning, looking at the things on the table with worry. Gu Xinyi stood beside her, feeling a headache coming on. He felt like Xia Xiao was overreacting a bit. Lily was going to school, not going away for New Year's. The two of them busied themselves for a bit longer, before dragging the still sleeping Lily up for breakfast. The little one couldn't even fully open her eyes, passively letting Gu Xinyi brush her teeth while Xia Xiao brushed her hair. Even after sitting down at the dining table, little Lily's head was still nodding off. After breakfast, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao changed into decent clothes. One held Lily, and the other grabbed the small backpack and hurried out the door. It was already 7:40, and school started at 8:00. By the time Gu Xinyi got the car, parked in the parking lot next to the preschool. After the three of them got out of the car, they saw that Riverside Blossom Preschool looked completely different from when Gu Xinyi last visited. Under the early morning sunlight, it was extremely lively in front of the preschool gates. Parents bringing their children to school were everywhere. Inside the preschool, colorful flags were fluttering in the breeze, creating a vibrant and flourishing scene. This left Gu Xinyi feeling a bit dazed. From his arrival in July to now, September 1st, in just under 2 months, it felt like he had completely integrated into this world and fully embraced his role as a father. Little Lily was now fully awake as well. Resting in Xia Xiao's arms, she looked curiously at the children by the preschool gates who were pouting and throwing tantrums. In her mind, those little kids around her age weren't being good at all, because Daddy had said that kids who don't cry when going to preschool are good kids. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao only paused for a brief moment before carrying Lily and joining the army of parents walking into the preschool. Inside the preschool teachers were welcoming the parents and children from their respective classes. Gu Xinyi hadn't walked far before he saw Susan and Danielle with smiles on their faces, warmly receiving the children and parents. Susan was smiling and talking to a parent. As she turned her head, she saw Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao bringing little Lily toward her. Susan said something to Danielle beside her. Danielle continued talking to the parents, while Susan quickly walked up to greet them. "Lily's dad, Lily's mom, you're here. Come over here, in a bit. Once all the parents and children are here, we'll head over to the ceremony." In this meeting, Susan had even changed how she addressed them. She went from calling him Mr. Gu Xinyi to Lily's dad. This also signified that from now on, Lily had officially become a member of this preschool. Gu Xinyi nodded and followed Susan to the group of Class 3 parents. The nearby parents greeted the two of them friendly. There were also parents who, upon seeing them, had a look of surprise in their eyes, which then turned into delight. Clearly, they had recognized the two of them to be in the same class as a celebrity's child, and the ones who were the hottest topics lately too, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao. They'd certainly have something to talk about with friends and family later. Before long, all the parents and children had arrived. Susan and Danielle led the way, as the large group of people walked toward the Class 3 classroom. Upon arriving at the classroom, the children all sat on small stools, while the parents were arranged to sit together in the back. Susan and Danielle stood at the front, introducing themselves with beaming smiles. "Hello, children. My name is Susan, and I will be your teacher here at preschool from now on. You can call me Miss Susan." "Hello, children. My name is Danielle. You can call me Ms. Danielle." The children on the small stools below clearly weren't listening very carefully. They were wiggling their little bodies, and some even stood up and ran straight into their mother's arms. only to be awkwardly encouraged by the parents to scurry back to their stools. Little Lily, however, sat very well behaved on her stool. She swung her little legs, her big eyes blinking, as she gazed at the two teachers at the front. Then Gusigny saw a chubby little boy sitting next to Lily suddenly turn to her and say, "I've seen you before. You're the one from the phone, right?" Lily looked extremely proud upon hearing this. "That's right. My daddy is amazing. He can put me inside the phone." The chubby boy pouted his lips after hearing that. He turned to look at his own father with dissatisfaction, seemingly angry at his dad for not being able to put him inside a phone, but he quickly turned his chubby little face back, raising his head high. "My daddy is amazing too. He can make delicious food, and he can eat a whole lot. My daddy can eat a whole lot too. My daddy can eat an entire pig." For some reason, the two little ones suddenly started arguing about this topic. Gusigny listened with great interest. Even the gazes of some other parents were drawn to the two of them, until they heard the little chubby boy shout out at the top of his lungs, "My daddy can eat poop." In the crowd of parents, a chubby man's smiling face suddenly froze. The beautiful woman beside him stealthily covered her mouth and laughed. Gusigny's heart leaped into his throat. He was terrified that in the next sentence, little Lily would come out with something even more explosive. Fortunately, Lily didn't. She tilted her little head, thought for a moment, and said with a hint of regret, "Then your daddy is really amazing. My daddy can't eat that." Gusigny let out a long sigh of relief. Then he smiled with relief. She really was his precious little girl. Her loyalty was top-notch. Xiaoxiao was also secretly laughing, because she saw that Gusigny had been so nervous he was almost about to stand up. On the stage, Susan and Danielle were still working hard to interact with the children. Not until the welcome ceremony finally began did the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. This time of year was always their busiest and most tiring time. The welcome ceremony was a special event held by Riverside Blossom Preschool to welcome every new group of incoming children. It took place right there on the preschool's large patch of green artificial turf. The parents basically watched the whole thing. The teachers led the children in various games to help them get to know each other more quickly. Nursery rhyme performances from each class were interspersed throughout. When the Class 3 teachers, Susan and Danielle, quickly led the children to sing Two Tigers, the teachers from other classes were still struggling to teach their own kids the songs. Quite a few teachers looked toward Class 3. Listening to the synchronized singing, they were practically drooling with envy. They also wanted such a simple, catchy song to teach their children quickly. Xiaoxiao stood beside Gusigny, watching Lily sing along with the other children, and a happy smile spread across her face. She turned to look at Gusigny's profile, her almond eyes filled with tenderness. The Riverside Blossom Preschool welcome ceremony ended, and the children all followed their teachers back to the classroom. Now, it was time for the parents to part with their little ones. Gusigny and Xiaoxiao hid behind the window, watching their little Lily. Their hearts were about to break. They saw that Lily no longer had the curiosity or happiness she had when she first arrived. Now, she was a tiny figure sitting on a small stool, hugging her little legs. Her long eyelashes fluttered, her big eyes were watery, and her pitiful little mouth was pouting. Unlike the other children who were wailing and throwing fits, she just sat there quietly and obediently, while her golden teardrops fell one by one. Seeing this scene made Gusigny's heart ache incessantly. He even had the impulse to rush in and carry Lily back home. Forget about preschool. Beside him, Xiaoxiao gently tugged on his sleeve. He turned to look at her. Xiaoxiao had her head lowered. Her soft, sweet voice held a hint of strength. "Let's go. Every child has to go through this moment." Gusigny was silent for a moment. He finally nodded. He took one last look at Lily in the classroom. Then he took Xiaoxiao's hand and walked toward the preschool entrance. The sunlight was a bit glaring. Gusigny's mood wasn't exactly great. He couldn't bear to see Lily, feeling so wronged for one thing. But the most important thing was that through little Lily's presence, he felt like he saw the shadow of Xiaoxiao as a child through time. When Xiaoxiao was a child, she must have been even more heartbroken than Lily is now. Without the company of her family, such a tiny little person, sitting all alone on a small stool, yet staying quiet and not making any trouble. No matter how sad she was, she could only pout with nowhere to turn. Lily didn't just have Xiaoxiao's eyes. Even her personality was a bit like Xia Xiao's. One can see the whole through a small part. This was exactly what made Gu Xinyi feel sad. Xia Xiao's personality when she was little must have been even more well-behaved than Lily's. Calling it well-behaved, it was more like she would carefully watch people's reactions, trying her best to act like a good girl, to the point that she became even more gentle as an adult, timid and submissive, as if she just resigned herself to whatever happened. Just like last time, even her love for him was cautious. She even wanted to offer up her own body, to express her love. Gu Xinyi felt distressed to the extreme right now. He didn't want to see her like this. He wanted her to live more for herself. He wanted her to cry when she wanted to cry, to throw a tantrum when she wanted to say whatever was on her mind. But Gu Xinyi didn't know how to do that. He could only lead her by the hand back home. After getting home, neither of them was in very high spirits. Gu Xinyi turned on the TV. He clicked on a random entertainment show, hoping to lighten the mood. Xia Xiao sat huddled to the side with her phone. He didn't know who she was messaging. The entertainment show on TV was very mediocre. Gu Xinyi only watched for a couple of minutes. Before losing interest entirely, he turned his head to look at Xia Xiao. Compared to the TV, Xia Xiao was obviously much more pleasing to the eye. Compared to when Gu Xinyi first arrived, after nearly 2 months of care and nutrition, Xia Xiao clearly had a bit more meat on her bones now. She had been way too thin back then. As for now, Gu Xinyi looked at Xia Xiao in her floral maxi dress. He couldn't help but grab her calf, lifting it to rest on his own thigh. He squeezed the flesh on her calf with his hand. Not bad. The texture is great. Xia Xiao was startled by Gu Xinyi's sudden move. She let out a startled gasp. Her whole body sat up straight. She looked at him with a bit of panic. What are you doing? I'm your husband. What are you afraid of? I'm just checking to see if you gained any weight. The result is very satisfying. You really have gained quite a bit. Gu Xinyi had a look of shock on his face. Xia Xiao gave Gu Xinyi a skeptical look. Could he not tell without using his hands? However, with her legs resting on Gu Xinyi's like this, the semi-reclining position actually felt quite comfortable. Xia Xiao watched Gu Xinyi warily for a moment longer. Finding that he really didn't have any other ideas, she went back to her phone. Gu Xinyi watched her. Those fair little feet of hers were still wiggling restlessly. Clearly, she was still a bit nervous in her heart. Gu Xinyi continued to look like a perfect gentleman, but his hands were gently kneading her calf muscle. The comfortable sensation prevented Xia Xiao from focusing on her phone. Her eyelashes fluttered rapidly, yet she still pretended to be calm while fumbling with her phone. Conversely, Gu Xinyi was feeling quite content. The texture of Xia Xiao's legs was just too good. It truly was a legs for days situation. Unfortunately, this moment of enjoyment didn't last long. It was time to prepare lunch. I'll go make lunch. Gu Xinyi retracted his hand with a hint of regret. He placed Xia Xiao's leg back on the sofa. He stood up, said a word, and walked toward the kitchen. Xia Xiao looked up and watched Gu Xinyi walk away. There was reluctance in her eyes. Thinking of lunch, she thought of Lily again. She wondered if Lily was getting used to the food at the preschool. After all, the food Gu Xinyi made was truly delicious. The little one's clothes and everything else were all prepared by him. Water cups, utensils, including bedding. Everything was uniformly issued by the preschool. Xia Xiao was thinking about Lily when the phone in her hand suddenly rang. Xia Xiao snapped out of it and looked at the screen. It was a call from Brenda. Just a moment ago, she had been on Instagram with Brenda, talking about company matters. Why was she calling so suddenly? Hello, Brenda. What's up? Is there something urgent? Xia Xiao answered the call. She knew Brenda generally didn't call, unless there was something important to say. Hey, Xia Xiao. I do have something I need to ask you. The second round of the finals is in a few days. This time, they're inviting guest performers. The company wants to know if you have any guests in mind. If not, they will invite an established singer from our own company to join you. Xia Xiao was silent for a moment after hearing this. Her left hand by her side unconsciously gripped the fabric of her dress. Brenda, no. The key word this time is a romantic duet. I do have someone in mind. You're talking about Gu Xinyi, aren't you? Brenda's slightly weary voice came through the phone. Xia Xiao pursed her lips and remained silent. Xia Xiao, have you really thought this through? You know Gu Xinyi isn't a professional singer, compared to the vocal skills of those veteran singers. and their stage presence. Gu Xinyi has no advantage whatsoever. And have you talked to Gu Xinyi about this yet? Did he agree? Hearing Brenda's words, Xia Xiao looked up and saw Gu Xinyi's busy figure in the kitchen. Brenda, Xia Xiao paused. She didn't finish her sentence. She knew Brenda understood her meaning. You always make people feel so bad for you. It would be so good if you could just change your personality a little. Fine, I'll turn the company down for you. As for Gu Xinyi's part, I won't meddle in your business as a couple. I just hope you'll be happy, Xia Xiao, Brenda said in a doting tone. Xia Xiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, massaging the calf muscle that Gu Xinyi had just massaged, and glanced once more at the busy figure in the kitchen. She said softly, I will. The call ended. Xia Xiao was a bit dazed. There was actually one more thing in her heart she didn't say, and that was, I am already very happy. Gu Xinyi was focused on cleaning the vegetables. The vegetable leaves in his hand were suddenly snatched away by a fair hand. It was Xia Xiao, who had walked in quietly. She earnestly began cleaning the vegetables. She squeezed in right next to Gu Xinyi without looking up. He smelled the familiar scent of the light fragrance drifting from Xia Xiao's body. Seeing her small face flushed red for some reason, Gu Xinyi smiled. He shifted his body slightly to one side to make them both more comfortable. Husband. About that song, do you have any inspiration yet? Gu Xinyi's hand trembled as he was cutting vegetables. He almost cut his own finger. He perked up his ears in disbelief. He turned his head to look at the pretty face. Xia Xiao's face was so red, it looked like it would drip blood. What did you just call me? Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, Gowa and the rest is world and rest. Na was so embarrassed she almost buried her face in the vegetable basin. Her hands cleaning the vegetables also became flustered. She tore the vegetable leaves into pieces of all different sizes. She suddenly thought Gu Xinyi was so mean. He clearly heard her the first time, yet he wanted her to say it again. Husband. Xia Xiao pinched the vegetable leaves in her hand, as if those leaves were the Gu Xinyi standing before her. But she still managed to say it one more time. The word husband rang in Gu Xinyi's ears. It sounded like heavenly music to him. It made his entire body feel like it had softened in an instant. A wide grin immediately bloomed on Gu Xinyi's face. Even his voice sounded a bit light and airy. Why did my dear wife suddenly think to ask about the song? I was just asking. Let me think about it. Gu Xinyi looked at the basin of vegetable leaves that Xia Xiao had torn into a messy pile. He thought about it carefully and suddenly understood why Xia Xiao had made such a decision. After figuring it out, Gu Xinyi's eyes flickered. His expression became somewhat complex. As for Xia Xiao calling him husband, he was naturally very surprised and delighted. Just like that time in the hotel, he looked forward to these surprises too. But this was different. Even though it was of her own free will, the starting point was different. She was trying to please him again. Gu Xinyi suddenly felt a bit sorry for this little dummy. Did she have to express her affection this way every time? So cautious and careful. Like a stray kitten that had just been picked up and brought home. It made Gu Xinyi's heart ache, but he didn't know what he should do. Xia Xiao waited for a moment, but she didn't get an answer from Gu Xinyi. Her heart felt a bit panicky. She wanted to look up at Gu Xinyi, but she didn't quite dare. After another short while, Xia Xiao felt Gu Xinyi move beside her. In the next second, her body was suddenly pulled into a warm embrace. Gu Xinyi's gentle voice drifted into her ear. I've already thought of a song. I'll write it down for you after we eat, okay? His warm breath brushed unintentionally against her ear. Xia Xiao's body stiffened for a moment and then quickly softened. Such an intimate gesture made her legs feel a bit weak. Okay. At this moment, she had completely forgotten what she was supposed to say. Gu Xinyi only held her in a light hug before letting go of Xia Xiao, mostly because this soft and sweet Xia Xiao was too enticing. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop himself from teasing her. A single lunch took a full hour to finish. At the dining table, Xia Xiao was a bit quiet. She ate her food in tiny bites. Her mouth was puffed out. She had so much more to say in the kitchen earlier, but her train of thought had been disrupted by Gu Xinyi's sudden and unexpected movement. That hateful dork Gu Xinyi was still sitting opposite her, smiling. After the meal, Xia Xiao took the initiative to do the cleaning. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyi went to the study. He seemed to have figured out what to do, although it would make Xia Xiao feel a bit slighted for a moment. He believed that after this, Xia Xiao would call him husband, naturally, instead of doing it under these circumstances. After Xia Xiao washed the dishes, she huddled on the sofa. She stared blankly toward the study. There was a bit of hope and a bit of hesitation in her eyes. Finally, she pursed her lips. Only a tender look full of love remained in her eyes. This time, she waited for a long time. It wasn't until after 4 p.m. that Gu Xinyi came out of the study, holding 2 sheets of paper. Seeing Xia Xiao's eyes suddenly light up, his grip on the manuscript paper tightened involuntarily. Her careful and cautious love was something that made him feel so pained yet helpless. Gu Xinyi forced a smile onto his face, walked over and sat down beside her. Take a look. A romantic duet? I'm familiar with those. Xia Xiao took the manuscript from Gu Xinyi's hand. She was already used to his creative talent. By now, there was none of the surprise she had felt before. She just quickly scanned the lyrics and the score, knowing that this song was still excellent. When it came to lyrics and music, Gu Xinyi seemed to have never disappointed her. His work could always make people lose themselves in it. But Xia Xiao had no heart to think about these things now. She only took a glance at the love song in her hand that fit the keywords perfectly, then her eyes fixed on Gu Xinyi and wouldn't move. The expectation showing in her eyes was obvious, but Gu Xinyi acted as if he didn't see it. He stretched his back, his gaze unfocused. Xia Xiao bit her lip. The expectation in her eyes turned into disappointment. She looked down at the lyrics in her hand again. She felt a lump in her throat. She wanted to sing this song with that dork, Gu Xinyi. They're inviting guest performers for the finals. Xia Xiao looked up, clutching the manuscript paper in her hand. Her voice was soft. Husband, I don't have pride, a guest performer. Gu Xinyi's body trembled slightly. His heart pounded fiercely because of Xia Xiao's soft use of husband and the heavy sense of being wronged that was coming through in her voice. He tried his best to keep his head up and not look at her. He was afraid he would, instantly, lose himself in her tenderness. It's fine. Soundwave Entertainment will definitely resolve that kind of thing. Gu Xinyi stretched his back to mask his expression. He spoke in a flat tone. Xia Xiao bit her lip even harder. She lowered her head, not wanting Gu Xinyi to see the misty fog that had already risen in her eyes. The room fell quiet all of a sudden. Neither of them spoke again. Gu Xinyi kept waiting for Xia Xiao to speak her mind. But even after a long wait, she still said nothing. I'm going to pick up Lily now. Gu Xinyi took a deep breath and glanced at the time. He still didn't look at Xia Xiao. He stood up and headed straight for the door. Xia Xiao watched Gu Xinyi's back disappear through the doorway. Then the front door was closed. She just sat there on the sofa in silence. Just like Lily sitting in the classroom earlier, her little mouth pouted as her tears fell silently. The child who doesn't cry or fuss will never get any candy. Gu Xinyi suddenly remembered that saying. He leaned against the doorframe, sadness showing in his dark eyes. He reached the entrance of Riverside Blossom Preschool. Gu Xinyi didn't wait long before the school bell rang from inside. Rows of children followed their respective class teachers, happily arriving at the parent waiting area. Gu Xinyi successfully picked up Lily. Compared to the morning, Lily's mood was obviously much better. A smile was already beaming on her small face. She had clearly been cheered up by Susan and Danielle. These preschool teachers really had a way with children. When Lily saw her father, she ran over quickly on her short little legs. Gu Xinyi picked her up as she came, and left a sweet kiss on her small cheek. Lily looked around here and there. Then her big eyes blinked, as she looked at her father in confusion. Daddy, why didn't Mommy come to pick up Lily? Gu Xinyi was instantly choked up. Could he say that Mommy had been bullied to tears by Daddy and was at home? Back at home, Xia Xiao had already prepared dinner. Now that Lily was in preschool, she needed to get up early in the morning, so she couldn't stay up as late as before. Gu Xinyi continued as he had just now, avoiding Xia Xiao's gaze. He was afraid that once his eyes met her watery ones, his heart would soften instantly. The dining table was very quiet. Even Lily wasn't chattering and playing as usual. The little one seemed very sensitive to the mood between her parents. She turned her head from time to time, looking at her mother eating quietly with her head down, then looking at her father who was silent on the other side. Then she pouted her little mouth, and her little body nudged without a trace, closer to Xia Xiao's side. Daddy's being bad. He must have bullied Mommy again. So, after dinner, Gu Xinyi coaxed her for a long time, and repeatedly promised the little one in a whisper that he hadn't bullied Xia Xiao. Only then did little Lily obediently go to bed. Before sleeping, of course, Zhu Xinyi's daily bedtime story was indispensable. Gu Xinyi had also waited for this moment for a long time. He peeked at Xia Xiao lying on the other side, cleared his throat, and began telling the story to Lily with vivid expression. Once upon a time, there was a very, very good little white rabbit. She had a very, very good friend, a little gray rabbit. But the little gray rabbit was very lazy. During this year's autumn harvest, the little white rabbit worked hard and harvested 5 carrots. One day, the little white rabbit went to the little gray rabbit's house to play, and saw that the little gray rabbit was hungry, looking at her pitifully. When the little white rabbit saw her beloved little gray rabbit about to go hungry, she didn't hesitate to give the little gray rabbit 1 carrot. After getting the carrot, the little gray rabbit happily told the little white rabbit, "You're so good." Hearing what the little gray rabbit said, the little white rabbit was also very happy. After that, every few days, the little white rabbit would go find the little gray rabbit and give him a carrot, until finally, the little white rabbit only had 1 carrot left. One day, the little white rabbit went back to find the little gray rabbit. The little white rabbit looked at the last carrot in her hand, then looked at her good friend, the little gray rabbit. She knew that if she gave this carrot away, she would have to go hungry herself. At this point, Gu Xinyi paused for a moment. He glanced again at Xia Xiao, who was still lying quietly on the side. Then he gently pinched little Lily's nose. "Lily, if you were this kind little white rabbit, would you be afraid of losing this best friend and give the last carrot in your hand to the little gray rabbit again?" Little Lily kept her big, round eyes open, listening to the story quietly. Hearing her father ask her, she wrinkled her little nose, thought for a good while, then said in a youthful tone, Can she share half? That way, neither the little white rabbit nor the little gray rabbit will go hungry." Gu Xinyi unintentionally smiled and rubbed little Lily's head. He said, "Of course you can. Lily is so smart, but Daddy wants to tell Lily, what the little white rabbit did was wrong. She should have told her heart's thoughts to her friend, the little gray rabbit, instead of being afraid of losing the little gray rabbit and giving her best things to him." Little Lily looked at her father in a daze. She thought the little white rabbit was very kind and cute. Xia Xiao's body trembled slightly. She bit her lip, and a trace of feeling wronged rose in her eyes again. She also felt that the little white rabbit was not wrong. Gu Xinyi kissed Lily's small cheek again. The little white rabbit was very good, but she forgot about herself. She only had the little gray rabbit in her heart. But she never considered herself. "All right, little Lily, it's time for sleep. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow, and the teacher will have to spank your bottom." Gu Xinyi turned off the bedside lamp, slowly coaxing little Lily to sleep. Before long, the little one fell asleep. In the quiet room, there were only the faint breathing sounds of the 3 people. However, Gu Xinyi didn't lie down. He leaned quietly against the headboard, eyes open, silently watching the dark night. He was waiting for Xia Xiao to take the initiative to find him. Xia Xiao's heart was far from peaceful either. She had been thinking about the story Gu Xinyi just told. She knew it was a story he told for her to hear. But she didn't know why Gu Xinyi was acting like this. He clearly knew what she meant. Why couldn't he just agree to her directly? Some more time passed. Gu Xinyi heard Xia Xiao on the other side sit up from the bed. The sound of light footsteps followed. In the darkness, Gu Xinyi's eyes were dark and bright. Dork, a soft and sweet voice, made Gu Xinyi lose himself for a moment. He saw Xia Xiao had come to his bedside. Her 2 small hands grabbed his arm. "My dear wife, do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" Gu Xinyi's voice was a bit hoarse. The heart he had been holding in suspense finally settled. It was so good that Xia Xiao could take the initiative. Xia Xiao didn't speak. She just pursed her lips. Gu Xinyi rolled out of bed, pulled Xia Xiao quietly to the living room. He was afraid of waking little Lily. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city filtered through the gaps in the curtains. Gu Xinyi saw Xia Xiao's eyes, which were already brimming with misty fog, and he also saw the grievance and disappointment hidden in her eyes. Gu Xinyi felt a heaviness in his throat. He looked at this cautious, lovely wife before him and said softly, "My dear wife, what do you want to say to me?" Xia Xiao looked directly at Gu Xinyi on the sofa. Finally, biting her lip, she said in an even softer voice, "I want you to be my guest singer. I want you to sing that song with me." "Then why didn't my dear wife just say so directly before?" Xia Xiao went silent and lowered her head again. Gu Xinyi continued. Were you afraid I would refuse? No. Xia Xiao's answer this time was very firm, because she knew Gu Xinyi wouldn't refuse her. Then what was it? Does my dear wife feel that she must give something of herself for me to be happy? Hearing Gu Xinyi say this, Xia Xiao bit her lip and shook her head gently twice, trying her best to stop the tears that wanted to fall. No, that's not what I thought. I know. I know my dear wife has always been like this. When you're sad, you digest it all alone. It's the same when you encounter something hard to accept. Always being so cautious. Even toward me. Gu Xinyi's voice was a bit heavy, and his heart felt even more stuffed. He held Xia Xiao's shoulders with both hands, meeting her gaze. But my dear wife, I'm your husband. Before, you had no one to talk to about what's in your heart, and when you felt wronged, you could only digest it silently alone. But now, I'm here. If you're still like you were before, bearing everything silently by yourself, then what exactly am I doing here? At this point, Gu Xinyi's voice was even trembling slightly. Xia Xiao couldn't stop her tears now. But when she saw Gu Xinyi's eyes, she immediately panicked. She had never seen him with such a sad look in his eyes. She had never even imagined that Gu Xinyi would cry. She suddenly didn't care about the tear stains on her own face, and hurriedly reached out to wipe the corners of his eyes. My dear wife wants to sing that song with me. I want to as well, but I have another song that I want to sing for my dear wife first. I hope that my dear wife, in the future, will say whatever she wants to say, and do whatever she wants to do. I can accompany you in whatever you say or do. Even if my dear wife wants to cry or throw a fit, I will be very happy. Gu Xinyi just looked at her panicked expression, feeling exceptionally distressed in his heart. So this is what it feels like to ache for someone. So this is what it means to love someone, hoping they can be their best self. Xia Xiao finished wiping the corners of Gu Xinyi's eyes, and then wanted to quickly wipe away her own tears. She was afraid Gu Xinyi would dislike her for constantly crying, until she heard Gu Xinyi say those words with a trembling voice. She suddenly couldn't stop her tears at all. She sniffled, and looked at Gu Xinyi somewhat cautiously. She never knew. Horrid. That, could she really cry and throw a fit in front of someone else? If so, would dorky Gu Xinyi find her annoying? But Gu Xinyi showed her with his actual actions. Gu Xinyi pulled her into his arms, forcing a smile onto his face. See, isn't it good like this? And I will only love you more. Xia Xiao lifted her head, looking directly into his eyes with teary vision. He was still that same gentle dork. Dorky Gu Xinyi. Xia Xiao suddenly couldn't hold it back. She burst into tears in Gu Xinyi's arms. She cried so unreservedly. Gu Xinyi gently patted her back. He leaned down and whispered into her ear. I have a song I want to sing to Xia Xiao, and I'll only sing it for Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao's two small hands grabbed Gu Xinyi's corner of his pajama top. Her mouth agape, her face was buried in his chest. She rubbed her little head against him with force. She still nodded habitually. Gu Xinyi gave a small chuckle, ruffling her hair. His gaze was tender, as he softly began to sing, I want to see you laugh. I want to mess around with you. I want to hold you in my arms. 1 second we're arguing with red faces. The next second we turn around and make up. I'm not afraid of you crying or screaming, because you are my pride. A pair of eyes follows you as you run around. A heart has already been prepared. Gu Xinyi's gentle voice echoed in her ear. Xia Xiao lifted her small face, looking at him dotingly with red-rimmed eyes. So, was she actually being pampered by someone now? Xia Xiao sniffled again, her hands gripping the hem of Gu Xinyi's clothes even tighter. Right now, she could also cry and fuss like other people, because dorky Gu Xinyi was telling her that he would always be by her side, never leaving, never forsaking. Gu Xinyi lowered his head to look at Xia Xiao. At those eyes shrouded in misty fog, he gently pressed a kiss to the corner of her eye. Then he stopped. Xia Xiao was a bit unhappy, pouting her small mouth. She could tell this song wasn't finished yet. Dorky Gu Xinyi continued. She reached out and poked Gu Xinyi's stomach. This was the song Gu Xinyi was singing to her, and it belonged only to her. She wanted to hear the whole thing. Gu Xinyi smiled and pinched Xia Xiao's cute nose. It was only after making Xia Xiao sad that he realized. Making her remember this deeply was the most helpless thing he had ever done. But he had no better way. He believed he could, over the long years of the future, slowly change Xia Xiao. But if he did it that way, Xia Xiao would still suffer many more grievances. She would hide her thoughts many more times. He never wanted to see her quietly digesting things, all alone, when she felt wronged in her heart. Gu Xinyi looked at Xia Xiao affectionately, feeling her grip on his clothes getting tighter and tighter. He softly sang again, "Just once is enough. I'll take you to see the end of the world," laughing heartily on sunny, brilliant days, bickering and messing around in the free air. "Do you know that my only wish?" Xia Xiao's gaze became even more infatuated as she looked at Gu Xinyi. Her hands gripping the hem of his clothes slowly loosened, turning instead to wrap around his waist. Her entire body leaned into his embrace. Listening to the song, she seemed to see her future days with him, bickering and playing, laughing heartily. This was the kind of life Xia Xiao had never even imagined before. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she never dared to think about it. But now he was holding her, making her suddenly dare to dream. The world is still small. I'll accompany you to the ends of the earth. Stop searching in corners where there are no troubles. And in those carefree times, let's slowly grow old. Do you know that all my heartbeats follow yours? She had clumsily and cautiously shown her love to him, even wanting to offer her body just to please him. He had used sincerity time and again to resolve it. And this time, he used a song too. Tell her the voice of his heart. The song ended. Gu Xinyi let out a soft breath, feeling the beauty in his arms holding him tighter and tighter. He said softly, "Singing this song, I wanted Xia Xiao to know that I will be by Xia Xiao's side in the future. I will be Xia Xiao's reliance. No matter what, I won't leave. Those things, those grievances, you don't have to keep them bottled up inside. My dear wife, in my heart, you are more important than I am. I hope you won't have to be so cautious anymore. A two-way journey is what love is. My love for my dear wife will only grow deeper and deeper." Xia Xiao just buried her head in Gu Xinyi's chest, listening until Gu Xinyi finished speaking. After a long while, she finally lifted her small face. Pouting her mouth, she whispered, "Gu Xinyi, you dork. You're so annoying." Gu Xinyi deliberately put on a wronged expression. "How am I annoying? You just are. You clearly knew that I wanted you to participate in the competition with me, yet you still provoked me on purpose. So that's why you called me husbands on purpose?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Xia Xiao's face instantly turned red. She used her eyes, still wet with moisture, to glare at Gu Xinyi. Then she peevishly lunged at Gu Xinyi, pinning him to the sofa. She covered his mouth. "You're not allowed to say it anymore." Gu Xinyi's eyes were full of laughter. He made a symbolic struggle, nodding his head hurriedly to signal that he wouldn't say it again. Only then did Xia Xiao let go of Gu Xinyi. But the love in her eyes couldn't be hidden no matter how hard she tried. She sat on top of Gu Xinyi, puffing out her cheeks and looking at him crossly. "So, it turns out my dear wife actually has quite a temper. I'm happy to see my dear wife like this. In the future, if something happens, I hope my dear wife can also tell me things as confidently as this." Gu Xinyi was pinned down on the sofa, his smile gentle. He felt very happy being able to see this side of Xia Xiao. Life is short. My dear wife should consider herself first, before considering anyone else. You are you, and I am me. When we are together, we are still us's. Not just a single me. If you only thought of me, then that version of you wouldn't be the real you at all, and it would break my heart. Xia Xiao looked at Gu Xinyi like this, and nodded firmly. The hands on his chest moved up to cup his face. She pouted her lips, looking ready to pout again. He was clearly such an annoying dork, yet she liked him so much. Xia Xiao gently rubbed his cheeks, her face flushing slightly. Then she suddenly covered his eyes with her hand, leaned down, and kissed him. "Wait, I'm being ambushed?" Gu Xinyi was stunned. The reaction to his little lesson had come quickly, and with a pleasant surprise. The night was alluring, and at this moment, Xia Xiao was even more so. A long, deep French kiss left Gu Xinyi feeling dazed and intoxicated. Even his hand had unknowingly slipped into her loose pajamas. Just as things were reaching a fever pitch, Xia Xiao finally snapped back to reality. She raised her head in a daze, trailing a glistening thread of saliva, and stared blankly at Gu Xinyi. The sensation of his large hand inside her clothes remained. As the soft touch on his lips vanished, Gu Xinyi also opened his eyes, feeling a bit lost. "Hello, back caught?" He saw his own hand acting up. His face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Haha, would you believe me if I said this hand has a mind of its own? Xiao's face was bright red. Shifting from the aggressor back to the victim, she let out a huff and pressed her entire body against Gu Xinyi to keep his hand from moving any further. Gu Xinyi chuckled inwardly. He swore to God that he hadn't intended to let things get out of hand. He simply wanted to pull his hand back, but now it was firmly trapped inside Xiao's clothes. He really couldn't get it out now. Breathing in Xiao's light fragrance, Gu Xinyi could only wrap one arm around her, while gently patting her back. All right, you should probably get up. I promise I won't move my hand. Xiao didn't budge, remaining draped over him. Only her muffled voice rose from Gu Xinyi's chest. You still haven't said yes. Are you going to be in the competition with me? So that's why you're refusing to move. Watching Xiao act so shamelessly on top of him, Gu Xinyi felt like laughing. You dummy, Xiao. Is this a reward or a threat? Even if my dear wife hadn't asked, I would have gone with you anyway. Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, Xiao jerked her head up from his chest. She stared at him with wide almond eyes, looking at him with total disbelief. So you did that on purpose? Gu Xinyi reluctantly pulled his hand out with a sigh, and shrugged like the dork he was. In the next second, the soft flesh at Gu Xinyi's waist was pinched hard by a small hand. Ow! Keep it down, you'll wake Lily. Gu Xinyi whispered through gritted teeth. He was starting to question his life choices. It turned out even the gentlest women knew this trick. He'd seen men with wives on TikTok, talking about going through the same thing. He hadn't believed it at first, but he did now. You bad men, Xiao hissed, her voice low. This villain only knew how to bully her. If I didn't do this, how could my dear wife be so open with me? I don't want to spend the rest of my life seeing my dear wife being all submissive and walking on eggshells. Xiao pouted her lips, and then, feeling a bit guilty, she gently rubbed the spot she had just pinched. Even if you put it that way, it doesn't change the fact that you bullied me. Gu Xinyi reached out with both hands again, and pulled Xiao into a hug, holding her close against him. But since Lily is in preschool now, and I'm going to the competition with you, we need to find someone to watch her temporarily. Xiao, listening to his heartbeat, felt her gaze soften. She thought about it for a moment, then replied softly, Let's ask Lele to come over and watch her. It's only for a few days, and we need to practice the song together. It'll be better to go to the company studio. She finished speaking and then paused, softly calling out, Gu Xinyi, you dork, yeah? Lily is starting preschool now, so shouldn't she have her own room? Xiao kept her head buried, her ears turning beet red. Gu Xinyi nodded in agreement. Yeah, when I get back, I'll clear out the storage room and turn it into a little princess room for Lily. I'll leave the job of coaxing her to sleep up to you. Xiao used her head to gently thump Gu Xinyi's chest. Without saying a word, Gu Xinyi pondered for a moment and continued, and about the car. We keep talking about it, but never have time to go. Tomorrow, I'll contact that salesperson from before and buy another car. It'll be easier to drop off and pick up Lily. And the house. We really need to move to a bigger place. But for that, I'll have to wait for my dear wife to earn the money. After all, I'm just a stay-at-home dad, right? Hey, he said he was a stay-at-home dad, but Gu Xinyi was actually incredibly busy now. He was constantly writing the anime script. He'd be done with the first season in 10 days. He was still writing all the songs, and now he even had to join the competition as a guest performer. Gu Xinyi joked with a smile. But he really did feel they needed a new house. This place only had 2 bedrooms, and he was still using the second one as a study. When Lily arrived tomorrow, he would have to clear out that room first. Xiao gave a soft, then she looked up and planted another quick kiss on Gu Xinyi's lips. Thank you, she whispered. She'd always wanted to thank him, and now she finally had. You really want to thank me? Yeah. Then let me hear you call me husband again. Gu Xinyi looked at the blushing Xiao and spoke with an expectant smile. This made Xiao's face flush again. She scrambled off of him in a hurry, and, as if she were in a race, she bolted toward the bedroom. To Gu Xinyi's ears came only the faint whisper of a voice. It's time for bed. All right then. Gu Xinyi rubbed his nose. Anyway, he had accomplished his mission for the night, complete with an unexpected surprise. He was more than satisfied. He stood up from the sofa and followed her into the bedroom. Back in bed, he pulled Xiao Xiao into his arms again. Little Lily was heartlessly left to her own devices on the other side. In the darkness, Gu Xinyi closed his eyes contentedly, ready for sleep, when he heard his lovely wife in his arms whisper a single word, "Husband." Now this night was truly perfect. When Xiao Xiao opened her eyes the next morning, Gu Xinyi was already out of bed. She gently pulled back the duvet and saw her disheveled pajamas. That perverted dork. Xiao Xiao wrinkled her pretty nose, her face flushing red. She checked the time again. It was already 7:30 a.m. Xiao Xiao looked at the still sleeping Lily and decisively scooped her up. It was another day of forced labor for Lily. The little one's old sleeping habits would have to be changed bit by bit. Gu Xinyi was bringing breakfast to the table. When he saw Xiao Xiao leading Lily out of the bedroom, he looked at them with a beaming smile. Xiao Xiao, who had already tidied her pajamas, said, "Go wash up and eat quickly." Xiao Xiao glanced at him. She gave a huff in response. Then she took Lily inside to wash up. When the gentle Xiao Xiao acted all cute and bashful, she had a different kind of charm. After the meal, Gu Xinyi took Lily to school. Xiao Xiao contacted Lele, and everyone attended to their duties. Lele agreed very readily. Regarding going over to take care of little Lily, she was all for it. With such a cute kid, she wished she could cuddle and spoil her every day. By the time Gu Xinyi returned, Lele had already left for the station. This little assistant's proactive nature, Gu Xinyi and Xiao Xiao also started getting busy, tidying up the spare bedroom, contacting the salesperson to order a car, and various other things. Gu Xinyi didn't have much in the way of high demands for a car. As long as it could drive, it was fine. He didn't have any business meetings anyway, so he just asked the dealership salesperson to recommend a random model. The only requirement was that it be in stock, and he could pick it up tomorrow. Time passed quickly. After Gu Xinyi and Xiao Xiao finished tidying the spare room, the two of them hadn't rested for long. Before it was already noon, Xiao Xiao also received a call from Lele. She'd already arrived at the Riverdale station. After arranging everything at home, the two of them drove to the city. Arriving in the city once again, this time it was just the couple, Gu Xinyi and Xiao Xiao. Gu Xinyi felt a bit emotional. In his original world, he had never been this busy as a single guy. He didn't expect that being a stay-at-home dad in this life, he would be going out so much. In the morning, Xiao Xiao had sent the competition song to Brenda. As usual, Brenda took the song to find the company's recording team, to produce the backing track, and register the copyright. The two arrived in the city, rested briefly in the apartment, and then set off for the Soundwave Entertainment building. The two of them, familiar with the place, arrived on the 11th floor. Brenda was already waiting there. From a distance, Brenda saw their hands, which were held tightly together. A smile couldn't help but surface on her face. She looked closely at Xiao Xiao's pretty face. For some reason, even though it had only been 3 days since they last met, when Xiao Xiao returned this time, she felt Xiao Xiao was a bit different. It was a radiance radiating from within, a state Xiao Xiao had never been in before. Seeing Xiao Xiao like this, Brenda felt a warmth in her heart. She had been with Xiao Xiao for so long, and had always felt for the girl. She also knew how Xiao Xiao treated others, always being so cautious. She didn't expect that what would finally change Xiao Xiao would be the Gu Xinyi she had initially looked down upon. This is truly great. Brenda. Xiao Xiao and Gu Xinyao reached Brenda and greeted her together. Brenda nodded. She looked at the young couple before her, who looked like a match made in heaven. Her gaze was soft. "You're back. Do you want to go straight to practicing the song?" "Yes, the pressure is quite high. I'm not a professional singer after all. I need to practice as much as possible for the competition, so that I don't sing too poorly." Gu Xinyi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, even though he was confident in his voice and wouldn't sing out of tune. The reason Lifelong Companion became a hit back then was partly because of that. When it came to professional vocal skill, he was indeed inferior to professional singers. That was an unchangeable fact. In this competition, he might end up holding Xiao Xiao back. I believe that no matter how you sing, Xiao Xiao will be very happy. So, isn't it enough that Xiao Xiao is happy? Xiao Xiao, listening to Brenda's words, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She also tightened her grip on Gu Xinyi's hand a bit. Gu Xinyi smiled. He agreed with that sentiment. The three of them walked into the recording studio while talking. Xiao Xiao took the manuscript out of her bag and placed it on the music stand. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao began to focus on studying the song. Both of them were very serious when dealing with music. In this regard, the two were very much alike. This was the first time the two of them were singing a duet. Xia Xiao's eyes were constantly shimmering with a brilliant light, singing a love song with her dork. This feeling was truly wonderful. Xia Xiao looked at the song title on the manuscript, as well as the lyrics. She was still a bit nervous in her heart. The lyrics on it were just like the words in her heart that she had always wanted to say to Gu Xinyi. Shared life across the sea. For the rest of my life, there is only you. And the title of this song was The Rest of My Life. Gu Xinyi benefited from being relatively familiar with this song, so, when they first started practicing, he was clearly much more proficient than Xia Xiao. He could even give Xia Xiao some pointers in certain places, but later on, Gu Xinyi was completely humbled. After only a few practices, Xia Xiao was clearly singing much better than him, especially in terms of breath control and control over the melody. She left Gu Xinyi far behind, so as they continued, it turned back into Xia Xiao teaching Gu Xinyi. For the entire afternoon, the two were immersed in the ocean of music. Thanks to Xia Xiao's instruction, Gu Xinyi was significantly better than when they started. But Gu Xinyi felt that practicing songs was truly exhausting. From 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, he felt like his throat was about to start smoking, and especially when a song he liked was sung by himself countless times. It truly became a bit of auditory fatigue. He looked at Xia Xiao with some heartache. From this, he could see just how much effort Xia Xiao had put into those previous songs, to be able to practice them so well. They say 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of work off stage. It really wasn't an exaggeration at all. In the end, it was Xia Xiao who saw the look of exhaustion on Gu Xinyi's face, and took the lead in stopping today's practice. Gu Xinyi breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that his life as a stay-at-home dad was simply too easy in comparison. When he, Xia Xiao, and Brenda walked out of the recording studio, Gu Xinyi held Xia Xiao's hand and whispered into her ear, "Wife, you've worked so hard." Xia Xiao blinked her eyes without answering. She didn't feel it was particularly hard. Singing in the past was much harder than this. But hearing these words from Gu Xinyi's mouth, she felt an extraordinary sweetness in her heart. At that moment, someone else happened to walk out of the recording studio and came face to face with Gu Xinyi's group of 3. Gu Xinyi looked up. It was a woman draped in a shawl, who looked very elegant. Behind her was a small assistant with their head down, wearing glasses. The woman merely glanced at the 3 of them, then gave a light snort and brushed past them, heading toward the elevator first. The sound of her high heels went click-clack as she moved. What's her problem? The 3 of us didn't seem to provoke her, did we? Gu Xinyi initially felt that this woman looked a bit familiar, but he had forgotten where he'd seen her. He was left a bit stunned by the woman's attitude. He turned to look at Brenda, and asked in confusion, "Is there some conflict between her and Xia Xiao?" Brenda hurriedly shook her head. Looking at the spot where the woman had vanished by the elevator, she gave a bitter smile. "There isn't any conflict. This woman is named Lena. She's also one of the company's top singers. The 2 of you are so busy being in love. How could you have the energy to care about industry drama? The entertainment industry pie is only so big. Now you 2 come along and dominate the trending topics every day. They've lost a lot of traffic because of you. Naturally, they're going to harbor some resentment. This Lena has been like this since Xia Xiao first joined the company. She used to look down on our Xia Xiao. By now, that condescension has turned into pure jealousy." Hearing Brenda's words, Gu Xinyi finally remembered where he had seen this person named Lena before. When he was watching TV earlier, she seemed to be the star of those frequently aired commercials. This was indeed something to keep an eye on. The entertainment industry cake is only so big. The more you take, the less there is for others. It naturally attracts hostility, but there was no way around it. Every industry is the same survival of the fittest. Gu Xinyi certainly wasn't going to be afraid because of this. And the reason they chose Soundwave Entertainment in the first place was because Soundwave's main focus is on developing singers. They have a strong ability to build an image. As for the other 2, Prime Entertainment is relatively indifferent toward singers. Even though they are also one of the big 3, their main focus is on the film and television industry. Their actors are quite outstanding. The other one, Skyline Entertainment, goes without saying. Also one of the big 3, but they have the worst reputation. Xia Xiao is a pure singer, so Soundwave Entertainment was the perfect fit. Even if Soundwave Entertainment truly couldn't accommodate Xia Xiao back then, he wasn't without options. After all, he could always choose to stay under the radar and grow. As the second match of the New Song Gala finals approached, the attention from netizens toward this competition grew higher and higher. Xia Xiao's song, Joy, from last time, was still trending at the top of various platforms. It showed no signs of dropping. The reason wasn't just the high click-through rate from the public, but also the fact that influencers were racing to cover it, especially on many audio streaming channels. Joy seemed to have become a standard for testing a streamer's vocal skills. However, no matter how many influencers covered the song, netizens always maintained that Xia Xiao was the only true, most beautiful ghost bride. No one could defeat Xia Xiao on the song Joy. Some even took the songs from this season of the New Song Gala and compared them with songs from previous seasons. The result was that they found there was simply no comparison. In this season of the New Song Gala, not only were the songs Xia Xiao sang far superior to previous seasons, even the skill levels of other singers, just to avoid losing too embarrassingly, were much stronger than in the past. Then, another post appeared online, listing the hidden gem songs created by Gu Xinyi. The era of trashy pop songs in the industry is coming to an end. The post started from the early, lifelong companion, moving on to The Wind Rises, and finally to Joy. It detailed the appearance of these songs, and the records they had broken, although the official albums for these songs hadn't appeared on the Harmony Music platform yet. Their play counts and views were obvious to everyone. The post finally summarized it in one sentence. It's predictable. Once Xia Xiao's first album is released, every song will definitely hit the top of the Harmony New Song charts. Even winning a Golden Melody Award isn't out of the question. As soon as this post appeared, it immediately received countless positive reviews. Everyone couldn't help but look forward even more to the second final match. Exactly what kind of song would Gu Xinyi write for Xia Xiao this time? You have to realize, guests can be invited for this round of the competition. Many people were speculating on who Xia Xiao would actually invite. Most people felt that Xia Xiao would definitely invite a veteran singer, because this was a match that concerned the champion title. And as for Gu Xinyi, he isn't a singer after all. He definitely couldn't compare to those veteran singers. In the entertainment industry, those who know. The waters are very murky. For the sake of making money, even the most perfect couple would yield to self-interest. But there were also some people, especially fans of Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, who were still secretly hoping in their hearts that Xia Xiao would invite Gu Xinyi. After all, from the time they appeared in the public eye until now, everything they've shown is that they are looking out for each other. They were hoping that in the industry, a couple like this, one that doesn't just go with the flow, could appear, giving the murky entertainment industry a piece of pure land. As for everything happening in the outside world, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao were unaware. They had been leaving early and returning late every day lately, practicing their song diligently. With Xia Xiao's guidance, Gu Xinyi's vocal skills were also improving at a rapid pace. September 7th, the second round of the New Song Gala finals officially began. Until now, the audience still didn't know who the guests invited by Xia Xiao and Arya were. To maintain the suspense, the production team didn't reveal even a shred of information regarding this. At the competition venue, the area in front of the stadium was already a sea of people. Besides the live audience, even more reporters from various companies had come. The number was far greater than any previous round. This was the second match of the New Song Gala finals. It was a match that very likely would determine the champion. Furthermore, this round was for romantic duets. The issue of the guest performer choices had already caused a massive stir online. Many people were speculating whether these two entertainment giants would, in this round, bring out the big shots from their own company's music scenes. After all, based on previous experience, winning the New Song Gala championship is equivalent to getting a ticket to become an A-list singer. To maintain the sense of mystery, Ryan arranged a dedicated interview area for the reporters in front of the stadium early on, and the guest performers, under the production team's arrangement, had already quietly slipped backstage. The only ones left for the reporters to interview were Xia Xiao and Arya, the two known contestants. At 7 p.m., Brenda accompanied Xia Xiao as she appeared at the entrance. As soon as she appeared, she immediately drew cheers from many onlookers. Before long, Arya and her little assistant also appeared at the entrance. They also received a burst of cheers. This was the first time since Xia Xiao's comeback that she was accepting a formal interview. A predatory, eager light gleamed in the eyes of all the reporters. They scrambled to surround her, all wanting to get first-hand information. Ms. Xia Xiao, may I ask who the guest singer you invited this time is? You'll know when it's time for the performance. Xia Xiao shook her head and gave a playful answer. She naturally wasn't going to say. The production team had given repeated orders on this. Ms. Xia Xiao, can you tell us what your and Gu Xinyi's daily life is usually like? I can answer that. A smile appeared on Xia Xiao's face. It's just like any other couples. There's nothing different about it. The reporter who asked the question was stunned. What was the difference between this answer and no answer at all? Subsequently, he pointed the microphone toward Arya. Contestant Arya, you lost the previous match. In the last match, you lost. May I ask if you're confident in winning this round? Arya glanced at Xia Xiao beside her. She smiled. I'll do my best. Xia Xiao is a very formidable opponent. Competing with her has taught me a lot. The reporter was speechless again. Fine. You two must have synchronized your talking points. Asking these questions felt like a complete waste of time. At that moment, another reporter asked, Ms. Xia Xiao, regarding the trending topic online about Gu Xinyi, raising the standard of the entire music scene. That viral topic, what are your thoughts on it? Xia Xiao blinked. In her heart, Gu Xinyi was simply the best. I don't know what others say, but to me, Gu Xinyi is the greatest songwriter there is. Whoa! This episode's traffic was guaranteed now. The reporter who asked the question was ecstatic. Xia Xiao's statement was quite bold, even though she said to her. It was undoubtedly a declaration to everyone that Gu Xinyi was the top songwriter in the industry. Several other reporters asked a few more questions after that. Xia Xiao and Arya saw that the time was about up, so they gave brief responses and entered the stadium. The reporters quickly dispersed as they went inside. Regarding the content of today's interview, they were both satisfied and a bit regretful. They were satisfied because they got a lot of good material today. The regret was that they still didn't know who the guest singers, the live audience, also began queuing up to enter the venue at this time. Before long, every seat in the stadium was filled. As the stadium doors closed, a brilliant galaxy of lights rose above the arena. Starlight slowly scattered onto the stage from above. The opening theme of the new song Gala echoed through the entire venue at this moment. The second final match officially began. Compared to the tension and excitement of the audience, the backstage was quite peaceful right now. Xia Xiao and Arya, the two stunning women, were chatting like close friends. They were talking in low voices. No one knew exactly what they were discussing, but their eyes drifted toward Gu Xinyi's side with smiles on their faces. As for Gu Xinyi, he was talking to a man in his late 40s. This was a man that even Gu Xinyi, who wasn't very familiar with the industry, had heard of. The veteran superstar, Louis. When he saw this legend, Gu Xinyi couldn't help but give a bitter smile. This was his first competition. Yet the opponent had actually invited this heavyweight. They truly thought highly of him. Although Louis was past his peak, he was once one of the most famous singers in the country. For someone to be called a heavenly king by the public, his talent and influence were beyond imagination. Especially in terms of fan appeal, he had an unparalleled advantage. And Louis, his impression of Gu Xinyi right now was also very positive. When Gu Xinyi released the song Lifelong Companion, he had taken notice of this talented individual. That song was Louis's personal favorite among all current music. Especially the melody and lyrics of that song made Louis feel that it was something only someone from his generation could write. In reality, however, it was created by the young Gu Xinyi. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but feel emotional. He looked at the refined Gu Xinyi before him and smiled. I really didn't expect such a monster to appear in the younger generation. To be honest, the entertainment industry nowadays is really hard to understand. After us veteran singers take our final bows, the songs of the new generation, I really can't stand to listen to them. Until I heard your Lifelong Companion. Only then did I realize that among the youth, there are still talents who can make one's eyes light up. Gu Xinyi scratched his head. During this meeting, He also found that this legend's temper was truly good, and the man didn't put on any airs at all, being much better than those arrogant stars he had seen before. For you to say that is really too much praise, Lewis. You are a senior, and I still have a lot to learn. Gu Xinyi was very humble. A legend like this deserved respect. Haha, Gu Xinyi, a young man shouldn't be too humble. Skill is skill. When I was your age, I was still struggling in obscurity at the bottom. Lewis's laughter drew the attention of the two female leads today. Arya's eyes flickered slightly. This was also her first time collaborating with Lewis. But when she chatted with him, she would clearly feel a bit constrained. Yet the man opposite him was currently chatting and laughing with the icon. This was strength, and also personal charm. And this man was only about the same age as her. Truly impressive. Arya looked back at Xia Xiao beside her. She was currently looking at Gu Xinyi over there, her eyes full of tenderness. At this moment, Arya truly felt a bit envious of her. Meanwhile, Cheryl had already taken the stage. She introduced the two contestants of this match as usual, Xia Xiao and Arya, and invited the mentors to take their seats at the judges' table. Next, the moment of focus truly arrived. Contestants on stage. Under the notification of the staff, Arya and Xia Xiao walked slowly onto the stage, facing the lights. Both of them were wearing long dresses today, designed in advance by the production team. The difference was that Xia Xiao wore white, with a small gold rose on her chest, while Arya wore gold, with a small white rose on her chest. One was like a girl next door, simple and moving. One was like a royal princess, elegant and grand. Standing together, they gave a different sense of beauty at first glance. But looking closer, they seemed to arrive at the same destination. Both were the ultimate beauties of their respective styles. As soon as they took the stage, they immediately received a burst of cheers. Cheryl, standing with these two once again, was also feeling very emotional. The pressure these two gave her was truly intense. Welcome our two contestants to the stage today. Next, let us welcome today's guest singers with a round of applause. First, let us welcome Arya's guest singer, Lewis, to the stage. Arya was scheduled to sing first in this round. So, the guest singer to be unveiled first was Arya's guest singer, Lewis. As for Xia Xiao's guest singer, it was still a mystery. The audience would only find out when she performed, making the audience curse in their hearts. The production team was truly a bunch of dogs. They really knew how to hide things. However, this didn't affect their experience of watching the show. When Cheryl announced that Arya's guest singer was Lewis, many audience members were exceptionally shocked. That was Lewis, their idol from their youth. Many in the audience were beyond excited. They all picked up their phones and started sending messages to their friends and family. Quick, look at the new song Gala. Lewis is here. This caused many people, who originally hadn't followed the show, to come and tune in. In an instant, the livestream comments covered the screen. The 30-something army reporting for duty. Lewis is invincible. I can't believe even Lewis is here. Arya, what do you have to say now? To be honest, I don't even know who Lewis is. Who is that guy? The person above is clearly a minor. You don't even know Lewis? I don't know him either. Is he that famous? I only know Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi. He's called a legend for a reason. Do you think he's not famous? Our generation is just getting older. We don't want to spend too much time online anymore. It doesn't mean we're dead. Supporting Lewis. Supporting Arya, she's invincible. This is the influence of a legend. Their fans, though most have started dealing with the realities of life. Once the legend appears, their youth memories come flooding back. On stage, Xia Xiao and the host retreated backstage at this point, handing the stage over to Arya. Under the spotlight, Lewis slowly walked onto the stage from behind the scenes. He enthusiastically waved his hand toward the live audience. Even though he had reached his 40s, his appearance was still very well maintained, and he gave off an even more mature charm. This immediately set many in the audience into a frenzy. They passionately waved their glow sticks to welcome this veteran legend. The music began to play at this time as well. Accompanied by soft music, starlight dotted the dark stage from above, forming a starry sky. The title of the song appeared on the big screen that they were about to sing, Embracing You Under the Starlight. As the starry sky appeared, Lewis, dressed in a black suit, began to sing softly. His voice held a hint of life's experiences, but within those experiences was a unique flavor that was captivating. The audience closed their eyes and listened intently. Once the first verse ended, Louis turned his gaze toward Aria. Amidst the melodious music, Aria locked eyes with Louis, picked up her microphone and began to sing. Her voice was clean and crisp, entering everyone's ears like silver bells. It was beautiful. This song grabbed the audience's attention from the start. The duet between the two successfully transported them under a starry sky, where a couple was passionately embracing. High above the star-dotted stage, at this moment, heart-shaped patterns formed by gathered starlight also slowly appeared. Paired with the music, it made the audience unconsciously think of the scenes when they embraced their own loved ones. Whether it was the live audience or the viewers in the live stream, they were all immersed in the ocean of love at this moment. Even Gu Xinyi, backstage, closed his eyes, slowly savoring the song. He truly was a legend. He brought out the charm of the song completely through his vocals. In terms of vocal technique, Gu Xinyi truly felt inferior, but he wasn't particularly stage-frightened. He believed his song was just as good. Xiaoxiao felt the same way. In her heart, as long as Gu Xinyi was singing with her, she wouldn't fear anyone, not even a legend. Aria and Louis's performance of Embracing You, Under the Starlight, completely awakened the romantic souls of the audience. Couples in the venue, under the heart-shaped patterns formed by starlight, all started embracing one another. Meanwhile, the singles could only watch with envious eyes, hugging their friends sitting next to them for comfort. What kind of duet competition is this? This is clearly a personal attack on us singles. Until the twinkling starlight in the air vanished, and the music came to a close. Louis and Aria faced the audience, gave a deep bow, and then their figures gradually faded into the darkness as they left the stage. Even though the two had exited, the glow sticks in the audience were still waving in perfect unison. Gu Xinyi watched Louis walking toward him, feeling immensely moved. This was the ability of a legend, and his influence as well. When he first arrived in this world, he thought the songs here were just average. Now he realized that the original host's knowledge was just too shallow. The music scene where the older generation resided was indeed different from today's. Just as that army of middle-aged fans said, they were just old, not dead. After the veteran artists retired behind the scenes, they were just busy with their lives. But when these people truly appeared again, the army of fans would reappear accordingly. These veteran artists were truly worthy of respect. The livestream comments were also flying frantically at this point. Louis's appearance moved many to tears, and his effortless mastery of the song was a testament to his legendary skill. Sobbing, "Long time no see, Louis, welcome back. After listening to this song, I have to go back to dealing with my life again." Has everyone noticed that Gu Xinyi is a lot like those veteran artists? The songs they create are all so good. This is a legacy. America is always like this. Someone always steps up when a field is at its lowest point, stepping forward to lead the way. Gu Xinyi is exactly like that. It's true, I'm also a middle-aged person. What was the music industry even producing before? I only started listening to music again after Gu Xinyi appeared. I just wonder, who is Xiaoxiao's guest singer? This is killing me. I really hope it's Gu Xinyi. It can't be him. Those in the industry know how it works. Aria even invited a legend. I'm sure Xiaoxiao won't be any less impressive. Why wouldn't it be possible? I truly feel that Xiaoxiao and Gu Xinyi are truly different from everyone else. What's there to argue about? Won't we know if we just keep watching? Bunch of trolls. Shh, it's starting. While the heated discussion continued online, Xiaoxiao's figure had already appeared on the stage. She was in a white dress, with a small gold flower on her chest, paired with a happy smile blooming on her face, causing the audience to let out a collective gasp. Such a happy expression was something they hadn't seen on Aria's face just now. This is the expression one only has when they truly have love. When Aria and Louis were singing their duet, even though they sang very, very well, they lacked that look in their eyes, found only when in love. They weren't a couple to begin with, so they naturally wouldn't be as natural as a real couple. Xiaoxiao, however, was different. The look in her eyes right now was clearly the gaze that only a woman in love could have. Seeing Xiaoxiao like this, many in the audience felt their hearts tremble. Could it really be him? The lights on the stage began to shift, and warm beams of light suddenly appeared. Accompanied by the lighting, petals from pink roses drifted down gracefully from the air. Subsequently, the song title appeared on the big screen, The Rest of My Life. Lyrics, composition, and arrangement were still by Gu Xinyi. But when the audience saw the performers' names, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat, and then a massive sense of satisfaction arose. The livestream chat, which had paused for a moment, suddenly exploded again. I knew it. I told you so. They really are different. Not bad. Exactly why I'm a fan. They are just different. Open your eyes and look. Performed by Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao. A breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Brothers, I'm so jealous. Just one name was enough to shock me. That's Xia Xiao for you. I heard the industry's waters were murky. I'm sorry, but that clearly doesn't apply here. A romantic duet should obviously be done by a real couple. Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi, they really didn't disappoint me. How does he dare? Is he not afraid of losing? Are you looking down on my Gu Xinyi? Even though that jerk made mistakes before, he really has changed. Besides, his fame is already massive. Regardless of the audience's reaction, at this moment, Xia Xiao, with a gaze full of tenderness, turned and looked intently toward the backstage entrance. There, a familiar figure was slowly appearing. Soft music began to play at that moment. Under the warm lighting, Gu Xinyi was dressed in a black suit, with a gold rose also pinned to his chest. He walked toward Xia Xiao's deeply affectionate gaze. The audience in the stadium and those watching the livestream all had their mouths wide open. This was the first time they had seen Gu Xinyi dressed in formal attire like this, and it was such a crystal-clear image. This guy actually looks quite handsome in a suit. The intro gradually faded, and amidst a rain of rose petals, Gu Xinyi picked up the microphone in his hand. He sang softly, "Seeking the sun where there is no wind, being the warm sun where you are cold. Human affairs are many, and people are always too naive. For the rest of my life, I only want you." As he sang to this point, Gu Xinyi had already walked slowly to Xia Xiao's side. He lowered the microphone, looked at Xia Xiao with a gentle face, and lifted his hand to tap her nose lightly. "I'm dying. The single dogs are completely dying. The single dog slaughter festival happened once, and now it's happening again. And each time is stronger than the last." Audience members with girlfriends or wives had smiles blooming on their faces at this moment. They looked at the person beside them, imitated Gu Xinyi's movement, and lightly tapped the other person's nose. Then, the two of them shared a knowing smile. The single dogs without girlfriends could only look at their hulking bros beside them, and wanted to cry but had no tears. There was no way they could pull off that move. Xia Xiao's face was slightly red. She looked up at him, her eyes full of him. She also raised her microphone, and her gentle voice rang out again. "For the rest of my life, the wind and snow is you, the ordinary is you. Poverty is you, prosperity is you. The tenderness in my heart is you, and wherever my gaze lands, it is also you." Beams of light shined brilliantly. Amidst the pink rose petals, dots of starlight rose once again. Bits of starlight fell on Xia Xiao, dotting her collarbone with a faint glow, flickering, so beautiful that Gu Xinyi's entire soul was lost in ultimate tenderness. The moment Xia Xiao's clear and gentle voice rang out, the audience completely lost themselves in the song. Not only the audience, but even the mentors, as well as Arya and Louis backstage, all had their eyes flickering. Their smiles were gentle. A professional is a professional after all. When Gu Xinyi was singing, people focused more on the tenderness in his eyes and the stage atmosphere. But as soon as Xia Xiao opened her mouth, people were immediately pulled into the vocals. Everyone felt that this voice was like waves of numbing electricity surging through their bodies, making them unable to stop themselves from sinking into the beauty of the rest of my life. If we say, Louis and Arya sang about the present of love, then Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao were singing about the future of love. Both the present and future were perfect love, leaving everyone intoxicated. On stage, the suit and the long dress, amidst the rain of flowers, and the field of starlight, they held each other's hands and faced the audience. Every audience member held their breath at this moment, staring dotingly at the two people, who looked like a match made in heaven. A love like this is so wonderful. They wanted it too. Accompanied by the music, Xia Xiao raised her microphone again. She sang this part first. Her gaze was as clear as water, looking at Gu Xinyi beside her with a smile. She parted her red lips. "I want to take you to see the clear, boundless sky. I want to tell you loudly that I'm fascinated by you. The past is hurried, and you will always be moved. For the rest of my life, I only want you. Gu Xinyi took Xia Xiao's hand and took a step toward the front of the stage. Amidst the audience's stunned silence, he suddenly pulled her into his arms, and, with a smile in his eyes, kissed her forehead. Xia Xiao's mouth opened slightly, and she looked incredibly bashful. She hadn't expected Gu Xinyi to do this either. This was an impromptu move by him. Regarding this song, Gu Xinyi felt it most deeply. In his original world, whenever he heard this song, he would imagine exactly what the person who would accompany him in the future would be like. Now he knew. That person was Xia Xiao. Gu Xinyi was completely immersed in the song. Singing this song, he felt like he could already see himself and her in the rest of their lives. Gu Xinyi raised the microphone, as if speaking tenderly to Xia Xiao. For the rest of my life, the wind and snow is you. The spring flowers are you. The summer rain is also you. The autumn yellow is you. The warmth and cold of the 4 seasons is you. And wherever my gaze lands, it is also you. At this moment, none of the audience members watching the new song gala cared any more about how well Gu Xinyi actually sang. Whether he sang better than Louis was no longer important. What mattered was that they had all been immersed in the beautiful imagery on stage, immersed in the wonderful declaration of love for the rest of one's life. Everywhere the eye can see, everything is you. For the rest of my life, I only want you. Time is like water, always silent. As long as you are there, it will be a sunny day. On the judges' panel, several mentors were also moved. People always talk about vocal technique, but no matter how good the technique is, it's only to help the listeners resonate better with the song with their whole hearts. Although Gu Xinyi's technique was indeed a notch below, he'd achieved the word resonance. In the control room, Ryan clutched his chest. He was no longer focusing on the data on the monitor. That had skyrocketed to the extreme. What he cared about more was that he actually saw such a couple. In the current atmosphere of the entertainment industry, even though he already knew that Xia Xiao had invited Gu Xinyi as her guest, when they actually stood on the stage, this excitement and this impact were things that no temporary, thrown-together duo could bring. This was a feeling born from within, and it was mesmerizing. And now, in all the major livestream rooms, the chat was uniformly scrolling with, "For the rest of my life, it's all you." Countless couples even secretly decided that when they got married, they had to sing this song as a duet at their wedding. This is the true charm of a romantic duet. Backstage, Louis watched the two on stage, looking like a prince holding his princess. A smile was on his face, and his eyes were slightly moist. He suddenly felt that this trip was worth it. The industry had successors. It would never be criticized by people again. On stage, Gu Xinyi had one arm around Xia Xiao's waist, and with his other hand, he led her in a light spin. The two stood side by side again, facing the audience. They raised their microphones together, looking at each other with eyes full of love. The final duet began. "For the rest of my life, the wind and snow is you. The ordinary is you. Poverty is you. Prosperity is you. The tenderness in my heart is you. Wherever my gaze lands, it is also you. Wherever my gaze lands, it is also you." The music faded. As the last note from the two of them ended, the venue suddenly erupted into thunderous applause. They were both moved, and incredibly envious. A perfect couple was nothing more than this. "Kiss her," someone in the audience shouted. The next moment, all the spectators began to chant in unison. "Kiss her, kiss her." Xia Xiao's face grew even more flushed. Having so many people watching made her extremely shy. Gu Xinyi turned his head to look at the crowd looking for a show. He picked up the microphone and held it to his lips, suddenly asking, "Kiss her?" The audience immediately started hooting. The spectators were screaming one after another. However, as clever as Gu Xinyi was, with a mischievous smirk on his face, he spoke again. "In your dreams. If I'm going to kiss her, I'll do it after we get home." Boo. The spectators couldn't take it. They all let out a collective boo. The atmosphere in the venue became even more lively because of this. Even the viewers in the live stream began to laugh. They all transformed into keyboard critics. Comments instantly flooded the screen. "Damn you, Gu Xinyi. Just you wait. Pish. As if anyone actually wanted to see your sweet PDA. Fine, don't kiss then. Why the attitude? Bleh, Gu Xinyi, do you even have what it takes? If you can't do it, just say so." Let me take over. To the guy above, I can hear your scheme from 1,000 miles away. Gu Xinye, sigh. There was once a perfect opportunity placed before me, but I didn't cherish it. Only after losing it did I realize, if the heavens gave me another chance, I would definitely kiss her. But brothers, he said he's kissing her at home. Sob, I'm so jealous. Yu Xinyi didn't care about the audience's wailing and howling anymore. He looked at the bashful Xia Xiao with a gentle smile. He thought for a moment, took the small golden rose from his chest, and tucked it into her hair. After that little touch, Xia Xiao looked even more beautiful, like the bride of his dreams. The joy in his eyes made her look even more stunning. The audience below was immediately fed another mouthful of dog food. Each of them began to howl even more cheerfully. Fortunately, the host, Cheryl, stepped onto the stage quickly at this moment. She hurriedly calmed the audience down, finally managing to settle the spectators' excitement. Afterward, Arya and Lewis were also invited onto the stage. The four of them stood side by side on stage, looking toward the mentors. Now it was time for the mentor commentary and voting. The first to provide commentary and vote was still Gavin. He looked toward the four people on stage, suddenly feeling like he didn't know where to start. He pondered for a long time, and finally gave a bitter smile before finally speaking. Asking me to critique this match is harder than killing me. These words drew a burst of laughter from the audience. They all understood what kind of combination was on that stage. A legend, and the most incredible songwriter right now. Whoever judges them would be stumped. However, as a professional judge and mentor, I still have to voice my opinion. First, Lewis and Arya, your duet was so good even I feel inferior. Lewis is a senior to begin with, so his strength is naturally beyond doubt. But Arya gave me a huge surprise today. Your performance today was excellent. Even when singing in tempo with the legend, you didn't lose any momentum at all. That is very good. Next are Gu Xinye and Xia Xiao. I can't even find the words for you two, because I was also pulled by the song, into the happiness you both longed for. The stage effect was a perfect score. If someone who didn't know saw this, they would surely think this was a wedding. Gavin paused at this point, a look of struggling and a bitter smile appearing on his face. This match was a feast for the audience, but for him, it was a literal hell of a choice. He still hadn't decided who to vote for until now. At this moment, the gaze of everyone in the audience was focused on Gavin. Gavin's whole body slumped slightly, and he finally made his decision. I'll cast my vote for Arya, because I am a professional mentor. From a professional vocal perspective, Arya and Lewis were clearly a cut above. Gavin completely relaxed after casting his vote. Leaning back against his chair, this voting process was truly exhausting for him. It was more tiring than holding a whole concert. Heaven knows how long he had been agonizing internally. The voting segment has always been the most tense moment for the atmosphere. The four on stage remained composed, but the audience below held their breath. They seemed even more nervous than the participants themselves, because they all had the contestants they supported in their hearts. It wasn't until Gavin finished his vote that some murmurs came from the audience seating. To a professional mentor, Gavin's vote was not wrong, but to the audience, they could resonate more with Gu Xinye and Xia Xiao's The Rest of My Life. Many were a bit disappointed, but they didn't say anything. Gavin's critique was indeed correct. Even though Gu Xinye had practiced hard for a few days, compared to Lewis, his professional level was still a bit lacking. The second mentor to vote was Xavier. He also looked troubled, thinking for a long time at the mentor's desk. Ultimately, he finally made his decision. He took a deep breath and looked at the four people on stage. My view might be a bit different from Gavin's. I feel that songs are a way for people to express their emotions. People always try to find their own point of resonance within a song. The reason professional singers can drive the audience's mood is precisely because their singing can resonate with people. And tonight, Gu Xinye and Xia Xiao undoubtedly did a better job in this regard. And therefore, I still choose to cast my vote for Xia Xiao. When a song touches people's hearts, in my mind, Xia Xiao and Gu Xinye have already won. Xavier finished saying his piece in one breath, and only then did he let out a long sigh. There are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 readers. Naturally, 1,000 listeners have 1,000 different feelings. When faced with two hard-won, excellent songs, Xavier chose his own heart. The score returned to a 1-1 tie. The audience held their breath even more. No one knew what the result of this night would be. Up until now, no one was sure. If there was anyone feeling the most relaxed right now, it was the four on stage. They all felt that regardless of winning or losing, they had already given their best. Giving one's best was the best answer for themselves. How does the saying go? You just focus on your efforts and leave the rest to fate. The four on stage had exactly that kind of mindset. It was time for the third mentor, Ethan, to vote. He didn't start with a critique. Instead, he stood up first and gave a bow to the four people on stage. Only then did he speak with deep emotion. To be honest, I haven't paid attention to the music industry for many years. But until today, I realized I was wrong. It turns out, the industry isn't as decayed as I imagined. Today, I am here to witness the appearance of two beautiful love songs and to witness the sparks of the new generation colliding with the old. However, regarding the performance of the two contestants and their songs, I'll cast this vote for Xia Xiao. But if we factor in the guest singer's performance, I'd still choose Aria and Lewis. I agree with Gavin's view. As a professional singer, I naturally lean toward the more technically skilled duo. So, my vote goes to Aria. As Ethan's voice trailed off, Gu Xinyi gave a helpless smile on stage. It seemed he really was holding Xia Xiao back. Compared to a legend like Lewis, his level of professional vocal skill naturally couldn't compare. With this vote cast, the score reached 2-1. Every eye turned toward Renee. The director's camera zoomed in, giving Renee a close-up at the perfect moment. As the lens focused, everyone suddenly froze, because they saw that Renee was quietly wiping away tears. As the former queen of love songs, Renee was the most deeply moved by them. She was touched by the beauty and the wonderful love displayed by Xia Xiao and Gu Xingyao. When she realized the camera was on her, she finally noticed she had lost her composure. She hurriedly wiped her eyes again, a smile returning to her face. I'm sorry, I lost control of my emotions. I'm casting this vote for Xia Xiao. I don't have much of a critique to offer. I just want to say that your song truly moved me. Looking at the sincerity on Renee's face, Xia Xiao and Gu Xingyao bowed to her at the same time, especially Gu Xinyi. Looking at that familiar face on the judges' panel, he couldn't even describe the emotions in his heart. The Renee in this world didn't seem any different from the one in his original world, but one of her signature songs had yet to appear here, and he wondered if it ever would in this world. Gu Xinyi felt a bit of melancholy. He felt that if that song never came to be, it would be a regret for this entire world. The voting by the four mentors was now over, a 2-2 tie. Next, it was time for the audience to shine. Real-time voting opened on the big screen. The audience members in the venue pulled out their phones, nervously casting their exclusive votes for their favorite contestant. At this moment, even the comments in the various livestream rooms vanished. Everyone following the new song gala clicked on the vote button one after another. Voting for the show required real name registration. 1 vote per person. So, in the current situation, every single vote was vital to the final outcome of the match. For the viewers, this was a different kind of war. Whether their favorite contestant could win depended entirely on them. Consequently, many began calling on friends and family, and in various group chats, they were actively rallying votes for their icons. Xia Xiaoyao and Gu Xinyi team. Gu Xinyi's family and friends group won. This small group from before had now expanded into 5 massive groups. Ruby, the group admin who had been lurking for a long time, now emerged in a rare display of activity. She tapped her phone screen frantically, insisting that the group members notify all their friends and family to cast their votes for Xia Xiao. And across the internet, accounts that hadn't been seen in a long time began to emerge. They were part of the middle-aged army, who had moved on to the realities of life. They had received the news at this very moment. They were fighting for Lewis. It was a contest between new generation fans and the veteran generation, a battle between the new king and the old. On the big screen, the real-time support rates for both sides stayed neck and neck. It was a dead heat. The numbers kept climbing, lasting longer than any match before. The audience vote fell into a tug of war. The support rates chased each other relentlessly. At this moment, even numerous media outlets wore expressions of pure disbelief as they watched the rates on the screen. They had never imagined before the match that Gu Xinyi's influence would be so massive that he could actually go toe-to-toe with Lewis. Even if the legend was older, he was still a legend. They had originally thought Xia Xiao choosing Gu Xinye as her guest singer would be a mistake. Instead, the current situation was slapping them hard in the face. Exactly when did Gu Xinye begin to have this kind of popularity? They thought about it carefully, and suddenly realized that, without anyone noticing, every viral hit currently in the music industry was created by Gu Xinye. This man had silently and soundlessly claimed half of the entire music industry. Although Gu Xinye had been on the trending lists constantly lately, most of it was about events in his life, like the domestic violence incident or the challenge incident. These events had quietly overshadowed the brilliance of his songwriting. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized the truth. Setting those events aside, the songs they had been listening to were all Gu Xinye's. Terrifying. The media outlets that realized this swallowed hard in unison. They suddenly realized that the music industry was about to experience a total upheaval. Once the songs Gu Xinye had created were compiled into an album and released on Harmony Music, they couldn't even imagine the state of the charts. With just the power of one person, he could sweep the entire board. Thinking of this, they unconsciously shifted their gaze back to the big screen above the new song gala stage. They knew that if Xia Xiao won this time, it meant the winds in the industry would, from this moment on, truly change forever. This season of the new song gala was the most popular in history. At this moment, it wasn't just the audience. The eyes of the entire entertainment industry were focused right here. Prime Entertainment, Soundwave Entertainment, Skyline Entertainment, and all other entertainment companies. Right now, their executives were all gathered in their respective boardrooms. If the media noticed it, how could they have missed it? They had held a meeting about this long ago, but at that time, few people believed that Gu Xinye had the power to change the landscape of the industry. But it was different now. At the new song gala, Gu Xinye's terrifying popularity undoubtedly showed them that Gu Xinye already possessed popularity approaching that of a legend. Though his resume was lacking, his fan base was already massive. Compared to a heavenly king, he was perhaps only missing one defining opportunity. In the American entertainment industry, ever since the four legends gradually retired, no one had been able to command popularity on this scale. Gu Xinye was the first. What was ironic was that he wasn't even technically considered an industry insider. A figure who had always lingered on the fringes of the industry possessed this kind of popularity. That was the most frightening part. In the Soundwave Entertainment boardroom, a group of executives were watching the big screen intently. What was playing on it was the live broadcast of the new song gala. The broadcast camera turned to Gu Xinye at this moment. In Arthur's previously calm and expressionless eyes, a slight ripple appeared. He still vaguely remembered not long ago, Gu Xinye had charged into the city all by himself to ask him for a seemingly impossible top-tier contract. At that time, Arthur only thought Gu Xinye was a talented young man with both courage and ability. But he didn't expect that in just 2 months, the trending lists would be like his own backyard, accessible whenever he pleased. The music scene was also dominated by this man. All the recent viral hits were his. Arthur took a deep breath. Should he be happy or worried? Success brings its own set of problems. After this single event, the lives of Xia Xiao and Gu Xinye would probably not be easy. Even within his own company, there were already some dissenting voices. The cake was only so big. If you want to eat it all, what are others supposed to do? Arthur's eyes flickered. He looked at the big screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. In the boardroom, with a heart even more conflicted than Arthur's, was Sienna sitting below. The elegant woman from before seemed to have lost some weight now. She looked at Gu Xinye on the big screen, her gaze full of complexity. After their last phone call, Sienna had never contacted him again. Being as smart as she was, she naturally heard the deliberate distance in Gu Xinye's voice. During this time, she also understood her own feelings. She admitted that she did have some admiration for Gu Xinye, maybe from the first time she met him, or maybe when Gu Xinye sang in the office, during Just Ordinary. She didn't know when her heart had started fluttering for him, but a talented man with a good personality like him was hard not to notice. She was no exception, but she also knew Gu Xinye only belonged to Xia Xiao. So she didn't bother him anymore, and deliberately avoided news about him. Seeing Gu Xinye again now, he was even more dazzling than before, drawing everyone's gaze even more. His bond with Xiaoxiao was clearly deeper as well. Sienna lowered her head with a bitter smile, not quite daring to look at him anymore. She didn't know why. But why? Did she have to fall for a married man? One could only say that love is mysterious. It starts from nowhere and goes deep. At this moment, Prime Entertainment was just like Soundwave Entertainment. All the executives were gathered in the boardroom. Sitting in the head seat was the chairman of Prime Entertainment, Timothy. Compared to the serious atmosphere at Soundwave Entertainment, the mood at Prime was significantly more relaxed. Even the fat on Timothy's face jiggled along with his hearty laughter. While laughing, Timothy adjusted his gold-rimmed round glasses. This is getting interesting, isn't it? A guy like Gu Xinyi appearing to stir up the stagnant pool of the music industry. It's great. Anyway, I'm not focusing on music. Film and television are where our company makes its money. Ha ha ha. The executives in the room laughed. Upon hearing this, a director sitting on Timothy's left immediately flattered him. Chairman Timothy's methods are truly superior, bringing out a legend to let everyone see Gu Xinyi's true strength. Even if he loses, we don't lose anything. Let the other companies deal with the headache. If he wins, it's still our aria performing. Naturally, we'd be happy. Haha, a win is great for everyone, and a loss is still a clever move. Timothy blinked his wise, beady eyes, and gave the director a look of appreciation. Flattery will get you everywhere. Timothy felt extremely comfortable. Gu Xinyi might make a little profit, but I, Timothy, will never lose. Right now, the most miserable company was Skyline Entertainment. In this season of the new Song Gala, since their two dark horses were eliminated one after another, Skyline thought they were out of the game. But now, trouble had come, looking for them. One man, Gu Xinyi, had thrown everyone into disarray. Just thinking about how all the future hit songs might be created by Gu Xinyi made them feel suffocated. The Skyline boardroom was currently dead silent. The chairman, Harold, was especially grim. Can someone tell me what is going on with Crystal? And where did this Gu Xinyi come from? A married woman who was out of the industry for 2 years was actually single-handedly revived by him. Harold was exhausted. He had been abroad negotiating projects lately and hadn't paid much attention to domestic affairs. He didn't expect that after being away for so short a time, his base was being taken over. The executives looked at each other. How were they supposed to know where this monster of a guy had popped up from? They only knew those songs were truly amazing. Looking at the silent executives, Harold's temper flared. A bunch of incompetent teammates. A bunch of guys who only know about luxury and partying. You've been living comfortably for way too long. You have absolutely no sense of crisis. Right now, immediately, at once, investigate the whole story for me. No one leaves until this is cleared up. Also, contact some online trolls. No matter the cost, Arya and Lewis must win this round. We cannot let Gu Xinyi establish himself as a candidate for the next legend. Minimize his influence as much as possible, and send someone else to contact Gu Xinyi tomorrow. Test his reaction. Tell him we want to commission a song. Harold finished in one breath and looked back at the big screen. Looking at Gu Xinyi's smiling face on the screen, he felt like it was an eyesore. Besides these three giants, various small and medium entertainment companies were also taking action at this time. Some chose to befriend Gu Xinyi, extending an olive branch. Others, like Skyline Entertainment, chose to snuff out his flame before he could truly rise. For a moment, undercurrents were surging throughout the industry, but the most peaceful place was the new Song Gala venue. The venue was silent. Everyone was staring unblinkingly at the big screen, at the real-time support rates. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, because on the screen, the support rates for the two were actually in a dead heat at this moment. It was absolutely ridiculous. Every spectator, mentor, and contestant had their eyes wide open, looking at the screen in disbelief. A tie? How would they count that? The number of support votes on both sides had actually reached the exact same number. Looking across the entire history of the new Song Gala, this was something that had never happened before. Given the massive audience base, such a situation was practically impossible. Time continued to pass second by second, but the numbers seemed frozen. It seemed neither side was receiving a single additional vote. The designated voting time was also nearing its end. The audience members in the venue swallowed hard. Would the match really end this way? Just as everyone thought it was over, suddenly, on the big screen, Xiao's vote count jumped once. The votes had been tied for nearly 5 minutes. With only 1 minute remaining, Xiao suddenly gained one more vote. A collective gasp immediately echoed through the venue. Their moods were just like being on a roller coaster. Right now, their hearts were in their throats. The tension in their hearts had reached its absolute peak. Could Xiao really be about to win? The countdown on the big screen had already begun, 60, 59, 58. At this moment, whether it was the live audience or the viewers in the live stream, they all couldn't help but follow the countdown on the big screen and count down the numbers in unison. It was tense and exciting. Could it be that today, Gu Xinyi really can, in this competition, beat the veteran legend? Such an underdog comeback scene is a favorite for many people. The competition at this moment seemed to no longer have much to do with Xiao and Arya. What they wanted to know more was, who has higher popularity, Gu Xinyi or Lewis? Just as everyone was excitedly counting down to 40, suddenly, Arya's support vote count also gave a slight jump. A gasp erupted from the venue again. It was tied again, but the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. After Arya's vote count jumped once, it jumped again without stopping for more than a few seconds. 1 vote, 2 votes, rising at a steady pace visible to the naked eye. This clearly abnormal scene made everyone at the venue frown. The voters were way too disciplined. It was simply not something real fans could do. Such a professional-looking surge in votes was just like assembly line work, making one feel uneasy inside. The audience was still a bit confused, but the mentors and contestants on stage, as well as Ryan, who was watching from backstage, all understood in their hearts that someone had bought votes. Ryan clenched his fists. This was the second time someone had caused trouble on his show. The key was that he was still helpless against it. Loopholes that had never occurred before had all surfaced in this season of the New Song Gala. When inviting the contestants, he had signed contracts with their respective companies, stating they couldn't rig the votes. But now someone was openly rigging them. Ryan knew this couldn't possibly be Prime Entertainment's doing, because the cost of breaching the contract was much larger than the profits from Arya winning the title. Besides, this was only the second match of the finals. The championship was still up in the air. Soundwave Entertainment was even less likely. Xiao was their company's contestant. Bat left Skyline Entertainment, and those small to mid-sized entertainment firms. Ryan immediately understood their plan. There were people who didn't want to see Gu Xinyi rise to the top. Although Ryan understood, he was powerless. He was just a director, and couldn't do anything against those companies. Even the company behind him still couldn't handle so many interest groups. This was the entertainment industry. This damn entertainment industry was truly beyond saving. Ryan slammed his fist onto the table in front of him. "Damn it," he said through gritted teeth. Then he closed his eyes and began to take deep breaths. After finally smoothing out his emotions, Ryan's gaze became calm. He seemed to have made some important decision. He took his phone out of his pocket and dialed the company's number. On the stage out front, the real-time audience voting results had appeared. Arya, with a lead of several thousand votes, won this match. But on her face and Lewis's, there wasn't a single hint of joy. A victory obtained in this manner was simply an insult to their identities as singers. The originally tense venue fell into a rare, awkward silence. The audience below was all stunned in place. If there were a few votes, or a few dozen votes in a comeback, they wouldn't think it odd. Someone is always late to vote. But this kind of large-scale, uniformly paced voting was way too strange. In the live stream, people were already speaking out in doubt. The netizens have sharp eyes. Something this obviously irrational. They weren't fools either. What's going on? My heart was just in my throat, and then this suddenly happens? Rig it again. That shouldn't be right. It's not like Arya didn't have a chance to win. There were still dozens of seconds left. I believe in Lewis's character. The production team wouldn't be this stupid either. Probably someone causing trouble. Hiring bought votes. So how does this count? How else could it count? A loss is a loss. We'll just get to see one more match. You can't say it like that. This voting is clearly abnormal. So Xiao just deserves to lose? Forget it. Let's just see the result. And see what the production team says. The result has appeared. No matter what. Cheryl, as the host, had to make the announcement. She somewhat helplessly picked up the mic and was about to speak, when she saw the director, Ryan, hurrying out from backstage. After Ryan came up, he whispered something to Cheryl. After hearing it, Cheryl handed the microphone to Ryan with a look of relief. Ryan took the microphone, nodded slightly to the 4 people on stage, then turned to the audience. Hello everyone, we meet again. I am the director of the show, Ryan. I will be hosting for everyone next. The results of the match have appeared, although there were some ripples during the voting, and the result is not satisfactory. The fact remains. Ryan looked at the audience, speaking seriously with them. Timely, the director cut the camera to him. The live stream also fell silent, everyone wanting to know what he would do next, regarding those additional audience votes that appeared at the end. I think many people clearly understand what's going on. The occurrence of this situation is a mistake by our production team, and also a failure of the entertainment industry. As the director of the show, I feel it is a pity that I couldn't see Xia Xiao take the win today. I feel very regretful. But seeing Arya win, I am also very happy. Because their performances, in my view, both deserved to win this match. As for the result, Arya still wins this match. But in my heart, both of them are champions. After Ryan finished saying this, some murmurs came from the audience seating below. But the murmurs quickly vanished, although they were a bit unhappy about the votes. Their recognition of Arya and Lewis's strength remained. Once the venue fell silent again, Ryan then continued. Next, I have an announcement to make, which is that this season of the new Song Gala ends here. I am very sorry that I couldn't bring everyone a good viewing experience. We will definitely perfect the match mechanics in the future. The next season of the new Song Gala will not have any more issues. Although this season's competition produced no champion, I believe the true champion is in each of your hearts. Ryan solemnly finished this part, then toward the audience with stunned looks on their faces, he gave a deep bow. Only then did he look apologetically at the 4 people on stage. The 4 people on stage all smiled at Ryan. They all felt a sense of admiration for Ryan in making this move. After all, not everyone has the courage to make such a decision. The new Song Gala thus ended on an anticlimactic note, with no champion. Even before the show had finished airing, this was a situation in the entire history of entertainment that had never occurred before. It was the most failed show, and yet also the most successful. Because of this show, the vast majority of people now know the name Gu Xinyi. On the show, many great songs appeared that could dominate the charts. Though it was a regret for the audience, the champion in their hearts already existed. Backstage at the city stadium, the staff were busy packing up the venue. Gu Xinyi and the other 3 stood with Ryan, watching the scene with a sense of melancholy. A perfectly good show had ended just like that. The grand occasion from a few days ago was still fresh in their minds. They never expected it would end this way. Especially Ryan, who looked quite dejected right now. This show was his brainchild, and now it was gone in an instant. In the future, they probably wouldn't see a competition as exciting as this season again. Just then, the 4 mentors finished packing and walked over. Xavier seemed quite familiar with Ryan. He looked at Ryan's slumped shoulders, patted him on the back, and said, "Relax, Ryan. It's already happened. Just be more careful in the future, and make the rules better next time." Ryan gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. "It's not that easy, this time, because I forcibly ended the competition. The breach of contract penalties have wiped out all the profits from this season. Whether I can even keep my job as a director is a real question. Is it really that serious?" Xavier was stunned to hear this, clearly unaware the situation was that grave. Ryan waved his hand, seeming unwilling to discuss it further. Although he might lose his livelihood this time, he didn't regret what he did. The people present looked at each other, not knowing what to say to comfort him. Gu Xinyi held Xiao Xiao's hand. He looked at the middle-aged Ryan and admired his courage and character even more. A choice like that is truly hard for most people to make. Ryan also noticed the awkward atmosphere he had caused. He quickly put on a smile and said, "Hey, talk about whatever you want. Don't worry about my business. Nothing has been finalized yet anyway, right?" "Right?" As Ryan said this himself, the group finally moved past the awkwardness. The elder, Lewis, was the first to speak up. He looked at Gu Xinyi and said with a smile, "You were the biggest surprise of this trip for me. I can already see that. At the future summit of the American music scene, there will definitely be a seat for you, Gu Xinyi." Lewis's eyes were full of appreciation, making Gu Xinyi feel a bit embarrassed. How was he that impressive? It was all thanks to the artists from his original world. Before Zhu Xinyi could speak, Xavier followed up by saying, "Yeah, Lewis is right. Gu Xinyi, you're so talented. I wonder if I'll have the honor of asking you for a song in the future?" The others on the scene heard Xavier's words and felt a stir of interest. They all looked at Gu Xinyi with bright eyes. As veteran singers, they naturally wanted a masterpiece to call their own. They weren't short on songs, but they were short on high-quality hits. They naturally knew how capable Gu Xinyi was. His songs were basically all premium hits. Gu Xinyi looked at their predatory gazes and hurriedly waved his hands. "You are all seniors. Please don't overpraise me. If there's a need in the future, I can certainly give it a try. Then it's a deal." "Xia Xiao, you better not get jealous." Gu Xinyi only then realized that Xavier was a very outgoing, friendly person. Right after Gu Xinyi finished speaking, Xavier continued with a smile, teasing Xia Xiao as well, to build rapport. Xia Xiao's face turned slightly red. Her hand was still being held tightly by Gu Xinyi. Hearing Xavier's words, she hurriedly shook her head. "I wouldn't. Gu Xinyi, GNE, always has his own ideas when he writes music." Xavier was originally just joking, but seeing Xia Xiao answer so earnestly, he was taken aback, and then everyone started laughing. No one expected that the dazzling Xia Xiao from the stage would be such a gentle and bashful person in reality. They stood together and joked for a while longer. Before parting ways, several mentors, including Ryan and even Lewis, all added Gu Xinyi on Instagram. Arya didn't go to add Gu Xinyi, but she did become friends with Xia Xiao. After these two matches, the two of them were quite familiar. The group left the stadium and went their separate ways. Normally, according to industry custom, after the show ends completely, everyone should gather for a celebratory drink to toast to the show's successful conclusion. But because of the incident with the show this time, the celebration was naturally cancelled. When Arya got into her company van, she happened to see Xia Xiao through the window, talking with Gu Xinyi. They got into their car together, and then their car, ahead of hers, drove out of the parking lot. Watching the car vanish through the exit, Arya's eyes flickered with emotion. She was actually quite envious of Xia Xiao. She felt Xia Xiao had the talent, the personality, and the beauty. Most importantly, she had a wonderful husband. When they were talking just now, there were so many veteran singers, and even a legend present, but their conversation always revolved around Gu Xinyi. She and Xia Xiao were both contestants, but their values were clearly different now. The reason was that Xia Xiao had Gu Xinyi, while she herself only had a company that focused on film and television. Everyone has their own struggles, and she was no different. With the new song gala ending unexpectedly, she would have to go back to struggling as a third-tier singer. With this competition over, Xia Xiao was about to get busy again. The two had just returned to the apartment when Brenda walked in with a stack of files. Inside were all kinds of tasks: producing the album, promotional appearances, marketing, fan meetings. It was a long list. Peaceful days seemed to be drifting further away from her. When Gu Xinyi saw that thick stack of documents, he couldn't help but rub his temples for her. Xia Xiao and Brenda sat on the sofa. Quietly looking through them, Gu Xinyi didn't disturb her, and headed into the kitchen. This was her career. As long as she was happy, it was fine. "Brenda, let's reject these few commercial offers. The other two are okay to take, but we need to verify the products first, and it has to be after the album release. Only then will I have time to film them." Xia Xiao frowned as she looked through them, pulling out several commercial invitations. Any advertisement with even a slight flaw was rejected by her. Brenda picked up the offers from the table, looked at them closely, and then said with a look of worry, "Reject them all? 2 of these advertisers are major partners of the company. If we reject them, I'm afraid some people in the company will have a problem with it. Don't overthink it, Brenda. Reject them. It's written clearly in the contract. There won't be a problem. And don't forget, the copyrights for the upcoming album must also remain in our hands. Everything follows the contract. Soundwave won't be losing out either." Before Xia Xiao could speak, Gu Xinyi, hearing Brenda's voice, held a spatula and spoke from the kitchen doorway. His relationship with Soundwave Entertainment was a partnership, not like he had signed an indentured servitude contract. Why care so much about them? Brenda and Xia Xiao both looked up at the same time. When Brenda saw Gu Xinyi's confident look, she nodded. Since both husband and wife wanted to reject them, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Xia Xiao's heart felt warm. As long as Gu Xinyi was there, what was there for her to be afraid of? The next day was the weekend. With things in the city finished, Gu Xinyi returned to Riverdale. Now that Xia Xiao's schedule was getting busier, he had to hurry back. To swap out this temporary nanny, Lele, as one of Xia Xiao's top generals, Gu Xinyi couldn't let her become a slave to a baby like him. When Gu Xinyi arrived home, Lele was curled up on the sofa, with little Lily in her arms, watching cartoons. Both were laughing so hard their teeth were showing. A huge pile of snacks was also spread across the table. This made Gu Xinyi's forehead sprout 3 extra-large thick lines. Hearing the door open, the two on the sofa turned their heads together. The moment Lily saw Gu Xinyi, she broke into a wide grin and slid bravely out of Lele's arms, pouncing into Gu Xinyi's embrace. Gu Xinyi picked her up smoothly. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but at that moment he felt like Lily had gotten a bit chubbier. Lele also stood up and looked at Gu Xinyi with an expression of someone seeking credit. Her look seemed to say, "See? Whether it's Xia Xiao or little Lily, I can raise them to be fair and plump." Gu Xinyi was speechless and couldn't even complain, so he could only say with sincere words, "Our great hero. Go back now. Your sister Xiao Xiao needs you." Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, Lele immediately put her hands on her hips, looking invincible. She felt like she was awesome. Then she quickly packed her luggage, chest out and head held high, and waved to Gu Xinyi, who was already dazed. She left gracefully, leaving only an invincible silhouette for Gu Xinyi to look at. He's a gentleman who finishes the job and leaves. Hiding his merit and fame? Yeah, right. Don't I even need to see her off? The corner of Gu Xinyi's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Lily's back, and felt like he heard a song playing in the distance. How lonely it is to be invincible. In the end, Gu Xinyi still chased after Lele while holding Lily, and drove her to the station. Over the next half a month, Gu Xinyi finally had some free time. During this period, besides picking up and dropping off Lily every day, he spent his time at home studying the script for Under One Person. He had completely transformed into a domestic family man. Xia Xiao was also getting busier and busier. Besides recording songs at the company, she was busy with promotional appearances and interviews. Essentially, from morning to night, she had almost no free time. This meant she could only make a video call to Gu Xinyi every night before bed. Through the screen, the two of them shared the various big and small things that happened every day. It's worth mentioning that, due to Xia Xiao's top-tier contract, some people at Soundwave Entertainment did have quite a bit of criticism, especially when Xia Xiao rejected some commercial activities. The murmurs behind her back grew even louder. Fortunately, these criticisms were suppressed by the massive popularity Xia Xiao had brought in lately. Moreover, the company chairman, Arthur, had strictly forbidden gossip within the company. According to him, everything should just follow the contract. September was destined to be an extraordinary month. Xia Xiao's promotion was very successful. The internet was now flooded with news about Xia Xiao's new album. The album included The Wind Rises, Courage, Courage, Sea of Flowers, and a series of other songs that had appeared in the gala. The word was that there was also a new song that the audience had never heard before. This made netizens eagerly anticipate the album's release. Xia Xiao's social media was also updated accordingly. This album would officially launch on the Harmony Music platform at 8 p.m. on October 1st. Because Xia Xiao's popularity was simply too great, some other singers who were originally planning to release new songs on October 1st could only change their dates. They expressed that they had no choice. It's too hard to compete. Xia Xiao's appearance had disrupted the balance of the music industry. Everyone knew the reason, and at the moment no one could do anything about it. Behind her, besides Soundwave Entertainment, there was also a monster of a man standing there. Gu Xinyi. On the second day after his return, Gu Xinyi had already received song requests from many companies. Among them was Skyline Entertainment. The price they offered was also very enticing, but Gu Xinyi paid no attention to them. Xia Xiao's album was about to launch. He'd have to be an idiot to write songs for others at this time, no matter how the industry was currently surging, or how the undercurrents were swirling. Gu Xinyi's life was very peaceful. September 20th. Gu Xinyi had finally finished writing the complete script for the first season of Under One Person. Frank had called before. to ask about the progress. He could finally give him a complete script. Early the next morning, after dropping Lily off at school, Gu Xinyi contacted Frank and drove to the studio where he was located before. Although both were in Riverdale, Frank's studio was quite a distance from his home. It took Gu Xinyi more than 40 minutes to arrive at the familiar commercial building again. 6th floor. Frank had been waiting in the company for a long time. When Gu Xinyi pushed the door open, carrying a thick file bag, he was shocked by the scene before him. Was this really the same dilapidated studio from before? The last time he came, the beer cans everywhere and the empty rooms had left a deep impression on him. But now in this studio, several pots of green plants on the windowsills were vibrant, and brand new desks were arranged neatly. More than 20 staff members were busy at their posts. Frank had a wide smile as he put his arm around Gu Xinyi's shoulder while Gu Xinyi was stunned at the door. "Buddy, how is it?" "Pretty good, right? Doesn't it look official?" Gu Xinyi turned his head and stared at Frank. He suddenly said, "Did you empty out your life savings?" Frank scratched his head, wearing a smile. He hurriedly pulled Gu Xinyi toward the inner office, whispering as they walked, "Shh, keep it down. It's impossible to empty my life savings. But it's tough for me too. What you see is all just for show. Actually, once production on the anime starts, the money I have might not even be enough." Gu Xinyi frowned and said with some confusion, "Frank, you're not just slapping your face to look fat, are you?" "Well, then again, you're already fat enough. Putting up a front isn't worth it. Tell me, exactly how much money did you prepare?" 5 million? What? Gu Xinyi thought he was hallucinating. His voice suddenly got loud, causing the staff in the room to all look over at him. Luckily, he was wearing a mask, so it didn't seem like anyone recognized him. "Keep it down. I know this isn't much money, but my parents have already given me an ultimatum. This 5 million is my last chance. Success or failure rests on this one shot. My whole future is practically in your hands." Gu Xinyi's mouth twitched. He looked at Frank with a gaze that questioned reality. "You think 5 million is a small amount, and it might not even be enough? Frank, are you going to tell me next that if you fail, you'll have no choice but to go back and inherit your family's nationwide supermarket chain worth over 100 million? How did you know?" "Like hell I knew." Gu Xinyi felt he must have been out of his mind before to actually feel sorry for Frank. They pushed open the door and entered the office. Gu Xinyi sat down in a chair and gave Frank a look of deep resentment. "Seriously, Frank, you're a rich kid. How did you let a couple of nobodies bully you?" Hearing Gu Xinyi mention this, Frank also straightened up while he was pouring Gu Xinyi some hot water. He said, "I was scammed. That was my own fault. It has nothing to do with whether my family has money or not. And even though I cursed Victor as a worthless person, he actually is quite capable. His professional skills are decent, and his family background is good too." After saying that, Frank took a sip of water and gave a bitter smile. "Gu Xinyi, you know how it is. When you're cursing someone, you only think about how to belittle them. He's not actually as useless as I made him out to be." Gu Xinyi nodded after hearing this. What Frank said was reasonable. You get back up from where you fell. He supported Frank's perspective. "What's the deal with you saying 5 million isn't enough?" Lately, Gu Xinyi had only studied how to write an anime script. He didn't have a good understanding of the details of anime production. Frank looked at Gu Xinyi's serious expression, and his own face also turned grave. He immediately began to explain to Gu Xinyi, "Gu Xinyi, you don't know the anime industry. It's a very money-burning industry. Even for an ordinary anime, the cost is around 10 million. The creation of an anime is not as simple as people imagine. Early stages require screenplay planning, art design, scene design, character design, and other such professional talents to handle the designs, and so on." Gu Xinyi interrupted the long-winded speech Frank was about to launch into. Just hearing the words 10 million, his head started buzzing a bit. He knew making anime was expensive, but he didn't expect it to burn money like this. Frank was throwing all these professional terms at him. How could he possibly understand? He was a transmigrator, sure, but he didn't have the system that all transmigrators seem to have, so he wasn't exactly omnipotent. Frank put it simply, "I can't understand all this professional jargon. Basically, it's about selecting a suitable script, and this script must meet the requirements and standards set by the company and the television stations. The reason domestic animation is lagging is because domestic requirements are quite strict. Frank scratched his head and chose to explain it in a more easy-to-understand way. After the script passes review, we consider the demands of the audience and the market to produce the corresponding anime. When making an anime, you first have to determine character images, clothing, personality, voices, and so on. Then, you produce music that fits the light and atmosphere of the anime. Once these two steps are done, you can officially start the more complex anime production. You could say, every minute of anime production is burning money. And after the anime is made, there are massive promotional costs. So don't look down on a simple anime. Every frame is essentially burning funding. Hearing Frank say this, Gu Xinyi fell into deep thought. After a moment, he looked up. Frank, you said an ordinary anime. Costs around 10 million. Then what are you going to do about the rest? Frank spread his hands, looking innocent. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, and we'll save a lot on costs. First, the script doesn't cost anything. The original work is completely in our own hands, so we don't need to pay for adaptation rights. Second, when it's time to promote the anime, I'll need help from you and my celebrity sister-in-law. I know, your popularity is through the roof right now. When the time comes, you two can just cosplay as characters from the anime, and the traffic will go into orbit. Frank chuckled. Gu Xinyi curled his lip. This fat guy was certainly thinking ahead. Fine, since you've got it all planned out. Here's the script. How you build hype is your business. I just have one requirement. You're not allowed to ruin this anime. This was something he had spent a lot of time on, writing it word by word, and it was a treasure from his original world. If Gu Xinyi didn't truly believe in Frank, he wouldn't have brought this out at all. Frank took the file bag Gu Xinyi handed over, opened it, and looked through it carefully. With one look, he was completely immersed in the script. The various ups and downs of the plot inside deeply attracted him, and according to his professional knowledge, Gu Xinyi had completely and perfectly depicted all the scenes, character images, personalities, including some small details. He had portrayed them all perfectly. Even the dialogue between every character was described by Gu Xinyi from a professional anime perspective. The more Frank looked, the wider the smile on his face became. With this anime script, he felt he was bound to succeed. An hour later, Frank stood up abruptly, looking straight at Gu Xinyi. Gu Xinyi, don't worry. With your script and my professional skills, I guarantee it won't be wasted. Gu Xinyi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He had entirely followed the online requirements to teach himself how to write it. Now that this script had earned Frank's approval, it showed he hadn't written it wrong. He smiled, stood up, and patted Frank hard on the shoulder. Good, just like you said. I believe in you. Handing the script for under one person to Frank meant Gu Xinyi had cleared one thing off his mind. He checked the time and continued. It's almost noon. Let's go have some lunch. This time, I'm really going to squeeze a meal out of you, right? I'll eat whatever I want from this rich kid. But before we eat, you have to sign this first. Frank laughed. While he was talking frankly to Gu Xinyi, he pulled a document out of the desk drawer and handed it to Gu Xinyi. Gu Xinyi didn't know what kind of trick he was playing now, so he took the document with some doubt and glanced at it. On the document, what caught his eye was a large title across the top. Equity Transfer Agreement. Gu Xinyi's brow immediately furrowed. He looked up at Frank, his face silent. Frank, what do you mean by this? Frank had a sincere expression. He looked at Gu Xinyi before him and said solemnly, Gu Xinyi, don't get me wrong. Didn't I say it at the beginning? Come and work with me, and I'll give you half of my company's shares. Now, you're the one who provided this script, and you gave me the hope to stick with anime production. So, half of these shares naturally belong to you. Cut the crap, Frank. The reason I gave you the script is because I didn't want to see my brother get bullied and lose his dreams. If you don't want it, give it back. I'll take it right now. Gu Xinyi rolled his eyes and threw the equity agreement back to Frank. He appreciated Frank's kindness, but he couldn't just accept it. I don't care. You have to sign it today whether you want to or not. Sign it or else. If you don't, I'm not letting you leave. Look at the company name on that paper. If you don't want it for yourself, take it as a gift for Lily. Lily is already this old, and I, her uncle, haven't given her a proper gift yet. Watching Frank plopped on the floor, clutching his pant leg and wailing like a banshee, Gu Xinyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. His eyebrows even gave an involuntary shudder. He'd seen people cry while begging to borrow money, but never someone cry while begging someone to take money. And when did this jerk learn this tactic? Even if Lily were here, she'd probably have to admit defeat against this move. Looking at Frank sitting on the floor like a child, acting like a dork while clutching his pant leg, Gu Xinyi rubbed his temples. He never expected Frank to pull a stunt like this. Sitting on the floor, Frank stole a side glance at Gu Xinyi. Seeing him like that, Frank chuckled secretly. When Gu Xinyi's gaze shifted toward him, he quickly turned his face away again, putting on the look of a pitiful, wronged little wife. Gu Xinyi thought for a moment, and said helplessly, "You troll, I'm truly done with you. Get up first, and we can talk about anything. If you keep sitting there, I'm leaving." Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, Frank looked up at him. Realizing he wasn't joking, he scrambled back up. Grinning shamelessly, he shoved the agreement into Gu Xinyi's hands and said, "Hubby, don't be in such a rush. Look at it again. I'm serious. Think about it. The script is yours, and we'll need you for the promotion later. If you won't think for yourself, think for me. If you don't do this, how do you think I'll feel?" As he spoke, Frank picked up a fountain pen from the desk and held it out to Gu Xinyi. Looking at him expectantly, Gu Xinyi looked into Frank's sincere eyes and realized he had to do something. He couldn't just accept this stake for free, but he could think of a way that worked for both of them. With a plan in mind, he picked up the equity transfer agreement and began to read. It had Frank's signature and the company's seal, a 50% stake. But what caught his attention more was the company name, Starry Anime. Gu Xinyi glanced at Frank. Seeing the name, he knew. It turned out this guy had planned this whole thing long ago, likely waiting right here for him. "Frank, I'll sign it. But on one condition, I'm also going to invest. Weren't you just saying funds are tight? In that case, I'll also contribute 5 million. If we're going to do this, let's make it the best," Gu Xinyi said while scratching his head. Without waiting for Frank to respond, he continued, "However, I don't have that much money right now. I'll need some time. At most by next month. For now, prioritize using your funds for the early stages." Since he couldn't refuse, Gu Xinyi decided to go all in. He didn't have that much money at the moment, but his wife would have plenty next month. Once the sales figures for the album came out, the money would come rolling in effortlessly. Frank started to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. It was enough that Gu Xinyi was willing to sign. He didn't ask for anything more. After the signing, Frank put the agreement into the file bag. After this, he just needed to find a time to go to the business bureau to update the information. With the matter halfway settled, Frank beamed with joy. He hooked his arm around Gu Xinyi's shoulder and let him out. "Hee, Gu Xinyi, let's go. I have to treat you to a big feast today, and I should introduce a few of the company's backbone members for you to get to know. Think of it as the company's project." Official kickoff dinner. Gu Xinyi nodded. He was technically a member of the company now. It was good to get to know the people here. Thus, his dream of a stay-at-home dad life seemed to be drifting further and further away. Gu Xinyi sighed in his heart. He had planned on being a lazy slacker, but it turned out he couldn't be one after all. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Pushing open the door at Frank's office, the staff outside were still busy. Frank stood in the aisle, holding the newly acquired script. He clapped his hands loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone put down their work and looked over. 5 people also walked out from the other offices to see what was happening. When they saw Gu Xinyi's face clearly, many of them were obviously stunned. Then, their eyes lit up instantly. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Frank had a smile on his face. He said loudly, "Everyone, put down your work for a moment. I'd like to introduce a new colleague. Many of you were curious before why the company is named Starry Anime. Now, it should be clear, right? The man beside me is exactly the songwriter currently viral online, Gu Xinyi. Just like me, he is our company's largest shareholder. And let me tell you some more good news. We have our anime script. This script in my hand right now is the anime we're about to produce. From today on, everyone needs to work hard. Let me say this in advance. I'll be counting on all of you. Lunch is on me today. Let's go for a feast." Right after Frank finished speaking, the surrounding employees erupted into cheers. They had joined the company not long ago, and were originally worried about the company's prospects. After all, there had been no actual work to do these past few days. But Frank's salary was very satisfying. so they were truly worried the company might go under. They hadn't expected to finally get their first script now. And the person who brought the script obviously wasn't just anyone, but Gu Xinyi, the hottest topic online. They all suddenly felt that the company's future had become bright. Frank arranged for the employees to book a restaurant, then pulled Gu Xinyi over to the 5 people who had come out of their offices. These 5 consisted of 3 men and 2 women. 4 of them looked very young, probably in their early 20s. Only 1 looked around 30. And these 2 girls were dressed in 2D-style outfits. They were sweet and cute looking. And they were twins. Gu Xinyi glanced at Frank without showing any emotion. Is this kid looking for trouble? It was just because Melanie was also dressed in that 2D style, which had given Gu Xinyi a preconceived bad feeling. At this point, Frank began the introductions. He first pulled Gu Xinyi over and said to the group, "This is Gu Xinyi, my best buddy." Then he introduced the others to Gu Xinyi once again. These 2 beauties are Melody and Harmony, the Q sisters. One is the animation supervisor, and the other is the art director. They are in charge of the show's style, character designs, and background designs. These 2 are Justin and Parker, whom I barely managed to scout from the university district. They head cinematography and music, and this is the great Howard, an old friend of mine. He's the performance director, responsible for sketching out the storyboards with simple lines, and giving directions for character movements and scenes. After Frank finished his introductions, Gu Xinyi smiled and shook hands with each of them. Melody and Harmony's eyes lit up even more, and they spoke up first. Gu Xinyi, even though we're in the anime industry, we are both huge fans of Xia Xiao. We listen to every one of her songs. Exactly. Actually, it was because we saw the company's name that we were lured into joining. Justin and Parker also gave somewhat shy smiles. They were Gu Xinyi's fans. After being sweet-talked by Frank, they had joined the company. Of course, it was also because Frank was sincere, and the salary he offered was satisfying. The group walked out together, chatting and laughing. Since they were all young, they quickly became comfortable with each other. The 2 young women kept pestering Gu Xinyi with questions, mostly asking about Xia Xiao. Gu Xinyi hadn't expected this. He had just come out to deliver a script, and he ended up becoming a shareholder. He went out for a nice meal, and it turned into a fan meetup. He glanced at Frank, who was grinning like an idiot beside him. Gu Xinyi felt a sudden urge to sell him at a flea market. This jerk. Was he using Gu Xinyi's name everywhere? Just to recruit people? This was just ridiculous. This was the first full team dinner since Starry Anime was founded. Frank was clearly beyond excited. This was the closest he had ever been to his anime dream. The atmosphere at the table was great throughout the meal. Urged by everyone's curiosity, Frank finally brought out the script. The group curiously crowded around to look at it. On the first page was the large title, The Outcast. Upon seeing the name, everyone started making guesses. A domestic anime called The Outcast. It had to be an action-heavy shonen. Everyone knew that domestic anime was hard to get right. Scripts that were even slightly subpar had too many plot holes, and action shonen was even harder to pull off. Censorship was strict, it couldn't be too bloody. Yet it still had to grab the audience's attention. The limitations were massive. And their company wanted to start with this? Everyone felt a bit pessimistic. Frank then flipped past the cover and let them keep reading. No one at the table spoke. Regardless of whether they were optimistic or not, since they had joined the company, they would certainly work hard to finish. The production. The first page was the opening. A drunk man was rambling and talking to himself. While walking through a creepy forest, unknowingly, he wandered into a graveyard and wanted to take a rest on a tombstone. Suddenly, the sound of a shovel digging a hole caught the drunk man's attention. His hair stood on end, and he screamed, "Ghost!" Gu Xinyi's description was excellent. The group couldn't help but keep reading. What was particularly interesting was the dialogue between the characters, which were filled with strong regional accents, giving off a very fresh feeling. Flag 2. The slightly goofy protagonist, Victor, appeared. Then the mysterious girl, Bonnie, appeared. The world the protagonist encountered began to change. First, his grandfather's body was stolen. Then he was surrounded and attacked by zombies. As Frank flipped through the script, the story linked together perfectly. The eyes of those watching grew brighter and brighter, and their excitement began to peak. This script was written too well. It was so comprehensive. Even just by skimming it like this, concrete images of the characters, already began to form in their minds. Along with the background atmosphere, Bonnie, with her short hair and thick country accent, and Victor, who seemed lazy, easygoing, and loved to complain, but was actually meticulous and sharp. And then there was the outcast world that was slowly being unveiled. The more they read, the more captivated they became, and the more shocked they were. Once this anime was made, it would undoubtedly subvert the traditional system of current domestic anime. One must realize that current domestic anime was still stuck in old cliched settings, but the power system in this outcast world was a completely new type of combat setting. Gu Xinyi was still eating heartily. He had been so busy chatting earlier that he barely managed a few bites. He had a lot of confidence in the outcast. Just then, his phone on the table suddenly rang. Gu Xinyi looked up at the people who were still engrossed in the script, picked up his phone, and stepped out of the private room. The call was from Leonard. Back when they were at Harmony Music, they had exchanged numbers. He just didn't know what the old man was looking for him for this time. Stepping outside, Gu Xinyi answered the phone and greeted him first. "Good afternoon, Leonard." "Haha, good afternoon, Gu Xinyi. You've been making quite a stir lately. I hear your name every single day at Harmony Music." Gu Xinyi expressed that it was nothing special. "No, you're joking, sir. I've been staying at home behaving myself and taking care of the kid. I only went out to sing one song." Gu Xinyi was telling the truth. He really had just gone out to sing one song. He spent the rest of his time at home with the kid. "You kid, was that just one song?" "Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Here's the thing. As you know, Harmony Music is a department under Sunray Media. The TV station is about to launch a new show, an inspirational program. The theme is to encourage today's youth to never give up, to persevere, and to bravely move forward to pursue their dreams." On the phone, Leonard paused at this point. Gu Xinyi heard the subtext in the old man's words, so he quickly replied, "Leonard, is this show missing a theme song? So you're calling to ask me for a song, aren't you? Haha, you really are a sharp kid." "Yes. The TV station wasn't very satisfied with the songs written by the songwriters in our department, so I thought of you, didn't I?" Leonard let out a hearty laugh and explained the background to Gu Xinyi. "I wanted to call you directly, but you were busy running off to be a guest performer. I didn't want to disturb you while you were performing for your wife. Now the TV station is pressing us hard, so I had to come and ask you." Well, do you think you can handle the theme song for this show?" Listening to Leonard's words, Gu Xinyi's mind was racing through possibilities. Inspirational, brave, persistent, pursuing dreams, not giving up. As soon as these keywords came out, it felt like Gu Xinyi had heard them somewhere before. The next second, a song that he could even hum on the spot appeared in his mind. Holy crap, isn't this the one from his school days back in his original world? Wasn't it Dreamer's Heart, the song I used to listen to every day? The meaning expressed in Dreamer's Heart is precisely about working hard and struggling, moving forward courageously, and chasing one's dreams. It was an incredibly popular song in his original world. The band Gala won various awards with this song. This song once became an inspirational anthem passed down by word of mouth among the youth. "Leonard, I have some inspiration. It should be no problem." "That's fantastic. I knew it would be you." "Gu Xinyi, how about this? Are you free tomorrow? Come to the capital. I'll wait for you at Sunray TV in the capital. When you arrive, I'll take you over there. If the song is suitable, Sunray definitely won't treat you poorly." Old man Leonard asked directly. Since Gu Xinyi said he had inspiration, he believed Gu Xinyi's song would definitely be good. After all, working in Harmony Music, he knew very well the quality of the songs Gu Xinyi had been creating lately. Go to the Sunray Media headquarters in the capital? Gu Xinyi felt a stir of interest. This was the Sunray headquarters, not just the Harmony Music branch in the city, but he was also a bit hesitant. He still had to look after Lily. Lily was in school now, and every day, he only had the time while Lily was at school. After that, however, Leonard had reached out to him personally, and it was for a Sunray project. He couldn't easily refuse such a request. Gu Xinyi thought for a moment, and could only say, "Leonard, I really can't go to the capital right now. I'm at home taking care of the kid, and she can't be without me. How about this? I'll write down the score and lyrics tonight and send them to you, along with a demo recording. You can give it a listen and see if it works." "Is that so? Well, that works too. The child is more important. I'll wait for your message tonight." Okay. After making the arrangement with Leonard, the call ended. Gu Xinyi scratched his head. Fine. The anime business isn't settled yet, and now I have to produce another song. Sure enough, he was drifting further and further away from his dream life as a stay-at-home dad, but there was no helping it. Life is just one link after another, cause and effect connected. From the moment he took that first step to the city, it was destined to be like this. Gu Xinyi put his phone away, brushed aside those stray thoughts, and walked back into the room. Returning to the private room, Gu Xinyi suddenly noticed that everyone's energy had changed. They had finished reading the script, and were now looking at him as he entered, their eyes glowing with excitement. The eldest, Howard, was the first to speak. Gu Xinyi, this anime of yours is absolutely incredible. In all my years in this industry, this is the first time I've seen such a brilliant domestic script. I have a feeling that once this anime launches, it's going to completely dominate the industry. The other four also nodded their heads rapidly. They completely agreed with what Howard said. Gu Xinyi rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed from the praise. This was clearly the brilliance of the original creators back home. It had nothing to do with him personally. While writing the script for The Outcast, he had researched the anime in this world. Domestic animation, in particular, was still stuck at the level of old-fashioned cartoons. Even the few new domestic animations that appeared in recent years tended to lean heavily toward the style of Japanese anime. When Gu Xinyi wrote this script, he specifically combined the originally short first season with the second season to create a brand new first season. The Outcast differed from the domestic anime of this world in that its background followed the historical development of the country, incorporating various elements of traditional sex. For example, that most famous line from the original, Wang Ye of Wudong pays his respects to the celestial master. A simple sentence showcased the traditional etiquette and the foundation of two major sects, so he wasn't surprised at all that this script was highly regarded by everyone. It would be weird if they didn't like it. I'm just glad everyone likes it. Think of it as my contribution to domestic animation. Gu Xinyi returned to his seat and replied with a smile. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, Frank stood up and pulled Gu Xinyi, insisting he say a few more encouraging words. Gu Xinyi, earning everyone's recognition, made him, as Gu Xinyi's best buddy and the company's chief director, undoubtedly very happy as well. Looking at Frank's proud expression, Gu Xinyi could only stand up again, think seriously for a moment, then glance at Frank, with a hint of a smirk on his face. Then I'll say it. Haha, maybe you all don't know, but your boss, Frank, is someone who has gone through many hardships on this path. Holy crap, shut up. Shut up. Seeing that Gu Xinyi was about to expose his embarrassing past, Frank immediately yelled in a panic, pouncing forward to cover Gu Xinyi's mouth tightly. I told him to say something encouraging, and this jerk says this? Everyone immediately became even more interested. They still didn't know what their boss, Frank, had actually gone through. From the looks of it, there was some major gossip. Gu Xinyi blinked innocently at Frank, his expression clearly saying, "You're the one who told me to speak." He truly felt that nothing could encourage everyone present more than that story. Unfortunately, in the end, Gu Xinyi didn't get his wish. Frank guarded him strictly, his eyes watching Gu Xinyi like a hawk. The group finished their feast and returned to the company full of fighting spirit. Frank had to go to the TV station to handle script approval and a series of other issues. Gu Xinyi originally wanted to be a hands-off boss, but Frank held him back, asking him to come along to the communications university in a few days to recruit for voice acting and other positions, because The Outcast script was entirely created by Gu Xinyi. No one understood the character's vocal traits better than he did. Gu Xinyi thought about it briefly and agreed. It was true. No one knew the character's unique traits better than him. Having watched the original anime, at 3000 p.m., back at home, Gu Xinyi reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes. He carefully recalled the melody of Dreamer's Heart, the instruments used for the accompaniment, and those raw rock-style screams. Since it was for Sunray, he definitely had to make the music the best it could be, without any flaws. Leonard had recommended him, and he couldn't let the old man down. After thinking for a long time, Gu Xinyi finally picked up a pen to slowly write out the lyrics and music for the song. He wrote very earnestly, even noting in detail which instruments should be used and when. It wasn't until after 4000 p.m. that Gu Xinyi put down his pen and put away the finished song. He hurried out to pick up the kid from school. He arrived at the Riverside Blossom preschool entrance and waited for a bit. Soon, Lily's figure appeared in the school line. But her state today was clearly wrong. Usually, she would come out skipping and jumping after school, but today her little mouth was pouting, and she had a tiny, aggrieved look on her face. This made Gu Xinyi, who had come to pick her up, heartbroken. He hurried forward and swept Lily up into his arms. "What happened to my little princess? Were you bullied?" Once she was in her father's arms, Lily clearly felt even more wronged. Tiny tears even began to well up in her eyes. "Wah, Daddy," Toby said. "I got fat again." He said, "I'm going to turn into a little piggy soon." Oh, so she was teased by a classmate. Toby seemed to be that little chubby kid who said his dad could eat poop earlier. But he's the one who's actually fat, right? Gu Xinyi bounced the little one in his arms and pondered for a moment. She really does seem to have gained quite a bit of weight. This was all thanks to Lele feeding her before. Plus, lately, the little one has fallen in love with snacks. So she really has put on some pounds. Even her little face is all chubby and round. Didn't you talk back to him? Toby is even fatter than you are. Gu Xinyi coaxed the child in his arms, while walking toward the car. At the mention of this, Lily pouted her little mouth even more. "I did! But he said I'm going to be just like him soon. I don't want to be like him." Okay, you won't be like him. Then Lily has to listen to Daddy. Eat fewer snacks every day, okay? Don't be like your Auntie Lily. She's just a little butterball. If Lele were here, she would definitely jump up and give Gu Xinyi a punch. She just has baby fat. She's not fat. Lily nodded her little head seriously. And in her heart, she also seriously put Auntie Lele and potato chips onto her blacklist. Seeing the little one like this, Gu Xinyi gave a secret smile. Sure enough, no matter how old a woman is, she can't allow anyone to call her fat. Even 3-year-old Lily is the same way. Gu Xinyi had seen a post before, saying that the fastest way to annoy a woman is to call her fat to her face. He didn't believe it back then, but he does now. Once they got home, Lily even ate a bit less for dinner. Gu Xinyi watched cartoons with her for a while, before tucking the little one into bed. Now that she's in preschool, little Lily is basically asleep around 8:30 p.m. After the little one fell asleep, Gu Xinyi crept out of bed, went to the living room, and carefully reviewed the lyrics and music one more time. After making sure there were no issues, he sent it to Leonard. The old man had clearly been waiting for him. Not long after the message was sent, his phone rang. "Gu Xinyi, you are truly amazing. These lyrics, this melody, I can guarantee you that this song will definitely be chosen." Leonard's excited voice came through the receiver. Gu Xinyi moved the phone a bit further away from his ear. That's good. As long as you think it's okay, Leonard. It's more than just okay. Gu Xinyi, this is the one thing I don't like about you. You're too humble. Compared to this song of yours, those previous songs are really hard to describe. You're truly a musical genius. Hearing Leonard say that, Gu Xinyi didn't know how to respond. He could only give a few awkward laughs. What musical genius? He was just an ordinary transporter across time and space. The best rock song of the year from back then. Anyone who knows can tell its worth. Gu Xinyi silently thought the original singers were legends. Leonard continued over the phone. Don't worry, Gu Xinyi. Once this song is selected, the compensation definitely won't be lacking. Your dreamer's heart. What a wonderful innocent heart. I really, truly love it. Then I'll thank you in advance, Leonard, Gu Xinyi said with a smile. Another bit of cash is about to come in. And it's from Sunray Media, which is very nice. Gu Xinyi, it's we who should be thanking you. You're great in every way, except you're too humble. Talented people shouldn't be this modest. You need to let yourself go a bit. Leonard's words came through the phone once again. This time, Gu Xinyi took them to heart. In his original world, he was just a minor songwriter. Now that he's here, his mindset hadn't completely shifted yet, so he had always acted very humbly. But Leonard's words made him suddenly realize the truth. In the eyes of others in this world, he was a genius. The kind of genius who suffocated the entire entertainment industry. Does a genius like that need to be so humble? He didn't need to be arrogant, but excessive humility was also a mistake. Leonard's words were like a wake-up call. Snapping out of it, Gu Xinyi gripped the phone and solemnly said, "Thank you" to Leonard. This, "thank you," caught Leonard off guard. It took him a moment to process. This kid must finally realize how great his talent is. Good, as long as you understand. This is a special promotional program for Sunray. I'll let you know when there's news tomorrow. As for the contract and everything else, I'll send them to you via email for signing. Gu Xinyi agreed. Leonard needed to rest as well. So the two of them hung up. According to Leonard, the matter of Dreamer's heart was basically a done deal. Gu Xinyi sat on the sofa, but he didn't go to bed immediately. He gently tapped his fingers on the manuscript. On the coffee table, quietly pondering some things, the night passed in silence. Over the next few days, Leonard had news by the second day. Sunray had already decided to take the song. The contract was sent over as well. The licensing fee for the song was $400,000. After the program aired, the song would be uploaded to Harmony Music and all other major music platforms. However, there would be no charge for the song. It would be free for anyone to listen to the full version. The only revenue would come from streaming traffic, all of which would belong to Gu Xinyi. Of course, all of these fees would only be paid to Gu Xinyi. After the Sunray program aired, Sunray scheduled the program for release at the end of the month. This was already quite fast, less than a week and a half away. This was only possible because Sunray had already prepared most of the program material. Now that they had the song, they just needed to choose a singer and match it with the footage. Gu Xinyi signed the contract readily, setting aside the fact that Sunray's price was already very fair. Just having his name on a Sunray program was something to be proud of. On Frank's side, the script for Starry Anime had also successfully passed the TV station's review. He was so busy lately, he was practically flying as he walked. The company had just gotten onto the right track, and everything was flourishing. He was exhausted but happy. Gu Xinyi's life continued peacefully, but the entertainment industry was becoming increasingly turbulent. The pressure from Xiao was growing. Nowadays, out of every 10 trending topics online, 8 were about the upcoming release of Xiao's new songs. As for the other 2, one of them was still about the bot vote incident from the second round of the new Song Gala finals. No buzz, no traffic. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had loomed over everyone's heads. Industry gossip was also growing louder. The first to be affected was Skyline Entertainment. They had previously extended an olive branch to Gu Xinyi, but so far they hadn't received a reply. In a conference room at Skyline Entertainment's headquarters, another high-level meeting was being held. Harold's expression was dark as he looked at the directors sitting around him. He had now fully grasped the situation and the sequence of events over this period. One man, managed to completely revitalize this stagnant industry. I honestly don't know whether to call you all useless or to say that he's just that good. When Xiao first showed signs of becoming a hit, what were you doing? If we had just manipulated the votes back then, would Xiao even be where she is today? Seeing the chairman's fury, the company executives sitting below were all as silent as cicadas in winter. A director sitting to Harold's left gave a forced laugh and was the first to speak. Chairman, you can't really blame everyone. After all, no one expected him to rise so quickly. It didn't give anyone time to react. The priority now is to figure out how to handle the situation. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Harold's anger only intensified. He slammed his hand on the table. Didn't have time to react? The very first song Gu Xinyi gave to Xiao took over the entire trending list. And now you're telling me you didn't have time to react? That first song, The Wind Rises, did you people even listen to it? Was that a song that should have been possible in today's industry? And before that song even came out, what about Just Ordinary? Were your ears ringing? A song that Harmony Music selected personally. When someone writes a song like that, and you don't reach out or suppress them immediately. Time. You have the nerve to tell me you didn't have time to react? Harold grew angrier the more he spoke. He truly felt like he was just supporting a pack of worthless gluttons. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Didn't Soundwave Entertainment have his back before? We couldn't just act on our own. Now that it's happened, let's focus on a counter-strategy. The singers under us are full of resentment right now. We can't delay any longer. It was that same director speaking. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued to plead. He didn't want to speak up at a time like this either. But aside from Harold, he held the most shares and had the best relationship with him. Harold was just giving them a warning. What's done is done. Now that the scolding was over, it was time for the real business. Blacklist her. Issue the notice. Notify every enterprise under our company that any business dealings with Soundwave Entertainment are forbidden. They made the first move on this cake, so don't blame us for playing dirty. Also, notify all the media outlets we work with, including advertisers and partner companies. If anyone has a partnership with Xiaoxiao, we will terminate our contracts with them as soon as their current term ends. Implement this decision of mine immediately and contact Prime Entertainment. Let them know about this. That hillbilly, Timothy, will definitely understand what I'm getting at. After Harold finished speaking, another director nearby immediately spoke up with a look of concern. Chairman Harold, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? This is equivalent to declaring war on Soundwave Entertainment. Our losses will be massive. Upon hearing this, Harold just waved his hand with a confident expression. That Yang Shan isn't an idiot. Our losses might be big, but his will be even bigger. He understands the message. He won't protect Xiaoxiao at all costs. When he said that, the director pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Before long, a piece of news that shocked the entire industry reached the ears of every major company. Skyline Entertainment had decided to blacklist Xiaoxiao Zhao. Blacklisting Xiaoxiao. The small and medium-sized entertainment companies were stunned. Skyline Entertainment was really making a huge move. If they were blacklisting a singer with no backing and no traffic, they could understand. After all, they'd all done that before, but for no reason at all. To blacklist a popular singer with no scandals, that was a recipe for disaster. Currently, only the big three would dare to do such a thing. And even among the big three, such occurrences were extremely rare. The last time this happened was, well, the last time. It involved a famous director from Skyline Entertainment who tried to force himself on a star, only to have that star post on Twitter and mock him publicly. That star subsequently faded from the industry, having been completely blacklisted. But the situation this time was different. The star from last time was a Skyline Entertainment employee herself, and she didn't have much of a background. But Xiaoxiao, she was an employee of another giant, Soundwave Entertainment. And not just that. Behind her stood a monster of a husband. Every few days, he'd release a god-tier song that crushed the rest of the industry. Was Skyline Entertainment out of its mind? All the small and medium companies gathered together. They were half disbelieving and half hoping it was true. After all, if Xiaoxiao were successfully blacklisted, their own profits would certainly increase. At this moment, these smaller companies didn't make any immediate moves. Instead, they collectively chose to wait and see. Their companies were small and couldn't withstand the impact of any major storms. They were watching now, watching for Soundwave Entertainment's reaction, watching for Prime Entertainment's moves, watching to see how the capital-heavy manufacturers would choose, and watching which side the media would take. For a while, the entire industry was a whirlpool of undercurrents. On the surface, everything was peaceful, but underneath, things were already in a total uproar. At Prime Entertainment, Timothy called for another meeting. This was already the second time several giants had met. Because of a single person, the conference room was in a heated argument. Basically, everyone had their own point of view. Some thought it was too risky, and that Prime Entertainment shouldn't get involved. Others thought Xiaoxiao's existence had already impacted the company's interests, so they should support Skyline. Timothy just narrowed his beady eyes and smirked, ignoring everyone's opinions. It wasn't until a long while later, when everyone realized the chairman hadn't spoken, that they finally stopped. Once the room fell silent, Timothy adjusted the gold-rimmed, round glasses on his nose. He smiled. "Why did you stop? You were all having such a lively argument just now." Everyone gave an awkward smile. Don't let this old geezer's friendly demeanor fool you. He was a self-made man who had transitioned from the mining sector to running a massive entertainment giant. A man like him could never be as kind as he appeared on the surface. As everyone knows, in this industry, the big three are the benchmarks, and we are a community of shared interests. Everyone has known that for years. Even though our main focus isn't on the music industry, we still can't allow such a potential threat to exist. However, we can't just let that old fox Harold benefit for free. Didn't they send someone to contact us? In terms of film and television, don't we happen to have a new project? We're currently fighting Skyline for it. Make him spit it out. He won't have to worry about our side anymore. Timothy said with a completely calm expression. The eyes of everyone in the boardroom lit up. That same director from before immediately chimed in. Brilliant, as expected of Chairman Timothy. This strategy of borrowing a knife is truly ingenious. So, the chairman had already planned all of this. Back when he was voting during the new song gala. That's why you sent the legend to compete. Chairman Timothy is truly far-sighted. Timothy chuckled. The more he looked at this director named Marcus, the more he liked him. Meanwhile, Soundwave Entertainment was also holding a meeting. The conference room was similarly in an uproar, especially Sienna and Zhang Chao. Their faces were red from a rare, heated argument. These two had personally witnessed Gu Xinyi rise from nothing, step by step, to where he was today. Only they understood how terrifyingly talented Gu Xinyi was. But Yangshan just sat there calmly with his hands crossed, not taking a side. Sienna felt indignant seeing her father like this. She was Yangshan's daughter, but there is no family in business. In a public setting, she was just a vice manager. She didn't care about their personal relationship right now. Chairman Yangshan, can you please say something? What have you decided? Give us a straight answer. No one else dared to question Yangshan like this. Sienna, with a stern face, angrily asked her father. The contract guaranteed top-tier resources and top-tier freedom for 2 years. If we breach it, Gu Xinyi will take her away, and we won't lose anything. So, put Xia Xiao in cold storage. Notify everyone that all resources are being withdrawn. Meeting adjourned. Yang Xian said these words very calmly. Sienna was instantly furious. She felt her father was becoming more and more cowardly. The opposition was a giant company. But weren't they one too? Why fear their threats? Of course, some in the meeting were happy. Their own singers weren't getting any opportunities lately, and they were full of resentment. Hearing Yang Xian's words, the other executives dispersed. Only Sienna remained in the room. Dad, I need an answer from you. Facing Yang Xian, Sienna showed no fear. As she glared at him, Yang Xian suddenly gave a short laugh, with a strange expression on his face. He looked at his angry daughter, quickly stood up, and walked over to soothe her. Sienna, sit down first. Let me explain it to you slowly, okay? The cold Sienna everyone else saw was, in front of her father, acting like a pouting child. She sat down with a pout, turning her head away and refusing to look at him. Yang Shan gave a bitter smile. Only those with daughters know. No matter how powerful you are outside, you're just a pushover for your daughter. Sienna, have you never wondered why Gu Xinye sent Xiao Xiao to our company? And why he signed that kind of contract? Top-tier resources, top-tier freedom, I won't even mention those. But look at this clause. We have to provide those for 2 years. If we fail to do so, he can take Xia Xiao away at any time, without paying any penalties. I have to say, Gu Xinyi is truly the smartest young man I've ever met. He also gave us the right to choose. If we follow the contract for 2 years, everyone is happy. But if we don't, it seems like we just part ways, and nobody loses anything. But in reality, he has gained precious time and early development. Yang Xian finished his explanation, and he couldn't help but recall. When Gu Xinyi sat in this very room, with that poised demeanor and confidence, now it was clear he had planned his exit strategy long ago. Sienna listened, dazed for a long while before staring at Yang Shan with wide eyes. She was full of disbelief. Dad, you mean Gu Xinyi left himself a way out from the very beginning? Seeing that his daughter still couldn't believe it, Yang Xian could only nod. He placed his hands on Sienna's shoulders and said earnestly, I don't want to let Xia Xiao go either, but going head-to-head with Skyline Entertainment will only result in both sides losing, and Prime Entertainment is out there, along with countless other companies, all watching and waiting. Company interests come before everything else. We have to let her go. And after she leaves, do you think Gu Xinyi will be out of options? The couple they are now is not the same unknown presence they were before. If they had chosen to start their own company and develop independently back then, the best result would have been for Gu Xinyi to take Xia Xiao and grow under the radar, developing in secret and carefully, avoiding the attention of major entertainment companies. They wouldn't be where they are now, using us as a shelter while they grow. We, Soundwave, don't owe them anything. We provided the platform for her to become famous. Yang Xian finished in one breath and looked at Sienna, who was still in a daze. He sighed silently in his heart. If only his daughter had a backer like Gu Xinyi, he wouldn't have had to explain so much today. Uriah Xiao is truly a lucky woman. No matter how much the industry was surging internally, what appeared before the public was still peaceful. Netizens were still talking enthusiastically about what the new songs in Xia Xiao's album would be. After the album, what shows will Xia Xiao participate in? A series of topics like that. They seemed like they could never talk about it enough. The netizens' ears can never be satisfied. Although they were still listening to low-quality recordings of those previous songs, they were already looking forward to Gu Xinyi's new songs. At this moment, Xia Xiao, having just finished recording the last song for the album, was resting in her private lounge. Lely was hunched over the table, organizing Xia Xiao's upcoming schedule. These past few days had exhausted them. From morning to night, they were either recording or promoting. The itinerary was packed with back-to-back events. Xia Xiao rubbed her shoulders, took out her phone, and opened Instagram. Her chat history with Gu Xinyi was still stuck on last night. Looking at the chat history, a faint smile couldn't help but appear on Xia Xiao's face. Lily seemed to have kicked her blanket off yesterday. I wonder what time Gu Xinyi went to sleep. Thinking of this, Xia Xiao's face flushed slightly. Lily was just like her. She never stayed still while sleeping. Suddenly, the lounge door was pushed open. Xia Xiao and Lele both looked up at once. It was Brenda, but Brenda's face looked very grim. Brenda, did something happen? Xia Xiao put down her phone and asked, Xia Xiao, something's wrong. The company has canceled your entire upcoming schedule, and they won't be providing any more resources from now on. I just received the news. It seems someone from the outside has blacklisted you. Blacklisted? Why? Lele jumped up the moment she heard this. Even her eyes were wide. On what grounds are they blacklisting Xia Xiao? Xia Xiao hasn't done anything. Xia Xiao also furrowed her brow. She didn't know what had happened yet either. Brenda took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart. She had just finished an argument with the company's management, especially Lena's manager. That expression of gloating was truly punchable. It must be because Xia Xiao is too popular now, and she's cutting into everyone else's profits. Besides the big three giants, no one else would dare to do something like this. Either Skyline is applying pressure, or it's Prime. It could even be that they're acting together. Having been a manager for so many years, she was still very sensitive to the industry's direction. She had been afraid Xia Xiao would stand out too much before. She hadn't expected it to actually come true now. And it wasn't just suppression, it was a direct blacklist. So what do we do now? Is the company going to put Xia Xiao in cold storage? Lele was a bit frantic, looking at Xia Xiao with a face full of worry. Brenda also looked toward Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao, notify Gu Xinyi. He's the only one with a solution now. I've seen the contract. If Soundwave breaches it, we can leave at any time. Right, notify Gu Xinyi. Xia Xiao, hurry and call your man. Tell him you're being bullied. The moment Lele heard Gu Xinyi's name, her eyes immediately lit up. That's right. Don't we still have that monster Gu Xinyi? They weren't afraid. Xia Xiao only hesitated for a split second. Before nodding, she knew now was not the time to be stubborn. Moreover, things between her and Gu Xinyi are different now. Last time something happened, she didn't tell him, because she still had concerns in her heart. But now, she didn't have those worries. Today was Saturday. Gu Xinyi was taking Lily shopping at the mall, buying her new clothes. As a stay-at-home dad, dressing his daughter up beautifully was his natural instinct. The sales assistant was in the fitting room, helping little Lily try on new outfits. Gu Xinyi was sitting outside alone, waiting on a sofa bench, when his phone rang. Gu Xinyi picked up the phone and checked the caller ID, his mouth curling up into a smile. Hello? How come you have time to call me at noon today? Dorky Gu Xinyi, I've been blacklisted. A single, simple sentence made the smile on Gu Xinyi's face vanish instantly, and his gaze turned serious. Blacklisted? What a major move. What does Soundwave have to say? My upcoming schedule has been cancelled, and my resources have been cut off. Heh. They're playing a big game. Gu Xinyi only thought for a moment, before he understood Soundwave's intent. When he first sent Xia Xiao to Soundwave, he intended to use them as a shelter for her. He didn't expect the shield to become unreliable so soon. Okay, I understand. Wait for me. I'm heading over right now. Xia Xiao gave a soft, Her tone clearly revealed that the speaker was a bit happier now. I'll hang up first then. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. The call ended. The sales assistant just happened to be carrying Lily in her new clothes. As she walked over, Lily, in her new outfit, looked even more like a princess from a fairy tale. The two little ribbons tied in her hair swayed along with her smiling face. Gu Xinyi took Lily from the assistant, packed up the old clothes, and paid the bill. Then he carried the little one toward the exit. Lily, let's go find Mommy, okay? Gu Xinyi smiled as he pinched Lily's chubby little cheek. At the mention of Mommy, Lily's eyes lit up instantly, curving into little crescents. Okay, Lily misses Mommy too. Good, then we're heading out right now. Giggle, Daddy. Does Mommy miss little Lily? She does, and when we go this time, we're going to bring Mommy back home. One large and one small figure walked toward the mall parking lot. Their cheerful laughter echoed under the bright sky. 3 p.m. Gu Xinyi arrived at the Soundwave Entertainment Building. He parked the car, picked up little Lily, and Gu Xinyi walked straight inside. Along the way, many people saw Gu Xinyi carrying the child. Knowing what was going on, their eyes darted away. Yet they couldn't help but steal glances as Gu Xinyi entered the elevator. They knew that Xia Xiao's biggest trump card had arrived. They were also curious. How would this man, who had become famous in the industry as soon as he appeared, handle this incident? Arriving on the 12th floor without any trouble, he pushed open the door to Xia Xiao's lounge. Xia Xiao, Brenda, and Lele were currently sitting on the sofa discussing matters. Their faces were full of worry. After all, this was indeed a thorny issue. Up until now, no one had been able to recover after a giant's blacklist. Hearing the door open, to be access, they looked up and saw him. A trace of joy appeared on all their faces. Gu Xinyi was finally here. Hello, ladies. Why are you all looking so gloomy? Gu Xinyi greeted them with a smile. Looking completely relaxed, his demeanor caused the moods of the three women to lighten slightly. Mommy, hug. Daddy said we're bringing you home today. Lily's face was beaming with joy. The moment the little one saw her mother, she reached out her arms to pounce into her embrace. Xia Xiao stood up and smoothly took Lily from Gu Xinyi's arms. The moment she saw her daughter's smile, all the troubles in her heart vanished completely. She gave the little one's cheek a quick kiss, then acted with exaggeration. Oh, who is this little butterball? Is this still my Lily? The moment Gu Xinyi heard Xia Xiao's words, he immediately realized trouble was coming. Sure enough, hearing her mother's words, Lily's mouth instantly pouted. The happy smile from before vanished, replaced by wide, pitiful eyes. Looking at her mother. Mommy has changed. She's not the good mommy from before anymore. The group was amused by the little one's rapid change of face and burst into laughter. Lele hopped over, wanting to tease the little one too, but Lily turned her face away in disgust. She remembered Daddy saying it was this fat auntie who gave her snacks and made her gain weight. Gu Xinyi also chuckled. This family gathering atmosphere truly made him feel very comfortable. He stepped forward and took Xia Xiao's hand, smiling. Wife, wait for me a moment. Since we're leaving, we at least have to say goodbye to some people. Once that's done, I'll take you home. We'll go build our own thing under the radar. Having her hand held, Xia Xiao's face flushed, and she felt a sweetness in her heart. She just gave a soft response. No matter what Gu Xinyi was planning to do, she trusted him completely, in every decision he made. After Gu Xinyi finished speaking, he looked up at Brenda and Lily and gave them a nod. The worry in Brenda and Lily's hearts, but it was diluted by Gu Xinyi's easygoing and cheerful demeanor. Both of them smiled. They found their way to Sienna's office once more. Gu Xinyi felt a bit of melancholy in his heart. The scene of his last visit here was still vaguely before his eyes. He hadn't expected that his next visit would be the moment they parted ways. Without thinking too much, Gu Xinyi knocked on the door. Sienna's familiar voice rang out from inside. Gu Xinyi pushed the door open and entered. Vice Manager Sienna. It's been a while. She was busy working. When Sienna heard the voice, her body couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. She looked up and saw Gu Xinyi's gentle, smiling face, just like the day she picked him up at the station, as graceful as jade on a path. A gentleman incomparable in this world. That's the kind of person he was. Unfortunately, fate was never on her side. Meeting the right person at the wrong time, all she could do was smile it off. Sienna gave a smile, lifting her gaze to look directly at the man who had already sat down in front of her. I guessed you would head over here immediately, but I didn't expect you to be this fast. Indeed, it's been a while, Mr. Gu Xinyi. Gu Xinyi shrugged with a helpless expression. My wife is in trouble, so as her husband, I have to be a bit more proactive. Let's talk business. You should know the purpose of my visit this time. Since you've breached the contract, then I have no choice but to take Xiao with me. I could only find you in the HR department. I hope you understand. Sorry for the trouble with the contract. Sienna put away the documents on her desk and nodded. It's fine. I was the one who brought you into the company in the first place. It's only right that I handle the resignation now. However, my father would like to see you. I wonder if that would be okay. Of course. It's a good thing if Chairman Yang Shan wants to see me. Let's head over now. We still have to rush to pack our bags and go home this afternoon. Gu Xinyi didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed directly. He still had a very good impression of Soundwave Entertainment. As for the decision they made, he could also understand it. After all, a company couldn't possibly go up against another company, just for the sake of one employee. All right, let's go now then. Sienna didn't delay either. She stood up first and walked toward the door. Gu Xinyi also stood up and followed behind her. The two of them walked one after the other. They didn't communicate much. In this meeting, their relationship seemed even more strained than when they first met. They made their way to the chairman's office. Yang Xian seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. He wasn't surprised at all to see Gu Xinyi. Instead, he poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. Young man, you're here. Come, have some tea. Gu Xinyi sat down naturally and took a light sip of the tea. A smile appeared on his face. Chairman Yang Xian, you're too kind. I should be the one thanking you for looking after my wife during this time. Really, thank you very much. Yang Xian also smiled. He looked at the Gu Xinyi before him, who was the same as that day, and felt a bit emotional. I'll accept those thanks. I didn't expect it to be such a short time before we would have to part ways. It's also our lack of ability that we couldn't keep Xiao. But your goal should have been achieved as well, right? Gu Xinyi and Yang Xian locked eyes. Both were like old, clever foxes, with smiles in their eyes. Whoa! Chairman Yang Xian, you're wrong about me. At the time, I truly, sincerely wanted Xiao to join your company. I didn't have any other thoughts. Gu Xinyi said candidly. Actually, back then, he really wanted Xiao to have a large shelter to grow under. It was just that back then, he overlooked the heritage of his original world. The heritage of his original world made him appear incredibly talented in the eyes of others, but also extremely threatening. After that phone call with Leonard, it was like he'd been hit by a bolt of enlightenment. At that time, he was considering if even a giant tree like Soundwave Entertainment couldn't hide the heritage of his original world, then what should he do? Fortunately, he had already thought of a solution. It was just as Leonard said, talented people shouldn't be so humble. Yang Shan just smiled at Gu Xinyi's words, neither confirming nor denying. He took out Xiao's contract and placed it on the table. He continued, the contract is here. From this moment on, Xiao no longer has anything to do with our company. The copyrights for those few songs are also held in Xiao's hands. One can only say that this time, Soundwave Entertainment essentially worked for you for free. We only gained a good reputation at Harmony Music. You, young man, really hit the jackpot. Yang Shen pushed the contract back to Gu Xinyi, shaking his head with a helpless expression. Gu Xinyi, seeing Yang Shan's posture, pondered for a moment. He immediately held up a hand. 5 songs. I will create 5 songs for Soundwave Entertainment for free. Chairman Yang Shan, just contact me when you decide who they're for. Consider this a way to repay Soundwave Entertainment. Those who treat others with sincerity will surely be treated with sincerity in return. After Soundwave Entertainment gave Xiao those resources, up until now, they had never asked Gu Xinyi for even a single song. This was their sincerity, and also their goodwill. Gu Xinyi gifted 5 songs in return, as a way of thanking Soundwave Entertainment for looking after Xiao during this time, and as a return of goodwill to Soundwave Entertainment. 5 songs. Done. Yang Xian pondered for a moment. This was close to what he had expected in his heart. One must realize, Gu Xinyi had only released a few songs in total so far. They had only provided a platform for Xiao, and gaining 5 songs was already more than enough. Alright, Gu Xinyi, those are your words. Then, in the future, if there's a need, I won't stand on ceremony. Yang Xian stood up with a smile. and shook Gu Xinyi's hand. Sienna stood off to the side, watching these two clever foxes trade wits. She realized that she was indeed still too green. She only now learned that things could actually be negotiated this way. Neither of them stated it clearly, yet each knew exactly what the other meant. After chatting with Yang Xian for a while longer, Gu Xinyi stood up to take his leave. The purpose of his visit had been achieved, so there was no need to stay any longer. Returning to Xia Xiao's private lounge on the 16th floor, the few of them had already packed their things. They knew that since Gu Xinyi said he was taking Xia Xiao home, he must have already made follow-up plans. However, before leaving, the three of them still felt a bit reluctant as they looked at the luxurious lounge before them. When they first arrived, they had liked this place very much. They hadn't expected that they would only spend a few times in this lounge before having to leave. Gu Xinyi saw their reluctance. He scratched his head and didn't say much. Rather than making empty promises now, it was better to let his future actions speak for him. He also believed in himself. He would definitely give them an even better lounge. Leaving Soundwave Entertainment and arriving at the artist apartments, the three people's various bags of luggage filled up 2 cars completely. After handing everything over to Sienna, few of them then drove toward Riverdale. This trip to the city felt like a dream to Xia Xiao and the other two. The scene of them arriving here full of fighting spirit seemed like it was just yesterday. I didn't think we'd be heading back in the blink of an eye. Lele gazed at the landscape flying past the car window, feeling a bit emotional for a moment. She turned her head to look at Sister Yun, who was driving. Sister Yun, what do you think Gu Xinyi will do next? Sister Yun shook her head, but a trace of a smile appeared on her face. I don't know, but I'm sure he has a plan. Just like when he came to the hospital to find me. In him, I can see a kind of confidence that others don't have. Lele nodded half understandingly, then continued looking out the window. She also realized that, without her even knowing when it started, the Gu Xinyi who used to annoy her had become everyone's pillar of support. By the time the group arrived in Riverdale, the sky had already grown dark. Lele would be going home with Sister Yun tonight. The group agreed to meet at Gu Xinyi's house tomorrow, and then they went their separate ways. After getting home, little Lily, who had reunited with her mom, was clearly still very energetic. It was already past 7 in the evening, but the little one wasn't sleepy at all. She clung to Xia Xiao's arms, refusing to let go. Ever since she started preschool, she had developed good daily habits. Usually at this time, Gu Xinyi would be telling her fairy tales and coaxing her to sleep. But tomorrow was Sunday, another day off, so Gu Xinyi didn't restrict her too much. The family of 3 had a simple dinner together. After the meal, at the little one's insistent request, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao had no choice but to accompany little Lily. As they snuggled on the cloud sofa to watch some cartoons, Xia Xiao and little Lily once again snuggled up on either side of Gu Xinyi's embrace, making Gu Xinyi look like a proper head of the household at this moment. It also made a wide smile bloom on Gu Xinyi's face. As expected, the feeling of a family reunion is truly the best. When it was just little Lily by his side, he always felt like something was missing in life. Under the warm lighting, in the modest living room, little Lily's happy laughter rang out from time to time, along with the sound effects that occasionally rang out from the cartoons. The sense of happiness in this little home grew even stronger. After watching 2 episodes of cartoons, little Lily, who still hadn't had enough, was dragged away by Xia Xiao to wash up. Gu Xinyi smiled, stretched comfortably, and turned off the TV. After Xia Xiao and little Lily finished washing up and went back to the bedroom, he also took a shower, and then happily climbed into bed to tell fairy tales to both the big one and the little one. Little Lily soon fell asleep during the stories. Gu Xinyi carefully turned off the light and lay down to sleep. However, before long, a warm, delicate body reached across little Lily in the middle and snuggled into his arms. Gu Xinyi's sleepiness vanished instantly. He looked down and reached out, gently pinching Xia Xiao's supple cheek. It felt even better than before. Even in the darkness, he could hear Xia Xiao's slightly rapid breathing and the sound of her heartbeat. The next moment, he closed his eyes, found Xia Xiao's lips, and kissed her. Xia Xiao gave a soft moan, her body stiffening for only a second, before going soft. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Both of them were feeling quite passionate right now. After a long while, their lips parted. Xia Xiao propped her hands against Gu Xinyi's chest, her breathing a bit ragged. but she still spoke with a hint of reproach, pushing away Gu Xinye's large hand that was still misbehaving on her body. She whispered, "Not now. We'll wake Lily up." Gu Xinye felt equally uncomfortable, his throat a bit dry. He swallowed hard, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. "I know. I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, he took a deep breath, carefully climbed out of bed, and slipped out in a flash. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to control himself. This version of Xia Xiao was truly too captivating. It looked like arranging a separate room for little Lily had to be put on the schedule. He took a thorough cold shower, which washed Gu Xinye until he was completely devoid of desire. The weather at the end of September wasn't that hot anymore, especially at night. Gu Xinye only felt cold now, without any other thoughts. He slipped back under the covers and held Xia Xiao in his arms. This time, neither of them made any moves. The night was dark outside. The two snuggled inside the house, and slowly, both of them fell into a deep sleep. Not another word was said all night. The next day, not only did Sister Yoon and Lele come to Gu Xinye's home, but even Frank was called over by Gu Xinye. This was Frank's first official meeting with everyone. However, this meeting clearly wasn't as peaceful as Gu Xinye had imagined. Inside the room right now, Lele and Frank were staring each other down, mutually hostile. Between the two of them, innocent little Lily was blinking her big eyes. She didn't understand why this uncle and auntie in front of her were fighting. "I clearly arrived first. Lily should be watched by me." Even though Lele's height and stature were smaller than Frank's, her aura didn't waver in the slightest. Right now, she was holding one of Lily's small hands, glaring at Frank. "So what if you came first? Does that mean you have to watch her? Lily clearly likes my gift better. Look, she's still holding the toy I gave her. What do you have?" Frank looked down at Lele, his expression looking quite smug. It made Lele want to jump up and give him a punch. All right. I didn't ask you to come over to fight. And Lily isn't yours either. She's mine." Gu Xinye helplessly rubbed his temples and picked up little Lily from between the two. This caused both of them to turn their heads at once, glaring at Gu Xinye for snatching little Lily away. What a guy. He was truly infuriating. Ignoring their resentful expressions, Gu Xinye sat down on the sofa with little Lily. Lele huffed and ran over to Xia Xiao's side, grabbing Xia Xiao's arm and shaking it vigorously. Her meaning was clearly to tell her to control her husband. He was bullying people. Frank also looked quite reluctant. He had only held the little one when he first arrived. Before she even got warm in his arms, Lele had come to fight him for her. And now, even Gu Xinye had gotten involved. "Old Gu Xinye, you called me here just to annoy me, didn't you?" Frank said, drawing out his words. Gu Xinye didn't continue the topic, however. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "I called you over because I want to discuss something with you." Seeing Gu Xinye turn serious, the group stopped playing around and listened intently. "Frank, I want to start an entertainment company. I'll just call it Starry Entertainment. If you're not busy lately, help me look for a suitable venue. The initial scale doesn't have to be too big. After all, we don't have many people right now." Hearing Gu Xinye's words, everyone looked a bit surprised, especially Sister Yoon and Lele. When they heard Gu Xinye wanted to start an entertainment company, they all felt a bit excited. This was starting a company of their very own. From now on, they would never have to answer to anyone, ever again. Even though it felt like a bit of a pipe dream, hearing it come from Gu Xinye's mouth always gave them a sense of security. Frank wasn't surprised by this. He had already known about the news of Xia Xiao being blacklisted when he arrived. It was only logical for Gu Xinye to start an entertainment company now. His perspective was different from Lele's and Sister Yoon's, so he naturally wouldn't be shocked by this. Frank just thought about it for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurried forward with a look of joy. "Gu, the commercial building our company is in right now. One of the floors happens to be up for rent. No one has taken it yet. I think it's a great spot. And when the time comes, we can move both companies together, with Starry Anime as a subsidiary. Integrating Starry Entertainment and Starry Anime would be very convenient. That dozen-story commercial building in the center of Riverdale. It was indeed a good place, and it was convenient. As an initial location for the company, it was certainly acceptable. Later on, once the company became successful, they could just find a new place. Then Frank, you go and talk to them first. If it works out, We'll head over to officially sign the contract in a week. Gu Xinyi only pondered for a moment before making his choice. Why wait for a week? Frank asked, somewhat confused. If they waited for a week, he would have to find a way to stall the rental date. Gu Xinyi was a bit speechless. Why else? He didn't have that much money right now. And there were some things that hadn't happened yet. He had to wait for a bit. Now was not the best time. Because I want to let the bullet fly for a while. Gu Xinyi looked at their confused expressions and smiled. Finally speaking, time passed quickly. September was ending in the blink of an eye. Since Xiaoxiao had returned to Riverdale, a week had already passed. The vast number of netizens who were still waiting for Xiaoxiao's latest album slowly began to notice something was wrong. Unbeknownst to them, the latest updates about Xiaoxiao on the internet had suddenly vanished. They were gone quite abruptly. They didn't even know what had happened. Of course, they wouldn't know that this was because those small and medium entertainment companies, after waiting and seeing for a few days, saw that Gu Xinyi hadn't made any moves. And so, these small and medium entertainment companies also started making moves. After all, they were one of the big three. Powerful capital can never be opposed by a single person alone. Feeling reassured, the various companies began to act. Consequently, the current scene on the internet appeared. Media outlets no longer posted any topics related to Xiaoxiao. The various stars and influencers, no longer feeling pressured by Xiaoxiao, also began to pop up one after another. Even the relevant marketing accounts slowly stopped posting anything related to Xiaoxiao. All of this was the work of capital. Even the posts from netizens had their visibility controlled by the big players. It was as if time had been paused. Every topic about Xiaoxiao seemed to have stopped right at a week ago. Netizens who were gradually catching on could only huddle together under Xiaoxiao's Twitter and Gu Xinyi's TikTok to discuss things, especially when they saw the current chaotic mess on the trending list. They unconsciously missed Xiaoxiao and Gu Xinyi even more. And so, many netizens began to go to their Twitter and TikTok accounts to ask for the reason. Xiaoxiao's latest Twitter post was still the one, announcing that the album would be released on October 1st. Right now, under this tweet, the number of comments had already exceeded 10 million, and the views were over 100 million. Are you still alive? What's the situation? Why is there suddenly no news? Come out and say something. I feel so bad, I want to cry. Another day with no new updates. Brothers, help me boost my post. Damn it. My post has so many likes and retweets. Why is it still not trending? Yeah, I always feel like something is wrong. You don't need to feel it. Something is definitely wrong. This situation vaguely reminds me of a certain star from back then. You mean the one who was blacklisted? No way, right? As time went on, netizens felt more and more that things were off, especially when they suddenly noticed that Xiaoxiao's Twitter bio, which used to have a label saying she belonged to Soundwave Entertainment, was now gone. Was Xiaoxiao actually blacklisted, or did she leave the industry again? For a moment, all the netizens felt a sense of dawning realization. They had just heard a few good songs, and now if you made them go back to listening to that trash, they really couldn't stand it. You've spoiled our ears, and now you're just gone? Netizens went from initial confusion to investigation, and then to anger. During this time, besides Xiaoxiao's Twitter and Gu Xinyi's TikTok, Soundwave Entertainment's official Twitter was also bombarded by them. Angry netizens were like headless flies, clashing everywhere. They were so furious. We haven't even heard the album yet, and the people are gone. Inside the Skyline Entertainment building, Harold's secretary was wiping away cold sweat while reporting the situation. He hadn't expected that Xiaoxiao's disappearance would trigger such a massive reaction from the netizens. Chairman, do we really not need to do anything? The internet is in an absolute uproar right now. The subsidiary companies are also finding it hard to operate. The cause of this event was Skyline Entertainment. If anything happened, people would only point the finger at them. Harold's expression, however, remained very calm. He waved his hand. Don't worry about it, they're just a bunch of rabble. Once the fuss is over, they'll naturally disperse. Everyone has a life to live. No one is stupid enough to cling to this. Just as Harold finished speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The head of the operations department rushed in, drenched in sweat. Before Harold could frown and speak, he spoke up first. Chairman, Gu Xinyi, he posted on Twitter. Harold continued to frown. So what? If he posted, he posted. What's there to be so alarmed about? Just keep suppressing the reach of his tweet. But no one dares to suppress it. The operations head's voice carried a hint of a sob, and he was even trembling slightly. He posted a song called Against the World. That's not even the most important part. The most important part is that Sunray Media liked and retweeted it. Big news. Gu Xinyi finally posted on Twitter. Initially, because the reach was being suppressed, only a small portion of netizens knew. But now, this tweet shot straight to the top of the trending list. You want to know why? Because Sunray liked and retweeted it. It instantly electrified everyone. At this moment, everyone felt like they had found that beam of light in the darkness. They had been suppressed for so long. Enthusiastically clicked on the tweet retweeted by Sunray. The tweet contained a video and a long explanation of the situation. Hello everyone, long time no see. Updating my Twitter today because I want to clarify Xia Xiao's recent situation. As everyone can see, Xia Xiao has terminated her contract with Soundwave Entertainment. Of course, it was a peaceful split between us and Soundwave. Everyone, please stay calm first. Fame attracts trouble. The entertainment industry is not easy to navigate. Someone doesn't want us to have a good life, and issued a blacklist order against my wife, Xia Xiaolao, for no reason. I think you can all guess who it is without me saying a word. Anyway, it wasn't Soundwave Entertainment. Now, we have no choice but to start our own studio. Right here, I want to say one thing to those who think they can cover the entire industry with one hand. You can't cover up this sky. A new era for the entertainment industry will be completely changed by us. The following song is titled Against the World. It's for you and for all the netizens. Thank you for your support and concern during this time. We will fight them to the very end. Come on, let's fight. Just seeing these words, the netizens were already beyond excited. Sure enough, they guessed right. It's capital suppressing entertainment again. What has the music industry become today? And they still dare to suppress. The treasure of a singer who finally emerged, and the god-tier songwriter who finally appeared. They actually still want to blacklist them. In this instant, the fury in the netizens' hearts was ignited. They didn't even have to think about it. If it wasn't Soundwave Entertainment in the industry, only those other two giants could pull off such a thing. They didn't even read what Sunray said in the retweet, or click on the video yet, before the comments below exploded. Damn, no need to say more. It's either Skyline or Prime. They really think we netizens are dead or something? This isn't just challenging our bottom line anymore. This is taking a dump right on our heads. My eyes and ears have been polluted these past 2 days. What do you say, brothers? How can we not attack? They think they are the sky. Today, I'm going to make sure this sky can no longer cloud my eyes. Let this keyboard transform into a sword to cleave the heavens. Sword, come, be rational, brothers. If you go there now, you're just giving them more traffic. From now on, anything that comes from those two companies, we just boycott it. Exactly. The guy above is right. Check what Sunray said first, then watch the video. Besides, didn't Gu Xinyi say he would fight to the end? We just need to support him. Right. Watch the video first. After the netizens vented their collective anger, they continued reading the tweet. They saw Sunray's retweet comment, which simply said, "Great song. If you can't make it in the entertainment industry, you can always come here to Sunray." Additionally, Sunray's new show, Dreamer's Heart, will officially air tomorrow at 8 p.m. on the Sunray channel. The theme song will be uploaded to Harmony Music simultaneously. A little fun fact, the theme song was exclusively created by Gu Xinyi. Everyone is welcome to tune in on time. What do you mean, if he can't make it in the industry, come to Sunray? We netizens don't agree. The netizens naturally knew that once Gu Xinyi joined Sunray, the songs he released in the future would definitely be few and far between. He wouldn't be able to just release a song whenever he felt like it. How could that be allowed? Fortunately, Gu Xinyi immediately replied to Sunray, "Thanks for the high regards, Sunray, but I won't be joining you." This interaction and response deeply satisfied the netizens. In this moment, the netizens who saw this all nodded their heads involuntarily. Gu Xinyi can only stay in the industry. He can't go anywhere else. As for his popularity, they would protect it with their lives. Immediately after, the netizens clicked on the video with excited hearts. It's been a while since we heard a new song from this dude. I really missed it. They clicked on the video. In the video, Gu Xinyi was wearing a denim jacket, with his eyes closed, holding a microphone high in the air, his face full of fighting spirit. The next moment, the music rose. The urgent melody brought by the electric guitar, paired with the electronic battle track, made everyone unable to stop themselves from nodding their heads up and down. Then, the Gu Xinyi in the video suddenly snapped his eyes open, holding the microphone with a wave of his hand as the vocals began. On this surging battlefield, the music boy makes his entrance, through the heavy roars of the victorious fire, making noise throughout the entire world. The signal in the flying smoke. The entertainment era is coming. Hot blood flowing against the current. The war chariot heating up. The warrior is unstoppable. The drumbeat suddenly dropped, and Gu Xinyi jumped up with the music. He raised his hand high and then slammed it down. All the netizens who heard this unconsciously began to sway their bodies. Some were even stir-frying vegetables, holding their spatulas, and began waving them around involuntarily. The vocals continued, "Come on! Against the world, the ace goes wild. Roam the universe, settle the world. Oh, against the world, the wild ace is discovered. Fighting is our stubborn starting point. I will control my advantage and publicize my momentum. Watch this dragon battle in the wild, this battlefield. Hundreds of hot-blooded warriors racing forward together. The warriors who shake the world are fighting in a duel." What is a battle song? This is a battle song. It's too hype. This Gu Xinyi's songwriting is still as consistent as ever. The netizens listening to the song were boiling with excitement. Their fingers tapped rapidly across their screens. Each one of them now wished they could transform into a god of war. Against the world, the wild ace is discovered. Don't you want to blacklist us? Come on, let's go. Whoever cowers is a loser. A battle song, sob? How long has it been since we heard a battle song in the industry? This is such a treat, ha ha ha. Brothers, let me tell you a joke. I just saw a media outlet post an update about Xia Qiao. Seriously, once Sunray stepped in, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Hilarious, I saw it too. Now even the marketing accounts are popping up. Blacklist Gu Xinyi? I dare you to blacklist Sunray. Who would they even blacklist? Ha ha ha. One tweet from Gu Xinyi. One song like Against the World, and the originally anxious netizens instantly found a place to belong. That man is still here. With a near-invincible posture, he shattered the industry's established status quo. With his own talent, he stood out in a high-profile manner, announcing that a new era for the entertainment industry had officially arrived. The most miserable ones right now were none other than the media, and those independent marketing accounts. They were all complaining bitterly in their hearts. The pressure from the corporate giants had been applied to them. After waiting and seeing for 2 days, they had yielded just like they always did. The corporations didn't expect Gu Xinyi, that troll, to be waiting right here for them. Sunray had already liked and retweeted. As subordinates of Sunray, could they afford not to follow their lead? It's just too hard. It's like a holiday celebration now. As the reach of Gu Xinyi's tweet grew higher and higher, more and more netizens rushed over upon hearing the news. They excitedly clicked on this long-awaited tweet, and then their expressions became joyful. Sure enough, it still has to be Gu Xinyi. Only this guy's songs could truly leave them so intoxicated. And it wasn't just today's Against the World. Tomorrow, Sunray would release Dreamer's Heart. Then the day after, Xia Xiao's album would go live, featuring several hits from the new song Gala, and a mysterious new track. They were loving it indeed. Netizens felt a sudden explosion of happiness. It truly felt like a holiday. Online engagement was completely detonating. As various media outlets and marketing accounts joined the fray, it wasn't just Twitter. Even the news headlines, TikTok, and even the tabloid shock sites got involved. For a moment, Gu Xinyi's tweet and Sunray's retweet claimed the top 2 spots on the trending charts across every single app. Meanwhile, the previous number 1 was pushed down, shivering at the number 3 spot. Inside Skyline Entertainment, Harold stared at that tweet sitting at the top of the list, the one that was viral beyond belief. His expression was dark to the extreme. He never expected Sunray to actually come out and support them. Which of the stars and singers of the past wasn't just a plaything for the corporate giants? No matter how much heat Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao had before, he had never taken them to heart, because heat always fades, and it can always be suppressed. Once the heat is gone, everything returns to silence. Capital can never truly be defeated, because no one can refuse a profitable partnership. But now, one man named Gu Xinyi had broken that rule. The reason was simple. Sunray had stepped in. No matter how powerful capital is, it doesn't dare act up before Sunray. Harold put down his phone with a calm face. Only at this moment did he conclude that Gu Xinyi truly had the qualifications to be his opponent. He blacklisted him, and Gu Xinyi used the opposition's strength against them, turning the blacklist into a total joke. The most difficult part was that Sunray had taken the initiative to speak up for him. One could only imagine how terrifying he actually was. Send out the notice. Terminate all measures against Xia Xiao. Since Gu Xinyi wants to fight, then let him have his wish. I want to see how he fights capital all by himself. At the same time, Timothy at Prime Entertainment also narrowed his beady eyes, quietly watching everything that was currently happening on Twitter. After a moment, he suddenly smiled, muttering under his breath, "Interesting. This is getting very interesting." And at Soundwave Entertainment, Yang Xian was watching the Twitter feed with a poised expression, looking very content. Sienna sat beside him, her eyes wide with shock. He really had a way. He actually solved this matter perfectly. I told you before, he wasn't ordinary. He doesn't do things he's not sure of. Daughter, look at your old man. Isn't my vision a bit better than yours? Yang Xian gave a chuckle, picking up his teacup to take a sip. Sienna glanced at her prideful father, and couldn't help but mutter, "Two foxes. Neither of them are good people anyway." Hearing this, Yang Xian nearly spat out his tea. What did she mean, not a good person? Cursing Gu Xinyi was one thing, but how did she end up cursing her own father too? Gu Xinyi, how is your brain even wired? This is just too incredible. That was Sunray, you know. Lili's piercing scream made Gu Xinyi want to cover his ears. He quickly spoke up to stop her. Calm down, calm down. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Gu Xinyi had a smile on his face. Actually, he hadn't expected Sunray to retweet his post either. His original plan was just to post first, and once Sunray's show came out, his song would naturally go viral as well. At that point, those so-called corporate giants wouldn't be able to suppress his popularity. The difference was just being active versus being passive. He really didn't expect Sunray to speak up directly. This time, he truly owed them a massive favor. Still, owing Sunray a favor seemed like a pretty good thing. What do you mean I haven't seen the world? Look at Xia Xiao. Isn't she just as shocked? Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, Lily pouted with dissatisfaction. She tilted her head, gesturing that Xia Xiao wasn't doing much better. Gu Xinyi turned to look, and saw Xia Xiao on the sofa, staring at him in a total daze, her face completely flushed. Gu Xinyi touched his forehead. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Xia Xiao. How is this shock? Clearly, it was because when they woke up this morning, he had taken advantage of the fact the kid wasn't awake yet, to bully her quite thoroughly. That's why she was like this, alright? You go ahead and be shocked on your own. I'm heading out. I'm meeting Frank today at the Communications University to hire some voice actors. Gu Xinyi picked up his phone and checked the time, speaking as he stood up. Then he turned to look at the still dazed Xia Xiao. Wife, I'm leaving now. Okay. Xia Xiao, whose mind was currently a complete mess, heard Gu Xinyi's voice, and looked up blankly to respond. Even she herself didn't know what Gu Xinyi had actually said. Gu Xinyi rubbed his nose, and gave an awkward smile. Under Lele's confused gaze, he quickly pushed the door open and slipped out. Lord knows he had been a single guy for too long. Seeing that situation this morning, he definitely couldn't resist. As a result, it led to Xia Xiao being in her current state. But, if it happened again, he still wouldn't be able to resist. He drove all the way to the Riverdale Communications University gates. Gu Xinyi put on his pre-prepared mask and baseball cap before getting out of the car. Lately, his popularity online had grown so much that a mask and a cap were now essentials for him to go out. At the university gates, students walked past in small groups from time to time. Only when Gu Xinyi reached the main entrance did he see Frank waiting there. Regarding recruitment, Gu Xinyi wasn't very familiar with it. He'd only come today at Frank's request. Gu Xinyi, over here. Before he even reached him, Frank started shouting, Sure enough, things like masks and hats were completely useless in front of people who knew you well. Gu Xinyi walked over quickly. After glancing toward the school grounds, he asked, "So, how are we recruiting?" Let's go. I've already contacted some juniors inside. They've organized quite a few applicants today. They're just waiting for us to head over." "Okay." Gu Xinyi nodded, entering the school along with Frank. It wasn't until the small-scale job fair began that Gu Xinyi realized his primary role here was that of a mascot. Gu Xinyi looked at the hungry, predatory gazes of the young students on the scene and unconsciously swallowed his saliva. He now very much wanted to kill Frank, that jerk who sold out his friend for employees. No wonder a simple hiring session had almost turned into a mini-job fair. It turned out this jerk had informed these juniors in advance that Gu Xinyi would be coming as well. He was numb, not numb from recruiting, but numb from signing autographs. Though in the end, the recruitment goal was successfully completed. But Gu Xinyi just wants to send this grinning fat guy next to him to the wet market. Oh wait, to the morning market. He was craving some pork. After, finally, breaking free from the circle of juniors, Gu Xinyi breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, he felt the burden of fame. Luckily, these students still had some professional ethics and didn't spread the word everywhere. Otherwise, Gu Xinyi didn't dare imagine what the scene would be like. The two walked out of the school. Frank chuckled and said, "Old Ji Xinyi, look, as soon as you came, the quality of the voice actors we recruited went up, and I'm more at ease having you vet them." Gu Xinyi shot him a glance, remaining silent and expressionless. The logic was sound, but why was it that whenever he saw him like that, he just wanted to punch him? Now that the voice cast and other personnel are all assembled, the professional side of things will depend on you from here on. Frank, how about it? Do you have the confidence? Gu Xinyi didn't dwell on the topic, switching to another question instead. Frank was stunned for a moment. Then a confident smile spread across his face. He nodded. He said very seriously, "You bet. Old Gu Xinyi, I might be a bit of a dork when it comes to relationships, but when it comes to this, I'm a pro. Just you wait and see," Frank said, while also calculating the time in his head. He wanted to finish his production before Victor's anime was broadcasted. Get back up from where you fell. Frank wasn't the kind of fool to let a grudge go unavenged. Gu Xinyi also smiled and didn't say anything. He believed Frank would handle the follow-up matters well. The two walked side by side toward the parking lot. As they were walking, Gu Xinyi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up toward a spot not far ahead. A crowd of students had gathered there at some point. The sound of music wafted out from the crowd now and then. The music sounded very familiar. It was actually the very first song Gu Xinyi had performed since coming here, Lifelong Companion. Let's go take a look. Gu Xinyi's eyes lit up. This was the first time he'd heard his own song. On the side of the road, he was a bit curious for a moment. Frank nodded. The two quickly walked over. Squeezing into the crowd, they saw two young men surrounded by the people. One was holding a guitar, soulfully singing Lifelong Companion. The other stood beside him, interacting with the onlookers. The two clearly weren't students of this university. They were a bit older, and their looks weren't particularly striking. They wore clothes that had been washed until they were a bit faded. Though their clothes were old, they didn't look sloppy. They were actually quite neatly groomed. Their luggage was piled on an empty patch of ground nearby. Gu Xinyi closed his eyes and listened carefully. This boy sang very well. He even had a bit more flavor than Gu Xinyi's own version. This came as an even bigger surprise to Gu Xinyi. This was good material. Sure enough, no matter the world, there are always incredible singers whose talents go unrecognized. After all, not everyone is a singer-songwriter. With no one to write songs for them, and no one to promote them, many people like this can only drift between roadside bars to perform, hoping to be spotted by a scout. Once the song ended, the two adjusted their equipment slightly and switched to another song, singing together. It was a rap song that Gu Xinyi hadn't heard before. One guy rapped with a rapid-fire flow, and the other joined in during the chorus. Their coordination was seamless, completely elevating the surrounding atmosphere. The students all around waved their hands, swaying their bodies along with them. Whistles of cheers erupted from the crowd from time to time. The vitality of youth was displayed to the fullest by them at this moment. Gu Xinyi was also caught up in it, nodding his head unconsciously. Although this rap was only average, At least it was much better than the trashy track, clinging to the pig's trotter he'd heard when he first arrived. Moreover, it was clear that these two had truly impressive vocal skills. They likely performed in front of crowds often, and their stage presence was excellent. This stirred something in Gu Xinyi. His plan to start an entertainment company wasn't just talk, but he was really short on people right now. Another song finished. Gu Xinyi only thought for a brief moment, before decisively moving forward. "Hello, excuse me. Do you two have any interest in joining an entertainment company?" Since he'd made up his mind, Gu Xinyi didn't beat around the bush, and asked point blank. The two were clearly taken aback. Then, a look of immense surprise and joy erupted on both of their faces. One of them, his hand holding the microphone, even trembled a bit. Are you a talent scout?" Gu Xinyi felt a bit awkward. Luckily, he was wearing a mask, so no one saw. "No, but I'm planning to start an entertainment company. I happen to be looking for talent. I wonder if you'd be interested." Upon hearing Gu Xinyi's words, the two in front of him felt like they'd fallen from heaven to hell. That joyful expression dimmed instantly. What the heck? Trying to recruit people when the company doesn't even exist yet? It's probably some shell company, right? The surrounding students didn't know what was happening. They just looked toward the area curiously, though some already had impatient looks on their faces. That was because Gu Xinyi's sudden appearance had interrupted the lively atmosphere. "I'm sorry. We might not be famous, but we want to find a company with some actual resources." "Sorry," one of them said with a bitter smile, declining Gu Xinyi's invitation. Before Gu Xinyi could say anything more, Frank scurried over. He quickly winked at the two. Hey, don't you want to confirm exactly who it is that's talking to you?" Seeing Frank's behavior, the two were clearly a bit dazed. They scrutinized Gu Xinyi again and then furrowed their brows. Why does this guy's build look more and more familiar? Gu Xinyi also gave a bitter smile. It made sense. He was a guy who hadn't even opened a company yet, and was currently wearing a mask and a cap. Anyone would refuse someone like that. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Xinyi. I'm the creator of that song. Lifelong companion, you were just singing. Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, the two froze again. Their current mood was just like being on a roller coaster. It had just gone up and then down, and now it suddenly soared to the highest peak. Their eyes grew wider and wider as their faces stared blankly at the familiar figure before them. Gu Xinyi, Gu Xinyi, Gu Xinyi, their idol. The two had fantasized more than once that if one day Gu Xinyi were to write a song for them, they could die happy. This was a unique sentiment that a good singer held for an outstanding songwriter. No singer doesn't hope to have a great song of their own. Singers and songwriters are like prized steeds and the scouts who recognize them. Prized steeds are common, but a true scout is hard to find. Are you really Gu Xinyi? The Gu Xinyi from Starry Entertainment Productions must be masterpieces? Yeah, Gu Xinyi gave an affirmative answer. The two were dazed for a moment. Then they suddenly looked at each other. Then, under Gu Xinyi's confused gaze, they snatched up their luggage from the floor. One on each side, they pulled Gu Xinyi toward the exit. We're in. We're joining. Hurry, let's go. There are too many people here. That movement was like two kidnappers taking Gu Xinyi hostage, fearing he might run away if they let their guard down. Only when they reached a place with fewer people did the two release Gu Xinyi's arms. They stared at him with faces full of excitement. Gu Xinyi gave a chuckle. Understandingly, he took off the mask from his face, revealing the handsome face already well known to the public. He reached out his hand. Hello. Let me introduce myself formally. I am Gu Xinyi. Seeing for certain that Gu Xinyi was right in front of them, the surprise and joy on their faces grew even stronger. The tall boy on the left, wearing glasses, quickly wiped his hand on his clothes. He gripped Gu Xinyi's hand. Hello. I didn't expect it to really be you. My name is Finn. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. To be honest, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. Finn was grinning. His smile almost reached his ears. He truly hadn't expected this. Just a few days ago, the two of them were drinking, listening to songs written by Gu Xinyi. At the time, he had said with envy that if Gu Xinyi could write a song for the two of them, they would surely wake up laughing from their dreams. He hadn't expected that today he would meet the living Gu Xinyi, and that he would be standing right in front of him. Hearing Finn's self-introduction, Gu Xinyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He turned to look at the other, shorter boy. The one who had just sung Lifelong Companion. You wouldn't happen to be called Cole, would you? That boy was clearly taken aback. Then his eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Fine, Finn and Cole. The legendary pair is together. Could their parents also be transmigrators? Gu Xinyi's thoughts wandered. He knew very well that this quote didn't exist in this world's history. Alright, Finn and Cole. I'm inviting you once again to join my company. Though my company hasn't been founded yet, and I can't, at this moment, guarantee you any specific future. At least I can give you the same treatment as other entertainment companies. And, of course, songs that suit you. Gu Xinyi truly appreciated these two. During the performance earlier, he had been listening intently. He felt that their skills weren't inferior at all to those popular singers. Plus, their names happened to have a strange connection to him. It gave him the feeling of meeting someone from his hometown. Finn and Cole just looked at each other. Then they turned back and nodded solemnly. Without a shred of hesitation, we're in. If we had known it was you, we wouldn't have refused just now. In this current music scene, if you asked us who we admire most, it would be you, Gu Xinyi. Cole scratched his head, a bashful look on his face. He continued, Actually, you're our idol. We were just talking about you while drinking the other day. If we could have a song created by you, we would be truly satisfied. Finn also smiled. Besides excitement, his face held a bit of melancholy. After we graduated, we left our hometowns to come out and struggle. We've been running around for years, but our dreams never came true. We're just kids from ordinary families. Trying to enter the big stage of the industry is too hard. We basically saw no hope. Speaking to this point, Finn's face beamed, with an even more brilliant smile. Meeting you, CM, and turning M and Tan C. Is truly the closest we've ever been to our dreams. Even if you hadn't invited us, we would surely have chased after you, begging you to take us in. We will definitely work hard. Looking at the two sincere faces before him, Gu Xinyi was somewhat moved. He was the one inviting them. Yet, they were the ones so happy. This was the reality of the entertainment industry. Without fame, skill alone is too easily overlooked. These talented singers at the bottom, when they encounter a bit of opportunity, they will give 100% of their passion. Alright, let's exchange contact info first. I'll contact you the day the company is founded. You can come straight to the office to report, Gu Xinyi said seriously. He took out his phone and exchanged numbers with them. He also added them on Instagram. Both were clearly very excited. Even the hands holding their phones were trembling slightly, but the smiles on their faces grew brighter and brighter. After exchanging contact information, the group chatted for a few more minutes. Then Gu Xinyi left. Everything would have to wait until Starry Entertainment was founded. It wouldn't be many more days. After Sunray's show aired, and after Xiaoxiao's album launched, Starry Entertainment would appear in this world. He hadn't walked far, when Gu Xinyi could still hear Finn calling his family behind him. That one sentence, Mom, I found a company, almost brought Gu Xinyi to tears. Gu Xinyi could empathize with this feeling more than anyone. In his original life, after graduating, he had also struggled for years before gaining any fame. He remembered when he wrote his first song, after being recognized by someone. He still remembered that feeling to this day. Unfortunately back then, he didn't have anyone he could tell. He could only amuse himself by buying a small cake to celebrate alone. When he arrived home, the sky was already starting to get dark. Lily and Sister Yun had already left. Under the warm orange light, little Lily was curled up on the sofa playing with toys. Hearing the door open, she raised her little head and her eyes curved. Daddy's back. Yep, I'm back. What is Lily playing with? Gu Xinyi responded. He walked quickly to the sofa and scooped the little one into his arms. I'm playing with the puzzle Uncle Fatso gave me. Daddy, come help Lily finish it. We have to finish it before we can eat. That's what Mommy said. Then, we better work hard. Gu Xinyi smiled and lifted little Lily up. He put her on the sofa to finish it with her. Let's finish this puzzle together. Xiaoxiao came out of the kitchen at this time, carrying a steaming hot dish. Her eyes also curved like crescent moons. She set the dish on the dining table. Then she looked at the father and daughter on the sofa. She hadn't seen this scene in a long time. She could never see enough of this sight. Gu Xinyi also felt incredibly warm in his heart right now. That lonely feeling from the afternoon had long since vanished. In this life, he has a family. The moonlight was gentle, Laughter and cheerful voices echoed through the little home. The night passed in silence. The next day. Today was the moment Sunray would launch Dreamer's Heart. Only a single day had passed, yet the promotion across all apps was already overwhelming. The title of the #1 trending topic on Twitter was a vibrant red. The netizens were already poised and ready. Early on, they had already started discussing it online. Assemble, assemble. The productions from Sunray and Starry Entertainment are not to be missed. I still haven't heard enough of Against the World. And now here comes Dreamer's Heart. My ears. They're living a better life than I am. Is the guy above the king of humble bragging? A good song is too much for you? Then don't listen. Haha. I heard someone was going to blacklist Xiao Xiao. Why has everything gone quiet? Just forget it. Don't even mention it. Give them 10 times the courage. I'll just stand right here and see who dares to move. Yesterday, the official Twitters of Skyline and Prime were completely bombarded. Unlike the active netizens, those entertainment companies could only watch helplessly, not daring to make a single move. In just one day, the trending list was again dominated by Gu Xinyi and Sunray. Everyone knows exactly who Gu Xinyi is sticking up for, but no one can do anything to him. There's no way around it. The man is shielded by Sunray. 8 p.m. The exciting moment finally arrived. The Sunray program officially aired. Everyone waiting for this moment immediately clicked on the Sunray channel. The next second, a hard-working student appeared before their eyes. Books were stacked high on the desk in front of him. In the hot summer, a fan was whirring away. Well, big. Sweat still dripped from his youthful face from time to time. He looked up. Next to the blackboard was the countdown for the college entrance exam. Music began to play at this moment. Then, the singing started. Where exactly is that world full of flowers? If it truly exists, then I will surely go there. I want to stand on the highest peak there, not caring if it's a sheer cliff. Gu Xinyi was also in front of the TV at this moment, watching the show. When the singing started, he was slightly dazed, in a trance. He seemed to hear the voice of the original singer, Gala. It was so similar, as expected of Sunray. They instantly understood the very essence of this song. This singer's voice, the power contained within this voice, all indicated that Sunray truly understood the song and presented it perfectly. The moment the singing began, all the netizens watching the video were also stunned. At this moment, in each of their hearts, they simultaneously thought of when they themselves were struggling for their dreams. The program cut to a different scene. The camera moved from the student to a worker covered in mud. He was soaked through, but on his back, he was still carrying steel beams several times taller than himself. The singing continued. Living hard, loving hard, even if it means total sacrifice. Not seeking to satisfy anyone, as long as I'm true to myself. Regarding my ideals, I never chose to give up, even in those grimy, dusty days. It sounded like a person calmly narrating. His pursuit of dreams had never stopped. The screen shifted from the worker to a white-collar office employee. He was being criticized by his boss, bowing and scraping as he apologized. The netizens watching the program couldn't help but clench their fists at this moment. From these scenes, each of them seemed to see their own shadow. These were things they were currently experiencing, or had experienced before. Everyone was deeply moved. On the sofa, Xia Xiao, who was watching the show with Gu Xinyi, was staring intently at the TV while listening to the song. Even she could empathize with it. Those moments when one moves toward a dream and sheds sweat seemed to flash before her eyes. As this song played, Gu Xinyi saw her like this, gently took her warm hand, and smiled. This is rock and roll, you know. The best part is yet to come. Maybe I have no talent, but I have the innocence of a dream. I will prove it with my entire life. Maybe my hands are clumsy, but I'm willing to keep searching, giving all my youth without regret. When the vocals reached the word regret at the end, they suddenly soared. On screen, the student lowered his head and wrote feverishly. The worker hunched over and kept moving forward. The office worker frantically revised files on his computer. This is the persistence for a dream, and the anticipation for the future. Everyone online felt a sudden surge of complicated emotions. They understood. This feeling really made them want to cry. This was their deep-seated refusal to admit defeat, gritting their teeth and moving forward regardless of success or failure. At this moment, the burning emotions in everyone's hearts were ignited. They gritted their teeth, wanting to vent. The next moment, Music accompanied by a roaring male voice rang out at this moment, carrying a power that refused to give up, win or lose. It reached everyone's ears. Run forward, his voice cracked, facing cold eyes and ridicule. The vastness of life. How can you feel it? Without going through hardships, fate cannot make us kneel and beg for mercy, even if blood stains our embrace. Keep running with the pride of a dreamer. His voice cracked. The brilliance of life. How can you see it without persisting to the end? Better to burn with passion than to live a lingering death. One day it will sprout again. The burning flames in everyone's hearts, through these roaring vocals, were instantly ignited. Why do they say they're willing to support Gu Xinyi? This is the reason. His songs can always immerse people deeply within them. The dreamers' hearts of the netizens were instantly awakened in this roar. The emotions in their hearts were completely vented at this moment. Damn it, only for this song. Will I allow the singer's voice to crack? Break it for me. No, for this song. I feel the voice cracking is the very essence. Dream chasing, oh dream chasing. It's like I'm not listening to a song, but a cry from the depths of the soul. Truly, listening to this song, I feel like I've returned to those days and nights of struggle. I succeeded later on. You might not understand that feeling. It's a kind of hysteria after hitting rock bottom and bouncing back. This song is truly the best interpretation of hysteria and giving it your all. Now, I have to drag that company that wanted to blacklist Xia Xiao out and thrash them again. Go ahead and blacklist her for us to see. If you had succeeded, where would we go to hear a song like this? After hearing this song, I finally understand why Sunray came out to protect their own. This song can have voice cracks, but it's not allowed to be sung in a lower key. At this very moment, no one cared about what images were playing in the program anymore. Because with just this song, in their minds, they had already automatically generated images unique to themselves. Netizens listened to the song, their emotions completely set ablaze. Who says rock music has no future? Who says rock music is niche? Then what is this? Netizens either gripped their phones tightly, or sat before the TV with eyes closed, enjoying the impact of this music in their ears. Meanwhile, at Sunray headquarters, Leonard and an elderly man in his 60s were looking at the real-time views on the big screen. The surprise in their eyes could no longer be hidden. This program was more successful than any program before. Old Do, what do you think of my eye for talent? Ha ha ha, I told you so. With this kid's song, it will definitely work. Leonard laughed out loud, looking as if he wasn't praising someone else, but himself. As the chief director of Sunray Media, Derek also said with a heart full of emotion, I haven't seen such a talented young man in a long time. It really makes me want to meet him in person. And I never said it wouldn't work, did I? The moment I got this song, I knew this exact moment would come. Otherwise, did you really think I'd help that little guy out? Derek was still watching the big screen where the data was constantly climbing, but his face was already covered in a wide smile. Leonard raised an eyebrow. This old guy just refuses to admit that I'm the one with a good eye for talent. The program had only just reached the halfway point. As more and more people flooded in, the popularity of the show grew higher and higher. The new netizens hadn't even opened their mouths yet, before they were completely conquered by the vocals. Then, they all collectively immersed themselves in the music. The future is charming and brilliant, always calling to me. Even if only pain accompanies me, I must forge ahead. I want to set sail on the bluest sea there, and I didn't care if I can ever return. Top-tier music, top-tier lyrics. They once again witnessed Gu Xinyi's incredible creative ability. This guy, if the world lost him, how would everyone's ears even survive in the future? Gu Xinyi had no way of knowing any of this right now. He was also completely lost in the music. He was holding Xia Xiao's small hand. Their hands were intertwined, clenched together into a single fist. At this moment, their actions were surprisingly identical. Both had their eyes closed, swaying their heads while savoring every word of the lyrics. Being depressed after failure is the behavior of a coward. As long as a single breath remains, clench your fists tight. Before the dawn breaks, we must be even braver. Waiting for the sunrise's most dazzling moment, run forward. The high notes were a purely visceral, ultimate experience. Before this, there had never been a rock song that could be like Dreamer's heart, making them feel as if their ears had undergone a brand new baptism. It sang out the perseverance for dreams and the yearning for success that lived in everyone's heart. The program also reached its conclusion at this moment. On the screen, the faces that had appeared earlier returned. They looked ahead and toward the future, facing the dazzling light appearing before them, with happy smiles. No compromise until we grow old. The song also reached its end. Everyone's hearts settled down. After the shouting was the return to life, the return to the daily struggle. At the end of the show, a line of large text appeared slowly, tugging at people's heartstrings. This film is dedicated to all of you who are currently on the road, chasing your dreams. It blew up. In just the time it took for one song, this short clip exploded across the entire internet. Countless bold, red, shocking headlines appeared. Countless posts with flame icons at the end appeared. Everyone was praising this song. If yesterday's Against the World was Gu Xinyi's declaration of war against certain companies, then today's Dreamer's Heart from Sunray was Gu Xinyi announcing to them that he had the credentials and the power to challenge them. You can't suppress this guy. This was just the beginning. Yet the online engagement had already gone insane. As time passed, as more and more people heard this song, the popularity would be unimaginable. The Skyline Entertainment building was brightly lit. Harold, who had been confident earlier, was now starting to panic. This level of popularity was something he never expected. He originally thought that Gu Xinyi's song would at most bring popularity similar to his previous hits. But the reality defied his expectations. Sunray collaborating with Gu Xinyi. The two were unexpectedly a perfect fit. He had played a god-tier hand. Harold stared fixedly at the screen, his fists tightening unconsciously, to the point where his nails dug into his palms without him realizing. In the office, the female secretary standing by was shivering. It was her first time seeing the chairman lose his composure like this. After a long while, Harold snapped out of it. He kept gripping the pen in his hand with a gloomy expression, thinking about what to do next. He didn't dare cross Sunray Media, but Gu Xinyi didn't scare him yet. He was thinking about how to dampen Gu Xinyi's momentum after this program. As he thought, he suddenly looked up at the trembling secretary beside him. He asked, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day Xiaoxiao's album launches. On Harmony Music? The already terrified secretary was suddenly questioned. Her body gave an involuntary shudder, and she quickly replied shakily, why, yes. Many netizens are discussing them online. They are calling these 3 days the 3-day carnival of the music industry. The secretary immediately shut her mouth after finishing, fearing that one more word would trigger Harold's fury. 3-day carnival. Sumbri okay. Harold gave a cold laugh. Then he continued, since they want a festival, we should join in too. Contact a few famous songwriters in the industry, and bring Ingrid over. She's an old-school queen after all. It should be natural for her to release a song and hit the charts, right? The company will provide full support. I want to see her song on the charts before tomorrow night. Hannah, the secretary, froze after hearing this. She didn't expect the boss to call Ingrid out to support them. You should know that Ingrid was a legend of the last generation. Personality aside, her strength was definitely legitimate. Okay, I'll go contact her right now. She only froze for a moment before agreeing immediately. In the blink of an eye, she understood. The chairman wanted to spite Gu Xinyi. Inserting a song on the charts was aimed at keeping his arrogance in check. Unlike Harold, Timothy made no move at all. He maintained his original attitude, watching from the sidelines and reaping the rewards of others' labor. Meanwhile, Soundwave Entertainment rarely called yet another meeting. The conference room was pin-drop silent. Yang Xian, the old fox, was chuckling. Why has everyone stopped talking? Weren't you all very vocal before? I called this meeting to have you decide which singer we should choose, to ask Gu Xinyi for a song. It's not like I'm killing you. Why are you all so tight-lipped? Everyone in the room looked at each other. They had just agreed to kick Xiaoxiao out earlier. How could they have the nerve to speak now? But everyone understood. Gu Xinyi's current fame was unparalleled. Yang Xian clearly wanted to ride the wave and ask for a song to hit the charts. This was a good thing for the singers under them. Chairman Yang Shen, I think Lena is suitable. She was already an A-list singer, but since Xiaoxiao came along, she hasn't released any songs until now. We can give her this opportunity. In a seat toward the left, a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke up. Jillian was the first to speak. Her name was Jillian. It was only after Yinping had been fired that she took over the position of operations manager. She had been very close to Lena before this. Seeing such a good opportunity now, she naturally couldn't sit still. I have a different opinion. Before Yang Xian could speak, Zhang Chao, sitting on the other side, spoke up. Yang Xian glanced at him and frowned. It seemed that no matter who the operations manager was, this guy just couldn't get along with them. If you have an opinion, say it quickly. Yang Xian looked at Zhang Chao, implying he should just get to the point. I don't think Lena is the best candidate. The new manager has only just started, so she might not know that back when Xiao Xiao was at the company, she was relatively close with Chloe. I think Chloe would be better this way. The song Gu Xinyi writes for Chloe will likely have more heart put into it. Naturally, that's better for the company, and from what I know, Chloe is also a fan of Gu Xinyi. Chloe could also use this opportunity to break into the second tier of singers. Zhang Chao spoke with an air of complete composure. He really wasn't just trying to spite the new manager this time. He was truly thinking about the company's interests. Yang Xian pondered for a moment after hearing this. A moment later, he looked up and said, "This is easy to solve. We'll just ask for Gu Xinyi's opinion. The choice will be between these two. Whomever Gu Xinyi agrees to write a song for, the song will go to them." Once Yang Xian finished speaking, neither the new manager nor Zhang Chao said anything more. The other managers who wanted to recommend singers also sighed in their hearts, feeling regret that they hadn't spoken up first. Sure enough, there were only so many good resources. If you're even a second too slow, you won't get a single scrap. In Riverdale, Gu Xinyi, who was just getting ready for bed, received the song request from Soundwave Entertainment. He was taken aback. He didn't expect Soundwave to ask for a song now, especially with such a tight deadline. But after a quick thought, Gu Xinyi understood Soundwave's intention. They wanted to ride the wave of his current popularity. Looking at the two choices in the message, Gu Xinyi chose Chloe without much deliberation, setting aside the fact that he had met Chloe before and had a decent impression of her. It was Chloe's sweet voice that suddenly made him think of a specific song. This song was a perfect fit for Chloe's sweet vocal style, a tailor-made version of Love You. The song Love You by the sweetheart queen Cindy, giving it to the equally sweet Chloe to sing. Even Gu Xinyi was starting to look forward to it. People's joys and sorrows are not always shared. While Gu Xinyi was snuggled up with his wife and kid in their warm home at the Prime Entertainment Artist Apartments, Arya was packing her bags with a lonely expression. Her little assistant, Ruby, was silently helping out. No matter what decision Arya made, she would support her with everything she had. Since Gu Xinyi appeared, the industry had been changing way too fast. A few days ago, Arya was still feeling sorry for Xia Xiao Yao being blacklisted. She didn't expect that in just 1 week, Gu Xinyi would directly help Xiao Xiao achieve a total comeback against all odds. The overwhelming online popularity was suffocating every other singer. Of course, she was one of the victims too, but she had never complained about it. The legend Gu Xinyi created through sheer talent was a result of his own ability. Arya could only try to work even harder in her daily life. She believed that she would succeed one day too. Unfortunately, reality was often cruel. Prime Entertainment never focused much on the music industry. After this incident, the company's decisions became even more baffling. Some singers were even starting to transition toward the film and television industry. Arya naturally would not transition. Singing had always been her persistent dream. But just this afternoon, she had encountered an attempted casting couch move from upper management. That director named Marcus not only wanted her to transition to acting, but his words and actions were also highly inappropriate. She really couldn't hold back. And just as he was about to get handsy with her, she gave him a slap. That single slap had cost her her future. Being put in cold storage was the least of it. Arya didn't regret it. Even if she had to choose again, she would still give him that slap. Now, the apartment had been taken back by the company, and the other accommodation they arranged for her was a room that looked like a storage closet. If it weren't for the sky-high breach of contract fee, she would have run away long ago. She came from an ordinary family. The money she earned over the past 3 years was still a bit short of what she'd need to pay the company back. Ruby. Arya looked up at the packed luggage, then turned to look at Ruby, who was still by her side. She managed to squeeze out a faint smile. I might really be out of hope this time. As soon as I've saved enough for the penalty, I'm leaving the company. At this point, Even the usually cheerful Arya felt a sense of sorrow. She didn't know what to say to Ruby, only feeling that she had let her down. "Oh, Arya, you don't need to say all that to me. There will be a way." Ruby also knew that Arya must be feeling miserable inside right now. She could only pretend to be cheerful to encourage her. In reality, her own heart was heavy too. Once Arya left, she would surely be reassigned to work under someone else. But compared to herself, she was more worried about Arya. Arya loved singing so much. She was such a hardworking person. Yet now she could only leave the stage in obscurity. This entertainment industry is truly beyond saving, Ruby thought to herself, and then she thought of Xia Xiao, which led her to think of Gu Xinyi. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. If Gu Xinyi were willing to help Arya, the result would definitely be different, wouldn't it? But then Ruby's little face slumped again. Gu Xinyi had no connection to them. Why would he ever come to help Arya? The next day, October 1st, the launch day for Xia Xiao's album, and the final day of the 3-day festival. From early morning, the online discussion hadn't stopped for a second. Netizens were all waiting for the moment the album went live. Currently, the top of the Harmony Music new song chart was firmly occupied by Dreamers. Heart, released by Sunray Media last night. This led many netizens to speculate exactly which rank the songs from Xia Xiao's album could reach on the chart. Just then, some sharp-eyed netizens suddenly discovered that Skyline Entertainment and Soundwave Entertainment had actually just released announcements for their own singers. New song launches on Harmony Music. At the same time, Skyline's veteran legend, Ingrid, and Soundwave's new generation singer, Chloe, also posted on Twitter at this moment. They both used their tweets to promote their songs launching on Harmony Music today. Ingrid brought a sentimental love song, The Day Doesn't Know the Night's Heart, while Chloe brought the song, Love You. This discovery immediately caused a massive stir online. The various discussions were absolutely blowing up. Holy cow, what are those two companies thinking? Releasing new songs now? Aren't they afraid of being crushed? They're coming for blood. They're definitely coming for blood. Brothers, remember our promise from before? Tonight, the home court belongs to us. It's true that even though Ingrid has a bad temper, a bad personality, and isn't much to look at, along with a bunch of other flaws, her songs are truly undeniable. Chloe can't be underestimated either. That sweet voice makes my old heart melt. Whatever, let's just wait for tonight. In terms of strength, Xia Xiao isn't inferior to those two. In terms of works, Gu Xinyi just laughs out loud. No matter who comes, they aren't his match. Ingrid still has the nerve to act up? Doesn't she know how badly she got roasted before? A single TikTok video gets hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of millions of comments. Those who know. Ha ha ha, I have to chime in here. One of those comments was mine. I have to say, the industry hasn't been this lively in a long time. Haha, there's going to be a show tonight. Once the announcements from Skyline and Soundwave were released, the netizens' enthusiasm instantly soared even higher. They just felt like time was moving far too slowly now. They wished they could reach the song launch time in the blink of an eye. Tonight was a battle of the gods, but they were the protagonists of this conflict. Ever since Xia Xiao's comeback brought Gu Xinyi into the spotlight, the sense of presence for the gossip-loving netizens has grown stronger and stronger. At this moment in Riverdale, in contrast to the netizens' impatience, Xia Xiao felt quite nervous. She knew that the sales performance of her album today was of vital importance to Gu Xinyi. So, even though half of the songs in it were available through free channels, she was still nervous. Although Gu Xinyi had confidence in all these songs, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive as well. He was currently penniless. The money for his planned entertainment company and the $5 million for Starry Anime hadn't been secured yet. And now, it all depended on the sales of Xia Xiao's album. As for whether the netizens would buy the songs, that was not something he could control. As everyone waited unknowingly, the clock struck 8:30 p.m. At this time, Xia Xiao's album, along with Ingrid and Chloe's new songs, were launched simultaneously. The netizens on Harmony Music, who had long been prepared, found themselves in a dilemma at this moment. With so many songs coming out at once, which one should they listen to first? While the netizens were hesitating, someone posted a thread. The title was, Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. It's so good. I've hit the jackpot. Everyone, go listen. It's the new song, Wish, from Xia Xiao's album. At this, the netizens' eyes instantly lit up. Damn, what was I even hesitating for? Of course, I should listen to Xiao's mysterious new song first. Created by Gu Shenyi, a song I haven't heard is definitely the best choice. In an instant, everyone moved in a mass. They clicked on the song, Wish, mentioned in the post. They didn't even care that. This song required payment to listen. They had heard the free ones before, though they hadn't heard the high-fidelity versions. They wanted to hear this song Wish right now, and see just how it was. Don't ask, just know they have money and they're stubborn. Then, accompanied by the piano melody, those wearing headphones began to sway their heads. This melody is truly beautiful. It wasn't until Xiao's voice rang out that they closed their eyes to enjoy it. You are the distant road, the lamp in the mountain fog. I am a child, walking within your gaze. You are the bright moon and the clear breeze. I am the dream you measured, to meet or not. I will embrace you for a lifetime. Xiao's clean and crisp voice echoed in their ears, instantly singing its way into their hearts. The voice simply has so much soul. As soon as Xiao opened her mouth, they felt their entire bodies tremble. Unlike the netizens, at this moment, the managers of various companies and the singers in the music industry didn't have the slightest desire to listen to music. They were staring at the Harmony Music new song chart, not even daring to blink. They all wanted to know which songs would make the list today, and which ones would be pushed off. Especially the singers already on the new song chart. They were deathly nervous. Then they suddenly discovered that Xiao's Wish on the new song chart, almost in an instant, had appeared at number 50 on the list. At this moment, they reflexively held their breath. But even so, they still couldn't stop the rocket-like upward trend of Wish. They watched with their own eyes as, in almost the blink of an eye, Wish climbed to number 20 on the new song chart. Then it charged into the top 10. This was the first song from Xiao's album to reach the top 10. Online, some netizens had already finished the whole song. After listening to it, they took a deep breath to soothe the emotions stirred by the song. It turned out, this song was written for all those who came before us, those who used their youth and their lives, their entire generation, used their whole lives to trade for the peaceful existence of 3 generations. The netizens, who had finally calmed down, couldn't help but click and listen again. Xiao's voice built up layer by layer, telling the story softly. That section of gratitude, that section of inheritance, that section of trailblazing. The singing style changed in every section. It made them feel that listening just once was simply not enough. Besides Xiao's vocals, they now admired Gu Xinyi's talent even more. They felt that only Gu Xinyi could write such a beautiful song. Listening to the song again, when it reached the climax, they were just like before, closing their eyes involuntarily to slowly experience it. And I will love the world that you loved, and the smiles that you wished for. I stumble while holding your hand. Please lead me to tomorrow. If you have tasted the bitterness of my sweetness, I am willing to live as your wish. May it not be in vain. May we bravely move forward every day in this prosperous era. In their minds, they seemed to cross time and space, holding the hands of their predecessors, leading them to witness this flourishing age. The suffering of those who came before was not in vain. The mountains and rivers are safe, and the mundane joys of life are ordinary. Just as they had wished and looked forward to. Listening to this song again, the emotions in everyone's hearts were unconsciously elevated even further. This time, there was a faint sadness in their hearts. They so badly wanted to let their ancestors see with their own eyes what the world looks like today. The netizens were still listening to the song. Without them even realizing, Wish became number 2 on the new song chart. But they no longer cared about the chart anymore, because at this moment, their eyes were brimming with tears. Because at this moment, Xiao's vocals were reaching the end. They had, once again, completely immersed themselves in the singing. I will dream of the reunion you dreamed of, and the eternity you wished for. I'll walk the long road you walked, loving you like this. I will also see the world you never saw, and write the poems you never wrote. The moon at the edge of the sky, the thoughts in my heart, you are forever by my side. Meeting you, a life as clear as your youthful face. No one expected that the first song to hit the charts would be a paid new song. Nor did they expect that this song would charge to number 2 as soon as it hit the list. Those skeptical entertainment company managers, They were frantically refreshing the charts. But Wish seemed as if it were stuck at number 2. There wasn't a single change. Twitter had completely lost its mind at this point. It wasn't just the netizens, even the media, and various marketing accounts, were frantically recommending the song. Only then were the entertainment executives sure that their eyes hadn't been playing tricks on them. In only half an hour, a brand new song that had never appeared before had reached number 2 on the new song chart. And it was a paid track at that. It was terrifyingly good. Some singers still didn't dare to believe the song was that pleasant to the ears. So, they clicked on it too. A few minutes later, they were silenced. They couldn't compare. They really couldn't compare. You couldn't just say the song was good. It could only be described as invincible. While the internet was in an uproar over this song, everyone discovered to their shock that Sunray Media had posted another tweet that even tagged Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao. What a great wish. What a great Gu Xinyi. What a great Xia Xiao. The writing is great, and the singing is great too. I'm taking this one. When everyone saw the tweet from Sunray Media, they were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Sunray Media speak like this. They aren't even pretending anymore. They're just treating them like a favorite son and daughter now. Well, they certainly have the qualifications. Gu Xinyi also saw the tweet. He replied with a smile, "Take it as you please, sir. If it's not enough, just tell me. See, is that even human speech? If it's not enough, just tell me." Pah, everyone felt like dying at that moment. They also wanted to interact with Sunray Media like that. But unfortunately, they didn't have the talent. It was quite heartbreaking. After Gu Xinyi replied to the tweet, he was also filled with deep emotion. As expected, no matter which world it is, this song will always bring shock to people. A song performed by the diva Fei Wang in the original world, with lyrics by a legendary songwriter. If it didn't go viral, it would be a crime against heaven. As for Xia Xiao's efforts for this song, he had seen them all along and felt for her. He knew very well that when he first brought the song out, Xia Xiao had been practicing day and night, just because she wanted to make the song even more perfect. And this current result was undoubtedly the best reward for her hard work. After the netizens were intoxicated by Wish for a long time, they finally remembered there were other songs they hadn't heard. And so, the Harmony Music new song chart became a total mess. In the original top 10, except for the number 1 spot held by Dreamers' Heart, which remained unshaken, all the other songs were slowly disappearing. Wish replaced the original number 2 and sat firmly on the throne. Following closely behind was Xia Xiao's The Wind Rises. This song, which Xia Xiao had first performed live at the New Song Gala, was also the most liked by the public. After that, Flower C hit the chart, and then Courage climbed up without a doubt. Slowly, song after song from Xia Xiao's album entered the top 10 of the new song chart. Even the slightly niche song, Ghost Bride, was lifted to the 10th position by the netizens. The netizens seemed to have reached a consensus at this time, since you, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, brought us such a good song as Wish. We will treat you as favorites, just like Sunray Media does. Let's see if anyone dares to touch Sunray's kids. Basically, all the entertainment company executives, watching the chart, along with the other singers, were cursing. In the top 10 of the new song chart, every single song from Xia Xiao's album had entered, and there were 2 songs not performed by Xia Xiao that also made it into the top 10, because those 2 were written, composed, and performed by Gu Xinyi himself, namely, Lifelong Companion and Against the World. What a jerk. He had uploaded his own songs to Harmony Music today as well, and they were all free. They really wanted to ask Gu Xinyi, that song, Lifelong Companion, how long has it been out on TikTok? Nearly 3 months. A song from 3 months ago is only being uploaded to Harmony Music now. Yet it's still counted as a new song? He's clearly doing this specifically to slap our faces, right? But fortunately, he only created 9 songs, so he didn't occupy the entire top 10 list. If his songs alone had taken every spot, where would the various companies in the industry hide their faces? Number 5 on the new song chart was a song by a veteran singer. Right now, his song was shivering while sandwiched in the middle. The netizens who noticed this situation immediately couldn't sit still. They all began to gloat and tag this veteran singer's Twitter account. Ooh, you're surrounded by the army. Just asking, do you dare to move? The veteran singer, seeing the netizens teasing on Twitter, replied to a tweet with an expression of being between laughter and tears. I don't dare move. I don't dare move at all. For a time, all of Twitter became a source of joy for the netizens. They chatted and joked while listening to the songs. Meanwhile, inside the Skyline Entertainment building, Harold looked at the eyesore of the new song chart, and a flame of anger couldn't help but rise in his heart. Ingrid's song, The Day Doesn't Know the Night's Heart, still hadn't shown any movement. This made Harold unable to sit still. He couldn't understand why. A song by a veteran diva was so unworthy of everyone's time. Harold slammed his desk hard. He knew that if he didn't do something soon, his plan would end up as nothing but smoke. On this side, the netizens were still celebrating the festival in high spirits. They didn't notice at all that Ingrid's song, The Day Doesn't Know the Night's Heart, was rising at a lightning-fast speed. It had already reached number 30 on the new song chart. Without a doubt, Skyline Entertainment had begun to exert its strength, spending money on bots, faking data. They were pulling out every trick in the book. Soon, The Day Doesn't Know the Night's Heart charged into the top 10 of the new song chart, successfully kicking a song off the list. The netizens who wanted to listen to Ghost Bride went to click on the 10th spot, only to discover the song was gone from the chart. This time, the netizens finally noticed what was happening. They were a bit stunned. Holy crap, where's my song? Did anyone see where my Ghost Bride went? Wait, how did this song get up here in just a moment? Did any of you listen to it? Damn it. Anyone can go, but I can't lose my Ghost Bride. Who exactly is listening to Ingrid's song? No idea. I haven't even finished Xiao Xiao's songs. Who has time to click on hers? Netizens began to grow suspicious. If no one was listening, how did the song get up there? Soon, the smart netizens realized something was wrong. They furrowed their brows, feeling like their intelligence was being insulted. I think someone couldn't sit still and is playing us like fools. No one's listening, so how did this song get up here? Fine. This isn't a challenge to Gu Xinyi. This is a challenge to the IQ of us netizens. Leaving aside whether the song is good or not, getting on the chart this way is just too blatant. Brothers, let's put in some more effort. I don't believe a single company can beat all of us netizens. The discussion online was still intense. Just then, Soundwave Entertainment's official Twitter stepped in. Oh, did none of you notice that Chloe's Love You is also a song created by Gu Xinyi? We originally wanted to give you a surprise, but it turned into a shock instead. No one is listening at all. You can't play favorites. Please, just give it a listen. This tweet also tagged Gu Xinyi, so it was quickly seen by everyone. The netizens were stunned again. What? Love You is also a Gu Xinyi production. Why didn't you say so earlier? Since you've asked us so sincerely, then we shall show some mercy and give it a listen. Fine, I'll listen, okay? I'll do it for the sake of Chloe, that little sweetie. And for that jerk Gu Xinyi as well. No more talk. Let's start listening. That's right. Brothers, let's go for it. Charge. I want to see Gu Xinyi's songs take over the entire top 10 of the new song chart today. What do you all think? I'm watching while lying down. Say no more, I'm diving in first. By now, the time had reached 11:30 p.m. But the netizens' enthusiasm hadn't dampened at all. It was still soaring. Today, they were going to use their own power to witness history. They had to take the top 10 of the new song chart today. No one could stop them. That was their decree. With that mindset, the netizens first searched for the song, Love You. They clicked on it decisively. Then they discovered with surprise, oh ho, there's actually an MV too. Nice. Let's give Soundwave Entertainment a thumbs up for this. So the netizens clicked on the MV, preparing to watch and listen at the same time. In the MV, Chloe's sweet figure appeared, accompanied by the background music. She sang while dancing. If you suddenly sneeze, then it must be because I'm missing you. If you're woken up by your phone in the middle of the night, it's because of my concern. Sweet smiles paired with sweet dance moves. A sweet voice paired with sweet music. The netizens simply couldn't stay lying down anymore. Some even jumped up from their beds, humming and dancing along with Chloe in the MV. Even the netizens who had been feeling a bit sad while listening to Wish earlier were now completely cheered up. Oh baby, say a few more sweet words. Look at me more if you miss me. Show a little more effort, so I can truly see. Oh bye, say a little less. I want to stay with you for more than a day, to make me love you willingly. Wow, my old boyish heart can't handle this. Sweetheart, this is too sweet. Love you is a lifesaver. Those two words keep echoing in my ears. I can't help but have an old fatherly smile on my face. Brothers, this song. If I listen to it too much, will I get diabetes? What? You still care about that? Even if it kills me with sweetness right now, I'm going to keep listening. Chloe's song, Love You, blew up the hearts of all the netizens. At this moment, they all wore the same smile. A silly, infatuated smile. In this sweetness overload from the netizens, did Love You also rise? It shot straight to number 5 on the new song chart. It directly pushed that veteran singer's song down to number 6. But that veteran singer wasn't sad at all, because he was also watching the MV right now, wiggling his hips. Once Love You came out, regardless of gender, everyone transformed into a sweetheart at that moment. Inside a luxury mansion in the capital, Yang Xian was also watching the MV, grinning from ear to ear. He suddenly felt like he should give Chloe top-tier resources. Then he gave another sigh. If only his own daughter, Sienna, could sing and dance like this in front of him, he would be happy to death. The netizens were over the moon with sweetness, but Harold was feeling miserable. To get Ingrid's song on the chart, the company had already thrown in millions. He never expected Soundwave Entertainment to interfere at this moment. This Yang Xian was truly too despicable. He just had to post that tweet at this exact time. It was a calculated strike to the heart. A retour and the other directors in the company were already quite critical. They all felt it wasn't worth it. This had already exceeded the projected profits for the song. The company wasn't his personal kingdom. When there was profit, everyone flattered him. But when they lost money, they turned on him faster than a page in a book. Harold's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. In the end, he gave up on competing for the chart. Even so, the netizens, who were having a blast, didn't stop their actions at all, even though it was already past midnight. And into the early morning of the next day, the netizens' enthusiasm hadn't diminished in the slightest. In fact, more and more netizens joined the carnival. It was a sleepless night. Every song produced by Gu Xinyi charged onto the new song chart with terrifying view counts. Even Ghost Bride, which had dropped off earlier, was lifted back up by the netizens. Finally, at 1001 a.m., the top 10 of the new song chart was completely occupied by Gu Xinyi's songs. One person sweeping the entire top 10. This was an achievement that no one in the history of the music industry had ever reached. At this time, the other singers who were still awake couldn't help but have their eyelids twitch. When they saw the situation, this was simply too outrageous, beyond ridiculous. One man crushing the entire music industry? But facts prove that, at least at this moment, the entire music scene was indeed crushed under Gu Xinyi's feet. The netizens, who had finally completed this feat, felt much better looking at the neat chart. They finally lay back in their beds, wearing their headphones and listening to the songs, and drifted into a beautiful dreamland, though it was unknown if those who fell asleep listening to Ghost Bride would have nightmares tonight. Early the next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Gu Xinyi had just gotten out of bed, when he was bombarded by messages from all sides. Without a doubt, they were all messages congratulating him on the massive success of his songs. Gu Xinyi didn't know many people, but anyone who had even a slight acquaintance with him sent a message. Even Caleb, King Liam, and several others sent congratulatory WeChat messages. Gu Xinyi didn't look through them in detail. He just gave a collective reply to all of them and started making breakfast. By the time breakfast was done, Lily would be finished eating and ready for preschool. Before long, Xiaxiao came out of the bedroom, holding a still yawning Lily. She practiced getting the little one washed up and dressed. By the time they were ready, Gu Xinyi had just come out of the kitchen, carrying breakfast. Everything was timed perfectly. The husband and wife coordinated with incredible chemistry. The three of them had just sat down to eat breakfast, when the front door was hammered with a bang bang bang. Gu Xinyi looked up, with a questioning look in his eyes. He didn't know who would come this early in the morning. Xiaxiao, however, stood up quickly. As she walked toward the door, she said, "It's Lilei and the others. I told them to come over." Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, Lili's loud voice rang out. She pounced forward and hugged Xiaxiao. "Wow. Xiaxiao, you are amazing. I was so excited I didn't sleep well all night." "Haha." Brenda followed behind her, looking at the young girl with a helpless but doting expression. "Lily, get down already." Seeing that Lele was about to strangle her, Xiaxiao quickly pushed her away with a look of mock disgust. She closed the door, and the three of them walked into the house. Gu Xinyi nodded and greeted Brenda and Lele. Lily also sweetly called out to them as Auntie. However, when Lele saw Gu Xinyi greet her, her gaze actually darted away. It made Gu Xinyi feel quite confused. How had he offended this little girl again? As it turned out, that wasn't it. The next moment, a weak greeting came from Lele's mouth. Morning, boss. Morning, sis. Morning, brother-in-law. Gu Xinyi was instantly stunned. He wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. You see, Lele had always called him by his full name. It took Gu Xinyi a long while to react. He stammered back, Morning. Lele's face turned bright red. She felt like Gu Xinyi was definitely laughing at her in his head. Xia Xiao saw this scene. She walked over to the dining table and sat down. She looked at Gu Xinyi with a slight blush on her face. But she said with a smile, I'm the one who told Lele to call you that. I'm her sister, so you're naturally her brother-in-law. I thought so. Gu Xinyi breathed a sigh of relief. At Lele's sudden change of heart just now, he really did feel a bit weirded out. It was that feeling like there was always someone out to get him. But if Xia Xiao was the one behind it, then it wasn't strange at all. Brenda, Lily, had you two had breakfast yet? Gu Xinyi looked up and asked. The two said in unison that they had already eaten. Brenda then looked back at Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao, you called us here so early in the morning. Is there something going on? Oh, Brenda, Lele, sit down for a bit first. We'll talk in a moment. Even though Brenda and Lele were confused, they both nodded anyway. They sat down on the sofa. After the meal, Gu Xinyi dropped the little one off at preschool as usual. By the time he got back home, he saw the three people on the sofa. Were all stuck in a state of inexplicable shock. Gu Xinyi's appearance broke the silence. Brenda had a complicated expression, and Lele's eyes were gradually growing wider. She seemed to be in a state of utter disbelief. Xia Xiao also had a look of shock on her face. Gu Xinyi scratched his head. He didn't know what had happened in such a short time. What happened to you guys? Did something happen? Gu Xinyi felt a bit worried and asked directly. Xia Xiao looked up for a long while before raising her phone. The first day's sales for the album are out. Gu Xinyi's eyes lit up when he heard that. He hurried over to sit on the sofa. That's a good thing. Let me see. How many copies were sold? My album's first day sales reached 75 million. The hand Gu Xinyi used to take the phone gave a sudden tremble. He turned his face mechanically, completely shocked. How much? 75 million? The entire top 10 of the new song chart is your songs. Gu Xinyi had gone to sleep after 10:30 p.m. last night. This morning, he'd just come back from dropping Lily off. He hadn't had a chance to check the charts yet. When he went to sleep last night, only half of the songs on the list were his. He didn't expect that after waking up from a nap, the netizens would give them such a massive surprise. Doesn't that mean adding the revenue from the Sunray song, plus my 2 singles, and the royalties from that Soundwave song? The first day sales are going to break 100 million? After Gu Xinyi finished speaking, he unconsciously swallowed hard. He had imagined the sales for these psalms would blow up, but he didn't expect it to be this insane. Remember, the strongest album by Jay back in the original world only had 120 million in first-day sales, and that album had 10 songs. Even though he also had 10 songs, one must realize that half of the 10 songs were free to listen to. This was just beyond ridiculous. No wonder Brenda and Lele were acting this way. Xia Xiao had promised them 10% of the net profit. With this, the two of them had become millionaires in an instant. Who wouldn't be shocked by that? Gu Xinyi originally thought he was someone who considered money to be like dirt. But when such a massive sum of money was placed right in front of him, he realized that even if it was dirt, having such a huge pile of it in front of you would still be incredibly shocking. So you see, normally the singer gets 30% of the album sales, the songwriter gets 20%, and the rest is split 70-30 between the company and the platform. But Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi didn't have a company. The sales revenue she earned only needed to be split 70-30 with the Harmony platform. The group stared at each other, wide-eyed. It took a long time for them to snap out of it. At this moment, Brenda's heart was a whirlpool of emotions. Not long ago, she was still worried about her mother's illness and her mounting debts, her hair turning gray from the stress. But ever since Gu Xinyi appeared that one time, in such a short period, she had not only escaped all her previous troubles, but she also never had to worry about money ever again. Even though Lele's family was well off, this was truly the first time she had earned so much money. She was a bit dazed for a moment. So, Xiao had called them over so early to pay them their salaries. Actually, Xiao had been keeping this in mind. Lele and Brenda had been with her for nearly 3 months now. They worked hard every day without complaint, but they hadn't received a single cent until now. So, the moment she made money, she thought of them. She just didn't expect the earnings from this album would be so terrifying. Up until now, there had never been an album with first-day sales exceeding 50 million, and Xiao's had shattered that historical record. Gu Xinyi was the first one to calm down. He soon figured it out. An album by Jay back in the original world could break 120 million on its first day, and this album of Xiao's was a collection of famous songs from many legends. Being able to achieve this result didn't seem all that surprising after all. He looked toward the still dazed Xiao and suddenly smiled. She was now a proper wealthy woman. If Lele and Brenda weren't still there, he really wanted to imitate Willie and say to Xiao, "Sugar mama, help me out." But that didn't stop him from speaking now. Hey, wife, now that you're rich, let's apply for 10 million first. It's time to get the company started. Gu Xinyi rubbed his hands together and said with a grin, Frank's anime company is still short 5 million. And that whole floor in the city center, the 20,000 square foot office space, the rent for half a year alone is 5 million. Equipment and stuff later will be separate. Xiao blinked, her cute, dazed look making Gu Xinyi unable to resist the urge to poke her cheek with his finger. Actually, Gu Xinyi also had his bank card linked, but he had said before that they should discuss the household expenses together from now on. Okay, Xiao softly agreed. She thought for a moment, then pursed her lips and looked at Gu Xinyi. Then, she spoke up, can the company also set up a charity foundation? I want to take 30% of the profits from now on to help orphans in need and those sick people who can't afford their medical bills. Looking at Xiao's serious expression, Gu Xinyi was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and nodded. Of course. Both of them were orphans themselves. Having been through things, they naturally understood suffering more than others. Even if Xiao hadn't said it, he would have brought it up later anyway. One could only say that they were thinking exactly the same thing. Of course, this foundation, they would manage it with full responsibility, ensuring that every single cent is used on those who really need it. Hearing this, Brenda and Lele's eyes instantly lit up. After the two of them looked at each other, Brenda also said with a smile, Xiao, take 30% out of our salaries as well, and put it into the foundation. Consider it our contribution as well. Okay, Xiao agreed. With their future direction roughly decided, Gu Xinyi didn't delay any further. He stood up and made a gesture of invitation. He said, I wonder if you lovely ladies would like to join me to see your future new company? Lele immediately cheered. She raised both hands in approval. Xiao didn't say anything, but she directly stood up and took Gu Xinyi's arm, proving her thoughts with action. Gu Xinyi gave Frank a phone call, and then the group of 4 left the house and drove toward downtown Riverdale. Once again, they arrived at the dozen-story commercial building. Gu Xinyi looked up at the height. This was his 3rd time coming to this place. He really didn't expect that one day he would also open a company of his own here. The floor for rent was the 8th floor. Frank had already been waiting here. Beside him stood a man who looked to be around 40. The two of them were chatting and laughing. It wasn't until the 4 of them stepped out of the elevator that the 2 of them stopped talking and walked over to greet them. Gu Xinyi, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Ford, the manager of this building. Frank pulled Gu Xinyi to introduce them both. Mr. Ford, this is Gu Xinyi, who is also the owner of our company. Gu Xinyi hurriedly took off his mask and shook hands with the enthusiastic Mr. Ford. Once the mask was removed, Mr. Ford clearly recognized Gu Xinyi. It was obvious from the look of surprise in his eyes. Hello. I really didn't expect that it would be you renting this office floor. When Frank mentioned it, I thought it was a coincidence. I didn't expect it to really be you. Gu Xinyi, these past few days, as long as I open my phone, I can see news about you everywhere. Are you really going to start your own entertainment company? Mr. Ford asked with a look of surprise and curiosity. After a simple handshake with Gu Xinyi, if the news of Gu Xinyi starting a company here got out, it would be a massive piece of gossip. Hello, Mr. Ford. I do indeed want to open an entertainment company. That's why I'm here scouting a location. How about we take a look at the place first? Of course, of course. Let's talk business first. Please follow me. Mr. Ford smiled. If Gu Xinyi really opened an entertainment company in his building, then this place would become very popular. He was well aware of Gu Xinyi's current popularity. He was practically a walking gold standard brand. The group began to tour the floor together. Mr. Ford constantly explained things to Gu Xinyi as they finished the walkthrough. Gu Xinyi had a general idea in his mind. This floor was a total of 24,000 square feet, divided into 15 office areas. Each office area was around 1,300 square feet. Of course, the office space here could be renovated and modified later as needed. Later on, if Gu Xinyi had a need, he could completely remodel it to suit the company's requirements. For example, the staff lounge, recording studio, meeting rooms, and various other spaces. He would need to handle the renovations himself later, along with the equipment installation and other issues. These were all part of the follow-up projects. At the moment, Gu Xinyi was like a general without an army. Aside from himself, Xiaoxiao, Lele, and Brenda, there were only the previously agreed-upon Finn and Cole. There was no one else in the company for now. Currently, he just needed to set up a few basic rooms first, and then free up an office area for Starry Anime to move into. Regarding this floor, Gu Xinyi was quite satisfied, so he immediately began negotiating with Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford was very happy that Gu Xinyi could move into his commercial building, so the price he offered was very reasonable. Both sides agreed instantly. At the end of the talk, Gu Xinyi successfully secured a rate of $12 per unit and signed a 6-month contract with Mr. Ford. Whether or not to renew the contract would depend entirely on whether Gu Xinyi needed a larger space by then. The contract was signed and payment made in full. The first step of establishing Starry Entertainment was complete. The first step is always the hardest. With the address for Starry Entertainment confirmed, Gu Xinyi tirelessly contacted a renovation company to come in. He needed to get the company organized as quickly as possible. Frank, come with me tomorrow to register the company. Also, post some job listings online. We don't need singers for the time being, but some essential staff positions need to be established as soon as possible. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. And don't worry about the renovation. I'll keep an eye on it. Hehe, the office space for Starry Anime. I'll definitely oversee the entire process, Frank promised. He was full of energy regarding company matters. After contacting the renovation company, Gu Xinyi looked up at the empty floor. His mind was constantly planning his next steps. As for starting a company, it was a first for him as well. He could only study the details carefully, trying his best to avoid making mistakes. Renovation was only the first step. Next was equipment installation, recruiting talent, and bringing the 2 recruits into the company. That was the extent of the early planning. From here on, he could only take it one step at a time. Lele was still pulling Xiaoxiao through each room. Brenda followed behind them, a smile never leaving her face. Now that they had their own company, this young girl was already thinking about the layout. At this moment, she was pulling Xiaoxiao around to study it. Xiaoxiao listened to Lele's vision for the future and unconsciously looked over at Gu Xinyi, who was still lost in thought. Her heart was restless. It seemed that unknowingly, her life had undergone a world-shaking transformation. It was like a long dream. Especially standing here right now, she had a sense of unreality. She was suddenly afraid. Lele wanted to pull Xiaoxiao further, but she suddenly realized Xiaoxiao was frozen in place. She looked as if she had lost her soul. Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking? Lele tried calling her name. Xiaoxiao didn't answer. The next second, she suddenly pulled her hand from Lele's and walked toward Gu Xinyi. Gu Xinyi was still pondering the company's direction. Suddenly, a familiar scent surrounded him, and a warm little hand grabbed his. She was holding on very tightly. He looked up and saw Xiaoxiao's pretty face, devoid of any makeup. But on that lovely face, there was a look of panic in her almond eyes. What's wrong? Gu Xinyi squeezed her hand and asked softly. As his voice fell, the hand in his gripped even tighter. Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, her eyes staring intently into Gu Xinyi's. Lele and Brenda, who had chased after her, reflexively stopped in their tracks. They also noticed Xiaoxiao's emotional state was off. Brenda didn't know what was wrong with Xiaoxiao, but she could guess the general idea. Her heart ached slightly for her. This silly child. She had finally found some happiness, but she was starting to be afraid again. Although Brenda didn't know what she was afraid of, she knew the reason was definitely Gu Xinyi. She glanced at Gu Xinyi, who was currently looking at Xia Xiao. With eyes full of tenderness, she pulled Lele to the side. At this moment, they should let the young couple be alone. Frank scratched his head. Frank, who had been confused, watched Brenda and the other one leave, and instantly realized what was happening. He quickly chased after Brenda and Lele. The atmosphere here was really getting to be too much for him. The realistic touch from her hand made Xia Xiao's heart thump. She wanted to ask, but was a bit afraid that the answer she got would disappoint her, but the firm tenderness in Gu Xinyi's eyes finally gave her the courage to ask. Gu Xinyi, Ju Xinyi, you won't disappear, will you? Hearing Xia Xiao's words, Gu Xinyi was stunned for a moment. He hadn't thought about this question. When he first arrived, he had thought about leaving, thinking about traveling the world, but later he lost that thought. But whether he would disappear, he really hadn't considered it. He didn't know how to answer this question either. Everything is determined by fate, and not a bit of it is up to oneself. Not hearing the answer she wanted, the look of panic in Xia Xiao's eyes grew stronger. Her grip on Ju Xinyi's hand also tightened. Her eyes began to redden. She had been thinking about this question all along. From the moment he appeared, she had been thinking about it. He had never changed. Especially when happiness was getting closer and closer, the fear in her heart also grew stronger. She was afraid this happiness was nothing but a hollow dream, just a fleeting moment in a dream. Encounters in dreams always turn into bubbles. Feeling Xia Xiao's panic, Gu Xinyi also felt a bit flustered. He gripped Xia Xiao's hand in return, then pulled her into his arms. There are some questions I don't know the answer to, but I won't leave on my own. Trust me. Gu Xinyi's gaze gradually became firm. He gently patted Xia Xiao's back, which was still trembling slightly. He continued, if one day I really do disappear, wait for me. I will definitely come back. Xia Xiao didn't answer for a long time, just hugging Gu Xinyi's waist tightly, feeling the warmth from his body. After another while, Gu Xinyi finally heard her answer echoing in his ear. Okay. It was just one word, but it revealed Xia Xiao's determination. Although Gu Xinyi's answer wasn't the one she wanted to hear, he had given her a promise. Their emotions gradually stabilized. However, the worry in Gu Xinyi's heart grew another layer. It was something he couldn't be sure of. With things settled here, the four left the company. On the way to the bank, under the intentional teasing of Lele, the group's happy nut, Xia Xiao's mood improved a lot. Gu Xinyi was driving, thinking that, as Xia Xiao's top generals, the two of them truly understood her. This trip to the bank was to pay the salaries for these two core members. After that, life began to get on the right track. Xia Xiao, for her part, became quite free for a while, but Gu Xinyi, the man aspiring to be a stay-at-home dad, was running himself ragged. Registering the company, recruiting, making the company logo, and a series of other things meant he couldn't rest at all. After half a month, the online buzz about the two of them gradually returned to calm. For a while, news about Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Netizens could only listen to their songs to remember them, and occasionally drop a comment under their Twitter accounts. Hey, where are you guys? Still not coming out to do some work? I've been waiting so long the flowers have withered. Seriously, why are you so inconsiderate? It's been half a month. Even the donkeys in a production team wouldn't dare rest this long, listening to your songs, while nagging you. This feeling is actually pretty great. Didn't you say you were going to start your own company? Why is there no news? Are you playing with us? Fine. If you don't show up soon, be careful or I'll park my bike outside your house. Xia Xiao is mine. Haha. Unlike the netizens' constant nagging, the entertainment industry had settled into a rare calm. The various entertainment companies also breathed a sigh of relief. Without the pressure from those two, they were in high spirits. However, they didn't dare to occupy the trending lists too arrogantly, fearing that one day, that jerk Gu Xinyi would suddenly appear and give them a blow. After all, as long as he appeared, it was a guaranteed trending topic. If that happened, wouldn't all the money they invested be wasted? Facts proved their approach was correct. Time reached October 20th. Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyu's Twitter accounts updated their status at the same time. Then, in just a short hour, this update reached #1 on the trending list. Long time no see. Just reporting in on our progress. Starting today, Starry Entertainment is officially live. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Xiaoxiao. After half a month of renovation, Starry Entertainment had now taken shape. Just as Gu Xinya, Xiaoxiao, and the others stepped through the main door, the newly hired receptionist girl immediately stood up with a happy smile on her face and greeted Gu Xinyi and Xiaoxiao. Good morning, Gu Xinyi replied with a smile. This girl's name was Jenna Li. She did indeed look very quiet and polite, living up to her name. Getting a response from Gu Xinyi, the look of joy on Jenna's face intensified. Ever since she saw the recruitment for Starry Entertainment, she had decisively submitted her resume. Even during the interview back then, she had made complete preparations. Even so, she had still been worried in her heart about whether she would pass. After all, being able to work in her idol's company and see them every day was a very happy thing. The current Starry Entertainment, besides the space used by Starry Anime, was now divided into 10 lounges, 10 recording studios, 5 offices, and a large conference room. The basic facilities were all in place. The company logo had also been designed and hung on the large sign outside. Of course, compared to other larger entertainment companies, it still looked a bit modest, but Gu Xinyi was already very satisfied with how it was for now. Oh, you guys arrived quite early. Hi, Gu Xinyi. Good morning, Xiaoxiao. Just as Gu Xinya and Xiaoxiao were about to walk in, 2 female voices came from the door. Good morning, Manager Sienna. Good morning, Chloe. Gu Xinyi, Xiaoxiao, and the others turned around and saw Sienna and Chloe walking in from outside. Chloe came running over with a skip and a jump, grabbing Xiaoxiao's arm. Xiaoxiao, I haven't seen you in a few days and you've gotten a bit chubbier. No, I haven't. Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly. She had indeed gotten a bit heavier. Lately, she had been at home all the time, and the food Gu Xinyi made was just too delicious. She couldn't help but eat a bit more every time. But for her to admit it, that was impossible. Gu Xinyi saw Sienna walking toward him and scratched his head. The company had just opened. Originally, he had only proposed a partnership to Yang Xian, asking to borrow a couple of people to help hold down the fort. He had expected Chloe to come, but he never expected Sienna to come. This career woman held multiple roles in her family's company. How did she have the time to run over to this small, broke company of his? When they first arrived, it had given Gu Xinyi quite a shock. But fortunately, Sienna did come, as she had helped the company solve many problems. At least in terms of HR, Gu Xinyi and the others hadn't had to worry about a thing. Manager Sienna, how could Soundwave Entertainment bear to let you go? The group walked toward the lounge. Gu Xinyi asked curiously as they walked. Sienna looked straight ahead without turning her head. The HR department has Manager Zhang, and I was only a vice manager anyway. Isn't it only normal for me to come and help? As for TikTok, it's the same for me regardless of where I work. After saying that, she suddenly turned her head and glanced at Gu Xinyi. What? Am I not welcome? Welcome, welcome. You're more than welcome. You're now one of the top generals of our company. How would I dare not welcome you? Gu Xinyi hurriedly said. He was desperately short on people right now. Now that she was here, she wasn't going anywhere. In your dreams. Don't call me Manager Yang anymore. Call me Big Sis Sienna. I'm older than you. Sienna continued, looking at Gu Xinyi. She was clearly trying to get the upper hand on Gu Xinyi. Giving her an inch, and she's taking a mile. Gu Xinyi felt his fists tightening. Seeing Gu Xinyi's sour expression, Xiaoxiao, Chloe, and the others giggled. They had rarely seen Gu Xinyi lose an argument like this. Fine. You're older, so you're the boss. Big Sis Sienna. Is that better? A real man knows when to yield. Gu Xinyi's expression immediately calmed down. Now it was Sienna's turn to feel a bit annoyed. She had the feeling that this brat, Gu Xinyi, was actually mocking her. The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the lounge. Since the company was just established, with only a handful of people, and the future prospects weren't yet set, there weren't too many rules and regulations for now. This lounge was reserved exclusively for Xiaoxiao. The layout, facilities, and everything else were modeled after her old one at Soundwave Entertainment. This was also at the strong request of Xiaoxiao and Lele. In reality, it was mostly Lele's idea. Back at Soundwave Entertainment, she hadn't spent much time in the lounge. This time, in their own company, she was prepared to make herself at home. As soon as they entered the lounge, Lele threw herself onto that large sofa she had been dreaming about. She was incredibly happy. Xiao and Chloe also sat down. The two of them were like sisters, chatting about music and songs. By the way, Xiao and I discussed it, and we think we should hire a secretary for you. You're now the chairman of a company, so you can't be handling every little detail yourself. You still need someone to help you. Gu Xinyi had just sat down comfortably on the sofa when he heard Sienna, sitting across from him, speak to him once more. A secretary? Gu Xinyi really hadn't considered that point. Hearing Sienna say this, in his mind, he unconsciously imagined a tall, sophisticated beauty in a business suit and black stockings. He quickly shook his head, clearing that unrealistic image from his thoughts. The company is just starting out, and there isn't much to do yet. I probably don't need one for now. His expression didn't escape Sienna's notice. She unconsciously crossed her legs, narrowed her eyes, and smiled. What's going through your head? Why don't you share it with Xiao? Gu Xinyi suddenly felt a bit guilty. He stole a glance at that simpleton, Xiao, who was still happily chatting with Chloe, completely oblivious to their conversation. He couldn't really be blamed. After all, who wouldn't think that when they hear the word secretary? I wasn't thinking anything like that. Don't go making wild accusations against a good man. Gu Xinyi, of course, wouldn't admit it. He spoke with an air of complete seriousness. Sienna gave a mocking laugh and let it slide, then continued. Neither you nor Xiao have the time to manage the office, and you don't exactly know how to run a company either. Finding a professional to help you is still a necessity. Of course, we need someone with a reliable character. Instead of a secretary, let's call it an assistant. Hearing Sienna put it that way, Gu Xinyi finally nodded. He really wasn't the best at management. But let's put that on hold for now. The company hasn't even started its normal operations yet. It's too early to talk about this. By the way, 2 singers are coming over in a bit. They're good people. I found them performing on the street. Have a chat with them. Give them the best terms possible and sign them. That way our company won't have just my wife holding up the entire fort alone. Gu Xinyi was referring to the brothers, Finn and Cole, as the company's first signed artists. Gu Xinyi held high expectations for them. In the future, these brothers would be the dynamic duo of starry entertainment. Sienna's gaze was full of disbelief. Others scout for singers through agencies, or select from among those who are already somewhat famous online. Gu Xinyi, on the other hand, just picked them up from the street. Since when were talented singers that easy to find? Why didn't she know about this? Around 10:30 a.m., Finn and Cole arrived at the company. Gu Xinyi just made a brief appearance to welcome them before leaving them in Sienna's hands. Professional matters were best left to a professional. As for him, the amateur, he was currently with Xiao, looking at apartments in a nearby neighborhood. Besides renting a few apartments for the artists, they were also planning to move into a larger home themselves. The artist apartments were quickly secured. They were all high-end, fully furnished units. The real estate agent had finally landed a major client, and was now walking ahead with a professional smile. He enthusiastically introduced the place to Gu Xinyi and Xiao. Mr. Gu, Ms. Xia, this is one of the most famous residential areas in downtown Riverdale. The landscaping here is among the best in the city, and the facilities are all top-notch. The security and property management are very thorough. Not only that, but as you can see, the transportation around here is very convenient. If you don't feel like driving, the subway station is just a short walk away. The surrounding commercial districts are also quite vibrant. The famous East Bay Plaza is right nearby. Choosing to live here is definitely the right decision. Gu Xinyi nodded. He had researched everything the agent mentioned beforehand. That was exactly why he had selected this area. While chatting, the agent led the two into the lobby of Building 8. They got into the elevator. It rose all the way to the 18th floor before stopping. The agent quickly stepped out of the elevator and led Gu Xinyi and Xiao to a front door. He entered the electronic code and opened the door. The three entered the apartment. There was still a faint scent of new paint in the air. Passing through the foyer, they were met by an oversized living room. This unit was a high-end, fully renovated apartment with a minimalist style featuring light gray tones. The agent then continued, Mr. Gu, Ms. Xia, based on your requirements, this apartment should be perfect for you. A standard 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2-bathroom layout. Minimalist and sophisticated. Just look at this layout, and look at these floor-to-ceiling windows. To be honest, if I could afford it, even I'd be tempted. The agent praised it to the high heavens with a smile. Gu Xinyi smiled back after hearing this. He walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window in the balcony, pulled back the light gray curtains, and looked down. The view was indeed breathtaking. Gu Xinyi was quite satisfied with the place. He turned back to look at Xia Xiao, and saw a look of anticipation in her eyes as well. It seemed she was quite pleased too. The two toured the apartment once more. When Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao saw the nursery, they decided to buy it immediately. This nursery was simply too beautifully designed. They both agreed. That little Lily would definitely love this room. Gu Xinyi had a brief discussion with Xia Xiao. Then, Gu Xinyi began an intense negotiation with the agent. It didn't end until both the agent and Gu Xinyi were smiling with satisfaction. Only then did both sides begin to sign the contract. With another major task halfway done, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao said their goodbyes to the agent. Then they drove back toward the company. Unusually, Xia Xiao was the one driving this time, while Gu Xinyi sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed to rest. Looking at the exhaustion on Gu Xinyi's face, Xia Xiao pursed her lips. Over the past half a month, she had watched him running around from dawn till dusk. Even after they got home, he would lock himself in the study for a while. She didn't know what he was working on. It broke her heart to see him like this. But even when she tried to talk him into resting, Gu Xinyi would only smile and say it was no big deal. Xia Xiao felt she had to do something. Otherwise, she didn't know how much longer. This dork would keep pushing himself like this. The car soon reached the company's underground parking lot. Gu Xinyi, who had been resting his eyes, opened them. The smile returned to his face once more. The two of them got out and headed into the building. On the street, inside a dilapidated red car, a pair of eyes filled with a frenzied look stared fixedly at Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao. Ever since she had gotten out, she had been stalking Xia Xiao. Originally, she had made complete preparations for revenge. But she hadn't expected the industry to blacklist Xia Xiao right then. The blacklist was a good thing in her eyes. She wanted to see Xia Xiao become just as destitute as she was. But her joy didn't last long. Before Gu Xinyi jumped out again, that man stepped in at the most critical moment every single time. She hated seeing how happy Xia Xiao looked now. She hated Xia Xiao even more. The woman had become a dark obsession in her heart, a thorn pricked into the very tip of her soul. I really didn't expect that the first event invitation our company would receive would be for an awards ceremony. Back at the office, Gu Xinyi held the event invitation Brenda had handed him and spoke with a smile. At the end of October, the American New Song Chart Awards would be held at the music hall in the city. It was a prestigious ceremony co-hosted by Harmony Music and various major entertainment companies. We've dominated the new song chart this month, so it's only natural that we'd be invited. I just wonder how many awards Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi will actually win. Lele still couldn't bring herself to leave her giant sofa. She was currently sitting cross-legged on it, craning her neck to see the notice in Gu Xinyi's hand. Gu Xinyi looked up and laughed. Actually, winning or not doesn't mean much to us. After all, these awards are just designed to increase a singer's market value, giving them more capital to negotiate contracts with labels. But since we own our own company, that market value basically serves zero purpose. But regardless of whether we win, it's good to go and show our faces. Appearing in the public eye like this will put the fans at ease. It'll also add some credibility to the company's resume. After all, this company currently looks way too much like a shell company. After Gu Xinyi finished speaking, everyone burst out laughing. How could a shell company look like this? Putting everything else aside, just this 20,000 square foot floor space. What shell company could ever afford to rent it? Xia Xiao, brother-in-law. It looks like you don't have formal wear for the ceremony yet. Usually, gala outfits are provided by company sponsors, but our company doesn't even have sponsors yet. Lele looked at the two of them, dressed in casual clothes on the sofa. Brenda, who sat heavily on the edge of the sofa, ruffled Lili's hair, and said to Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi, as for the formal wear, let's get a set custom made. We'll head over to East Bay this afternoon. There's a boutique there that specializes in custom tailoring. We should still have enough time. Okay, Gu Xinyi agreed. And so, after finishing lunch at the office, the group walked chattering toward the elevator. Poor Gu Xinyi was surrounded by 4 women, feeling like he was in the middle of a flock of chirping sparrows. When Chloe heard they were going shopping, she decided to tag along as well. Consequently, the 4 women piled into one car, leaving Gu Xinyi all by himself. To drive the other car alone, the lead car merged onto the main road, with Gu Xinyi following behind. However, just then, the roar of a car engine suddenly erupted. Gu Xinyi's eyes narrowed into slits almost instantly. He saw a dilapidated red car speeding from a distance, accelerating without pause, crashing straight toward the car, carrying Xia Xiao and the others. In that moment, Gu Xinyi felt as if the blood in his entire body had turned to ice. He instinctively slammed his foot on the gas, steering his own car, to shield Xia Xiao's vehicle in an instant. With a violent roar, Gu Xinyi felt the world spinning around him. Countless glass shards flew through the air. Through the shattered windshield, he caught a blurry glimpse of that face, twisted with insanity. So it was her, Tiffany. Gu Xinyi smiled. Even though blood was pooling in his mouth, he still smiled. As long as he was there, no one would ever hurt her. Inside her car, Xia Xiao was completely shell-shocked. She watched the 3 people with her shout and jump out of the vehicle. She watched as Brenda pulled her out and held her tightly in her arms. She watched as Lele dragged out Tiffany, who was covered in blood and looking venomously insane. She watched as Chloe frantically dialed for an ambulance and the police. Dorky Gu Xinyi, Xia Xiao let out a hoarse cry, then violently broke free from Brenda's embrace. Her steps were unsteady as she ran toward the car that had been smashed into pieces. Inside the wreck, the airbags had all deployed. She couldn't see his face. Only blood was constantly dripping from his body. Xia Xiao suddenly lost all her strength and collapsed to her knees, reaching out a hand silently as tears ravaged her face. She wanted to hold his hand, but the short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Sirens and ambulance sounds converged on the scene. The area became a chaotic mess, but Xia Xiao seemed unable to hear a thing. Because her world had just collapsed, he was in a hospital. Gu Xinyi rubbed his throbbing temples and struggled to open his eyes. What met his gaze was a stark white ceiling. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Gu Xinyi dragged his sore, limp body and sat up. He looked at everything before him in a daze. He had only attended a celebration banquet yesterday, and had a few too many drinks. How did he end up in the hospital? And he felt as if he had been asleep for a long time, having a very, very long dream. But as for what he had dreamed about, he couldn't remember it at all now. Doctor, doctor. The patient in bed too is awake. Before Gu Xinyi could even move, he heard a woman's voice shouting with surprise. Doctor. The next moment, the doctor who had heard the news pushed open the door. It was a miracle. Without any warning, the brain that had fallen into a deep coma actually managed to wake up on its own. The doctor he brought in messed with the equipment around Gu Xinyi for a long time, then shook his head with a look of pure disbelief. Wait, hello doctor. I just overslept last night. It's not as dramatic as you're making it sound, right? Overslept? Heh. Who oversleeps for several months? I never expected you would actually wake up. Several months? Gu Xinyi was questioning his life. Well, it's good that you're awake. I'll give you a more detailed checkup in a bit. It would be best if you could stay in the hospital for observation a bit longer, the doctor said, looking at Gu Xinyi. Wait, doctor. I want to know who brought me to the hospital. And about those months? Do you mean I've been in a coma for several months? Gu Xinyi found it a bit hard to accept for a moment. He was desperate to know exactly what had happened to him. 3 months, to be precise. As for who brought you here, it should have been one of your colleagues. He just dumped you here and vanished. Hearing the doctor's words, Gu Xinyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. 3 months. He had actually slept for 3 whole months. Luckily, someone had dumped him here. If no one had found him, his body would have likely rotted after 3 months. The doctor said nothing more after that, instead starting the preparations for a detailed examination of Gu Xinyi. After an entire afternoon, the test results left the doctor utterly bewildered. There was absolutely nothing wrong. Heaven only knows why. He had fallen into such a deep coma. During that afternoon, Gu Xinyi also learned about his situation in detail. It turned out that after he was abandoned at the hospital, the doctors were initially stuck in a difficult position. Without any family, they didn't dare proceed with intensive care. Later, when the hospital found out Gu Xinyi was an orphan, they applied to a charity foundation for emergency funding to cover Gu Xinyi's medical expenses. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, Gu Xinyi never seemed like he would wake up. He was like a living corpse. They could only keep Gu Xingyi in the ward, providing him with basic nutritional support every day. Gu Xingyi gave a bitter smile. He used to work out every day, but after being bedridden for 3 months, he was as weak as a dog. Even sitting up was a chore. Speaking of being weak, Gu Xingyi suddenly felt as if he had experienced something like this in a dream. After pondering for a moment without results, Gu Xingyi decisively shook his head, casting those stray thoughts aside. The most important thing now was to get himself moving normally again. Through Gu Xingyi's persistent efforts, he was finally discharged 3 days later. Although his body couldn't handle intense activity yet, walking normally was perfectly fine now. Returning to his empty home, Gu Xingyi picked up his phone and scrolled through recent events. He didn't have many friends, so, naturally, no one knew he had been in a coma for 3 months. Maybe only that former colleague knew. However, he had already been fired by that small record company. After all, he was just an obscure little songwriter. It had only been 3 months. For someone who lived alone, the world hadn't changed much. After scrolling for a while, Gu Xingyi pocketed the phone and headed out. There wasn't a single ingredient in the house. He had to go out and stock up on groceries. Arriving at the nearby mall, Gu Xingyi picked out items for a while, then struggled to carry a large load of groceries back. "Sir, would you like to buy some flowers?" In the plaza outside the mall, a little girl with rosy cheeks held up a bouquet, looking at Gu Xingyi expectantly. Gu Xingyi was taken aback. His hands were already full, and he couldn't carry any more. But when he saw the bouquet of pale purple lavender in her hand, his heart gave a sudden, inexplicable ache. It was as if a voice was constantly whispering in his ear. "Buy them. Sir, the flower language for lavender is waiting for loves. It will bring you good luck. Please buy a bouquet." The little girl's voice rang out again. Gu Xingyi snapped out of it, set down his groceries, and suddenly gave a slight smile. He patted the girl on the head. "Lavender has another meaning too, you know. It stands for redemption and hope." Amidst the girl's sweet smile, Gu Xingyi bought a bouquet of lavender. He didn't even know why he knew that flower language, just as he didn't know where that sudden palpitation in his heart had come from. Back at home, Gu Xingyi just sat there, staring blankly at his empty house. He suddenly felt like something was missing. Xiao, you haven't eaten properly in 3 days. Please eat something. If Gu Xingyi wakes up and sees you like this, he'll be heartbroken. Beside the hospital bed, Xiao gripped that warm hand tightly. Despite Lilei's constant pleading, her eyes remained fixed on the figure in the bed. Without looking away for a single second, the doctor said he had just lost too much blood, and everything else was normal. But even the doctor couldn't explain why he simply wouldn't wake up. He just lay there, breathing steadily, as if he would never wake up again. Xiao, if you won't think of yourself, think of Lily. Lily hasn't seen either of you in 3 days. Do you know how she feels in her heart? The little girl doesn't say anything, but her teacher told me that she's always wiping away tears in secret. Brenda's stern voice rang out. At the mention of Lily, a spark of life finally returned to Xiao's eyes. She stood up abruptly. After 3 consecutive days of her vigil, her body couldn't help but stagger. Lily asked. If Gu Xingyi woke up and knew the little one was like this, he would be devastated. She couldn't do this. She still had Lily to take care of. Gu Xingyi left his home. Ever since he woke up in the hospital, he didn't even know what was happening to him. Clearly, he had always lived like this before. But now, he felt like things were empty. He felt like he had forgotten something. But as for what he had forgotten, he had no idea. He only knew this feeling was unbearable. Since he woke up, it felt like a piece of his heart was missing. His subconscious made him want to go searching, to follow the feeling in his heart, searching for that heart's knot that appeared from nowhere. The late October night wind was chilling. Gu Xingyi sat in front of a convenience store. He had bought a bottle of liquor to warm himself up. But as soon as he opened the cap, the pungent smell of alcohol hit him, making him feel nauseous. Gu Xingyi frowned and habitually rubbed his nose. He didn't know why. But looking at the liquor, he was suddenly filled with disgust. In the end, he couldn't drink it. He capped the bottle in disgust and set it aside. Meow, meow. A stray cat appeared from somewhere, catching Gu Xingyi's attention. It pawed at the convenience store door, meowing. The girl at the checkout counter seemed long accustomed to its behavior. She stood up, practiced, grabbed some food, and went to the door. She squatted down and fed the cat. The stray cat licked her hand and left with the food in its mouth. The cashier stood up, watching the stray cat leave, her eyes full of pity. "If you like it, why don't you take it home and adopt it?" Seeing this, Gu Xinyi couldn't help but look up and ask. The cashier was taken aback. She didn't expect this strange guy who bought liquor but didn't drink it to suddenly speak up. She looked at where the stray cat had disappeared, gave a sigh, and explained to Gu Xinyi, "I can't afford to keep it right now. Until I have the ability to raise it, I won't take it home." "Sir, haven't you heard the saying, if you can't take care of it forever, then don't be too good to it in the beginning, because, compared to before, being abandoned after being loved would leave him in utter despair." Gu Xinyi, addressed as Mr., fell silent. Hearing those words, his heart suddenly ached once more. This was the 10th day since he had left his home. He finally seemed to know where he wanted to go. Secrets can't be kept forever. On the 3rd day of Gu Xinyi's hospitalization, the news of his car accident reached everyone. The internet exploded instantly. Various media outlets rushed to cover the story. One shocking, bold headline after another appeared across every major social media app. Netizens never expected that after waiting all these days, the news they would get was this tragedy. Everyone found it hard to believe that this man, who had just risen to prominence and defeated the entire music industry single-handedly, would fall just like that. They didn't want to believe it, but the facts forced them to accept it. Official reports had been released, confirming the truth of the incident. They also reported on the cause of the crash, which was entirely due to a woman acting on a grudge. Gu Xinyi remained in a coma and had yet to wake up. Netizens' hearts were instantly gripped with worry. They flooded Xia Xiao's Twitter to ask for updates and offer their condolences. "Stay strong, Xia Xiao. You have to hang in there. We all believe Gu Xinyi will get better. This is premeditated murder. What a venomous woman. She should be sentenced for attempted murder. At first, I didn't believe the news when I saw it, but now that I know it's the truth, I'm at a loss for words. There's nothing I can do, so I can only pray for him. The emotions and joy this man brought us during this short period cannot be replaced by anyone else in the industry. I thought I would witness a new era for entertainment, but I never expected this." Sigh. As heartbroken as the netizens were, Skyline Entertainment and all the other companies, big and small, were just as overjoyed. They wished for Gu Xinyi to stay in that coma and never wake up. Even Harold breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Gu Xinyi had put massive pressure on him, more than any person or company ever had before. Other people or companies would talk about business and profit, but Gu Xinyi didn't care about that at all. He was an anomaly who didn't play by the rules. And unfortunately for them, this anomaly was incredibly talented. At the end of October, the American New Song Chart Awards were held as scheduled, but people had lost all desire to pay attention to the ceremony, because the winner of the Best New Song Award and the Best Songwriter Award failed to show up. Time is the most ruthless thing of all. The industry gradually returned to its previous state of calm. There were no more updates about the man who had been a flash in the pan. After October passed, the situation shifted once more. The entertainment industry was about to welcome the most prestigious program of the entire year, The Ultimate Voice. The Ultimate Voice was a King of the Hill style competition. It was fully supervised by Harmony Music, inviting every entertainment company in the country to participate in a massive musical arena battle. It was also the benchmark for judging an entertainment company's standing. The Big Three were the Big Three, precisely because in every season of The Ultimate Voice, they always managed to sweep the top 3 spots. The rules of this program were also quite simple. The competition venue held 3 stages at once. The previous year's Big Three companies would send singers to defend their stages. Any other company could issue a challenge. The winner would become the defender and gain 1 point, while the loser got 0. As for the judging, it was equally simple. The outcome was decided entirely by audience voting. There were no judges or mentors. Harmony Music would monitor the data in real time. If viewers wanted to vote, they had to use their real names and accumulate a certain amount of watch time. They also had to manually complete tasks while online before they could cast a vote. This blocked any possibility of vote manipulation. This time every year was the most anticipated moment for netizens. However, when they thought of the competition this year, they couldn't help but let out a sigh. They were all wondering if that man were still here. What kind of grand spectacle this season of The Ultimate Voice would have been. They also didn't know if Starry Entertainment would even participate in the competition this time. Inside Riverdale Hospital, Frank was keeping watch at the bedside alone, gripping Gu Xinyi's hand tightly as he spoke to him. Gu Xinyi, if you're a man, hurry up and wake the hell up. I had to force Xiaoxiao to go home. She's been staying here day and night, and she's lost so much weight. Lily doesn't know yet, we're keeping it from her. But the kid is too smart. Just the other day, I saw her holding that doll you bought her, quietly wiping away her tears. Frank continued talking to Gu Xinyi, who was still lying on the bed. His voice gradually became choked with emotion. During this period, besides Starry Anime, which was still operating normally, Starry Entertainment had completely halted its operations. Gu Xinyi was the soul of the company. Now that the soul was gone, everything seemed to have come to a complete standstill at this moment. Xiaoxiao picked up little Lily from preschool and returned home. The apartment was still modest in size, but now, in her eyes, it felt empty and hollow. She didn't even dare look into little Lily's eyes right now. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from crying. Little Lily hugged her mother's leg, looking up at Xiaoxiao's face as she turned away. The little one lowered her head, her mouth pouting even more. She knew her mother was sad, but she didn't know where her father had gone. She really wanted to ask her mother if her father didn't want them anymore, but she was too afraid to ask. She could only try to be as well-behaved as possible, in the hope that when her father came back one day, he would see how good his daughter was. After coaxing Lily to sleep, Xiaoxiao wasn't sleepy at all. She crept out of the bedroom and just curled up on the sofa in a daze. Lately, she had been spending less and less time at home. Over the past few days, she had even spent her nights at the hospital. She wanted to be the first thing he saw. The moment he woke up, this was why Brenda and the others had essentially forced her to come back. In the darkness, Xiaoxiao curled her body into a ball, her eyes lifeless. Lately, she had been wondering, if she hadn't made her comeback, would things have turned out differently? Would Gu Xinyi still have had the accident? If Gu Xinyi were here, he would surely understand how she was feeling. But unfortunately, Gu Xinyi wasn't there, and no one could give her the answer. After another long while, Xiaoxiao stood up slowly. She didn't return to the master bedroom, but instead went into the guest room. She pushed the door open. This place had already been turned into a small study by Gu Xinyi. On the desk, several sheets of music were scattered in a mess. Xiaoxiao quietly sat where Gu Xinyi used to sit. One by one, she began to organize the music sheets on the desk. Previously, Gu Xinyi was always busy until late at night. She had intended to give him a piece of her mind about it, but now she could only wait for him to wake up before doing so. She opened the drawer. The moment Xiaoxiao went to place the organized sheets inside, she suddenly froze. Inside the drawer, a thick stack of music manuscripts caught her eye. They were densely covered with various scores and lyrics. Since he had left, this was Gu Xinyi's first time returning here. The Little Sun Orphanage. He didn't know why he had come here, but in the dark, an urge at the bottom of his heart kept pushing him to look. The current Gu Xinyi truly looked like a creepy older man. He hadn't shaved his beard in many days, and his hair was as messy as grass. When he stood at the orphanage gate looking inside, even the guard at the gate watched him, as if he were a thief. But Gu Xinyi still saw a couple inside choosing a child. The children were all gathered in front of the couple, doing everything they could to show the two adults how good, sensible, and cute they were. He even saw a little girl press a lollipop she had treasured for who knows how long into the couple's hands, holding their hands and calling them Mommy and Daddy. As Gu Xinyi watched, tears suddenly streamed down his face. He didn't know why he had to come here to see this scene, but when he saw it, his heart ached terribly. He always felt as if he had lost something. It felt as if he, too, had tried to please someone like this. But who was that person? His memories were in a state of chaos. Gu Xinyi's breathing grew more and more rapid. It felt as if he were about to grasp something, yet he always missed it. What did I forget? Damn it, what the hell did I forget? Gu Xinyi squatted on the ground, his fists helplessly pounding the gravel on the floor. At this moment, even his blood dripped from his palms. He didn't seem to notice. He only wanted to use the pain to stimulate himself. This frenzied action of his soon drew the attention of the guards in the booth. They certainly didn't pity Gu Xinyi. They were just afraid he would scare the children inside and wanted to drive him away. Gu Xinyi was dragged to the street corner by the two guards. His consciousness was a total mess. He could only clutch his head in agony, tears falling continuously. The more he tried to remember, the more chaotic his mind became. But at this moment, he could be certain. He had forgotten a piece of memory. That was the most precious to him. A familiar piece of music suddenly drifted from the street corner, making Gu Xinyi's hands clutching his head freeze. I finally made this decision. I don't care what others say. As long as you are just as certain. Entering Gu Xinyi's mind along with the song were several faint voices. Gu Xinyi, are you stupid? All right, now we're even. At the end of the song, a childish and soft voice completely echoed in Gu Xinyi's mind. Daddy, wah! Daddy, help me. Gu Xinyi was completely dazed at this moment. Tears still fell from his eyes, but his vision had regained its clarity. He touched his violently thumping heart, and suddenly laughed. He remembered. He finally remembered. Xia Xiao and little Lily. They were his only ties to this world. November 8th, 8,000 p.m. Still at the city arena, the ultimate voice officially began. On the 3 stages, the first defender sent by Soundwave Entertainment was A-list singer Lena. Prime Entertainment still used their usual conservative strategy, sending out a veteran singer. Skyline Entertainment even brought out their company's most popular current star, Serena, as the challengers. The various other entertainment companies also sent out EA, their own popular singers. Although they knew they couldn't topple the mountains that were the big 3, even if they lost, the exposure would still increase. So why not? Through 3 consecutive matches, whether in individual skill or songwriting, the big 3 showed the world their capital. All 3 challenges ended in failure. Every defender successfully held their stage. The venue was incredibly lively, but the excitement online was far less than in previous years, all because the netizens suddenly realized they couldn't listen to these songs anymore. You could say they were okay, but they were still missing something. Their ears had been spoiled by Gu Xinyi. Listening to these songs now, they just felt bland, just as the netizens felt. That life had lost its flavor. The host's voice from the screen suddenly reached everyone's ears. Next, let us welcome from Starry Entertainment, Xia Xiao, to the stage for a challenge. In an instant, the netizens even doubted their own ears. What? Xia Xiao? They were only dazed for a second, before quickly picking up their phones to look at the screen. It really was Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao was wearing a long black dress. Her cheeks were pale, and her eyes still held a hint of sorrow. She slowly walked from backstage to the stage. Today, she was challenging Skyline Entertainment. Brenda and Lily looked at Xia Xiao on the stage, with eyes full of concern. They didn't know how she had suddenly changed. It seemed like it was from that night. After Xia Xiao had returned home, the next day, Xia Xiao seemed like a different person. They even saw the shadow of Gu Xinyi on the Xia Xiao of today. No one knew why Xia Xiao would suddenly return to the company, or even take the initiative to announce that the company would participate in The Ultimate Voice. Only Xia Xiao knew. She stood on the stage, looking at the audience below. The lights dimmed accordingly. The background music slowly began. On the big screen, a name appeared that brought everyone to tears. Starry. Starry's back. Brothers, I can't take this anymore. Let me cry for a bit. Lyrics, composition, arrangement, it's all by Starry. Can I say the slogan now? Starry Productions must be masterpieces. Starry was on mine, just like that day. Xia Xiao stood quietly on the stage like that. The music slowly began, and as it did, a single tear slid down her cheek. Everyone who saw this felt their hearts tighten in an instant. The next second, Xia Xiao slowly opened her mouth. Her heavenly voice reached everyone's ears. Yet it felt like everyone's hearts were breaking. Oh God, can't you see how much I love him? How can you tear apart 2 people who clearly love each other? Oh God, please don't tell him in secret that in the countless quiet nights, there is someone missing him. The clear and pure vocals were like a stream of water, falling into the netizens' hearts, only to suddenly shatter into spray. With just 2 lines of lyrics, everyone could feel her love. I'm crying. Gu Xinyi must have written this for Xia Xiao, right? Definitely. I'm tearing up. How much must she love him to pray like this? Oh God, there is both bitterness and sweetness in love. Go, Xia Xiao. With someone who loves him so much, God will surely not let him sleep on like this. On stage, Xia Xiao slowly closed her eyes. 2 clear tears running down her cheeks involuntarily. She wanted to hold it in, but she couldn't. She finally knew what Gu Xinyi had been busy with during that time. In the days to come, you must take good care of him. When I'm not by his side, you must not bully him. Don't let anyone else into his heart, only to leave him in the end, because I don't want to see him cry again. The singing resumed. The helplessness and bitterness in the voice made everyone clench their fists. On stage, Xia Xiao slightly raised her pretty face. Her little mouth was already pouting in distress. It was as if she was using this song to tell him not to be afraid. Even if one day she was no longer by his side, she would still beg the heavens to watch over him. But she wanted to tell him that all she ever wanted was for him to be by her side. What kind of broken heaven? She didn't give a damn about that. With a hint of sorrow and a touch of helplessness, the accompaniment drifted into the audience's ears once more. On the large screen at the back of the stage, the mechanical subtitles followed the music, slowly typing out a line of text on the screen. In the legendary Gulf of Alaska, due to the difference in seawater density, the water appears in 2 colors, yellow and blue, and they do not merge. This feeling is like 2 people who love each other. Though they are close at hand, they have no way to be together. So that's what the Gulf of Alaska actually means? The audience gritted their teeth, looking at the grief-stricken Xiao Xiao Zhao on stage. They suddenly had an urge to rush into the hospital and forcibly shake Gu Xinyi awake. Look how aggrieved your woman is. What the hell are you still sleeping for? You're not allowed to sleep. This song caused the audience to have a collective emotional breakdown. It was just too tragic. At this moment, they seemed to have 1,000 words in their hearts, yet no way to say them. However, the singing continued, carrying a faint melancholy, carving a shallow mark across their hearts. Oh God, are you secretly watching this like a joke? Knowing I still don't have the strength to protect him. You let us meet. Oh God, has he stopped suffering from insomnia lately? I wish the world's warmth would turn into a breeze and embrace him in my place. In Riverdale, inside Starry Entertainment, Chloe had long since turned into a little crybaby, her tears flowing down in torrents. Sienna, standing by her side, kept patting her back. To comfort her, Sienna raised her eyes to look at the woman on the screen singing with such soul. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart as well. When she first met Xia Xiao, she only thought she was very gentle and had a beautiful voice. But as time went on, she felt that Xia Xiao lacked her own opinions and always gave off the vibe of a trophy wife. Everything was being done silently by Gu Xinyi behind the scenes. But just 2 days ago, when Xia Xiao came to the office again and arranged everything for the company perfectly, she realized she was wrong. It wasn't that Xia Xiao lacked her own opinions. It was because Gu Xinyi had always been there, and Xia Xiao didn't need to have them. Or perhaps, Xia Xiao had been hiding her own strength all along, willing to be the woman behind Gu Xinyi. As a lady from a prestigious family, Sienna naturally didn't understand Xia Xiao's character. She couldn't bring herself to be like that either. In this world, perhaps only Gu Xinyi, also an orphan, truly understood her. But unlike the netizens and Starry Entertainment, Skyline Entertainment was currently collectively speechless. They stared at the TV screen, listening to Xia Xiao's voice coming from it, all looking at each other. They didn't understand, even though Gu Xinyi was in a coma, how was he still able to cause so much trouble? Harold, sitting in the head seat, the smile on his face, had completely frozen the moment Xia Xiao appeared. Xia Xiao challenged him as soon as she took the stage. Skyline Entertainment's stage. The meaning behind it was self-evident. She was going to drag Skyline Entertainment down. Chairman, look at the online engagement. Serena is in a bit of trouble this round. One of the board members couldn't sit still. He looked at the data on the computer in front of him and spoke with deep unease. Harold was already looking calm by now. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "What's the panic? We've already gained 1 point. Even if we lose this match, it's just a tie at most. We can just win it back next time. I just want to know if Gu Xinyi has woken up yet." Regardless of what everyone said, with just Xia Xiao alone, Harold wasn't afraid at all. But that anomaly, Gu Xinyi, he was still a bit apprehensive about him in his heart. Mainly because that guy wasn't a normal human being at all. Harold had just asked, and a manager below immediately replied, "The latest news is that he hasn't woken up." The hospital also confirmed it. They don't know if Gu Xinyi will ever wake up. That's good then. I don't believe that Gu Xinyi could have left Xia Xiao that many songs. Even if we lose this round, next round, let Will go. Conventional songs won't work. Let's see how they handle rap. Regardless of the reactions from various parties, at this moment, the audience at the city arena felt as if they had unlocked an emotional sad boy hour early. The song, Gulf of Alaska, had reduced everyone to silence. They could only close their eyes and quietly enjoy this pure heartache. Meanwhile, in the Harmony Music official live stream, the last comment had been frozen for a minute. People who love each other will always be together. Unless they don't love each other that much, unless they are separated by life and death. After this comment, no one spoke. Everyone just listened to the song in silence. I hope my efforts can catch up to him. One day, I can give him a complete home. Oh God. Those things I've said to you at night. Don't accidentally let them slip and tell him. I'm afraid it'll wake him. Oh God. Please don't tell him in secret. In the countless quiet nights, I am still missing him. During this final part, there was no music. Xiaoxiao just sang softly. The lights gradually dimming, the song came to an end. In the darkness, Xiaoxiao gave a deep bow to the audience. By the time the lights came back on, she was no longer on stage. But the audience seemed to know where she had gone. They didn't make an uproar. Instead, everyone gave a knowing smile. Unrequited love exists because that person isn't there. But if that person returns, that would be the most beautiful ending. Next up was Serena's turn to sing, but she also knew that no matter how she sang, she couldn't change the melancholic atmosphere of tonight. Xiaoxiao had successfully brought everyone into this mood. This was the realm every singer dreams of. This was also the unique charm a good song gives a singer. As she said, she lost both on the song and the singer. Her current strength wasn't yet up to this level. Her current skill was not yet capable of such a delivery. P.S. Gulf of Alaska, originally by Fedor. Written and composed by Fedor. The stars were twinkling. The night breeze was blowing gently. On the quiet mountain path, Gu Xinyi, dressed simply, walked with a steady pace as he climbed upward. Although his appearance was extremely haggard, in those eyes of his, there was a glimmer of crystalline light. These past 2 days, he had donated all his assets in this world to various orphanages. Now, he no longer had a single tie. He came alone, and he would leave alone. This place didn't belong to him. His ties were in another world. Finally reaching the summit of this small mountain, the light in Gu Xinyi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He looked toward the starry sky, seemingly seeing the other end of the universe. His steps were composed and firm as he walked forward. Just then, a voice rang out in his ear. This voice sounded like the girl from the convenience store, and also like that little girl holding the lollipop. Have you decided? This voice, accompanied by the sound of the wind, clearly entered his ears. Gu Xinyi smiled, looking incredibly happy. He gave a heavy nod. As a response, his steps continued moving forward. Ahead was a bottomless abyss. He had already reached the edge, but at that moment, he suddenly stopped. Can I know what happened to that scumbag? Off you go. Before Gu Xinyi could even react, he was sent tumbling down by that sudden kick. But amidst the whistling wind, he clearly heard a voice from above. If he's a scumbag, then he shouldn't even leave behind a trace of dust. And honestly, who insults themselves like that? The wind howled in his ears. At this moment, Gu Xinyi suddenly saw everything clearly. It turned out both incidents were him. It was just that his other consciousness was a complete and utter scumbag. Gu Xinyi suddenly started laughing even harder. He fell like a shooting star. The next second, his world went black. At the Riverdale General Hospital, Xiaoxiao rushed back, looking travel-worn. Even though it was late at night, she didn't listen to Brenda or Lily this time. She came to the hospital anyway. After singing that song, her heart was completely filled with him. In this world, besides him, no one truly understood her. They were destined. Just as the saying goes, what about fate? Whatever God arranges is the greatest, right? Inside Gu Xinyi's hospital room, Frank was still keeping watch over him. During this time, Xiaoxiao had done most of the guarding herself. When Xiaoxiao wasn't there, only Frank could rightfully watch over him. At this moment, Frank, having just finished watching Xiaoxiao perform that song, couldn't stop the tears from welling up in his eyes. He gripped Gu Xinyi's hand again and began his usual rambling. Gu Xinyi, old buddy, listen to how heartbroken Xiaoxiao sounds. How long are you going to keep sleeping, damn it? But the next second, Frank suddenly froze. He mechanically lowered his head, staring at the hand he was holding. Just now, he felt a finger twitch. Shinyi, are you awake? Frank started to stammer, staring intently at Gu Shinyi's eyes. But Gu Shinyi's eyes remained closed. Frank stared blankly at his face, thinking back to what he had just said. Then he spoke again. Gu Shinyi, Xia Xiao is so sad. The finger in his hand twitched again. Frank shot up from his seat. He looked with joy at the bed, where Gu Shinyi's eyelids were fluttering. You crazy bastard. If you don't want to die, then let me hear you curse one more time. His eyelids felt heavy. Gu Shinyi struggled with all his might to finally open his eyes. Just as his consciousness returned, he heard this jerk Frank, frantically cursing at him. Hearing that slightly raspy voice, and seeing Gu Shinyi open his eyes, Frank felt like he'd been blessed by heaven. He felt as refreshed as if it were the height of summer, and he'd just downed a bottle of ice-cold Coke. Doctor. I cursed Gu Shinyi awake. Frank didn't have time to think. He rushed to push open the door, shouting for a doctor. 3 figures who had just reached. The hospital corridor suddenly froze in their tracks. Xia Xiao's mouth hung slightly open, and tears began to fall from her almond eyes. Frank didn't see a doctor, but seeing Xia Xiao, the smile on his face grew even wider. Xia Xiao, I cursed the old guy awake. Really? Lele covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Brenda's nose tickled, and she almost burst into tears as well. Xia Xiao had already stumbled to the door, and looked inside. Their gazes met. What met her eyes was a pair of clear, clean eyes. Xia Xiao opened her mouth, but she couldn't manage to say a single word. Gu Shinyi had already managed to prop himself up, and was sitting on the bed. He looked at the figure standing in the doorway, who had grown even thinner. He broke into a grin. His voice was still a bit raspy. I'm back. No one else understood what Gu Shinyi meant by those words. Only Xia Xiao understood instantly. She pouted her little mouth, and tears fell in torrents at that moment. But deep in her eyes, the joy of having found him again could no longer be hidden. Under everyone's gaze, she threw herself into his embrace. You dork! Her voice was soft and helpless, sounding incredibly pitiful. Gu Shinyi could only hold her tightly in his arms as she went limp, gently patting her back. That one dork was worth more than 1,000 words. All right, don't cry. I'm back. I'll never disappear again. What's going on here? What's happening? The patient just woke up. We need to check him. Move aside, quickly. Unfortunately, the tender moment between the two didn't last long. The doctor, who had rushed over, forcibly pulled the two apart. What followed was a series of expert maneuvers. After a round of examinations, the results showed nothing except for malnutrition from excessive blood loss. There were no other symptoms. Gu Shinyi had fallen into a coma mysteriously, and woken up just as mysteriously. The doctor was left speechless. Finally, he could only leave a message: stay in the hospital for 2 days of observation. Even though Gu Shinyi knew he was fine, and didn't want to stay in the hospital, he couldn't withstand everyone's persuasion. In the end, he had to stay in the hospital for 1 more day. Brenda, Laylee, and Frank left the hospital together, leaving the space to the young couple. As the group was leaving, Gu Shinyi, inside the room, could still hear Frank boasting to the other two outside about how he had cursed Gu Shinyi awake. He was simply speechless. By now, it was late at night. Netizens, of course, didn't know yet that Gu Shinyi had woken up. They were still immersed in the song Gulf of Alaska, unable to pull themselves out. Without a doubt, Xia Xiao became the first contestant to successfully complete a challenge. Starry Entertainment had successfully claimed a stage for themselves. But very soon, Skyline Entertainment made a reaction to this. Skyline Entertainment's official Twitter posted a status update with a picture. The caption below read, "Everything that belongs to us, we will eventually take back." In the picture, the well-known rapper Will was making a world-famous gesture, saying, "I might not be as good as you at singing, but you're not as good as me at rapping." Will had once become a viral sensation with his song Clinging to the Pig's Trotter, and had even won the championship of the New Rap of America, but the netizens weren't buying it at all. As soon as the tweet came out, the internet was instantly filled with discussions. No way, right? Now everyone thinks they can just come and troll? Does having a loud voice count as rapping now? Does the guy above even understand rap? Rap has many styles, and I just like Will. If some people don't understand, don't say it's bad. You haters. Have you ever actually listened to Clinging to the Pig's Trotter? If you're so capable, write one yourself. 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 Haha, the guy above is just ignoring you. Just ignoring you. Just ignoring you. Just ignoring you. Sure enough, the comment section is full of geniuses. You guys are going to kill me with laughter. Congratulations, you're all rap stars now. It's like no one else knows how. I always poop without paper. Poop without paper. Often poop without paper. Poop without paper. But I have to say, with Will entering the fray, the pressure is now on Starry Entertainment. As the netizens discussed, the topic gradually drifted away. But everyone was still quite expectant. After all, catchy songs like rap were still deeply loved by everyone. However, whenever the netizens thought about Gu Xinyi still being in a deep sleep, they lost a bit of interest. They all felt that Starry Entertainment was likely in danger this time. If they use rap to challenge the stage, you can't exactly respond with a love song, right? They aren't even in the same category. There's no point in comparing them. Rap is much better at driving the audience's emotions, no matter how well Will raps. If Starry Entertainment doesn't defend the stage with rap, they'll be at a disadvantage from the start. There will certainly be no shortage of rumors and gossip online by then. Regarding the storm on the internet, Gu Xinyi, who had just woken up in the hospital, naturally had no idea. Neither of them slept, instead pouring their hearts out to each other across the bed. This accident undoubtedly brought their hearts even closer together. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled in the darkness. She had regained her usual gentleness, but this gentleness now held a light of newfound strength. From her words, Gu Xinyi could sense her transformation. In the pitch-black hospital room, the smile on his face was brilliant. Not until the early hours of the morning did Gu Xinyi on the hospital bed, and Xiaoxiao on the cot beside him, finally drift off into a peaceful sleep. Even though Xiaoxiao went to bed late, she habitually woke up as soon as dawn broke. She had spent every day like this recently, so the first thing she did was go to Gu Xinyi's bedside. Gu Xinyi's breathing on the bed was steady, sleeping as peacefully as he had over the past few days. Xiaoxiao felt a flicker of panic. She reached out and gently stroked Gu Xinyi's face. Stop it, it's too early in the morning. A large hand caught her small one. The warmth from his hand put her at ease again. Gu Xinyi also opened his dark eyes. Wife, I want to go home. But the doctor, I'm fine. I know my own body. I miss Lily. Gu Xinyi interrupted Xiaoxiao's words. He was desperate to go home now. The little girl hadn't seen him for so long. She must be very sad. Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, and her attitude softened, but she still insisted on having the doctor confirm his physical condition first. The doctor, who was still yawning, was quickly summoned. After a thorough examination, the result was still just a bit of malnutrition. As long as he got some proper nourishment back home, he would be no different from a normal person. This result allowed Xiaoxiao to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Xinyi also got his wish and was discharged. Facing the first light of dawn, Gu Xinyi pushed open the door to his home after a long absence. Seeing everything so familiar, Gu Xinyi only felt a surge of warmth in his heart. With them here, this was his true home. He carefully walked into the bedroom. Little Lily's tiny body was curled up under the covers, with only her round little face showing. He didn't know what she was dreaming about, but her pouting mouth made Gu Xinyi's heart ache. He went to the bedside. Gu Xinyi leaned over and gently rubbed his cheek against hers, then gave her a firm kiss on the cheek. Only then did the tenderness in his heart feel slightly soothed. Still fast asleep, little Lily was woken by Gu Xinyi's movements. She opened her large, confused eyes, staring blankly at Gu Xinyi, who was right in front of her. The next second, she recognized the person before her. Tears began to roll down the little girl's face in torrents. She didn't make a sound, and she didn't throw a fit. She just stared fixedly at Gu Xinyi, crying silently. In an instant, a wave of bitterness surged through Gu Xinyi's heart, sweeping through his soul in ripples. Lily, it's Daddy. Daddy's back. Gu Xinyi suppressed his heartache, leaning down to pull little Lily into his arms. Tears also fell uncontrollably from his eyes. Behind him, Xiaoxiao, leaning against the doorframe, was already sobbing. Little Lily still didn't say a word. She just clung tightly to Gu Xinyi's neck, refusing to let go. Lily, look at Daddy. Daddy is right here. Gu Xinyi held the little girl tightly, lifting her up level with himself to look at her tears. His voice was warm, trying to soothe the fear in her heart. Daddy, wah. Lily and Mommy were very good. Please don't leave us again, okay? The little one finally spoke. Her crying accompanied her childish voice. The words she said made Gu Xinyi's heart contract with pain. He could only use his gentlest voice to give her his promise. It was Daddy's fault. Daddy promises you he will never disappear again. Lily, you can cry as loud as you want in Daddy's arms. Do whatever you want. Daddy will never ever be annoyed with little Lily. The little girl's hands were still gripping Gu Xinyi's collar tightly. Hearing Gu Xinyi's gentle voice, she wiped the tears from her face and looked earnestly at Gu Xinyi's warm face. The next second, she could no longer control her crying. She threw her tiny arms around Gu Xinyi's neck and began to wail. This was the hardest she had ever cried, and the most uninhibited, though Gu Xinyi felt even more heartbroken. He also felt as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. A heavy burden was lifted. The mixture of emotions was complex and hard to define. He wasn't afraid of her crying and throwing a fit. He was only afraid of her being so cautious, crying so quietly, because sometimes crying and making a fuss is an important way to vent emotions. If that ability was gone, then all those emotions would be suppressed in the heart, and eventually lead to a breakdown. Gu Xinyi tightened his arms around his daughter. Houghton-eyed, worked cascade, gently swaying her, tenderly coaxing little Lily in his arms. The crying gradually stopped, amidst Gu Xinyi's soft words and whispers, but her little face remained buried in his chest, rubbing against Gu Xinyi with all her might. This was the first time little Lily realized that crying her heart out in Daddy's arms could be so comforting. This was a kind of security that Mommy could never quite give her. Before long, the little girl cried herself out and fell asleep in Gu Xinyi's arms. Even then, she still gripped Gu Xinyi's neck in a death grip, refusing to let go, sobbing occasionally in her sleep. Gu Xinyi didn't put her down. He kept holding her. With his little girl clinging to his chest, he was loath to let go. So Xia Xiao called the preschool to excuse Lily. In her current state, the little girl would definitely refuse to leave. Gu Xinyi sighed for a single step. The little home regained its former warmth. Xia Xiao was cooking, and Gu Xinyi used a warm towel to gently clean little Lily's face, which was messy from crying. By the time little Lily woke up again, breakfast was ready. Although it wasn't Daddy's cooking, the little one had a great appetite today, doing them the favor of eating a lot. This made Xia Xiao's eyes sparkle with joy. You see, this little girl was usually so spoiled by Gu Xinyi that she often turned her nose up at Xia Xiao's cooking. After eating, Gu Xinyi held little Lily high up and headed out with Xia Xiao. He had to go to the company. After being in a coma for so long, now that he was awake, he had to show his face at the office to steady everyone's nerves. Xia Xiao had already told him about the company matters. He was very gratified. During the time he was unconscious, not a single person had resigned. Everyone had stayed at their posts and followed Xia Xiao's arrangements, especially Finn and Cole. They had just joined the company, and yet they managed to stick it out. One must know that the contracts Gu Xinyi gave them weren't like those of other entertainment companies that bound their freedom. On the contrary, the contracts Gu Xinyi gave were very flexible, the kind where they could leave at any time. The three of them drove all the way to the company. As soon as they entered, Jenna Li immediately stood up. With a relieved smile on her face, she called out, "Mr. Gu, you're finally back." Gu Xinyi raised an eyebrow. This girl, seeing him, didn't show a hint of surprise on her face, as if she had long known that he had. "Yeah, I'm back. Thanks for the hard work lately." "It wasn't hard at all. Everyone has just been so worried about you." Jenna Li quickly replied, her smile growing even brighter. "Thanks," Gu Xinyi said, expressing his gratitude. Holding little Lily, he walked inside side by side with Xia Xiao. In Gu Xinyi's arms, little Lily looked around curiously with her big eyes. As young as she was, she had no idea that this company was actually named after her. You guys have no idea. Back then, when I saw Xiao crying so heartbreakingly on TV, I steeled my heart and gave old Gu a hard slap. I was hitting him and cursing him, and guess what happened? Hey, as soon as I cursed him once, old Gu's finger suddenly moved. I saw that it was working, so I tried cursing him again. And would you look at that? Old Gu's finger moved again. Just like that, I cursed him straight into... Outside the door, a series of dark lines appeared on Gu Xinyi's forehead. Xia Xiao stood beside him, covering her mouth and giggling. Gu Xinyi finally knew. why everyone hadn't been surprised to see him. It turned out the culprit was right here. The next second, Gu Xingyi pushed the door open and entered. There were quite a few people in the lounge. Basically everyone was there. Lele and Chung Di were listening intently with wide eyes. Finn and Cole also had looks of utter disbelief. Their ears practically perked up. Sienna Yang's expression was indifferent, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Only Sister Yoon seemed normal, holding a set of documents and reading them carefully. The moment they saw Gu Xingyi, everyone's eyes went wide. Only Frank, who had his back to Gu Xingyi, while sitting cross-legged on the sofa, was still talking non-stop. Look at you all, acting like you've never seen the world. Hey, my words are like divine decree. Even if someone's dead, I could bring them back just by shouting. Is that so? How come I didn't know you had that talent? There's a lot you don't know. Old Gu, when did you get here? Your body is still weak. Hurry up and sit down. Frank, who had been bragging, was suddenly questioned. He turned his head as he spoke, and his face was instantly filled with shock. A second later, he decisively changed his expression to a flattering one. Frank, when did you learn how to do a face change act? I think you're really wasting your talent at Starry Anime. How about we open another company, where you can specialize in performing face changes and spiritual healing, paired with your divine words. We'd definitely make a killing every year. Gu Xingyi sat down naturally while holding little Lily. He glanced at Frank and said flatly, "Don't do that. That would be the death of me. Old Gu, I was wrong." What divine words? I don't have anything like that. Frank immediately started pleading his case, completely forgetting what he had just said. Making him give up anime would be worse than killing him. Seeing that Gu Xingyi was ignoring him entirely, he decisively turned his attention to little Lily. Little Lily, come let Uncle give you a hug. Help Uncle say something nice. Do you remember the toys Uncle bought you? Looking at Frank's open arms, little Lily's big eyes blinked and blinked. Then she decisively turned her face away, clinging to Gu Xingyi's neck and refusing to look at Frank anymore. To the little one right now, even her mother's embrace wasn't as good as this, let alone Frank's. Seeing little Lily act like this, everyone burst out laughing together. Frank was stunned, feeling like, in an instant, it was a world where only he was getting hurt. Alright, enough playing around. Let's talk about work first. Mr. Gu, take a look. This is Skyline Entertainment's latest response. Sister Yoon smiled and interrupted everyone's banter, handing a tablet to Gu Xingyi. Hearing this, Gu Xingyi stopped teasing Frank. He took the tablet. On it was Skyline Entertainment's latest Twitter post. Xia Xiao had already told him about the recent situation, so Gu Xingyi knew a thing or two about it. But when he saw Skyline's tweet, and what Will had said, he couldn't help but lose his composure. He looked up at Sister Yoon, his expression a bit strange. This Will guy is the one who sang "Clinging to the Pig's Trotter." Sister Yoon nodded. Yes, and we can't underestimate him. His popularity is still very high. This made Gu Xingyi feel between laughter and tears. For a rapper, in terms of fame, they weren't even as well known as a second-tier artist. It was just that rap is different from other genres, which was why people like him could find a loophole. He remembered back when he had first transmigrated. He had even made fun of that song. He never expected he would end up facing off against him. Gu Xingyi tapped his fingers lightly on the screen. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at everyone gathered around him. His gaze lingered specifically on Finn and Cole. If we go up against Skyline, we're still a bit short on people. Regarding this ultimate voice competition, I've done some research in advance. If they use a human wave strategy, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. So, I'll be looking for a few more people in a bit. As for the results, I can't be certain yet. If I really can't find anyone, then I'll have to trouble those of you here to work a bit harder. Additionally, don't worry about this match. Finn, Cole, it's time for you two to show what you can do. Come to my office for a moment. Gu Xingyi said as he stood up, heading out with his two generals. Everyone else looked at each other. They didn't know just how strong Finn and Cole actually were. They had thought that for this match, Gu Xingyi would go on stage himself. After all, the company was indeed very short-staffed right now. When it came to rap, Chung Di and Xiao Xiao truly didn't know much about it. Only Gu Xingyi remained as steady as a rock. He knew the skills of Finn and Cole. Furthermore, he already had a song in mind. If those two were to sing this song, it would be an absolute dimensional strike against Will. No one knew exactly what kind of song Gu Xingyi had written for Finn and Cole. All they knew was that when the two came back, they were holding the music sheets like they were precious treasures, their faces practically splitting from grinning so hard. Before anyone could even ask, the two had already trotted off and locked themselves in the recording studio. Clearly, they were racing against time to practice the song. Ultimate Voice was broadcast live every Friday at 8:30 p.m. There were 8 episodes in total, lasting for 2 months. It was considered the grandest program before the Lunar New Year. There was less than a week left, so Finn and Cole didn't dare to delay for a second. They knew the moment they got the song that if they could perform it perfectly, it would undoubtedly become their signature track. No doubt about it. Gu Xinyi didn't follow the two of them out. He was currently in his office making phone calls. The company still had too few pillars of support. If he wanted to go toe-to-toe with Skyline Entertainment and other major labels, he still needed to find more people. And he already had some candidates in mind. Not long after, when the group saw Gu Xinyi walk out of his office, his face was covered in a wide smile. Everyone, get ready. Tomorrow, 3 heavy hitters will be joining our company. You all better perk up and make a good impression on them. Everyone looked at each other, and Lele couldn't help but ask curiously, "Wait, Boss Gu, stop keeping us in suspense. Who is it?" The reason they called him Boss Gu was because Sister Yun and Lele had a discussion beforehand. In the future, the company would only have more and more employees. They had to set a good example within the company. They could call him whatever they wanted in private, but they still had to maintain a professional attitude at work. Of course, Xia Xiao and Chen Feng were the exceptions. One was the boss's wife, and the other was a company shareholder, so naturally, there was no need to call him that. Even though everyone was extremely curious, Gu Xinyi still kept his mouth shut with a smile. "It wouldn't be fun if I just told you. You'll find out when they arrive tomorrow. Think of it as a surprise for you all." The group huffed in dissatisfaction. They felt like a cat was scratching at their hearts. Gu Xinyi chuckled and ignored them, instead turning to Sienna Yang. "Manager Yang, I'll have to trouble you some more. The company is finally getting on the right track. Hire whoever we need for operations. Also, put out the word, starting today, Starry Entertainment is officially recruiting new singers. Xia Xiao and I will personally conduct the interviews over the next few days. For anyone who passes the interview, don't worry about finding good songs." Hearing Gu Xinyi say this, Sienna Yang's eyes gleamed with intensity. Gu Xinyi seemed to have changed a lot after waking up this time. If the old Gu Xinyi was a bit hesitant and kept to himself, then the current Gu Xinyi was in full battle mode. The aura he radiated had also become much stronger. He was planning to take on the entire entertainment industry single-handedly. It was his own talent that gave him the confidence to be able to do this. "Fine. I'll register the company's official Twitter account. I'll also expand our promotion across various platforms." Sienna Yang nodded in agreement. Once the tasks were more or less handed out, the group chatted for a while longer. Sienna Yang was the first to leave. In the early stages of the company, she, as the HR manager, would be the busiest. Shortly after Sienna Yang left, 2 pieces of news appeared on the internet, one after another, causing the netizens to get excited all over again. Just last night, netizens were still worried about whether Starry Entertainment could handle Will's challenge. However, after only a single night, the situation underwent a total reversal. The first piece of news was undoubtedly that Gu Xinyi had woken up and been discharged from the hospital. A paparazzi had captured a photo of Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao walking out of the hospital together. In the photo, besides both looking a bit pale, there were no issues. Once this information came out, the netizens instantly lost their cool. In less than a few hours, Gu Xinyi's name appeared on the trending list once again. Under these trending topics, the netizens' comments were incredibly lively. Everyone was scrambling to discuss it. "Holy crap, he's awake? For real? I didn't go to much school, don't lie to me. Didn't they say he was in a deep coma? He doesn't look like he's in bad shape in the photo. Gu Xinyi is such a jerk. Everyone was so worried about him, and I even shed a few tears for him. He wakes up and doesn't even give us an update. Crocodile tears. Ha ha ha. It's good that he's awake, that's all that matters. I really want to know if Will is panicking right now." "Will, I'm not panicking at all. I'll just cling to the pig's trotters." "Gu Xinyi, I heard your name is Will?" Insert meme of Gu Xinyi with red laser eyes. Many entertainment companies saw the trending topics and their hearts were filled with bitterness. Fine, as soon as this guy comes back, the trending list is almost entirely occupied by him. For a moment, they were reminded of the fear of being dominated by this guy. Even Harold, when he learned that Gu Xinyi had woken up, couldn't help but feel a pang of dread. For this reason, he specifically asked Will if he was confident. Will confidently stated there was no problem. He had never feared anyone in the rap game. But Harold was still uneasy. After all, Ingrid had been defeated before, and she was a former diva. But since the word was already out, Harold could only hope that Gu Xinyi wouldn't be able to write rap music. The second topic the netizens were discussing was that Starry Entertainment had officially started recruiting singers. Moreover, they broke all the rules. As long as you have the ability, and as long as you have confidence, Starry Entertainment wouldn't turn anyone away. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao would personally interview everyone. Once you passed the interview, the compensation was also extremely generous, and you would even get songs written by Gu Xinyi himself. If Gu Xinyi's awakening had only shocked the netizens and the other companies, then this news was undoubtedly an earthquake for the entertainment industry. It was foreseeable that once Starry Entertainment succeeded, the industry model would be rewritten, and a new era would officially arrive. The high walls of the past would no longer exist. Anyone with talent would be given an important role, allowing them to quickly make a name for themselves. For those talented singers at the bottom and those newcomers, their opportunities would be much greater. But for the corporate giants, Starry Entertainment was challenging their very bottom line. The old entertainment company model relied on capital, connections, and casting couches. Very few truly talented singers were actually able to become famous. But once this news from Starry Entertainment came out, it undoubtedly gave hope to many people. Their fundamental interests were being shaken. From now on, everyone with talent would go to Starry Entertainment to apply. Who would still come to their companies? At this, every company couldn't sit still. They began contacting each other to exchange opinions. Finally, their collective gaze turned toward the big three. Soundwave Entertainment showed no movement at all, acting as if it were dead. Skyline Entertainment and Prime Entertainment formed a rare alliance and put out the word. They would form an offensive and defensive pact to shatter Gu Xinyi's myth of invincibility at the ultimate voice and boycott Starry Entertainment in every field. At the same time, Skyline and Prime also invited every company in the industry to join them in imposing sanctions on Starry Entertainment. The first step of the sanctions would begin with the ultimate voice. If the previous 3-day carnival festival was just a minor skirmish between Gu Xinyi and Skyline, then from here on out, it would be an all-out war between him and the entire industry. Marcus, you've gone too far. Inside the Prime Entertainment building, Anyun Miao's mouth was tightly pursed, and her face looked pale. Behind the desk not far from her, Marcus was slowly sipping his tea, a smug smile in his beady eyes. Anyun, watch your attitude. Is that the tone you use to speak to company leadership? I already accepted that gig. Why was it revoked and given to someone else? I'm clearly the one who negotiated it first. Anyun Miao clenched her fists, unaware that her nails were digging into her skin. She had clearly been working so hard, and after finishing this autograph session and concert tour, she would have saved up enough money to pay her breach of contract fee. But at this exact moment, the company canceled her tour and gave the gig to someone else instead. The activity was handed over to someone else at the last second. She went to her agent to ask about it, but her agent also had a look of difficulty. Finally, the agent told her in a low voice that she had offended someone. The person who suspended all her activities was none other than Marcus, who was sitting right there drinking tea. Facing Anyun Miao's questioning, Marcus didn't rush and let out a slow chuckle before saying, Anyun, this is where you're wrong. The company has its own arrangements. You just need to follow orders. Of course, if you're willing, accompany me to a cocktail party tonight, and I'll arrange new activities for you as early as tomorrow. How about it? Give it some thought. As he spoke, Marcus set down his teacup. He narrowed his beady eyes and looked Anyun Miao up and down with a face full of smiles. Ever since a man named Gu Xinyi appeared in the music industry, Prime Entertainment, which never focused on music, made the situation even more difficult for the singers. During this period, he had certainly enjoyed many benefits. For the sake of their futures, which of those singers didn't obediently submit? Only this Anyun Miao was stubborn and wouldn't change, and yet she was so beautiful that she kept Marcus's heart constantly itching. In your dreams, I'd rather die than let you have your way. Onion Meow glared at Marcus, the anger and sorrow in her heart reaching their peak. She had only given him a slap last time. She didn't expect him to still not give up. Now he was actually using such despicable methods. Heh, then please leave, and I can guarantee you that from now on, all company activities will have nothing to do with you. Even if you die, you'll die as an employee of this company. Marcus wasn't panicked at all. He knew Onion Meow was from an ordinary family and couldn't afford the breach of contract fee. He didn't believe a minor singer could actually turn the world upside down. Bang! Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open again. A shady, rat-eyed little man like you is not worthy of my Onion. Pa, Onion, let's go. Marcus stared blankly at the young girl who had burst in. He knew this was Onion Meow's little assistant, but he hadn't expected this little assistant to have such a temper. Do you know who you're talking to? Marcus's face instantly darkened. He had lorded it over everyone in the company for years. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. It was truly a first. I'm talking to you, you beady-eyed rat. One look, and I can tell you're not a good person. Onion Meow was also a bit dazed. This was the first time she had seen Stella Ran like this. To be honest, she was a bit taken aback. Fine. I see you don't want to work in this industry anymore. Marcus couldn't help but laugh out of pure anger. A lowly assistant dared to be so arrogant. I'm just a little assistant. If you're so capable, fire me. Besides, if one place won't have us, another surely will. You know Gu Xinyi, right? We're going to join him. Hearing Gu Xinyi's name, not only was Onion Meow stunned, but even Marcus was stunned. Marcus was stunned because of Gu Xinyi. He didn't just know him. The company had held many meetings because of him, but after a moment, he burst out laughing. A little assistant, and a third-tier minor celebrity. You think Gu Xinyi would stick his neck out for you? None of your business. Onion, let's go. Before Onion Meow could react, Stella Ran aggressively pulled her and slammed the door as they left. Only Marcus was left alone, staring blankly at the tea that had been splashed all over the desk. This little thing was far too ignorant of the ways of the world. Outside Marcus's office door, Onion Meow was still a bit dazed. It wasn't until Stella Ran pulled her out the main entrance that she finally snapped out of it. Stella. She was actually just pretending to be strong. She was just a young girl after all, facing a situation like that. What she did just now had taken all of her courage. She didn't expect her little assistant, who usually kept a low profile, to actually be so amazing. Onion, don't be sad. I really couldn't stand listening to it outside. What that animal said was just too much. I'm not sad. Stella, you were so cool. Onion Meow said quickly, holding Stella Ran's hand. She had been truly impressed by Stella's appearance just now. Ha, was I cool? Hee, Stella Ran chuckled. She had only been acting on that surge of anger. Now that the anger had faded, she was still a bit scared in her heart. Onion Meow asked a couple of questions, and then felt a bit dejected. But because of this, you won't be able to stay in the company anymore. They'll definitely make life difficult for you. Don't be afraid, Onion. I wasn't just saying that. Look who I contacted. As she spoke, Stella Ran held Onion Meow's phone up to her eyes, her face full of excitement. I just saw that Starry Entertainment is recruiting, and they've clearly made it known that they're going up against the rest of the industry. I used your phone to contact Xiao Xiao. Her. She agreed to help you pay the breach of contract fee. Xiao? Onion Meow was stunned for a moment, and her mind couldn't help but recall that woman who was as gentle as water. Then she took the phone. On it was indeed her chat interface with Xiao Xiao. Ever since the last new song gala, after she and Xiao Xiao had added each other, they hadn't really chatted much. They only, occasionally, discussed things related to songs. But now, there were clearly many more messages. It was Stella Ran who had used her phone to contact Xiao Xiao, and the other side had actually readily agreed to Stella Ran's request. She really hadn't expected that in the end, it would be Xiao Xiao, whom she had only met a few times, who helped her. Onion, Starry Entertainment needs people right now, and you need a company. Isn't it perfect? And I believe with your talent, you can definitely help. Starry Entertainment earned back that breach of contract fee very quickly, so don't hesitate anymore. Stella Ran saw Onion Meow didn't react, and thought she might be worried, so she quickly tried to comfort her. Onion Meow looked up, her expression A bit complicated. I'm not hesitating. I'm just a bit sentimental. I never expected the person I once competed with for the championship would become my benefactor today. Whether or not I can help them earn back the fee, they helped me first, so we owe them this favor. Hehe, that's what happens when you find a good husband. But I believe the husband Onion finds in the future won't be bad either. Who said anything about finding a husband? Onion, why are you blushing? Ha. The clouds dispersed and the mist cleared. The two began playing around again. Onion Meow's face turned bright red at Stella Rand's words, but in her heart she couldn't help but wonder. Is there really a better husband than Gu Xinyi? Are we going to Prime Entertainment tomorrow? Yeah. After dropping Lily off at preschool tomorrow morning, we'll head straight there. For things like this, the sooner the better. I'll go with you. In Riverdale, the family of three was having lunch. Xiaoxiao was still discussing tomorrow's arrangements with Gu Xinyi. Actually, in Gu Xinyi's eyes, this was quite simple. Breach of contract? Just pay the money and take the person. Xiaoxiao still felt a bit emotional in her heart. When Onion Meow mentioned it to him on Instagram earlier, he still found it a bit hard to believe. Yun Meow's performance at the new Song Gala was something he still remembered very clearly. He didn't expect that such a talented singer would actually be put in cold storage. One can only say that corporate greed is far too ridiculous these days. After finishing the meal, Gu Xinyi was curled up on the sofa, watching little Lily play with her toys. He suddenly patted her little head and asked, "Lily, do you want to have your own little bedroom?" Little Lily looked up at Gu Xinyi with an innocent gaze. Gu Xinyi quickly added, "Little Lily, you're a big girl now. Daddy is going to prepare a separate little bedroom for you. Is it okay if you sleep by yourself?" The little one understood this time. She immediately dropped the toy in her hand, hugged Gu Xinyi's arm, and wrinkled her little nose. "No! Lily wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. But Lily has grown up, so you should have your own little room. Otherwise, when the other kids at preschool find out that Lily is still sleeping with her parents, they'll laugh at you, especially that Penny Fang. She'll definitely mock little Lily for being a baby who won't grow up." Gu Xinyi tapped little Lily's nose, patiently trying to persuade her. He even brought up little Lily's least favorite chubby kid. One could say he was putting in a lot of effort. Sure enough, as soon as Lily heard she'd be mocked, even her little eyebrows knitted together tightly. Her face took on a look of conflict. Seeing this, Gu Xinyi quickly pressed his advantage. "The little room is very beautiful. Lily will definitely love it. And Daddy and Mommy's room is right next door. It's very close." Little Lily pouted, and finally agreed. "Okay then, but Daddy, every night, you still have to tell me a story." "Daddy and Mommy will definitely coax our little treasure to sleep. Let's pinky promise." Seeing Lily agree, Gu Xinyi felt a surge of joy. He hurried to perform the pinky promise ceremony with the little one. As expected, his little girl is the most sensible. He had seen online that many children need to be coaxed for a long time before they'll live on their own. Having made the agreement with little Lily, Gu Xinyi happily shouted toward Xiaoxiao, who was still cleaning up in the kitchen, "Wife, we don't have anything to do this afternoon, so let's just move today. We don't need to bring much. Everything over there is basically ready." In the kitchen, Xiaoxiao, who had been listening to Gu Xinyi coaxing Lily, had a slight blush on her face. Only when she heard Gu Xinyi calling her did she lower her head and reply softly, "Okay." After tidying up the house for a bit, there was no need to move any of the furniture. The new house already had everything. They only needed to bring their daily necessities and little Lily's toys. 2 hours later, the family was all packed up. Bags and suitcases were loaded into the car, and they drove to their new home. Before long, the family arrived at the residential complex where the new home was located. New City Gardens. The car drove all the way into the underground parking garage. Gu Xinyi was the first to get out to grab the luggage. Xiaoxiao took little Lily, and the three of them went straight into the elevator. This was little Lily's first time here. She blinked her big eyes, which were full of curiosity. Shortly, they reached the 18th floor. Xiaoxiao led little Lily out of the elevator first. Gu Xinyi followed behind with the luggage to the front door. Xiaoxiao entered the code, which had already been changed. The door opened, and they entered the foyer. The two changed into slippers, and Xiaoxiao helped little Lily put on her pretty little pink slippers. Only then did she lead the little one into the living room. The sight of the vast, bright living room made the little one's eyes widen involuntarily Every single thing in this new home before her eyes was undoubtedly a novel presence to her. Lily, this is our new little home. Gu Xinyi set down the luggage in his hand, and along with Xia Xiao, he led the still somewhat shy little Lily. Further inside. Lily, Daddy and Mommy will take you to see your little bedroom. Little Lily followed Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao inside with a well-behaved expression. Having just arrived in an unfamiliar place, she was still a little bit scared, until Gu Xinyi gently opened the little girl's bedroom door. Her eyes lit up instantly. What met little Lily's eyes was a pale pink world. The entire floor was covered in a soft, fluffy rug, decorated with images of various cartoon characters. A heart-shaped princess bed sat in the middle. Next to the princess bed was a small pink cartoon sofa. On the other side was a tiny nightstand, with a nightlight sitting on top. Little Lily had never seen such a beautiful bedroom. This place looked just like the princess's room. In the fairy tales Daddy told her, Gu Xinyi picked up little Lily and carefully placed her on her little bed. The soft mattress sank down immediately. Back when they chose this apartment, the most important factor was that they both liked this small bedroom. It was clear that little Lily really loved it. Her eyes were full of sparkling light. Gu Xinyi dotedly ruffled little Lily's hair. Lily, do you like this little bedroom? Little Lily used her palm to press down on the soft little bed beneath her. Her big eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. Daddy, is this Lily's little bedroom? Yeah, Gu Xinyi hummed with a smile. Lily likes it very much. Getting Gu Xinyi's affirmative answer, a brilliant smile blossomed on little Lily's face. She flopped onto the soft little bed and rolled from side to side, as if wanting to make this room that belonged to her carry her own scent. At this moment, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao both smiled with relief. The little one's happiness was more important than anything. Amidst laughter and conversation, the family prepared their first dinner in the new home. When it was time for the little one to go to sleep, just like always, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao sat on either side to accompany her. Gu Xinyi told a fairy tale as usual, and little Lily drifted into a sweet sleep during the story. After confirming the little one was sound asleep, the two of them quietly turned off the light and left the little bedroom. Returning to the master bedroom, only the two of them were left alone. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit heavy. I'll go take a shower first. Gu Xinyi was the one who broke the silence. He took a deep breath and hurried into the bathroom. This made Xia Xiao, behind him, unable to suppress a smile. She sat on the bed and turned on the bedside lamp, then turned off the main chandelier in the master bedroom. Under the warm orange light of the lamp, her pretty face had already turned pink. When Gu Xinyi came out of the bathroom, he saw Xia Xiao with her head lowered, clutching her pajamas in her arms. Without even looking at him, she hurried past him and slipped into the bathroom. The sound of water in the bathroom started again. It sounded exceptionally clear. In the quiet room, Gu Xinyi sat down on the bed. He felt like his heart was beating with unusual strength tonight. Thump, 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 thump. There was no little Lily tonight. Xia Xiao still had her head lowered when she came out of the bathroom. Gu Xinyi looked over after hearing the door open, and he couldn't take his eyes off her anymore. She was wearing a very thin nightgown. Under the light, he could vaguely see her fair skin through the nightgown. Xia Xiao's pretty face was completely flushed. Even her earlobes were tinged with red. What? She still walked straight to the side of the bed where Gu Xinyi was. She sat down, her small hands unnaturally tugging at the corner of her clothes. Husband. This word caught him off guard, making Gu Xinyi's heart almost stop beating. He looked up at her pretty face but didn't respond immediately. Xia Xiao finally looked up and met Gu Xinyi's eyes. Having just taken a shower, her body still carried a faint fragrance. Her flushed little face was moist and dewy. The charm in those almond eyes was exceptionally alluring, making Gu Xinyi's breathing grow a bit heavy. Wife, I won't be able to hold back if you're like this. Xia Xiao just looked at him. A moment later, her eyes suddenly curved, and a smile appeared on her face. It wasn't until this incident that I realized love must be timely. I'm ready. It's just that your body, Gu Xinyi didn't answer. Instead, he directly reached out and wrapped his arms around her neck, pulling her into his embrace. He used actual action to prove that there was absolutely nothing wrong with his body. Feeling her tender lips once more, along with her burning body, Gu Xinyi could no longer endure it. His hands involuntarily roamed across her back. They caressed each other as they rolled onto the bed. Ultimately, Gu Xinyi gained the upper hand, pinning her beneath him. While catching her breath, A flush of shyness flashed across Xiaoxiao's face. She struggled to use her hand to block Gu Xinyi, who was leaning down to kiss her again. She whispered softly. The next second, the bedside lamp was turned off. The room was plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the nightgowns they wore gradually faded away. Before long, they were completely bare with each other. The newly bought bed also began to creak under the burden. The next moment, soft whispers rang out, sounding like a low sob, intertwined with Gu Xinyi's heavy breathing. It was like a pleasant symphony being played in the dark of night, a night of joy with boundless romance. The next morning, it was very difficult for Gu Xinyi to get up. He admitted he had indeed been showing off a bit last night. His body really couldn't handle it, but he had to get up because he still had to send little Lily to school. Xiaoxiao was still sleeping peacefully beside him. Gu Xinyi carefully printed a light kiss on her lips and couldn't help but feel that softness one more time. Only then did he leave on tiptoe. Although his body was struggling, his hands were indeed very honest. After hastily making breakfast, little Lily had already woken up. She was lying on her little bed, with her feet up, studying the cartoon bear on her pillow. Hearing Gu Xinyi knock and enter, little Lily reached out her two short arms, asking for her father's help. Gu Xinyi was instantly gratified. As expected, his little girl is the most well-behaved. The first time sleeping alone, and she didn't even cry when she woke up in the morning. After breakfast, Gu Xinyi dropped little Lily off at preschool. When he returned, Xiaoxiao was still sleeping. It seemed that it wasn't just him. Xiaoxiao was equally exhausted last night. Gu Xinyi thought for a bit, and slipped back under the covers. He sat on the bed and started scrolling through Twitter. Xiaoxiao on the bed seemed to have been woken up by his movements. Her eyes were still closed, but her soft body wrapped around him. Her hands hugged his waist. Gu Xinyi gave a gentle smile, and reached out to hold her hand. He saw her pretty face begin to flush again. Awake? Xiaoxiao buried her little face in Gu Xinyi's waist, and gave a muffled response. Damn it, wife. Gu Xinyi's smile froze, and his breathing became erratic, because her small hand had already slipped under his clothes, fumbling around his abdomen. Xiaoxiao buried her face even deeper, even her earlobes becoming translucent and red. Good grief. Even if Gu Xinyi's body was struggling, he still couldn't resist it. What kind of man could withstand such a temptation? And in the early morning at that, the next moment, Gu Xinyi slipped back under the covers once more. Another round of passion ensued. It wasn't until an hour later that the two finally stopped. Gu Xinyi lay on the bed, exhausted. He only felt that his body had been completely drained, and he had no strength left at all. After resting for quite a while, Gu Xinyi finally asked softly, getting up? Okay. Still curled under the blanket, Xiaoxiao gave a muffled response. They showered and had breakfast. Not until 10:30 a.m. did the two finally walk out the door, driving toward Prime Entertainment. Fortunately, they hadn't forgotten that they were going to Prime Entertainment to get someone today. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. In the first-floor lobby of the Prime Entertainment building, Anyun Miao and Stella Ran had long been waiting in the company. Unlike Anyun Miao's composure, Stella Ran was constantly checking the time on her phone. Stella, since they said they would come, then they definitely will. There's no need to rush. Garon. Shouldn't you send a message to Xiaoxiao and ask? It's already 1000 p.m. How could Stella Ran not be anxious? All of their hopes were pinned on Gu Xinyi and Xiaoxiao. If they really didn't show up, then she and Anyun Miao would be finished. As the two waited anxiously, they didn't see Gu Xinyi and Xiaoxiao arrive, but they did see an uninvited guest. Oh, isn't this Anyun Miao? Why are you at the company at this time? Do you have an activity? The newcomer was wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses. She looked at Anyun Miao in front of her, her pointed chin raised high. This high and mighty attitude, combined with that face full of plastic surgery, made Stella Ran unable to stop feeling nauseous. Anyun Miao only gave the newcomer a faint glance, and had no intention of responding. This woman had always been her rival. Yesterday's autograph session was also snatched away by her. Anyun Miao didn't even have to think to know why she was able to get that activity. Toward this kind of person, she really didn't want to say a single word. Stella Ran, however, didn't indulge her at all, and snapped back directly. Is the company your house? We come and go as we please. What business is it of yours? You're just being stubborn. Just you wait until things get ugly for you. To say who in the entire company wanted to see Onion Meow's downfall the most, it would definitely be this woman in sunglasses, Jada. She curled her lips, looking completely leisurely and content. With her old rival falling, Prime Entertainment's already scarce music resources would definitely lean toward her. What are Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao doing here? No idea. Could the company be collaborating with them? Maybe. Just then, a wave of discussion suddenly broke out in the lobby, causing everyone there to instinctively turn their gaze toward the entrance. They saw that at the doorway, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, dressed in formal wear, were wearing smiles on their faces as they strolled into the lobby. As soon as this couple appeared, it was as if everyone else in the entire lobby had lost a bit of their luster. Comparisons truly are odious, and people simply could not compare to them. The two of them walking side by side was simply too dazzling. Seeing the two of them walking straight toward her, Jada instinctively took a step back, but she didn't expect them to stop right in front of her. Then, Xia Xiao let go of Zhu Xinyi's hand and greeted Onion Meow with a smile. Onion, we're here. Xia Xiao's single sentence caused a stir at the scene. No one expected that Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao were actually here for Onion Meow. Lately, they had more or less heard about what had been happening to Onion Meow. Stella Ran, standing to the side, had stars in her eyes. In her eyes, the current Xia Xiao looked like an angel descending from heaven. She immediately declared in her heart that besides Onion, Xia Xiao was now her second favorite person. Alright, let's take care of business first. Seeing that the three women were about to start chatting, Gu Xinyi quickly cut in. Then he walked toward the reception desk at the front of the lobby. Xia Xiao nodded and followed behind with Onion Meow and Stella Ren. Onion Meow's heart was far from calm right now, even though she had always believed that if Xia Xiao said she would come, she definitely would. But when the two of them truly appeared right in front of her, she inexplicably felt like crying. She, who hadn't cried through even greater setbacks, was truly moved by Xia Xiao, someone she had only met a handful of times. The girl at the Prime Entertainment reception desk had already noticed Gu Xinyi and his group. After all, with so many people at the scene, everyone was currently standing still and watching. By the time Gu Xinyi reached the desk, she had already notified the company executives. Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. Company management will be here shortly. All right, Gu Xinyi said with a smile. This receptionist certainly knew how to handle things. Before long, two people hurried out of the Prime Entertainment elevator. But the moment one of those two appeared, Stella Ran bared her teeth at him. Neither of them looked pleased when they saw Gu Xinyi. One of them asked Gu Xinyi with a sneer, "Isn't this the famous Starry from the internet? I wonder what brings you to Prime." Gu Xinyi glanced sideways at the speaker, but said nothing. This attitude made the other person a bit angry. With a dark expression, he followed up, "Gu Xinyi, what exactly are you doing here? If you don't say, we'll have to call security to escort you out." Gu Xinyi swept a glance over the two of them, then turned to look at Stella Ran behind him. Who are these two? They've got quite the attitude. If I didn't know better, I'd think they were the chairman of Prime. Stella Ran gave a little snicker and immediately introduced them sarcastically. The one who spoke first is Dexter Liu, the general manager of operations. The beady-eyed one behind him is a board member who does nothing but eat. That's Marcus. Stella Ran's words gave Gu Xinyi some understanding. Obviously, Stella's attitude toward these two was completely different. This Marcus guy was clearly no good. Manager Liu and Marcus, is it? Is this how your company treats guests? Where is Clarence Tien? Have him come out to speak. Gu Xinyi was, after all, the chairman of Starry Entertainment. In terms of status, these two really didn't carry much weight in front of him. To his surprise, as soon as Gu Xinyi spoke, Marcus's expression became even uglier. You think you're worthy of a conversation with our CEO? Security, security, after shouting, Marcus directly called for the guards. The security at the door also began hurrying over. Gu Xinyi raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Prime Entertainment to have such a blockhead. If they really kicked him out today, then a serious grudge would be formed. A company is open for business. When a chairman from another company visits in person, and he's kicked out by subordinate management, then there would truly be no common ground left for the two companies to discuss. Wait a minute, Marcus. This is where you're wrong. Chairman Gu came here in person. How can you kick him out? Don't you care about being a laughingstock? Just as the security guards were about to swarm in, another voice came from the elevators. After everyone looked over, the employees of Prime Entertainment all called out, "Chairman Tian!" Gu Xinyi followed suit and looked over. The newcomer was a man with small beady eyes. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Gu Xinyi had seen his photo online. It was indeed Clarence Tian, the chairman of Prime Entertainment. "Chairman Gu, my subordinates were poor hosts, please excuse them. But I wonder, what brings you to my small company?" Clarence Tian walked to the very front of the crowd with a chuckle, and asked Gu Xinyi directly. Gu Xinyi finally gave a faint smile. "Chairman Tian, you're joking. If Prime is a small company, then my starry entertainment isn't even worth a sesame seed. I'm here today, of course, to give Chairman Tian some money. But to think someone actually tried to stop such a good thing, I'm truly surprised. Prime's hospitality really needs some improvement." The two were speaking in riddles. This was the first time Clarence Tian had met Gu Xinyi. He looked at the young man before him, who was only in his 20s, but he didn't dare underestimate him at all. Anyone who could take on the entire industry single-handedly, underestimating him would only result in a worse defeat. Giving me money? Is there really such a good thing? I wonder what money Chairman Gu is here to give. Clarence Tian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and shifted his gaze to Anyun Miao beside Xia Xiao. He instantly had a good idea of what was going on. He naturally knew about Anyun Miao's situation. She was just a minor singer. He had simply looked the other way and allowed Marcus to run wild. He just hadn't expected that a minor singer could actually bring in a heavyweight like Gu Xinyi. "Chairman Tian, this doesn't seem like the place for a conversation. We might as well sit down and talk." Right. Look at my memory. As I get older, I sometimes forget my manners. Come, let's talk in the conference room. After saying that, Clarence Tian led Gu Xinyi with a smile. The group walked toward the elevators together. Gu Xinyi also wore a smile. The two were chatting and laughing like that. If one didn't know better, they'd think these two old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Once in the conference room, everyone took their seats. Clarence Tian spoke up again. "All right, Chairman Gu can say it now, right? What kind of good business is worth a personal trip from Chairman Gu? As it happens, my wife, Xia Xiao, is very close friends with your employee, Anyun Miao. She's a dear friend. When she heard Anyun wasn't doing too well here, my wife couldn't even sleep. So I'm here this time to take Anyun Miao with me. I'll pay the full breach of contract fee. How about it? A good deal like this. I'm sure Chairman Tian wouldn't refuse." After finishing this speech, the conference room fell silent. Xia Xiao's face turned slightly red. Anyun Miao's mouth hung slightly open. Stella Rand snickered. What kind of reason was that? Marcus and Manager Lu felt like he was just acting, but they had no evidence. Clarence Tian cursed in his heart. He felt that this jerk, Gu Xinyi, was just bullying him for being uncultured. That's why he spoke so formally and elegantly, with thorns hidden in soft words, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. "Chairman Gu, taking someone away with just a single word. Isn't that a bit too much?" Clarence Tian stopped smiling. His beady eyes were fixed on Gu Xinyi. "Chairman Tian, isn't this a good thing that benefits both sides? You get the money, I take the person. Besides, we're considering it a unilateral breach, so we'll pay the full contract termination fee. It doesn't seem like you're losing anything." Gu Xinyi had a calm expression. He met Clarence Tian's gaze without a trace of fear. "Since Chairman Gu has come in person to ask for the person, then I must give you some face. However, the termination fee is 20 million. Chairman Gu should think it over carefully. Is a third-tier minor singer really worth that price?" A moment later, Clarence Tian laughed again and spoke with a hint of mockery. The atmosphere in the conference room became harmonious once more. Hearing this, Anyun Miao glanced at Gu Xinyi, then stared fixedly at Clarence Tian. Indeed, 20 million. What was laughable was that she had earned more than 20 million for Prime. Yet in the end, she couldn't even afford the 20 million termination fee herself, and had to be insulted by the very people who sucked her blood. "You don't need to worry about that, Chairman Tian. I believe that in the future, Anyun Miao will prove to you herself that your judgment today was indeed poor. Chairman Tian, bring out the contract." Gu Xinyi stared at Clarence Tian and said slowly. The air of authority he radiated caused Clarence Tian's already small eyes to narrow. "Fine. Since Chairman Gu is so confident, it would be wrong for me to decline any further. As Clarence Tien spoke, he instructed his secretary to retrieve Onion's contract. Chairman Tien, we can't. Shut up. Marcus, sitting beside Clarence Tien, saw the chairman's secretary already going for the contract, and he suddenly grew anxious. He wanted to persuade Clarence Tien, but he was roared down by an angry Clarence Tien. Seeing that Clarence Tien was truly angry, Marcus quickly pulled his head back. Gu Xinyi, on the other hand, watched this scene with complete leisure. He smiled and then spoke again. Chairman Tien, I still have some respect for you personally. However, your company's board members are truly a disappointment. Clarence Tien narrowed his beady eyes and gave Gu Xinyi a flat look. His smile was gone now. Our company's internal affairs are not for Chairman Gu to worry about. Gu Xinyi remained smiling. Before long, the secretary brought the contract and placed it before Clarence Tien. Clarence Tien glanced down at the contract, then looked back up at Gu Xinyi. All right, the contract is here. You can take a look. I trust Chairman Tien's way of doing things. Wife, pay the money. Gu Xinyi interlaced his fingers and didn't even bother to flip through the contract. And Yun Miao, leaving unilaterally, only required paying the money. She could tear up the contract and leave whenever she wanted. On this point, even Prime Entertainment wouldn't dare play any tricks. And Prime Entertainment wouldn't want to play tricks anyway, because they weren't losing anything at all. To them, this was purely getting something for nothing. Xia Xiao took out her phone and performed a few operations, then nodded to Gu Xinyi. Not long after, someone from the finance department came in, whispering into Clarence Tien's ear. Chairman Tien, our corporate account has received the transfer from Starry Entertainment. It's exactly 20 million, not a cent less. Hearing this, Clarence Tien's small eyes narrowed even more, leaving only 2 small dots on his face. He pushed the contract on the table toward Gu Xinyi. Good. Here's the contract for you. Only then did Gu Xinyi take the contract and move it in front of Anyun Miao. See if this is indeed your contract. Anyun Miao bit her lip and looked at Gu Xinyi, her eyes already turning moist. Go ahead and check it. Once we're done, let's head home. Xia Xiao gently patted her arm and spoke softly. Anyun Miao nodded. She took the contract and flipped through it, then said in a low voice, "It is my contract." That's good, Gu Xinyi nodded, then looked back at Clarence Tien. One thing is settled. Now let's talk about the second matter. Gu Xinyi, are you ever going to finish? Marcus was already about to explode with anger. Now that he heard Gu Xinyi had something else, he snapped on the spot. He stood up and shouted furiously. Even Clarence Tien, who hadn't gotten angry yet, saw his expression turn ugly, his brow furrowed. Chairman Gu, everyone gives each other some face. I advise you not to push your luck. Don't get angry, Chairman Tien. This second matter is just a small thing. It's about Stella Ran, the little assistant. She should also be from your company, since she's always been with Anyun Miao. Why doesn't Chairman Tien do a favor and hand her over to me as well? As Gu Xinyi's voice fell, the others remained calm, but Stella Ran was completely stunned. She hadn't expected that. As such a tiny figure, Gu Xinyi would actually speak to Clarence Tien for her. Although her breach of contract fee wasn't much, it was enough to be a burden for her. She had originally thought about gritting her teeth to scrape together the fee, but she didn't expect Gu Xinyi to bring it up first. Anyun Miao was also stunned for a moment, then quickly whispered, Chairman Gu, I can just pay for Stella's termination fee myself. Gu Xinyi waved his hand at Anyun Miao, still looking at Clarence Tien. After hearing Gu Xinyi's words, Clarence Tien's expression returned to normal. He smiled again. Chairman Gu, aren't you slapping my face by saying that? She's just a little assistant to a third-tier singer. Consider her a gift. Secretary Chen, go and get the contract for, what was it, the little assistant, and give it to Chairman Gu. Secretary Chen nodded and left again. A moment later, he returned with another contract. This time, he handed the contract directly to Gu Xinyi, an employee who wasn't even considered a marginal figure, let alone Clarence Tien. Even this secretary didn't think twice about her. Stella Ran was completely speechless. It turned out that to these people, she wasn't even worthy of a name. How offensive. Then I'll accept with gratitude. Thank you for the warm hospitality today, Chairman Tien. See you again some other day. I hope we can continue to get along so pleasantly. Gu Xinyi stood up and bid farewell with a smile. I've also witnessed your style today, Chairman Gu. It's good to be young. However, I have many things to attend to. so I won't see you out. Clarence Tien also stood up and replied with a smile. Gu Xinyi nodded, took Xiao's hand again, and led Anyun Miao, Stella Ran, and the group out of the conference room in a grand manner. Chairman Tien, he's too arrogant. Why did you give him so much face? As Gu Xinyi's figure disappeared from sight, Marcus's face turned ashen. He looked at Clarence Tien, his face full of resentment. You useless fool. What would you use to stop him? Can't you tell the man has no fear? I can tell you clearly right now. If you had blocked him at the door today, tomorrow you'll still have to call for help. Clarence Tien originally had some fondness for Marcus, that brown-noser. Now, however, he wished he could just kill him. Losing a person was a small matter. Losing his dignity was the real issue. He looked toward the conference room entrance, his beady eyes flickering behind his glasses. He's quite a character. It seems I underestimated him before. This time, Harold, that old fox, has truly met his match. It's a good thing he doesn't do film or TV. Otherwise, I'd be the one with the headache. This brief confrontation with Gu Xinyi made him realize that Gu Xinyi was even more terrifying than the industry rumors suggested. Not just in terms of talent, but even his courage and aura were second to none. Once a young fox like this makes his move, he's bound to be a troublesome existence. We'll just have to see if this season of The Ultimate Voice can suppress him. If it can't, then Skyline is in real trouble. Clarence Tien was still staring out the door, muttering to himself. These words gave Marcus, standing nearby, quite a fright. That was Skyline. A behemoth just like Prime. Just based on that kid Gu Xinyi? As they headed downstairs, Gu Xinyi and the others didn't speak. Anyun Miao kept wanting to say something, but the words remained stuck in her throat. Gu Xinyi and Xiao saw all of this. Gu Xinyi thought for a moment, then spoke to Anyun Miao. Don't overthink it. My decision to take you with me today wasn't just because of my wife. On the other hand, Starry Entertainment really does need more people, and your talent is obvious to everyone. We believe in you, and we believe you'll earn back this termination fee for the company in no time. So there's no need to feel like you owe us anything. It doesn't work like that. When they stepped out of the elevator, the atmosphere in the first-floor lobby had completely changed. They had seen with their own eyes Chairman Tien personally inviting Gu Xinyi upstairs. Now Gu Xinyi was coming back out with Anyun Miao. The result was obvious. Jade's expression was particularly sour. While she wanted to push Anyun Miao out, she didn't want to push her out like this. She wanted to see Anyun Miao destitute. But Anyun Miao had clearly met a powerful benefactor. As the group passed by her, Stella Ran, who had been feeling down earlier, saw her, and couldn't help but start laughing. She made a face at her, and then walked away proudly. Seeing Jada like that, Stella Ran felt much better. Even if she was just a nobody not worthy of a name, she was still much better off than this gold-plated, but rotten-hearted woman. Leaving the Prime Entertainment building, the golden sunlight hit the groove once more. Gu Xinyi unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with those old foxes was truly more exhausting than writing songs. Anyun Miao's gaze was somewhat dazed. From the moment she was threatened with those unspoken rules, she had imagined countless possibilities. The best one was that she'd earn enough money, pay the termination fee, and then return to a normal life, fading away from the world. After all, having offended Prime Entertainment, which of the mid-sized or small companies would ever dare to sign her? As for going to Skyline or Soundwave, how would that be any different from being at Prime? Everyone knew that the contracts from the big three were all roughly the same. Thinking of this, she looked at Gu Xinyi and Xiao walking ahead of her, and a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes. They had used the toughest stance imaginable to bring her out of there, preserving her final shred of dignity. So, even if Gu Xinyi gave her the worst possible contract later, she was determined to sign it. At the very least, she believed that, at Starry Entertainment, things like casting couches wouldn't exist. Anyun, let's go get your luggage first. Xiao, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. She walked over to Anyun Miao, her beautiful eyes curving into a smile, as she asked, Okay, I don't live far from here. It's just up ahead. Stella and I just have some clothes. What? Everything is already packed. Influenced by Xiao's smile, Anyun Miao was stunned for a second, and then a smile grew on her face as well. Anyun Miao and Stella Ran's luggage was indeed very minimal. Once packed, there were only 2 small suitcases. They were easily stowed away. However, the room she lived in made both Gu Xinyi and Xia Shiyao frown. Gu Xinyi couldn't help but complain in his heart. Prime Entertainment is really getting more and more pathetic. For such a talented singer, they actually provided such poor accommodations. Back at the news song gala, Anyun Miao's talent was obvious to everyone. If she were at Starry Entertainment, wouldn't she be treated like a precious treasure? With the luggage loaded, the car drove steadily along the road towards Starry Entertainment. The whole way, Gu Xinyi drove, while the three women chattered in the back, acting as if they were sisters, who hadn't seen each other in years. Especially Stella Ran. Gu Xinyi felt like she and Lele would be a perfect match. Could they be long-lost sisters? But that was fine. With them around, Starry Entertainment was becoming more and more lively. At this moment, inside Starry Entertainment, Jenna Lee at the reception desk was completely stunned. She really learned something new today, and felt incredibly fortunate to have come to Starry, because standing before her was a middle-aged man, who was currently applying with a smile. Is Gu Xinyi not in the office right now? Ah, King Liam. Boss Gu said he'll be here any minute. You can wait in the guest lounge for a bit. Alright, King Liam replied with a smile. Under Jenna Lee's lead, he walked toward the lounge. Pushing open the lounge doors, there were already several people inside. When King Liam saw them, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, which quickly turned into a laugh. Ha ha! I really didn't expect you guys to be here too. That kid, Gu Xinyi, is really trying to flip the entire industry upside down. Brother Liam, even you're here, yet you're talking about us? Inside the lounge, Lele, who was currently serving tea and water, felt her eyelids twitching involuntarily. Gu Xinyi had said before that 3 heavy hitters were joining the company. She never expected it would be them, Caleb, Renee, and King Liam. They were indeed very heavy-hitting, but exactly how did Gu Xinyi manage to poach them from their respective studios? One must know that these 3 people all had their own established studios. They were bosses in their own right, and some of their companies were even larger than Starry Entertainment. For them to be willing to join Starry Entertainment, it was simply beyond ridiculous. King Liam sat down on the sofa with a smile. He looked at the two and replied, I had no choice. I couldn't refuse the things that kid offered. Aren't you two the same? Ha ha ha, that's true. Caleb let out an exaggerated laugh. Renee also nodded with a smile on her face. If there were someone in this industry who could bring these 3 together, besides Gu Xinyi, there really was no one else. That kid told us to come, but he's nowhere to be seen himself. When he gets back, I'm definitely going to give him a piece of my mind. Oh, Brother Liam, I'm back, aren't I? Since I went. Please, have mercy and spare your younger brother just this once. Before King Liam could even finish speaking, Gu Xinyi's voice echoed from the doorway. With him, of course, were Xia Xiao and Anyun Miao. Stella Ran followed closely behind. Seeing the group inside, her expression instantly turned into the same shocked mean face as Lele's had earlier. I guess you really can't talk behind someone's back. The moment I mention him, here the kid is. King Liam shook his head, looking at Gu Xinyi as he walked through the door with a smile. Caleb also watched them enter with a grin, saying, Gu Xinyi, Xia Xiao, Anyun Miao, alright then. Now almost the whole new song gala crew is here. Gu Xinyi swept a glance over everyone present with a beaming smile. His heart was racing with excitement. Now he could rest easy. With these people leading Starry Entertainment, he could truly go all out. Veteran superstar King Liam would be the core, with Renee and Caleb, and Xia Xiao and Anyun Miao forming a new 4 heavenly kings. Behind them were his 2 generals, Finn and Cole. Even the little assistants were a power duo. If he recruited some fresh blood these next few days, it would be absolutely perfect. Haha, since everyone's here, let's get those contracts signed. Where's Manager Yang? Hurry up and lock the door before anyone escapes. He didn't even know how to describe such a luxurious lineup. Gu Xinyi's eyebrows shot up in pure joy as he laughed out loud. You're a company's CEO now. Must you act like this? Sienna Yang arrived a moment later, holding the printed contracts in her hand. Everyone here is family. It doesn't matter. What CEO? In front of you all, you're the bosses. I'm just the one serving tea and water. Gu Xinyi waved his hand, took the contracts from Sienna Yang, and started flipping through them. Then he nodded in satisfaction. These are good. Very well written. Let's go with this. You future pillars of the company should take a look too. While speaking, Gu Xinyi handed out a copy of the contract to each person. Even Xia Xiao received one. There was no avoiding it, even though she was the boss's wife. It was something Xia Xiao Hao had requested herself. She was, after all, a legitimate professional singer. Shifting to business, everyone became serious. They took the contracts and began to review them. Honestly, the reason Caleb, Renee, and King Liam were willing to come was that Gu Xinyi had given them a reason they couldn't refuse. They weren't lacking in status or fame, but they lacked truly great songs that belonged to them. And Gu Xinyi used exactly that point to win the three of them over. The lounge fell into a brief silence. Everyone reviewed their contracts quietly. But the more they read, the wider the smiles on their faces became. Anyun Miao was the exception. She stared at the contract, her eyes wide with shock, because this was a contract that no other entertainment company would ever offer. No time limits, no termination fees. Even leaving was completely at their discretion. It was very similar to a standard labor contract at an ordinary company. If they wanted to quit, they only needed to give a month's notice. Once that time was up, they were free to go. Kid, I know you're looking out for us, but isn't this contract far too unfavorable for you? You know, no entertainment company would ever dare sign this. King Liam had finished the last page by now. He closed the folder and looked up at Gu Xinyi with a teasing smile. Brother Liam, you've misunderstood. Actually, it's not just you. From now on, all artists at Starry Entertainment will sign this exact same contract. Gu Xinyi gestured with the contract in his hand and explained with a smile. I believe using a contract to bind a person is the stupidest thing one can do. If the company is truly good, then even with a free contract, I believe none of you would leave. If the company is bad, then even if you stayed, you wouldn't treat the company with sincerity. Besides, if I can say something a bit arrogant, out of all the entertainment companies, there probably isn't anyone more reliable than me. Gu Xinyi's confident demeanor made everyone in the room look at him with fresh eyes. Even King Liam's eyes showed a hint of admiration. It was true, as far as things stood, only Gu Xinyi had the qualifications to say such things. Only his talent could back up such a claim. Good. I'm also looking forward to my time here at Starry Entertainment. Boss Gu, I am very happy to join Starry Entertainment. King Liam picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. Then he stood up and walked over to Gu Xinyi, extending his hand. Gu Xinyi said, Brother Liam, welcome to Starry Entertainment. I won't let you down. You two, stop with the mutual admiration. Boss Gu, have you already forgotten about us? Caleb had also finished signing his contract by now. He teased the two of them as they shook hands. Renee signed her contract as well, looking over with a smile on her face. Ever since his return, the smile hadn't left Gu Xinyi's face. He laughed. I haven't forgotten, not at all. None of you are getting away. I mean it. Welcome to Starry Entertainment. All three of them burst into laughter. Then they handed their signed contracts to Gu Xinyi, keeping one copy for themselves and giving one to him. By now, Anyun Miao was the only one who hadn't signed. Everyone's gaze naturally turned toward her. Stella Ran, the little assistant, was dying of anxiety on the side. She didn't know what Anyun could possibly be thinking. If it were her, with a contract like this, she would have signed her name in a heartbeat. Seeing Gu Xinyi looking at her with curiosity as well, Anyun Miao gritted her teeth. Boss Gu, I need to make a change to this contract. As soon as she said this, everyone present couldn't help but frown. They didn't understand what Anyun Miao was trying to do. Changing a contract like this? What was this girl thinking? Only Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao had a vague understanding of what Anyun Miao meant. Before Gu Xinyi could even speak, Anyun Miao continued. At the very least, the termination fee you advanced for me must be added. Once that's deducted, then we can proceed with the normal contract terms. The others, who weren't yet aware of the truth, all looked at Anyun Miao with curiosity. They felt like there was definitely a story here. Gu Xinyi pondered for a moment, and seeing the determined look in Anyun Miao's eyes, he finally said, As for the termination fee, let's just draft a separate agreement for that. Whenever you're able, you can simply pay the company back. As for this contract, we'll leave it as is. Business is business. In the future, all artists in the company will follow this standard. Hearing this, Anyun Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She readily signed her name on the contract. This was the outcome Anyun Miao truly wanted to see. What she had lost, She wanted to earn back through her own ability. The kindness Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao showed her was personal. She would keep that in her heart. But company matters had to be kept separate. Now that the contracts are all signed, Boss Gu, what are the instructions for our next step? Caleb asked, seeing that everything had been settled. Caleb, I actually don't need you guys for the time being. Just wait patiently for a while. There will be opportunities for you to make your appearance later on. In this season of The Ultimate Voice, I'm going to give the other companies in the industry a harsh lesson. Boss, you're really out to rewrite the history of the music scene. Haha, I love it, Caleb said as he watched Gu Xinyi act like this, and became even more excited for the days ahead. He felt that it was bound to be an unprecedented spectacle. Over the next few days, everyone fulfilled their respective duties. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao were busy with interviews every day. Unfortunately, very few of the newcomers managed to pass the interview. Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi were professional singers and songwriters themselves, so their standards for the interviews were quite high. Moreover, for Starry Entertainment, Gu Xinyi had positioned it as a premium label. It was about quality, not quantity, so after several days of interviewing, only a handful of people made the cut. Before they knew it, time had reached Friday once again. Regarding Caleb and the others joining the label, Starry Entertainment's confidentiality work had been done perfectly. No one knew about this matter yet. If they found out, it would definitely cause another earthquake. The Ultimate Voice. Episode 2 arrived as scheduled today. The current situation online was clear. Everyone was looking forward to what kind of surprise Gu Xinyi could bring them this time. Ever since Will from Skyline Entertainment issued his challenge, Starry Entertainment had shown no movement, but the audience knew. That jerk Zhu Xinyi was definitely prepared. They were all of the opinion that the reason Starry Entertainment was staying quiet was that they were saving a massive ultimate move. So, as soon as it hit 8:30 p.m., countless netizens gathered in the official live stream. The waiting venue was even more packed than before. At this time, matches on other stages had already begun, but there were very few people watching. They had already heard those trashy songs before. There was no sense of anticipation at all. Only their respective fans were still cheering on their idols. At 8:30 p.m., under the gaze of millions, the challenger, Will, finally stepped onto the stage. He wore a black beanie and a hip-hop style outfit with an arrogant expression. As soon as he got on stage, he picked up the mic and spoke high-profilely to the audience. I heard there's a guy named Gu Xinyi who's good at making songs. I really am not as good as you at love songs, but when it comes to rap, you're nothing, he announced loudly, drawing a wave of boos from below the stage. The bullet chat in the live stream was even more chaotic, with the majority of people cursing at him. Immediately after, Will tilted his head back and said, "Do you know why so many people online hate on me? It's all because a tall tree attracts the wind." After finishing this line, he suddenly started jumping around. Explosive music instantly filled the entire arena. It's all because a tall tree attracts the wind. Attracts the wind. Attracts the wind. It's all because a tall tree attracts the wind. Attracts the wind. Attracts the wind. They all ask me who I am, never thinking that I'm the thunder. They're all taking my lyrics apart, getting a taste of instant fame. It's all my fault. This explosive opening did not draw explosive cheers, but rather explosive laughter. Inside the live stream room, it turned into an ocean of joy. Holy crap, a tall tree attracts the wind? Is this even rap? This is just being a human repeat machine. It's all because your voice is loud. You only know how to repeat one sentence. I'm losing it, brothers. How is this any different from clinging to the pig's trotter? Changing from a 4-bar repeat to a 5-bar? Isn't that enough of a difference? Ha ha ha, it's all because I didn't finish middle school. Limited education. Limited education. Can't appreciate it. Can't appreciate it. Oh my god. This completely subverted my understanding of rap. Someone please save this poor child. On stage, Will was already bouncing around, even his eyes showing a trace of mania. He felt that he had already blown the roof off the place. So he continued to shout, "Pick me. Aw, pick me. Aren't you all so great at the love song segment? Come at me then." Behind the stage, Finn and Cole's mouths were hanging wide open. The two looked at each other, and Finn said in a daze, "Wait, who on earth gave him the courage to sing this garbage? Does he not have even a shred of self-awareness?" Cole also shook his head, looking shocked. This is terrifying. I guess this is the charm of being delusional. The scary part was that Will on stage seemed to feel that this wasn't dominant enough yet, so as he was jumping around, he suddenly leapt off the stage and threw himself into the crowd. The crowd at the scene went crazy. They didn't know whether to catch him or not. In the end, out of respect for the atmosphere, they had to catch him, then quickly set him on the ground and stayed far away. They were afraid that his attention-seeking behavior might be contagious. Finally, amidst the constant repeats of attracting the wind, the song finally came to an end. Will waved to the crowd and retreated proudly and confidently. Both the live and streaming audiences let out a collective sigh of relief at that moment. They poked their tortured ears and started roasting him. After hearing Will's rap, I feel like my tolerance for art has increased significantly. I can no longer look at rap music the same way again. Terrifying. My head is now full of attracting the wind. Is there any hope for me? Starry, come and save the children. Hurry up and defend with a good song to wash our ears. Please, this level of confidence is truly scary. Besides a loud voice, his technique is also garbage. What's happened to the music industry? Under the collective roasting from the netizens, the people from Starry Entertainment finally stepped out. This caused the netizens' hope to ignite once more. When they saw two young men they had never seen before, they were all stunned for a second, and then began to worry in unison. Starry is using rookies. Can they pull this off? Will's skills might be trash, but he really does have a lot of fans. And Capital is packaging him, especially some of the younger fans, who haven't experienced the past eras of music. It's normal for them to be fooled into liking Will. These two from Starry Entertainment, we've never seen them before. They look like total green rookies. Using unknown rookies like this is truly worrying. The live audience also fell into a brief silence, all quietly watching the two on stage. This made Will, who was watching from backstage, even more smug. See? Just from the start, the stage presence gap is obvious. However, Finn and Cole remained very steady. They held their mics, standing back-to-back on the stage with composure. This was their debut performance. Gu Xinyi believed in them, and they would give Gu Xinyi a perfect result in return. The music rose, and the song title appeared on the large screen at that moment. Stranger in the North. Lyrics and music still by Starry, performed by Finn and Cole. Seeing that the lyrics and music were by Starry, the audience's hearts steadied slightly. Regardless of how these two rookies were, Starry's songs were beyond question. Finn on the stage, accompanied by the music. He was the first to raise the microphone and start humming. The melody he hummed softly made everyone perk up their ears to savor every note. However, Will backstage wore a look of disdain. Even the comments online were filled with questions. Some of Will's fans took the opportunity to jump out. No way, Starry. This isn't rap. The intro doesn't sound like rap at all. Rap is usually explosive right away. This opening intro sounds more like a pop song. Peesh. And here I thought Starry was something special. My Will challenged them to a rap battle, and they didn't dare accept. Starry is Starry. You can insult Gu Xinyi, but if you talk trash about Starry, I'm going to lose my mind on you. What's the rush? You'll know if you just keep listening. Who's rushing? You're allowed to talk about our Will, but we can't talk about Starry. Double standard idiots. Just wait to get your faces slapped. Anyway, I believe in Starry unconditionally. On stage, Finn was still humming softly. The melody was still incredible. Cole gripped the microphone with both hands, standing with his back to Finn, waiting silently. The moment the humming ended, the music suddenly became urgent and fast-paced. In that instant, everyone's eyes narrowed. Their hearts couldn't help but tighten. They knew the real show was starting. Sure enough, Cole, who had been standing still, followed the frantic beat and quickly raised his microphone to rap. Starting the journey of my dreams, I left my hometown far behind. The bag on my shoulder is packed with dreams for the future. I'm just like you. I come from a distant place, doing an ordinary job, a homesick drifter. So many people wish their lives could be a little bit better, to change their own history and lessen the pressure on their parents. Every time the new year comes around, there's no escaping that longing for family. I can't go home, because my dreams haven't been realized yet. It was only the beginning, but the eyes of the audience lit up. Both the live crowd and the netizens involuntarily began nodding their heads to the rhythm. Their ears had just been tortured by "A Tall Tree Attracts the Wind" But now they felt like they were receiving a baptism. Many people nodded privately. This was it. This was real rap. As for that, tall tree attracts the wind. In their eyes, it was nothing more than cringy chanting. I told you guys not to rush. Look, here it comes. Just enjoy it. Who said this was a pop song earlier? Come out and take your beating. At this point, I have to mention that old saying again. A starry production. Must be a masterpiece. The lyrics are too good. These two rookies look so cool. The bullet chat in the live stream was flooding the screen. On stage, Cole's breathing was very steady. Despite the fast-paced rap, he maintained perfect control. Picked up the phone and said, "Mom, I'm doing fine. I went back to reality, to keep struggling for my basic needs. I've been praised by some, and mocked by others, but I've never been defeated by reality. This is the life of a drifter." Before Cole's voice even faded, Finn's voice joined in. One rapped while the other hit the high notes. Their coordination was seamless. If the rap part was shocking, then Finn's singing was enough to move one to tears. This was the first time they realized rap could be like this. The lyrics actually struck the deepest parts of the human heart. This kind of impact completely subverted everyone's understanding of rap. I'm drifting toward the north, don't ask about my home. The high, ancient walls can't block out the sorrow. I'm drifting toward the north. I wonder if my family is doing well. My dreams are ahead of me. The heavy bag on my shoulder is filled with melancholy. But it's also my last hope. The two of them completely caught fire. Fiery rap was interspersed with soaring high notes, making one's blood boil while their heart filled with longing. The sparks created by the collision of two different vocal tones, at this moment, made everyone in the venue wave. The light sticks in their hands. The audience couldn't even find the words to describe how they felt at this moment, beyond shocked. It turned out that when hardcore rap and extreme high notes fused together, it could be this intense. One could only sigh and call it the work of a genius. Oh my God, I've got goosebumps all over. These two are here specifically to slap Will's face, aren't they? I wish I were more articulate, but only holy crap can express my shock right now. I'm drifting toward the north. This is insane. It feels like I'm listening to another version of Dreamer's Heart. Hoary, starry, is indeed the same starry we know. Nothing has changed at all. I just want to ask one thing. Will, does your face hurt? Listening to the two on stage, the netizens were now fully hyped up. This fast-paced rap wasn't messy at all. Every single word slammed into their hearts. The sense of power was exploding. Comparing "A Tall Tree Attracts the Wind" to this song was like a preschooler trying to provoke a grown man. There was simply no comparison. At this moment, the people of Starry Entertainment were staring at Gu Xinyi as if they'd seen a ghost. They were worried just moments ago about whether these two rookies could hold down the fort. Turns out, there was absolutely no need for concern. If this wasn't good enough, then nothing else could be. These two had first-class singing skills, and paired with these incredible lyrics and melody, anyone they faced would be utterly crushed. Sienna Yang was especially speechless at this point. She had been doubting the strength of Finn and Cole earlier. After all, Gu Xinyi had basically picked them up from the street. But when she heard "Stranger in the North," she was so shocked she couldn't speak. Now she just wanted to ask Gu Xinyi, "Where exactly do you pick up treasure singers like these?" She wanted to go and pick up a couple for Soundwave Entertainment too. On the stage, the fast-mouthed Cole was still spitting bars like a machine, accompanied by Finn's subtle singing. The performance continued. "I step on your shoulders to walk to the front of the battlefield, using my aura to overwhelm any sign of my opponent. Watch the king's battle flag rise in the kingdom through tears, hiding the pain. I see many hands waving their arms. Please use all your strength to shout, Mr. King." Looking up at the setting sun, Cole and Finn's momentum grew higher and higher, and their pitch became more and more resonant. Correspondingly, the audience below waved their hands and let out scream after scream. Once again, they had turned a competition into a full-blown concert. Whenever a starry song appeared, it was a feast for the audience. The viewers online wished they could crawl through their screens and run to the scene to shout along with them. If "A Tall Tree Attracts the Wind" was just a loud voice, then the duet of "Stranger in the North" was an all-around explosive performance. From the interaction of the live crowd and the bullet chat online, it was clear Will had already lost completely. But backstage, Will didn't sense it at all. He pouted with a "I'm number one in the world" expression. He didn't think this song was good at all. Just then, Cole's rap on stage became even more rapid, and after the rap, Finn suddenly took off his in-ear monitor. In that very moment, everyone held their breath, because when they saw Finn make this move, they knew the absolute trump card was about to drop. Sure enough, the next second, I'm drifting toward the north. Call me a Martian or an Earthling, I don't care. Living in a world with bared fangs and claws, I'm going to fight until the very end. The sorrow is unstoppable, but with you and me, that's the final hope. The audience could no longer contain themselves. Screams and cheers erupted one after another. Boom, boom, boom. This piercing roar and perfect high note pushed the atmosphere of the venue to its climax. Everyone clenched their fists in that moment, feeling a power within them capable of upending the universe. This was the strength this song gave them. This is the most direct charm of rap, becoming famous with a single track. Tonight, everyone remembered these two singers. From Starry Entertainment, Finn and Cole. With the song Stranger in the North, they announced the return of the king for Starry Entertainment. At this moment, the result of the match was self-evident. Everyone knew the outcome well. Everyone except for the confident Will. Meanwhile, at the Skyline building, long before Finn and Cole had even finished half of their performance, their meeting had already been convened. Only this time, the meeting was completely different from before, because it was a video conference. Besides Skyline Entertainment, the chairman of Prime Entertainment, Soundwave Entertainment, and other small to medium entertainment companies were all participating in this video call, organized by Skyline Entertainment. Skyline Chairman Harold had a serious expression as he addressed the various heads of the companies in the video. I'm sure you all know the purpose of this meeting. This time, Stas, I hope no one will harbor any illusions. Gu Xinyi and the Starry Entertainment he founded are declaring war on the entire industry. If we don't unite, there will be no place left for us in the music world. In the video, the expressions of the various chairmen were equally grim. They naturally understood the logic. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Once Skyline Entertainment is dragged down by Starry, the traditional model of the entertainment industry will inevitably undergo an epic transformation. Seeing that no one was speaking, Clarence Tien of Prime Entertainment followed up on Harold's words. I believe no one wants to see any major changes to the industry. So speak freely, everyone. Let's try to come up with a plan. With so many companies against one small firm, what is there to be afraid of? As Clarence Tien's voice fell, the chairman of a mid-sized company spoke up with a face full of difficulty. If we take the conventional route, we can only defeat him in the competition. But everyone knows Gu Xinyi's talent. Is it even possible to beat him in a match? Even a genius must run out of inspiration eventually, right? I don't believe Gu Xinyi can keep producing high-quality songs forever. Exactly. The moment he fails to deliver, that will be our time to strike back. As soon as that person finished, several others quickly chimed in. Harold nodded. That's the right idea. No one's talent is infinite. We have enough companies to win a war of attrition against him. Furthermore, Starry Entertainment hasn't taken on any sponsors yet. As long as we crush them this time, I believe that afterward, no sponsor will ever support Starry Entertainment. Without sponsors, they'll eventually have to disband. After all, their capital can't sustain a company's operations forever. After he finished saying this, everyone present nodded in unison. Clarence Tien, however, looked at Yang Shan from Soundwave Entertainment and said flatly, Chairman Yang, I heard you've been quite close to Gu Xinyi lately. I wonder what brilliant ideas you might have. Yang Xian still wore his signature smile as he shook his head. Me, no brilliant ideas. I'll follow your lead, everyone. Soundwave Entertainment supports this move with both hands. It's just that lately our staff at Soundwave is a bit tight, so we might not be able to help with concrete actions. But my spirit will always be with you all. Hearing this, both Harold and Clarence Tien curled their lips. They could clearly see through such obvious perfunctoriness, but they didn't care. As long as Soundwave didn't sabotage them, it was fine. They didn't really expect Soundwave Entertainment to actually step up against Gu Xinyi. Alright, since we're in agreement, let's discuss our subsequent decisions. For this round, before we're fully prepared, I don't want anyone else challenging Starry Entertainment. Just to hand them points. We'll put all our efforts into preparing for the future rounds. Each round allows a maximum of 3 challenges per stage. which means there are still 18 matches left. I don't believe Gu Xinyi's talent is endless. Nor do I believe Starry Entertainment's handful of people can sustain that many matches. So, everyone, bring out your best participating singers. Back at the city arena, even though Finn and Cole had already left the stage, the audience's enthusiasm remained high. They were still looking forward to the next arena match, wondering what kind of song Starry Entertainment would bring out next. A single, Stranger in the North, had shown everyone the return of the king for Starry Entertainment. The online viewers at this moment had all flooded into the livestream for this specific stage. In previous seasons of The Ultimate Voice, there were generally 3 stages, with similar traffic, but now, the stages for Prime Entertainment and Soundwave Entertainment were basically deserted. The entire program. The mouse go want shades. Unfortunately, the audience waited and waited, but a second challenger never appeared. It was as if every entertainment company in this moment had completely lost their fire. Time passed second by second. The other 2 stages were still in the heat of competition, but at the Starry Entertainment stage, there was only the autumn wind blowing in circles. Not until this episode of The Ultimate Voice was declared over did anyone else step up to challenge. This caused the waiting audience to completely explode. They had waited so long the flowers had withered, only to be left hanging like this. So they began tagging the major entertainment companies one by one, mocking them with everything they had. Wow, is there no one left in the industry? Are you guys pathetic or what? I've already got my popcorn ready. And this is it? This is just like having a bucket of cold water dumped on me in the middle of winter. I stayed up this long just for you to tell me it's over. Pah! As soon as Gu Xinyi appears, not a single person in the music world can hold a candle to him. My goodness. I really wanted to hear a couple more good songs. Skyline Entertainment, have you guys already surrendered? No way, let me go up. Since everyone is losing anyway, I could do it too. Forget it. They've clearly chickened out. I declare Starry Entertainment as one of the new big 3. The era of Skyline has come to an end. Netizens mocked them with everything they had, attempting to use their words to make these companies show some spine. They just wanted to hear some music. Why was it so hard? Thus, with the support of the vast number of netizens, it finally ended with Skyline Entertainment as the representative. The major entertainment companies finally couldn't help but speak out. The one who laughs last is the real winner. Let's wait and see. The statement was short, but it carried a clear message. Netizens, who love nothing more than a good drama, saw these statements, and their disappointment instantly turned back into hope. In their eyes, it was enough that these companies hadn't given up. Even if it took a little longer, they just wanted to hear good music. So, netizens flocked to these Twitter threads and began to encourage them. At this moment, the people from Starry Entertainment were already on their way back to the office. There weren't many of them this time. Only Xiao, Lele, Anyun Miao, Finn, and Cole. A company van was enough to fit them all. The van was being driven by a driver specifically hired by the company. Meanwhile, everyone else, including Gu Xinyi, didn't go to the venue. They stayed at the office and watched the live stream. I really didn't expect that Sis Xiao and Anyun wouldn't even get to perform. They just surrendered early. Lele pouted her little mouth, looking a bit disappointed, although she didn't know what song Gu Xinyi had prepared for Anyun Miao. She knew for a fact that Xiao's track was also an absolute banger. Actually, it's just because Finn and Cole were too good. They completely blew the roof off the place. Hey, it's all because Boss Gu's song was great. After all these years, this was the first time the 2 of us ever felt so much blood-pumping energy on stage. Finn gave a dry chuckle. A look of deep admiration filled his face at the thought of Gu Xinyi. They haven't actually given up. They're just saving their energy for something big. The matches ahead are going to be even more intense. Anyun Miao picked up her phone and handed it to them. They all looked at the screen and saw the statements from Skyline Entertainment and the other agencies. Within a very short time, these statements were pushed to the top of the trending list. Right now, Stranger in the North was number 1, followed closely by these corporate announcements. Anyway, I only trust Boss Q. Those people won't be able to stay on top for long, Cole said indignantly after taking a quick glance. Everyone shared a knowing smile. Yeah, as long as Gu Xinyi was there, they had nothing to worry about. The car continued down the road. and they kept chatting about the match. Suddenly, Finn received a phone call. The wide smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a deep frown as he hung up. "What's wrong?" Cole asked in a low voice. When he saw Finn's expression, they had won a total victory in the match. They should have been celebrating. Finn clearly looked like he was dealing with something troublesome. The others in the van also noticed the situation and turned their eyes toward him. This let Finn feel a bit awkward. He felt like he was ruining everyone's mood. It's nothing. Cole, you go back to the office with Sis Xiao and the others. I should be able to handle this on my own. Sis Xiao, could you please? Drop me off near the East Bay Plaza. Finn gripped his phone tightly, his expression becoming even more uncomfortable. He felt bad for causing such a scene at a time like this, making him feel quite apologetic, but he simply had to go. Sure, if something came up, go take care of it as soon as possible. Xia Xiao nodded. This was clearly Finn's private business, so she didn't ask any questions. The car arrived at East Bay Plaza shortly after, and Finn hurried out of the vehicle. Cole watched Finn's retreating figure, and suddenly said, Sis Xiao, I'm a bit worried about Finn. How about we follow him and take a look? Everyone in the car looked at each other. Xia Xiao said to Cole with some concern, That's his private matter. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate if we followed him? Sis Xiao, it's fine. Finn and I have been close for years. And if I'm not mistaken, I probably know the people Finn is looking for. The only reason he left me here is purely because he feels guilty for interrupting. Then, Sis Xiao, why don't we go take a look? Hearing Cole's words, Lele and Onion Meow both seemed eager. A woman's natural instinct for gossip was fully revealed at this moment. Xia Xiao thought it over for a moment. Then asked Cole solemnly, Are you sure it's okay? Sis Xiao, there's really no problem. Cole patted his chest and guaranteed. Only then did Xia Xiao nod. So, the group put on their masks and slipped out of the car like thieves, leaving the driver behind, who went to park the car in a nearby lot. Along the way, it seemed Cole knew exactly where Finn was going. They didn't stop at all. With Cole leading the way, they walked straight into a small tavern nearby. The tavern wasn't large, but the decor felt very cozy, almost like being at home. The tavern was already packed, but on the small stage in the center, a loud argument was taking place. The group looked up and happened to see Finn arguing with a group of people. And behind Finn stood two girls with hurt expressions on their faces. One of them was clutching a guitar. Cole's eyes widened, and he quickly rushed forward. Xia Xiao, Anyun, and the other exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern. They were afraid these two would let things escalate, until it was impossible to resolve. Luckily, after Cole rushed up, he didn't immediately start shouting at the group. Instead, he shielded the two girls and asked, Cindy, Pearl, are you two okay? Finn saw Cole rushing over and naturally spotted the figures of Xia Xiao and the others nearby. He became even more embarrassed for a moment. He had only joined the company for a short while, yet here was the boss's wife, seeing him in a brawl. It was just his luck. Thinking this, he pulled Cole aside and complained. Cole, didn't I tell you to go back to the office with Sis Xiao? Why did you come here anyway? Wait, Finn, that's not right. There's no reason to hide something like this. We should just be open about it with Sis Xiao. They're not like the bosses at other companies. They won't blame us. Looking at the younger Cole, Finn was speechless for a moment. He just felt it wasn't a matter of being blamed or not. After all, no company wants to see their employees out getting into trouble. But since things had already reached this point, there was no use overthinking it. He immediately went back to arguing with that group. Hearing the argument on the stage, Xia Xiao got a general idea of the cause. The reason was that these two girls in white t-shirts on the stage were a duo of folk singers who had been performing in this tavern. They had written many of their own folk songs, and their music was quite popular here, but because they didn't have any backing or connections, someone from a small entertainment company was trying to buy the rights to their songs for just a few $1,000 to be placed under the name of their own company's singers. They were met with their refusal, hence the scene occurring now. The people in front of them were just thugs, paid to come and cause trouble, while the mastermind was the one currently sitting in the booth, that petty manager from the entertainment company. Xia Xiao knew very well. This kind of thing was commonplace in the entertainment industry. Even calling the police was useless, because after driving away one group of thugs, another would come, and they only argued without getting physical. For example, right now, These people just said they couldn't stand listening to the songs. They were consumers. They had the right to demand a change of songs and performers. Even if the tavern owner came, it wouldn't help. When encountering such a thing, one could only fight fire with fire. Just like Gu Xinyi's choice back then. Back then, he first leaned on Soundwave Entertainment, using a large company to hide his talent. Later, after becoming famous, he used Sunray's power to fight the blacklist. Finally, he established Starry Entertainment. And only Gu Xinyi could achieve this. Most people with a bit of talent would only be swallowed by the tide. Xiaxiao looked at the two on the tavern stage, those slightly helpless girls. Then she looked around her, at the equally indignant Lele and Anyun Miao. After thinking for a moment, she made a decision. She took Lele and Anyun Miao and walked straight to the booth, facing that petty entertainment company manager. When Finn and Cole saw this scene, they hurriedly brought the two girls over. Their hearts were incredibly nervous right now. Good heavens, if Xiaxiao were bullied here, they might as well dig a hole and bury themselves. Which entertainment company are you from? Approaching the booth, Xiaxiao asked directly. If it were the old Xiaxiao, she never would have done this. But people grow. Today's Xiaxiao had quite a bit of Gu Xinyi's flair. This petty manager was still happily watching the show when he saw three women with powerful auras standing before his seat. Two of them, on the left and right, were shielding the one in the middle completely. And just then, the two men who had appeared on stage earlier also ran over quickly. They collectively shielded the person in the middle, staring fixedly at him. It looked as if the moment he made a wrong move, they would skin him alive. Who are you? Their hired help? The manager frowned. He felt like the person in front of him was somewhat familiar. It doesn't matter who we are. Using your company's power to bully others is wrong. It's because of scum like you that the industry has become like this. There was no need for Xiaxiao to answer. Lele stood at the front, leading the charge. Seeing Lele like this, the petty manager immediately burst into laughter. Then he pretentiously swirled his wine glass. Little girl, you should be responsible for what you say. I'm just an ordinary consumer. Which of your eyes saw me bullying anyone? You've got the nerve to do it but not to admit it, huh? Lele immediately gave him a side-eye, her face full of disdain. Xiaxiao also shook her head. This man was clearly acting like a scoundrel. She immediately looked at the two girls. Seeing this, Finn also quickly introduced them to Xiaxiao. Xiao. These are Cindy Wang and Pearl Wu. Cindy, Pearl, this is our boss's wife. I know who you are now. The manager, sitting in his seat, as if having realized something, immediately screamed out. His eyes widened accordingly, looking with disbelief at Xiaxiao, who was surrounded by the group. The two girls were also stunned, and they then stared fixedly at Xiaxiao. This scream made the entire tavern fall silent. Everyone's gaze shifted toward them. Even that group of thugs who had just been causing trouble had their mouths hanging wide open, looking over in a daze. What had they just heard? Xiaxiao? Was it the Xiaxiao they knew? Hearing that scream, the group knew things were going south. Lele looked at the petty manager with eyes full of murderous intent. The next moment, the venue was in an uproar. Xiaxiao. She was currently the hottest singer on the internet. Or none. Even the tavern owner rubbed his hands together, quickly calling for security. He was a loyal fan of Starry. If Xiaxiao encountered even a single problem in his small shop, he might as well close it down. Xiaxiao looked flatly at the manager. Her identity was exposed. She also took the opportunity to remove her mask. Beside her, Anyun Miao and the others all removed their masks as well. Wow, it really is Xiaxiao. And Anyun Miao too. Those two guys. Aren't they the ones who just sang Stranger in the North? Finn and Cole. Oh my god. The legends have descended. What kind of magic does this little tavern have? Where's Gu Xinyi? Where did Gu Xinyi go? I want to see him. I'm a loyal fan of his. Their auras are so strong. I'm almost afraid to go up and ask for an autograph. As soon as Xiaxiao and the others showed their faces, the scene immediately became noisy. Basically, everyone was looking this way with glowing eyes. If not for the security already being in position, they might have already rushed up for autographs. This made the petty manager, still sitting on the sofa, feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, he wished he could sew his own mouth shut. Why did he have to shout it out? He truly hadn't expected that while bullying two amateurs, he would actually offend Xiaxiao. If Starry Entertainment targeted his company, would they even be able to stay open? Once a company's reputation collapses, that represents the company falling into an abyss beyond redemption. Starry Entertainment wouldn't even need to specifically target them. Just with Gu Xinyi's current popularity, as long as he put out a word explaining the situation, his small company would be toast. Haha, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. So it was Sis Xiao. I'm leaving right now. I'll never come back. Without Xia Xiao even needing to speak, the manager, having figured it out, immediately said with a fake smile. Then he quickly stood up to leave. Right now, he only hoped that things wouldn't blow up. Xia Xiao didn't stop him. She knew that after this, the other side would definitely not come back. Things like this were far too common in the industry. No one could control it all. These two girls could be considered lucky to know Finn and Cole. Those who weren't lucky could only blame their bad luck. This society wasn't all that fair to begin with. Ms. Shia, I'm sorry. I've caused trouble for you. Currently, the ones feeling the most awkward were naturally Finn and Cole. Even Cole hadn't expected that things would develop this way. It's fine. It's not like I'm hiding from the world. It just seems like it won't be easy to leave today. Xia Xiao gave a small smile, looking up at the somewhat rowdy crowd in the tavern. Many of them were now calling out Xia Xiao's name, while others were calling out Starry's name. Even that group of thugs had blended into the crowd by now. They currently wish they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. They've been listening to Gu Xinyi's songs every single day. A few of them were even huge fans of Zhu Xinyi and Xia Xiao. Getting caught doing something bad by your idols. That was a truly terrible feeling. Because of Xia Xiao's appearance, the atmosphere in the tavern was practically turning into a fan meet and greet for her. Just then, the tavern owner squeezed through the ring of security guards. He looked incredibly excited. Ms. Shia. Hello everyone. I'm the owner of this tavern. Looking at the situation right now, could you please say a few words to the fans? The owner's eyes were practically glowing. Although he hadn't seen his idol Gu Xinyi, who was Xia Xiao, she was basically the face of Gu Xinyi. Besides, today's incident would definitely go viral on the internet soon. His little tavern was bound to become a massive hit. Sure, just give me a moment please. Xia Xiao looked at the owner, who was clearly many years older than her, and felt a bit dazed. It seemed that, without her even realizing it, she had become a senior in other people's eyes, and an idol for many to look up to. Receiving Xia Xiao's response, a grin bloomed across the owner's face. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then he turned around and started making arrangements with the crowd. The crowd couldn't help but break into waves of happy cheers. Meanwhile, Xia Xiao turned to look at the two girls standing by Finn. Their eyes were still a bit red. They won't be coming back here again. You can feel safe singing your songs now, Xia Xiao said softly. Seeing the reddened eyes of Cindy Wang and Pearl Wu, her heart ached for them. Talented people like them truly shouldn't be treated this way. Thank you, the two girls replied in unison, their eyes meeting hers. They had been harassed for a long time. Today, they really hadn't known what else to do, which was why they called Finn. The two of them had known Finn and Cole for a long time. They were very close friends. Cindy, Pearl, you can't keep going like this. Who knows? More shameless companies might come looking for you in the future. Why don't you come to Starry Entertainment for an interview? Finn looked at the two of them, and suggested with a frown. Hearing this, Cindy and Pearl's eyes dimmed slightly. If they could join a good company, why would they be singing at a tavern? Finn, the two of us only love folk music, and it's the only thing we're good at. Singers like us. Would Starry Entertainment even take us? The boss's wife is standing right here. You'll never know unless you try, right? Cole interjected quickly. Then he looked at Xia Xiao, with eyes full of anticipation. Sis Xiao, Cindy and Pearl are really amazing. Hearing this, Cindy and Pearl also looked at Xia Xiao with a glimmer of hope. Xia Xiao smiled, a rosy glow rising to her cheeks. Who says folk singers can't have a future? But, can I hear you sing a song? Xia Xiao didn't agree immediately. Even if they were Finn and Cole's friends, as a company, she still had to follow the proper procedures. Cindy and Pearl nodded. They shared a look, and secretly clenched their fists. Gathering their courage, one picked up the microphone, while the other grabbed her guitar and headed toward the stage. The people around them made way for the two. Some people were even shouting words of encouragement. Most of them were regulars here. so they naturally knew what the two girls had been through. Xiao and the others also moved to the front of the stage, quietly watching the center of the tavern. On the stage stood the two girls, dressed simply. In that moment, the tavern fell silent. Cindy Wang and Pearl Wu habitually sat on the high stools. They looked at the people below the stage, their eyes growing even redder for a moment. "Hello everyone, this might be our duos. Last time performing here. I hope this final folk song can move everyone here tonight. Folk music is poor, guitars are expensive, stories are long, and the road ahead is far. I hope everyone remembers our group. We are called the Landlord's Cat." After they finished speaking, Pearl Wu gently strummed the guitar. A melancholic melody instantly filled the room. Cindy Wang wiped the tears from her eyes, picked up the mic, and sang softly, "Don't cry. There must be a path ahead." The ethereal and slightly mournful vocals rang out. Cindy Wang looked up at the sky, taking a deep breath to swallow the sob in her voice. The moment the singing began, Xiao's eyes lit up. This girl has a great vocal tone, and she's a singer perfectly suited for folk music. Cindy Wang adjusted her emotions and continued singing, "Don't cry. There must be a path ahead, as if happiness is not far away. I'm in your heart, and you're by my side. Whatever you want, that's what we'll do." Hearing this, Xiao nodded. Although their stage presence was a bit raw, it was precisely that quality that made them a perfect match for folk music. Moreover, their duo gave off a feeling of returning to one's roots, like original singers, playing their first songs in all their innocence, chasing their original dreams. It was quite wonderful. Once the song ended, some of the older audience members were moved to tears. Many of them had come here specifically for the duo. It was foreseeable that in the future, these two would likely not be seen in this tavern again. The two of them climbed down from the stools, collected their emotions, and walked somewhat nervously over to Xiao and her group. They knew that Xiao was the person who would decide the direction of their future. "You are amazing. Starry Entertainment welcomes you." Xiao looked at the two with a gentle smile and extended her hand. Her words were filled with sincerity. This made Cindy Wang and Pearl Wu tear up again. They hurriedly shook hands with Xiao, their hearts deeply moved. The audience finally snapped out of the folk song spell and transformed back into fanatical fans, chanting Xiao's name in unison. Urged by everyone, Xiao shook her head with a smile and slowly walked onto the stage. "I'm very happy to see everyone here today. I can't sing any new songs, of course, so I'll sing an old song for you all. It's also one of my personal favorites." The moment the three words, "The Wind Rises," were spoken, the cheers from the crowd grew even louder. Men and women alike were transformed into loyal fanboys and fangirls in that instant, stopping and starting along the way, following the traces of a boy's drifting journey. By the time Gu Xinyi arrived, he saw a scene that looked just like a concert. He had rushed over as soon as he received Leilei's message. As a result, Gu Xinyi ended up getting dragged into it too. The moment people spotted Gu Xinyi, they went wild. Especially the tavern owner, who actually used the microphone to shout, "The boss is happy tonight. All drinks are on the house." In the end, Gu Xinyi, Xiao and the others, after signing who knows how many autographs, finally managed to escape from the crowd. In a disheveled state with the help of security, they got into the car and sped away. "Wait, what did you say your duo was called?" Inside the car, Gu Xinyi looked at the two girls with shock. Cindy Wang and Pearl Wu looked at Gu Xinyi a bit timidly and answered in a small voice, "The Landlord's Cat." Gu Xinyi stared at the two, the expression on his face beyond description. He really felt like saying, "The Landlord's Cat? Well, I'm the tenant's dog. So, you guys sing folk music?" Gu Xinyi, still a bit skeptical, asked another question. This made the two even more nervous. To them, Gu Xinyi was a top-tier figure in the entertainment industry, far removed from small-timers like them. They were a bit afraid of him. They feared that because they sang folk music, they would be looked down upon. But seeing the encouraging gazes of Xiao and the others, they still answered, "Yes, it's folk." Gu Xinyi nodded at that. Seeing that the two were a bit scared, he quickly comforted them. "Folk music is great. Folk is all about the trifecta, love, dreams, and distant places. It's the dream in everyone's heart." Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, their hearts warmed slightly, and their expressions eased a bit. Since Gu Xinyi had put it that way, they should be fine. Finn, sitting to one side, still felt quite guilty. He looked at Gu Xinyi, lowered his head and said, "Boss Gu, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you had to go through this. It's fine. It's not like we're hiding from the public. And besides, you just brought 2 more singers to Starry Entertainment. I should be the one thanking you." Seeing Finn about to apologize again, Gu Xinyi quickly waved his hand. The guy had been apologizing the entire way back. Gu Xinyi's ears were practically growing calluses. Right now, it's perfect. As you've seen, many entertainment companies have put out the word. The upcoming rounds of the competition are going to be a real battle with no holds barred. Adding people to the company at this time is a good thing. Gu Xinyi wasn't saying this just to comfort Finn. He was genuinely happy to have recruited 2 more heavy hitters. He felt great about it. As for Skyline Entertainment and the ideas of those other companies, he could more or less guess what they were thinking. No matter the field, strength is the only thing that talks, no matter what the opponent does. As the ones defending the stage, Gu Xinyi had only one rule: send a general to block the army and use earth to dam the water. When the car arrived at the company, it was already late at night. Gu Xinyi and the others simply settled Cindy Wang and Pearl Wu into the artist apartments first. Official onboarding wouldn't happen until tomorrow. Only 2 hours had passed, but the news of Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi appearing in the tavern was already flooding the entire internet, especially on TikTok. Various videos from the scene were popping up everywhere. Each one had hundreds of thousands of likes. The video of Xia Xiao singing "The Wind Rises" even surpassed 1 million likes in a single month. All the night owls who saw the videos were kicking themselves in regret, wishing they could turn back time, so they could have been there themselves. You have to realize, ever since Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao appeared, they hadn't made a single public appearance in front of a crowd. Yet now they pulled this kind of surprise move. Netizens from all over began condemning them in the comments section. Every one of them acted like a jilted lover, totally losing their cool. "I'm jealous. I admit it, I'm jealous. A chance to meet Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi up close, and I missed it. Could that jerk at Starry not have given us a heads up?" This appearance really caught everyone off guard. No concerts, no fan meetings, and now they do this. There was even folk music. So envious, so envious. Folk is poor. Guitars are expensive. The girl is beautiful. And I'm just not worthy. The fans there were so weak. They just let them get away that easily? Sigh. When are they going to hold a concert? Are they ever going to get on with it? Faced with the overwhelming amount of footage from the scene, netizens turned into green-eyed monsters, filled with envy. A string of TikToks successfully made it onto the trending list. Everyone was already used to this by now. Nowadays, if they didn't see those 2 on the trending list for a day, it felt like something was missing. Meanwhile, the main subjects, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao Yao, had already returned home. Little Lily had long since been coaxed to sleep by one of Gu Xinyi's fairy tales. The 2 just had a quick dinner before settling into their shameless nightlife. A night of passion passed by, and the next morning sun rose. Gu Xinyi dragged his sore back into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Xia Xiao's face was still flushed with a rosy glow as she helped out beside him. The morning sunlight streamed in through the window. Gu Xinyi suddenly realized that he hadn't done his morning workout in a long time. No wonder his body was feeling increasingly fatigued lately. It was all because he'd skipped his morning routine. As for Xia Xiao, she only felt her face burning. Just thinking about those moves from last night made her want to die of embarrassment. She didn't even know where Gu Xinyi had learned all that stuff. It was truly both shameful and infuriating. "Wife, time to go wake Lily up." Gu Xinyi took a sip of the freshly made rice porridge and nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up the side dishes from the table, turned around, and spoke to Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao was still off in another world, her watery eyes staring blankly ahead, not hearing a word Gu Xinyi said. Gu Xinyi, seeing her dazed look, smiled and quickly planted a kiss on her pretty cheek. "Wife, if you keep dallying, Lily is going to be late for school." Being suddenly attacked, Xia Xiao finally snapped out of it, her face turning even redder. She lowered her head and quickly walked out of the kitchen, her pace almost matching that of an Olympic speedwalker. By the time Xia Xiao came out of the small bedroom, carrying the sleepy little Lily, Gu Xinyi had already brought the porridge, pancakes, and side dishes to the table, waiting for them with a beaming smile. Looking at the identical almond eyes of the 2, Gu Xinyi's mood became increasingly bright. a beautiful wife, and a cute kid at home. Life doesn't get any better than this. After breakfast, as usual, they dropped Lily off at preschool. Then the two went to the company. Basically, everyone was already there, busy with their own tasks. Cindy Wang and Pearl Wu had also arrived at the company early. The two of them had just finished signing their contracts in Sienna Yang's office and walked out. Compared to yesterday, the smiles on their faces were exceptionally bright. Neither of them had ever expected that one day they would join such a famous company, and the contracts they signed were the kind of flexible agreements they wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Even though Starry Entertainment didn't have many resources to give them right now, everyone knew that the future of Starry Entertainment was simply limitless. Just as Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao entered the lounge, Sister Yun walked in. It's worth mentioning that Sister Yun, besides serving as Xia Xiao's manager, was also overseeing the company's operations and development. Currently, Starry Entertainment was still in its growth phase. Gu Xinyi's attitude toward hiring management talent was very strict. In addition to being trustworthy and having good character, their professional ability had to be strong enough. This kind of talent was rare to begin with, so Gu Xinyi wasn't in a great rush. Besides, right now the company was busy with everything regarding the ultimate voice. For the time being, he didn't have the energy or time to recruit and screen for that level of management. Morning, Sister Yun. Gu Xinyi looked at Sister Yun, who seemed even more energetic than before, and greeted her with a smile. Xia Xiao stepped forward and took Sister Yun's hand, and the two sat down together. In front of Sister Yun, Xia Xiao always acted like a little child. Compared to when they first met, Sister Yun looked much younger now. She had even dyed her white hair black. Her smile was much more frequent now. Everything was moving in the right direction. That was very good. Morning, Mr. Gu, Xiao. I actually have some things to tell you. Skyline Entertainment's superstar queen, Ingrid Mu, has been urgently called back to the country. It's already trending on Twitter. Prime Entertainment's superstar king, Harvey Chi, also showed up at the Prime building this morning. And A-list singers from several other entertainment companies have basically dropped what they were doing. They're likely going all in to prepare for the ultimate voice. Harvey Chi and Ingrid Mu. These two are the hottest king and queen of pop right now. They were chart toppers for a long time, and they have massive fan bases, even though one's been busy filming a movie this past year, and the other has been away on an international tour. The buzz surrounding them online had quieted down quite a bit, but no one would dare to doubt their influence. Take Right Now, for instance. They hit the trending list the moment they appeared. That alone shows half of their power. Now that the two have suddenly returned, appearing at their respective agencies, along with the high-profile appearances of A-list singers from other companies, it instantly creates a sense of a rising storm about to break. Anyone with half an eye can see that this situation represents the old guard of the industry, getting ready to make a move against Starry Entertainment. Because of this, the internet is showing a trend of extreme polarization. Fans from both sides are refusing to back down. Before the main stars have even started the competition, the netizens have already begun fighting. Xia Xiao is great, sure, but my girl Ingrid is even better. Supporting Ingrid unconditionally. I admit Ingrid Mu is very strong, but don't forget that I've got Starry. Starry is invincible. I just want to ask one thing. Is there anyone in the songwriting world who can even compete? What about my Harvey Chi? Don't forget that Harvey isn't just a singer. He's also a songwriter. Is it that my Harvey can't swing a sword anymore? Or has your Starry just gotten too arrogant? But in terms of individual strength, I feel like, besides Gu Xinyi, Starry Entertainment really doesn't have a chance. Just being honest, pop kings and queens aren't just for show. As a fan of Starry, I can only say, go Starry. +1 for Starry fans. No matter what, I'll support him. Don't forget the A-listers from those other companies. They aren't pushovers either. Who else does Starry Entertainment have besides Xia Xiao? Who else is there? It's tough for Starry Entertainment to change the status quo of the industry single-handedly. It's truly going to be very difficult. The whole industry was in a total frenzy. From this moment on, the big events in the industry have officially been set in motion. Inside Starry Entertainment, Gu Xinyi finished listening to Sister Yun's report, but the expression on his face didn't change at all. He had a let-them-be-strong attitude, as steady as a mountain in the breeze. He looked at Sister Yun and smiled. Now this is getting interesting. Before, there wasn't a single one worth fighting. Like that Will guy? He was purely a joke. Faced with this change, Gu Xinyi really wasn't afraid. With the deep heritage of his original world, he was actually looking forward to some powerful opponents. The collision of two world cultures. I wonder what kind of sparks it will create. He was quite expectant. After speaking, Gu Xinyi gathered all the company's artists and held Starry Entertainment's first ever meeting since its founding, and the content of this meeting was just a single song for each person. One song per person. It left everyone completely stunned. They held the psalms in their hands and read them quietly, and the more they read, the wider their eyes became. This is a damn treasure. When they looked up again, the way they looked at Gu Xinyi had changed. That look in their eyes was as if they wanted to eat Gu Xinyi alive, especially King Liam, Rene, and Caleb. When they finished reading the songs in their hands, their entire brains were buzzing. This song, it was as if it had been custom-made for them. Renee's hands were trembling as she held the sheet music, and tears were already welling in her eyes. This song was something she had only seen in her dreams. The very song she had been longing for. She believed that with this song alone, she would leap to become a queen, and a top-tier one at bat. Renee looked up like the others, staring blankly at Gu Xinyi. Mr. Gu, is this really for me? Of course, Gu Xinyi nodded seriously. Seeing Renee's reaction, his heart was actually filled with a whirlwind of emotions. A voice that had once moved countless people to tears. In this world, only Renee was worthy of this song. He looked at the others again, and said with sincere conviction, "Sing your hearts out. The company has already registered the copyrights. As long as you're with the company, I can't promise much else, but you won't be lacking in songs made just for you." Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, everyone nodded. They suddenly felt the weight of the sheet music in their hands grow a bit heavier. It was Gu Xinyi's trust in them. For their first song, he had given them such a masterpiece, and one that fit them perfectly. This was the scale of Gu Xinyi's vision, in return for Gu Xinyi's trust. They were determined to practice their songs to perfection. The meeting ended. No one said a word. Instead, they clutched the sheet music to their chests and entered their respective recording studios with excitement. Gu Xinyi watched their retreating figures and let out a long sigh. The winds are rising. The American music scene is about to be shaken by the appearance of these people. Amidst the infinite anticipation of all the netizens, and under the gaze of every entertainment company, Friday, November 22nd, the third episode of The Ultimate Voice finally arrived. Tickets for this episode's match had sold out long ago, and the prices from scalpers had reached astronomical levels. Yet, even so, countless people were still scrambling to buy them. In front of the city arena, it was already a sea of people even before 8:30 p.m. Everyone, ticketed or not, was squeezed in here. They knew that this competition was far beyond the ordinary. Everyone from Starry Entertainment had hurried over this time. Even Gu Xinyi, after coaxing little Lily to sleep, had rushed over. Unlike the worried netizens, at this moment they were all full of confidence, for no other reason than Gu Xinyi's songs. But exactly who would take the stage to sing tonight was still an unknown. Because Gu Xinyi had said he would decide who went on first based on the challenger. He would counter whatever move the opponent made. He wanted to defeat his rivals in their own specialty. Meanwhile, at Skyline Entertainment, the video conference had long since begun. They were also discussing who exactly would lead the first battle. After much debate, Harold finally made the final decision. Since we've decided to crush Gu Xinyi, then for the first round, let our company's Ingrid Mu go on. Let's give Starry Entertainment a harsh warning. A superstar queen. Let's see how Gu Xinyi handles that move. At 8:30 p.m., the Ultimate Voice officially began. This time, even the authorities at Harmony Music were paying close attention to this competition. They had even scheduled this main event at the very start of the 3 stage matches, which meant the first arena match would be the Starry Entertainment round. As all the spectators entered and took their seats, the doors of the city arena slowly closed. The entire venue was plunged into darkness at this moment. But the next instant, the words, "The Ultimate Voice," lit up in the air. The opening music began to play, amidst the twinkling starlight. The atmosphere in the entire arena was dreamlike. Every member of the audience in that moment simultaneously let out a burst of cheers. This unique opening made everyone in the venue realize that the competition to follow would be absolutely spectacular. It also made the many spectators who hadn't bought tickets feel endless regret. They could only stay in the live stream to watch this grand feast. Amidst the starlight on the stage camera, a figure slowly walked forward. The moment this figure appeared, it triggered a tsunami-like wave of shouting. Ingrid, 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 Ingrid. The viewers in the live stream were even more shocked to see the newcomer. No one expected Skyline Entertainment to show their trump card in the first round. The superstar queen, Ingrid Mu, has taken the stage. Superstar queen Ingrid Mu, walking onto the stage, looked like an angel descending to the mortal realm in her white dress. She waved to the audience in the venue. A faint smile played on her proud face. Especially those watery, peach blossom eyes of hers were all the more eye-catching. Though she was already 30, she could charm the world with just those eyes. Ingrid, 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 Ingrid. The audience below the stage instantly went wild. Their shouts became even more fervent. Not until Ingrid Mu placed a finger gently against her lips and gave a soft shh did the audience finally quiet down. With the superstar queen's appearance, the atmosphere in the venue clearly heated up. Even on the internet, the viewers in the live stream were filled with admiration. This is what a real superstar queen looks like. Her influence is truly undeniable. My wife Ingrid is so beautiful, I love her so much. To be honest, Xia Xiao could almost compete with Ingrid Mu. But unfortunately, one is married with a kid, while the other is single. There's simply no comparison. But Xia Xiao's Hus band is Gu Xinyi. I like them both. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't stand a chance. Regardless of being married or not, strength represents everything. Xia Xiao is still a bit green compared to Ingrid Mu. They've been in the industry for different lengths of time. If Xia Xiao were given more time, she would likely be the next superstar queen. With Ingrid Mu on stage, I really don't know what to say. In comparison, Starry Entertainment doesn't seem to have anyone who can compete. Stop talking, stop talking. Let's listen to the song. Hee, my wife Ingrid. Seeing Ingrid Mu's influence, even Gu Xinyi, still backstage, couldn't help but love twice. A superstar queen is indeed a superstar queen. No matter which world you're in, the dominance of kings and queens of pop is unquestionably powerful. However, a superstar queen, while Starry Entertainment might not have one right now, it has someone who is only one step away from that title. Gu Xinyi believed that tonight, Starry Entertainment would give birth to a top-tier superstar queen. Renee, you're going on for this round. Gu Xinyi looked at Renee with a smile. Renee was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a determined look. All right. With Starry Entertainment's choice finalized, Ingrid blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes on stage, instantly drawing another wave of cheers from the audience. The title of her song tonight also appeared on the large screen. As the slightly melancholic music of Memories began to play, the audience immediately fell silent. Everyone closed their eyes, following the melody into their own memories. It was a lyrical, sentimental piece. On stage, Ingrid Mu had also adjusted her emotions, entering the proper state of mind. A hint of sadness welled up in her eyes, a look of pitiful beauty. The stories in memory gradually fade away. The figures in memory slowly become clear. The man in the memory still stands in the gentle breeze. Is the wind too gentle, or is it too sharp? I look back, only to find the memories are still there. Ingrid Mu sang softly. Along with the song, every audience member fell into their own individual memories. A nostalgic hit like this made everyone feel an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Indeed, time flies. Many people and many things have already become mere memories. The members of Starry Entertainment backstage also silently closed their eyes at this time, listening quietly to this beautiful yet slightly sad singing. Gu Xinyi in particular, the moment the singing began, couldn't help but nod his head. At this moment he had to admit that he had underestimated this world's music scene. Now, hearing Ingrid Mu's voice, he realized it wasn't that there were no good songs, but rather that the people who sang them hadn't been around. These talented singers had either achieved fame and success and gone off to explore other fields, or they had been sent away by their companies to serve as tools for the corporate machine. Now, thanks to the stir he had caused, those corporate powers had no choice but to bring these skilled singers back out again. But Gu Xinyi wasn't afraid. What gave him confidence were the songs from his original world and the singers by his side. With these people and these tracks, he was essentially in an invincible position. Once Ingrid Mu finished her song, whether it was the live audience or the viewers in the livestream, many had already burst into tears. Besides being moved by the song itself, it was also because of Ingrid Mu's appearance. Without anyone knowing exactly when it started, the music industry had begun to lose its soul. With these people gone, the hacks had begun to run wild. The audience had been utterly disappointed. Not until Gu Xinyi appeared in the music scene did they finally see a glimmer of hope again. But today, Ingrid Mu's memories showed them that the music industry they knew was back. The era of the legends had returned. No matter who wins or loses tonight's match, I feel I have no regrets. Yeah, this has given me hope again. It's back. That era has returned along with the memories. Thank you, Starry. Thank you for letting us enjoy this kind of feast once more. This is what the American music scene should look like. Exactly. Regardless of the outcome, it's worth it. I wonder what kind of song Starry will bring us tonight. I believe in him. Even if the opponent is Ingrid Mu, he will definitely be able to surprise us. The spectators were incredibly excited. Similar comments flooded the entire live stream. Ingrid Mu finished the whole song and let out a long breath. Only then did she manage to pull her emotions back from the depth of the song. Then she faced the audience below the stage, who were frantically waving their light sticks, and bowed in appreciation. She slowly stepped off the stage and headed toward the back. Renee was already waiting behind the stage. The moment Ingrid Mu stepped off stage, she spotted her waiting there. The two women looked at each other. Surprise was clearly visible in Ingrid's eyes. Renee, you joined Starry Entertainment? Renee nodded with a faint smile. Yeah, you haven't been in the country this past year, so you probably didn't know. Gu Xinyi is truly a great songwriter. And he's a great boss, too. Ingrid Mu was slightly stunned. She had known Renee for many years, and this was the first time she had ever heard Renee praise someone so highly. All right, I won't chat any longer. It's my turn to go on. Okay, good luck. The stage lights in front had lit up once more. Renee said one last thing and quickly walked onto the stage. Ingrid Mu finally snapped out of it and replied. Then she turned to watch Renee's back. She had debuted around the same time as Renee. She naturally knew that Renee was only missing a single opportunity to enter the ranks of the superstar queens. After being urgently called back to the country this time, she had also gained a rough understanding of what had happened. Regarding this man, Gu Xinyi, she was both curious and full of admiration. Such a talented person deserves anyone's respect. Unfortunately, Skyline Entertainment had been her first break. This was why, even after becoming a superstar queen, she still stayed with Skyline Entertainment. No matter what Harold was like personally, Skyline Entertainment had helped her from the time she had nothing, constantly supporting her and giving her all kinds of resources. That was how she got to where she was today. She wasn't an ungrateful person. Naturally, she also knew the current state of the industry, but there was nothing she could do to change it. Guessed. Besides, who hadn't fought their way out of this status quo? So, there was no right or wrong, just the changing of eras. The emergence of Gu Xinyi might just be the turning point of that change. Since he dared to step out, he had to have enough ability to challenge everything. Ingrid Mu had always seen these things very clearly. Wow! Renee, walking slowly onto the stage, drew a collective gasp from the audience the moment she appeared. The crowd never expected that Starry Entertainment's defender would actually be her. It wasn't just the audience who was surprised. Even the conference room at Skyline Entertainment fell silent in that instant. The smiles on their faces froze abruptly, full of disbelief, as they stared at the person appearing on the large screen. Renee, a singer who was once as famous as Ingrid Mu. If it hadn't been for the fact that she couldn't find a song that truly belonged to her, she would have become a superstar queen long ago. Harold, in particular, his hand holding the teacup, was trembling at this moment. Just how powerful Renee was, no one knew better than him, the chairman of Skyline Entertainment. Back then, to make sure Ingrid Mu surpassed her, Skyline Entertainment had spent a fortune, hiring countless songwriters, finally obtaining a satisfactory song to push Ingrid Mu into the position of superstar queen. But now Renee was standing on the stage again, and this time, she had the support of that monster, Gu Xinyi. Just thinking about that made Harold shudder. He, who had felt victory was in his grasp just moments ago, now felt completely lost in his heart. On stage, Renee was wearing a white shirt printed with gardenia petals, paired with a light blue pleated skirt. Just by standing there, She captured the hearts of a vast number of spectators. The faint smile on her face felt warm the moment anyone saw it. In the official live stream, the comments that were just discussing Ingrid Mu suddenly came to a halt. Then, the screen was filled with question marks, followed by an overwhelming wave of exclamations. Everyone became even more excited at this moment. It's Renee brothers. That era has truly returned. It's back. It's all back. Ha ha ha, Renee. And Ingrid Mu. My God. Right now, I don't even know what words to use to express the feelings in my heart. People who lived through that era must all have tears in their eyes right now. Starry is awesome. This is a clash of legends. I can't believe Renee joined Starry Entertainment. I wouldn't have dared to dream it. Brothers, I'm looking forward to the next matches more and more. Facing the enthusiastic audience, Renee felt a bit dazed. It had been a long time since she stood on a stage like this. For the past 2 years, she had been searching for that one song. Now, she had finally found it. The music began to play at that moment. The audience members in the venue stopped cheering in an instant, listening quietly. The song title appeared on the large screen above the stage. Later, along with the music, Renee took a deep breath and picked up the microphone. 3, 2, 1. Later, I finally learned how to love. But, unfortunately, you were already long gone, vanishing into the crowd. Later, I finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, are gone forever. Just the short intro moved countless spectators to tears. That familiar 3, 2, 1. How long had it been since they last heard it? Some people, once missed, are gone forever. The audience had 1,000 words in their hearts, yet no way to say them. After the previous song, Memories, this song, Later, shattered everyone's hearts into pieces. Verbs. It had been so long since they had seen them perform. It felt so good. Renee, too, was filled with tears. This song was written straight into her soul. It was the dream song she had always wanted. She suddenly felt that having this one song in a lifetime was enough. She opened her mouth and continued singing slowly. The atmosphere at the venue in this moment had returned to the time when she first became famous. The crowd waved their light sticks, swaying their bodies along with the singer. White gardenia petals fell on my blue pleated skirt. I love you, you whispered. I lowered my head, smelling a burst of fragrance. That eternal night. Midsummer at 17. That night you kissed me. Makes me think of the starlight of that day. Whenever I feel sentimental in the years since. Hearing this, the audience's vision blurred. The title was clearly Later, yet every line of the lyrics spoke of before. Listening to Later, while remembering the past, there was nothing else in anyone's mind. Only the song floated through the air, taking them back to witness the beauty of their youth. If Ingrid Mu's memories brought people into memories to feel sentimental, and then looking back, those memories were empty, leaving only a faint sadness. Then Renee's Later brought the past vividly before one's eyes, quietly recounting the beauty of that time, and then speaking of how she finally learned to love later on, but that person was no longer there. Tonight was an absolute emotional slaughter. The melody was the knife. The lyrics were the blade. And every stroke moved people to tears, striking right at the audience's hearts. Even Gu Xinye, who had brought out Later, had eyes filled with tears at this moment. At first, one doesn't understand the meaning of the song. By the time one does, they are already the subject of it. Farewell, Later. Farewell, Later, in a different world. The feelings were just as profound. In his original world, the song was a classic, and he could no longer see the scenes that followed. But in this world, he saw it again. The sparks created by the collision of two worlds exploded before his eyes, unfolding into a dazzling auditory feast. Thank you to the lyricist. Thank you to the composer. Thank you, Renee. Gu Xinyi muttered silently in his heart. These three people were the lyricist, composer, and singer of Later. On stage, Renee was completely immersed in the song. In unison with the audience, she gently swayed her body to the melody, singing softly. Why was love back then able to be so simple? And why is it that when people are young, they always have to hurt the ones they love? In this lonely, longing night, are you also quietly regretting and feeling the same sorrow? If only we hadn't been so stubborn back then, we wouldn't have so many regrets now. Singing to this part, the entire live audience could no longer hold back. They rose from their seats, clutching their chests, unable to suppress the overwhelming emotions in their hearts. They stared at Renee on stage through a blur of tears. On stage, her performance of Later stirred up the before in every spectator's heart. If only he and she could have stayed together back then. Would there not be so many regrets now? If only life were always like the first meeting. Why must the autumn wind grieve over the painted fan? The melody gradually rose again at this point. Renee reached out her hand, as if she were trying to hold on to something. How do you remember me, with a smile or in silence? In all these years, has anyone kept you from being lonely? Later, when those two words rang out, it felt as if it wasn't the first time the audience had heard this song. They all started singing along involuntarily. Even the viewers in the live stream, whether they were in front of their TVs or holding their phones, all started humming along instinctively. Although it was clearly just a competition, it seemed to have turned into Renee's solo concert. A 10,000-person choir. The audience had clearly only heard it once and hadn't even finished listening to it yet, but they could already follow her on stage skillfully, humming it out loud. Seeing this scene, all the participating contestants were moved. They felt immense envy in their hearts, yet they were also incredibly happy for Renee. This kind of spectacle was the scene they all dreamed of, and what they sought their entire lives. What singer wouldn't hope to have a song like this? Or a glorious moment such as this? The 10,000-person chorus echoed through the entire arena. There were no regrets left for tonight. Later, I finally learned how to love. But unfortunately, you were already long gone. Vanishing into the crowd. Later, I finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, are gone forever. In the Skyline Entertainment conference room, the atmosphere had dropped to the freezing point. Everyone looked at Harold's pale face, and no one dared to even take a loud breath. In the entire room, now only the sound from the large screen, the voices of that 10,000-person chorus, continued to ring out. Harold stared blankly at this scene on the screen. To be able to turn a competition into something like this, it seemed that besides Gu Xinyi's songs, no other song could possibly achieve it. Chairman Harold, it's just one match. There's no need to care so much. We already knew about Gu Xinyi's talent. Our strategy doesn't rely on just this one match either. So, keep a level head. Besides, the outcome hasn't been decided yet, has it? Ingrid Mu isn't without a chance. Her song was just as good. Ultimately, it was Clarence Tien who spoke with a calm expression. If he hadn't clearly known about Gu Xinyi's talent, he wouldn't have let Gu Xinyi take those people away so easily last time. Harold let out a long sigh. He had to admit he was truly a bit frightened. He had already repeatedly raised Gu Xinyi's position in his heart, but the facts proved that he had still underestimated him. He had thought it would be a complete stomp, only to have Gu Xinyi effortlessly neutralize it. Fine, let's wait for the results. If Ingrid Mu loses, we'll discuss the next two matches, and who should take the stage. At this moment, the chorus at the city arena had already ended. Only the audience remained, waving their hands to the melody, their eyes full of affection, as they gazed at the stage, at Renee, who was already in tears. Renee was currently moved beyond words. As a singer, being able to see this scene while on stage, she had no regrets in this life. The music was still playing. Renee tried her best to soothe the thumping in her heart, and worked hard to force a warm smile onto her face. Following the music, she continued to sing the ending. It will never happen again. There is a boy who loves that girl. The music faded out. The applause from below the stage was instantaneous and thunderous. The audience's shouts and screams immediately echoed throughout the entire arena. Renee held the microphone and gave a deep bow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Having said that, she looked up and collected her emotions, slowly walking off the stage amidst the cheers of the audience. Arriving backstage, Ingrid Mu had not left. Instead, she looked at Renee with a complicated expression. After a moment, she said, "Congratulations, Renee. After tonight, you will be a superstar queen too." Renee's heart hadn't completely emerged from the song yet. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I finally found this song. Coming to Starry Entertainment and meeting Gu Xinyi. And only now do I understand that everything was truly destined. As she spoke, the smile on Renee's face grew wider, blooming like a flower. It was destiny. This song has been waiting for me here all along. I'm glad I didn't give up. Hearing Renee's words, Ingrid Mu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After a brief lapse, she bit her lips slightly, a hint of curiosity appearing in her eyes. She had never met Gu Xinyi, and had only heard about him from others, or seen him on the internet. It seemed like everyone who spoke of Xinyi, whether they were his enemies or his friends, the first thing they acknowledged was his talent. And today, she had personally heard the song, Later, which counted as witnessing his talent with her own eyes. This made Ingrid Mu increasingly curious about Gu Xinyi. Just what kind of person was this man, that he could win over everyone? Alright, everyone from the company is still waiting for me. I'll head over now. We can talk more when we have time. Renee was now somewhat impatient to see the people from the company. She wanted to share her current joy with them, and wanted to say thank you to Gu Xinyi in person. Alright, go ahead then. We'll talk some other day. Ingrid Mu pulled her thoughts back and nodded, then watched Renee trot off all the way back to the room where Starry Entertainment was located. Meanwhile, at this moment, the online voting was also in full swing. Countless netizens were tearing their hair out, not knowing who to vote for. They're both precious choices. They liked Ingrid Mu, and they liked Renee just as much. Like a group of fickle lovers, they looked at the two names on the voting buttons and felt completely torn. On Twitter and in various entertainment groups, basically anywhere people could communicate, netizens were discussing it everywhere. Even in the official live stream, countless netizens were wavering back and forth. Guys, what do I do? I'm a fan of Ingrid Mu, but I love Renee's Later so much. I feel the exact same way. I'm holding my sword but feeling lost. I like both Memories and Later. Oh my god, Daddy Harmony music. Why don't you just chop me in half? Then I wouldn't have to worry so much. I'm a fan of Starry, and I like Later even more. So, hey, you monster, get out of here. Stop trying to ruin my resolve. Oh no, my hand slipped, and I voted for Renee. Wah! Ingrid, I'm so sorry. Just like that, within the limited time, the audience finally gritted their teeth and made their choice, casting that one precious vote of theirs. Harmony Music was also quickly calculating the valid votes. Finally, the results of the match appeared. When everyone saw the voting results, they were all stunned for a moment. Then, in the next instant, the live stream chat was flooded. I declare, the birth of a new superstar queen right now. Superstar Queen Renee deserves this title. Countless similar comments flashed across the screen. What was even more ridiculous was that only 2 minutes after the results appeared, on Twitter, reports from various media outlets were already scrambling to be published. Gawking. The Ultimate Voice witnesses the most epic moment in history. A 10,000-person chorus. Click for details. Unbeatable. Former goddess Renee defeats Queen Ingrid Maha, successfully ascends the throne. Ridiculous. Skyline fails to Starry, who is the real winner. All sorts of eye-catching headlines were rampaging across all major platforms. The media, which had been silent for so long, had finally reappeared. The moment Renee won, all the media outlets saw it clearly. Starry Entertainment's rise was now unstoppable. It had been a long time since they had reported any news regarding Starry Entertainment. It was all because the entire industry had been pressuring them. The media had endured for so long, and at this moment they finally understood completely. The era of the Big Three was perhaps about to change. Ever since Gu Xinyi appeared, the position of the Big Three had been shaken. Their dominance was weakening by the day, until this match ended, and a Starry Entertainment superstar queen ascended the throne. The situation in the industry became clearer and clearer. So, the media stopped giving Skyline Entertainment any face, and finally stood up to speak. Meanwhile, in the room where Starry Entertainment was, Gu Xinyi also saw the final results. His heart instantly relaxed. That was close. There was only a 2-vote difference. Renee had ultimately won, with the narrowest of margins, but that was enough. Starry Entertainment's first superstar queen was born. In the Skyline Entertainment conference room, Harold shook his head, his face full of resentment. Just 2 votes. Unfortunately, Ingrid Mu still lost, although he had already prepared himself for a loss. Seeing that vote count still made him feel incredibly frustrated. Everyone, speak up. Who should we send out next? Now that the results were finalized, Harold quickly regained his composure and spoke flatly. The heads of the various entertainment companies looked at each other. After a match like this, who should they send next? Even Ingrid Mu had lost. The harsh warning they intended to give Starry Entertainment was never realized. Instead, Renee had successfully promoted herself to Superstar Queen. It was a massive slap in the face. There were only two choices now. Either continue sending out superstar kings to let their raw strength do the talking, or send out cannon fodder for a war of attrition. In the current situation, he feared that sending Harvey Chi would also be in vain. We don't know where Gu Xinyi's trump cards are, Clarence Tian said with a headache. Then he continued, since it's like this, let's send someone else up first to test the waters. Let's exhaust Gu Xinyi's talent. Based on what I know of him, as long as we bring out a new original song, he will definitely bring out one as well. With his reputation, he can't afford to produce a subpar song. So, it's like I said before, I don't believe his talent is endless. When Clarence Tian finished speaking, many people still looked at each other in silence. They didn't know what to say. Could Gu Xinyi's talent really be exhausted? In their hearts, they couldn't help but have this doubt arise. It was simply that Gu Xinyi was too much of a freak. Since he appeared, every single one of his songs has been amazing. Up until now, how many masterpieces has he released? No one felt confident about it. But now, they had to try anything as a last resort. Because, besides a war of attrition, they had no better options. Chairman Tian, then who do you think should go next? We'll follow your lead, one company executive said helplessly. No matter who went next, they would likely be roasted to death by the netizens. After all, the previous match had set the audience's expectations for the next round very high. If they couldn't maintain that standard, they would surely be torn to shreds. I know what you're all worried about. How about this? Let my company's Jada go next. She's only a third-tier singer. Give her an original song and let her take the heat. With her as a buffer, the A-list singers you send out afterward won't be flamed too badly. As soon as Clarence Tian finished speaking, all the company executives breathed a sigh of relief. In their companies, A-list singers were their golden geese. They really weren't willing to let their A-listers take the heat. And so, at the Prime Entertainment building, Jada, who was watching the show in the lounge, suddenly received a notice. Then, in a state of total confusion, she was invited by the company to the city arena. At the city arena, matches on the other two stages were underway. However, the number of people paying attention was clearly much lower. Spectators were still savoring the song later and looking forward to Starry Entertainment's next match. Not until she reached the backstage of the city arena did Jada finally realize what was happening. She was being sent up to compete. Her expression instantly turned sour. Even the oversized sunglasses she always wore were crooked with fury. She had watched the match as well, so she knew exactly what the previous round was like. It was essentially a duel between two superstar queens. Sending her up now was like offering her up on a platter. Moreover, regarding the song in her hand, she hadn't even had the chance to practice it. Singing it now would definitely be a train wreck. Furious, Jada quickly called Marcus. But the result made her almost smash her phone to pieces. That dog of a man had actually turned off his phone at a time like this. Back when they were in bed, he had vowed and promised that he would help her reach the next level. And yet, here they were. Results for the other two stages were already out, and the match had returned to the Starry Entertainment stage once more. The cheers of the live audience rose again. They were all anticipating who the challenger would be this time. For Starry Entertainment, and what kind of auditory feast they would be provided with. Backstage, Jada could only close her eyes, take a deep breath, and walk onto the stage with trembling legs. At this point, she understood it was a decision from upper management. She had no power to change it. The stage lights fell, accompanied by the thunderous cheers of the audience. Jada was already standing on the stage. When she opened her eyes and saw the expectant looks of the crowd, she almost burst into tears. My God, this is terrifying. If this were really her own concert, with so many people and this much passion, she would be very, very happy. But this was a competition, and she was just a pawn. Seeing the enthusiastic audience below, she felt herself breaking. Overwhelming hatred surged in her heart. She knew that from today on, she was completely finished. The seeds of hatred were planted deep in her soul. Jada's eyes were lifeless. She picked up the microphone. The music began to play at that moment, and then her stammering singing voice rang out. Below the stage, the expectant audience was instantly stunned. Then, the entire venue erupted in boos. In the official live stream, countless people had already turned into keyboard warriors and started flaming her. Holy crap, gave me a heart attack the moment she opened her mouth. Are you a demon? Why do you have the courage to stand on stage and force-feed us this? Damn it. And here I thought the era of the legends had returned. I almost died on the spot when she started singing. The gap isn't just a little bit. My ears? I can't take it. I need to wash my ears. The voice is okay, but she clearly came here without even preparing, right? The industry has no shame left. This is completely unlistenable. Brothers, I'm going to spend time with my girlfriend first. I'll be back in 3 minutes when Starry takes the stage. Wake up, brother. You won't even last 3 minutes. The bullet chat was mocking her as much as possible, and the venue was filled with constant boos. But on stage, Jada looked as if she had lost her soul, yet she kept singing. Her heart was already dead at this moment. Backstage, everyone from Starry Entertainment saw the scene, and was also slightly stunned. She's just phoning it in. Gu Xinyi's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected that those entertainment companies could be so shameless. And isn't this just purely destroying someone's future? Anyun Miao looked at Jada on the stage, unable to stop herself from let out a sigh. In Jada, she seemed to see the outcome if she had continued to stay. At Prime Entertainment, this is what corporate capital looks like, always eating people alive and spitting out the bones. The song finished. Amidst a chorus of insults and chaos, Jada walked off the stage with an expressionless face. Gu Xinyi narrowed his eyes at this moment. He felt that their actions were a complete insult to singers, and an insult to music. Anyun Miao, it's time for some reciprocity. Show them what music is actually supposed to look like, and what the attitude toward music should be. Okay, Anyun Miao nodded. She stepped toward the stage. The moment she passed Jada, Jada was expressionless, and Anyun Miao was equally expressionless. They didn't even glance at each other's shadows, but the hearts of both skipped a heavy beat at the same time. Brothers, I'm back. Is the Starry Entertainment person not on stage yet? Guy above, it hasn't even been 3 minutes. 3 minutes doesn't matter. Everyone, gather round. Assemble, assemble, assemble. Looking forward to it. I wonder what song Starry is going to bring out this time. Hurry up. Hey, speaking of Starry, I miss our little princess Lily. Haven't seen our little treasure in a while. Here she comes, here she comes. Anyun Miao, she joined Starry Entertainment too. My God. My baby Anyun has finally seen the light. This is just too good. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Anyun Miao strolled onto the stage, simultaneously drawing a wave of gasps from the venue. This was just like Starry Entertainment. Every time, they always brought a different surprise. Behind the stage, Jada, who hadn't left yet, heard the waves of gasps from the venue, and her heart couldn't help but tighten. She finally turned her head to look at the stage, at Anyun Miao, who was now dressed in simple casual wear. In her eyes, Anyun looked so elegant, especially the deep sense of confidence radiating from her, which made Jada's vision blur for a moment. Jada pulled her gaze back, not daring to look further, afraid the light on Anyun would pierce through her heart. Originally, she had been full of hope for the future too, and she had been full of respect for the stage, and full of sincere love for her songs. But she didn't know when it had started. Everything had changed. After witnessing the power of capital, her original intention had shifted from a passion for singing to climbing up by any means necessary, resorting to every possible trick, only to end up with this outcome. On stage, the music had already begun, that beautiful music. Just by hearing the intro, Jada knew it was another good song. But now it had nothing to do with her. After tonight, there would be no room for her in the music industry. Jada took off her sunglasses, 2 lines of tears slowly rolling down from her eyes. A moment later, she put the glasses back on, chin held high. With a look of determination she had never had before, she turned around and walked out. On stage, Anyun Miao's heart was just as unsettled. Passing Jada just now, she thought back to the time when they both debuted. The Jada she knew then was just like her, a little girl with a bright smile on her face. Jada's love for music had been no different from hers. But now, the two of them had gone in different directions. The entertainment industry is a melting pot that can truly make someone unrecognizable. As the music rang out, Anyun Miao snapped back to reality, her gaze becoming even more determined. Now, she was finally free from that industry. Meeting Xiao Xiao, meeting Gu Xinyi, and meeting Starry Entertainment was her stroke of luck. She was going to sing every song from now on well, to repay them. The song title appeared on the large screen. It was another original new song, and another Starry production. The live audience had already begun. waving the light sticks in their hands to the music. Some people even started swaying their bodies to the melody. Their faces were all filled with anticipation. Watching Onion Meow on stage, the singing began. I actually didn't turn back. In the most cruel moment, I quietly watched you leave. It's not like me at all, so a person can become gentle. It's because I fully understood that love is fluid, beyond one's control. Why get excited and demand a reason? As Onion Meow sang softly, the expressions on the audience's faces became more and more blissful. This is it. This is what real singing sounds like. What was that thing from before? Sure enough, when you listen to music, you have to listen to starry songs. Whether in terms of melody or lyrics, or the singer themselves, Starry Entertainment had achieved the best. Good songs need the right people to sing them. Otherwise, it's just ruining the song. The reason singers become famous is because only they can express the song to its fullest. Just like how the moment Onion Meow opened her mouth, she conquered the audience below the stage. If Jada's turn was a performance accident, then Onion Meow perfectly carried over the aura brought by the two superstar queens from earlier. Meanwhile, backstage, Gu Xinye looked at Onion Meow on the stage, and listening to I Finally Understand, he couldn't help but nod. Onion Meow had sung this song perfectly. I Finally Understand, originally by Stephanie Soon. Many people used to call this an obscure song, but they had forgotten that back at the concert years ago, a song that could trigger a 10,000-person chorus, how could it ever be considered obscure? Onion Meow was still singing, and the entire audience had already been drawn into the song. I believe you're just afraid of hurting me, not lying that you loved me deeply. Who would be willing to shake me awake from my dream? Announcing that happiness isn't coming back? I used a bitter smile to forgive, and I've moved on. Yesterday was still good, but tomorrow belongs to me. I finally understand that happiness is a choice. This song made everyone understand. Tonight truly was a night of emotional slaughter. The price of understanding is a lifetime of pain that never goes away. Only those who have understood know what this song is singing about. Love deeply, who would be willing? See, but what you can grasp, you'll never grasp. In the end, you can only let it go with a smile. The singing continued. What no one knew was that Jada had already contacted the media and the police, providing several pieces of evidence. Jada knew her future was gone. Since it was gone, she was going to have one last moment of madness, as atonement for the choices she had made over the years. Jada knew that once these things were exposed, her situation would be even more beyond redemption. But she didn't regret it. She wanted to drag Prime Entertainment down with her. This is what Prime Entertainment owed her. Media outlets were shocked by the news. For a while, especially after receiving the photos and files sent by Jada, they were even more shaken beyond belief. A massive scoop. They immediately rushed to where Jada was. Jada had already removed her sunglasses, sitting calmly in the room she had prepared, waiting until all the media had arrived. She finally spoke slowly. Since you're all here, I'll start talking. As you've seen, some high-level executives at Prime Entertainment, especially Director Marcus, used their positions to impose unspoken rules on Jada. As she spoke, the media outlets didn't dare relax for a moment while recording. All cameras were aimed at Jada. The names of the individuals coming out of her mouth were all well-known figures in the industry. It wasn't just casting couch rules. There was also embezzlement of public funds, tax evasion, and various other scandals. These revelations made the hands of the media reporters tremble as they recorded. Not until the police finally arrived and took Jada away did the media take a deep breath, looking at the records in their hands in disbelief. There were also those photos, documents, and videos. They didn't know the truth of the other items yet, but the casting couch part was certain, because the video Jada gave them clearly recorded Prime Entertainment director Marcus and all his sordid activities with her. A massive scandal in the industry. At this time, Prime Entertainment was really going to have its reputation shredded. After the police left, the media left quickly as well. They had to report this as fast as possible. This was all precious traffic. While the media was still on the way back to their offices, inside Prime Entertainment, Clarence Tian's secretary hurriedly pushed open the office door and walked in. Clarence Tian, who was in the middle of a video conference on the back areas, you can ask them where you are, looked up. and looked at the anxious secretary in confusion. The next second, the secretary whispered something into his ear. Clarence Tien's expression changed instantly. He apologized to the heads of the companies on the video call, then hurriedly hung up. Say that again. Jada. How could she dare do such a thing? After hanging up the video, Clarence Tien's eyes widened, staring at the secretary in disbelief. Chairman Tien, it's true. A reporter we work with just sent word, confirming it. In less than 10 minutes, every media outlet will have reported it, and Jada has already been taken away by the police. The secretary confirmed again, handing the document sent by the reporter to Clarence Tien. Clarence Tien snatched the document and read it anxiously. But the more he read, the worse his expression became. He never expected this woman would be so crazy. Ultimately, Clarence Tien had underestimated Jada's desire for revenge. He also hadn't expected Jada's revenge to come so quickly, and so decisively. She was actually willing to disregard her own reputation and purity, to do something so mutually destructive. After finishing all the documents, Clarence Tien's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. A moment later, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. At this point, he could only cut his losses to save the company, minimizing the damage as much as possible. The casting couch issues weren't a big deal. Just fire the people involved and spend some money to settle it. The only consequence would be the company's reputation taking a major hit. But regarding the tax evasion and other matters, he had to cut off the dead weight and make sure the people on the list kept their mouths shut. Thinking of this, Clarence Tien immediately made his move. Notify everyone to gather in the conference room for a meeting. The secretary nodded and left quickly, leaving only Clarence Tien, who was still in the office carefully considering his strategy. Back at the city arena, the competition was still ongoing. An Yun Miao finished her song. She slowly left the stage amidst the audience's thunderous applause. There was no suspense about the result of this match. An Yun Miao won the match, with an overwhelming majority of votes. Moreover, most netizens felt that categorizing An Yun Miao as a third-tier star was simply too unreasonable. Just based on the song I Finally Understand, she should be at least second-tier, and could even challenge for a spot as an A-list singer. Once this topic came out, the internet suddenly began discussing exactly what tier of singer Xia Xiao was. The entire direction of the bullet chat began to shift. I looked it up online. Now, Xia Xiao is still categorized as a third-tier singer. That's just ridiculous. Talk about third-tier singers. She released an album that dominated the top 10 of the new song charts. If you ask me, Xia Xiao is an unranked singer. She has Gu Xinyi backing her up after all. He can bring out a song at any time. It's possible the next song will push her straight to the rank of superstar queen. Becoming a queen isn't that easy. At least you need a 10,000-person concert, right? Just like Renee and Ingrid Miu. Which of them hasn't held a few concerts? You could say her talent is there, but her resume isn't long enough yet. So she's still unranked. No tier really fits her. Haha, netizens were still discussing these things when the third round of the arena matches began. In this match, the challenger came from a mid-sized entertainment company. It was an A-list singer, and the song brought was still a new original. But this A-list singer was much steadier. At least he was prepared before taking the stage, and his popularity was decent, so the audience was willing to buy in. He didn't mess up. Once the song ended, he bowed in thanks and left the stage decisively. In reality, he knew in his heart that he was just cannon fodder. Sure enough, accompanied by the cheers of the whole venue, Starry Entertainment's Xia Xiao took the stage once again. Still original, still a new song. The audience was now somewhat immune to Gu Xinyi's talent, as if this was only to be expected, but their enthusiasm didn't drop even a single bit. The entire arena was shouting the names of Starry and Xia Xiao. Not until the music began did the venue gradually quiet down. The song Xia Xiao brought this time was still focused on tonight's emotional slaughter theme. It was a sad, lyrical song. On the large screen, the song title, Can I Hold You?, slowly appeared, but it's raining outside. Just like my heart is bleeding. I've loved you so long. But it's not easy. We have to part our ways. Tomorrow we will have no relation. Come back to get the clothes left at home when you have time. Backstage at Harmony Music, the viewership for this match was more than double that of the previous two episodes. Currently, the most common comment online was that the ticket for this episode was well worth the price. Whether it was the two superstar queens earlier, or Onion Miao and Xia Xiao later, or even the new song brought by that A-list singer, they were all top-tier performances. And they had performed these songs perfectly, satisfying the entire audience. Right now, this last song of the final match, the spectators cherished it immensely. They all wished Xia Xiao could keep singing this song forever, and that this episode of the competition would never end. Unfortunately, there are always partings. Before the audience had enough of Xia Xiao's voice, it reached the end. Can I hold you? My love, let me cry on your shoulder. If we are to be separated today, let me cry out loud. It's not your fault. I will leave with a smile. The music faded, and the lights went down. Accompanied by the line, leave with a smile, Xia Xiao bowed and left the stage. But the audience couldn't smile at all. The match was over, but their hearts had been taken away. The moment the lights dimmed, everyone felt empty inside. At this point, no one cared about the result of the match anymore, because everyone knew Starry Entertainment had won. The 3 matches of this episode were over. Ever since Xia Xiao's first round, with the song Gulf of Alaska, after winning the arena match, Starry Entertainment hadn't lost a single round. In the current standings, Starry Entertainment had already earned 5 points, while Skyline Entertainment had only 2. Even in a war of attrition, Skyline Entertainment could only wait until the 6th episode to mount a counterattack. If they lost again in the 6th episode, they would be completely disqualified and lose their title as one of the big 3 for the year. Time was running out for Skyline Entertainment, but Skyline remained silent, making no statements. No one knew what Harold was thinking. The 3rd episode of The Ultimate Voice was officially over. Everyone left the venue. The satisfied audience moved to TikTok and Twitter. At this time, TikTok and Twitter were flooded with videos of these new songs. Netizens watched these videos and listened to the songs, suddenly feeling like they had returned to the past. It was the era of the legends clashing. Although this time could also be called a clash of legends, these legends almost all came from Starry Entertainment. Renee, Xia Xiao, Anyun Miao, and even Finn, and Cole's Stranger in the North, were all being brought back up. Except for Ingrid Miu, they were all Starry Entertainment artists. A show like The Ultimate Voice had been forcibly turned by Starry Entertainment into an internal agency showcase, and while the netizens were still immersed in these songs and unable to pull themselves away, interview videos from the media were rapidly going viral on the internet. These videos, with lightning speed, quickly topped the trending lists. Most netizens at this moment were still happily scrolling through today's new song videos, but as they scrolled, they suddenly came across the videos posted by the media. Then, the entire internet was in an uproar. Holy crap! Such a massive scoop, don't censor it. Let me take a closer look. Prime Entertainment is involved too? No way. What year is it? And they're still playing the casting couch game. These blurred faces are really annoying. The one being targeted is actually a star I used to like. Oh man, in front of the cameras, she always had such a pure and innocent image. It's so dark. This is the entertainment industry for you. Jada was the whistleblower. She's so pitiful. She was used and then thrown out as cannon fodder. Is Prime Entertainment brain dead? Yeah, Jada is really a bit tragic. Guy above. Pitiful people always have something hateful about them. Those were her own choices before. As the media joined the fray, with every video like and share, the trending list was instantly filled with this news. The casting couch, something everyone utterly detested. No one expected it to be laid out so clearly before the netizens' eyes. Prime Entertainment's official Twitter was instantly swarmed by angry netizens. Most people came just to watch the drama, but a portion of them were cursing Marcus and other high-level executives who had been exposed, because the idols they loved were the ones being targeted this time. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyi and the others were already driving back to Riverdale. Naturally, they saw these videos as well. As fellow artists, seeing such things made them feel incredibly emotional. The water in the entertainment industry is too murky. These things have always existed. I just didn't expect Jada would actually blow the whistle like this. With this exposure, her career is completely finished, Finn said with endless sentiment. He had been living at the bottom of the industry before, so he had naturally heard about these things often. Anyun Miao also let out a silent sigh in her heart. In an environment like the entertainment industry, how many people can truly stay true to themselves? Holy crap, Look at this. There's more news. And the authorities have actually stepped in. Cole, who had been scrolling through videos, suddenly spoke up, crying out while holding his phone. The group hurried to look at the phone, and their expressions became more shocked as they read. This truly was a massive scoop. On TikTok and Twitter, just as netizens were still condemning Prime Entertainment for the casting couch incidents, some major official media outlets actually came forward to report on the situation. This made the netizens even more furious. It turned out it wasn't just the casting couch, prom bang. There was also tax evasion and a whole series of issues, although Prime Entertainment issued an emergency clarification, stating that the personnel involved had been detained and that they would fully cooperate. It still couldn't stop the netizens' anger. As one of the big three, how could a company this size have so many people breaking the law without knowing? In less than 2 hours, Prime Entertainment's reputation hit rock bottom. Even Prime Entertainment's stock price was shrinking significantly. But the most terrifying thing wasn't just the public outcry. The most terrifying thing was the government stepping in. Once the news of an industry-wide crackdown came out, except for Starry Entertainment, all other entertainment companies were stunned. Who didn't have a few skeletons in their closet? Now things were serious. The authorities had come to clean house. It was a nightmare, as one piece of news after another kept emerging. Day after day passed. The internet remained lively, but the industry was facing an unprecedented earthquake. The authorities stepped in to investigate every company one by one. For a time, every entertainment company was on edge, no longer caring about things like alliances. Except for Starry Entertainment, which was perfectly calm, other companies, large and small, all had some scandals exposed. This also allowed many investors and sponsors to see the new landscape of the industry and allowed them to see Starry Entertainment's potential. If they were worried before that these companies would collectively pressure them, they were now completely unafraid. After all, these entertainment companies were now like mud Buddhas crossing a river, barely able to save themselves. Who had time to worry about them? By the time these companies recovered their strength, their partnerships with Starry Entertainment would long be finalized. And so, investors and sponsors, large and small, contacted Starry Entertainment at the first opportunity. Regarding this, Gu Xinyi was both pained and happy. He slightly regretted not listening to Sienna Yang's advice before, to find himself a secretary, because the company wasn't fully formed yet, and the personnel weren't all in place. He was the only one in the entire company who could make decisions. This also resulted in Gu Xinyi being so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. He was either on the way to discuss a partnership or on the way to sign a contract. Furthermore, he had to review these partnerships one by one. Anything that couldn't be accepted was rejected outright. Anything with even a slight issue was flatly refused. The entire Starry Entertainment became busy. Everyone fulfilled their duties. Some were running to events. Others were doing promotion. Now, even Sienna Yang, who had been the busiest, had become the most relaxed person in the office. 4 days had passed since the third episode of The Ultimate Voice. Tuesday, November 26th. At noon, in the Starry Entertainment chairman's office, Xia Xiao brought a steaming hot meal and placed it on the desk, looking with concern at Gu Xinyi, who was still reading documents. It's time for lunch. You should find an assistant as soon as possible. Doing everything yourself like this isn't a long-term solution. Gu Xinyi nodded, rubbed his temples, and finally set down the documents in his hand. Yeah, Manager Yang is already working hard to find one. It's just that there are too few candidates worth hiring. I really don't know where you found someone like your Lele back then. Gu Xinyi sighed. Why can't I find a little assistant like that? It probably depends on fate too. Xia Xiao smiled. Lele is indeed very good. And Anyun Miao's assistant, Stella. They are all very good people. The two talked while they ate. Just then, Gu Xinyi's phone suddenly rang. Now, he got annoyed the moment he heard the phone. But he still sighed, put down his chopsticks, and glanced at his phone. The caller ID made him freeze. Then he quickly answered the call. Hello, Ms. Sullivan, is something the matter? Hearing Gu Xinyi say that, Xia Xiao also quickly looked up at him. This call was actually from little Lily's teacher, Ms. Sullivan. As Gu Xinyi listened, his brow gradually furrowed. This made Xia Xiao feel worried. All right. Ms. Sullivan, I understand. I'll head over right now. After speaking, Gu Xinyi hung up. What happened? Is something wrong with Lily? Xia Xiao also put down her chopsticks. asking with a panicked expression. Lily was her lifeblood. If anything really happened to Lily, she didn't know what she would do. It's okay, don't worry, Ms. Sullivan called, just to say that Lily hasn't been eating well the past 2 days. Seeing Xia Xiao so flustered, Gu Xinyi quickly soothed her. Hearing Gu Xinyi's words, Xia Xiao finally let out the breath she was holding. Then she frowned. Lily hadn't been eating well for 2 days? This was something that had never happened before. Let's go over and see. I'm a bit worried. Ms. Sullivan suggested the same. She's also very concerned. Gu Xinyi continued. Xia Xiao nodded. After that, neither of them was in the mood to eat. They closed the lunch boxes on the desk and quickly left the company, heading toward Rivervale Preschool. At Rivervale Preschool, Ms. Sullivan was watching Lily, who had her head down, sitting quietly at the dining table. Ms. Sullivan looked worried. Nowadays, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao were incredibly popular. It could be said that any American with internet access basically knew who they were. As their daughter, Lily was the crown jewel of Rivervale Preschool, and everyone loved this well-behaved little treasure very much. But for some reason over the last 2 days, this well-behaved little girl hadn't been eating properly. No matter how she was coaxed, the little girl only took 2 bites for show, and then sat there quietly with her head down. No one knew what was going on in her little head, but Ms. Sullivan had a hunch that the problem likely lay with her parents. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao arrived in a hurry, spotting little Lily sitting there obediently from a distance. Ms. Sullivan was by her side, patiently coaxing her. Meanwhile, the other children had already finished eating and had started their nap time. Ms. Sullivan, I'm so sorry. My Lily has really caused you a lot of trouble. As they approached, Gu Xinyi apologized to Ms. Sullivan first. Then he squatted down, scooped little Lily up into his arms. Lily, what's been going on these past 2 days? Why haven't you been listening to your teacher? Disobedient children are bad children, you know. Seeing the 2 of them arrive, little Lily's big eyes visibly lit up. Once she was picked up, she clung to Gu Xinyi's neck and wouldn't let go. Seeing that her daughter was safe and sound, Xia Xiao finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. Then, she knitted her beautiful brows, and the look in her eyes was clearly angry. It's no trouble at all. This is all part of our job. It's just that I wasn't able to look after her properly. Mr. and Mrs. Gu, I'm glad you're here. The girl is usually very well behaved. She just seems to have something on her mind lately, and is unwilling to tell her teacher. You should talk to her. I'll go look after the other children now. Ms. Sullivan also felt relieved to see Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, and spoke quickly. In her view, when a child hides something in their heart, it's usually because of the parents. Many people think children don't need communication, but that's not true. Because many children don't know how to correctly express their thoughts. That makes it even more necessary for parents to guide them in time and have good interactions with them. All right, we'll let you get back to work then, Ms. Sullivan. We will make sure to teach her well, Xia Xiao said quickly, her face full of embarrassment. Ms. Sullivan nodded and left the cafeteria. Only the family of 3 remained in the school cafeteria. Gu Xinyi sat down holding little Lily. Looking at the food on the table, of which only 2 bites were taken, he tenderly asked, Lily, tell Daddy. Why haven't you been eating properly? Little Lily pursed her lips and said nothing. Her hand still wrapped around Gu Xinyi's neck. Gu Xinyi couldn't help but smile at this gesture. This little look was practically a carbon copy of Xia Xiao. It was exactly the same, because whenever Xia Xiao had something on her mind, she would also unconsciously purse her lips. Why aren't you eating? Before Gu Xinyi could say anything else, Xia Xiao spoke up. Her voice was uncharacteristically cold, which gave even Gu Xinyi a fright. He looked up and involuntarily shrunk his neck. This was a rare display of anger from Xia Xiao. She felt like someone you really didn't want to mess with. Nestled in Gu Xinyi's arms, little Lily also shrunk her head back, burying her face in Gu Xinyi's chest. But in the next moment, the little thing was plucked up by Xia Xiao. Gu Xinyi wanted to stop her, but after she shot him a glance, he obediently stayed in his seat. He was still trying to comfort himself in his heart. One of the most important rules in parenting guides is that both parents, regardless of which one is disciplining the child, the other must not undermine them. Little Lily was pulled out from Gu Xinyi's arms by Xia Xiao. She stood pitifully in front of the dining table, her big eyes already misting over. It looked like she was about to drop golden teardrops any second. But Xiaoxiao still kept a straight face. Why aren't you eating properly? Did I not tell you that wasting food is a bad thing? Put your hand out. The moment Xiaoxiao spoke, little Lily was so frightened that her tiny body trembled slightly. Tears finally slid down her cheeks. Her pursed little mouth also began to pout. She snuck a glance at her father, Gu Xinyi, but Gu Xinyi kept his eyes on his nose and his nose toward his heart, not daring to make eye contact with his precious daughter. Although it broke his heart, he knew he couldn't go against Xiaoxiao right now. Seeing that her father was no help, little Lily finally reached out her tiny, trembling hand. In the next second, Xiaoxiao's palm landed on the small hand. The crisp sound made Gu Xinyi's heart shudder. It hurt him terribly. This was the first time little Lily had ever been hit by her mother. Her pouting mouth grew even flatter, and tears fell in torrents. Eat first? Xiaoxiao gave her a few swats, then squatted down, placed little Lily in her high chair, and commanded. Little Lily finally picked up her chopsticks. Under Xiaoxiao's stern gaze, she began to work through the food in her bowl. Swallowing her tears, she finished all the food in a short while. Gu Xinyi then quickly pulled the little one into his arms, tenderly wiping the tears from her face. He patiently comforted her. There. Mommy won't be angry anymore now that you've finished your food. Come, tell Daddy what's been happening these past 2 days. Why haven't you been eating properly? Because I wanted Mommy and Daddy to spend more time with me. Little Lily was still sobbing. Her fingers restlessly pinched the corner of her clothes. She lowered her head and spoke timidly. Hearing the little girl's words, Gu Xinyi was stunned for a moment. He seemed to understand. Now, Lily didn't know how to express herself, so she used this method to make him and Xiaoxiao pay more attention to her. It seemed that since the company had gotten busy, they really hadn't taken good care of the little one. These past few days, he and Xiaoxiao had been leaving early and returning late. Only when dropping their daughter off at school in the morning and coaxing her to sleep at night would they spend a little time with her. Gu Xinyi fell into deep thought. He suddenly felt that he was in the wrong. He was wrong in a rather ridiculous way. His original intention in starting the company was to give Xiaoxiao and Lily a better life and make them happier. But now he was so fully immersed in his work that he was going completely against his original goal. Xiaoxiao also felt quite self-reproachful. She bit her lip and looked at Gu Xinyi. Gu Xinyi looked up to meet her eyes, and then his whole body suddenly relaxed. He pulled Lily's small body close. This time, Mommy, Daddy, and Lily were all in the wrong. Mommy and Daddy neglected your feelings, and you shouldn't have used such a wrong way to tell Mommy and Daddy. Mommy and Daddy are apologizing to you now, but you also have to apologize to Miss Sullivan and yourself. Do you understand? You're not allowed to skip meals anymore. Mommy and Daddy will spend more time by your side, Lily. I understand, said little Lily, her small face still buried in his chest. The sobbing little girl spoke with a sense of grievance. Xiaoxiao leaned in as well, squatting down to rub her little head. Daddy says that because he spoils you, Lily, but you need to know that no matter the reason, not eating is wrong behavior. Lily won't do it again. Mommy, don't scold me anymore. When little Lily heard Xiaoxiao's voice, she began to sob again. With a pout, she moved out of Gu Xinyi's arms and burrowed straight into Xiaoxiao's embrace. Seeing their little treasure about to drop golden tears again, Gu Xinyi's heart ached terribly. He quickly patted her on the back. He looked at Xiaoxiao and said, all right, as long as the little one understands. A home isn't a place for logic. It's a place for love. Just give her a hug. Yes, Mommy, a hug. Don't be angry anymore. Lily's response almost made Xiaoxiao cry. With her eyes reddening, she hugged Lily tightly. Those 2 swats she gave her earlier had actually already broken her heart. The 2 stayed with Lily for a while longer, then handed her back to Ms. Sullivan. They watched as she apologized to Ms. Sullivan, and then was led away by her to take a nap. Gu Xinyi and Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief. Only after Lily had fallen asleep did they finally leave the preschool. Back at the company, Gu Xinyi kept thinking about how to maintain the balance between the company and his family. As he pondered, he suddenly turned to Xiaoxiao. Wife, isn't it Lily's birthday in a couple of days? Xiaoxiao nodded. November 28th was little Lily's 4th birthday. Then this time, we definitely have to give Lily a proper birthday celebration. Gu Xinyi fell back into deep thought as he spoke. Xiao gave a soft, In her heart, she felt a bit of a bitter pang. Lily was almost 4, but this would be her first real birthday celebration. She still remembered the little one's 3rd birthday. That day, she didn't even get to eat any cake. The next 2 days returned to a state of busyness. However, outside of work, Gu Xinyi and Xiao intentionally carved out more time to spend with the little girl. Although Gu Xinyi still didn't have an assistant, as long as it was time for Lily to get out of school, he would push aside all business meetings. As for the staff of Starry Entertainment, during these past 2 days, every person's face was glowing with joy. They had been very secretive lately, preparing all sorts of surprises. This continued until November 28th. Xiao's fan meet and greet was also held today. The number of participants for this meet and greet was only 2,000. These people were all hardcore fans of Xiao. They had a few small group chats together, and even Xiao herself had joined them. The group was named the Xiao, Lily, and Gu Xinyi Family Fan Club. Upon learning that Xiao was holding a meet and greet, and that only they were invited, the groups completely exploded. Everyone bought their travel tickets immediately. After everyone arrived in Rivervale with great excitement, they all realized that this meet and greet would actually be held at 8:30 p.m. Some fans who couldn't contain their excitement began discussing it endlessly in the group. They didn't understand why it had to be so late. Ultimately, it was the group leader, Scarlet, who firmly calmed their restlessness, finally settling the commotion. Starry Entertainment had also rented the Rivervale Theater in advance as the venue. Everything was quietly waiting for the meet and greet to begin. November 28th, 8:30 p.m. All the fans entered the venue with their fan gift bags. To their surprise, inside these bags wasn't just Xiao's album and autograph, there was even a signed family portrait. This sent the fans into a state of pure ecstasy. This trip was truly worth it. Not only could they see Xiao in person, but they also got a full set of autographs. It was fantastic. Once the fans had all entered, the theater doors suddenly closed. The venue was plunged into total darkness. Just as the fans were feeling confused and starting to turn on their phone flashlights, the music suddenly rang out. It was a cheerful tune they had never heard before. Immediately following that, a tender and crisp child's voice began to sing. The moment this child's voice rang out, everyone was stunned. Then, they suddenly clutched their chests, staring in disbelief toward the direction of the voice. The fans felt as if they were dreaming. This was the voice of our little treasure, Lily. Accompanied by the child singing, a spotlight suddenly appeared. Under the light was little Lily, wearing a cute white tutu. Her little dress was adorned with blooming little flowers. Her hair was tied into 2 little buns, each decorated with a delicate little bow tie. She looked like an angel who had wandered into the mortal world, stumbling into the fans' field of vision just like that. In that moment, every fan felt like their hearts were about to melt. This was simply too unfair. Oh, they really wanted to rush up and take her home. Little Lily swayed her body to the music. The cheerful singing flowed from her mouth into everyone's ears. In the happy pond, planting a dream makes it grow into an ocean. Bulging eyes and a big mouth, singing just as loud. Another spotlight suddenly fell. Gu Xinyi appeared under the light, wearing a well-tailored suit. His movements were identical to Lily's. The two swayed their bodies to the same rhythm. He picked up after Lily's singing and continued, "Lend me a pair of little wings, and I can fly toward the sun. I believe miracles are right inside me." Then, under the stunned and delighted gazes of the fans, Xiao also appeared as a spotlight fell on her. The entire family of 3 was now present, with bright smiles on their faces. They all swayed their bodies in unison. In the crowd, Scarlet, who was still dazed, suddenly covered her mouth, crying out with joy. As a fan, to be able to see this scene was simply such a wonderful surprise and felt so blissful. The family of 3 sang in unison, "La la 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 la. With you by my side, leapfrog, la 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 la." Growing up with confidence, with you by my side, leapfrog. The fans, having finally snapped out of it, saw this scene and felt like crying. This surprise was just too big. This nursery rhyme was also amazing. They all waved their phones in unison, the phone lights turning into glowing sticks in that moment, waving perfectly in time with the music, matching the swaying rhythm of the family of 3 on stage, keeping in perfect sync. At this time, little Lily started singing again, with Gu Xinye and Xia Xiao providing the harmony for her, clapping their hands, and keeping the beat. A happy little froggy. La 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 leapfrog, a happy little froggy. La 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 la, ha ha. There's a little froggy in the happy pond, yeah. He dances like he's been possessed by a prince. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. With eyes so cool, no other frog can compare. One day he'll be awakened by a princess. Little Lily performed the movements. While singing happily, the atmosphere at the venue kept everyone feeling joyous and warm inside. Then, the family of three continued singing in unison again. This time, even the fans couldn't help but sing along to the la-la-la parts. They simply adored this family of three to death. On Gu Xinye's face, his smile was absolutely irrepressible. This extraordinary birthday party was decided upon by him and Xiaqiao after asking Little Lily for her input. Because Little Lily said her birthday wish was to be just like her mommy, standing on stage and singing happy songs for everyone. Under the family's chorus of Little Jumping Frog, the venue turned into a complete ocean of joy. This uniquely creative meet and greet left the fans completely satisfied, especially the parents who had brought their children to the event. They were the happiest group of all. Originally, they hadn't understood why Xia Xiao had made a special announcement in the group that they could bring their families. Now they finally understood. Among Xia Xiao's fans, in the group, many were already mommy fans of the little treasure, Lily. When a burst of courage happened, they had already fallen in love with this adorable little kid. Even their own children were little fans of hers as well. Now that little Lily had suddenly appeared, to them, it was a completely unexpected surprise. This surprise, when the family of three appeared in perfect harmony, turned into pure joy and emotion. What does it mean to truly spoil your fans? This is exactly it. Under the spotlights ahead, little Lily's tiny body moved with the music, and along with the la-la-la from everyone there, she took a small hop forward. She picked up the microphone again, one hand held up to her cheek, her large almond eyes wide and round, her small mouth open as she adorably mimicked a little frog. This cute expression instantly triggered screams from the moms below. Their eyes were filled with stars, looking blissfully at the little cutie right before them. The cheerful singing continued to flow from Lily's mouth. He's a little jumping frog, crossing the blue Atlantic, leaping to the distant east, leaping right to our side. Xia Xiao also took a hop forward, standing beside little Lily, mimicking her same adorable expression. The perfect synchronization between mother and daughter made the hearts of the fans melt instantly. This was simply too precious for words. It was too much to handle. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. We are the best of partners. Give 'em a kiss, and everything will change. Xia Xiao, cute to an unfair degree, picked up where little Lily left off. She squatted down to pick the little one up, spun around in the air once, and gave her a big, noisy kiss on the cheek. That kiss made the fans drool with envy. They wanted to give her a kiss too. Gu Xinye also hopped forward at this time. Xia Xiao had already set Lily down. Each of them held one of Lily's small hands, swaying their bodies as they sang la 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 once more. Not until the song ended, and the fans were still immersed in this joy, unable to pull themselves away, did the three spotlights instantly dim. Gu Xinye remained, standing there with the family of three holding hands. At the back of the theater, a series of photos suddenly appeared on the large screen. They were all photos of little Lily. Some showed her laughing happily, others showed her crying sadly. The sudden transition drew everyone's gaze over. When the fans saw the photos of little Lily looking all aggrieved, every one of them wished they could snatch Lily away from Gu Xinye and Xia Xiao's hands. At this moment, a person's desire to steal her couldn't be hidden. Especially the little one's mommy fans. They couldn't help but have the same thought. If this were my kid, I'd keep her by my side every second. I'd cut down anyone who dared to make her feel bad. Lines of subtitles also appeared on the large screen. Only then did all the fans realize that today was actually the little treasure Lily's 4th birthday. Just as the fans were having this realization, music rang out again. 2 spotlights fell separately. Another transition. This time, Lele and Sister Yoon appeared. They were holding plush toy gifts they had prepared for little Lily. They shook the gifts in their hands, and an equally cheerful song came from their mouths. Beyond the mountains, beyond the sea, there is a group of Smurfs. They are lively and clever. They are naughty and agile. They live freely, residing in that gray-green forest. They are kind and brave, and they all care for each other. Lele and Sister Yoon had just finished singing, when the music suddenly changed and another spotlight fell, making it hard for people to keep up. This time it was Anyun, Meow, and Minnie. They were also holding gifts and singing, "Oops, oops, OMG, how did the magic fail? The sky is truly so big. Blue dreams, my home. Little girl, don't fear troubles. Colorful wings will help me set off." The fans were completely wild. This truly was classic Gushinyi, a medley of nursery rhymes, and every single one was a different song, all of them being new original tracks they had never heard before. Anyun, Meow, and Minnie had just finished 2 lines. When another spotlight fell, the music transitioned again. This time it was Finn and Cole. Also holding gifts, they sang and danced. "I want CDs and MP3s. I want ice cream and dollars. Don't be too greedy. Clever, brave, and strong. I truly envy myself. Hula hoops are no problem. 2 backflips and then a salute." At this moment, every person's face was wearing a happy smile. This was no longer a meet and greet. It was a time of joy belonging to this big family. A spotlight fell once more. This time, it was Dustin. He was carefully pushing a large, multi-layered cake, slowly walking forward while singing the happy birthday song. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." In the next second, everyone from Starry Entertainment appeared. Their faces were beaming with smiles as they sang the birthday blessing song and slowly walked forward. The fans, at this moment also involuntarily, started singing the birthday song along with them. More than 2,000 people singing in unison. The same song echoed throughout the entire venue. Little Lily's large eyes were now completely curved into crescents. She happily wobbled her little head and clapped her tiny hands, looking at all these uncles and aunties who had suddenly appeared. This was her first birthday party, and it was also her happiest. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao lifted her high, singing the birthday song along with the crowd until it finished. As all the lights dimmed, Gu Xinyi's gentle voice drifted over. "Lily, make a wish and blow out the candles." Little Lily closed her eyes, clasping her 2 small hands in front of her smiling face. No one knew what wish she made, but the smile on her little face grew more and more radiant. That smile was something everyone there would remember forever. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, especially, had hands that were trembling slightly at this moment. They were so happy they felt like crying. Neither he nor Xia Xiao had ever had a birthday party, because they were orphans, without fathers or mothers. But now, for their daughter, Lily, they had actually done it. They had given her such a wonderful childhood. In that moment, in the hearts of Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, nothing could be more precious than Lily's smile right now. As Lily blew out the 4 candles atop the cake in one breath, the venue erupted into a deafening cheer. The lights came back on fully at that moment. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao pulled Lily into their arms, each giving her a big kiss on her cheek. Then they shouted together, "Lily, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Our little treasure, Lily." The fans at the scene all began shouting in unison. Little Lily let out a laugh like silver bells. Then Gu Xinyi shouted again, "Let's eat cake." As Gu Xinyi's voice fell, many staff members began pushing large cakes into the venue. These were all prepared for the fans. Such a gesture of fan appreciation kept the laughter flowing through the venue. There were songs, autographs, little gifts to take home, and even cake to eat. Every fan felt that this trip had been truly meaningful, returning home with a full load. That perfectly described their hearts right now. The Starry Entertainment crew also took this time to present their own prepared gifts to little Lily. Every person, as they gave their gift, was rewarded with a sweet thank you from Lily. This made everyone incredibly happy. They huddled together, happily eating cake. After receiving her gifts, little Lily wriggled out of Gu Xinyi's arms and went to play with the other children at the event. Those mommy fans watched over the children carefully, especially when they saw their own kids interacting with little Lily. The expressions on their faces were even more excited than their children's. Just then, Lily's attention was suddenly caught by a little girl with equally rosy cheeks. She was drawn to her. This little girl wasn't playing with the others, like the rest of the children. Instead, she was clutching a man's leg, looking over timidly. The little girl's eyes, watching the children playing together over here, were filled with longing. When Lily looked over, her gaze met the girl's. The girl got a bit nervous and tucked her small head behind her father, not daring to make eye contact with Lily. Seeing this, Lily unconsciously pursed her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up a small piece of cake from the table and walked toward the little girl. "Here's some cake for you." "It's very sweet," came Lily's sweet voice. The little girl's body swayed slightly. The man in front of her looked down at Lily, who was blinking her large, round eyes, then squatted down and ruffled the little girl's hair. "Nina, the big sister is offering you cake. Go on. Don't you like this big sister the most?" The little girl, called Nina, rubbed the hem of her faded clothes with her small hands, finally looking up timidly at Lily. "Sister, can I really eat it?" "Of course. I like Nina. I want to be Nina's friend. Please, have some cake." Lily flashed a smile and held out the cake in her hand. From a distance, Gu Xinyi, whose eyes had been on Lily the whole time, saw this scene and gave a knowing smile. From the man and the little girl's faded, well-worn clothes, he could tell that this man's family situation probably wasn't very good. After a thought, he walked over. He also squatted down and ruffled Lily's little head. "Lily, why don't you take your little sister to play?" "Okay," Lily chirped, looking at Nina with expectation. Nina looked at Lily's sincere expression, and finally, with her father's encouragement, took the cake and took Lily's hand. Lily's face immediately broke into a wide grin. Leaving Nina, she skipped and hopped toward the group of children. "Thank you. Little Lily is truly a wonderful child." The two adults stood up at this moment, looking together at their respective precious daughters in the distance. The man spoke first in admiration. "You are too. I can tell Nina is very kind as well. By the way, how old is Nina?" "She's 3, a little younger than Lily. Ever since she saw little Lily on my phone, she has liked her very, very much. Since then, I followed your Twitter, joined the TikTok groups, all in the hope that one day I could let my child see the big sister she likes with her own eyes," the man said, looking toward his daughter in the distance, who was playing while holding Lily's hand. His eyes were already a bit red. "When I came this time, I originally wanted to wait until after the meet and greet, to beg you to let the children meet for a moment. I didn't expect to see her like this." Hearing the man say this, Gu Xinyi knew that this was a man with a story, and little Nina definitely liked Lily very, very much. As a father, the man must have come to the meet and greet with such determination because of a dream that might not have even come true. He brought his child along without hesitation. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself. Hello, I'm Gu Xinyi." Haha, Gu Xinyi didn't press for details, but simply spoke with a smile. The man was also amused by Gu Xinyi's self-introduction. If he didn't know he was Gu Xinyi, then wouldn't he be a complete fake fan? "Hello, I'm Xavier Ren, drifting with the wind, free in the world, Xavier Ren. Good name. You look like you're older than me, so I'll call you Brother Xavier. I wonder what kind of work you do, Brother Xavier. I'm 30 this year, so I am indeed older. I'm currently working as a security guard." Regarding Gu Xinyi's effortless poetic greeting, Xavier Ren was stunned for a second. This guy really lives up to his reputation as a god-tier songwriter. He's a natural with words. Security guard? Gu Xinyi looked at Xavier Ren's somewhat burly frame and nodded. That build was more than enough to be a high-end bodyguard. "Yeah, I was in the military. After I was discharged, I studied business management for a while. Later, I joined a media company. But unfortunately, my personality just wasn't suited for that industry. I saw some bad things and tried to interfere. So, I was fired. Later, because of my daughter, I became a security guard." Even though he said he was fired, Xavier Ren spoke quite openly about it. His expression was calm, but the look in his eyes as he watched his daughter revealed a deep tenderness. Hearing Xavier Ren say this, Gu Xinyi didn't immediately reply. Instead, he also looked toward the two little treasures, thinking for a while before speaking again. "Business management? I wonder, Brother Xavier, if you'd like to give it a shot at Starry Entertainment. We're actually short-handed right now. And besides, we're still looking for some corporate security personnel. We haven't been able to find the right people yet. I was wondering if you might know some good candidates, and if you could give me some recommendations." Xavier Ren was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at Gu Xinyi. "Are you serious?" "Of course. We really are short on staff. I'm not one for playing games. How about this? Do you see that beautiful woman over there? She's our head of HR. If you're interested, you can talk it over with her. and find a time for an interview. Gu Xinyi nodded naturally, gesturing toward Sienna Yang with a tilt of his head, as he spoke to Xavier Ren. Xavier Ren took a long, serious look at Gu Xinyi, then stared toward Sienna Yang for a good while. It wasn't until little Lily came walking over holding Nina's hand that he finally spoke. All right, I'll give it a try. As for the security staff, I have some veteran friends I can ask for you. Thanks, Gu Xinyi said with a smile. Then he walked toward little Lily and Nina, scooping the two little cuties up in his arms, one on each side. Lily, Nina, are you guys having fun? Yes, the two little ones chirped in unison, their faces lit up with brilliant smiles. This scene made Xavier Ren's eyes turn red again. He had forgotten just how long it had been since Nina had laughed so genuinely from the heart. He stood there for another moment, lost in thought, before resolutely heading in Sienna Yang's direction. From Gu Xinyi, his activities, he could feel that Starry Entertainment would surely be a wonderful place to belong. Gu Xinyi watched Xavier Ren walk up to Sienna Yang, exchange a few words with her, and take a business card from her hand. Only then did Gu Xinyi turn his gaze away. As for whether Xavier Ren would pass the interview later, that wasn't for him to decide. When it came to HR matters, he never interfered. It was the same with Starry Animation, though it was technically under the Starry Entertainment umbrella ever since Gu Xinyi handed the scripts and funding to Dustin. He hadn't asked a single question. He trusted their professionalism. As an outsider to that field, he didn't need to overstep. After a bit more excitement, the fan meet and greet ended successfully. Little Lily's birthday also came to a close. Amidst the blessings of the fans left the venue in an orderly fashion, faces full of joy. For them, today was truly a day of total satisfaction. On the internet now, following the wave of entertainment companies being investigated by the authorities, they had become much more subdued. Basically, after this round of restructuring, every company had lost some of its vitality. After nearly a week of settling down, the netizens' enthusiasm wasn't as high as before. It was just that. Whenever they saw another celebrity getting into trouble, they would discuss it for a bit. Overall, both in the industry and online, the hype was slowly cooling off. Netizens were gradually returning to their calm routines. Just as netizens were boredly scrolling through videos, a certain video suddenly caught their eye. The title was clearly written by one of Lily's mommy fans. Our little Lily is just too cute. Netizens who saw this title were all filled with confusion. Was there something happening that they didn't know about? So, they clicked on the video. Before long, every netizen who saw the video had bloodshot eyes. Breathing heavily, they rushed to the Twitter accounts of Zhu Xinyi and Xia Xiao to start flaming them. This is it? You show me this crap after the whole damn thing is over? I'm not having it. You didn't even treat us like people. Why didn't we get a notification? The love is gone. It's over. Pack it up, brothers. The moment I saw little Lily appear in the video, I was furious. And when I saw the family of three swaying in perfect sync, my mind went completely blank. Starry, you've betrayed my love for you. Friendship over. Unfollowed. Brothers, unfollow them. Seeing this family of three, I can't help but grin like a proud auntie. But I'm so salty inside. Why did they get to be there in person, while I'm just here drooling over a video? A single video posted by a fan instantly turned all netizens green with envy. They wish they could storm Gu Xinyi's house right now and demand to know why. Why hadn't they been notified? But that wasn't all. More videos from the scene began to leak out. There was the family of three singing together. There was the nursery rhyme medley. There was little Lily making her wish with her eyes closed. There was little Lily playing with the other children, and, the most offensive part, there was a video of Xia Xiaowao and several mommy fans sharing parenting tips. It wasn't just these videos. Fans were even posting signed photos of the family, photos of them holding little Lily and kissing her, and various little gifts from the event. Barely half an hour after the meet and greet ended, the internet was already completely submerged in these videos and photos. Countless netizens, nursing their broken hearts, scrolled through the videos one by one with red eyes. Especially when they saw a fan interacting closely with little Lily, they wished they could shove that fan aside and take their place. I can't take it anymore, brothers. Those two jerks, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, are complete monsters. Who's with me to kill the couple and steal Lily? Well said. Count me in. Kill the couple. Steal Lily. The internet was filled with righteous indignation. Everyone was shouting this slogan. The once calm internet was once again sent into a frenzy by Gu Xinyi's family. Only this time, the netizens weren't cheering for them. They were launching a fierce offensive. Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao saw these condemnations. Immediately, they both shrunk their necks at the same time, feeling a sense of danger from all directions. It was love, but they couldn't help it. They only had 2 days to prepare. 2,000 people was already their limit. Any more, and it would have been chaos. They naturally prioritized their hardcore fan club. Finally, under the pressure, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao had no choice but to post a tweet. Brothers, we were wrong. Please be the bigger people. And forgive us this once. We really weren't prepared this time. Next time. We promise there will be a next time. As soon as the tweet was posted, it was pushed to the top of the trending list by countless netizens. When the fans saw the perpetrator speak up, with a good attitude toward admitting their mistake, their arrogance grew even more. Be clear about next times. When is next time? What year, month, and day? What hour, minute, and second? Come out and tell us clearly. I won't say much else. But post the full-length video for us to see first. You still want a next time? I'm telling you, you're dead meat. Are there any brothers going to the Ultimate Voice set tomorrow? Pin them down for me. Make them confess. Exactly when is next time? Another wave of hype surged through the internet. Every netizen wanted to know, exactly when is next time? With such a big commotion, the other entertainment companies naturally saw it too. Only, their hearts felt even more bitter. Their companies had just been restructured, but Starry Entertainment felt as though it were the middle of a massive holiday celebration. Many heads of small and medium-sized entertainment companies began to ponder at this exact moment. Should they start aligning themselves with Starry Entertainment? After all, judging by the current situation, Gu Xinyi's talent appeared to be completely limitless. A simple meet and greet was somehow turned into a spectacular showcase by him, and besides, all the songs featured there were new original tracks for someone who could release that many new songs just to celebrate his daughter's birthday. Who would still dare to claim his talent could be exhausted? If you can't beat them, join them. Many heads of small and medium agencies had this realization at that very moment. Inside the Skyline Entertainment building, Harold's eyes had gone vacant for the umpteenth time. He knew that after the recent blow to Prime Entertainment, dissenting voices had already begun to rise within their own industry alliance. Though Clarence Tien was still holding on, he likely wouldn't be able to last much longer. As for those small and medium-sized companies, they were nothing more than a disorganized rabble to begin with. After such a massive blow this time, they would likely only offer lip service while secretly defying orders. The birthday party Gu Xinyi organized this time also allowed Harold to see clearly that this man had no upper limit at all. The talent he displayed was simply suffocating. Things had to be settled quickly now. Contact Chairman Tien for me. For the next round, use our aces for all 3 matches. Harold spoke to his secretary with an expressionless face, while a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. If they lost this round as well, how would he be able to maintain their status as one of the big 3? The next day, the hype surrounding the meet and greet had yet to fade online. Meanwhile, another topic was rapidly climbing the charts. Tonight's episode of The Ultimate Voice. Following the previous match, everyone was dying with anticipation for this competition. After all, they knew that in every episode, Gu Xinyi was capable of bringing them brand new original songs, and the incredibly catchy kind at that. Ever since Gu Xinyi appeared, their playlists had never been short of masterpieces. In the past few days, some media outlets online even went so far as to claim that Gu Xinyi was sent by the heavens to create a new era for the music industry. The netizens were in full agreement with this. They felt that this was truly a case of a hero rising to meet the times. Rather than saying talent had triumphed over capital, it was more accurate to say that capital could no longer suppress talent. Gu Xinyi, by himself, was using his talent to turn the entire music industry upside down. If he succeeded in taking down Skyline Entertainment this time, then he would become the first person in history to single-handedly shake the foundations of a corporate giant. In Rivervale, at the Starry Entertainment office, Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao had just arrived. When Sienna Yang came looking for them, Boss Gu, that Xavier Ren passed his interview. However, his specific role is still to be determined. I feel there are two positions currently very suitable for him. One is head of security. He has many connections in that field, so it would be good for him to lead and build the department. The second is to be your personal assistant. Based on his previous work experience, he can also do very well. In terms of management support, and his professional skills are quite polished. As Sienna Yang spoke, she handed Xavier Ren's interview files to Gu Xinyi. Gu Xinyi took the documents and began reading them seriously. Then he suddenly looked up and asked, "Do we know why he was fired from his last job?" Sienna Yang nodded. I asked. It was because he couldn't stand his boss's under-the-table dealings. Mainly, he couldn't stand the way the boss bullied the newcomers, so he was let go. That kind of personality was indeed ill-suited for the corporate world. I see. That's actually quite good. At least his values are in the right place. And his character is solid. Gu Xinyi spoke while flipping through the files. Once he finished reviewing everything, he looked up again. Do you know about his family situation? I didn't ask about that. However, he requested that he can only start work after 9:00 a.m. He can stay as late as needed at night, but he has to go home between 4:00 and 6:00 in the afternoon. He did say he was willing to take a lower salary, but that time window is non-negotiable. Gu Xinyi nodded and pondered for a moment, then handed the files back to Sienna Yang. Keep the salary at the standard rate. We can give him that time. Ask him if he's willing to be my assistant. If not, head of security is fine too. See what he thinks. Sienna Yang took the files, her brow furrowing slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just gave a word of agreement and left the office. Xia Xiao also looked over with some confusion, asking curiously, "Is there something special about him? I feel like you really value him." I'm not sure myself. It's just that I saw his daughter yesterday, and combined with his attitude, I have a bad feeling about it. I hope I'm just overthinking things. We'll know for sure once we get to know him better. Gu Xinyi shook his head, his expression somewhat heavy. Yesterday, he had vaguely felt that something was off. The part that didn't feel right was Xavier Ren's words. He hoped that one day he could let Nina see the big sister she likes with her own eyes. And for that reason alone, he had traveled thousands of miles to get here, even without being certain if he would actually be able to see little Lily. That was a bit unusual. What kind of problem would make him so desperate? Gu Xinyi didn't know. He had only just met Xavier Ren yesterday, so they hadn't reached that level of conversation yet. Time flew by until 8:00 p.m. The fourth episode of The Ultimate Voice arrived at this time. Everyone had been looking forward to it. Tonight's first main event had already begun. Skyline Entertainment sent out an A-list singer, bringing yet another original love song. This love song had the netizens nodding their heads. The quality had indeed been stepped up. Skyline Entertainment was finally starting to exert itself. However, although the quality had reached the top tier of the music industry's old standards, unfortunately the netizens were more expectant of Gu Xinyi's songs. As the saying goes, you're good, but he's better. There's no pain without comparison. The current level of the other songwriters stopped right there. If all songwriters were categorized, Gu Xinyi would be in a league of his own. In front of Gu Xinyi, every other songwriter had to take a back seat. Finally, it was Starry Entertainment's turn to take the stage. Netizens were surprised to find that Starry Entertainment was using rookies again. And it was another duo. Last time, the rookie duo of Finn and Cole had given them a massive surprise. They hadn't expected another one so soon. Furthermore, this duo was actually the one that had been exposed online previously, the duo of folk singers Cindy Wong and Pearl Wu, the familiar high stools, the familiar white t-shirts and jeans, the familiar guitar, and the girls. Clearly, they were prepared to sing folk music. The audience couldn't help but feel expectant. Of all the folk songs they had heard, not a single one had ever truly gone viral. They wondered if this song could bring them a different kind of experience. The music began to play, and the song title appeared on the large screen. Pearl Wu gently strummed the guitar. Cindy Wang swayed her body slightly and smiled at Pearl Wu. This beautiful image caused the hearts of the audience and netizens to quiet down involuntarily. The music was pure. The singers were pure. Everything was just right. They looked at the large screen. It was still a song composed by Starry. The performers were The Landlord's Cat. Furthermore, the song title on the screen fit the folk style perfectly. Clouds Turn into Rain. Accompanied by the music and the sound of the guitar, Cindy Wang began to sing softly. her pure voice striking straight at the heart. Your good night is a subconscious mercy, which I keep until late at night, to cure my insomnia and sleep talking. That handwritten letter stays at the bottom of the suitcase, having no time to be given the meaning of a journey. All the audience members who heard this voice felt their hearts settle down instinctively. This song seemed to possess a kind of magic that could bring peace to their inner selves. This was the unique charm of folk music. Folk has three pillars: love, dreams, and distant places. These are the original longings in everyone's heart. Every person who heard this song, at this moment, recalled the dream they once hid in their heart. These dreams might be a person they once loved most, the original intention they long ago discarded, or the aspirations shattered by reality. All these things once gained and then lost were awakened at this moment by Cindy Wang's singing. If everything is already turned from clouds to rain, can I turn into the mud to be stained by you once more? If life is like a passing movie, oh, let me wake up from a sweet dream once again. I want to see you so much, even if it's just a hurried glance before parting. The dim yellow silhouette under the street lamp, the proximity that grows longer the further one walks. I want to see you so much. At least we could still share a joke. The autumn equinox, when leaves first fall in the alleys, drifts further and further away. What a gentle pair of girls. Only Starry Entertainment could provide a home for such a refreshing duo. I want to see you so much. Even if it's just a hurried glance before parting, I'm tearing up. Cherish the people around you. These two little ones are like my own pet cats. I'm the landlord, and I want to take them home. My restless heart suddenly grew quiet, and tears just fell naturally. But I'll never be able to see him again. Everything has an end, but longing is the only exception. This song, Clouds Turn into Rain and to Milky, caused the netizens to fall collectively into a state of melancholy once more. In that moment, everyone thought of that person they wanted to see, but could simply never see again. As they continued to listen to the singing, they remembered the person they had buried in the dust of their hearts for a long time. Whether it was family, friendship, or love, there is always that one person whom you sincerely want to see one more time, even if that meeting lasts only for a split second. Even inside Skyline Entertainment, Harold, who was watching the match, closed his eyes at this point. Who doesn't have someone they want to see, but can't? Although this jerk Gu Xinyi was his rival, Harold had to admit that this man truly understood people's hearts. He was also far too talented. At least in terms of songwriting, he was like a monster with no weaknesses. Entertainment's board members were already sighing and groaning. They were very lost now. How were they supposed to fight this? It was impossible. They weren't even in the same league. They were purely being ground into the dirt. They glanced at Harold, who had his eyes closed. No one knew what the top executive of this company was thinking right now. On the stage, Cindy Wang, wearing light makeup, held the microphone, looking like the girl next door, giving people a strange sense of familiarity. She sat on that familiar high stool, looking at the audience and singing serenely. The platform whistle blows. Longing is your voice. We carry our past and walk into the crowd, searching for a place to settle ourselves. I want to see you so much, even if it's just a hurried glance before parting. Pearl Wu rapidly strummed the guitar strings. The song gradually reached its end, and the eyes of the two girls grew increasingly bright and moving. They had already found the place where they belonged. Starry Entertainment was a very, very wonderful family. The singing ended. Cindy Wang picked up the microphone, and Pearl Wu picked up her guitar. The two gave a bow to the silent audience. Then they turned around with smiles and walked toward their big family, until only their backs remained. The audience members finally emerged from the song's atmosphere, bursting into a wave of warm applause and screams. These treasure girls are truly the ideal. Indeed, girls who sing folk music are so pure and beautiful. It's not that folk music has declined. It's just that the good stuff has only just appeared. Someone online said this, drawing praise from countless people. It's not that folk has declined, but that no one was writing it with their heart anymore. Now, this song has finally appeared. Soon, the results of this match were released. The directors of Skyline Entertainment looked at the obvious vote count online, and none of them had much of an expression on their faces. When failure becomes a habit, it actually becomes easier to accept. In the current situation, if Skyline Entertainment actually won, that would be the real shock. Chairman Harold, is there any point in continuing this? One director, looking at Harold who still had his eyes closed in thought, finally couldn't help but ask. Only then did Harold open his eyes and look at the directors present. He could no longer find the energy to be angry. They had reached this point due to a single wrong step back then. It was Skyline Entertainment's own doing. Why wouldn't we? We should at least die with a bit of dignity. Prime Entertainment's superstar king, Harvey Chi, hasn't gone on stage yet, has he? Wait until he goes on. As for the subsequent matches, I have my own plans, Harold said flatly. The directors at the conference table looked at each other. Never mind that Ingrid Mu had failed. Harvey Chi was definitely in danger too. Besides, even if King Harvey won a round, what would it change? As long as Gu Xinyi's talent remained? The final point tally would inevitably favor Starry Entertainment. Anyone with eyes could see that Starry Entertainment had essentially already reserved its title as one of the big three. The rest was just a matter of time. But since Harold had made his decision, the directors didn't ask any more questions. After all, he had founded this company single-handedly. No one would doubt his ability. At the other two stages in the venue, Prime Entertainment's points reached 4. The other few points were held by different entertainment companies. Overall, Prime Entertainment was still steady. Meanwhile, Soundwave Entertainment's points had reached 6. They also had more wins than losses. Being even more successful than Prime Entertainment, the current landscape was very clear. Barring any accidents, Skyline Entertainment would be unseated, and the new big three would be Soundwave Entertainment, Prime Entertainment, and Starry Entertainment. The match returned once again to the Starry Entertainment stage. The one appearing this time was an old acquaintance, Felix Shaw from Prime Entertainment, the contestant who was once crushed by Xia Xiao at the New Song Gala, and who only received a single friendship vote from the judges. Now he stood on this kind of stage again. Though he wasn't sure if his opponent was Xia Xiao, he knew that for this round, it definitely wouldn't be easy to face a song written by Gu Xinyi. Felix Shaw felt that this moment was somewhat surreal. He remembered when he, An Yun Miao, and Xia Xiao could still compete on the same stage. But how long had it been? The two of them were already figures far beyond his reach. Whether it was reputation, popularity, or the songs they sang, he couldn't compare to any of it. And the person who caused all of this was that man. Actually, Felix Shaw's relationship with An Yun Miao had always been quite good. He was genuinely happy to see An Yun Miao doing so well. It was just that he still felt a great sense of regret in his heart. After all, he himself still had to stay in the swamp of Prime Entertainment for a long time. The music began to play. Felix Shaw quickly adjusted his state of mind. No matter what, his love for music remained unchanged. In the world of music, he had to bring out his absolute best. The song ended. At the venue, the fans enthusiastically offered their applause. There was no phoning it in during this episode's matches. These were all very good singers, and the audience truly loved it. Felix Shaw bowed in appreciation, let out a long breath, and slowly retreated from the stage. Reaching the backstage entrance, someone walking toward him made him freeze just as he'd finished exhaling. Then a helpless smile appeared on his face. "Caleb, why is it you? This is thinking far too highly of me." The person was indeed Caleb. He let out a laugh and patted Felix Shaw's shoulder. "I had no choice. Boss Gu ordered it, didn't he? But it's also because you sang so well. This is way too demoralizing." Felix Shaw shook his head, the smile on his face becoming even more bitter. In his heart, he was secretly cursing Gu Xinyi. Isn't this like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Flethib was naturally more famous than even A-list singers, even though he hadn't appeared in the public eye much over the last 2 years. His old songs were still being played everywhere. Now, paired with a song from Gu Xinyi, Felix Shaw really didn't know how to describe it. It was purely meant to crush people's spirits. Caleb was already walking onto the stage with his microphone. Unsurprisingly, the venue erupted in a deafening wave of exclamations. Felix Shaw turned back, watching the radiant Caleb on the stage. He hardened his heart and gritted his teeth, saying fiercely, "Damn it, no matter what, I'm going to jump ship." Prime Entertainment? Pish! Even a dog wouldn't stay there. Caleb's appearance had completely demoralized Felix Shaw. He hadn't personally experienced the duel between the two superstar queens earlier, so he couldn't feel that sense of pressure from Starry Entertainment. But this time, facing Caleb in person, he felt a crushing sense of inevitable defeat. There wasn't a single shred of hope for victory. This blow caused the seed of doubt that was already in his heart to suddenly take root and sprout. If he loved music, he absolutely had to leave Prime Entertainment. Even if he had to pay the termination fee, he was going to leave. After leaving, it would be great if Starry Entertainment would take him. If not, he would find any way possible to carry his music career to the end. However, he believed Starry Entertainment would want him, because their philosophies were the same. On the stage ahead, the continuous cheers of the audience were still ringing in his ears. Felix Shaw looked toward the large screen. The song title had appeared, Actor. Accompanied by the background music, the audience gradually grew quiet. Caleb also quickly entered the emotional state of the song. Be simpler. The way you speak. Be simpler. Please skip the progressive emotions. You're not an actor, so don't design those plots. The unique lyrics, paired with Caleb's unique vocals, made this song feel like it was tailor-made for him. Felix Shaw was dazed for a moment as he listened. No wonder all these people were joining Starry Entertainment. This was the answer. No matter how good a singer is, they still need a song specifically tailored for them to shine. A singer and a song are always complementary to each other. Every famous singer has a classic that no one else can surpass. And that was the charm of Starry Entertainment. Gu Xinyi could always create a song that truly belonged to these people. The song, Actor, caused the netizens, who had just been led into a quiet mood by Clouds Turn into Rain, to instantly lose it. Life is a script, and we are all actors in our own lives. Man, I'm wondering, what on earth did he go through to write lyrics like these? Wait, are you saying Xia Xiao is an actor? Haha, nonsense. I clearly mean, what did Caleb go through for Gu Xinyi to write a song like this for him? So, Caleb is always the one getting hurt, huh? Actually, slowly, every one of us has become an actor, living our lives behind different masks. Guy above, hats off to you. The song progressed layer by layer, the lyrics striking deep into the heart, dragging the audience's emotions to rock bottom, then pulling them back up only to trample them again. And Caleb was already completely immersed in Actor. This song by Gu Xinyi was truly tailor-made for him. Just like Renee's later. The moment he received this song, he knew that joining Starry Entertainment was the best decision he had ever made. The song had now reached its climax. Caleb loosened his grip on the mic and then tightened it again. His unique voice rang out once more. I'll turn a blind eye to the performance I should coordinate with, forcing the person who loves you most to improvise. When did we start putting away our principles? Adapting to the times to watch those clumsy performances? It was another dimensional strike. Backstage, Felix Shaw could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He had experienced this feeling twice since his debut. Once during Xia Xiao's performance of Courage, and once during Caleb's Actor. What he was grateful for was that both times he sang first. He couldn't imagine how he would have continued if they had gone before him. His confidence would have probably shattered on the spot. After all, being unable to follow up someone's song is incredibly embarrassing. On the stage, Caleb had finished singing. He waved to the audience and walked off the stage. Backstage, Felix Shaw saw Caleb approaching. He froze for a second, then hurriedly stepped forward. Just to be. Does Starry Entertainment still need people? Hearing Felix Shaw's words, Caleb gave him a surprised look, then quickly smiled with understanding. They probably do, but you'll have to talk to Boss Gu. I have high hopes for you, kid. Caleb saw right through Felix Shaw's thoughts, and smiled as he patted his shoulder. This young man, only in his early 20s, seemed to have finally seen the light. Boss Gu? Oh, I see. Thank you, Caleb. Felix Shaw was stunned for a moment, then realized that the Boss Gu Caleb mentioned was Gu Xinyi. His impression of Gu Xinyi had always remained on that previous image of a promising young talent. Now he finally realized, well, yeah, the man was about to be the head of a big 3 company. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Both were around the same age, so why was the difference so massive? If Gu Xinyi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely have something to say. Why are you comparing yourself to a literal human cheat code? That's just asking for a headache. Felix, what are you standing here dazed for? Felix Shaw was still feeling emotional when a voice suddenly reached his ears. He looked up and was instantly stunned again. Brother Harvey, you're up next? Yeah, I'm here to see just how powerful the young people are these days. Harvey Chi said with a smile, then looked toward the room, where Starry Entertainment was located, feeling deeply sentimental. I never thought that there would come a day where I'd be called out again, to compete against the younger generation. To be honest, it's fine if I win, but if I lose, I'll be a laughingstock. Felix Shaw didn't respond, because he didn't know what to say. His heart was pounding. Harvey Chi was a contemporary superstar king, and his strength was undeniably powerful. But for some reason, he just had a vague feeling that Gu Xinyi simply wouldn't lose. Alright, I'm heading out. Harvey Chi saw Felix Shaw's internal struggle, but he didn't pay it too much mind. After all, he knew that Gu Xinyi was a once-in-a-millennium freak of nature. No one knew what kind of surprise Gu Xinyi would pull this time. On the stage, Harvey Chi made his entrance. Cheers in the arena rose higher and higher. A crowd of tens of thousands standing and cheering was earth-shaking. After Ingrid Mu a few matches ago, this was the second heavyweight contestant, which meant this match would be quite the spectacle. In this round, Harvey Chi brought a Cantonese song called Sigh After Sigh, a classic melody paired with his unique voice. Let this Cantonese song instantly conquer the audience's ears. A superstar king is a king for a reason. He was likable from every possible angle. Backstage, Gu Xinyi was watching the match, but when he saw Harvey Chi take the stage, he smiled. Finally, he's here. He had been waiting for a long time. He knew that after this match, Starry Entertainment would have no rivals left in the industry. Harvey Chi's appearance signaled to every entertainment company that this match would decide the future direction of the music world. If Ingrid Mu's earlier defeat represented Starry Entertainment's forceful rise, then the outcome of this match would determine Starry Entertainment's standing in the music scene from now on. A classic Cantonese song was also the final challenge. Harvey Chi presented to Gu Xinyi. It was the hardest one, just like later. A classic is a classic, because it endures no matter when it is played. The biggest difference between it and other songs is that other songs are only popular for a moment, but lack this deep heritage, just a fleeting trend. Harvey Chi finished his song. Standing on this long-awaited stage, he looked at the audience, and for a moment he seemed to see his younger self, especially in today's match, where he was playing the role of a challenger. He felt that old sensation even more. Years make a person old. A new generation replaces the old. Just like the song he had just sung, only sighs after sighs remained. The audience below the stage had gone wild. They shouted Harvey Chi's name, many of them with tears in their eyes. Ever since the likes of Ingrid Mu and Harvey Chi left to pursue other ventures, they hadn't enjoyed music like this for a long time. Although Gu Xinyi appeared later, the emotions Gu Xinyi brought, and the emotions these veterans brought, were different. People are sentimental by nature. These people's appearances satisfied their nostalgia. This season of The Ultimate Voice also satisfied all their expectations. The music ended. Harvey Chi, amidst everyone's shouting, reluctantly left the stage. Arriving backstage, he looked towards Starry Entertainment's location, and his heart couldn't help but fill with anticipation. This time, what kind of surprise would Gu Xinyi give everyone? Given Harvey Chi's current status, even though he was with Prime Entertainment, was merely his name being listed under Prime's banner. He could have gone independent long ago. So, regarding this match, he was more curious about who his opponent would be, and what kind of song Gu Xinyi would actually write. Right at that moment, the door to Starry Entertainment's room opened. A valiant-looking man walked out. Seeing this man, Harvey Chi was completely stunned. It wasn't until the man walked up to him that he snapped out of it, shouting his name in disbelief. King Liam? Harvey, that was a great performance. In you, I can see the shadow of my younger self. Harvey Chi never expected Gu Xinyi could be so calculating. And he never expected that King Liam would join Starry Entertainment. King Liam was a veteran superstar king, and he was also Harvey's idol. Facing his own idol, Harvey was a bit confused. He had thought that this was a challenge he set for Gu Xinyi. He didn't expect that he truly was just a challenger. In front of his idol, wasn't he just like the rookies from before? Gu Xinyi, that jerk, was way too ruthless. Getting his idol to destroy his own stage? This was simply beyond frustrating. Harvey stammered for a long time, before finally managing to grunt out a response with a red face. King Liam, I really didn't expect it to be you. Am I not just asking for a beating? Harvey, don't say that. A good song knows no borders, and no age limits. A good song is just a good song. Your sigh after sigh moved me very much. I can feel the charm within it. It's really good. Then thank you for the praise, Brother Liam. I'm also very much looking forward to your song. Having calmed down, Harvey Chi was very happy to receive King Liam's compliment. He was delighted, and to be able to hear a new song from his idol again, he was incredibly excited. He had, after all, grown up listening to King Liam's music. Alright, let's not spend too much time on pleasantries. I'll head on stage first. King Liam nodded, then stepped toward the stage. Harvey Chi watched King Liam's steady pace, feeling even more excited. An idol is an idol. Even his back looks so cool. At this moment, in the live stream, seeing the person's starry entertainment sent out, the netizens' hearts felt as if they were experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaken beyond measure. With a move like this, how are the other companies supposed to survive? King Liam's looks. My God, he's incredibly handsome. Harvey Chi, I want to call the police on Gu Xinyi. Wait, King Liam. I'm sorry. My voice was a bit loud just now. I'm dying. Haha. Who doesn't know that King Liam is Harvey Chi's idol? Gu Xinyi really knows how to play. Poor Harvey. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling, a vast world of white. Inside Starry Entertainment's room, Gu Xinyi calmly put away his phone, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden no matter what. Xia Xiao looked at him curiously and asked, What happened just now? You're laughing so happily. I just thought of something funny. Let's watch the match. Gu Xinyi tried his best to stifle his laughter and quickly changed the subject. Xia Xiao gave him a suspicious glance. She just had a feeling he was up to no good. The music on stage has already begun. King Liam has already followed the music with a dashing flair, opening his arms wide. The female fans below immediately erupted into a wave of intense screaming. First-class acting, first-class singing, first-class character, and his looks and charisma are even more top-tier. This is King Liam. Although he is older now, it doesn't affect his image in the hearts of his fans at all. Instead, it makes him even more mature and charming. The song title has also appeared on the large screen behind him. Secretly Obsessed. It's also a soulful vintage track. The same soulful style, the same level of classic. The veteran king against the new king, the idol against the fan. They are both classics among classics. King Liam's uniquely gentle and mellow voice instantly made everyone's heart skip a beat. A familiar feeling, the same familiar formula. The only things that have changed are his age and this particular song. Can you please not linger within my sight like this? You'll realize that I'm simply dying of loneliness. Even though for over 1,000 late nights, I have kissed you in my dreams, that ultimately never existed. The song captivated everyone the moment it began, stirring up memories in countless hearts. They all had the illusion of dreaming back to their youth. The song is just too good. And as expected, for a King Liam song, only he can bring out the flavor it's supposed to have. It's one of a kind. No cover can ever replicate this feeling. A tribute to the classics. Tonight is a night of classics. Of course, Gu Xinyi certainly knows how to pick his people. No exaggeration, no bias. No matter who sings this song, it wouldn't have as much soul as King Liam's version. The voice is magnetic. The singing is full of emotion. Romantic and warm, yet with a hint of sadness. It struck me right in the heart. Netizens fell into nostalgia for the past eras one after another. Even Harvey Chi backstage was lost as he watched King Liam on stage. Listening to this song, he felt like he had returned to the days of sitting in front of a CD player, watching his idol day and night. Back then, he dreamed that one day he could sing on the same stage as his idol. Now, it seems that wish has finally come true. In the Skyline Entertainment conference room, all the senior management looked devoid of joy or sorrow the moment they saw King Liam appear. They were just done. I'm tired. Let it all burn. This world isn't worth it. They thought King Harvey could put up a bit more of a fight. But who knew he wouldn't stand a chance at all? They looked at Harold again, the meaning in their eyes very clear. All right. There's no point in struggling now. Tell us, what should we do? Harold was also expressionless. He ignored everyone's gaze, still staring at the dashing figure on the large screen. He was singing another classic vintage song, Secretly Obsessed. This really is captivating. Meeting adjourned, Harold's cold voice rang out. The directors present all straightened up. They all wondered if they had heard correctly. Adjourned? Was he just giving up like that? Everyone looked at each other in surprise, but seeing that Harold's expression remained unchanged, they ultimately could only pack up the documents in front of them and disperse. Voices and traffic begin to fade into silent struggle. I'm an emotional slave, oh how I miss her, but I just insist on endless defense. King Liam's mesmerizing voice continued to drift over. Harold's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Pass the word. Tell him to get ready. We cannot lose our title as one of the big three. A voice came from the other end. For a moment, Harold put down his phone and continued to watch the performance. Now he could only make the second choice. Since he couldn't touch Starry Entertainment, he had to find another way. As for why he didn't tell the other directors, it was because he felt this batch of directors were all useless. If they could have crushed Gu Xinyi when he first started showing his talent, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Furthermore, the fewer people who knew about the second choice, the better. At the venue, King Liam was still singing. The audience had all stood up, waving the light sticks in their hands to their heart's content. The light sticks perfectly matched the rhythm of the song. As they listened to the song, it was as if the scenes of King Liam's youth were appearing before their eyes. The movies he had acted in back then, the songs he had sung, these scenes surfaced before them one by one. Actually, every time I see you, I am infatuated. Unfortunately, we each have our own roles and boundaries. Even if it exceeds friendship and lonely dreams, I can only love you in the dark, secretly obsessed. There's no need to cause you trouble. Let's say goodbye. Don't let the void lead me astray. It truly was a classic voice. It was captivating. It made one nostalgic. When King Liam sang to this point, many people couldn't help but cover their faces and cry. This was their youth. This was the music of that time, making people involuntarily want to sing along loudly. That's how good music is. Whether you're happy or sad, it makes you unable to resist immersing yourself in it. When happy, you listen to the melody. When sad, you listen to the lyrics. It can take the stories everyone has lived through and bring them into the music, making them feel moved. On the internet right now, the discussion about King Liam and this song has already exploded. Before the song even finished, the trending list was already rising. He truly is King Liam. He makes everyone secretly obsessed the moment he opens his mouth. Classic vintage track, The Veteran King returns. A performance of Secretly Obsessed that moves people to tears. King Liam's peak looks. Even at my own peak, I have to step aside. I was in diapers when I first saw the king. Now I'm the one feeling old. The king is still the king. But I am no longer the same person I was back then. On stage, the song has already ended. At this moment, it's not just the audience who are moved. Even King Liam himself on the stage has tears in his eyes. The king has aged, but his heart has not. Meeting Gu Xinyi now, and encountering Secretly Obsessed, he feels like he has found his passionate, youthful self from back then. Although many people had said long ago that even if King Liam did nothing, just standing on the stage would make people excited. Who doesn't know his character? He wouldn't allow himself to stand on stage without any works, living off his reputation alone. This performance of Secretly Obsessed truly brought back his glory from those years. Until King Liam left the stage, the excitement of the audience in the venue and the netizens in the livestream could not be quelled for a long time. His figure had already disappeared from the stage, but in the hearts of the audience, his image would exist forever. The fourth episode of The Ultimate Voice also came to a close with King Liam's departure. And, with the end of this episode's matches, it also represents the official arrival of a new era in the music industry. The first to react were various media outlets. As soon as the competition ended, overwhelming news reports followed one after another. Following King Liam's victory, Starry Entertainment's points have reached first place in the arena matches. Without a doubt, the new Big Three has appeared. A review of Gu Xinyi's rise to fame, from obscurity to the chairman of one of the Big Three companies. It only took him a few months. The biggest event in the industry, Skyline, is dead, and Starry has risen to power. Gu Xinyi became the ultimate winner. Besides the actions taken by the media, several entertainment companies even started changing their recruitment policies. They even announced that all company contract terms would align with Starry Entertainment's. In addition to making these statements, they proactively posted on Twitter to congratulate Starry Entertainment. hoping for nothing more than to get on their radar. Everyone knew Gu Xingyi was a goldmine, and building a good relationship with him was definitely the right move. Of course, some entertainment companies were still waiting and seeing. They believed that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, that no matter how bad Skyline Entertainment got, they were still a major company that had held the big three title for many years. Storm clouds were gathering in the industry once more, but this time, Gu Xingyi didn't need to borrow any influence to have the power to go head-to-head against the other giants. Due to the impact of this latest match, Starry Entertainment became busy once again. Fortunately, Xavier Ren reported to the company early the next morning and became Gu Xingyi's personal assistant, bodyguard, and driver. This took a huge load off Gu Xingyi. Xavier's professional competence was beyond reproach. On his very first day, he had already organized most of the company's affairs. Once everything was sorted, he handled every task with such ease that Gu Xingyi didn't have to worry about a thing. This made Gu Xingyi feel like he had scored a massive bargain. At the same time, Starry Animation also sent good news. The Outcast was finally finished and ready for release at any time. When Gu Xingyi arrived at the office, he heard bursts of cheers coming from the Starry Animation department. Dustin's voice, in particular, could be heard even outside the main door. "Brothers, wait for me to pick an auspicious day, and Starry Animation's first project can officially make its debut." "Haha, Dustin, congratulations. Let me see how it turned out." Gu Xingyi pushed open the door to the animation area and spoke to the still excited Dustin. "Hehe, congrats to us both. Boss, you came at the perfect time. Take a look at the final product. Is it exactly how you imagined it in your head?" As soon as Dustin saw Gu Xingyi arrive, he pulled him over to the computer. Although he was confident in his team's skills, he still wanted the person who wrote the script to take a look. After all, he was the one who should have the best feel for this anime. And as Dustin clicked on the video file titled The Outcast, Gu Xingyi leaned over and stared intently at the screen. At this time, Serafina Ku, Serene Q, and the others all gathered around. Their expressions were filled with nervous tension. After working so hard for so long, they were afraid that Gu Xingyi might not be satisfied with their work. On the computer, the story of the Outcast slowly unfolded. It started in the middle of the night, with a drunken man rambling and muttering to himself as he walked through the woods. Accompanied by the sounds of beasts and birds in the mountains, the atmosphere was incredibly eerie. Gu Xingyi felt a slight shiver of excitement and continued watching. Then, in a graveyard, a strange silhouette was digging up a grave. The rhythmic sound of the shovel hitting dirt scared the drunk so much he screamed, "Ghost!" The scene shifted, and Justin Zhang appeared. Seeing this, Gu Xingyi narrowed his eyes slightly. The Justin Zhang on the screen wasn't 100% identical to the one in his memories, but it was already more than 95% there. As the plot unfolded and Joe appeared on screen, Gu Xingyi breathed a complete sigh of relief. When he saw Joe again, speaking with that fluent regional accent, Gu Xingyi hit the pause button. He slowly turned his head. All the employees involved in the production were staring at Gu Xingyi nervously, not even daring to take a breath. Seeing them like this, Gu Xingyi suddenly smiled. "Good work, everyone. It's ready for release." As soon as those words left his mouth, the office immediately erupted into a deafening cheer. They had poured several months of blood, sweat, and tears into this anime. Now that it had finally passed inspection, how could they not be ecstatic? "Dustin, when do you plan to start the promotion and then release it?" Gu Xingyi asked with a smile. He never expected that these people before him would actually manage to produce this anime, or the level of detail was no less than that of the original world version. "What do you think, boss?" "I've made all the necessary preparations. Julian Wang's anime should start promotion in early December. We've scheduled our launch for the same day. We'll release ours right alongside theirs. I'm not afraid of being overshadowed at all. Their Above All Beings was created by me. Do you think I don't know the script? Besides, I don't believe they can produce anything better than us. I am absolutely convinced that the Outcast will crush them." Dustin gave a hearty laugh. His cocky attitude made Gu Xingyi want to punch him. "But when it comes time for promotion, I'll still need to trouble you and Sis Xiao." "Haha," Dustin said, changing his tone, as he scratched his head. Gu Xingyi rolled his eyes at him. "Weren't you acting all arrogant just a second ago? Why are you being so humble now?" What a loser. Meanwhile, in another studio also located in Rivervale, Julian Wong and Renee had already finished the trailer. However, Renee's face remained gloomy. She stared at the finished product on the computer, unable to stop herself from thinking of Dustin. Ever since she found out Dustin was from a wealthy family, she had been filled with regret. Then, as Gu Xinyi's fame continued to grow, her regret had become even more intense. She had originally thought Dustin's family situation was no different from Julian Wang's. After all, when Dustin was dating her, he never showed off any wealth. His daily life was always very modest, making him look like a total loser. Since that was the case, why wouldn't she choose Julian, who had better looks? Besides, Gu Xinyi's reputation back then wasn't what it is now, and he was even embroiled in a domestic violence scandal. When she saw Gu Xinyi was Dustin's best friend, she thought he might be able to give Dustin a leg up, but the situation at the time made her lose all confidence in Dustin's best friend. One wrong step led to another. This made Renee feel incredibly remorseful every time she thought about it. She also felt an immense resentment toward Dustin. Why would a rich kid like you act like some naive, innocent soul? Regret was useless now. What happened had already happened. Renee could only stare at the trailer on the screen and ask, Julian, the trailer goes live tomorrow. Is all the advertising and everything in place? And did you get any celebrities for promotion? Everything is ready, Renee. Don't worry. This anime is definitely going to be a hit. And besides, I've hired famous influencers from the anime world for promotion, Julian said confidently with a smile on his face. But what about Dustin's side? Don't forget what Gu Xinyi said back then. With his current level of fame, his promotion will only be more effective than ours. Renee's expression remained somewhat sour. She kept remembering those mocking words from Gu Xinyi. What did he mean by knowing a little? You either know it or you don't. You either understand or you don't. Saying he knows a little was just plain annoying. Hearing Renee's words, Julian Wang didn't care in the slightest, but seeing Renee's worried look, he wrapped his arm around her slim waist and comforted her. Gu Xinyi, I admit he's truly strong when it comes to songwriting. But this is animation. The anime world and the music industry aren't the same thing. You know as well as I do that this anime is something Dustin spent nearly 2 years creating. I don't believe that Gu Xinyi, all by himself, could produce a good script in such a short amount of time. I hope you're right. Renee thought for a moment and finally nodded, her expression looking much better. It made sense. Gu Xinyi was someone who had never touched animation before. No matter how capable he was, it was impossible for him to produce and finish a script this quickly. Besides, his musical talent was already so overwhelming. If he could create animation as well, he wouldn't even be a normal human being. The next day, December 1st, at 9:30 a.m., Passion Animation, founded by Julian Wang, officially released the trailer for Above All Beings. As a domestic production, it was recommended and promoted by many famous anime influencers. Once the trailer was released, it immediately attracted countless anime-loving netizens to watch. It had to be said that Above All Beings, while following the power systems of traditional domestic anime, had impressive graphics and a plot full of ups and downs. That truly made it stand out. The trailer was a hit. Only 2 hours had passed, and it had already garnered countless positive reviews. At this moment, in the Passion Animation studio, the atmosphere was festive. The success of the trailer gave them hope. Even Renee, who had been wearing a gloomy expression all day, was now beaming with joy. The trailer had received so much praise. It was easy to see that once the full series was released, the company would be rolling in money. See, Renee? I told you it would be a hit. Come here and give me a kiss to celebrate. Julian Wang looked at the hot data for the trailer, his face glowing with delight. He wrapped his arm around Renee's waist and said with a smirk, Stop it. Everyone's watching. Renee turned her head away with a bashful look. The other employees in the studio were speechless, all thinking the same thing. Why is she acting so innocent now? It wasn't like they hadn't done this in front of them before. In high spirits, Julian Wang ignored Renee's protest and gave her a hard kiss on the lips. He could already see the endless stream of revenue pouring in after the official release, but right then, one of the company's core members suddenly came running over in a panic. His hand holding the tablet was actually trembling. Julian, we're finished. We're totally finished. Quick, look at this. Another domestic anime just appeared online. As he spoke, he thrust the tablet in front of Julian Wang. Julian Wang, who was looking smug, frowned, feeling a bit annoyed at the core member's impulsiveness. It's just another anime. What's the big deal? What are you panicking for? What domestic anime these days can actually compete with us? Julian Wang took the tablet and began to look at it dismissively. In today's anime market, there wasn't a single project he actually respected. But when he saw the title of this anime, the smile on his face vanished instantly. The Outcast. Is this some kind of plagiarism? His anime was called Above All Beings, and now here was one called The Outcast. He was done for. Then, he clicked on the promotional video on the tablet. Wayland of Wudong pays his respects to the Grandmaster. The past is irreversible, but the future can be changed. The video was a bombshell right from the start. The scene with the line, Wayland of Wudong pays his respects to the Grandmaster, caused Julian Wang's pupils to contract. The more he watched, the more panicked he became. The image quality, the voice acting, the character designs, the dialogue, especially when he saw Joe appear on screen with a thick regional accent, he was completely dazzled. This character design, this voice, it was far too captivating. By the time Julian Wang snapped out of it, he was witnessing another legendary scene. Justin Zhang's infamous 6 Birds Under the Moon display. In the video, the shameless, no-face Justin Zhang was channeling his energy and laughing wildly. The laughter made Julian Wang's hand holding the tablet tremble. Then, with a thud, the tablet fell to the floor. The light of American anime, if Above All Beings, was just a modification and creation based on existing anime, then The Outcast was undoubtedly the new standard bearer. Who the hell made this? Julian Wang muttered in disbelief, quickly picking the tablet up from the floor. He clicked on the publisher's information, and then his vision went completely black. He collapsed onto the floor. Julian, Renee cried out. Also sensing that things had taken a bad turn, she didn't bother with Julian Wang sitting on the floor. Instead, she snatched the tablet into her hands. In the next second, she also froze on the spot. Publisher, Starry Animation. Starry nowadays, probably everyone with an internet connection knows what Starry represents. But Renee still clicked on Twitter in disbelief, found the accounts of Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, and began checking them. Then she also slumped to the floor. On both Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao's Twitter pages, the latest post was exactly the same. The trailer for The Outcast under Starry Animation has been released. Hope you all show it some love. I can guarantee that this is an anime you cannot afford to ignore. Click the link for The Outcast for more details. Heh, Gu Xinyi says he knows a little. Ha ha ha, quite the little. Renee began to cry and laugh at the same time, as if she had lost her mind. Finally, she suddenly grabbed the tablet again, and found the company profile for Starry Animation. Staring at it intently, on the profile, under the list of company directors, Dustin's name appeared in bold. A phone call, I have to call him. At this moment, only one thought remained in Renee's mind. She completely regretted everything now. She wanted to get back together with Dustin. She believed that as long as she acted a bit pitiful and weak, Dustin would definitely agree to reconcile. After all, during the 1.5 years they were together, he had treated her incredibly well. Bitch, what are you doing? Julian Wang, sitting nearby, saw Renee like this, and snatched her phone away. His eyes red as he interrogated her. Get lost. It's all your fault. You're the one who ruined me back then. If it weren't for you, I would have been with Dustin this whole time. As she spoke, Renee tried to snatch her phone back like a madwoman. The two of them began to tear into each other right there in the office. Meanwhile, another wave of hype had already hit the internet. It wasn't just limited to the anime world. Even people who didn't usually watch anime knew that a major production was about to be released, called The Outcast. It wasn't just because of the promotion from Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao, even King Liam, Caleb, and the others had all posted on Twitter at the same time, every one of them recommending The Outcast. The views on the trailer had already surpassed 100 million, with millions of retweets and tens of millions of comments. It was now dominating the trending lists on every platform. These figures were something no other anime had ever achieved before. Countless famous anime influencers were voluntarily making reaction videos to help promote it. After all, this was massive traffic. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Ash was one such person. A famous anime influencer with over 10 million followers. He was a true fan of the medium. Initially, when he saw Gu Xinyi and the others promoting a domestic anime, he had been a bit skeptical. When he first saw the promotion for the Outcast, he was exceptionally angry. He felt that fan culture was polluting the anime world. He wanted to defend the industry from pollution to the death. So, he also clicked on the trailer for the Outcast and began watching. He was going to find every little flaw. He wanted to identify all the shortcomings of this anime, and then lash out at Gu Xinyi and his team. However, after he finished watching the entire trailer, he was completely stunned. After dazing for a long time, he swallowed hard and finally posted on Twitter. He even attached a link to the promotional video. Initially, when I saw so many celebrities promoting The Outcast, I was exceptionally angry. I felt this was a stain on the anime world. I actually like Gu Xinyi very much. I enjoy listening to his songs, but I did not believe he could produce a high-quality anime, especially a domestic one. Domestic anime these days is in a miserable state. But after I watched the entire trailer, I realized I was wrong. I just want to say, I'm sorry to Gu Xinyi, and then say, it's absolutely incredible. In my heart, this is truly the light of domestic anime, and it's well-deserved. Right here. I solemnly recommend this anime to everyone. Keep watching, and you'll find plenty of surprises. Ash finished the Twitter post in one go, and then let out a long sigh of relief. He was now also incredibly eager for the release of the full series. Furthermore, he, who never followed celebrities, followed two people for the first time. One was Gu Xinyi, and the other was Xia Xiao. As the news continued to spread, the trailer for The Outcast went completely viral. Not only did it cause a sensation in the anime community, but even netizens who don't usually watch anime were all following this domestic production for no other reason than it being produced by Starry Animation and the fact that the scriptwriter was Gu Xinyi. The discussions about The Outcast online were even more explosive. From the anime community to the entertainment industry, basically everyone was talking about this domestic anime. Initially, seeing Gu Xinyi's recommendation, I thought this jerk wasn't focusing on his music and had started messing around again. Until I saw so many stars recommending it. Did I open it with a curious heart? And then I was completely dazed by what I saw. I'm dying laughing. What kind of god-tier anime is this? The 6 birds under the moon scene was seamless. Haha. I have to say, I absolutely love Joe's character, especially that authentic regional accent. Haha, you little numbskull. It's really just too much. Gu Xinyi doesn't just write insane songs. Now he's even writing anime scripts, and he's writing them so well. He's simply not human. Even I, as someone who doesn't watch much anime, am a bit expectant. I like the Grandmaster in The Outcast so much. He's so cool. He feels like he's definitely going to be a big boss. In The Outcast, the character designs and story content in the trailer have completely captured the netizens' attention. They've all started anticipating the arrival of the series. Meanwhile, Above All Beings, released by Passion Studio, has now been completely forgotten in a corner. While in the first 2 hours, people were still clicking in to take a look. By now, the view count was approaching 0. It wasn't that Above All Beings wasn't good enough. It was just that The Outcast was far too dazzling. There's no pain without comparison. In this moment, Julian Wang, who just had a fight with Renee, had lost all will to live. He could already foresee the fate of Above All Beings. He would definitely lose everything this time. He could not accept this ending. To create this anime, he had emptied his family savings. He had sought out every investor he possibly could and borrowed from everywhere possible, and it was basically all in his own name. In his current situation, many of his employees had already packed up and left. Renee had even completely broken up with him and blocked his number. At this moment, he was left with only this empty office and a mountain of debt. He was 100 times more miserable than Dustin had been. Inside Starry Animation, everyone was still celebrating the trailer's viral success. Just then, Dustin received a phone call. He looked at the caller ID, and his brow furrowed immediately. He didn't answer the phone immediately, but after hesitating for quite a while, he silently hung up and blocked the number. When he looked up, he saw all these faces, radiating with joy before him, and he laughed too. Gu Xinyi, standing to the side, saw all of this. He also gave a small smile, then stepped forward and patted Dustin's shoulder. Not going to answer? Now that you've succeeded, shouldn't you answer and hear what she has to say? So, in your mind, I'm just a petty person like that. Is that right, Dustin rolled his eyes at him and said in an annoyed tone. Gu Xinyi laughed even harder and patted Dustin's shoulder twice more with force. Only then did Dustin let out a sigh and spread his hands. Before the outcast was a success, I kept thinking that if I succeeded, I would stand before her arrogantly, to prove to her just how bad her judgment was. But once success actually came, I suddenly realized it's all in the past. Especially while working hard together with everyone, I realized even more clearly that for all of us here, the reason we were able to come together was because of the dreams in our hearts. And that dream shouldn't be stained by someone like her. What's in the past is in the past, is in the past. We should look forward. That's a very deep understanding. Nice. That's the Dustin I know. I'll give you a round of applause. Gu Xinyi was still smiling, but there was finally more ease in that smile. Actually, he had also been worried that Dustin would go back to Renee after succeeding, fearful he'd be tricked by sweet talk again and repeat the same mistake. But no. Although Dustin looked careless, he was actually quite clear-headed. The next day, what no one expected was that Renee actually showed up at the door. Although she was stopped by the security department outside, she still refused to leave and kept waiting outside the company. Finally, Dustin and Gu Xinyi had to go out and meet her. It was still at this same building. The three of them met, but this time, Julian Wang was missing. Renee's face still bore some marks of injury, and her outfit was just as it had been before. When she saw Dustin, that pitiful expression on her face made Gu Xinyi think to himself that it was a pity she wasn't an actress. Dustin, Julian, and I broke up. Renee wanted to step forward and grab Dustin's hand, but Dustin stepped back to avoid her. So she looked up and said to Dustin pitifully, I broke up with him. What does that have to do with me? Dustin looked at the woman before him, though there was some turbulence in his heart. He still frowned and spoke. I know you hate me. You can hit me, or you can curse at me, as long as it helps you let your anger out. And then can we reconcile? Just like we used to be, weren't we? Please get one thing straight. I don't hate you now. Regardless of how we were back then. We have no relationship at all now, and I will never have any relationship with you again. Finally, please leave this place. Our company doesn't welcome you. Renee continued to speak, but was directly interrupted by Dustin, who then gave her the order to leave. Dustin, do you really have to be this heartless? Putting everything else aside, don't you have even a little bit of fault in this? If you hadn't been hiding your status as a wealthy heir back then, I wouldn't have left you. You were the one who lied to me first. This outburst almost made Gu Xinyi laugh out loud. It also caused Dustin, who still had some lingering emotions, to turn completely cold. Putting everything else aside, I have nothing to talk to you about now. If you want to stay here, then stay. But Renee, I can tell you clearly, there will never be anything between us again. If you have even a shred of dignity left, please stop bothering me. Dustin had just finished speaking and turned around, when his entire face darkened. On both sides of the company entrance, it was packed with crowds of onlookers eager for drama. He even saw some people actually holding sunflower seeds and snacking. It was quite ridiculous. Seeing Renee still reaching out to stop him, Gu Xinyi stepped directly behind Dustin to block her. He looked at Renee with a smile. Seeing Gu Xinyi's smiling, handsome face again, Renee felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. She dared to cry and cause a scene in front of Dustin, but she didn't dare do that in front of Gu Xinyi. She vaguely remembered that Gu Xinyi had looked exactly like this back then, as if nothing could ever stump him. So the impression Gu Xinyi gave her now was that of an omnipotent existence. You heard what Dustin said clearly. As for me, I'll give you a word of advice as well. Don't go looking for trouble. Also, I told you guys back then, the tide turns every 30 years, so don't look down on a young man for being poor. Oh right, my brother isn't poor. I hope you remember my words. As for the rest, do as you please. Renee eventually left. Because of Gu Xinyi's words, she was certain Dustin wouldn't do anything to her. But she couldn't read Gu Xinyi. In her mind, capital was always the same. The fact that Gu Xinyi could create such a large company in such a short amount of time was a terrifying thing in her eyes. If Gu Xinyi knew what she was thinking, he would surely be caught between laughter and tears. It turned out that in the eyes of others, he had become a massive corporate shark. On December 5th, the official episodes of The Outcast were released, and it was launched on the largest anime platform in the United States, Liberty Animation. On the day of the release, this domestic anime reached a staggering 400 million views. It was hailed as the anime with the highest first-day viewership in history. Furthermore, the rating surpassed all other anime released in the same period. For a domestic anime to reach this level was simply unbelievable. The name of Starry Animation echoed throughout the industry because of this one show. The trending topics on the internet hadn't stopped since the Outcast appeared, and Starry Entertainment and Starry Animation were on everyone's lips, especially Gu Xinyi. Netizens were now talking about him with great enthusiasm. Some media outlets even published articles counting down Gu Xinyi's history of growth. When netizens saw this post, they all took a collective sharp breath. Starting from obscurity, he relied on the song You Throughout My Life to appear in the public eye. Then he collaborated with Harmony Music for Simply Ordinary. After that, his name began to make waves. Then came the wife spoiler incidents and the domestic violence rumors, which threw him into a vortex of public opinion, until Xia Xiao came out to support her husband, allowing netizens to accept him once more. After that, it was unstoppable. Masterpiece after masterpiece was released, until Xia Xiao Yao was blacklisted, and the national media stood up for him because of the heart of a dreamer. At that point, he already had the confidence to stand against the entire industry. Until this season's The Ultimate Voice with Harmony Music, where he no longer stayed low-key. A few rounds of competition completely solidified his status. It had only been 6 months, and he had already left everyone in the industry struggling to even catch a glimpse of his back. And now, with Starry Animation's release of The Outcast, another massive wave was stirred up in the animation world. He could command the winds and the clouds with a flick of his wrist. One could only say it was terrifying. Countless netizens, after reading the post from the media outlet, left shocked comments below. Holy crap, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed Gu Xinyi was this incredible. Guys, who else feels this way? I've been following his songs until now, and suddenly looking back, he's already standing at the peak, and I'm still the same obscure girl I was back then. This is just too much. It's truly a subtle transformation. We only focused on his songs. It seems no one really paid attention to his rise to wealth. My idol is right here. In every aspect, he is the goal I strive for. This can't be separated from our support though. But he's made so much money, and I haven't seen him donate once. Is moral kidnapping still a thing these days? The man earned that money with his own strength. Whether he donates or not is his own business, right? It is his business, but without us, he wouldn't have made it. Look at everyone else in the industry with talent and reputation. Who hasn't done charity work? Gu Xinyi is the only exception. Guy above, don't lump yourself in with us. You're making it sound like he didn't rely on talent, but relied entirely on you instead. Everyone says Xia Xiao and Gu Xinyi are a breath of fresh air in the industry. I think they're just average. No different from any other capitalist. No one knew who started it. But the tone on the internet suddenly changed. Many netizens began to discuss whether or not he should be donating money. Inside Starry Entertainment, Gu Xinyi and the others naturally saw these comments and topics. How can these people be like this? What right do they have to say that? 30% of the money Starry Entertainment makes goes toward helping impoverished children and patients who can't afford medical bills. Every single transaction was personally audited by Sister Yun before the funds were released. Shi Yao, brother-in-law, aren't you going to come out and clear the air? Lei, who was curled up on the sofa with a tablet, holding the device, spoke angrily. Sister Yun and the others also looked over. They naturally knew as well. That of the money Gu Xinyi made, 30% flowed to various impoverished regions. On the very first day Starry Entertainment was founded, Starry Charity was established alongside it. It was just that Gu Xinyi never talked about it. He just worked in silence. Seeing Lei's puffed-up, angry look, Xia Xiao felt it was a bit funny. She poked Lei's puffed cheek and said, "We developed too quickly, so naturally people are jealous. This is all very normal. Some people love you, some people hate you. If you got angry every time something like this happened, wouldn't you eventually die of anger? But they're really annoying." Lei was still somewhat indignant. Even she had contributed 30% of her earnings, and now they had to listen to this. All right. Calm down. Someone is obviously pushing a narrative, but trying to make an issue out of this is simply too naive. Don't worry, just ignore it. What's that saying? Just do good deeds, and don't worry about the future. Follow your heart. No matter the obstacles, Sitting on the other side of the sofa, Gu Xinyi also comforted Lele. No matter what they said online, as long as his conscience was clear, it was fine. Whites can never turn black. Starry Entertainment's donations have always been made directly through the American Charity Association. Every single transaction can stand up to scrutiny. So, he wasn't worried at all. Just do good deeds. Don't worry about the future. Follow where your heart leads. And pay no mind to the noise. Everyone present silently repeated those words in their hearts. Then, they all looked at Gu Xinyi, their eyes growing brighter and brighter. This was exactly where Gu Xinyi's charm lay. Look at the man's level of culture. Not only is his songwriting incredible, but even the way he speaks is so comforting. At the same time, the online narrative was growing more intense. Gu Xinyi's silence only made the storm escalate further, carrying a momentum that a single spark could start a prairie fire. That's a brilliant strategy, Chairman Harold. Just a few paid trolls and the water is completely muddied. Gu Xinyi must be exhausted trying to deal with this by now. The day after tomorrow's episode of The Ultimate Voice is the perfect time for us to strike back. In Harold's office, the company's operations manager was happily sucking up to Harold. This entire incident had been orchestrated by Harold himself. He hadn't expected that a massive online crusade against Gu Xinyi would actually take form. Who said I was going to take the chance to strike back? If Gu Xinyi could be trapped by a little thing like this, he wouldn't be Gu Xinyi. Harold's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest bit of joy at his subordinate's flattery. Not strike back? Then what was the point of doing all this? The flattery had backfired. The operations manager felt a bit awkward and asked with some confusion. It's just to draw a bit of his attention and distract him. As for why, Pole ancestors, the dumbing was so fight on day entry. It's none of your business. Don't ask. Harold shot him a glance, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Fine. Then I'll head back now. I'll let you get back to work. The manager gave an even more awkward smile, then quickly stood up to take his leave. No one understood what Harold was trying to achieve, including Gu Xinyi. He knew that for this incident, someone was definitely fanning the flames behind the scenes. But he couldn't see the point of them doing this. To throw dirt at him? To distract him? And then leave him with no energy to deal with things regarding the ultimate voice? If that were the case, then Gu Xinyi could only say that the person using this tactic was simply too stupid to think that a minor thing like this would leave him with no energy to write songs. Was nothing short of a joke. On the second day after the incident occurred, 3 people came to Starry Entertainment, whom even Gu Xinyi would never have expected. Gu Xinyi wasn't in the office when the trio arrived. The receptionist, Wendy Lee, looked at the 3 dignified elderly men before her and couldn't help but wonder exactly who these 3 old men were. She quickly stood up to greet them. Hello. May I ask who you 3 are looking for? Young lady, we are looking for Gu Xinyi. Is he in the office? The old man in the lead replied with a smile, while all 3 of them surveyed the office. Looking for Mr. Gu? Please wait a moment. Mr. Gu is currently out of the office. I'll help you contact him. Then please, young lady, contact him. Tell him Arthur Lin is here to see him. All right. Then why don't you 3 head to the lounge to rest for a bit? Lily, someone's here for Mr. Gu. Could you come over and receive them? Wendy Lee quickly replied. She felt that these 3 old men were anything but ordinary. So she hurriedly notified Lele to come and host them. Afraid of showing any disrespect, Lele hurried over and led the 3 elderly men into the lounge. After tea was served, the 3 old men politely said their thanks. Then one of the old men smiled and looked at the other, complaining, Arthur, I told you we should have called ahead. Who just drops by out of the blue like this? Didn't I want to give him a surprise? Don't young people like that sort of thing? I also didn't expect that this kid wouldn't even be in the office at this hour. Just as he finished speaking, another old man immediately chimed in. You've got 1 foot in the grave and you're still playing these games? However, the way the kid organized this company is quite impressive. It's just a bit small, that's all. Just a little bit. I heard you guys praising him so much I wanted to meet him in person, but I didn't expect to come all this way for nothing. The old man finished and turned to look at Lele, who was standing stiffly to the side. He smiled and said, Young lady, there's no need to be so stiff. We 3 old fogies aren't bad people. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I am Silas White, president of the American Charity Association. This is Douglas Ford, Chief Director of National Media. The other is Arthur Lin, Chief Director of Harmony Music. Hearing the three of them introduce themselves, Lele's entire mind went blank. In her little brain, only words like American Charities, National Media, and Harmony Musics remained. These were all massive figures, whom one normally never gets to see in person. And yet today, they had come to Starry Entertainment together. Seeing that Lele had no reaction, Silas White continued. Aren't there a lot of rumors and criticism about your Mr. Goo on the internet lately? How come he doesn't seem to be in any hurry? As soon as they arrived at Starry Entertainment, the three old men were very pleased with what they saw. The entirety of Starry Entertainment didn't seem to be affected at all. Everyone had a smile on their face as they worked, which left Silas White somewhat surprised. You have to know, if any other company faced this sort of thing, to save the company's reputation, their PR team would have been working overtime to clear things up. Furthermore, he knew exactly how much Gu Xinyi had donated. After all, every single penny had been donated through the American Charity Association, and he had donated quite a lot, 30% of a company's revenue. One can only imagine how much that was. Hearing Silas White's question, Lele finally snapped out of it. Although her brain was still buzzing, she still spoke up quickly. Because our Mr. Gu said, just do good deeds. Don't worry about the future. Follow where your heart leads, and pay no mind to the noise. If we do good things that are worth doing, then we won't worry about personal gain or loss. We don't need to worry about other people's gossip or criticism. As long as our own consciences are clear, it's fine. Oh? The eyes of the three old men lit up simultaneously. Silas White muttered, repeating the phrase, just do good deeds. Don't worry about the future. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. What a wonderful phrase. Just do good deeds. Don't worry about the future. I'm truly looking forward to meeting this young man more and more. Haha, Boss Silas. What did I tell you? That kid Gu Xinyi wasn't going to be worried at all. That's exactly why I like the boy. I have to agree with Arthur on this one. Even though I've never met him, my first impression is that he's completely unflappable, possessing that rare air of scholarly elegance. Just then, the door to the lounge was pushed open in a hurry. Everyone turned to look. It was Gu Xinyi who had rushed over. Mr. Lin, I heard you praising me from outside the door. I was almost too embarrassed to come in. And who might these two gentlemen be? Gu Xinyi said as he walked into the room, laughing awkwardly. Hearing other people praise him like that in person really made him feel quite shy. And the main thing was, those were all famous quotes from legends in his original world. He was just a messenger. All this praise was making him feel quite undeserving. Haha, you kid actually know how to be shy? Let me introduce them to you. This is Douglas Ford, the national media guy you didn't get to see last time. And this is Silas White, the man who is specifically here to see you today. The three elders stood up together. Arthur Lin introduced the two with a smile. Mr. Ford and Mr. White. I'm so sorry. I feel bad that you all had to make the trip. Please, sit down. You're honoring me far too much. Gu Xinyi hurried to shake hands with the three elderly men, and then quickly urged them to sit down. Only then did he take a seat himself on the other side. Lele had been standing there in a daze, until Gu Xinyi finally gave her a meaningful look, and she nervously took a seat. She couldn't help it. The most impressive person she had ever met was Gu Xinyi. Now, facing these three elders who had held high positions for years, it would be strange if she wasn't nervous. At the same time, she admired Gu Xinyi even more in her heart. She had always thought Gu Xinyi was amazing, but she didn't expect him to be this incredible. To be able to talk and laugh so freely in front of these big shots. Gentlemen, I wonder if your visit today is for some important matter. Once everyone was seated, Gu Xinyi finally asked. Aside from Arthur Lin, it was the first time Douglas Ford and Silas White had met Gu Xinyi in person. They observed him carefully, and the more they looked, the more pleased they became. They were old hands at judging people. From his energy and spirit, they could see exactly what kind of person he was. Since you're calling us gentlemen, I won't beat around the bush. Gu, I came here today to ask for a song. You've written songs for Arthur and Douglas before, so you have to write one for my American Charity Association. Originally, my charity association wanted to produce a promotional program lately. Coincidentally, I saw the stuff about you online, and after I discussed it with these two old guys, we figured we'd just come find you. You have the fame, the songs are great, and your own charity work is top-notch. I couldn't think of anyone else but you. So, Gu, what do you say? Are you interested? Silas White looked at Gu Xinyi and spoke cheerfully. The other two elders also looked over. Seeing the three of them staring at him in unison, Gu Xinyi felt a mountain of pressure. They'd already come to his door. Could he even say he wasn't interested? Of course I'm interested. Mr. White, when is this promotional program scheduled to air? It's expected to go live in the middle of this month. Now that you've taken the job, Gu, I can finally rest easy. And don't worry, we won't let your hard work go unrewarded. The current online atmosphere really needs to change. People dare to say anything these days, even stooping to manipulating public opinion for attacks. It's about time they got a wake-up call. Gu Xinyi's attitude made Silas White genuinely happy. No wonder Arthur Lin always had this young man's name on his lips. He really was a man of character. Gu Xinyi's broad-mindedness, in particular, earned his admiration. If someone else had encountered this kind of trouble, they probably would have rushed out to clear their name immediately. After all, no one wants to be the fall guy, to have donated so much money, only to be pelted with mud by others. Douglas Ford took a sip of tea from the side with a smile, and said, "That's right. People today only remember the food, but not the lesson. Even though the entertainment industry was disciplined before, they still can't resist the temptation of profit, making a total mess of the internet. It really is time to knock some sense into them." The promotional video would still be released on national media, while the song would be released through Harmony Music. That was why the three of them had come together. Originally, when Arthur Lin heard the news, he simply wanted Gu Xinyi to write the song. He didn't expect it would coincide with the online controversy. Currently, on the internet, because of the previous campaign by paid trolls, many people who didn't know the truth were being misled. The topic remained at the top of the trending list. Even Gu Xinyi and Xia Xiao's Twitter accounts were nearly overwhelmed by the haters. However, most people were fighting back fiercely against the trolls, regardless of whether Starry Entertainment had donated or not, at least in their hearts. Starry Entertainment had given them so much moved feelings. That was enough. Gu Xinyi chatted with the three elders about the specifics for a while, and had a meal together. Only then did the three elders head back. They would be staying in Riverdale for a few days this time. During this period, they would stay at the Riverdale TV station until they got the song and finished the program before heading home. Actually, it was because Douglas Ford and Silas White wanted to meet this Gu Xinyi they had heard so much about, that they personally came to Riverdale. Otherwise, it would have been settled with a single phone call. One could only say that Gu Xinyi's charm was growing by the day. Even these two veterans wanted to see with their own eyes just what kind of man he was. Meanwhile, Prime Entertainment was being surprisingly quiet. After the series of blows they had taken, even when Felix Shaw proactively tore up his contract, Prime Entertainment maintained a Mr. Nice Guy image, obediently following the contract terms. To release Felix Shaw from his agreement, the reason was simple. Clarence Tien was truly afraid, despite having seen so many storms in his life. This was the first time he felt someone could make him so helpless. In his mind, Gu Xinyi was an incredibly uncanny individual. It seemed that as long as he opposed Gu Xinyi, something bad would always happen, especially after Starry Animation appeared. The release of The Outcast had completely killed Clarence Tien's fighting spirit. The script for The Outcast was written by Gu Xinyi. This indicated that, if Gu Xinyi wanted to enter the film industry, couldn't he just crush Prime Entertainment in minutes? After all, scripts and stories are linked. If Gu Xinyi could release The Outcast today and shock the entire animation world, who's to say he wouldn't release a Two People Underneath tomorrow or something? It was a recipe for disaster. Chairman Tien, are we really going to align with Starry Entertainment? In Clarence Tien's office, his secretary looked at the documents in his hand, a hint of joy visible in his eyes. But he still asked, what else? Wait for him to come and finish me off? Besides, we never had any massive grudge with him to begin with. There's no need to fight to the death. Let it be. Clarence Tien adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He naturally saw the flicker of joy in his secretary's eyes. It turned out that even his own secretary thought that aligning with Starry Entertainment was the right move. He let out a sigh. One could only say that this man, Gu Xinyi, was truly terrifying. His existence defied logic. He was a pure monster. Regardless of what the outside world thought, Gu Xinyi had already agreed with the three elders that he would give them a suitable song in 3 days. As for the song, Gu Xingyi had already thought of the perfect one. The moment charity was mentioned, he immediately thought of this old song. After all, back in his world, when people heard this song, everyone knew it was time to donate money. The next day, the 5th episode of The Ultimate Voice arrived. Gu Xingyi had also prepared the songs for this episode. However, what he didn't expect was that the focus of this episode, surprisingly, it wasn't on the stage where Starry Entertainment was located. All 3 matches involved small companies coming up to challenge. And these 3 small entertainment companies were all ones that had recently expressed goodwill towards Starry Entertainment. Their participation in this round was clearly an attempt to ride the wave of popularity. The songs they performed were all standard old classics. Starry Entertainment naturally reciprocated the kindness. They didn't release any new songs, responding with old songs as well. After all, one doesn't slap a smiling face since they had shown goodwill. Starry Entertainment wouldn't go out of its way to crush them. It has to be said here that the companies that had expressed goodwill towards Starry Entertainment had undergone significant changes. Even the contracts they signed with their artists were shifting towards Starry Entertainment's model, without anyone noticing. The landscape of the entertainment industry had changed just like that. Once a rule becomes the default for the majority, it seems to be naturally accepted by the public. Even Prime Entertainment had made changes, and the netizens were subtly getting used to the changes made by the entertainment industry. Therefore, the buzz online regarding these changes wasn't very large. Of course, there were still some traditionalists who still followed the old industry model. However, their situation was becoming increasingly difficult because of the impact of the new model. And when comparing the two, artists weren't fools. Many artists from those companies began to jump ship, and they couldn't even recruit any new talent. So, as long as they didn't change, their company's development would only become more difficult. What was unexpected, however, was that in this episode of The Ultimate Voice, Skyline Entertainment actually turned around to challenge Soundwave Entertainment. Furthermore, they were well prepared, winning all 3 matches. No one had expected this sudden change, and it left Soundwave Entertainment completely stunned. After the 5th episode, while Starry Entertainment's points remained rock solid, the points of the former Big 3 had actually become neck and neck. Because of their total defeat, Soundwave Entertainment remained at 6 points. Meanwhile, Skyline Entertainment's points reached 5. Prime Entertainment also had 6 points. Of the 3 veteran giants, Soundwave and Prime were only 1 point ahead of Skyline. Clearly, Skyline wouldn't easily give up on this competition. This made the final outcome increasingly shrouded in mystery. Skyline Entertainment is trying to stir things up. In an instant, Soundwave Entertainment and Prime Entertainment couldn't help but become vigilant simultaneously. This move by Skyline Entertainment was something no one had anticipated, and it left both Harrison and Clarence furious. What? You can't beat Xander. So now you're coming after Soundwave and Prime's territory? Do you really think the 2 of us are pushovers? But then again, the 3 companies were similar in strength. With Skyline Entertainment acting like this, they might actually manage to turn things around. Take this latest episode, for example. While no one was paying attention, Skyline Entertainment snatched away 3 points. In response, Harrison and Clarence naturally began making preparations. This led to the subsequent 6th episode, witnessing another era of legendary clashes. Only this time, it had nothing to do with Starry Entertainment. The points of the 3 veteran giants were in a close race. There was still only a 1-point difference between the 3. The situation was very unclear. Meanwhile, the online discussion regarding Xander was still stuck on the charity donation incident. The arguments online were becoming more intense, with the heat showing no signs of dying down. But even so, Xander remained completely silent. It was as if all of Starry Entertainment had lost its voice at the same time. What no one knew was that Xander had spent these past few days shuttling back and forth between the company and the TV station. The song for the charity public service program had already been created days ago, and during these days, he was accompanying the 3 elders to review the program. On December 15th, the day after the 6th episode of The Ultimate Voice ended, at 8:00 p.m., the official account of American Charity finally posted a long article and a video, and at the same time, they tagged the Twitter accounts of Starry Entertainment and Xander. Once this post was published, it immediately went into a frenzy online. Netizens knew that the truth regarding what they had discussed for so many days was finally about to surface. Especially the fans who had been fighting the trolls for all these days. They excitedly clicked on the Twitter link to read. The moment they clicked in, they saw various donation screenshots and proofs, as well as various contracts and related information. It was an extensive collection, compiling every single donation made by Starry Entertainment since its founding. Below that was a statement from the American Charity Association. We have been deeply shocked by the discussions and posts online lately, and we are deeply saddened. Since Starry Entertainment was founded, up until now, the total amount of donations has already reached hundreds of millions of dollars. And these amounts were donated unconditionally. As everyone knows, Starry Entertainment was founded not long ago. The chairman of such a company, to be criticized like this by people with ulterior motives, is truly disheartening. And when we went to Starry Entertainment to ask their staff about it, their response made us all feel ashamed. Because after the incident occurred, Mr. Xander Gu once said to them, "Just do good deeds. Don't worry about the future. Follow where your heart leads, and pay no mind to the noise." This is the breadth of mind and character of Mr. Xander Gu. He paid no attention to the sudden malicious narrative online, but instead simply did what he felt was right. But we cannot allow an unsung hero like this to be buried, nor can we stand by and watch his kindness be smeared. So, once again, we remind all netizens, while the internet is free, everyone must be responsible for their own words and actions. Well, furthermore, we have also invited Mr. Xander Gu to compose a song for our latest program. We hope that this program and this song can bring everyone some positive insight. Once this post from American Charity was released, all the fans felt like cheering. Their persistence over these days hadn't been wasted, and their support hadn't been in vain. Xander was worth it. At this moment, all the fans grabbed their keyboards, shouting that they were turning into keyboard warriors as well. All the grievances of these past days were going to be vented right now. 30% of the revenue. Holy crap, where are the haters now? I told you so. I told you so. It's not that he didn't do it. He just didn't talk about it. Damn it. I'm asking you, who else can give 30% of their revenue for charity? Can you do it? The haters are speechless now. Why aren't you barking anymore, you dogs? Come on, keep arguing with your daddy. Follow where your heart leads, and pay no mind to the noise. Did you see that? Stop using your narrow-mindedness to judge. Xander, you're not worthy. I just want to know, which star or which company can produce a donation amount in the hundreds of millions in such a short time? This is what a real work ethic looks like. Some people donate a few $1,000s and want the whole world to know. This single post sent every netizen and fan into a frenzy, and it made every hater and paid troll shut their mouths instantly. Even some unscrupulous media outlets and influencers chasing clout scrambled to delete their previous Twitter and TikTok posts at the first opportunity. But that wasn't the end of it. Just after American Charity spoke out, National Media and Harmony Music stepped into the fray again. They tagged Xander and Starry Entertainment's official accounts. National Media and Harmony Music, along with American Charity, have collaborated with Xander to create Love. The program will officially go live tomorrow. We hope for the great support of all netizens. And they added, purifying the internet starts with me. Starting today, we will work with relevant departments to carry out a week-long special campaign to purify the internet. Another official show of support from the authorities, and everyone understood exactly why this campaign was happening. Everyone who saw these two tweets from National Media and Harmony Music was stunned once again. They rubbed their eyes, and then the corners of their eyes began to twitch. Just call him your golden son then. The way they protect him is totally blatant. It was obvious they were here to shield Xander. Oh, and then there was the program. Everyone clicked on the video in the tweet. This time, the program was titled Love in Tomorrow. The video began with a group of adorable children playing around Xiao. Their laughter echoed as the music started. The song title appeared, Tomorrow Will Be Better. It wasn't just a song composed by Xander. It was also performed by Xiao. In the video, besides those children, many other celebrities also participated in the performance. As the program progressed, Xiao's sweet singing voice rang in the netizens' ears. Gently wake the sleeping soul, slowly open your eyes. Look at this busy world. Is it still spinning lonely and endlessly? The spring breeze is unfeeling. blowing through the hearts of youth, letting yesterday's tears dry in the wind of memories. The moment the song began, the audience was already mesmerized. It was still that same classic flavor. When it comes to songwriting and performing, you really have to look to Xander and Xiao. In the face of this song, yesterday's episode of The Ultimate Voice was instantly overshadowed. In the video, accompanied by the singing, children from impoverished regions appeared. They faced the spring breeze, with innocent smiles on their faces. The sunlight shining on them made the viewers feel warm inside. Even if the clothes they wore were ragged and worn out, the newly built school represented their hope. This was the ultimate purpose of charity. Not just empty talk, but actual action. Some people's love truly runs deep. The song continued. Xiao was like an angel, standing among the children, bringing them joy and love. Matching the scenes in the video, the singing resonated in everyone's hearts. Snowflakes falling on the mountains, burning the hearts of youth, melting true feelings into musical notes, sending out blessings from afar. In the Skyline building, Harold naturally saw the tweet. He had thought that this wouldn't stump Xander, but he never imagined this kind of outcome. Harold shook his head, only feeling increasingly exhausted. This was Xander. The more you tried to bring him down, the faster he soared. He didn't even need to step in himself. All the official authorities held him in the palm of their hands, terrified he might get hurt. This was purely cheating. How was he supposed to play against that? He couldn't. If he didn't want to join him, he had to stay as far away from Xander as possible. As the saying goes, if I can't afford to provoke him, can't I at least hide? The incident with several major official entities was perfectly resolved in an instant. Furthermore, it provided netizens with a new source of inspiration. The program, Love in Tomorrow, paired with the song, Tomorrow Will Be Better, was simply a perfect match. The innocent looks of those children, longing for the future in the video, made countless netizens feel a pang of sympathy. But Xiao's voice ignited infinite hope in their hearts. Xander, Xiao, and those countless people who contributed silently behind the scenes were the idols they should truly follow. In this moment, all of their fans felt proud to support such people, just like the title of the song Xiao was singing, with them around. Tomorrow would definitely be better. Sing out your passion. Reach out your hands. Let me embrace your dreams. Let me see your sincere face. Let our smiles be filled with the pride of youth, offering a sincere prayer for tomorrow. In the video, Xiao led a group of children, singing Tomorrow Will Be Better together. Their faces were filled with the light of hope. Then the scene shifted. The footage changed to a disaster area. Anyun Miao was rebuilding homes with the local people. There had been a flood here, and people's homes were submerged, but it was those relief vehicles, rushing in from all over the country, that allowed them to see hope for the future. On the gate of the disaster area, a large sign, read, After the disaster, everything is rebuilt, like a new life. The camera zoomed in, accompanied by the music. Oh, Anyun Miao picked up where Xiao left off. Who can ignore their own homeland and cast aside childhood memories? Who could bear to see yesterday's sorrows? Taking away our smiles, youth does not understand the stains of the mortal world. Long-lost tears will nourish your face. The singing rose again, and this time it was the crowd of disaster survivors, singing with radiant smiles. When that segment ended, the scene shifted once more. This time, it was inside a hospital. Renee appeared. She was chatting and laughing with patients in the hospital. These patients had been tormented by illness, but now smiles appeared on their faces. They were originally unable to hold on, but the vast number of kind-hearted people gave them the hope of living. In different places and with different people, future and hope were, at this moment, present by their sides in the same way. The camera followed Renee as she slowly walked out of the hospital. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Then she opened her eyes and spread her arms, as if trying to embrace this warm world. Gently wake the sleeping soul. Slowly open your eyes. Look at that busy world. Is it still spinning lonely and endlessly? But this time, the lyrics changed. Unlike the first verse, after experiencing so much, the world was still as warm as ever. The world was no longer lonely, and people were no longer wandering, because there is love, and because there is tomorrow. Sunrise wakes the morning. The earth is reborn in glory. Let the sounds of the breeze compose a movement of life. The camera pulled back again. Before this, all the people in the video gathered together. Every face was beaming with a happy smile. Xiao, Renee, and Onion Miao stood in front of the crowd. They waved their hands along with the people. The blue sky, white clouds, and the breeze, everything, was providing the accompaniment for them. Sing out your passion. Reach out your hands and let me embrace your dreams. Let me see your sincere face. Let our smiles be filled with the pride of youth. Let us hope for a better tomorrow. In the video, they were still singing, while the viewers online were already moved to tears. These were tears of joy. Netizens felt the presence of love within the singing. Under this Twitter post from American Charity, countless netizens were sharing their emotions in that moment. I look forward to it. I hope tomorrow will be better. May every day be better. I never expected it. The ultimate voice yesterday didn't move me, but this song today completely shattered my emotional defenses. As soon as this song started, it elevated my soul. Amazing. All three of them are my goddesses. I love this so much. Tomorrow will be better is the hope in everyone's heart. At this moment, Xander, just like all the netizens, was also watching the video. Little Lily was held in his arms, also following her mother on the television, humming along while swaying her little head. Xander had been involved in the production of this video from start to finish, but even he hadn't expected that the broadcast result would be this good. There was no need to say much about the song. The songs created by Master Luo were always beyond reproach. But this program, despite only being filmed for about half a month, was able to achieve such a great effect. This led Xander to have no choice but to marvel in his heart. It truly was an official production. It was incredible. Xiao was also beside him, watching the video in silence. She had traveled to many places these past few days, and witnessed with her own eyes the smiles on the faces of those impoverished people. This trip, for her, was an incredibly precious memory. Only those who have lived through hardship truly understand the value of those smiles. She understood, and Xander understood too. That was why they felt these moments were even more precious and rare. But the video wasn't over yet. In the program, as the music for Tomorrow Will Be Better slowly came to an end, the screen gradually darkened. When the screen lit up again, this time it was a list of donors, one sincere face after another. These were the people who gave silently, the people who donated without fanfare. Countless names and photos gathered together, forming a map of the entire nation. When drinking water, never forget those who dug the well. It was these simple, honest people who made everything better. The scene shifted again. A crowd of people were waving small red flags. The flags swayed in the wind, and Xander was clearly visible among the crowd. A different piece of music started playing. A grand chorus rang out in the video. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will turn into a beautiful place. At this point, the screen went completely dark. Lines of small text appeared accompanied by the sound of typing. These lines recounted various incidents, telling the stories of people who had received aid, their heartfelt thoughts, and the changes in their lives. Finally, these subtitles slowly faded out. Only one sentence remained on the screen: love in tomorrow. And at this moment, in everyone's hearts, a Twitter post from American Charity settled the incident that had been raging online for days. In just one night, the situation was completely reversed. Twitter became a total celebration for the fans. Not a single hater could be found. But that wasn't the end of it. In the subsequent internet cleanup campaign, official departments even stepped in, banning accounts of several influencers who had posted false information and unscrupulous media outlets. Even many paid troll farms were raided and shut down. The influence of this program also triggered a wave of donations online. Many netizens were joking that as soon as they heard tomorrow will be better, they couldn't help but think about doing charity. Even the mastermind Harold never expected that the incident would evolve this way. He didn't understand what Xander was thinking. In just over half a year, the donation amount had reached into the hundreds of millions. Furthermore, he had used a single song to purify the entire internet. Skyline Entertainment held another senior management meeting. Only this time, everyone's expression was grim. Within Skyline Entertainment now, many people were already starting to waver. After all, in the current entertainment industry, they had been excluded from the rest, becoming the isolated outlier. Even Harold was feeling a bit shaken now, but he was the one who had ordered the blacklisting of Xiao, and he was the one who initiated the pressure on Starry Entertainment. If he chose to admit defeat at this time and align with Starry Entertainment, The result could well be imagined. Skyline Entertainment's future was looking bleak. What Harold least expected was the change in Clarence Tien from Prime Entertainment. The old Clarence Tien was also a ruthless opportunist who would eat people alive and spit out the bones, a truly hardened character. But now, even he had bowed his head and compromised. Thinking about this made Harold extremely frustrated. He slapped the conference table. I know what you're all thinking. Keep your heads down for a while. We'll talk about everything after. The ultimate voice is over. Harold still wanted to wait. He wanted to wait until after the ultimate voice, to see how things would go. If they could win the ultimate voice, then their prestige would remain, and they could continue to survive just as before. After all, this world has always respected strength above all else. Since the program aired, 3 days had passed without anyone noticing. On the afternoon of December 18th, light, fluffy snow was falling from the sky. The winter solstice was approaching, and the weather in Riverdale had suddenly turned freezing. People had put on their thermal underwear and thick down jackets over them. Plus is the day. The entire Starry Entertainment office uncharacteristically left work early. Everyone had agreed to go out for hot pot together. Xiao and Lele had gone back to pick up little Lily. Xander was walking downstairs with a large group of people. Just as they left the office building, Xander saw Xavier Wren returning from his house. He seemed somewhat distracted and didn't snap out of it until he was right in front, almost bumping into Xander. Only then did he regain his senses. Xavier Wren, now alert, looked at Xander with an expression that said he had something on his mind but hesitated to speak. This made Xander quite curious. Ever since Xavier Wren joined the company, Xander had indeed saved a lot of trouble. But he always felt that Xavier Wren had something weighing on him. Xander thought for a moment, and then stepped forward to initiate conversation. Busy, Brother Xavier? There's nothing much going on today, so why don't you bring Nina out to have dinner with us? Xiao and Lele have already gone to pick up Lily, so the two little ones can have each other's company. After Xander finished speaking, he looked at Xavier Wren intently. He saw a look of struggle on Xavier Wren's face. Finally, as if he had made a decision, he looked up and said, Mr. Gu, could I trouble you to bring little Lily to my house one more time? Nina, Xavier Wren reached this point and found himself unable to continue. The expression of sorrow and bitterness on his face made Xander feel a twinge of heartache. He quickly pulled Xavier Wren to one side, and his tone grew heavier. Brother Xavier, what exactly is wrong with Nina? I know your personality. You don't want everyone to know, nor do you want people's worry or pity. But no matter what has happened, you have to think of what's best for Nina. This was not the time for him to be stubborn. Xander knew what Xavier Wren was like. He was an upright and strong-willed man. As a veteran and a father, he didn't want to trouble anyone else. He wanted to shoulder everything himself. There was nothing wrong with that, but sometimes, even more Tabidi absoluted. Can a person truly shoulder everything on their own? No matter how strong Xavier Wren was, he was still just one man. Hearing Xander's words, Xavier Wren clenched his fists tightly. Even though he kept his head held high, tears still rolled down his face. Even the strongest man has a soft spot, and his was Nina. Mr. Gu, I'm truly at my wit's end. Nina, she's been suffering from a rare neurological disorder. It's similar to Alzheimer's disease, but it's even more severe. Nina only has 3 days of memory. Every 3 days, she loses everything from her past. Xavier Wren's voice choked up. The words he spoke made Xander's heart sink completely. He hadn't expected that Xavier Wren's family secret would be something like this. That little girl who looked like a little angel was actually Nina, who had been sick all along. Not long after she was born, when the hospital diagnosed her, her mother ran away. I've spent the past 2 years traveling everywhere, but no hospital is confident they can cure this. Nina has just been stuck in this cycle of constant memory loss. But then, one day, little Lily appeared. She was singing, a burst of courage. The moment she appeared, Nina fell in love with her. The miraculous thing is, no matter how many times she loses her memory, whenever she sees little Lily, she falls in love with her all over again immediately. Just recently, she lost her memory again. But when she saw little Lily on my phone again, she said something that made me break down. She said, Nina likes this big sister so much, and she feels so familiar. After that, she kept pestering me to see Lily. She even wanted to eat cake with her. She said she remembers that cake is sweet. Xavier Wren was weeping as he spoke. It was likely this very sentence from Nina that broke him. Perhaps he saw a glimmer of hope in this. Nina actually remembered Lily. Hearing this, Xander felt an urge to cry too. But he wanted to punch Xavier Wren even more. He knew that for all these years, it must have been hard for Xavier to raise a child alone. He had surely endured countless cold shoulders. But that was no excuse for acting like this. He acted on his impulse. Xander gave him a hard punch. The blow made Xavier Wren stumble. The Starry Entertainment crew, who were still waiting nearby, looked over in worry. After the punch, Xander finally spoke in a low voice. "Why did you wait until now to say something? Are you even fit to be a father? Do you even deserve Nina? Or was it all for your pitiful pride?" This was what made Xander the angriest. He could understand, not wanting to trouble others, but he couldn't understand Xavier's reasoning. In Xander's view, he would do anything for his daughter. Xavier Wren rubbed the spot where he'd been hit. With his head down, he finally said, "It wasn't for my pride. I was just afraid. Afraid that God would give me a little hope, only to leave me in despair in the end." His voice was hoarse. This was the deepest sense of helplessness in a father's heart. It was a tragedy, because he was afraid, he wanted to run away. Xander could understand Xavier Wren's feelings, but reality didn't work like that. Is it really okay to avoid facing things just because you're afraid? The consequence of running away is just a delay, and delaying things will only make them worse. What did the hospital say about Nina's condition? Is there really no hope for a recovery? Xander didn't dwell on Xavier Wren's personal issues any further, but asked directly. Things were already like this. Dwelling on them was useless. They could only face it with everything they had, regardless of the outcome. Neurological disorders are very difficult to treat. The doctors said it requires constant conservative treatment, combined with daily guidance. And to recover, we can only hope for a miracle. Then that means there's still hope. A miracle is a form of hope. Xavier Wren had just finished speaking. When he heard Xander speak firmly, he was stunned for a moment. He looked up at Xander. He wanted his daughter to get better more than anyone, but he was also more afraid than anyone of a bad outcome. But now he looked at the man before him. Xander's face was filled with unprecedented seriousness. It was as if he firmly believed that miracles would always happen. This completely moved Xavier Wren. At this moment, he felt his heart was also filled with hope like never before. So this was the source of Xander's charm. Xiao and Lele, at this time, had already returned with little Lily. The moment they got out of the car, they saw the awkward atmosphere. Xiao looked toward Xander in confusion. Seeing the heavy expressions on the two men's faces, her almond eyes were filled with worry. "Daddy, Huggy." It was little Lily's tender, childish voice that broke the heavy silence. She climbed down from Xiao and ran to Xander's side on her short legs. She looked up at him. The sweet smile on her face healed both Xander and Xavier Wren's moods significantly. "Hey there, Daddy's got you, Lily. How about we go play with little sister Nina today?" Xander squatted down and picked up his precious daughter. He tickled her nose and asked with a doting expression, "Yay, Lily wants to play with Nina too. All right, brother Xavier, let's head over there now." Xander rubbed little Lily's head and said to Xavier Wren while holding her. Then he walked over to the others and let them know. The others didn't know exactly what was happening, but they knew Xander had things to attend to. They all nodded in understanding, and so Xander's family of 3 followed Xavier Wren, driving toward his home. In the car, Xiao had also learned about Nina's situation. This made her heart feel a pang of sadness. She never expected that the little girl with such a cute face would suffer from such a rare disease. She was like a little angel fallen to the mortal world. It was heartbreaking. The car soon arrived at Xavier Wren's residence. Pushing open the door, they saw a small apartment of less than 500 square feet. Nina was sitting quietly on the sofa, watching TV, and, on the screen, a video was playing of Lily, singing "A Burst of Courage." Hearing the noise, Nina turned her head, and when she saw Xavier Wren, she smiled sweetly and called out, "Daddy!" She would forget every time she lost her memory, but she always accepted Xavier Wren again quickly. When Xander and little Lily walked through the door, Nina first fearfully hid behind Xavier Wren. But when she saw Lily, her eyes suddenly lit up. The two little angels smiled at each other. Just then, Nina did something that no one expected. She suddenly let go of Xavier Wren's hand and ran quickly back into her small bedroom. By the time she came back out, She was already holding a tiny piece of cake in her hands. With a face full of anticipation, she walked over to Lily and handed her the piece of cake. Her soft, sweet voice drifted over. "Here's some cake for you. It's very sweet." These were the exact words Lily had spoken to her when they first met. Yet, even though she had forgotten everything, the first thing she did upon seeing Lily again was to return the favor by offering her cake. Perhaps in her subconscious, she still remembered that she wanted this big sister she liked most to eat such sweet cake. At this moment, Xavier Ren turned his face away, his eyes already growing moist. Xander and Xiao felt as if their hearts had been suddenly gripped by a tight hand, feeling an immense sense of sorrow. A happy smile spread across Lily's face. The little one didn't understand what was happening, but seeing Nina offer her cake, her large eyes curved into crescent moons. "Thank you, Nina. Let's eat together." Seeing Lily happily accept the cake and take her hand, Nina's eyes also curved into crescents. The two little ones became best friends once again. Holding hands, they walked over to the small sofa and sat down. On the television, the video of Lily singing "A Burst of Courage" was still playing. Lily took a bite of the cake, and then tenderly fed a bite to Nina. The room was immediately filled with the sound of the two little ones' laughter and cheers. "Brother Xavier, I don't know if Nina remembers Lily, but I know that no matter how many times it takes, she will always fall in love with Lily again, just as she is able to accept you so quickly every time. That is where hope lies. At the very least, in her subconscious, there should be fragments of memory." Orander, watching the two little ones playing together in front of the sofa, spoke with great sincerity. Xavier Ren also watched them, then nodded without saying a word. In front of the sofa, Lily had already stood up on the cushions, teaching Nina how to sing "A Burst of Courage." The way she taught her was exactly how Xander had taught her back then, patiently going through it line by line. "Plant a seed in your heart. Dala, di dala. It can make a small wish come true. It has magical power." Nina clapped her hands happily on the side, swaying her head and body as she hummed along with Lily. Before long, Lily and Nina were able to sing the song together. "Come on, together." Although Nina's singing was still a bit stumbling, Lily would wait for her patiently every time, acting just like a little teacher. "Brother Xavier, I was thinking, we should take Nina to the hospital for another checkup tomorrow. No matter the cost, as long as there is a shred of hope, we must continue the treatment. Also, whenever you're free, just let Nina and Lily play together. Lily doesn't have any playmates, and Nina needs Lily as well." Seeing how naturally the two little ones bonded, Xander took the initiative to speak again. Xavier Ren opened his mouth, finding it difficult to find the words. In truth, the main reason Nina had been undergoing conservative treatment was that the medical expenses had already left him completely exhausted, and continuous treatment meant astronomical medical bills. For an average family, these costs were simply unreachable. "Brother Xavier, Lily and Nina are very close. I've never seen Lily like a child as much as she likes Nina. If it's all right with you, we'd like to take Nina as our goddaughter." Xiao spoke up as well, saying she liked Nina very much. Little Lily liked Nina a lot too, and seeing Xavier Ren's expression, along with his living environment, she knew exactly what he was worried about. If she and Xander didn't put it this way, someone with Xavier Ren's personality would certainly never proactively seek help. Hearing Xander and Xiao's words, Xavier Ren looked at Nina, who was happy on the sofa, and finally nodded his head. For so many years, he had lived in self-reproach and guilt. He hated fate for treating Nina this way, and he hated his own incompetence in being unable to provide better care for her. But the appearance of little Lily, followed by meeting Xander and Xiao, finally allowed him to see hope for the future. Time flew by until the end of December. Although the final episode of The Ultimate Voice had ended, the netizens were still talking enthusiastically about the competition. The reason lay in the final episode, where Soundwave Entertainment's counterattack was spectacular. Harold never expected that his plan would be so easily dismantled by Soundwave Entertainment. He also never expected that despicable person Xander to have actually, before the final episode, quietly created 2 songs, specifically for Soundwave Entertainment. It was the emergence of these 2 songs that allowed Soundwave Entertainment to complete its comeback. Originally, Harold had spent a fortune to bribe Soundwave Entertainment's A-list singer, Lena, to have her intentionally lose during the final episode, and Lena did indeed lose. But Soundwave Entertainment's veteran King and Derek made a powerful charge forward with Xander's songs. One was 10 Years, and the other was Rainbow Smile, a classic sentimental ballad, and a sweet song full of youthful energy. They completely crushed Harold's entire plan. And these two songs triggered another massive wave of celebration across the internet. Strength is the only truth. Only now did Harold truly understand the meaning of that sentence. Winter passed, spring came, and summer arrived once more, until light snow began to fall from the sky again. Through the cycle of seasons, time passed like a shadow in the blink of an eye. A single year can change many things. The landscape of the entertainment industry had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. The current state of the industry had clearly become a one superpower, many strong dynamic. All entertainment companies had changed their treatment and contract policies. Everything they did was now benchmarked against Starry Entertainment. As for Skyline Entertainment, after The Ultimate Voice, it slowly retreated from the stage of history, gradually fading into obscurity. The reason was simple. Even if Starry Entertainment didn't intentionally exclude them, they still couldn't withstand the direction of the overall trend. And when a wall is falling, everyone gives it a push. Skyline Entertainment, the companies it had betrayed in the past, all began to suppress it. Even Prime Entertainment joined in. This former corporate giant simply shrunk away like this. And Harold no longer possessed his former high spirits. In just half a year, he looked 10 years older. Finally, he moved abroad and stopped fighting. When he left, he stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window in his office, gazing toward Riverdale for a long time. Perhaps in his heart, there was a hint of resentment and regret. A single moment of carelessness back then had led to his current state. One can only say that the winner takes all. It has always been thus. During this past year, Starry Entertainment grew stronger day by day. New generation singers emerged in an endless stream, and hit songs were released at regular intervals. Representative works included Bubbles, Red High Heels, and others. Similarly, Starry Animation, after the conclusion of The Outcast, released the inspirational domestic anime Rabbit Year. The theme song used was that same, Heart of a Dreamer. Rabbit Year has already been released. Instantly, all the netizens were moved to tears. Even the American Daily singled out and praised this anime by name. Additionally, Starry Film and TV was officially established and collaborated with Prime Entertainment to film a TV series that took the whole country by storm. The reason for the collaboration with Prime Entertainment was that Clarence Tien had truly humbled himself, and a healthy entertainment industry depends on diversified development. Xander, of course, would not seek a total monopoly. What was even more heartening was that, during Nina's year of continuous treatment, one day, the girl, who was supposed to have lost her memory, woke up in the morning, saw Xavier Wren, and proactively called out, "Daddy." Xavier Wren, a grown man, was completely stunned. His tears fell uncontrollably. He'd only ever experienced such a scene in his dreams. It was the very moment he had longed for day and night for several years. And now, a miracle had finally happened. It was November 28th again. Today is a special day. Everyone knows it, and everyone has been waiting for this day. Early in the morning, the internet was already in an uproar. It was finally time for the annual Starry Little Princess's birthday. I didn't make it last year, but I'll definitely be there this year. A year? It's been a whole year. I've been looking forward to baby Lily's birthday every single day, plus the concert featuring all the singers from Starry Entertainment. How could anyone miss this? Damn, my wife locked me at home to take care of the parents, and ran off with the kid herself, guys. Can I still keep a wife like this? Me too. I really can't get away. I'm going crazy. To the person above, don't be jealous seeing my photos from the scene. I'll post videos for you all afterward. Heck, stop pushing me. There are way too many people here. I'm not showing off. There really are that many. The netizens who had arrived at Rivervale's largest stadium were all grinning from ear to ear. They shamelessly posted photos of the scene to Twitter, and every tweet was met with howls of envy. Even though the birthday party and concert weren't scheduled to start until the evening, early this morning, the stadium entrance was already surrounded by crowds, packed like sardines. What's more, even the surrounding streets were filled with people. On-site security had begun managing the situation, properly handling those who didn't follow traffic rules or were being noisy. Before long, The crowd began to move in an orderly fashion. Even more incredibly, countless more people were still on their way. Even though Xander had closed the registration, after 100,000 people had signed up for the event, the number of people who arrived far exceeded the expected attendance. Left with no other choice, the Rivervale authorities had to contact Xander. Eventually, they had to set up projection screens and sound equipment near the stadium to accommodate those who couldn't get inside. The official online live stream and the streams on various collaborative platforms were already at maximum capacity. Even many TV stations were broadcasting the grand event live. Time ticked by, and at 8:30 p.m. sharp, this unique concert finally began. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, on the stage of the Rivervale Stadium, Xiao, dressed in an azure gown, and Xander, in a black formal suit, appeared first. In that moment, all the cameras in the venue focused on the two of them, both inside and outside the stadium. At this very moment, a thunderous, earth-shaking cheer erupted. Sure enough, that jerk Xander never does things halfway. He started the show with a bombshell. The title of the song they were about to sing appeared on the giant screen behind them. This was Xander's second time singing on stage with Xiao, and his second formal appearance on stage in front of an audience. Welcome everyone to the concert, and thank you for all the support you've given us this past year. Here is Bottom of the Sea for you all. Xander gently picked up the microphone. Though his voice wasn't loud, it resonated across all of America. Xiao then lifted the microphone and softly began to sing. Scattered moonlight pierces through the clouds. The music swelled and the singing began. The song, Bottom of the Sea, reached the ears of every audience member. The version that Xander and Xiao sang was similar to the one sung by Phoenix Legend in the original world. The feeling it gave people was, why do you feel that life isn't worth it? The entire audience was captivated. Since Xander appeared, the entertainment industry has gained everyone's approval. If even such a muddy industry can be healed, then what in this world is not worth living for? After the song, before anyone could recover, Xiao and Xander, with smiles on their faces, bowed deeply. Then, Xiao held the mic with both hands and spoke. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you for supporting Starry Entertainment, and thank you for loving our family. After the expressions of gratitude, amidst the audience's cheers and shouts of their names, the lights dimmed, and the two of them left the stage. Following them, every member of Starry Entertainment took the stage one by one with their signature hits. King Liam, Renee, Annie Yun Miao, and the others. Everyone dedicated their best song to the audience. Once all the singers from Starry Entertainment had finished their sets, Xander and Xiao returned to the stage. However, this time, standing between the two of them, was a little angel with smiling almond eyes. As soon as this family of three appeared, the audience was instantly awestruck. There were no more regrets. The crowd below began to shout little Lily's name in unison. Lily, Lily, Lily. Inside and outside the stadium, hundreds of thousands of people were shouting the same person's name at once. What kind of effect was that? It could only be described as a sound that shook the heavens. You look so good when you smile, like flowers in spring. All the worries and all the sorrows are blown away. This family of three finally brought the audience the sweet song, You Look So Good When You Smile. Especially when little Lily sang the middle section, the entire audience stood up. With doting, motherly smiles on their faces, they waved their light sticks to accompany her. Until the song ended, the audience below was still grinning like fools. Xander and Xiao, along with little Lily, waved to the crowd below, brimming with happiness. To be recognized by you, and to be loved by you, we are truly happy and moved. Today is baby Lily's birthday. I know many of you came here for this. So I hereby announce, it's time for cake. Every single person here today gets a piece. Xander picked up the microphone and announced loudly. Another wave of cheers echoed through the entire venue. The light sticks in their hands waved into a sea of rainbows. Many audience members even shouted at the top of their lungs. We're going to eat Xander out of house and home today. He's made so much money. Let's eat until he cries. Then,